I'm just an ordinary courier. But my girlfriend cheated me out of a whole 510,000. She not only called me a useless dog, but also said I was just a substitute for her ex-boyfriend. In the end, heartbroken, I jumped off a bridge and ended my young life. However, at that moment, I heard a mechanical sound in my ears, giving me a chance to start over. Would you love yourself if you could start over? If I could really start over, I would definitely love myself. Ding! Detected that the host is heartbroken for love. In order for the host to get out of the sea of suffering as soon as possible, 5 cashback cards are specially sent, and the host is brought back to before jumping into the river. Upon hearing this voice, my eyes lit up instantly, and my hand unconsciously reached into my pocket. Just as I reached in, my eyes widened as I found something in my pocket. Taking it out and looking at it, I actually found 5 purple, gold-edged cards with strange symbols and patterns on them. After watching it, I realized that as long as this card is used when consuming, you can get 100-fold cash back, and the cashback obtained is absolutely legal and reasonable, without causing unnecessary trouble. I still can't believe there is such a miraculous item in the real world. After installing the card, I decided to buy a bottle of cola at a convenience store to test the authenticity of this cashback card, according to the requirements of the 100-fold cashback card. When I finished paying, my phone rang with a familiar message tone. I took out my phone and looked at it, and I was stunned. 300 yuan was credited to my Huaxiao bank account. Is this really true? I could hardly believe my eyes and pinched my thigh hard. Oh my god, this is not a dream. With this divine card, becoming the richest person is just around the corner. In my joy, I almost wanted to slap myself hard for wasting such a divine card. Sitting on a bench by the roadside, I stared at the cashback card in my hand, lost in thought. The 100-fold cashback card has a time limit of 72 hours. At present, the total amount of money on me is only a little over 300 yuan. Even if I use up the remaining 4 cards, I can barely reach assets of 300 billion. I pondered with my chin in my hand, and suddenly, an idea of borrowing money from someone came to my mind. Only when a person is at the lowest point can they recognize what kind of people their relatives and friends are. Moreover, once one has money, many relatives and friends will come around, most of whom will ask for money or help. There is a saying that goes, when you are poor, no one asks. When you are rich, you have distant relatives in the mountains. So I posted a dynamic message on my friend's circle, saying that due to bad luck, I was cheated out of all my savings by a woman and also owe a huge loan of over 10,000. Is there anyone who can help me? As long as any friend helps me through this difficult time, I will definitely repay 100-fold in the future. Shortly after sending out the message, the high school classmates group that had been quiet for several months suddenly exploded. Have you heard? Yang Zhao's savings were cheated out by a woman, and he also owes over 10,000 in high-interest loans. Damn! Impossible! Isn't Yang Xiao just a delivery guy? How could he have any savings? He works 2 jobs alone, usually eating steamed buns with pickles. How could he have no savings? And now that his money has been cheated out and he owes high-interest loans, if you lend him money, it's definitely like throwing a meat bun to a dog, with no return. Suddenly, someone in the group took the lead and started to set the tone. Yang Xiao, have you had lunch? How about I send you a few bucks in a red envelope? You can buy a tofu and dye. I think we should each send 1 cent in a red envelope to help Yang Xiao get through this difficult time. As they continued to speak, the people in the group became more and more excessive, saying whatever harsh words they wanted. These people are already bad in reality, but I didn't expect them to be so malicious in their words. I was a bit speechless sitting on the bench by the roadside. If you don't want to lend, then don't lend. Is there a need to openly ridicule and belittle in the group? Later, I called my good buddy Huang Lin, dialed the number, and a cold voice came from the other end of the phone. I then tried to send him a message on WeChat, only to be greeted with a red exclamation mark. I had contacted him this morning, and he had deleted me in just a few hours. It is obvious that Huang Lin must have seen my moments and was afraid that I would ask him for money, so he directly blocked all my contact information. He did it decisively. Immediately after, I called my high school buddy Huang Jinlong, who used to be my upper bunkmate. When we were studying, the two of us often hung out together. Last summer, Huang Jinlong was playing games online and was scammed tens of thousands by a cross-dressing anchor. Even after reporting to the police, the money was not recovered. In the end, he couldn't even afford to eat, so I secretly transferred thousands of yuan to him behind my green tea girlfriend's back. The call was answered, and Huang Jinlong's lazy voice came from the other end. Lao Yang, why are you calling me so early? At this moment, I got straight to the point and said, Lao Huang, all my money was taken by my girlfriend. She even borrowed over 100,000 in my name. Can you lend me some money? What's more, because of loan sharks coming to collect debts, I lost my job as a delivery man. However, Before I could finish my words, the call was hung up. Looking at the disconnected call that never called back, I chuckled self-deprecatingly. No matter how beautifully spoken on ordinary days, it is still no match for the test of reality. A brother who was afraid to hang up when asked for money. Better not. Put the phone down. Suddenly, Yang Xiao felt that his life was a failure. He never expected it. When you're down and out yourself, surprisingly, there is no one who is capable, yet willing to step up and help themselves. Sadly, on second thought, one lap, though, without borrowing any money, but it allows him to see through the heart. No loss. Since he hadn't borrowed any money, Yang Xiao decided to use the $300 as the route of getting rich. Make good use of cashback cards. Then, one step at a time, chase it to the top. He's going to be a 10 billionaire. Just stand up. Ding. Suddenly, a WeChat transfer message appeared at the top of the phone. Tap on it. It was actually Lu Wei, his high school classmate, who transferred 30,000 to him. It took him by surprise. Memory. Lu Wei is not very tall, about 1 meter 6. Under that head of bangs, always wearing a pair of flat black-rimmed glasses, it's hard to get a good look at her real face. 3 years of high school. The two were actually deskmates for 2 years. It's also very karmic. Period. Yang Xiao even didn't bully her much. But of course, the bullying here is not the bullying you think. It's just an unusual snog. While Yang Xiao froze, Lu Wei sent a message. Tablemate, I only have $30,000 right now. Don't think it's too little. Take it to save your ass first. Too little? How could it be? For Yang Xiao, it was a blessing in disguise. Timely rain from heaven. With Lu Wei's 30,000, Yang Xiao can really take off. Yang Xiao almost wept with joy. Hurriedly returned the message. Thank you, but don't worry. This money, at most 3 days at the most, I will be able to pay you back. In 3 days, he'll be another tycoon in China. When the time comes, don't say 30,000. It's $300 million. He can get it out easily. Lu Wei returned. There is no need to rush. When you have more money in hand, then pay me back is not too late. Come on. JPG, come on. JPG, come on. JPG. It's a text message though. However, Yang Xiao still felt full of warmth from the message sent by Lu Wei. Who would have thought? The one who was willing to help him when he was at his worst was a female classmate he hadn't talked to in years. High school wasn't wasted. It's nice to be at the same table. At this point, Lu Wei once again sent a comforting message. WeChat's class group you directly block or withdraw. Don't listen to them. Listen to them? How is that possible? Yang Xiao wrote back. Don't worry. The dog bit me. I can't catch the dog and bite it back. A dog bites a man, and the man then bites the dog. So what's the difference between that and a dog biting a dog? He's not going to do that. Drop the fan. Lovey, cover your mouth and laugh. JPG. Yang Xiao, thank you for your concern and support at the same table. I'll treat you to the best some other time. The two hadn't seen each other in years. Put it this way, he kinda missed the nerdy deskmate. Lu Wei replied back. Sure, I'll have the most expensive one. Squinty eye smile. JPG. Yang Xiao could see that Lu Wei was joking. But, no matter. He was sure to treat her to the best anyway. Let her know. She had the right vision. It will also show others that they are not only blind, but stupid. Yang Xiao, no problem. Lu Wei, okay, I'll make an appointment some other time. It's 1 o'clock soon. I have to go to work again, so I'll talk about it when I have time. Bye. JPG. Yang Xiao, bye. JPG. Click collect. Stormy wealthy startup funds are in place. The mood has changed for the better. Next, it's the time for him to perform the carp turn. But before that, he had to go ahead and check out of the house he rented, when it was rented in his name. Chapter 4 The first step to riches, seeking favorites. Seeking recommendations? Now that it's broken up, why don't you return it? Jan Shaw came to the landlord's house. What? You want to return the rent? The landlord's aunt looked at him in surprise. Little Young, you have to think clearly. There aren't many good houses like mine in Zhangyu district. I'm going home. Young Shaw shook his head. As for where Bu Yaolian lives? I'm sorry. We've broken up. What do you care? He's not a philanthropist. Landlord Auntie, Xiao Yang, are you determined to check out? Return it, deposit and all. Consider it as compensation. Yang Xiao nodded. Complete the checkout procedure. As he passed the stairway, he overheard strange noises coming from the hallway. That voice called. It's almost as bad as acting in a Sakura Nation specialty movie. Yang Xiao shook his head breathlessly. Young people nowadays. What a loose cannon. Don't know how to pay attention. In case the boss hears you. A thrill. What do you do when you're out of breath? Downstairs later. He decisively took out his cell phone and silently dialed a number. Hello, I'm reporting that there are men and women engaging in illicit transactions in Zhengyu District, Play Street, and in the hallways of Jinghua City. I'm a good young man of the new era, and everyone calls me Red Scarf. Hang up. Yang Xiao was in a better mood, having done another great good deed today. In the meantime, call and resign. What's the point of going to work when you're going to get rich? Come to the curb. Taking a yellow Ferrari unique to U City, he went straight to the starting point of outrageous wealth. Monument Walk. Yuqing Monument Walk. Located in the CY district, it is one of the 5 major business districts in U City. It's here. Not only are there a wide variety of high-spending luxury stores, but there are also underground shopping malls that benefit the public. Prosperity is not an option. It was not in any way inferior to the capital, the Magic City or the Deep City. And there are really a lot of beautiful women here. According to one media outlet, here, every few minutes, a beautiful woman with a great face passes by, to look out for. This is the perfect spot. Yang Xiao didn't come here to visit and look at beautiful women. There's serious business to be done. Other people come to spend money. He comes here to spend money to make money. Carrying 30,000. After Yang Xiao got off the car, his goal was clear, directly towards a Huawei cell phone store. As Yang Xiao was dressed in ordinary clothes, and a backpack, the young saleswoman, on her first day on the job, couldn't be sure if Yang Xiao was buying for herself or running errands on her behalf. One can only smile and bow and ask, "Hello sir, are you buying a phone or picking it up?" "Buy your own cell phone," said casually. Yang Xiao was heading straight for that recently released Huawei P999 Pro cell phone. The new Huawei P999 Pro phone is powerful, top performance, whether it's used for gaming, taking photos, listening to music, etc. It's a breeze to navigate, equivalent to a miniature computer. It's a total must-have for the home. The lower trims are all priced at $16,888. Not to mention the top end? The high price tag has directly dissuaded many of its favorites. Among them was the former Yang Xiao. At that time, he could only pick up Bu Yalian's obsolete cell phone to use, and the cell phone in his pants pocket should have been phased out a long time ago, but he insisted on using it until now. It's really not easy, but also understandable. After all, in the past, his money was either saved up in preparation for buying a house or given to Bu Yalian to subsidize his family. Where's the extra money to buy yourself a cell phone? See, Yang Xiao has a clear goal. The saleswoman hurriedly followed up. "Sir, if you want to buy a Huawei P999 Pro phone, I suggest you come back in a few days." Why? Yang Xiao was a little confused. In the saleswoman's opinion, Yang Xiao's outfit, at the top of the day, can only afford the low-profile version. The high-end version is $19,999. It's too expensive. The average person simply can't afford to buy it. But, spare me, she still didn't have a bad attitude. Still smiling and patiently explaining, "I'm sorry to make you come all the way for nothing. Huawei P999 Pro cell phone's low compatibility version has been sold out. Did I say to get the lower version?" See the figure reflected from the glass case. Yan Xiao understood. Hopefully, he's being underestimated. But Yang Xiao didn't get angry. Instead, he felt that the saleswoman was very nice, so he smiled and said, "The high-end version is also not available? Since the buy, again, you can get cash back. So it's definitely a good idea to go for the top-of-the-line version. What's the point of buying the low-end version? You're full?" The saleswoman froze for a moment, and then hurriedly said, "There are still high-end versions, please follow me." After guiding Yang Xiao to sit down, the saleswoman hurriedly trotted away. Half a minute later, she fetched a top-of-the-line Huawei P999 Pro trial phone over. "Hand out both hands." Yang Xiao took the phone. "After playing with it in my hands for a while, it felt smooth and fit my needs for some time to come." Then he said to the saleswoman, "How much is this phone?" "I'll take it." "It's settled so soon? It's so trenchant." The saleswoman suppressed her excitement. "Sir, the top version of this phone is 19,999 renminbi. Do you swipe card or cash?" "No rush." Waving his hand at the saleswoman, he continued, "Please help me pick out another laptop around $10,000. "Ah, okay, please wait a moment." The saleswoman was ecstatic, and hurriedly ran to pick out the laptop that met the requirements. First day on the job and a big bill. Who else? Less than 2 minutes. The saleswoman then came back holding another laptop, put it in front of Yang Xiao. She was about to introduce it when Yang Xiao directly waved his hand. "There's no need to introduce it. Just tell me how much it costs." "Settle down," the saleswoman said excitedly. "Total 29,887 renminbi. I can apply for a discount for you if you have a laptop." The most she can apply for is a 9.5% discount. Anything more? No. She was being kind, but Yang Xiao was not happy about it. If you discount a few hundred now, on a smaller scale, it's a loss of tens of thousands of dollars. On a larger scale, it could be hundreds or millions. Of course he couldn't agree and hurriedly waved his hand. No need to apply. Give me the original price pop. Better make it 30,000. No discount? The saleswoman froze for a moment. This morning, she had received many customers who asked for discounts even if they were just buying a pair of headphones. Otherwise, wouldn't have bought it. This one is so good. I can't believe I don't want a discount. Have a grudge against money? However, the customer is God. What customers say. Then she had no choice but to do what she had to do. Okay sir, then I'll apply for a relamination of your phone on my side. And the cost, if any, will just make up 30,000. Thanks. Yang Xiao nodded with satisfaction. The saleswoman rushed off to ask the store manager to come over and process the payment. Payment time. Yang Xiao used the spend 100 cashback card. Just completed payment. The phone then beeped with a text message. Huaxia Commercial Bank, your account with tail number 5918 completed the transfer transaction RMB plus 300,000,000 at 12:51 on November 30th, with a balance of 3,317 renminbi. 00. In the blink of an eye. It's a millionaire. That's money-making speed. Who else? Young Shaw took the phone card out of his old cell phone and put it on his new one, transferring important data over. Old cell phones. It went straight into the trash. Afterwards, he left the Huawei cell phone store with a big stride, and the computer was temporarily stored here. Left a number for a saleswoman. When he buys a house, then ask the saleswoman to deliver it to your door, or courier it to yourself. Chapter 5. So what? Seeking favorites. Seeking recommendations? The priority now is to make money. Yang Xiao formally entered the mall and took the elevator directly to the luxury goods area on the 6th floor. Walked straight to the Vacheron Constantin watch store. As for the Patek Philippe on the side, he pressed on, because he had heard that buying this brand of watch was a pain in the ass. There's a qualification check and all that. On the contrary, not only does Vacheron Constantin not have as many rules, the price and class is not much worse than Patek Philippe. Just walked to the door. It's not in yet. Just behind him, an exclamation of surprise rang out. Young Shaw, is that you? Hearing voices, Yang Zhao's body froze slightly. Then, looking sideways, he saw a man and a woman, arm in arm. The man looking at himself with a surprised look on his face. It was his high school classmate, Ponson. He was the one who said earlier in the group that Yang Xiao should go to KTV to become a young master. Walk up. Ponson stands in front of Young Shaw. Rapture welled up on his face. I really didn't expect to actually meet you here. By the way, have you paid off your loan shark? Why don't I introduce you to a job as a duck? It's fast money. The words were full of mockery. Actually, Ponson's family is average. The reason why he was dressed like a man now was all from this fat girlfriend next to him. At this moment, Yang Xiao didn't want to fight with him. Go right around him. Walked into the Vacheron Constantin watch store. Honey, who is he? Why does he look like a dog? Fei Jing looked at the departing Yang Xiao and couldn't help but curse. With that, he forced his 200-pound body to act like a birdie and snuggled into Pang Sen's arms. The picture. Any way you look at it, it makes you feel awkward. It's even hard. I really don't know when Ponson usually turns in his homework. What a hardship. Young Shaw's ignoring. It made Pang Sen feel like he had, just now, punched with all his might, directly on cotton. No effect at all. Angry Pang Sen gritted his teeth. Jing, you're right. He's more than just a dog. He's also a poor dog who's single and nobody wants him. That's what the words say though. However, Fei Jing was still a bit confused. Didn't you say he owed loan sharks? How come he still has money to buy this kind of high-end watch? She didn't buy it though. But it's also known that watches here can easily be in the tens and millions of dollars. Unusual people. They simply can't afford it. Ponson thought about it. And again this way, he must be running errands on behalf of a buyer, or receiving express mail, and maybe he doesn't even understand how expensive watches really are here. It was the only explanation he could think of, and one that made more sense. But, he overlooked one thing. Vacheron Constantin can easily cost tens of millions, even tens of millions of them. Something so valuable. Few people usually express, and the general courier company also dare not pick up. In case of damage, the cost of compensation is too high. These paragraphs are purely for the sake of the plot. Blindly whole. It's not worth it. Go, let's go in and see what kind of trick he's playing, Ponson suggested as he wanted to find out. Vacheron Constantin watch store. Yang Xiao listened attentively to the salesman's introduction. Can't understand it though. The salesman didn't belittle him, ignore him, or even slack off just because he was poorly dressed, either. Instead, they were received more and more warmly. They have met many rich people who are obviously worth a lot of money. but they are wearing rough clothes and flip-flops. A scruffy image to come here and act like a pussy. See more. Get used to it. They know very well that they just have to serve them well. Don't say sell the goods. Maybe even receive a sizable tip. After the salesman finished his introduction, he smiled and asked, "Sir, what do you think of this watch?" "Nice, I like it a lot. How much is it?" Yang Xiao nodded with satisfaction. "This watch is the latest model, priced at 2,990,000 RMB apiece. I can apply another discount for you on my side." The salesman said, "I'll take it, but the discount is even." Yang Xiao refused. Well, this took the salesman by surprise. Immediately after, Yang Xiao uttered again, words that made her directly doubt her life. "By the way, can you help me adjust the price to 3 million? At this moment, the salesman directly froze on the spot. "I didn't hear you right. Not only do you not want a discount, but you're offering to raise the price? It can't be that. Is out of his mind." In the meantime, Pust, on the side, Ponson bared his teeth and burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, you don't really think he's going to buy it, do you?" The salesman froze, looking at Yang Xiao on his left, and then at Pangson not far away. He didn't know what to do for a while. "It's difficult." Pangson swept a glance at Yang Xiao and then whirled to look at the pretty saleswoman, and took the opportunity to glance at her neckline. "It's so like the Great White." Noticing Ponson's strange gaze, the saleswoman hurriedly covered her neckline and moved over. To this, Pangson was unimpressed and pursed his lips. "Let me kindly remind you, not only is this guy a pauper, he also owes over $100,000 in loan sharks. The subtext is that he can't afford it and is just here to deliberately tease you." That's right, Fei Jing echoed. "So?" Jan Shaw asked. Pangson sneered, pointed at the watch, and said decisively, "If you can afford this watch, I will eat this glass on the spot." For such requests, of course young Shaw had to be satisfied. Besides, he had only seen it on TV. Someone who had nothing to do with eating glass. In real life, he hadn't seen it. Also wanted to see what happens when you eat glass. Immediately, he took out that Huaxia commercial bank card from his pocket. Slap on the display case. Then, to the salesman, he said boldly, "Swipe your card, $3 million, no discounts allowed." Simple words. Okay, sir, please wait a moment." The salesman hurriedly got up and went to ask the finance to come over for the formalities. Seeing Yang Xiao take out his bank card, the bottom of the barrel, Ponson's heart also beat a drum. That's impossible. Knowing what we know about him, if he's not at the end of his rope, he would never send a friend alone. But where does he get the nerve to pay for it now? Can't figure it out. Fei Jing was also puzzled, and whirled around muttering, how did he not go crazy when he owed money to loan sharks again? And when he was rolled up by a woman and ran away? Yeah, why didn't I think of that? He must have been so stimulated that his nerves were deranged and his brain was broken. Yes, definitely. In a split second, Pangson, as if he had been opened up, hugged Fei Jing's big pie face and barfed a kiss. Overjoyed, Fei Jing grabbed Pangson and did a dragon suck. It directly stunned everyone in the room. Young Shaw was even more revolted. The two finished kissing. They all looked at Young Shaw with a satisfied and expectant face, just like elementary school students waiting for the end of school. Not a moment too soon. The salesman led a smartly dressed woman with a POS. Come to Young Shaw. The competent woman smiled and said, "Hello sir, glad to be of service." Yang Xiao pointed to the bank card on the table. Swipe it. Yes, please wait a moment. A slight smile followed, and then the capable woman's fingers quickly danced across the POS. Chapter 6, The Evil One, Seeking Favorites. Seeking recommendations? Ponson had a look of amusement on his face. Fei Jing also had a smug look on her face, as if she had already seen Yang Xiao make a fool of himself. Soon, the able woman who completed the operation on the POS machine took Young Xiao's bank card in both hands and inserted it into the POS machine. Afterwards, the POS was pushed to Yang Xiao. Sir, please confirm the information and payment amount. If there's nothing wrong, please enter the PIN and press the confirm button. Thank you. At this moment, Ponson rubbed his hands together in excitement, more excited than the salesman. He then waited to hear the failed transaction alert go off. Then he would take the opportunity to taunt Young Shaw like crazy, with lines he had all thought of. How hard it is to hear. How to curse. Yang Xiao looked at the information on the POS, confirmed that it was correct, and then directly entered the password. 3 million paid successfully. Happy shopping. At this moment, the whole world seemed to be quiet. Ponson was confused. The words that reached his throat were forced back down again. It's hard. Fei Jing was also frozen. Payment successful? 3 million. That's no small amount. That much money is more than a lot of people will ever earn in their lifetime. And he gave it away lightly, not even with a hint of hesitation. Are you going to start eating from the mouth of the cup, or from the bottom? Looking at the incredulous Pang Sen, Yang Xiao said with interest. It was only after Yang Xiao's reminder that the crowd came back to their senses. He's got a cup to eat. They all looked at Ponson with a look of we're ready and waiting for you to perform. Ponson drank. This must be fake. Right, it must be that you colluded with them a long time ago. How else could you have paid for it? At the end, it almost roared out of control. There's a lot of movement. It attracts a lot of attention. Young Shaw was not surprised by Ponson's words and actions. After all, it's been like this since high school, and whenever someone else exceeds his expectations, there's something wrong. Just then, the store manager of this store heard about it, but after hearing that someone questioned their credibility, his face also looked bad. This gentleman, our Vacheron Constantine, is a global high luxury brand. How can we possibly do such a thing? If you continue to maliciously smear, beware of us suing you for libel. The rest of the people heard this and nodded their heads in agreement, and a number of voices appeared whispering accusations against Pang Sen. Ponson froze outright. How could he not expect that in just a moment the spearhead would be turned around and pointed at himself? A moment of panic, hurriedly pulling Fei Jing beside her. Jing, look, they're all joining together to bully me. What the hell? Everyone was stunned by what Ponson had just said and done. Men ask women for help. Still pouting. What's wrong with the world? It's okay to eat soft food on the basis of strength, but you actually bring out the bullies. Fei Jing didn't care. Reaching out a thick arm, he wrapped one around Ponson's shoulder and patted him on the back as a comforting gesture. Then, arms crossed, the eyes swept unkindly. You dogs and men, how dare you bully my husband? Do you know who I am? That imposing look, as if she was the biggest except for heaven and earth. It's very offensive. The store manager isn't one to be messed with either. No matter who you are or what your status is, none of you can maliciously smear us. Brands are big on reputation. There is no room for malicious smears. Fei Jing sneered and pointed at Yang Xiao and the store manager. I don't care. You guys have to apologize to us. Otherwise, there will be consequences. Apologize to you? Crazy. From the beginning until now, you guys have been the ones picking fights and looking for trouble. I can't believe you want people to apologize to you. Why don't you go to heaven? What an evil person. A mad dog biting people. Yang Xiao could only say this to Fei Jing's request. You dare to call me a dog? Fei Jing roared. Yang Xiao quickly waved his hand and said with a serious face, don't misunderstand. I don't mean to target you. What I mean is that both of you are mad dogs. Kid, you're dead. With that, Fei Jing prepared for a savage charge. The store manager rushed out to stop it. Let's talk this out. Don't do it. How could Fei Jing stop? Just then, suddenly, a loud voice came from outside the door. Daring, who is it that dares to make trouble in my store? The crowd looked for the sound, only to see a middle-aged man with a displeased face walking over. Boss, the store manager's eyes lit up, as if he had seen a life-saving straw, and he hurriedly greeted him. Ah, Lin, Uncle Lin. Seeing the visitor, Fei Jing was instantly startled. Boss? Uncle? The crowd was first stunned, and then the expressions on their faces, too, became expectant. A great flood has destroyed the Dragon King's temple. My own family doesn't recognize my own family. Interesting. Lin Hai, what the hell happened? Boss, the matter is like this. Then, the store manager said what he had learned. One by one, Fei Jing, who was sitting on the side of the room, was like a pinprick. Can't wait to leave. Lin Hai looked at Fei Jing. Fei Jing, what else do you have to say? I'm sorry, Uncle Lin. I know I'm wrong. I'll take Pang Sen out of here right away. Knowing that he was wrong, after saying that, he dragged Pang Sen away from here as if he was fleeing. How arrogant they were earlier. How wretched they fled at this moment. When they're gone, Lin Hai personally apologized to Yang Xiao, and promise, as long as Yang Xiao comes back to spend money again, the biggest discount will be given. Yang Xiao gladly accepted. Coming out of Vacheron Constantine, the current Yang Xiao had already skyrocketed in value once again, coming in at 300 million. That's how fast you make money. Who else? Look at the last two 100x cashback cards in your hand. If there are no accidents, then he'll end up being worth at least $10 billion. Or cash. It's like a private bank. Next, he was going to buy a house. And only then. It's the only way to spend a reasonable 300 million in a short period of time. Just say go. Take a cab and go. Just get in the car. Roadside. A middle-aged man dressed formally, with a Mediterranean head and a briefcase under his armpit, came to the cab with an eager face. In an urgent voice, he said, Little brother, can you give me a ride first? There is an urgent meeting to be held in our unit. The cab driver, looking to Yang Xiao in the back seat, waited for him to reply. No problem. Yang Xiao agreed cheerfully. He's not in a hurry anyway. Master, go to the political conference center. The Mediterranean man hurriedly got into the car and thanked Yang Xiao repeatedly. He's going to the government conference center for an important briefing. Can't get a car half the time. The Mediterranean man stroked the top of his head, the few hairs he had, and looked at Yang Xiao. Little brother, where are you going? Yang Xiao, saved up a little money to buy myself a sweet. Oh, where do you want to buy it? I don't know, the Mediterranean man whispered. Then my old brother suggests you go buy a house in the Tianfu Newtown neighborhood. Chapter 7, Learning to bark for him, seeking favorites, seeking recommendations? Yang Xiao wondered. Why? It's going to be a school district soon there, and the prices are sure to skyrocket. So now is the best time to get your hands on it. How do you know? I'm not going to lie. I'm just going to attend the official launch of the bidding process conference for that piece of educational land, next to the Tianfu Newtown neighborhood. That's really great. Yang Xiao was overjoyed. Originally, I didn't know what to do. It's really true that when sleep comes, someone hands you a pillow. Beiyu District, Tianfu New City, outside the sales center. The pretty saleswoman Lu Yuan, who was responsible for receiving Yang Xiao, had already been waiting there. See Yang Xiao arrive. Lu Yuan smiled and shook Yang Xiao's hand. Mr. Yang, you're finally here. I've already prepared the purchase contract. You just need to pay the down payment and sign it. I don't want that set of house. In the face of Lu Yuan's warm reception, Yang Xiao was smiling and shaking his head. Ah, the saleswoman froze for a moment and said in panic, Mr. Yang, didn't we all agree before that we would sign the contract and pay the down payment today? Tianfu Newtown is a new property, although it is on the river. But, because it is a newly developed area, the surrounding facilities are still not perfect. A lot of people don't look forward to the prospect. Therefore, the price of housing is not only cheaper compared to other areas, but the number of people who buy is also less. Sometimes, in almost 2 or 3 days, combined, there haven't been 10 people to see the house, even the salesman. Not many either. In order to be able to fulfill this order, Lu Yuan prepared for a day, just waiting for Yang Xiao to come over to sign the contract and pay the down payment. What I didn't expect to wait for was a don't want it from Yang Xiao. Change the general population. It would have been a long time ago to give a scolding to Yang Xiao. However, Lu Yuan, did not. For this attitude of Lu Yuan, Yang Xiao was satisfied. You may have misunderstood. I am saying that I don't want that set, not that I won't buy it. Listening to Yang Xiao, Lu Yuan sighed in relief. Mr. Yang, you're not lying to me, are you? Is it in my interest to lie to you? That's not true. Then it's not over. Yang Xiao smiled and continued. On your side, how much does a building cost? Ha? How much does it cost to buy a building in your development? A building? That's right. What does it mean? Lu Yuan felt that her brain was a little confused and not enough. Yang Xiao smiled and said, I mean, if the price you quoted is right, I want to buy a building. Now, the news about the neighborhood's impending transformation into a school district hasn't broken yet. When it's announced, housing prices are bound to go crazy. He bought it early. From then on, whether it's sold or rented, the price won't be low. How to count? It's all a sure thing. Gulp. Lu Yuan gulped and viciously pinched her thigh. It hurts. Seeing Lu Yuan lost her expression management, knew she had doubts. Yang Xiao laughed. It's like this. I decided to give up trying and inherited a fortune from my family and became a rich second generation. So, don't sit there foolishly, go and calculate the price. Seeing that Yang Xiao didn't look like he was joking, Lu Yuan was overjoyed and hurriedly ran to account for the price. At the same time, could not help but spit in his heart. With this condition, why pretend to be a pauper? Do rich people play like this? But, there's one that says one. If Yang Xiao does buy a building under her, then her commission. It's going to be a horrible number. A conversation between two people, just in time to be heard by a few other people not far away. Those salesmen directly poofed a few laughs. This kid has some nerve. Bragging is not taxing. Let's see. It's 80% that he's taken a liking to that little slut Lu Yuan and deliberately came to tease her. That's what I thought. Obviously a poor boy has to pretend to be some rich second generation. I don't know to take a piss and look in the mirror to see if I have that life. Shoo, keep your voice down. I'm just being honest. What are you afraid of? If he can buy a building, I'll get down on the ground and learn to bark for him. Isn't that true? The conversation between several people reached Yang Xiao's ears, and he just laughed and didn't retaliate. He felt it was better to speak with strength than anything else. At the same time, he was also looking forward to her barking. Soon, Lu Yuan was walking over with a book, her face overflowing with an uncontrollable smile. Sit down, Lu Yuan said. Mr. Yang, Sorry to keep you waiting. How much? After financial calculations, the price of a building is about $130 million. Only $130 million? Ah. This. Lu Yuan was speechless. Yang Xiao, this word of talent used. She didn't know how to answer. If it's 2 buildings, wouldn't that be $270 million? After thinking about it, Yang Xiao said so. If you can't spend it all at once, then, using a 100x cashback card, then the benefits are not maximized. It's a big loss. Theoretically, that could be the case. Lu Yuan nodded numbly. In this moment, her perception was refreshed. Received an affirmative response. Yang Xiao took out the bank card and placed it on the table. That's fine. If it's $270 million, I'll take 2 buildings. Then, I'll take the supporting parking spaces too. How about a price of $300 million? 2 buildings? Please wait a moment. I'll ask our manager to come over. Almost shocking Lu Yuan's jaw. She even suspected that Yang Xiao was deliberately flirting with herself. Out of courtesy, she turned around and asked for the manager anyway. Soon after, Lu Yuan then led a beauty in her 20s, dressed in a black professional suit, over. This beauty, whether it was her temperament, or her figure in face value, was a level higher than Lu Yuan. Strength to the top. Come to Yang Xiao. The beautiful manager smiled. This gentleman, may I ask if it's you who wants to buy 2 buildings with matching parking spaces? That's right. Yang Xiao nodded. 2 buildings, plus matching parking spaces, for only 299 million renminbi. Wait, what's wrong? Didn't we agree on 300 million? Yang Xiao asked with a frown. Sir, we gave you a discount of $1 million. The beautiful manager explained with a smile. It's hard to sell a house. No discounts. It simply does not express their sincerity. No. I don't need a discount. Please give me $300 million. Hearing the manager's words, Yang Xiao refused repeatedly. You discounted $1 million. That's $100 million less I'll have to make. That's close to a building. How does that work? Well, the beautiful manager smiled helplessly. It was also the first time she had seen a customer who didn't want a discount. After Yang Xiao confirmed the purchase of Building 1 and Building 2, as well as the attached parking spaces, beauty manager with the help of legal. Start the process. Production of contracts. The beautiful manager also started operating on her laptop. Chapter 8, Bu Yalian's backstabbing, seeking favorites. Seeking recommendations? Mr. Yang, please check the amount, and whether the personal information is correct. If it's okay, please enter the password. The female manager pushed the laptop in front of Yang Xiao. Jan Xiao smiled and nodded, looking away. 300 million indeed. Then enter the payment password on your computer and click on confirm. 2 seconds later. Payment successful. Thanks for patronizing. This one beeps. It's like heavenly music. It was at this instant that everyone present was moved. The manageress was puzzled. You dare to spend a lot of money on this kind of house in the suburbs. Even if you buy it, you buy 2 buildings at once. And a parking space. Is there more money than you can spend? 300 million. Buy a villa in the city. Doesn't it smell good? Had to throw it in here. Let's just say, there's money to be made. Near the front desk, several of the statuesque saleswomen there had their eyes straightened, looking into the eyes of Yang Xiao, full of adoration. Inside each one of them, they were like hungry tigers, itching to swallow them in one bite. Afterwards, it was more of a direct whispered scramble. Slutty wannabe bitch. Do you still want to learn how to bark? Why don't you let me have this opportunity? We're the BFFs. Let me have it. Pull back, you guys. Don't take a piss and look in the mirror to see if you're worthy of him. You deserve it? Who else could be good enough for the handsome multi-millionaire, multi-billionaire, except for me, who was born to be beautiful and hard to give up? Listen to this. The remaining few people rolled their eyes in unison, a silent sputtering. Ugh, shame on you. One of them even ruthlessly revealed. Bah, before, you were the one who cursed the hardest. The female saleswoman who was uncovered. A trace of anger surged on her face. My lady advises you to mind your own business. In a split second, the plastic sisterhood fell apart at this very moment, and it has a tendency to go to war at the drop of a hat. Still, there are those who haven't joined the slobbering hordes. It's sane. However, her reasoning was to rush straight over to Yang Xiao and ask for his phone number and WeChat. It's a shame, though. Failed. See the situation. The others, with fighting spirit ignited from nowhere, rushed over one by one, offering all sorts of restricted levels of solicitude. Some, even outright reported offers for restricted programs. Boldness. Listening to Yang Xiao, he called out to the insiders. Who is Bu Yaolian? As long as he nodded his head now, this group of saleswomen, without hesitation, could go with him and be at his beck and call. However, he didn't do that. All refused. After the payment, the manageress had then arranged for someone to start making printouts of the purchase and sale contracts for the 2 buildings, as well as the parking spaces. Dozens of copies. It took a full hour to print. The printers were smoking as if they were going to catch fire. Yang Xiao had been sitting quietly waiting for the formalities behind him. At the same time, he was also thinking about where else he could go to spend high next. $30 billion. What to buy so you can spend it all at once? Buy a company? It won't work. Purchasing a company is complicated, and the inventory of various assets takes at least a month. In less than 3 days, it is simply not possible to complete all the formalities of the acquisition. Unless the sky is falling, or dreaming. A thick pile of sale and purchase contracts. Yang Xiao signed for more than an hour before signing all the contracts. Hands are so sore they don't feel like their own. However, just as he had just signed the contract, satisfied and ready to leave, suddenly, outside the sales center, there was a cacophony of voices. Immediately after, a group of people, fishtailing through the door. Each man held a pile of money in his hand. Scramble. Where's your manager? Come out. I want to buy a house. Yeah. Give me 3 sets. I want 8 sets. 10 sets. This scene directly stunned all the staff, and everyone's face seemed to have a black question mark face. What's the situation? Why are so many people suddenly running to buy houses? Young Shaw knows the truth. The news is out. Hearing the crowd's request, the manageress was overjoyed and hurriedly organized the people to line up. Get ready to get busy. Just then, a man in a suit, disheveled and out of breath, ran out from the back of the sales center. Mr. Wang, why are you here in person? The female manager saw the visitor and immediately greeted him. Huang Wenwen, what's wrong with you? I've been calling your cell phone for almost an hour and you just won't answer. Seeing her, Wang Jiangwo was furious. Just now, we managed to sell 2 buildings, so, it's been busy and I didn't hear it. Huang Wenwen explained with a smile. Quick to praise me. What? Sold 2 buildings. Hearing this, Wang Jiangwo almost fell on his face. How did you become this manager? Why don't you report in advance? Report? Huang Wenwen froze. Didn't you guys say that as long as someone is willing to buy it, who cares? Sell it and talk about it? What's the matter? Changed your mind so quickly? Wang then broke the news of the government's announcement that a key high school would soon be built near their property. After hearing this, Huang Wenwen was directly dumbfounded. Why is that? God forbid. If this shit hadn't come out and she had sold 2 buildings, the top would have rewarded her well. Now it seems, not anymore. According to the standards of the school district, the 2 houses they just sold could still be worth at least double again. Then her reward money, too, would be doubled. Losses were heavy. Before this, she had thought that Yang Xiao was a fool with a lot of money. In hindsight, the fool was himself. And so on. Is there some kind of tip-off that he's buying so many houses all of a sudden? Can we get him to buy a low-cost house? Come back to your senses. Huang Wenwen wants to find Yang Xiao to buy a house at a low price, even if she has to sacrifice herself. However, the figure of Yang Xiao was no longer visible. In the meantime, on the other hand, Bu Yalian was crying and dragging a big bag of things back to her house. Gave the situation to his parents. Surname Yang has gone too far. Bu Yalian's father. His forehead veined with anger. Bu Yalian nodded her head. Who says it isn't? After he found out, it's not even a matter of breaking up with me. He actually wants me to return the money to him. Otherwise, it's going to sue me. What? Is that brat Yang Xiao really that shameless? Bu Yalian's mother slapped her hand on the table, angry and shaking. Bu Yalian, Mom, what should I do? At first, she thinks that when Yang Xiao said he broke up with her, it was all a lie. Make yourself pay back. That's even more unlikely. It wasn't until, after she was ruthlessly thrown out by her landlord, that she realized, Yang Xiao is serious. Having been together for many years, she still knows Yang Xiao's character very well, and if she doesn't pay back the money, she will definitely be sued by him. Chapter 9, Encountering the Class Flower, Seeking Favorites. Seeking recommendations? Bu Xiaoda coldly said, this kid, he's also too ungrateful. You've been together for so many years. Sooner or later you're going to get married. His money, isn't it your money? What's wrong with using it? For such a small amount of money. I can't believe I pulled down my face to make a fuss and break up with you. Bah, scum! The older 2 of them were aware of the borrowing thing and were all for it with both hands and feet. In their eyes, an educated sea turtle like Ai Pinrin, with a lot of money under his belt, is the right person to be their son-in-law. As for Yang Xiao, I'm sorry, it's just a tool for them to enrich themselves. Even if there is no return of Ai Fluttershy Ren, there may be an appearance of Mei Rini and Hatsu Icon. Sooner or later, Yang Xiao will be swept off his feet by them. Only now it's ahead of schedule. Dad, Can you guys give some constructive advice? Bu Yaolian had a headache. Bu Xiaoda stroked his chin. No. Looking at Bu Xiaoda, who had thought for half a minute in a serious manner and, in the end, just said no 2 words, Zhang Suihua couldn't help but roll her eyes. Then he looked at his daughter. Now that it's come to this, I think that you should let Fluttershy know what you're in for. Ha! Bu Yaolian froze. Egu, how did I give birth to such a stupid daughter like you? Zhang Suihua said with hatred. She thinks she's smart. The daughter is so stupid. I can't believe I still don't understand what I'm saying after I've said it so clearly. Hearing this, Bu Xiaoda was instantly displeased. Zhang Suihua, listening to you. Are you blaming me? Get lost. I don't have time for you right now. You. Ha! Zhang Suihua's eyes glared, and Bu Xiaoda swallowed back the words that had reached his mouth. Give up the argument. He didn't want to spend his nights kneeling on the keyboard or sleeping in the living room. Zhang Suihua looked at her daughter and said with a fluttering brow, it's good that you and Yang Xiao broke up. This way, you and Fluttershy won't have to engage in an underground love affair and can be together openly and honestly. Mom, don't talk so hard. Hard to hear? Don't think I don't know how many times you guys have secretly dated. Zhang Suihua smiled with deep meaning. If you don't want people to know, you can't do it. She knows all about it. Bu Yaolian. Okay, you hurry up and call Fluttershy and tell him you broke up. He's smart and knows what to do. Still what this is it hard to believe that you still want me to call for you? Zhang Suihua hated to grab her daughter's cell phone and directly call for her. Alright, I'll speak for myself. Coming out of Tianfu New Town. It's already past 3 in the afternoon. A hunger pang came from his belly. It dawned on him that he hadn't had his noon meal until now. So I called an internet taxi and headed to go to Yuzhou restaurant for dinner. Yuzhou Hotel. It is the earliest and largest in Yu City. Likewise, it is one of the most popular 5-star hotels. A casual meal. All for tens of thousands of dollars. It's simply not something that the average person would be able to afford. Half an hour later, outside the Yuzhou Hotel, Yang Xiao was dressed in a pair of ground floor goods, with his feet in a pair of casual shoes that cost less than $100. Looking at what was, once, an unattainable 5-star hotel, the heart is full of emotions. Thoughts aside, striding toward the hotel, entering the door. There was no fictional dog and pony plot where the security guard saw him poorly dressed and stopped him from entering. On the contrary, the big security brother even saluted at him. It made young Shaw feel humanly warm. He was then led by the waiter directly to box 918 on the 9th floor. Yang Xiao ordered all that he wanted to eat. Today, he was going to reward himself. Not bad. Serving is still a while away. Idle. He opened his cell phone WeChat again and found that the messages from his high school classmates group were actually $9.99 plus. It is a click to enter. Climb to the top floor. Classmates, we've graduated for so many years. Shouldn't we have a class reunion? That's a good offer. I agree. Class president's right. We haven't gotten together much since graduation. Everyone can sign up voluntarily. And if you don't want to participate, we won't force you. The location. Everyone conferred and decided. A group of people who are overwhelmed by work have finally decided to put down their jobs and let loose for the sake of their lost youth. Say it's a party. In fact, it's more of a comparison between classmates. Let's see who's a better mixer than who. Of course, there are those who want to take this opportunity to fish in troubled waters. After all, the wine is over. Classmates again. It's not a bad idea for someone to try to take advantage of the opportunity to bang the girl they didn't get back then. Yensha continued to scroll down. It would be great to go to the beach. Grass, at a glance. You just want to see the goddess in a swimsuit. Shame on you. Shit, how dare you talk about me? You don't want to see it? Excuse me, I was admiring. Shame on you. Getting back to the point, where have we chosen for our party? Group. The discussion about where to meet went on for a long time. It was all finally decided to be at the Yuzhou Hotel. The reason why I chose this place, it seems to be because the owner of the place, who wants to emigrate, is ready to peddle his domestic properties, and the Yuzhou Hotel, again, it's the unattainable mecca of everyone's adolescence, and picking this place is a way to make up for it. See here. A flash of amazement flashed in Yang Zhao's eyes. Could this be the heavenly reward for food? When you're lucky, you're in good spirits. Immediately ask the waiter of the box to call their manager over. 5 minutes later, there was a knock on the compartment door. Jan Shaw, come in. Looking at the woman who walked into the box, wearing a professional sheath dress, Yang Xiao directly froze for a moment. He did not expect the manager here. Actually his high school classmate, once the class president, Lin Xian. Similarly, Lin Xian was taken aback when she saw Yang Xiao. How could it be him? She saw the message from the class group, only, she didn't speak. Judging from the fact that Yang Xiao was dressed in a line of ground floor goods, She didn't feel like she could afford to spend money here either. Could it be that he's mentally stimulated to get back at society? Suddenly, she saw the watch on Yang Zhao's wrist. At once, her eyes widened. Isn't that Vacheron Constantine's? Where did he come from? Is it possible that he's a rich kid? Countless thoughts came to mind in this instant. She felt like she was reacquainting herself with young Shaw from head to toe. Long time no see. She didn't know how to speak. Yang Xiao took the lead to break the deadlock. After so many years of not seeing each other, our class flower is still radiant. Think back to that year. The boys in school who liked Lin Xian, when added up, could form a reinforced platoon. Lin Xian shook her head. Forget it. Compared to your tablemates, this bit of me is completely inadequate. What do you mean? She's actually a great beauty. Only her face is sealed by her bangs and big black glasses. Chapter 10, Promotion and Salary Increase. Just around the corner, seeking collection. Seeking recommendation. Looking at the photos on Lin Xian's cell phone, young Shaw had to admit it. He was moved. He also didn't expect such a breathtaking look to be sealed under those black-framed glasses. It's been a few years. Lu Wei sends her friends circles and never posts pictures of herself. That's why Jan Shaw hasn't seen it. It is also normal. What's the matter? Moved? Lin Xian raised her eyebrows. She, currently single. No boyfriend yet. Don't worry. We've never met. I won't tell her. Lin Xian seemed to be able to read Yang Zhao's thoughts. Speak up ahead of time every time. Yang Xiao touched his nose in embarrassment and smiled. In return, sit down and eat together? Some other time. I mean, it's business hours. Keep this meal in mind and treat me next time. Lin Xian explained with a red face. At the moment, she couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. It's so humiliating. Fine. Lin Xian had principles, so Yang Xiao couldn't insist any longer and could only give up. Then you eat, and we'll talk again sometime. With that, Lin Xian prepared to leave. Wait a minute. I heard that your boss is ready to bid for this hotel? Yang Xiao was so focused on catching up that he almost forgot about the main event. Lin Xian was a bit confused by the question. What did this mean? Settle down. Lin Xian said. Are you kidding? Do I look like I'm joking? Our hotel is indeed for sale. However, I heard that a few days ago, a large consortium from the capital wanted to buy it for $25.5 billion, which was rejected by the owner. After a pause, Lin Xian said so. The implication is that the hotel won't sell for less than that. Don't worry, $2 or $3 billion. I can still take it out. You just invite your boss to come. Yang Xiao said. Can you come up with $20 or $30 billion? Geez, what exactly does his family do? Why didn't you see it before? At this very moment, Lin Xian didn't even know how to describe the shock within her. She knew him like it was the first time. She didn't move. Yang Xiao smiled and reminded again. What are you waiting for? Get moving. But our boss doesn't meet people easily. How about this? You ask him to inquire about who bought 2 buildings today, all by himself, in Tianfu New Town. Hurry up and move. Young Shaw snapped his hands together. Lin Xian's brain buzzed. Turn around and leave. It's not a problem for young Shaw as long as it doesn't exceed $30 billion, even if it's over. He has other solutions for that too. The top floor of the Yuzhou Hotel, in the boss's office. After listening to Lin Xian's report, Yuzhou leaned back in his boss chair, his eyebrows zigzagging into a Sichuan character. Hesitate again and again. Still called and asked. Ask this and find out. I can't believe it's true. And, not long after he bought it, Tianfu New Town just skyrocketed in price because it became a school district. 2 buildings. Before the price increase, that would have been a couple $100 million. So much money. He still paid the full amount in one lump sum. This is simply appalling. To know, in today's society, those who can come up with millions, even tens of millions of dollars at once, quite a few indeed, but the ability to come up with hundreds of millions of dollars in cash all at once, even some of the big consortiums in U City, it's also hard to do. And not only was Yang Xiao able to do it, but he also predicted in advance that Tianfu New Town would increase in price. Is he from a big family coming down to practice? Got a tip? Yu Chao could only guess so. As the back is turned to himself, Lin Xian couldn't see what kind of expression was on her boss's face. The heart could not help but feel a little anxious. Mr. Yu, he is still waiting in box 918. Do you see or not? See, the boss didn't reflect. Lin Xian continued. Didn't you say that we have to fulfill all reasonable and legitimate needs of our customers? Cut the crap. Lead the way in front. Yu Zhou suddenly stood up and said. Lin Xian overheard the expression on her boss's face, like a blooming chrysanthemum, splendid beyond measure. It left her a little puzzled. In the meantime, in box 918, Yang Xiao was eating a variety of various top-quality food. When these delicacies were placed in the past, He couldn't even dream of imagining that he would be able to eat them one day. Now not only can you eat on it, anything else you want, you can order. The life of a rich man, it's just so plain and boring, is eating with vigor. Lin Xian knocked on the door, and only after receiving Yang Xiao's permission did she walk in with Yu Zhou. Look at what Yang Xiao is wearing on the ground. Yu Chao became more and more convinced. Yang Xiao was the one arranged by the big families to come down to practice, dress like this, just for the sake of concealment. Yu Zhou came in front of Yang Xiao and smiled. Mr. Yang, welcome to dine at Yu Zhou restaurant. I'm the boss here. Yu Zhou. Hello, boss Yu. Is the food in our restaurant still to Mr. Yang's liking? It's great. It's delicious. That's good. Yang Xiao wiped his mouth and said, Mr. Yu, I heard that you want to sell this hotel? Yeah. Yu Zhou nodded. Yang Xiao asked, how much? Mr. Yang, I'm not lying. My hotel was built, spent nearly 10 billion, over the years, and is the accumulation of a lot of old customers, the value of well. Yu Zhou smiled, did not continue to say, the meaning is also obvious, not for sale at low prices. Yang Xiao simply, make a direct offer. Mr. Yang really wants to buy? We only accept one-time payments, and it has to be a cash transfer. No problem. Several of our shareholders have discussed a bottom-line price, and that is not to be lower than $29 billion. Yu Zhou finished quoting the price. There was some apprehension. Originally they agreed on a bottom-line price of $28 billion. Temporarily, he added another billion. He wasn't sure if Yang Xiao would accept the price. If not accepted, then he only has to come down. Tell you what, I'll offer $30 billion. However, I have two conditions. Yang Xiao stretched out two fingers. Crap. Yu Zhou's hand shook and the cell phone in his hand almost fell to the ground. How could he not expect that Yang Xiao not only did not cut the price, but actually took the initiative to increase the price? 1 plus or a billion. Stupid people with lots of money? He took a deep breath and held back his inner excitement. You said, let alone 2, even 20 would be fine. Yang Xiao, first, the money, I can pay it right away. But, all formalities must be completed by 10 o'clock in the morning of the day after tomorrow. Time is tight. But no problem. We have a professional team. Very well. Secondly, the existing management, including the backroom, must be retained, and no one can be taken away privately. No problem. Okay, mister. You make the arrangements. I can make the payment today. Alright, I'll arrange it right away. Mister Yang, take your time to eat this meal today. It's on me, Yu Zhou said excitedly. Meanwhile, walked to the door of the box, waving at Lin Xian. Shaolin, come over here. Keep your future boss, Mr. Yang, company, and a promotion and pay raise will be just around the corner. Chapter 11, doing the right thing as a manager, seeking favorites. Seeking recommendations, just around the corner? Why does it feel like it sounds weird? After reacting, Lin Xian's pretty face instantly reddened like a ripe red strawberry. Dainty, it gives you the urge to rush up and take a bite. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and get in. Pushing Lin Xian into the box, he said his goodbyes and left in a hurry. Walking and talking on the phone. Preparation of formalities. Lin Xian entered the box. Yang Xiao pointed to the chair. So many dishes haven't moved yet. Eat together. Next time I'll treat you. Ah. Oh. Good. Lin Xian sat down in a trance, looking at the both familiar and unfamiliar Yang Xiao in front of her. The depths of his eyes glowed with a different color. She has also been working in this hotel for several years, and with her excellent working ability, she worked her way up to the position of manager. Also met a lot of wealthy people with a lot of money. And yet there has never been anyone like Yang Xiao, who is both grounding and admirable. Compared to him, the rich dudes she used to know were not on the same level at all. Such, it was her ideal other half. This kind of enters people by the billions. At this moment, she felt more and more that Yang Xiao was like a great general who had been in the battlefield for a long time. Whether in the mall or in love, must be pretty flat. As for the whole getting ripped off thing, definitely smoke and mirrors too. Yang Xiao was eating abalone. If only he knew what was really going on inside Lin Xian's mind. Probably going to be stunned as well. Smoke grenades? Please. I was fucking literally cheated out of my money by a woman. And my bank card plus the change in my WeChat totaled less than $100. Just be glad to be lucky. Suddenly, a couple of magical cashback cards were acquired before you had that much money. There's money. Beggars can exude the air of the richest man. How many years have you been working here? After finishing the abalone in his hand, Yang Xiao looked up at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, almost 5 years. Any interest in being a general manager? I mean, serious general manager. Yang Xiao nodded and said in a serious manner. He's gonna make me GM? Really? Lin Xian was a bit confused. Her mind was full of General Manager Gon's words. and she didn't listen to what was said afterward at all. She's just the regional manager now. To the general manager, it's still 100,000 miles away. Naturally, the paychecks are tens of blocks apart. General, in the hotel, the board basically doesn't come back. Thus, the general manager becomes the one with the most power and the highest salary package. It's something to look up to. Moreover, the general manager of their hotel had been Yu Zhou himself. As soon as he's gone, this position will be vacant. Until then, there must be a lot of people vying for it. Yang Xiao actually directly designated herself. How could she not be excited? Looking at Yang Xiao sitting across the table, Lin Xian could not hide her excitement. Are you serious? That's for sure. But I'm inexperienced. What if I lose my money? It's okay, take your time to learn. No one is born knowing everything. Spreading his hands, Yang Xiao said with a smile. Yeah, you're the boss and you're not afraid of losing money. What am I? A part-timer? Afraid of? Think about it. Lin Xian was relieved and her mood was a little lighter. There was even a moment. She suspects that Yang Xiao wants to secretly beg himself. Then, lend yourself to this thread. Go after Lu Wei. And then, think of the shame. His face was also getting redder and hotter. Yang Xiao was not sure, and wanted to ask her if she was uncomfortable somewhere. Why she was always blushing. Just then, Yu Zhou walked in with a few company executives. Introducing, this Mr. Yang, will be the new boss and the future of all of you. As soon as he entered the door, Yu Zhou looked at the several people and said, on the way here. Yu Zhou then told them about the deal he made with Yang Xiao. The purpose of bringing them here at this moment. The main thing is to recognize people. Yang Xiao stood up obediently. Several of you. From now on, the Yuzhou Hotel will depend on all of you. Mr. Yang is polite. Several people said in unison. A brief acquaintance. Yang Xiao finished his meal as well. Yu Zhou then said, Mr. Yang, then let's go through the payment process now. Good. Yang Xiao nodded. Yu Zhou asked the CFO to bring over the prepared receipts, as well as some transfer agreements. In the meantime, the lawyer Yenshaw got arrived. Counsel double-checked that it was correct. Yang Xiao was to transfer the money to the account provided by the CFO, and exchange a receipt. Follow-up procedures. It will also be done by 10 o'clock in the morning the day after tomorrow. See the arrival information on your computer. The way Yu Zhou looked at Yang Xiao became more and more different. More conviction. Yang Xiao is the super rich kid that certain families come down to experience. Yang Xiao looked at the several executives. Let's do it this way. If there are any more formalities to follow up, please look for Mr. Lin directly. Yes, Mr. Yang. Several executives said. They only had 30 hours or so to perfect the formalities. The task is daunting. After completing the payment, this hotel is basically all Yang Xiao's now. A few more polite words with Yu Chao accounted for a few things. Yang Xiao then left the hotel. Now him. All 5 spend 100 cashback cards were used up, except for the first waste. Other. All at maximum value. Value for money. He now has $3 trillion in his hand. It's still readily available cash flow. Where that could rank on Forbes, he wasn't sure. But, in the country, it's still one of the richest. This time, the sky was already darkening. He, on the other hand, has no place to live. He decided secretly, I must go buy a car and a suite tomorrow. Waiting for the house to be bought. Everything is settled. He'll go and get his parents again to enjoy the benefits. Wandering around outside. Back to the hotel for another night. Day 2. After sunrise, he just got up. As soon as he got up, he realized he had dozens of missed calls on his cell phone, and nearly 100 unread messages. It made him a little puzzled. It was only when I clicked to see it that I realized that, as it turned out, these were all major banks in Huaxia calling and requesting a meeting with Yang Xiao. Only because I was so tired yesterday. He put his cell phone on vibrate. Didn't hear it. Think about it. So much cash in hand. If we can get Yang Xiao's money, in our own bank, even if it's just for a day, that's a pretty good income. 2. In this regard, Yang Xiao did not pay attention, but went downstairs to eat breakfast, and directly took a taxi to the Auto Expo Center. This is the largest car sales and service center in Yu City. One-stop shop before and after the sale. It doesn't matter if it's a multi-million-dollar luxury car or a used car that no one has broken into for thousands of dollars. Through and through. You can buy it here. At the door, Yang Xiao saw that there was a large advertisement for an air column, and hot chicks dancing. There were a lot of onlookers. It seems like Mercedes is doing a campaign. He didn't bother. Headed straight for the Mercedes 4S store. Stop. Just as Yang Xiao was about to step through the door of the Mercedes-Benz 4S store, he was stopped by 2 staff members. What's wrong? Yang Xiao wondered. Chapter 12, I'll take it all, begging for favorites. Begging for recommendations. The 2 staff members, swept a glance at Yang Xiao and said indifferently, "I'm sorry, we are no longer recruiting migrant workers here for the time being." Migrant workers? Yang Xiao froze. He was actually misunderstood. But it is normal. He's in this outfit that doesn't cost more than $200. How to watch? None of them really look like they're here to buy a car. Yesterday was just too busy. There was no time to go clothes shopping. I'm not here to find a job, but to buy a car here. Yang Xiao smiled and explained. Buying a car? Not today. Chen Xianhui shook his head with a cold face. No? Young Xiao was about to go up to the theory. Just then, a man in a suit, with a beer belly, walks up with a female secretary on his arm. Chen Xianhui turned into a smile for a second, and greeted him with a quick step. Yo, Mr. One, you personally came. Nonsense. If you don't come in person to buy a car, is it hard for you to deliver it to my door? Wang Zhengqiao asked rhetorically. Chen Xianhui smiled and said, if Mr. Wang doesn't mind, I can also come to your door. You kid just knows how to kiss ass. I bet if you lived in ancient times, you would definitely be a eunuch. Wang Zhengqiao laughed and scolded. Even when compared to a eunuch, not only was Chen Xianhui not angry, but the smile on his face became even more intense. Because, soon, another bill of several $100,000 is going to befall him. It's not good enough to say millions are possible, as long as it makes money. Why can't you be a lickspill? Wait a minute, why are they just allowed to go in and buy a car? Young Shaw asked with a puzzled frown. Do you know what kind of cars we sell here? Chen Xianhui turned around and gave Yang Xiao a look with that gaze full of contempt. He's been in car sales for several years. From the first moment he saw Yang Xiao, he concluded that Yang Xiao absolutely could not afford a car from his own store. He came here. The only thing I wanted to do was to take advantage of the Mercedes event and go into the store to get a few pictures, so that you can take it out and pretend. Such people, they come across them every day. Today especially. It's disgusting. Yang Xiao's face sank as he asked rhetorically, isn't it Mercedes? That's right, it's a Mercedes. They can get in because they can afford it and you can't. Chen Xianhui sneered. He then pointed in a direction and said with a sneer, go out here and turn left. There's a used van for sale there. You can get it for a few $1,000s and you don't have to wait in line. Several other staff members, too, looked at Yang Xiao with a teasing face. Can't even afford a car. What are you doing here? Are you trying to mess us up? Brain-dead dog. Yang Xiao was instantly enraged. He thought he wouldn't encounter the kind of very brainless, dogged face-punching plot in novels. I didn't expect to run into it the next day. As it is, then he wasn't going to give Chen Xianhui a good face. Where's your manager? Let him come out and talk. Oh, you still want to see our manager? You don't take a piss and look in the mirror. Are you qualified? Chen Xianhui said with a cold smile. Suddenly, a voice came from the Mercedes 4S store. Why are you blocking the doorway? Don't even look at what day it is. The words just fell. A young woman in a professional suit, frowning with a displeased face, stepped over on her high heels. Seeing this, Chen Xianhui immediately pointed at Yang Xiao and said, Manager this person has been loitering outside for half a day. Not only did he not buy a car, but he also tried to break in. Break in? It's anticlimactic. Shirchuan's gaze moved to Yang Xiao, and she was taken aback. Then she laughed. Ouch. So it's an old classmate. Young Xiao went to high school with her. After so many years of not seeing each other, I didn't expect you to remember me. Yang Xiao felt a little surprised. Must remember. What are you doing here? Oh, I came here to buy a car. But, your people won't let me in. Yang Xiao pointed at Chen Xianhui, somewhat helpless. I heard that the two were classmates, talking to each other again. Chen Xianhui's heart was tight. It is finished. It is finished. Shizhong holds a grudge. If you bully his classmates yourself, you're bound to get your shoes worn. He was even beginning to wonder if it was time to run away. However, just then, all that could be heard was Shizhong's laugh. Then said, I don't think he's doing anything wrong. You don't have the money to buy a car, so why should he let you in? It was expected that she would do justice in the memory of her classmates. I didn't expect this. There was a pause. Young Shaw asked rhetorically, who told you that I don't have the money to buy a car? As long as he wants to. With his current financial resources, he could totally buy all the 4 stores in the Auto Expo Center. Not to mention buying a Mercedes. You call that no money? Crazy. Shirquan scoffed. Yang Xiao, what kind of strength do you have? Don't I know? You've been cheated out of all your money by a woman and owe more than $100,000 to loan sharks. What are you going to buy our family's Mercedes-Benz with? Imagination? Yang Xiao scrutinized Shirquan. Is this how you treat your customers? Shirquan smiled coldly. As for me, I am so realistic. If you were worth tens of millions of dollars, I could even be a cow for you. Said. Shirquan spread her hands. But unfortunately, you don't have anything. so why should I give you a smile? Just get the hell out of here. This is not the place for you to come. Poor B. After the scolding, he sure Jung felt her body was unbelievably free. Never had it so good. To know. She used to work as a cow for those rich classmates in order to be able to take the list. Hate to lick the soles of their shoes clean. Nowadays. Let her meet the penniless Yang Xiao. She is bound to make a clean breast of it. In the meantime, there were jeers from the others. Manager, he is right. This is not a place for poorer than you. A poor man should go where a poor man should go. I see you. At best you can buy a bicycle. You are destined to have nothing to do with small cars in your life. Your life is a tragedy. All kinds of bad language. The layers are endless. Based on the principle of dog bites me. I don't bite the dog. Yang Xiao ignored them and directly turned around to leave. Headed next door. Ha 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 ha. Dumbass. You're going the wrong way. There are all supercars over there. More expensive than the ones we have here. He Shirchian laughed out loud. Does manager he want me to follow over and take a look? Chen Xianhui pushed his glasses. His demeanor fawning and eager to try. No need. He Shirquan waved her hand and entered the store. Young Shaw went straight to the BMW store. Not only was there no one at the door to stop them, but they were greeted warmly by the saleswoman. Welcome to BMW 4S store. How can I help you? Saleswoman Yuan Meng asked with a smile. Walk into the store. Yang Xiao swept a glance inside the BMW 4S store and said with a bold voice. I'll take all the cars in your store. What? Yuan Meng froze for a moment, looked at Yang Xiao, and asked with some uncertainty. First, sir, what did you just say? The cars in your store. I'll take them all. Go do the paperwork right away. Yang Xiao pulled out his bank card. Chapter 13. Thank you. Because of you. For favorites. Recommendations. Today, he's going to spend wildly for once. Let's see who dares to underestimate themselves. Hear the scene. This time Yuan Meng could be sure that she hadn't heard wrong. As a salesman in a luxury car store, you are exposed to rich people for years and years. No more or less about luxury goods. Phone. She saw with her own eyes the Vacheron Constantine on Young Shaw's wrist as he took out his bank card. For this brand, she has learned, knowing that at every turn a watch, which costs tens of millions of dollars, is not at all affordable to the average person. Her eyes flashed, guessing that he might have met the legendary low-key bigot. Then he led Yang Xiao to sit down afterward. Immediately run and tell the store manager. Soon, the store manager sniffed and was all smiles. Hello sir, you really want to buy all the cars in our store? That's right. We have 52 BMWs in the store right now, with an estimated total value of over $40 million. Swipe it. 3 simple words almost brought the store manager to tears with excitement. So is Yuan Meng. 52 vehicles. Several months of sales from previous years. It was done in one day. It's like a dream. The store manager rushed to organize people to start the process. The store that was originally clean. In a split second. All busy. Finish paying. Yang Xiao looked at the store manager and said, the cars are temporarily stored here. Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, all of them will be sent to Yuzhou Hotel. No problem. Promised to complete the task. The store manager was overjoyed, nodding his head like garlic. Young Shaw is waiting in the VIP room. The store manager, Pao Guoqiang, ducked aside and gave his boss, Zhou Cheng, a good news call. At this very moment, several German car 4S store owners at the Auto Expo Center were attending an outdoor event. Get the call? Zhou Cheng asked. Xiao Bao. What's the matter, Mr. Zhou? I'll tell you a heavenly happy event. There was just a customer who bought all 50 or so cars in my store, Pao Guoqiang said excitedly. Hearing Pao Guoqiang's words, Zhou Cheng directly jumped up with a rub. Really? Really? And it's full payment? Crap. Even Zhou Cheng, who had seen a lot of great things, couldn't help but burst out. Selling cars for so many years, he'd never seen anyone buy a car like that before. BMW is not like those top-of-the-line luxury cars that cost millions, if not tens of millions of dollars. BMW most cars, all are still priced in the hundreds of thousands, if not millions only. Sold over 40 million at once, more than 50 units. It's just appalling. In this matter, we still have to thank the manager of the Mercedes next door. Pao Guoqiang continued. Were they introduced? How? What was that all about? Their manager thinks that this gentleman can't afford a Mercedes-Benz and won't even let him in the door. Ha ha ha. Pao Guoqiang laughed loudly. Is this still going on? Zhou Cheng laughed, looking towards Zhuchuan, the owner of that Mercedes-Benz store sitting not far away. Zhou Cheng's eyes were filled with teasing. Thanks for sending me money. Ha ha ha. Hang up. Zhuchuan asked curiously. Old Zhou, what are you so happy about? Say it. Let's all have fun together. Zhou Cheng then told Zhuchuan what he knew. Congratulations, this kind of tycoon. I really want to make friends. The envy in Zhuchuan's eyes was almost overflowing. It sold over $40 million in one day. Present. Is there anyone who doesn't envy that? Zhou Chang laughed. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. Thank me? Zhu Chuan was confused. Where did that come from? Zhou Chang explained. That's right. If it wasn't for the help of your staff under your hand, I wouldn't have had the chance to make this big order. With those words, Zhu Chuan became more and more confused. I heard Zhou Chang continue. He went to your store first. The manager thought he couldn't afford a car and wouldn't let him in. He had no choice but to come to my store. Otherwise there would still be my business. Ah, ha ha. After Zhu Chuan heard this, his entire body was like a thunderbolt, completely dumbfounded. Nima, he Shirchion, look what you've done. I can't believe you guys can kick the duck out of my mouth. You're such assholes. Zhu Chuan was furious, his forehead veins rippling, his chest heaving. Zhou Chang got up and waved his hand at everyone. Sorry everyone. I'm going back to meet this big brother. See you later, old Zhou. Wait, I'll go back with you. This matter, I have to explain it to him face to face. Zhu Chuan didn't even think about it and decisively followed. The two immediately headed for the Auto Expo Center. In the meantime, in the Mercedes-Benz 4S store, Chen Xianhui ran to He Shirqiang's side and whispered, Manager that man went into the BMW store. It's been almost 40 minutes and he hasn't come out yet. Come out? Oh, he hasn't had enough fun. What's he doing out? You're right. Those kind of poor losers can't afford a minivan in their lifetime. Don't talk nonsense. Toy cars are fine. Yeah, that's the only toy car he can afford. The two were talking to each other. Suddenly, a man ran in from outside and said hurriedly, He manager. Something big has happened. What's it like to panic? I heard outside that all 50 or so cars in the BMW store were sold just now. Isn't it true? He Shirquan was a bit disbelieving. Really? You guys keep an eye on the store. I'll go over and take a look. He Shirqiang gave an explanation and ran out with Chen Xianhui. At this very moment, outside the BMW store, there were a lot of people gathered. All want to see what this big, extravagant tycoon looks like. Seeing He Shirqiang walk up, the manager of the Audi store said, Sister why do you think this tycoon didn't choose Audi Benz? Why? He Shirquan was speechless. You ask me. Who should I ask? Before she could say anything, the manager of the other car store laughed. You're mistaken. I've heard from my friend in the BMW store that brother Toho came from their Mercedes. From our store? Who is it? He Shirquan and Chen Xianhui glanced at each other, both seeing a touch of doubt in the other's eyes. Dirtbag who visited their store today. Don't they all buy cars? Who else is missing? Can't think of one. They BMW store manager are making a lot of money this time. That store manager shook his head and said with envy in his eyes, 40 million. I'm afraid the prize money is a few $100,000 at the very least. Who wouldn't be envious? Just then, a BMW X5 pulls up to the curb. A young man came down from the car, and it was the owner of the BMW 4S store. He jogged into the store with a smile on his face. See the scene. Both froze. I can't believe that even the owner of this store personally rushed back. I'm afraid I want to make friends with the landlord as well. In the meantime, another Mercedes Maybach appeared in sight. Get out of the car. Naturally, it's Xu Chuan, the owner of the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. See the boss back. He Shirquan greeted him with a fawning face. Mr. Zhu, aren't you attending an event? How come you're back? Chapter 14 Upgrading Benefits, Seeking Favorites. Seeking Recommendations? It's okay not to see He Shirqiang. As soon as I see her, Xu Chuan felt his blood pressure mischievously soar. From now on, you're fired. Hear that? He Shirquan froze directly. With an incredulous face, he looked at Zhu Chuan. Zhu, where did I do wrong? Snap. Xu Chuan directly slapped over. It's now, and you still don't know what you've done wrong? What did I do wrong? He Shirquan covered her face in bewilderment. Chen Xianhui was also uncertain. Neither of them can remember making any mistakes. Did you lose your memory? Chen Xianhui boldly and tentatively asked. Mr. Zhu, what exactly did manager he do wrong? The question. The people eating the food, too, were curious. There's something going on. Being able to make a boss angry in public, and hitting people. It's incredible. Xu Chuan pointed at He Shirqiang and Chen Xianhui, and was furious. You guys came here to make a mess. Surely you know about the fact that they sold all their cars, right? Chen Xianhui and He Shirqiang nodded. Two assholes. That customer went to our store first. Xu Chuan's lungs were about to explode. That's $40 million. Big list. It's going to take a long time to build up. Hear that? He Shirqiang and Chen Xianhui immediately changed their faces. No way. Why wouldn't a dirtbag like that go to our store and buy one of our cars? It doesn't make sense. Our service is top-notch. Just then, Xu Chuan's furious voice came from both of their ears. It's all you idiots. People come to buy cars. Why are you blocking the door and not letting them in? Are you full? Turns out it didn't make it into the store. And so on. Blocking the doorway? Did. Hiss. He Shirkwan and Chen Xianhui simultaneously sucked in a breath of cool air. Afterward, as if struck by lightning, he directly stayed in place, not saying a word. Since this morning, they did drive away quite a few people who came to see the car. However, those were all very generally dressed people. Not like you can afford a car. However, let them think about it. It's also impossible to think that there are actually dirtbags that would dress up like ordinary people and come here to buy a car. Or the ho-hum kind. Off the charts. This time, in front of the BMW 4S store, there was a sudden clamor. Look for the sound. Only to see Zhou Chang and the others, flanking a young man walking out. Their faces were full of accompanying smiles. Xu Chuan hurriedly greeted him. Hello, I'm the owner of the Mercedes-Benz 4S store next door. It's all because of my unfavorable management that I didn't let you have a good car buying experience. I apologize to you. Yang Xiao gave him a faint look. Didn't say a word. See the situation. Xu Chuan pulled He Shiqiang and Chen Xianhui out of the crowd. What are you waiting for? Quickly apologize to this gentleman. The two men looked directly dumbfounded. How could they not expect that the person who threw away thousands of dollars to buy a car was Yang Xiao, who had been mocked by himself? He actually does have the strength to buy a car. The first choice is still the in-house store. And, also, gave himself more than one chance, and she didn't grasp it once. God damn it, up in the sky. Did you send him to screw us on purpose? If he's so rich, why is he selling misery in his circle of friends? Isn't that a tease? And, can't you dress nicely for a night out? The pits. He Shirkwan felt like slapping herself when she thought of the words she had scolded him with earlier. Snapping. At this moment, she and Chen Xianhui were so ashamed that they couldn't wait to hit their heads. Hurry up and apologize. If you don't apologize, you'll lose your bonuses this month. Seeing that He Shiqiang and the two didn't react, Xu Chuan threatened. He Shiqiang has tens of thousands of dollars in bonuses this month. If it's gone, doesn't that mean this month was a waste? Those who know what's good for them know what's good for them. Think about it. He Shiqiang hurriedly bowed and apologized. Mr. Yang, I'm sorry. I'm blind and have eyes that don't recognize MT. Tai. Please forgive me. Mr. Yang. I'm not human. I'm an animal. Please forgive me. Chen Xianhui also begged for forgiveness in a low voice. Just about gave him a knee. I don't accept. Yang Xiao said indifferently. It's over. It's over. It's over. The two men's hearts went cold. At that moment, Xu Chuan's voice came back to his ears. Don't worry, Mr. Yang. I'll immediately fire all of them, including He Shiqiang, and deduct this year's year-end performance. Hear that? Chen Xianhui and He Shiqiang's eyes went black and they almost fell headfirst to the ground. Not only do you lose your job, you lose a lot of money, especially He Shiqiang. She's here. She's making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. Also, the end-of-year performance awards are over $100,000, because of his own stupidity. It's all gone now. Never in my wildest dreams did I think I would lose my job over something like this. She flung herself on her knees and hugged Yang Zhao's thighs, begging, Mr. Yang, for the sake of us being classmates, please forgive me, please. They're still classmates? Hearing this, Xu Chuan was on the verge of having a brain bruise, and he couldn't wait to kick her into outer space. What a great opportunity. It's just wasted. For He Shiqiang and Chen Xianhui's kneeling and begging for mercy. Yang Xiao did not want to pay attention to it. Directly into a BMW car that he had just bought, and took off. It's all adults. Be responsible for your actions. Originally, he had planned to go clothes shopping again in the afternoon, but because of this episode, he changed his attention temporarily. Drive back to the Yuzhou Hotel and find Lin Xian. Looking at the refreshed Lin Xian, Yang Xiao said, Lin Xian, I have an immature idea that I'd like to ask for your counsel. Mr. Yang, you say, all friends, in private, no need to call me that. Okay, Mr. Yang. Yang Xiao had a black line, and didn't bother to correct it, continuing, it's like this, I bought 52 BMWs today, and I want to use them as reward cars, bonus car, and so on. 52? Geez, how much does that cost? Lin Xian froze, half a second before she came back to her senses. What Mr. Yang means is that the top management will be assessed according to their work and then rewarded? Yang Xiao shook his head. No, what I mean is that all people can be included in the assessment, as long as they have outstanding ability and good performance, they can be rewarded. Afterwards, Yang Xiao spoke out his thoughts. He thought, excellence should be rewarded. And, the rewards are not limited to cars, but can also be cash. Even those 2 new school district houses he bought could be used as excellent employee reward items, as long as the work is done well. promotions, raises, and all sorts of incentives come with it. After listening, Lin Xian was stunned. That's a pretty good way to enlist people. Both can improve competition. The next morning, in the conference room of the Yuzhou Hotel, it's full of people. It's all the top brass at the hotel. They all knew the hotel had changed hands, just waiting for the handover. When it's all here, Yuzhou then organized the personnel and officially started the handover work to complete the final transaction formalities. Chapter 15, I want a BMW, seeking favorites, seeking recommendations. An hour later, all the formalities, all done. From this moment on, the Yuzhou Hotel is officially owned by Yang Xiao personally. Wait until Chao is gone. Yang Xiao stood up and bowed to everyone. In the days to come, I hope everyone will work well, and there will be no shortage of benefits or anything. Also, the position of general manager, temporarily held by Lin Xian, 1 month probationary period. Good job, just continue. That's all I'm saying. Please ask manager Lin Xianlin to say a few words. Hearing about Lin Xian as general manager, the hearts of some of the top brass, more or less uncomfortable, even defiant. However, they know, the new boss and Lin Xian were classmates. Such appointments, they can't be shaken. The good thing is that there is a 1 month trial period and they all still have a chance to get on the job. Actually, it says it's temporary. It's all talk. Lin Xian stood up and bowed to all of them as well. First of all, thank you, Mr. Yang, for trusting me and providing me with such a good opportunity. Those here are all better and more capable than me. However, I believe that I can do it as well. Lin Xian said a lot. At the same time, she also said all the details of the reward mechanism that Yang Xiao had told her yesterday afternoon. The bonus cars aren't great though. The house isn't that expensive, but it's so much better than the past when Yu Chao had no rewards whatsoever. The meeting was adjourned. The news reached the ears of every Yuzhou Hotel employee. At first, neither was convinced. Until the BMW 4S store staff, the 52 BMW cars, all the time to the hotel garage. Everyone is boiling, getting a new boss. I can't believe that they actually rewarded the garage directly and discounted it. It's crazy. Cars are $200,000 minimum. The most expensive school districts have been speculated to several $1,000,000. Also, if you work for a long time and have outstanding contribution, you can also get a certain percentage of bonus, similar to shared dividends, though very little. But, doesn't it smell good to be able to sit back and wait for the dividends? Isn't it nice to turn a serf into a boss and work for yourself? Isn't that hundreds of times better than those who paint a big picture? What employees care about most is not how big the company is, how good its reputation is, and what the company's growth prospects are. They care. It's the benefits. They come out to work to support their families and to have a good living condition. Give them visible benefits. It's the only way people will make a good effort. Both try. That's the kind of company that has a future. News flash. Employees have taken a stand. Sorry guys, I'm going to work hard and be employee of the year. And I'll take that schoolhouse. I want a BMW. Doesn't it smell good when you have a beautiful car? If you're rich, are you afraid of not having a beautiful woman to keep you company? I live for the Yuzhou Hotel. I'm an advocate for Yuzhou Hotel, both at the top and at the grassroots level. It's all good fun. It was as if they saw a bright path that was beckoning them. Every single one of them was energized. In the meantime, the BMW 4S store at the Auto Expo Center welcomed 4 guests, Mr. and Mrs. Bu Yalian and Zhang Cuihua. There's also a man in a high-class suit with gold eye sockets, and he's Eppendorfen. He was dressed extravagantly. One can tell at a glance that 80% are rich. Once inside the BMW 4S store, the staff immediately greeted them with a fire of enthusiasm. Several people, may I ask what I can do for you? Several people didn't reply. Zhang Cuihua only focused on wandering around the large BMW 4S store showroom, and the smile on her face grew more and more intense. It was also the first time for Bu Xiaoda to enter such a place, and he felt that his eyes were not enough. Bu Yaolian, on the other hand, looked around as if nothing had happened. Her eyes filled with doubt. Where's the car? How come there's not a single BMW in such a big store? Could be going the wrong way? AI Pineren's voice came from his ear. Are you guys planning to change your profession? How come there isn't a single car? Sir, it's like this. Our cars, yesterday, were all ordered. The staff explained. All of them? Yes sir. A touch of helplessness surfaced on AI Pienrun's face as he looked at Mr. and Mrs. Zhang Cuihua. Uncle and auntie, what should we do? The cars are all sold out. Ha, selling. Sold out? Zhang Cuihua froze. I said why is it different from TV? Turns out it was sold out. AI Pienrun nodded. And then an awkward smile appeared on his face. Uncle and auntie, I'm really sorry. I originally intended to bring you here to buy a car. I didn't realize that it was actually all sold. The BMW is gone. Isn't there a Mercedes next door?
Zhang Suihua thought about it and said without any concern.
Then, the corners of AI Pangren's mouth twitched slightly. Then he asked, well then, we'll just go next door and take a look? Said, just get ready to leave. At this time, Bu Xiaoda was not happy. No, I want the BMW. Hearing this, AI Pangren almost directly kneeled down. You're my own father. Why? Zhang Suihua didn't understand. You can drive? No way. So what Mercedes are you buying? A luxury car,
Zhang Suihua said with her arms crossed.
When the BMW staff heard this, they felt that their faces could not hang on to his own face. Talk like this. It doesn't fit, does it?
She was about to say something in her defense.
Suddenly, Bu Xiaoda's explanation came from his ears. Haven't you ever heard of driving a Benz and sitting in a BMW? You don't know how to drive a car. You just sit in a car. Of course you prefer BMW. Listen to this. The staff of the BMW store, with a smile on their faces, couldn't help but give him a thumbs up in their hearts. You've advertised this. That's good. 2. Isn't there no car?
Zhang Suihua couldn't roll her eyes, so she had to say this.
Wouldn't it be fine to order? Bu Xiaoda said knowingly. No way. In the end, they had to oblige him. Choose to order here. When writing a purchase order,
Ephraim insisted on keeping Bu Yalian's identifying information and phone number. Said the car was for her. It makes no sense at all to leave her name out.
And, also,
to thank her for helping to successfully navigate her way through the situation, but broke up with her boyfriend of many years. He said on the spot that he would be responsible for her.
Bu Yalian was so moved that she almost cried. Zhang Suihua also praised it. At the same time, he also said that his company has stabilized and he expects to be back to earning $1 million a month by next month. This made Zhang Suihua envious. The way he was treated was getting better and better. Before leaving from the BMW 4S store, Bu Xiaoda finally couldn't help himself and asked the BMW store staff who had bought all the cars in the store. I'm sorry to hear that. It was politely declined. It was pissing him off. Uncle, to be able to buy a car on your own is surely a big news. Check on the internet and you'll find it. Saying that, AI Pinran was taking out his cell phone to check. A few people gathered around to watch. Information appears. Ephraim, the internet says that a guy named Young Shaw bought the car. What Young Shaw? The 3 members of the Bu family. All of them were stunned as you looked at me and I looked at you. Same as his name. It can't be that coincidental, can it? Chapter 16. Now I'm qualified to look at the house, seeking favorites. Seeking recommendations? What does it look like? Zhang Suihua asked in a hurry. No pictures. Ephraim shook his head. No pictures? Bu Xiaoda also looked at Bu Yalian with a confused expression and whispered. Could it be him? Never. Bu Yalian's head shook like a rattle drum. If he was so rich, he would have bought a house and a car a long time ago. Bu Xiaoda thought about it. That's also true. He likes his daughter so much. If he was so rich, he would have taken out and married her home long ago. I too can live the life of a rich man with no shame. Young Shaw is just a bottom stinker, only worthy of chaff. After all, it is impossible to fly up to the sky and turn into a golden dragon. And then look at Eppendorfen. Sassy, elegant and decent. Not only are you young and rich with many billions of dollars, but you also buy your own daughter a car. So next, it's time to buy yourself a house, right? That's what makes a son-in-law a great choice. It's just him. Seeing the 3 members of the Bu family with different expressions, Ephraim knew. There are stories. Then he couldn't just sit back and watch. Demeanor bland. Smiled and asked, Uncle and Aunt, do you know Yang Xiao? That's right. It's Yao Yao's ex-boyfriend.
Zhang Suihua said directly.
Earlier said breakup. Just didn't tell him who his daughter's ex-boyfriend was. Zhang Suihua continued. That guy, poor as a batch. Dating our Yao Yao. Deducted surprisingly. Where is he like you who is so generous and even bought her a car? So it's him. AI Fluttershy Ren nodded. That's all. A group of 4 people came out of the Auto Expo Center. Had lunch. Ephraim left in a hurry. Citing company business. U City. North U District. Cloudy Sky City. There are not only luxurious villa areas, but also atmospheric high-rise large leaps. To know. This is the most luxurious residential area in the whole city of U. In the villa area, there's a huge man-made lake. Not only is the view great, moreover, the surrounding amenities, too, are complete. It's not cheap though. The cheapest set is said to be 100 million. Relatively speaking, the big leaps in the upper floors are much cheaper. Sure, that's just relative to the villa. In fact, the lowest price for the upper floors is more than $10 million. It does seem to be worth the price, too. Here, there are not only top tycoons engaged in a variety of industries, but also entertainment stars who are worth a lot of money. There are so many luxury cars coming in and out. Yang Zhao's $1 million BMW is a bit of a downgrade. Walk into the cloudy Sky City sales center. There were only 7 or 8 saleswomen in the empty lobby, sitting around bragging and farting. Even after realizing that Yang Zhao came in, no one came to entertain either, as if they hadn't seen it.
Cloudy City has been open for almost 2 years.
In the beginning, there were so many people looking at the property that the threshold was almost broken.
Those with the strength to do so did so long ago. Those who don't have the financial means are unlikely to come in and make a nuisance of themselves, because the total price is too high for the average person to afford. The saleswomen saw young Shaw come in and realized he was dressed in ordinary clothes, knew he couldn't afford a house, and no one would bother with him, wasting time, seeing that no one is hitching a ride. Yang Xiao shook his head and walked to the sandbox to look at himself. A few minutes later, a voice suddenly sounded behind Yang Xiao. "Sir, are you here to see the house?" Turned back, found it to be a pretty saleswoman in her late 20s or so. At the moment, she was smiling at herself. Jan Shaw nodded. "Yeah." Hearing the affirmative reply, Lu Xiaoyi was delighted and hurriedly asked, "What about the kind of house type that Mr. wants to see? Is that villa sold?" Yang Xiao asked, pointing at the sandbox. "Follow the direction of Yang Zhao's finger." Mr. Lu instantly froze, because Yang Xiao was referring to the very villa area, the villa that was called the king of the building. She vaguely remembered that the price was over $200 million. "Are you kidding me? What's up, sold out?" Yang Xiao asked with a serious face. No, Mr. Lu shook his head. "Do you want to go to the site to see the house?" Young Shaw was about to say it's okay to look. Before he could speak, a rather shrill voice came right to his ears. "Little Lu what did I teach you when you first came here? Yun Tian City's house is not something that any cat or dog, who wants to look at it, can just look at it. Look for the sound." Just a few of the people sitting not far from each other bragging and chatting. A woman in her 30s walked over with a haughty look on her face. Her words had just fallen. Several other salesmen, too, made snarky remarks. "Yes, the high-rise and villas in our development are all finely decorated. They are also all designed by top designers and cost a lot of money. So if they are touched and broken, who can afford to accompany them? Some people, we can tell at a glance if they can afford to buy a house from us. And I is right. A poor guy. If you want to pick up a girl, get out of here. Don't waste your time with us." This output of their meal, it directly angered Yang Xiao, who had planned to check out the room, but also directly gave up. Pulling out his bank card, he slapped it on the table in front of him. "That's it. Swipe the card. I'll take it. How big is the house? How many floors does the villa have? With or without a garden? Has the villa been renovated? I don't even care. Today, I just want you to see what a poor man, as you see him, looks like. Perhaps, you guys even have standards for poor people." None of them reached. Really? Lu Ying, who froze for a few seconds, once again spoke out to confirm. "Of course. Yes sir. Please wait in the lounge area for a moment. We'll check in right away." Excited, Lu ran to the manager. She felt like dreaming. Not true. The suite costs $230 million, and if she can actually close the deal, she will get a commission of more than $2 million. Grow up. She had never seen so much money. A few minutes later, the manager led finance to the lounge area. Young Shaw swiped his card to pay, signed the contract. By the time all the formalities were completed, it was an hour later. Those few salesmen who had spoken ill of Yang Xiao could not stop dripping blood in their hearts as if they had been stabbed with knives. If they're the ones receiving it, that commission, it's theirs. That's over $2 million. Just then, Yang Xiao came to the group of saleswomen and raised the purchase contract in his hand. "Am I qualified to see the house now? Crazy. Just to look at a house and actually throw $200 million at it. What kind of a poor guy is this? Distinctly rich." Those sales heads were down to their chests. I'm sorry, Mr. Yang. It's all my fault for not teaching them well. I'll immediately chastise them when I turn around." The sales manager hastened to make amends, and gave them a hard stare. Before continuing, "Do you want me to take you to the villa there? Or do they? I'm just recognizing the way home. Lu Ying will just take me, so I won't bother Manager Niu." Yang Xiao waved his hand. "What's the point of letting a guy like you tag along when there's a little beauty like Lu Ying? If you didn't know, you'd think I had a special hobby." Chapter 17, Does this count as door-to-door service? Seeking favorites. Seeking recommendations. In the villa area of Cloud City, Mr. Lu walked in front to lead the way, with Yang Xiao following closely behind. Along the way, all single-family homes. Each villa is equipped with a large independent garden. The environment is elegant and the air seems to be much fresher. And every property owner sees them. All bow and greet, smiling and delightful to the mind and body. Penny for your thoughts. Worth it. The villa that Yang Xiao had bought was located on a small peninsula by a lake, surrounded by water on 3 sides. Picturesque. The villa has 3 floors and is very large, with every room being well lit and decorated in a very modern way. Even the cellar and private theater are pushing the envelope slowly. There is also a not-so-small pool. It's very luxurious. Jan Shaw, all this stuff. You're not going to move it, are you? Don't worry, Mr. Yang. Everything in your site is all yours. We will definitely not move a single piece. Mr. Lu said in a hurry. And that includes you? Jan Shaw joked. Lu glanced at the oversized double bed close by, and for a moment, didn't know how to answer. If you put it in the usual way, anyone who dared to molest her like that would have already slapped her across the face and yelled at rogues, perverts and the like, maybe even threatened to call the police. However, what about now? For some reason, she was for this offer. In the heart, I can't believe I was looking forward to it. It was even the case that she had already started to fantasize in her mind that she wanted something exciting to happen with Yang Xiao on this 2-meter big bed. If she hadn't been embarrassed, she would have hated to fall to her knees on the spot, like a maid. Serve him. After all, he was the one who was able to throw away thousands of dollars and buy such an expensive villa without raising an eyebrow. Not to mention her. Even a pretty actress would hate to just pounce on him after hearing that. Seeing Lu Ying's petulant appearance, Yan Xiao froze. Nice guy. Should she really want to? 2 hours later, young Shaw came out of the pool feeling refreshed, in a private theater, after watching a couple of very exciting movies. Some daily necessities, fruits, drinks and the like ordered online were also delivered in time. Back in the penthouse bedroom, lying on a bed worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Comfortable. Not bad for a mansion that smells like money everywhere. Just now, he decided to confess to Lu Wei. Lin Xian had said that the current Lu Wei not only had a great face value, but was also in the single stage. This is a great opportunity to strike. Missed opportunities. It's gone. So, he's going to take advantage. With the decision made, he immediately picked up his cell phone to send a message to Lu Wei. Just picked up the phone. Just noticed on top of the phone, there were a ton of missed calls. Take a closer look. It's all from the bank. No pipe. Ordinary world. Yang Xiao busy? When do you have time? I have something I need your help with. Soon. Lu Wei then replied. Just got on the plane. Not enough money? Then wait for my plane to land. And then put together a few tens of thousands to transfer you. The message just went out. It was withdrawn again. When it was sent out again, it looked like this. Lu Wei, just got on the plane. Not enough money? Then when my plane lands, I'll transfer another 50,000 to you. Though she withdrew it quickly. Yet it was still seen word for word by Yang Xiao. The moment. Yang Xiao's heart, as if stabbed by something, had mixed feelings. This fool, to help me out and actually go around getting money together, and pretend you have money. What does she think? Start by lending him $30,000 to the center, uninterruptedly on his warmth. Fear that he cannot think, often open to persuade him up. Young Shaw then thought, this girl is really good. Dare to leave everything behind and have no compunction about borrowing money from a tablemate you haven't seen in years. This airiness. He asked himself if he couldn't do it, and a lot of people couldn't. And she walks. That's the gap. Ordinary world, young Shaw, there's more than enough money. It's the other things. Wait until you land your plane and get settled. Then we'll talk about it. Lovey, okay. The chat between the two had just ended. Just then, suddenly, jingle bells. His doorbell rang. The light is too dim. The doorway camera. The image that came up to the phone was too blurry to see who it was. Like a mosaic. It's just annoying. He then shouted to his cell phone. The smart home butler. Are you the Huawei cell phone store? Coming over to deliver computers? It's a very poor question to ask. I don't know if it's a delay or what. Wait a few moments. In the picture, the talent nodded vigorously. Yensha had no doubt. Again, he called out. Just come right in and put your stuff on the coffee table in the living room. And when you go out, please close the door helpfully. Throughout the villa, all the appliances are smart. And the connection was on his cell phone. There it is. You will be able to control it remotely. And you won't have to physically go downstairs to open the door when you meet someone you are comfortable with. It's very convenient and user-friendly. What he didn't expect, however, was for the man to come in and close the door in one smooth motion. Yang Xiao was directly dumbfounded. What's going on here? Why are you closing the door? Are you trying to rob us? Arms in hand to the first floor. In a split second, he was stunned by the image before him. A shapely back figure presented itself before his eyes. Immediately after, Mr. Yang, what do you think? How about this white computer of mine? Saying that, Luing pulled his collar. 2 full moons. Crap, it's blood-curdling. Yang Xiao touched his nose to make sure he didn't get a nosebleed.
Relief. She's pretty innocent during the day. How is it that in a few hours you don't see me? It's like you're a different person and suddenly you're running wild? Is it pretending during the day? Hiss. There's so much stuff. Putting away his messy thoughts, Yang Xiao said in a serious manner. Girl, I advise you to consume for juice. I am a serious man. Serious people?
Lu Xiaoyi swept a glance at the tent he had hastily set up, and a touch of smugness crossed the corner of his mouth.
Mouths say no. The body, however, is honest. You could almost fit a reinforced platoon in that tent you're pitching. You call that decent? Are you kidding me? Lu said with a smiling face. Of course I know you're decent. So am I.
The embarrassment below was visible to her.
Yang Xiao didn't bother to disguise himself,
and directly supported his tent and sat down in the living room.
That's good. What are you doing in my house so late? Mr. Yang has a private theater at home, and I happen to have nice limited edition discs that I want to invite you to watch together.
Blinking her Kazairan white eyes, Luing said word for word.
Hiss. Yang Xiao gently inhaled a breath. This Nima, limited disc? Is that something we can watch? I'm going to be firm. Jansha, that's not very nice. Mr. Lu laughed. What's wrong with that? Can't you do something meaningful when you're alone? Crap. Are all chicks so direct these days? Luing spoke in a shocking manner. Yansha froze. Does this count as door-to-door service? Lean. What was I thinking? No way. I still have to go to Magic City to confess my love for Lu Wei. She must be blown out. Chapter 18, You've changed yourself, seeking favorites, seeking recommendations, on the negative floor, in the private theater. Young Shaw was dumbfounded. Nima. It's really a limited edition disc. Dark Deja Ultraman fights little monsters.
The whole episode came down.
Just very dry. There is no volatility to speak of. Seeing Yang Zhao's expression on the side, Lu Xiaoyi crossed a wry smile in his complexion. After watching Diga Ultraman, it's 8 o'clock. Without showing any semblance of lingering, Mr. Lu left in a hurry, leaving behind a dashing back. This left young Shaw a little puzzled. I'm Nima. Did she really come to see the disc? In the meantime, Cloudy Sky City, high-rise residential area, on the 28th floor balcony. This is directly across the street from the villa.
Zhao Shanglu stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window,
looking at the lights that were lit up in Villa 1.
A flash of surprise flashed through her eyes.
Brother, Villa 1 is sold,
Zhao Shanglu said with some grudges.
The villa, both the location and the style of decor. She loved it all.
Zhao Antai spread his hands.
It can't be helped.
You know how difficult it is for my brother.
200 million even for me, this is not a small amount.
He does run 2 companies. The value of the body is not bad either. But you can't get hundreds of millions of dollars in cash at once.
Or for buying a villa. A loan to buy a house? I'm sorry, he wouldn't do such a thing.
It would be humiliating to spread the word.
After thinking about it, Zhao Shanglu said this. Brother, you have a lot of friends. Ask the owner what his name is. What do you want? Just making friends. Really? You still don't believe my words? That's fine. You wait for me. After much deliberation, Zhao Antai agreed to Zhao Shanglu's request. Immediately went out to the balcony and made a phone call. Hung up and bounced around a few more times.
The face changed and changed with it. I just asked. And the general manager of Cloud Sky City refused to disclose it,
saying that it involves the owner's privacy. Zhao Antai was quite helpless. There was a pause. He continued. On the banking system side, I've also asked. And they're also blinking in vague. This situation, he suspects. The owner of Villa 1 must have a monstrous background.
How else could a round of phone calls come down?
No information at all. Off the charts. What the hell is he?
Zhao Shanglu stroked her chin.
After asking around, I didn't get any. Unless I go directly to his door to find him. Zhao Antai thought about it and said this. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? A word to the wise.
Zhao Shanglu sat next to Zhao Antai. Your brother.
How about, you go and inquire for me? Me? Zhao Antai's eyes widened. I still have to fly to Magic City the day after tomorrow. I don't have time. You go? Okay, Zhao Shanglu pouted. Well, who let me get a sister like you? Zhao Antai nodded helplessly. For this sister. He was speechless. Obviously the family is quite well off. Instead, she's going to be some kind of stewardess and says that's her dream. Unchangeable. He had to accept it and contacted the airline to arrange the best possible fixed flight path. You city to and from the Magic City. Ordered 2 milk teas on my phone. Drink up. His entire body lay in a wooden shape on the bed. A pleasant song rang in his ears. This life. Cozy. Just then, his doorbell rang again. This time, he came straight downstairs to open the door. Open the door. Surprisingly, it's a yellow-robed takeout guy, with something in his hand. Sorry, you're in the wrong place. I didn't order takeout.
After saying that, Yang Xiao was ready to close the door. Results: the door was jammed by a leg. This made Yang Xiao more or less angry. What's up? Take out with mandatory? Just about to get mad. Suddenly, a voice that was somewhat familiar to Yang Xiao entered his ears. Sir, I'm the one who gets your takeout. The words just fell. A picture that was extremely shocking to him appeared right before his eyes. La. The delivery man takes off his delivery suit to reveal a hidden, seductive white dress. However, the moment Yang Xiao saw her face, directly confused. Nima, how come it's you again? You're not here to watch another fucking movie, are you? This season, hanging out dressed like this. What a good man. Lu probably felt frozen and shrunk, smiling charmingly at Yang Xiao. Mr. Yang, aren't you going to invite me in for a seat? Sit? I'm sorry, you're not welcome here. Where did it come from? Just go back where you came from. Young Shaw, come in. Get in there. Lu Ying took out the contents of the bag and skillfully placed them on the dining table, saying, it's still hot. Eat it while it's hot. Glanced at the Wellington steak on the table. Another look at the watch. It's 10 o'clock. Yang Xiao asked, it's so late. Is the Western restaurant still open? I didn't buy it at a Western restaurant. This steak is made by me, Lu Ying said with some embarrassment. You still got it? Full of anticipation, Yang Xiao sat down and tasted a bite. Ouch. It tastes good. Did you learn to cook before? No, Lu Xiaoyi said with a red face and waved her hand. If you like it, I can give it to you every day. You can do this without having studied? What a gift. And so on. Who's Tintin? Whatever. Eat. The Wellington steak, he had to admit, was delicious, though not as good as the one made by the chef at their hotel. It's better than the top than the bottom. As he watched Yang Xiao feast, a hint of smugness flashed in Lu Ying's eyes. To accomplish the purpose, she's put in a lot of work to get here. After eating, Mr. Lu immediately got up to clear the table and chairs, and took the initiative to take the knives and forks to the kitchen to wash them. Yang Xiao was completely baffled. What the hell does she mean? It's really just a delivery? Suddenly, a piercing scream came from the kitchen. Young Shaw immediately rushed into the kitchen. The faucet in the sink, for some reason, suddenly broke, and tap water showered her. The white dress she wore was already hidden. At this moment, because after the clothes were wet, they were stuck to her body. That image, quickly dodge. Yang Xiao couldn't think too long, pulling Lu Xiaoyi away and hurriedly turning off the faucet. The kitchen is flooded. Miserable. Mr. Yang, yes, I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose, Lu Ying said in a pitiful manner. After glancing at Lu Ying who looked like a fallen chicken, Yang Xiao hurriedly averted his eyes. Nima, I think you did it on purpose, dressed like this. Yang Xiao immediately took out a bottle from the refrigerator. A chilled Coke that the supermarket had delivered an hour ago. One drink, the heart is stilled. Mr. Yang, the damaged faucet, I'll come back tomorrow to fix it. I'll leave first. With that, Lu Ying was ready to go. You're going back dressed like that? Sure it's feasible? Yang Xiao shook his head. Tell you what, there are new pajamas on the second floor. Change yourself and dry your clothes. Say it and slip away. This is not a place to stay for long. Chapter 19, Want to find a capable nanny, seeking favorites. Seeking recommendations? Back to the third floor. The more Jan Shaw thought about it, the more he realized he needed a babysitter. A villa that size has to have some fireworks. Missing a cook and cleaner. And open the door. Eventually, he decided to put up a job posting online for a living assistant, aka babysitting, responsible for daily cleaning and cooking. 1. Salary of 10,000, with food and lodging included. Hang it up later. He then played a little game on that laptop. Soon, with this job posting, he made waves on the same city recruiting. No less. The comments at the bottom went crazy. This job posting is absolute. It requires competence. Maybe it says it can do laundry and cook? Squinty eye smile. JPG. Mom, I want soy milk. Here's your donut. What kind of LSPs are upstairs? 10K for a competent babysitter. Why don't you go to shit? JPG. Is there a looks requirement? Upstairs. What do you think? Demand to be able to do it. Can you do it? I can. Leapfrog. JPG. Crap, you can't be a guy. You guess? Stop bickering. This girl is too stingy. A full-time nanny. Only giving 10,000 a month, and asking to be competent. Crazy. The comments section is the best. Finish playing the game. Yang Xiao clicked on the recruitment information and found that there are many people browsing, but those who really put in resumes, none. The comments section is pretty high, however, doesn't really help. And so, he could only improve the treatment. City recruitment, a villa in Yuntian City.
The recruitment of a nanny, preferably under 35 years of age. Will cook, will be able to do laundry, etc. Can do the best. Salary of $30,000 with food and lodging. If you live well, you can even get a raise. There are no gender restrictions. But, deep down, he still expected the pretty young lady to be elected. Who wants to share a room with a guy? It didn't take long to send it out again. The resume went straight from 0 to 99 plus. Just cooking and laundry. Food and lodging are also included. Doesn't that equal 30,000 lying around? It's not like there's a degree requirement. The threshold is too low. Young Shaw opened the first resume. What's in the doc besides a couple of photos in cool clothes and a triple height and weight? Nothing more. That's sick. You call this a resume? Subsequently, Yang Shao opened a dozen resumes one after another. As long as it is female. None in addition. It's all about this operation. It's just not too crazy. Yang Shao directly cancelled the online recruitment and sent a message, asking Lin Xian to make arrangements. He's going to hire a babysitter. This side has just been arranged. The bedroom door slammed. Mr. Yang, can you come out for a moment? Outside the door, came the delicate voice of Lu Ying. Yang Shao got up and opened the door. How? What happened? The image in front of him made him more than a little wound up. My clothes aren't dry yet. Can we do something meaningful? Lu Ying looked at him blearily. Doing something meaningful? That's not good. On second thought, it wouldn't feel good to refuse. After all, she was the one who initiated it. Not to satisfy it for a bit. It's more or less indefensible. Then he asked, are you sure? Of course. Lu Ying was excited. I'm going to have a dragon and phoenix baby. The son looks like him. The daughter looks like me. I want a Lamborghini for the car. Shasta. She was already fantasizing about images many years down the road. However, the reality is this. Yang Shao stared at the computer screen with full concentration. The playing field is gone. The playing field is gone. Attention in the middle. Lu, what's the auxiliary waiting for? Hurry up and follow me. Oh, assassins burst their back row. Lu Xiaoyan was dumbfounded. Something meaningful is playing League of Legends with yourself? Crazy. The next morning, Mr. Lu limped out of the villa with a panda eye. Boo! The door to the room was closed. Yang Shao rubbed his sore eyes and let out a long sigh of relief that he had finally sent her away. What's Lu doing here? He's very clear. 2 deliveries came to my door on 2 separate occasions in the middle of the night, with a disc and a steak, and dressed so sexy on purpose. Stage a wet seduction. Nothing more than a desire to get to the top. I'm sorry to hear that. This kind of woman, for him now, could only be a game of chance. Want to get on the family register? No way. Holding his aching back, he went back upstairs and woke up after a refreshing nap. It was 12 noon. Lin Xian called. Nanny interviews have been scheduled and are just waiting for him to interview in person. Wash up. Come to the office of the chairman of Yuzhou Hotel. Mr. Yang, take a look at all the ones here. If there are any that are satisfactory, I'll call her in right away. Lin Xian handed the tablet to Yang Shao. Take the tablet. Watch the profile. I felt a bit of a headache. These people have different conditions and ideal salary packages. He couldn't tell who exactly fit. Mr. Yang didn't pick a good one? Lin Xian asked. Can't see who's really good. Just let the 3 of them, one by one, come in and try. After thinking about it, Yang Shao could only think of this solution. Okay. Lin Xian turned around and went out. Not a moment too soon. The first interviewer, in a suit, walked in. Changle, 34 years old, come in later. Obviously frozen for a moment, he quickly returned to his natural self, a professional smile on his face. Mr. Yang? Hello, Mr. Chang. The 2 men shook hands. Sit down later. Changle immediately said. Mr. Yang, I have a double doctorate in economics and management from Harvard. I once served as the assistant to the chairman and assistant to the director of a number of large companies in rice. This is my. As he spoke, he pulled out a stack of information. Jan Shaw flipped through it. There are quite a few honors. The resume is wonderful and extensive. Changle continued. Mr. Yang, I purposely checked. And your hotel has a lot of room for development. However, the female general manager just now can't. If I were to become the general manager, your hotel would definitely become the most luxurious hotel in your city, and even in China. Mr. Chang, unfortunately, you don't meet our recruitment standards. Yang Shao frowned. So you're here to question my vision? A trace of surprise flashed across Changle's face. His own super high education and rich resume is here, and he is not impressed when he makes a gross recommendation? Also declined to continue the interview. This can't be tolerated. Changle's face showed his displeasure and directly stood up and asked in return. Mr. Yang, What makes you say that I don't meet the standard? You are indeed excellent. But, can you cook? No. Will not. So do you know how to do laundry? Nor will it. Sorry, we're hiring a living assistant, which is a babysitter, and you're not suited for the position. Changle has just returned from abroad. I thought that my highly educated self would not be able to make it abroad. Come back later. Definitely a flavorful bun. Everyone grabs. However, in reality, he never expected that his first interview would end in direct failure. Chapter 20. Have you ever heard of an idiom, begging for favorites? Begging for recommendations? Soon, the second interviewer walked in on high heels. Lee Won-ji, 23 years old, just graduated from college. In the prime of youth, she was seen wearing a professional sheath dress with her white shirt open 3 buttons, revealing a regal career line. The wraparound skirt underneath was taut, showing off her mistress's exquisite figure, perfectly. Young Shaw was dumbfounded. This Nima, how is it so much like the high-class white collars in some movies? Hello, Mr. Young. Hello, Ms. Lee. The two men shook hands. Sit down. Lee Won-ji, whose pretty face was slightly red, curiously sized up Yang Xiao before speaking. Mr. Yang is the boss at such a young age. So capable. Does that mean I can do it? Flattery. Yang Xiao smiled. Ms. Lee, let's introduce yourself first. Like, what's your specialty? My specialty? Haven't you already seen it? Lee Won-ji's pretty face slightly reddened as she straightened her chest. It's pretty long. Yang Xiao touched his nose awkwardly. Then please take out your resume and show it to me. Didn't you see it already too? Where is it? Far away. But close. With that, she pointed downward with a finger painted with pink nail polish. At the same time, raising his head, he threw Yang Xiao a flirtatious and colorful wink. In a split second, Yang Xiao's body shook as if an electric current had passed through. Ahem. A dry cough, he said in a serious voice. So, when it comes to work, can you do exactly what I ask? That's for sure. Lee Won-ji nodded. Then, it was hurriedly added. Not only during working hours, but at other times as well. As long as it's your request, no matter where it is, no matter if it's from top to bottom, from bottom to top, I will absolutely obey unconditionally. The work efficiency can be fast or slow and is guaranteed to meet all your instructions. Even if you don't give me lipstick, I can give you lipstick. Is it that topsy-turvy? Wild. Young Shaw stuttered as the image came out. Damn vicarious. Go back. Ahem. Yang Xiao once again coughed dryly to ease the embarrassment. Ms. Lee, we are in an interview now, talking about serious matters. Isn't what we're talking about the serious stuff? Lee Won-ji stood up and boldly went around to sit next to Yang Xiao. The aroma is overwhelming. Young Shaw just felt like the master hitchhiker. Working again. Take a quick, deep breath. Lee Won-ji gradually got into a good mood and smiled faintly. Mr. Yang, you are so young to be sitting on tens of billions of assets. Young and promising. Aren't you lacking a living assistant? I couldn't be more suitable. Does it fit? Yang Xiao swallowed his saliva. How do I feel? You are like a female goblin who just caught the Tang monk? Ear. Lee Won-ji exhaled. Besides, whether it's washing and cooking for you, or washing and cooking for your brother, I can easily manage it. Just wash my clothes and cook for me. I don't even have a brother. Young Shaw's body stiffened. Lee Won-ji continued. Moreover, I took business etiquette in college, so I can help you organize meetings and stuff after work. Looking at Yang Zhao's rather embarrassed demeanor, Lee Won-ji felt more than a little smug in her heart. Gently blew a breath at Young Shaw. Again, the main thing is, I can do what no one else can. Don't you want to try doing something exciting in a one-sided, like transmitting office, watching your own employees? Something exciting? Bold goblin. How dare you be unreasonable to this great sage? Yang Zhao's breath and blood churned. Lee Won-ji licked her lips. Or is there someone else to help you with some personal matters under the table while others report on their work? A pair of small hands, placed on Yang Zhao's legs. Yang Xiao directly looked like he had been immobilized. He doesn't have much experience. Before this, he was just a relationship buff who had been in contact with Bu Yalian. Where could he stand this kind of teasing from Lee Won-ji? Seeing Yang Xiao in this posture, the corner of Lee Won-ji's mouth revealed a smile that was not easy to gap. These tactics were all taught to her by one of her girlfriends. She studied for half a month. Her best friend used to work as a secretary for a rich kid, so she naturally understands how these rich people think. Love to play with the flowers. And the reason she chose to compete for the job in the way she did, it's because she's short of money. No, to be precise, it was her family that was short of money. A month ago, her dad was diagnosed with UTI and, once diagnosed, was in kidney failure. It can only be kept alive by dialysis. This disease cannot be cured, unless you get a new kidney. However, The matter of kidney replacement is not something that can be done just like that.
There is also a waiting list for a matching kidney.
In the meantime, both dialysis treatment and future kidney replacement surgery are costly. Her family is from the countryside. Parents work in agriculture.
Family conditions are average, can't support such exorbitant costs. Her dad tried to commit suicide several times to relieve himself,
not wanting to drag the family down,
but was stopped in time.
A lot of parents are like that.
For the sake of the children,
for any amount of money, they are willing to do it. But, when it comes to yourself, you can't afford to spend a penny more.
Rather fight hard, or go to a small clinic or not go to a major hospital for treatment.
Just can't afford it. Can't afford to part with the high cost of treatment.
Looking at her father's weathered face, she was heartbroken and determined to make money.
Let your own dad live. But, she inquired, all the costs before and after the kidney replacement surgery add up to at least $500,000 to $600,000. So much money. It's like astronomical to her. Yet again, she had to work at it. Because, right now, it's the only hope for the family. She's the only one who can make money. And so,
she was ready to come to downtown Yuching and lied to her family about her college roommate, who had introduced her to a high-paying job, and got her roommate to play along with her.
The family is just relieved. Come out later. She realized it was hard to find a job.
Trying to find a decent job that pays well is even harder for a recent college graduate like her.
This interview, or was it her roommate, who also worked as a foreman at the Yuzhou Hotel, who was the first to tell her when she learned of the news?
Yang Xiao mashed the tent and said with a smile,
"Ms. Li, it seems a little wrong for you to be like this. Have you heard of an idiom?" Li Wanji turned a deaf ear. Idioms? Young Shaw froze. What? Li
Wanji said word for word with a slightly red face.
What's so special about this? Etc. I'm gonna get off. This is not the bus to the kindergarten. To not. Desperate for once? Forget it. Some other time. Jan Shaw asked.
Do you have a driver's license?
There is. Do you want to try?
Li Wanji smiled shyly,
revealing a look of eagerness to try.
If not for the occasion. Yang Xiao even felt like he was now being rubbed on the ground.
Are girls so wild nowadays? Driving at the drop of a hat? It's too fierce. Chapter 21. What kind of car do you want to drive? Seeking collection. Seeking recommendation. Yang Xiao wiped the sweat on his forehead.
I said the documents for driving a motor vehicle.
There.
Li Wanji froze for a moment and hurriedly nodded her head.
Go where? Walk and talk. Mr. Yang, in that case, would it be a little too fast? Li Wanji asked nervously as she kept up with Yang Zhao's pace. Full of driving. It's all a matter of form. Although before the interview,
she had prepared her mind that she might get that from this boss.
But, she didn't think it would be so soon. Like riding a rocket. Hearing Li Wanji's tone was rather squirmy. Yensha froze for a moment. Spinning around,
he realized that she must be thinking the wrong way and decided to tease her a bit.
Less than 60 minutes to be considered fast. I'm Sunrise East. 60 minutes. Holy shit, you're torturing people.
With her wicked knowledge, she knew what those 60 minutes meant.
Scary as hell. Li Wanji wanted to refuse,
but when she thought of her dad's high medical bills, she had no choice but to accept.
Then you can't be too wild.
Wild?
Oh, the speed of your earlier car was almost a rocket. Yang Xiao didn't continue joking, but said to Li Wanji while walking, what kind of car do you want to buy? It would be great to have an electric bike for transportation. Small enough to take the elevator up. Upstairs? Right, put it downstairs. What if someone steals it?
Li Wanji seemed to have exposed her original character and said innocently,
there's surveillance everywhere.
Who steals? Yang Xiao shook his head helplessly and said,
I mean, what kind of car do you want to drive when you go grocery shopping for fruit? Grocery shopping? Fruit? Driving? Li Wanji first froze for a moment, then rapturously said, do you mean that I have been accepted? Yes. Young Sha nodded,
received an affirmative response.
Li Wanji was directly happy and jumped up, hugging Yang Xiao. Thank you, Mr. Yang. Suddenly soft, it didn't keep him. Instead, the elevator shook violently, startling Yang Xiao and pushing her away. What are you doing? Crazy. This is in an elevator. A few more jumps. We can't help it. We have to report to Hades. Sorry, I was too excited.
Li Wanji wiped the tears of excitement from the corner of her eyes, seeing Young Shaw in a serious state of trepidation.
Li Wanji's heart warmed. Not every boss, it seems, is a womanizer. He just doesn't seem to get close to women. A body of righteousness. Looks like it's solid this time. Just after exiting the elevator, the two met Lin Xian. Mr. Young, You guys go out?
Lin Xian realized that Li Wanji had tears hanging from the corners of her eyes, but her face was smiling.
What's the situation? Have they communicated thoroughly? Hiss. Can't be. Well, go out and buy her a car.
Young Sha nodded and walked right past her.
Buy her a car? This. Lin Xian understood. Take care, Mr. Young. Looking away from the back,
Lin Xian was a bit stunned.
It's only been more than half an hour and she's crying? That's not how it plays out on TV. It's too wasted. Bye you. Car unlocked.
Yang Xiao smoothly threw the car keys to Li Wanji.
Here, you drive. Mr. Yang, where are we going? Sitting in the driver's cab, Li Wanji showed a very different character from when she was interviewed. The collar was buttoned up, and talking and no longer driving. Jansha, Auto Expo Center. Okay. Li Wanji happily started the car and set off.
She didn't realize that she was a waste of space with Lin Xian, who was made to cry in half an hour. The car slowly pulled out of the garage. Although he drove rather slowly, Yang Xiao still wanted to say that it felt good to have a driver.
What's more, still beautiful female drivers. Some of the dozens of BMWs I bought last time have been sent out. There's a lot more in the garage. These are used to hand out rewards. He wasn't going to move.
It's not like it's going to cost much to buy a new car.
Mr. Yang, welcome. The BMW store manager warmly received. Xiao Zhao, Xiao Lu, come and receive Mr. Yang. The words just fell. Two beautiful, dainty saleswomen, in high heels,
running out of the speed of 100-meter sprint.
He came to Yang Xiao,
others not named.
Beaming, she stomped her foot with hatred. Another missed. Great opportunity to become a broad wife. The store manager mistook me. Xiao Zhao, Mr. Yang, do you smoke Cuban cigars, or Huazi? Xiao Lu, Mr. Yang, would you like coffee or tea? The two bowed low. It's very welcoming.
The smile on his face was as bright as the spring sun.
This surprised Li Wanji. The money power is just great. Jansha, get me a random cup of tea and a coffee for her. Wait for the saleswoman to leave.
The store manager asked.
Mr. Yang, this time, what kind of car do you want to buy? For other customers, they have to ask an extra question. What's the budget?
For a sedan or an off-road model?
Understand clearly. It's only good for them to recommend it. For Yensha, that's not necessary at all.
It just depends on what kind of car he prefers.
Money for him. It's the numbers. Which is the new arrival in your store? The most expensive car? Sweeping through the showroom,
Yang Xiao realized that there were quite a few new cars that had arrived this time.
The most expensive?
The store manager swept a glance at Li Wanji without any trace.
Crouching, really big, square then, with an expression of I get it, he said, the most expensive, by far, is that BMW M8? 8 million. Hearing this price, Li Wanji's eyes widened. A car for 8 million. It's too expensive too. So much money. I wish it was mine. However, instead, she saw Yang Xiao shake his head with a very dissatisfied expression. Only 8 million. Too cheap. Others say this. It will look like a deliberate attempt to pretend. But these words came out of Yang Xiao's mouth. Not a single person here would think that he was deliberately pretending. Li Wanji gulped even more. Poverty limits my imagination. In the end, Yang Xiao only bought a BMW X3 as a substitute car for Li Wanji's usual grocery shopping. It was then that she froze. Just buying groceries. With a BMW? $300,000 or $400,000. Not money? Rich people are crazy too. Li Wanji, Mr. Yang, it's just buying groceries. Would it not be too good to have a BMW? What's wrong with that? Don't but.
I'm going to buy a few sets of clothes.
You help to counsel. Waving his hand,
Yang Xiao said in a serious manner.
Until now, he was still wearing the same clothes he'd brought from the rental house. Solid with his trillionaire status. No match. Say he's a bricklayer, and I'm guessing some people will believe him. Originally, he wanted Lu Wei to accompany him. I didn't realize she was traveling.
Had to get the little secretary to accompany himself on the trip.
Cheap her out. Li Wanji nodded. Okay, Mr. Young. Chapter 22 Park Kwok Chang's superiority, seeking favorites. Seeking recommendations, the two are talking. All of a sudden, a voice rang out behind them both. Yang brother, why are you here?
A man dressed as a successful man walked over in 3 steps.
As soon as he held Yang Zhao's hand, the joy on his face was as if he had seen an old friend who had been lost for many years. It was close to old tears. Yang Xiao froze. Old, Park Piao? After so many years of not seeing you, I didn't think you'd still recognize me at a glance. Really you? The two men shook hands. It's me. After a goodbye of 7 or 8 years, I never thought that meeting again would be in a BMW store.
Park Guo-chang had a warm face.
By the way, how long have you been here? Speaking, Park Guo-chang's eyes,
constantly scanning what Yang Xiao was wearing, he realized that Yang Xiao's whole body added up. It's not as expensive as your own 2-pack of cigarettes.
Totally dressed as a civilian. As the saying goes, there is no comparison. This wave. He's finished. As a result,
the smugness on his face grew more and more intense.
He's just back from overseas. Was about to buy a BMW X3 as a driver. Old school meeting.
It would become meaningless if it wasn't for the sake of pretending.
Yang Xiao also saw Park Guo-chang's complacency, gathering up the catch-up. He said casually, "Oh, it's been a while. I was just leaving." Park Guo-chang, what? Think the pay is low? Yang Xiao?
Park Guo-chang frowned with an "I'm doing you a favor" gesture.
Yang Xiao, it's not that I'm talking about you. You're not too old. Don't always be overly ambitious. 2 or 3,000 is still money. A few words. His name changed directly from Brother Yang to Yang Xiao. Smashing. Yang Xiao figured it out. Hoping that Park Guo-chang thought he was here to interview for security guards. Didn't look at it because of the low pay. Now changed places. No wonder the tone of voice, too, had taken a sharp turn. Realistic people. Seeing that Yang Xiao didn't say anything, Park Guo-chang patted him on the shoulder. Tell you what, I have a friend who works as the head of security at the Yuzhou Hotel. They're hiring, $4,500 a month, food and lodging included. And the work is very easy. I'll introduce you. Yuzhou Hotel? Are you sure? Took the card and looked at it. Suddenly, with a light in his eyes, Yang Xiao had a plan, then pretended to be unsure and said, will it work? With him? Of course there's no problem. There's a security guard under him who's been working for just over 3 years, and he's already driving a van. Park Guo-chang pontificated. In the opinion of Park Guo-chang, being able to drive a van was the pinnacle moment of Yang Xiao's life. Maybe even get blessed by the disaster and marry an older fat girl and have kids. Later in the village, also able to hold my head up and talk. The joy of living is boundless. 4,500 a month, with food and lodging included. If I only spend 500 and save 4,000, I can save nearly 50,000 a year. After 5 years of work, wouldn't that be more than $200,000 in savings? Yang Xiao's face showed ecstasy. Li Wanji looked dumbfounded. What's the situation? Likewise, the salesmen on the sidelines looked like they couldn't help themselves and wanted to talk. Know the truth. Can't say. It's hard to hold them in. That's right. 5 years is more than $200,000. 10 years is more than $400,000. Not only can you drive a van, you can go back to the countryside and build a small house. Park Guo-chang continued to guide. That smug smile was like winning $1 million. Don't mention how happy you are. According to you, by that time, I will also have a car and a house? Yang Xiao had an unbelievable expression. There was still longing on his face. Park Guo-chang was in a good mood and patted Yang Xiao's shoulder. Yes, from that time on, you are a rich man in the village. Thanks. If the job is done, I'll treat you to dinner. Yang Xiao revealed an excited smile. Wait for it. The surprise is soon to be revealed. It's going to astound you. No problem. I'll wait. Yang Xiao just turned to leave. Park Guo-chang's face immediately changed. Bah, a piece of trash. However, the next second, at the time he met the hot-bodied Li Wanji, immediately, he changed his expression again, and quickly took out his cell phone and pulled up the WeChat QR code. Beauty, I want to buy a BMW X3. Should you sweep or should I? It's a shame not to be an actor when you can change your face so fast. No time. Li Wanji didn't want to take care of him at all and immediately caught up with Yang Xiao's pace. Mr. Yang, wait for me. Mr. Yang, what the fuck? How dare a security guard pretend to be a pussy? And don't take a piss and look in the mirror. That's hilarious. Park then walked towards another female salesperson with a cell phone. Bitcha squeezed his eyebrows. Beauty, I want to buy a car. Are you sweeping me, or am I sweeping you? From the Auto Expo Center. At the request of Yang Xiao, Li Wanji drove her car directly to Monument Walk. Come to Yuchang International. This is the largest shopping center in the entire U City. Inside, just highlight one word: expensive. A casual, ordinary-looking shirt can cost thousands. The most terrifying. A pair of slippers also costs over 1,000. It's more in the tens of thousands. A few tens of thousands less. More than a few tens of millions, or even tens of millions of dollars are available. Ridiculously expensive. Mr. Yang, I want to go in? Swallowing her saliva, Li Wanji's speech was a bit unsteady. Grew up in the countryside since childhood. The family is average. The most expensive clothes she had ever bought for herself seemed to be a $300 set of uniforms for school. Like this kind of tycoon behavior of shopping for luxury brands, she had only seen it in idol dramas. Didn't realize. In reality, you can experience it yourself, even if only accompanied. Of course, what else would we be doing here? Watching the scenery? After saying that, Yang Xiao was the first to walk towards the inside. It's been a few years. He worked his ass off to make deliveries during the day and to drive a truck at night, eat pickles with buns. The reason for this is to save more money and buy a house and get married as soon as possible. Man's plan is not as good as God's plan. Didn't realize. After earning so much money, I actually ended up doing it for someone else. Who can stand it? He can't anyway. 2 days ago, he had contacted a lawyer. Time's up. If Bu Yalian still doesn't pay back the money, he is determined to take her to court. Get your hard-earned money back. Before that, today, he's going to wildly consume a wave. In the meantime, the mother and daughter, Bu Yalian, were actually here as well. Even more coincidental when, surprisingly, he saw Yang Xiao and Li Wanji walking into Jinya's clothing store. This surprised Zhang Tsuehua, hurriedly calling her daughter to recognize the person. Yao Yao, look at that person. Does he look like Yang Xiao? What resemblance? That's him. Following the direction Zhang Tsuehua was pointing, Bu Yalian only saw the back. But, after years of living together, she still recognized it instantly. Zhang Tsuehua frowned. What is he doing here? It must be receiving a delivery. Is it hard to buy clothes? Bu Yalian sneered. Chapter 23, Bu Yalian mother and daughter want to see the fun, seek collection. Seek recommendation. He came here to buy clothes? Bu Yalian didn't believe it. Over the years, all the money that Yang Xiao had saved was lent to AI Pangren by himself. And, usually, she didn't ask him for money. There's no way he could have a slush fund. Maybe, it's some kind of miscellaneous clothing store? Deflated. Zhang Tsuehua said casually, forgetting that you are in a luxury area. Here's the thing. Ridiculously expensive. Bu Yalian hurriedly covered Zhang Tsuehua's mouth and explained. Shoo, Mom, you keep your voice down. This Zegna is a luxury brand. A piece of clothing, at least a few thousand. That's if anyone else hears it. That would be a shame. What? That expensive? Zhang Tsuehua's eyes were as wide as a bullseye. Thousands of dollars apiece. Is this dress made of gold? What else do you think? Bu Yalian rolled her eyes without any good reason. If it wasn't expensive, I'd be in there already. What's the point of squatting here? Zhang Tsuehua looked at Jinya's doorway. Yao Yao. I always feel it. Right. This kid is a bit weird. Weird? When Zhang Tsuehua said that, she also noticed that something was wrong. She remembers it clearly. This is not his area of business. But then again, why would he come here to receive deliveries? She couldn't figure it out. Do you think he could be stimulated and mentally deranged? After half a minute, Zhang Tsuehua came to this conclusion. Brainstorm. Hearing this, Bu Yalian's eyes lit up. It's really possible. If that's the case, then that's too good. We'll just wait here and watch the show. He'll definitely be blasted out. Zegna's store. Yang Xiao didn't realize that he was being targeted by Bu Yalian's mother and daughter and was waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Still picking out his own clothes, the saleswoman followed him around with a sweet, charming smile on her face, all without neglecting him, snubbing him, or even mocking him because of what he was wearing. They've been in stores like this for a long time. I've seen all kinds of dirt. Especially, some rich guys like to dress up as ordinary people and come here to pretend with a beautiful woman of their choice. Young Shaw was treated as such by them. After all, Li Wanji's face is still very capable. The average person doesn't even deserve it. Young Shaw took a cursory glance. Then, pointing to a row of shelves, wrap up all those clothes for me. I want them. Swipe your card. Li Wanji's entire body was baffled. Big brother, you're buying clothes, not grocery shopping. If you've got your eye on it, you should at least try it on for size and see how it looks on you. How can you decide after just looking around? It's too hasty. Yes sir. Please go to the lounge area and wait for a moment. The saleswoman smiled, her mouth closing, wrapped the clothes, sent to come to young Shaw, and respectfully handed out the POS machine. Hello sir, you have spent a total of 999,000 yuan this time. If you confirm that there is no error, please pay for it. Thank you. As the alert of a successful transaction rang out, $1 million gone. Pay up. Young Shaw walked straight out. Li Wanji screwed in the back with a big bag. This scene, directly is to look silly a group of female sales. This is not a pickup. It's the bully. Geez, he is so handsome. It's simply more money and more billions. The moment. They couldn't wait to rush up and take Li Wanji's place. Coming out of Zegna, Yang Xiao turned around and went back into the Cartier jewelry store next door. Zhang Tsuehua was not calm. Yao Yao, didn't you say that Yang Xiao came to receive the express pieces? How come you didn't take the express? Maybe someone else cancelled the order. Bu Yalian was puzzled, but could only think of this reason that made more sense. Just then,
Li Wanji appeared ringing a large bag. The two were one in front of the other. It's not far. In a split second, a thought came to mind. Could this be a rich woman who has her eye on the big, strong, game-playing, long-lasting battle-happy young Shaw? No way. Absolutely impossible. She's so beautiful. Doesn't it smell good to find a family that's right for you? The two definitely don't know each other. Ha ha. Deserved. Who told him not to know better? Bah. Hearing that the order was cancelled, Zhang Suihua was overjoyed. Buyalian, perhaps this is retribution. Mother and daughter sing in unison. Totally white-knuckled. Over the years, young Shaw couldn't afford to give them money to spend. Didn't realize. At the end of the day, in her place, Yang Xiao actually landed a comment that he didn't know what to do. That's hilarious. Once inside the Cartier store, the salesperson greeted me enthusiastically. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Are you looking for a perfume watch or fine jewelry? I want to look at women's jewelry. Yang Xiao was ready to pick a few things and give them to Lu Wei to repay her for her gift of help at the critical moment. If you can. He also wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to make a confession, whether it was successful or not. Yes sir. This way please. Guided Yang Xiao and the two of them to sit down. Yang Xiao waved his hand. Bring up all the best bracelets. Okay. The salesman was happy in his heart. Get rich. The best. But it's worth millions. He gets a lot for the commission alone. Beautiful. The scene. It made Li Wanji a bit puzzled that the boss, a big man, was buying women's jewelry for what? Buy it for me? No way. They've only known each other for a day. Why should they buy for themselves? She thought. Even if you were to buy it for yourself, it would have been after a deeper understanding. Suddenly, there was a flash of surprise in his eyes. Did he bring it himself? Can't be. This is why he doesn't like women? Hiss. It's bad. Will I be silenced if I find out my boss's secret? Her inner drama was unknown to young Shaw. Sales presentation complete. His eyes burned at young Xiao. Sir, may I ask which one you want? He was also torn. How do I choose? What do you think? Yang Xiao looked sideways at Li Wanji, seemingly seeking her opinion. I think it's too expensive. Li Wanji was about to open her mouth when the saleswoman immediately took over. Your girlfriend is so beautiful. No matter which one she wears, it will be the icing on the cake. Very articulate. You misunderstood. She's not my girlfriend. Yang Xiao shook his head. The saleswoman was startled and hurriedly bowed and apologized. I'm sorry. I didn't know. It's okay. Young Shaw waved his hand. So eager to skim. Ha ha. He really doesn't like women. It's safe. Li Wanji was as happy as if she had won the lottery. After much deliberation, young Shaw decided to buy an 18K white gold bracelet called Just Unclue. The shape is like two brick-encrusted nails. The price is beautiful. 52 million. Also, he has a paved masonry 18K white gold love bracelet. 520,000. The reason why I chose this was a second-hand preparation in case she thought the stuff was too expensive and refused to take it. Bracelet size. He had long ago inquired about it from Lin Xian. Just these two. Swipe your card. Yang Xiao boldly took out his bank card and slapped it on the table. Yes sir. Our store manager will be right with you. Please wait. Chapter 24. You did well last night, begging for favorites. Begging for recommendations. Sir, may I ask if you would like tea or coffee? The sales smile was as bright as the early spring sun. This is the moment when the prize money actually arrives. Can you not be happy? If there is Coke, that would be the best. After thinking about it, Yang Xiao smiled and said so. Coke? They didn't have it in the store at all. But it's okay. They can immediately arrange for someone to go out and buy it back. Big clients. Ask and you shall receive. Yes sir. Immediately afterward, the sales looked at Li Wanji again and asked in a very polite manner. Miss, what about you? Give me a glass of water. Li Wanji was a little nervous. I can't believe I can have this treatment myself. There was a talk and it was enjoyable. Just then, doorway, one fat and one thin, two extremely incongruous figures, arm in arm, walked in from outside. Honey, are you really willing to buy me a Cartier men's watch? Jinjian asked with an expectant face. Manhwa kissed Jinjian on the cheek and said with a fluttering brow. That's for sure. You did a good job last night, take it as a reward. Although the woman beside her weighed twice as much as Jinjian, and the first reaction of anyone who sees them, without exception, will be to say, what a rich woman. Even so what? He was still happy. Man, what's the most important thing? Pretty woman? Jinjian used to think so. Later, he changed his mind. He felt that the most important thing for a man is to have money. Money isn't everything, though, but without money, it's a no-brainer. He's not a young man. Pretty women fulfill his vanity. But there's no money.
Everything is for nothing. When he's rich, there are plenty of pretty girls out there. Money and color both. That's the way to go. After entering the store,
Jin Jian said with a bold voice,
bring out the men's watches in your store and let me take a look. Yes, please wait. Sale smiled and nodded. Hurry up, Hao Wenhuo urged. Honey, let's go sit over there and wait. Seeing that there was a VIP rest area, Jin Jian proposed. However, the next second, he then saw an extremely familiar face. Li Wanji? Jin Jian was stunned. Hearing voices, Li Wanji turned back and saw the owner of the voice, and similarly froze. Jin Jian. The two were originally boyfriend and girlfriend. The relationship was so good that it was on the verge of marriage. The sky is the limit. A while ago, Li Wanji's father, suddenly found to have kidney failure, need a large sum of money when the treatment costs. Jin Jian was silent. Then, the next day it was gone. At that time, Li Wanji was still naive enough to think that Yan Jian was out raising money.
It wasn't until later that she realized that all of her contact information had been blacked out by Jin Jian later. She realized that Jin Jian was afraid of being dragged down and ran away without saying a word himself.
Jin Jian is really as good as his name. What a bitch.
Li Wanji was also glad that she hadn't failed to give herself to him.
Otherwise it's a big loss.
Jin Jian pulled Hao Wenhua to sit down on the sofa opposite Yang Xiao and Li Wanji,
before saying, honey, let me introduce. This is my ex-girlfriend, Li Wanji.
Hao Wenhua held Jin Jian's hand tightly and rolled her eyes triumphantly at Li Wanji.
Is it a big deal if you're pretty? Men can't keep it. Ugh, useless stuff. What are you doing here, applying for a cleaning job? Jin Jian sneered. Li Wanji didn't want to talk to him, chose to ignore it.
Jin Jian felt like he had punched cotton.
It's suffocating. Exasperated, he gritted his teeth. All in a cheap, ground-up suit. No jewelry.
The smell of perfume wafting from her body was all cheap.
A female loser. You're so poor. I'm afraid you're here to apply for the cleaning job, right? Can I hire you?
Hao Wenhua also tilted her head and looked at people with her nostrils, and deliberately put her LV bag on the table and took out a business card case from it.
Snap. From it, he took out a business card and remained on the table. Then, in a condescending manner, she said, I'm the chairman of Good Beauty Culture and Media Company. Hao Wenhua.
So it's the uncultured chairman.
Good culture.
Disrespectful. Yang Xiao said in a serious manner.
Hearing Yang Xiao's deliberate distortion,
the horizontal flesh on Hao Wenhua's face trembled.
Uncultured fool. It's good beauty culture, not uncultured. Oh, sorry. It turns out to be so uneducated. Yang Xiao pretended to come to a realization. Good American culture? So uneducated. Combined with the name Hao Wenhua,
Yang Xiao silently gave her dad a nod in his heart.
That's a hell of a name to get. 2. 1 Listen and you'll know. It's cultural. If you haven't read a book, stay home and study. Don't come out and disgrace yourself. Hao Wenhua had the look that apart from the heavenly king, she was the most bullish. That's right. At first I thought the same thing. Young Sha nodded deeply, sweeping a glance at Jin Jian and Hao Wenhua, and continued. It wasn't until I met you guys that I came to the realization that I was really wrong before. Li Wanji was dumbfounded. Mr. Yang, what are you doing? How can you still admit you're wrong? In the meantime, before you know whether Hao Wenhua's wealth is as deep as Yang Zhao's, the salesman was afraid to come up and say more, lest you piss off the other side by being on the wrong side. Lost orders. You know you're wrong. Then get lost. Hao Wenhua smiled triumphantly, playing with words in front of her mother. Who gave you the courage? Just then, suddenly, Yang Zhao's words turned. However, the owner of the company with no culture dares to come out and say that he is well cultured. Why can't I? No culture. Good culture? Hao Wenhua froze for a moment, then immediately understood, her eyes glaring like bull's eyes in anger. Oh, my God. A poor man. How dare you mock me? Brainstorming. Jin Jian immediately stepped out and blocked in front of Hao Wenhua. Pointing at Yang Xiao, he shouted, Kid, immediately kneel down and apologize to my wife. Otherwise, it's not over. It was said with great bravado and with the aura of a man who can do anything. This is a great opportunity for him to perform. Perform well. Money. Isn't that still pouring into your pocket? Don't get me wrong. I have no intention of targeting her. Yang Xiao waved his hand in a hurry. This operation directly made Li Wanji look dumbfounded. 1 minute tit for tat. The next minute apologizing. What's that supposed to mean? The birth of an actor? Or are the actors in place? Then why don't you kneel down and apologize to her? Jin Jian stuck his hands in his pants pockets and said in a bullish manner. The smugness on his face grew more and more intense, as if he had already seen the scene of Yang Xiao kneeling down and begging for mercy, crying in pain, just when they both thought that Yang Xiao would go in the direction they envisioned, only to see Yang Xiao lifted his head and said with a smile, Actually, I am targeting you too. Pust. I don't know who it was that didn't hold back a laugh. Chapter 25. Do you think it's infuriating? Seeking favorites? Seeking recommendations? Who's laughing? Jinjian looked around with wide eyes, the veins on his forehead bulging, itching to storm off on the spot. Out of the division. Who knows that the hero did not become a hero, but became a bear? It's kind of a disgrace. What are you guys still standing there for? Can't you see that your honored guests are being bullied? Why don't you kick them out now? Hao Wenhua's lungs were about to explode. I'm the chairman of the board. Rich people. It's not something that poor bastards like them can compare to. The noise was loud. The doorway was surrounded by people who loved to watch and were stunned by what Hao Wenhua and Jinjin did. Some of them saw it all. From start to finish. It's all about Jinjian and the two of them bullying others. In the end, I can't believe I had the cheek to say I was bullied by someone else, and trying to chuck people out. Do you have any shame? In the meantime, Zhang Suihua, who was hiding in the distance and watching, and Bu Yalian also discovered the unusual situation over here. Zhang Suihua looked at Bu Yalian and asked, Yao Yao, why are so many people suddenly surrounding over there? It must be Yang Xiao pretending to be rich and being exposed on the spot. Bu Yalian said with a cold smile, pretending to have money? That's only if you have that strength. Why don't we go over and take a look? Zhang Suihua proposed with a face full of excitement. This kind of thing, of course I have to go and join in the fun, and if I can even say a few words to troll him. Bu Yalian couldn't wait to see him make a fool of himself. It would be a good after-dinner laugh if I could record it. The two of them rushed towards Cartier at a fast pace, lest if they were a minute late, they wouldn't be able to see the hustle and bustle. Just rushed out a few steps. Bu Yalian's cell phone rang. It's Ephraim calling. Call out to Zhang Suihua. Answering the phone, Bu Yalian delicately said, fluttering run, I'm at the Monument Walk. What's the matter with you? Ai Pianren said, Yao Yao, I'm now in Tianfu New City. Do you have time at this moment? Yes. What's wrong? Bu Yalian was curious. Ai Pianren continued, I'm going to buy you a house here, and I want you to come over and look at the house. Buy me a suite? Tianfu New City. That's a hot school district these days. It's expensive. Bu Yalian was overjoyed and hurriedly said, Okay, we'll be right over. Hanging up the phone, he excitedly called Zhang Suihua out of the mall and took a taxi to Tianfu New City, Cartier store. Feng Yu, the salesperson responsible for receiving Yang Xiao, goes and returns. Seeing their clients being bullied, no matter what, without hesitation, she chose to stand on her client's side. This lady, this is Cartier. Please don't make trouble here. We make trouble? You're blind. Jinjian pointed at Feng Yu angrily. What are you? How dare a seller tell us what to do? The customer is God. Don't you understand? I only heard the two of you yelling here. Feng Yu said calmly and truthfully. Your store manager is polite to me. Who are you? How dare you talk to us like that? Hao Wenhua crossed her arms, like a shrew scolding the street. Feng Yu said, I'm just discussing things. Seeing Feng Yu's attitude didn't change, Hao Wenhua gritted her teeth and said, Fine, you wait. Later, I'll make sure he fires you. Hear this. Yang Xiao finally couldn't help but snort out a laugh. Kid, you're still fucking laughing. Later on, you're in for a treat, Jinjian warned. He couldn't wait to slap Yang Xiao to the ground and snap out of it. It didn't take long. The store manager of this Cartier store came in. Hao Wenhua immediately told the situation. Likewise, Feng Yu and the rest of the staff reported the situation. Listening to the store manager made sense. At this time, Hao Wenhua continued to clamor. I'm warning you, if you don't throw them out, we will never spend money in your store again. We will also drive our other friends to stop spending money in your store. The store manager smiled and explained. I'm sorry MS. How? These two are also our guests. We can't just kick them out. For Hao Wenhua, she also knew her, bought from her a couple times. Hao Wenhua immediately quit, slapped her hand on the table and hissed at the top of her voice. Aren't we? Those who enter the store are our guests. Then we are also honored guests. There is a fundamental difference from them. As soon as Hao Wenhua's words fell, Jinjian immediately chimed in. My wife is right. We're here to spend money, not to interview, much less hang out. In their opinion, Yang Xiao and Li Wanji are here for the interview. Whether or not they'll be hired, that's still up in the air. What's against you? For the luxury clothes placed on the table. I'm sorry, they didn't even think they were Yang Xiao's. The store manager smiled and shook his head. I'm sorry MS. How? We can't fulfill your request. 2 paupers? Haven't seen luxury goods before. Well then, I'll let you guys open your eyes for free today. Glancing at Yang Xiao, Hao Wenhua suddenly changed her attitude. Then, he shouted boldly, bring out all the men's watches under $300,000 in your store. She's going to show Li Wanji and the others what makes a rich man.
Make the store manager regret it. Then, licking his face, like a pug, he volunteered to drive Li Wanji and the others out. Finally came to himself to take credit. The salesman politely returned. Yes, please wait. Two poor bastards. Hao Wenhua's eyes were full of disdain and mockery when she looked at Yang Xiao and Li Wanji. Jin Jian also had a villainous look on his face, as if to say, watch this. This is the rich guy. Soon, the salesman used a small tray and brought 10 men's watches under $300,000 to Hao Wenhua, and start the presentation. Hao Wenhua even made a point of rolling her eyes at Yang Xiao to show off. Jin Jian even laughed coldly. The gap between people, how can it be so big? Some people, can't earn $300,000 in a lifetime, while we can easily have it. It's really troublesome. Yeah, it's really sad. Hao Wenhuo also sneered. The two of them were singing and conspiring. Feng Yu was tempted to say that one piece bought by someone else was equivalent to 7 or 8 pieces bought by you. Why are you fooling around? It's just that Yang Xiao asked for it and she was too embarrassed to trespass. Listening to Jin Jian's words, Yang Xiao also nodded in deep agreement. I agree with this statement. 2 days ago, I spent 300 million on 2 buildings in Tianfu New City. Just after making the payment, the price went up, directly making me several $100 million. Do you think it's infuriating? You like to pretend you're richer than you are, don't you? You can. $3 trillion in cash and a fancy way of pretending to know what's going on. Hearing his words, Jin Jian directly snorted out a laugh. Ha ha, you're out of your mind. The one who bought the house we've inquired about is called Yang Xiao, the new boss of Yuzhou Hotel. How old are you? Chapter 26, putting in a long line, seeking favorites. Seeking recommendations? Originally they were going to get a set as well, but it's late. Didn't buy it. They heard of a man who bought 2 buildings at once, and bought a $30 million parking space. Incredibly bold. So, they wanted to buy a set from under that guy at a high price. I didn't know until I asked around. Surprisingly, the new owner of the Yuzhou Hotel bought it. Moreover, the sale of the Yuzhou Hotel for $30 billion had long been rumored in the upper class of Yu City. Anyone with a little bit of a social circle already knows about it. Rich people like this. Raise the price? I'm sorry. He's pressed for money. How do you add it? Yang Xiao slapped his thighs and said excitedly. Isn't this a coincidence? This isn't. I'm also called Yang Xiao. Do you see that I look like that rich man? What's the point of having the same name? They're rich and you're negative. Hao Wenhuo rolled her eyes and sneered. Yan Jian agreed. That's right. Can it be the same? Just then, the store manager is here. She came over with the packaged Cartier jewelry that Yang Xiao had purchased. With a smile on her face, she walked up to Yan Xiao, respectfully handing out the Cartier packaging. Mr. Yang, your purchase has been packed. Please check. In addition, you are already our honored member, able to enjoy lifetime maintenance and a 10% discount on purchases. At once, in the whole store, a needle could be heard, as if the air had stood still. The clerk looked to Hao Wenhua. Can't help it. Okay. Yang Xiao took the item and turned his hand to hand it to Li Wanji. Xiao Wan, take a look at this bracelet. Do you like it? Li Wanji froze for a moment, quickly reacted, and hurriedly pouted. Thank you, dear. I like it very much. Yang Xiao smiled faintly and said, that's good. Let's go. Next, let's go check out the clothes. The two of them were then under the stunned gazes of Hao Wenhua and Jin Jian, hand in hand, carrying Zegna's clothes out. At once, Hao Wenhua's eyes widened. Look at the 2 Janshaws who left. Another look at the store manager. The bottom of his eyes were full of incredulity. Aren't they here for an interview? What's with the shopping? As for teaming up to cheat? That's impossible. Hao Wenhua knows the store manager. It is also known that such a global luxury brand store would never accompany someone in a play for no reason. Therefore, it is definitely not false. Regarding the interview, it was just a preconceived idea that both of them had. There was no one present but the two of them. No one had ever said that Yang Xiao and the others were here for an interview. Jin Jian also turned red, unable to believe that this was true. And yet, I can't help but not believe it. Those words earlier were like a slap in the face, slapping them both hard in the face. At this moment, Jin Jian couldn't wait to find a crack to drill into. With a red face, Hao Wenhua got up and pulled Jin Jian away. She didn't want to be here for a moment. In the meantime, Bu Yalian and Zhang Suiwa also just arrived at Tianfu New City. Ephraim had been waiting at the entrance to the neighborhood for a long time. With him, there was also a young guy carrying a briefcase. See the two get out of the car. Ai Pinran hurriedly greeted him and smiled. Auntie, Yao, you guys came really fast. Sorry, traffic jam on the road. Bu Yalian was a little embarrassed. It's fine, we just arrived as well. Ai Pangran smiled and waved his hand. Then he introduced, by the way, this is the agent of Anjiale Real Estate, Xiao Li. agency? Zhang Suihua sized up the young man surnamed Li who was dressed in a suit, and was still somewhat skeptical in her heart.
Last time I said I'd buy a car. As a result, it's been several days and she hasn't seen a bicycle, let alone a BMW. Therefore, for the words of AI Fluttershy, she was skeptical. Contrary to her, Bu Yalian was overjoyed, holding onto AI Pinrun's arm and rubbing it vigorously. After briefly explaining the situation, AI Fluttershy led Zhang Suihua and Bu Yalian towards the entrance of the neighborhood. The agent nodded and walked ahead to lead the way. The doorman glanced at the credentials. Direct release. Ankara has worked with them before. Plus the recent rise in prices here. There is just too much speculation. After buying a house in their neighborhood, immediately listed in various real estate agencies, there are many people who are ready to turn around and sell at a high price. Anchor Realty is just one of them. The few of them that came weren't the first wave, and they weren't likely to be the last. Therefore, the doorman also just checked the documents. After confirming that there was no mistake, just didn't give them a hard time, gave a straight release. Until this time, Zhang Suihua had a few moments of belief. The group arrived at Building 1 and took the elevator up to the 18th floor. Shaoli took out the key, opened the door to the room, retreated to the side, and nodded his head, saying, "Mr. AI, please come inside. The houses here are all finely furnished. The decor is great." After a few people entered the house, Shaoli began to smile and introduced, "Mr. AI, this house has 3 rooms and 2 halls, 1 kitchen and 2 baths, and also has a small courtyard pavilion." After the introduction, Shaoli glanced at AI Fluttershy. The two exchanged a look afterward. He then stepped back and waited. And at this moment, Zhang Suihua had long since begun to believe it. She pressed her excitement and looked around the room as if the suite had been bought for her. Bu Yalian was also excited. A hard laugh. Seeing that the two of them were happy, the corner of AI Pinrun's mouth crossed an imperceptible wry smile. Afterward, he looked at Bu Yalian and Zhang Suihua and asked, "Yao Yao, Auntie, what do you think of this suite?" "It's not bad. It's just that the second bedroom is a bit smaller." Zhang Suihua first nodded, then deflated her mouth. Suddenly, she seemed to recall remembering something and immediately turned her head to look at Shaoli. "Shaoli, is there anything bigger?" "This suite is still a bit small." "The suite in general." She is satisfied. "It's a lot better than the stairwell they live in now. Since you're buying a new house, you don't have to pay for it out of your own pocket. Why don't you buy a bigger one?" "She's not stupid." "Egu, Auntie, what a coincidence. This is the last set," Shaoli said regretfully. It's totally fine for him to say that. It's been a few days. The price of housing in Tianfu New Town is rising in a straight line, all the way to red. After a pause, he added, "If it wasn't for the fact that Mr. AI and our group's boss are friends, this set would have been gone a long time ago." "Know your boss?" Zhang Suihua froze for a few seconds. Then a look of ecstasy appeared on her face. Was about to say something, but she was interrupted by her daughter, Bu Yalian, who said, "Fluttershy, don't listen to my mom. This suite is great. It's the one. Don't pick another one. Over 100 square feet. Based on current prices, this suite is in the millions. What's more," the agent's words were clear to her, "missed this set, but it's gone." When her daughter said so, Zhang Suihua couldn't say anything more and laughed. "I'm blindly grinning. Listen to Yao Yao." Bu Yalian sort of reminded her indirectly. She didn't want a repeat of the BMW incident. "Alright then, this is the set." Saying that, AI Pangring turned his head to Shaoli and winked. "Shaoli, go prepare the contract. It's best to get it done today." "Okay, Mr. AI. Wait a moment. I'll go back and get the contract right away." "Yes." Chapter 27, Catching the Big Fish, Seeking Favorites. Seeking recommendations? Looking at Li who ran out to get the contract, Zhang Suihua smiled from ear to ear. This suite is done. Still this son-in-law is good. The golden son-in-law. The more she looked at it, the more she clocked it. At the same time, inwardly, I was glad that I had helped my daughter make the decision. Otherwise where could I find such a good son-in-law? The house is done. Strike while the iron is hot. She looked at AI Pangren and smiled. AI look, the house is done. This car. Before she could finish her sentence, Bu Yalian was frowning and interrupted. "Mom, what are you doing? Just bought a house." The behavior of turning around Zhang Suihua and asking for the car again made Bu Yalian feel more or less ashamed. But the heart doesn't reject it. Being chastised so much by my daughter, Zhang Suihua didn't feel embarrassed. Also justified back. "Don't think I don't know. That BMW store yesterday afternoon called you. Let you go pay for the car. I didn't receive it." Bu Yalian hurriedly shook her head in denial. Actually, the call she did get. She was also eager to pick up the car. But no. For one thing, she has no money.
Secondly, she was too embarrassed to take the initiative to give Efren the word. She felt that once she opened her mouth, it would make him think. Owners are trying to figure out his money, his car, his house. The relationship between the two ran off the rails and went sour. It becomes impure. At this point, AI Penguin laughed. It's okay, we'll get the house done and go buy a car right away. Are you serious? Auntie, I can't lie to anyone, but I can't lie to you guys. You guys are my family, don't you think so? Ah, right. Xiao AI is right, Zhang Suihua said repeatedly. A few people were talking. Soon, Li went and returned. At the same time, he had an extra pile of paper in his hand. Think it should be a purchase contract. Xiaoli gave the contract to AI Fluttershy, who took the contract and stood there on the balcony pretending to look at it for a long time. This scene also made Zhang Suiwa's mother and daughter more and more convinced that AI Fanrun was the one who did great things. They've seen it on TV, doing great things. Look at contracts and other information with caution and care. As for asking her to borrow $400,000 to tide you over, there are still times when the richest man is stretched thin. Not to mention he's not even the richest man. Besides, as far as they were concerned, the whole thing was perfectly good for their family. If he hadn't run into difficulties. Her turn? Zhang Suiwa thought that this might be destiny. The seriousness of AI Tianren's appearance made Bu Yalian's heart move slightly. If this was for the two of them to see. I'm sorry to hear that. They don't know where to look or what to look at. Not much longer. Ephraim pretended to read it. Rushing at Xiaoli, he raised the contract in his hand and said fervently, I've finished reading the contract. There's no problem. Pay now. Great. Li wore a somewhat exaggerated expression of ecstasy, and quickly pulled up a WeChat QR code for AI Tianren to scan. The joy of harvest shining in his eyes. $3 million arrived on WeChat. An arrival beep came from the empty room. Thank you, Mr. AI. The money has arrived. Xiaoli took out his cell phone and glanced at it, nodding his head. $3 million and it's gone? That spends money fast. It's too soon. Zhang Suihua and Bu Yalian looked at each other and both silently swallowed a mouthful of saliva, secretly marveling. They were surprised that they did not feel the slightest bit bad about Xiaoli's microblogging collection. Strictly speaking, buying a house from an agent, it is not possible for the purchase price to go into the agent's private Microsoft account. Or maybe it's buying a house, still basking in the joy. They're the ones who didn't notice the details. Or maybe they don't get it either. Everything was going according to the shenanigans envisioned by Efren anyway. Smoothly moving forward. Finish paying. When signing a contract, AI Tianren insists on using Bu Yalian's identifying information, as well as signing that it was bought for her. Thanks to her for leaning in. Originally, Zhang Suihua thought he was just talking. After all, the house is $3 million, not $300. How can you give it away so easily? Until Bu Yalian signed. Send off Li. When you get the keys to the house, holding in 7 or 8 pages of the purchase contract in your hand, you stand on the balcony. Mother and daughter just jumped for complete joy, embrace each other and weep. And AI Pangren, who was standing on the side, also revealed an intriguing smile once again. Actually, they mother and daughter didn't know it. Xiaoli Weixing voice broadcast, to the account of $3 million. In fact, the amount of money to the account, only $2,000. The sound of $3 million arriving was just set up in advance by Li. WeChat arrival tone is available for download online. This is a setup designed by Ephraim. As it turns out, long before this, Li and AI Fluttershy had secretly reached an agreement. Li gets paid $2,000 for his performance when he cooperates with AI Pangrun to perform a play. Why not? Hence the purchase contracts they hold in their hands. Naturally, it's also fake. A formal purchase contract is dozens of pages, to say the least. How can it be only 7 or 8 pages? The reason why AI Tianren did this was to try to trick Bu Yalian into getting more money from her. He was seeing a lot of women at the same time earlier. Cultivate objects that feel ready to go down. When he felt the time was about right, just send the women messages to borrow money. What a coincidence. 2 dozen were sent. Just Bu Yalian replied and promised to lend money. It's still $400,000. It gave him a taste of his own medicine. So, as envisioned, he found some people to match the show, and immediately launched a series of crazy plans to cheat money. As for the key to this room, it's true. Li's distant cousin is a salesperson here, and Li bribed her to get the key. Back to the main topic. At this moment, mother and daughter are still basking in the joy. Ephraim took out his cell phone and set an alarm while they weren't looking, rushing to put the phone back again. Only then did he look at Bu Yalian and the two of them, proposing, Auntie, Yao, it's getting late, let's hurry up and go buy a car. After we're done buying, call uncle and we'll go to Yuzhou Hotel to celebrate together. After he reminded them of this,
Mother and daughter Bu Yalian came back to their senses. Yeah. Next, we have to go car shopping. And so on. After you buy a car, you have to go to the Yuzhou hotel to celebrate? We heard right. Geez, that's a 5-star hotel. They had heard before that the meals there were extraordinarily delicious. Just thinking about it is going to make your mouth water. Wrap it up. The trio exited the neighborhood. Just walked out of the neighborhood. Ephraim's cell phone rang. He pulled out his cell phone and explained with a smile. Sorry about the call from the company. I'll take it. Bu Yalian nodded in agreement. Mother and daughter had no doubt about it. And Ephraim turned off the alarm clock by hand and began his movie star performance. Hey, well, right. What do you say? Is so uncharacteristic. Find out if it is who reported it. I want to think of a way. Finish following the established lines. He wore a stony expression. Seeing that he didn't look quite right, Bu Yalian hurriedly asked, Fluttershy run, what's wrong? Chapter 28, The Fish Takes the Hook, Seeking Favorites. Seeking recommendations? Yao yao. Today, may not be able to buy a car. AI Pianwen put on a forced smile. The competitors, for their own benefit, reported me. What? Reported? Zhang Suihua was shocked and hurriedly said, who is so unethical to do such a bad conscience? Ephraim shook his head in feigned helplessness. That expression seemed to say, the mall is like a battlefield, not a house. Who wants to live in harmony with you? Seeing that AI Pianwen looked a bit strange, Bu Yalian hurriedly asked, how is it? Are things very serious? Words. Ephraim sighed at first. Another pause. It was only then that he showed regret. The company's account was frozen, unable to utilize the funds. That tenfold return investment project in Deep City will have to be surrendered. That look, that expression, it's as if you're about to literally lose $100 million. It would be a shame not to go into acting. This performance convinced Bu Yalian and Zhang Cuihua, especially Zhang Cuihua. Her eyes were glittering with gold. A tenfold return on investment. It's too lucrative. She was very, very distracted. A thought also popped into his head. She wants to be involved. Therefore, couldn't help but ask after him. AI, this program you're talking about, the minimum starting investment, how much is it? Mom, can you not add to the chaos? Bu Yalian said in shame. At the moment, she didn't know that her mom was calculating something. AI Pianwen waved his hand. Yao Yao is fine. Since Auntie wants to know, I'll make it simple. Zhang Suihua deflated at Bu Yalian. The gaze that looked at AI Pianwen was full of love. It's still little AI who knows things. AI Pangren said, what I'm going to invest in is an oil extraction project. That boss and I are classmates. He wants to bring me together to get rich, and he also knows that I have been in difficulty lately. So, he then began to make things up. Say you're licensed. The minimum you can put in is $3 million. And that's $30 million if you get a tenfold return. Of course, the more you invest, the more money you make. Naturally, the deadline is in a few days. He made it a point to emphasize that he was ready to buy a car and a house today, and that he was going to make a payment to his classmate first thing in the morning. However, I didn't expect such a thing to happen all of a sudden. Had to call it quits. Finally, with a sigh of relief from him, ended his career as a screenwriter. The more Zhang Cuihua listened, the brighter her eyes became, as if she saw a mountain of gold, beckoning to her, excited as hell. Oh, my God, that's $30 million. For her, that much money was enough to make her forget all her troubles. Bu Yalian just felt a bit sad. That's all. After all, she gleaned the one who could lay golden eggs. What could be better than that? Looking at Zhang Cuihua's expression, Ephraim knew he had revealed about as much as he could. Pretend to look at the time, and showed a regretful expression. Auntie, Yao Yao, sorry, time is limited. I have to make a trip back to the company right away. The car purchase will have to wait for another day. This situation, Zhang Cuihua couldn't force him to buy a car. She could only say this. It's fine. Go and get busy. She had managed to catch this golden son-in-law with great difficulty. How could she let him go so easily? She was going to be a human being. Be skeptical. There is more before you buy a house. But when they got the keys to the house, and the purchase contract, doubts dissipated. Moreover, Bu Yalian and him were also former lovers, and the two of them had been together for many years. So they had some understanding of his family. His family has money. He himself has not only studied abroad, also often in his circle of friends in the luxury car yacht, as well as in and out of some upscale places of the photos. Even had a picture with a big pile of money. Such a rich man would lie to avoid buying a car? After Eppendorfen left, Zhang Cuihua mother and daughter happily took a taxi home. They are ready to pick a good day to move. In the meantime, Yang Xiao and Li Wanji came out of Cartier. Didn't keep shopping. Had Li Wanji drive back to the hotel. First meal of induction. He thought it would be a good environment for her to come to.
It also sort of gives her a frame of reference.
Just arrived at the Yuzhou Hotel. They then met Yu Chao. Gu, Mr. Yang, long time no see. Yu Zhou hurriedly greeted him. At the same time, he swept a glance at the beautiful Li Wanji beside Yang Xiao, and a flash of amazement flashed across the bottom of his eyes. Nice guy. Just bought my hotel a few days ago and this limo secretary is all set. A man of nature. Yo, Mr. Yu, are you preparing to go to the airport? Glancing at the suitcase behind him, Yang Xiao asked. Yu Zhou nodded. Well, fly to Magic City tonight. The two made some more small talk and parted ways. Yu Chao is going to Rice. According to Yang Xiao, the sky is the limit, or his own country is the best. Taking Li Wanji in a special elevator, he arrived at the top of the building. This is the chairman's special dining room. At this very moment, Lin Xian had already made arrangements a long time ago. The table, long ago, was filled with delicious food. Yang Xiao began to feast, and Li Wanji sat there, rushed and apprehensive. At the moment, she was as careful as a little kitten that had arrived in a new environment. She had never dreamed that there would be a day when she could sit in such a luxurious hotel and eat mountains of food. It's so dreamy. At this moment, she felt like her heart was going to jump out of her chest. She pinched her thigh several times. The roots of my thighs are pinched purple. After making sure it wasn't a dream, he actually smiled involuntarily, just in time to be seen by Yang Xiao. He swallowed his mouthful of rice and said in disbelief, Eat? Why are you sitting there stupidly? Do you want me to feed you? Oh, okay. Li Wanji nodded her head in a stupidly sweet manner, and only then did she begin to move. Looking at Li Wanji's appearance, Yang Xiao was a little saddened. Once upon a time, myself, I'm in the same boat as her, but that's all in the past. From now on, he was going to make those who looked down on him regret it in droves. Li Wanji, who was eating, suddenly felt the cell phone in her pants pocket vibrate. Take it out. What I found was a notice from the hospital saying that she was in luck, and that the kidney source, a match for her dad, had been found. She was told to pay the fee within a week and the surgery could be scheduled for the end of the following month. If the fee is not paid at the required time, then this rare kidney source will be automatically transferred to the next patient. Such a great opportunity. How could she miss it? Hurry up and borrow money from everywhere. But, $400,000. It's not a small amount. Where would a girl like her raise that kind of money? Who's willing to lend it to her? Looking around, none of the relatives would bother with her. A couple of close roommates put together $30,000 for her. But, that's a far cry from $400,000. What to do? She thought about borrowing it from Yang Xiao, but she didn't think her boss would lend it to her. After all, the two were only in an employment relationship, and the two had only known each other for a day. It's not a relative. Why lend it to yourself? For a moment, she almost despaired, tears pouring out of her eyes uncontrollably. Fear of being found out by the boss. It can only be held back desperately. The more he endured, the more the aggression in his heart grew stronger. Chapter 29. Female Secretary cries pearly, seek collection. Seek recommendation. The voice of the boss, Yang Xiao, suddenly rang in her ears. What's wrong with you? Have you encountered something? It turned out that Yang Xiao had long ago discovered her abnormality. Been hesitant to ask. Li Wanji slightly lowered her head. He happened to notice that tears had been welling up in her eyes, but always stubbornly keeping the bottom line. No dikes. It reminded him of his own heartbreaking past when he received deliveries and drove freight cars at night. Then he couldn't help but ask. Hearing Yang Xiao's voice, Li Wanji noticed her own disorder and hurriedly skimmed her head to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes, before saying, Sorry, boss, I got sand in my eye wind. With that, he was ready to get up and go out. She didn't want to continue to disrupt her boss's meal. What? The wind blew in the sand? Yang Xiao was speechless. Nonsense. We are not having an open-air barbecue. Where did the wind come from? Where's the sand? He immediately called out to her. Wait a minute. What happened, boss? Li Wanji sobbed. At this time, Yang Xiao did not continue to pursue the reason. Instead, they asked this. What did you say during the interview? Li Wanji wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, her gaze looking at Yang Xiao, wanting to speak. Wasn't he a good talker earlier? I've got wheels in my face. Why don't you just give up now? Yang Xiao knew that she must be in a difficult situation. Otherwise, it's impossible to show that kind of posture in front of your boss. Unless, he drank a mouthful of water and added, From today on, you are my amount of employees. What difficulties you have, just say it. As long as I can do it, I will definitely help. Li Wanji stood there, stirring the fingers of her hands together, inwardly caught in a tangle. Should I say it? This is a question that has no standard answer. Young Shaw ventured a guess. Are you in financial trouble? Li Wanji didn't say anything and just looked up at him. Another quick bow of the head. Yang Shao understood and asked, I thought it was a big deal. Isn't it just money? How much do you need? For him now. Problems that can be solved with money are not problems. Li Wanji never spoke. Young Shaw was in no hurry. Been sitting there waiting. I don't know how much time has passed. Li Wanji finally gathered the courage to stand up, bowed to Yang Shao. Then, speaking extremely fast, he said, Can you lend me $400,000? Don't worry, I will definitely pay you back. Can you give me a reason? Jan Shaw asked. Li Wanji truthfully said, My father has uremia. It is already kidney failure. He needs a kidney transplant. And he urgently needs 400,000. And I. After hearing her finish, Yang Shao suddenly realized that it was like this. Seriously, he admired Li Wanji, not referring to the others. Simply referring to the fact that she's at the end of her rope like this and still holding the line. Didn't go against the principle. It's rare. $400,000. So much pressure. All on her. In his place. Nor is it always possible to adhere to principles. No problem. Give me the account number and I'll transfer it to you right away. Yang Shao said without hesitation. Li Wanji somewhat could not believe her ears. Really? Really? Sure. Young Shaw nodded. It may seem too hasty to some. Maybe. But he didn't care. It's been raining. So, he wanted to hold an umbrella for others. Even if he was cheated, he felt at peace. However, he trusted his vision. Earlier, he clearly saw Li Wanji struggling, agonizing, and helpless eyes. The eyes are the windows to the soul. He didn't think he could be wrong about anyone. Li Wanji directly froze when she heard Yang Shao agree. She never expected that her boss, who she had only known for a day, would actually be willing to lend herself $400,000. Why? Beauty? But in his eyes, he didn't seem to see that flash of lust. This favor is heavy. Yang Shao then transferred the money directly to Li Wanji's account through online banking. Receiving the money, Li Wanji cried pearly, just short of kneeling to him. When she stabilized, it took two people to leave the specialized restaurant. Take care, Mr. Young. As he left, the waiter at the door bowed. The moment you look up, she vaguely saw Li Wanji's face, which still had traces of tears. Immediately brainstormed a few movies. Subsequently, a message that went out from her cell phone's WeChat. It reads, Extra. The boss and his female secretary ate for 2 hours in a special restaurant, and the female secretary cried her eyes out. What? So powerful? Nonsense. The boss is young. Can it be the same? That's right. I'm envious. Boss duo kai duo billion. The person in question, Li Wanji, did not know that she had been made to cry in the group of waiters. Moved to tears. But it was misrepresented as a dare to move to cry. The gates are closed. The soundproofing is too good. What was really going on in there was known to no third person except the two of them. Where can I argue with that? No one would believe me if I told them. Driving back to Cloudy Sky City, from a long distance away, Yang Shao realized that there was a person standing at the entrance of his villa. Suited and booted. One look and you know it's not just anyone. Get out of the car. The man came to his side and handed out his business card with both hands. Hello Mr. Yang. I'm Zhao Antai. I live in the upper floors of Yuntian City. Until now, he knew next to nothing about Young Shaw. Ask a lot of friends. I only know from the property that his last name is Young. More. Things like where he came from, and more detailed information about his identity. The rich and powerful circle. No one would know. It's like this rich guy came out of nowhere. Hello Mr. Zhao. I'm Yang Shao. Receiving the business card with both hands, Yang Shao took a serious look at it. It says, You City Culture and Tourism Group. This made Yan Shao a little curious. What's he doing here? The two shook hands politely again. Zhao Antai laughed. Coming here rashly, Mr. Yang won't be blamed, right? Yang Shao laughed. It's not fun to have friends from afar. How can you blame it? At this time, Zhao Antai saw Li Wanji who got down from the car. Suddenly thinking of something, he hurriedly said, It seems that Mr. Yang still has things to do, so I'll come back next time. Apparently, he misunderstood. And Yang Shao didn't know that. He just smiled and waved his hand. Greeting, it's fine. Come inside and talk. Zhao Antai begged for it and agreed immediately. Enter the villa. Yang Shao asked Li Wanji to prepare something to drink first, and he himself came to the living room to accompany his guests. This villa, my sister has been looking at it for a long time. Has been wanting to buy. Nah, hand a little tight. Zhao Antai tone with a little regret. Yang Shao said, There's one way to put it. This villa is really cheap. Hundreds of millions. Cheaper? Zhao Antai didn't know what to say. The two had an awkward conversation for a while because they didn't know each other very well. Young Shaw felt like he could snap his toes for a 3-room apartment.
Perhaps Zhao Antai also sensed it and stopped beating around the bush, but directly stated his intentions, said that he wanted to invite Young Shaw to an event in a few days. Those who attended the event were all rich and powerful people in Yu City.
This is a great opportunity to make friends. Young Shaw is rich, could lack a circle of contacts? This is a great opportunity.
He immediately said he would attend.
Chapter 30. Li Wanji is misunderstood, seeking favorites. Seeking recommendations? Yu City. Inpatient Department of the People's Hospital. Ward 302. Li Zhengjun is packing up and getting ready to go home. He's Li Wanji's dad. Early yesterday morning.
The doctor also informed him at the same time that the kidney source had been found and asked them to prepare the money quickly.
Li Zhengjun asked. It's going to be $400,000. So much money is undoubtedly an astronomical amount for their rural family. Where is he going to get it together? To know. In the countryside, a hog of 200 or 300 near can fetch up to $4,000 to $5,000 at a good selling price. $400,000. How many hogs does it take to get that? The couple shuddered to think about it. It's been a couple months.
The family had been so overwhelmed by the cure that they were on the verge of losing their breath. He didn't want his daughter and wife to carry too much pressure because of treating himself,
and I don't want to get into debt for it. So, after further thought, he decided to sneak out of the hospital. Don't tell your daughter. At this time, Fong Mei had just come back from beating hot water,
and seeing her husband packing up,
she hurriedly went forward and asked, "Old Li, what are you packing up for?"
Li Zhengjun said in a cold voice,
"Go home." Going home? Fong Mei froze for a few seconds, and then hurriedly asked, "Good, why go home? Not cure the disease? There's no money. What's the cure? Besides, it's just kidney failure. It can't die for a while." Li Zhengjun laughed in a pretense of spontaneity. In his tone, there was still a hint of helplessness. Money isn't everything. There is no money, yet it is $1 million. But, Fong Mei wanted to say something else. He was quickly interrupted by Li Zhengjun. All right, don't just stand there. Hurry over and help pack up. Fong Mei said helplessly. Okay. Just then, a familiar voice rang out from the doorway. Mom and Dad, what are you guys packing for?
The one who spoke was none other than Li Wanji, who had rushed back early in the morning.
At the moment,
she had a surprised look on her face.
Is this a ward change? Today, Yanchao purposely gave her a day off. Tell her to come back and check in. Upon hearing this,
Li Zhengjun turned his head to look at his daughter, and his hand movements were followed by a beat.
After a few moments,
he turned back to his packing.
Fong Mei sighed. Your father is going back.
The doctor said that he found a kidney source,
and the surgery can be scheduled next month. Li Wanji, who didn't reflect, added, I've already paid the money. Fong Mei was about to open her mouth when Li Zhengjun took over and said, No more. This hospital food is too awful. However, after finishing, the couple reacted. Did you pay?
Li Zhengjun immediately put down the things in his hand and came to his daughter,
asking after her. What did you just say? The money was paid? Yeah, I paid to come up. Li Wanji nodded.
The old couple found it unbelievable.
Fong Mei asked as if confirming. $400,000 paid in full? Li Wanji nodded. The old couple was taken aback by the affirmative answer. Look at each other. Both saw incredulity in each other's eyes. Even horror. How can it be so easy to borrow money in this day and age? Since relatives and friends knew that Li Zhengjun was diagnosed with kidney failure, they, both of them, went all over their relatives and friends' houses. No one will lend money at all. How could my daughter borrow so much money when she just graduated not long ago? Although they believed in their daughter's character. But, it still makes both of them. They can't help but associate it with something bad. For example, the networks sometimes broadcast news stories about daughters selling their bodies to cure their parents. The more Li Zhengjun thought about it, the more scared he was. His face changed, and he asked in a trembling voice, Where is the money coming from? I borrowed the money, Li Wanji said. Bullshit. Really? You're a girl who just graduated from college. Who would lend you that much money? Li Zhengjun questioned. It's just short of saying it outright and explicitly. Fong Mei was also anxious and hurriedly pulled her daughter to the window. In a low voice, she asked, Shawan, you honestly tell Mom. So much money, where did it come from? It's really something I borrowed from a friend. Li Wanji didn't know what to say. I'm obviously telling the truth. Why don't you guys believe me? Li Zhengjun sneered. Your friend is also generous enough, non-relative. Why lend you so much money? Fong Mei hurriedly closed the ward door. Coming to her daughter's side again, she said directly, Yes, Shawan, you are also highly educated. You mustn't be a mistress for someone else, much less go down the path of crime. That's when she realized. Turns out they thought they were on a path of no return. I felt a little aggravated. You guys don't trust me that much? On second thought,
I'm a recent college graduate myself. There are no contacts at all in the community, and they are afraid that they will go down the wrong path if they are concerned.
This is normal speculation. In fact, before this, Lee Wanji really hadn't given it that much thought. Just want to get the money paid early, do the surgery early. When it came down to it, she knew that there was no way to explain it without an explanation. Just as she was about to say that she had borrowed it from her own boss, she snapped out of it. $400,000. If the boss borrowed it, isn't that tantamount to admitting, in disguise, that you're being kept by a rich man? It won't work. It has to be said differently. Lee Jung-jun waited for a few minutes, still not waiting for a reasonable explanation from my daughter. Heart thumping. Could it be true? Otherwise, who could easily come up with $400? 000? The more Lee Jung-jun thought about it, the more angry he became, and directly questioned loudly, "Are you a mistress to someone? Dad, what are you thinking? I really wasn't. So tell us, where the hell did the money come from? I really borrowed it."
Lee Jung-jun's heart sank when he saw that his daughter had been refusing to admit it.
Trembling, "You, go and return the money to him. I just die. Nor do I want you to take such money to cure me. Dad."
Lee Wanji was speechless. Lee Jung-jun was furious. "Immediately go to return the money.
Otherwise you are not my daughter."
He didn't want to ruin his daughter's reputation for the sake of a cure.
"Shawan, listen to us. Quickly go and return the money to him." Fong Mei also chimed in. "That's the only daughter the two families have. Can't let her go astray." You guys really misunderstood." Lee Wanji knew that if she didn't hurry to give a reasonable explanation,
being in the presence of her parents must have made her a delinquent girl.
Whatever. Making up a random excuse, he said, "Mom and Dad, I actually have a boyfriend,
and I borrowed this money from him."
Boyfriend? They had never heard of it before. Fong Mei didn't believe it and questioned. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Lee Wanji said, "During this period of time, so many big things have happened at home. I didn't have time to say." "Not in time?"
Lee Jung-jun sneered and questioned.
"I think you don't dare to say it. Did you find a boyfriend? Who is older than me?" Chapter 31 Boss, can you grant me an excessive request? Seeking favorites. Seeking recommendations? Now that it's open.
Lee Wanji had no more scruples and decided to continue making up stories.
"I am afraid that you guys will talk about me. You're an adult. We're not from a feudal society. What's the point of talking about you?"
Lee Jung-jun said this on his lips.
In her heart, however, she still thinks that Lee Wanji's boyfriend can't be let out to meet people. Isn't that just a bad old man? Lee Wanji hesitated. In the end, or decided to discredit themselves. "In fact, I was with him in high school. For fear that you say I fell in love early and delayed my studies, so I have not dared to tell you." She was going to say college. It just didn't make sense, so I just changed it to high school.
Lee Jung-jun frowned in confusion. He remembers a time during his daughter's senior year of high school when her grades were up and down.
Is it a relationship? Could it be that this girl is telling the truth?
Fong Mei pulled her daughter to sit on the hospital bed and asked,
"So what's your boyfriend's name and what does he do?"
"His name is Yang Xiao and he is the boss himself."
Lee Wanji then began to make things up about the encounter between the two. Sure, Yang Xiao's true identity. Lee Wanji did not hide it and said it directly. The more you hide, the more lies you need to make up for it, which means the easier it is to get through. The only way to guarantee more than 90% authenticity. It's the only way to make sure she passes smoothly. After listening to Lee Wanji's explanation,
Lee Jung-jun somewhat believed what his daughter said,
but not totally convinced. He had to also confirm it. So it was said, "That being the case, you call him and make a video call,
and we'll thank him properly."
Make a video call? So suddenly? Lee Wanji opened her mouth wide.
Yang Xiao was her boss, but not her boyfriend.
Wouldn't a video call give us away? What to do? Fight. Why don't you fight? Seeing his daughter's delayed action,
Lee Jung-jun began to suspect again.
Lee Wanji's brain turned, and she quickly said, "This morning, he has to have a meeting. If I call like this, it will interfere with his work. There's always no problem at lunch, right?"
Lee Jung-jun felt justified and made a concession.
Shouldn't be a problem. Lee Wanji didn't have a better trick up her sleeve, so she could only agree with a stiff upper lip. What are we going to do? She knows. Her dad definitely won't want to go through with the surgery if he doesn't find a way to calm it down soon. One must collude with the boss ahead of time. She didn't dare string words in the ward. "I had to excuse myself to go to the restroom and sneak out to the other floors to make sure mom and dad didn't follow me." Only then did he pull out his cell phone and call his boss. "I talked to Lou way too late last night." And then he went to the theater on the negative floor of his house to find the latest super action blockbuster that had come out. Saw it until 3 a.m. before going to bed. It's not even sunrise and still not up.
I was sleeping soundly when my cell phone suddenly rang. It annoyed him. Fumbling with his cell phone, he answered the call. Who is it? Li Wanji hid in the toilet cubicle, hiding her mouth and whispering, "Boss, I'm Li Wanji." Yang Xiao was still a bit angry, but when he heard that the other party was his own nanny, he was much better and asked, "Little Li, what's the matter?" "Old boss, I met trouble again." Li Wanji stammered. "Trouble?" Yang Xiao changed his sleeping position before asking, "Oh, what's the trouble? Can you grant me a request?" After a pause, Li Wanji pleaded, "You're in trouble and you want me to grant you a favor? I'm the boss, right?" Yang Xiao asked, "What kind of request?" Li Wanji said, "One is not particularly excessive. Excessive request. What? Not too much to ask? Not enough money? Or something else?" Yang Xiao paused and said, "Dry up. Just say what the request is. Can you be my male boyfriend?" After saying that, Li Wanji's face turned red. "What?" Yang Xiao, who was lying on the bed, suddenly stared with wide eyes. "No way. It's only been a few days, and this pretty little nanny has fallen? Can money power really change a person?" Before Li Wanji realized what she had said, it was like a confession, and an expectant, an apprehensive face waiting for a response. And Yang Xiao didn't answer back right away. He sat up from the bed, somewhat taken aback. "Didn't I tell you to go back and do the paperwork for your dad's surgery? When your boyfriend? What kind of tiger and wolf language is this?" "Yes, sorry, I expressed it incorrectly." It was at this time that Li Wanji suddenly realized that she had said it wrong. Hurriedly, he explained, "What I mean is, could you pretend to be my boyfriend? Posing as your boyfriend?" Yang Xiao was confused. "Why? You lent me money and was misunderstood by my parents who thought I was someone else's mistress." Li Wanji answered truthfully. It dawned on Yang Xiao that this was the case. This suspicion is not unreasonable. A pretty girl who suddenly has hundreds of thousands of dollars more. Anyone would wonder where it came from. Impersonation is a piece of cake. Yang Xiao quickly agreed and promised to find time to meet her parents before the surgery. Li Wanji was overjoyed. Told Yang Xiao about lying in front of his parents that the two were high school classmates and had known each other for many years. "Please don't wear him out. Now that it's promised." This little thing, naturally, was incidental, and Yang Xiao said on the spot that he had no problem with it. "Hang up." Li Wanji cheerfully told Li Zhengjun and Feng Mei the news. The couple said they believed it with their mouths. However, before meeting Yang Xiao in person, it certainly still won't be 100% convinced. Under the patient persuasion of Li Wanji, Li Zhengjun agreed to the surgery. Feng Mei was also finally relieved about this matter. Afterwards, he directly drove Li Zhengjun out, said the mother and daughter had something private to talk about, closed the door. Mother and daughter sat on the bed. Feng Mei softly said, "Now your father went out. We mother and mother to say heartfelt words. You and mom said, 'This money, is really Yang Xiao borrowed you?' For sure, it was true, and so she answered with extra vigor. Feng Mei asked again, 'Are you really boyfriend and girlfriend? This one's been kicking around for ages.' She still wanted to double check. Not a boyfriend and girlfriend. Then why did he lend me so much money? Li Wanji asked a rhetorical question. When Feng Mei thought about it, she felt that what she said seemed to have some truth to it, but not intending to stop there, he turned to ask, "By the way, did you and Yang Xiao take any safety measures? Taking security measures? What do you mean?" Li Wanji was directly confused by the question and had no idea what her mom was talking about. Seeing her daughter's dumbfounded face, Feng Mei simply asked bluntly, "That is, when you guys had that, did you use birth control?" This. Li Wanji's face brushed red. Mom, why are you asking these Chapter 32, prepare a few for you to put in your bag, seeking favorites. Seeking recommendations? Feng Mei's expression immediately turned serious. In a tone of assiduousness, he said, "You can't be unprotected for the sake of a moment's pleasure. Is it hard to believe that you want to marry your son? It's a new century now, and she's not against trying love before marriage. But, she still felt she had to be sexually protected to do so. Otherwise it's the daughter who suffers." We didn't. Li Wanji stammered with a red face. "Neither boyfriend nor girlfriend. How is it possible to do something that intimate? It's too far gone. You can't say that. As soon as you say, it's completely revealing." However, that sounded completely different to Feng Mei. She thought her daughter and the girls were doing it without any protection at all. "How's that work?" Immediately, he said seriously, "You see, as soon as I guessed that you guys weren't wearing condoms, I was right. Li Wanji tried to explain something, and Feng Mei simply did not give a chance. Said to herself, "This I have to criticize you guys. It is not possible to be like this for a long time. I'm a person who has been here before. I must give you a good talk today.
Mom, I understand. You don't have to tell me this,
Li Wanji said with a red face.
Who knows? It's just a lie. I can't believe I was forced to take a physiology class. She was helpless, too. Fang Mei said seriously. You understand? Then why don't you still wear it? You have to remember, a woman's safe period is not absolutely accurate.
And sometimes there are errors.
And then, Fang Mei conducted a 10-minute-long physiological knowledge science.
Li Wanji wanted to find a crack in the ground when she heard this.
Why is mom talking about this to herself? We don't need it now. Actually,
Fang Mei also loved her daughter so much that she would give her daughter so much physiological knowledge at once.
Today's society. At home.
Many schools don't take the subject of physical hygiene very seriously, or even pass it over in class. Some teachers are even embarrassed to talk about it and just choose to skip it. This has resulted in a number of students
having a lack of knowledge about this type of sex.
And most of the boys' knowledge about this comes from the Pillar Industry movie of the Sakura country.
Girls know even less about contraception. That's exactly why. It intrigues many young men and women. Curiosity killed the cat.
They hide their first taste of forbidden fruit from adults,
thus making a big mistake. This is not a situation Fang Mei would like to see.
Therefore, she had to tell her daughter all that she knew. She saw that her red-faced daughter was silent.
Thought his words had done the trick. It's very satisfying. So he continued, just in case, and I mean just in case, you didn't have time to take measures during the premarital period, you must also rush to buy emergency contraceptives afterward. Don't be careless. Mom, Li Wanji didn't know what to say. Why is it still getting more and more outrageous? It's all about the pregnancy. Fang Mei solemnly said, it's okay if you're too embarrassed to say it. When he comes to us, it's okay if your dad says it to him. What? Li Wanji was shocked and hurriedly said, still, it's better for me to talk to him. These words, really, if she let her dad go and say them to Yang Xiao, then she's really going to die of shame. Remember, be sure to say it. Fang Mei nodded in satisfaction and urged again.
Safety is no small matter.
Okay Mom, I know. By the way, do you have any condoms? If not, let me prepare a few for you to put in your bag. No need.
Li Wanji hurriedly excused herself.
Geez, this would be carried in a bag and overheard by the boss. What will he think? How can you work by yourself? This conversation was limited to the two men who knew about it. Jan Sha knows nothing about it. The moment he's on his way to the airport,
after further consideration, he still decided to make a trip to Mordor.
One is to pay back Lu Wei.
Secondly, he also wanted to meet the tablemate and see how amazing she looked nowadays.
Change boarding passes. Boarding. It was the first time he had ever been on an airplane. More or less apprehensive. As soon as I got on the plane, I was resting with my eyes closed.
And not far from him, a middle-aged man with a beer belly and a large gold chain the thickness of a finger hanging around his neck.
There's one on the wrist.
The middle-aged man's gaze obscenely scanned the stewardess's buttocks, and his mouth almost watered. Wait until the stewardess walks up to him. He leaned back in his chair with a big grin,
pointed around and asked, do you have cameras here?
Sir,
the airline has a rule that cameras cannot be installed in the first-class cabin. Flight attendant Zhao Shanglu smiled.
This flight was a transoceanic flight with one stop in Mordor.
The first-class cabin is designed to be very upscale. There are exclusive cubicles, or a small private room would be more accurate. That's good. The middle-aged man nodded in satisfaction. Zhao Shanglu smiled. Sir, if there's nothing else, I'll go ahead.
The words were not finished. Only the middle-aged man quickly removed the large gold chain on his wrist.
With a clatter,
it slapped on the small tabletop in front of him.
Then with a winning lewd smile, close the door and the big gold chain is yours. Close the door? Zhao Shanglu froze. Taking gold as a tip for closing the door? Quickly, she reflected.
The middle-aged man was trying to make something happen with her.
In this small room, is that possible? Her pair of high heels cost more than this big gold chain. You have 3 seconds to think about it. The middle-aged man had a victorious stance.
He had spent tens of thousands of dollars on this big gold chain in the first place.
So much money. In his opinion, the stewardess in front of her would definitely not refuse any of her unreasonable requests. Among them is a more in-depth understanding. However,
Zhao Shanglu said, Sir, I'll just close the door by hand. The airline has a rule that you can't take tips from passengers.
When he finished, he smiled and helped him close the door behind him and leave.
It left the middle-aged man a little staggered.
These days, there's still a vendetta against money? He wasn't going to stop there.
This one flight had just one superb-looking stewardess on it.
He didn't want to miss it.
The mind began to think about how to take her.
In the meantime,
resting with his eyes closed,
young Shaw couldn't sleep no matter what. Had to pick up a magazine on the side to read. A few minutes later, Sir, may I ask what you would like to drink? A pleasant voice rang in Yang Zhao's ears. interrupted his thoughts. Yang Xiao raised his head, only to see a pretty girl in a flight attendant uniform, standing in the aisle beside him. She was pushing a cart of drinks. Sweet looking, especially in this stewardess uniform. It's more than a little evocative. Janshaw froze for a few seconds before saying, "Give me a Coke." "Good ground, sir." The stewardess smiled sweetly. Then, from the cart in front of him, he picked up a bottle of Tianfu Cola and handed it to Yang Xiao. "Thanks." Yang Xiao took the Coke and thanked him, at the same time, sighing at the sound of it. One can't help but get carried away. Chapter 33, next time, your hand will be ruined. Seeking favorites, seeking recommendations. However, Yang Xiao knew that now was not the time to dabble with the flowers. Avoid being disturbed again. Jan Shaw asked, "Can this door be closed, please?" He found someone else's who could close the door. It's okay to think about your own, but he studied it himself for a long time. Never figured it out. "Yes, sir," Zhao Shanglu said sweetly. Yang Shaw asked, "How do I turn it on and off?" "Sir, all you have to do is click, like this, to close it. Then, click again, and it will open." Zhao Shanglu squatted beside Yang Xiao to demonstrate. Jan Shaw said, "Okay, thanks. You're welcome. If you need anything, you can call anytime." With that, Zhao Shanglu opened the door and turned around to go out. She was confident in her looks. General, normal men can't help but look at her more. However, this time, the person in front of her did not have the slightest intention of wanting to look at her more. There's something strange. It's hard to believe that he doesn't like beautiful women. Curious to be curious. It's natural not to make an anachronism out of this. Having worked for many years, she knew that guests who could sit in first class, either you have money or you have power. Eyes high. It's normal to not be able to see yourself. She had just exited the door of Young Shaw's cubicle. It rang in his ears, a piercing voice. "And I thought how noble you were? Still, you don't just dive in when you see a good-looking man." The middle-aged man sneered. It's loud. Instantly, it attracted the attention of many first-class guests. Both peeked out to see. At those words, Zhao Shanglu frowned, wanting to dislike them fiercely. Good professionalism, however, restored her composure. Bashfully, he advised, "Sir, please don't make a lot of noise. It will affect other people's rest." "I'll be loud." "What's the matter? Who is affected?" The middle-aged man was ferocious and sneered. "I think you're having a spring in your step." A flash of anger crossed Zhao Shanglu's face. But the middle-aged man wasn't wrong. She did think Yang Xiao was good-looking and had a heart-to-heart. That's all. It's not quite springtime yet. Zhao Shanglu paused and said, "Sir, the airline has a rule that you can't make loud noises here. I hope you will abide by it. I'm going to say it out loud. I've been like this since I was a kid. What can you do to me?" Zhao Shanglu didn't get what he wanted, and he was about to pick a fight. Zhao Shanglu smiled slightly, her tone still polite. "If you keep this up, we have the right to ask you to get off the plane." "Ask me to get off the plane? How can I invite you?" The middle-aged man suddenly became interested. "Is it hard for you to open the window and let me jump down with a parachute on my back?" "That's certainly not possible. Nor is it possible to land one specifically to put him down." The reason why Zhao Shanglu said that was also a bit of a warning. But who knew that middle-aged men act like scoundrels? Not in the least bit impressed. The door to Young Shaw's cubicle was slamming shut. Suddenly I heard a commotion outside. Immediately opened the door again, eyes to the side and back. At this moment, the middle-aged man had an unforgiving look, his eyes lewdly roaming over Zhao Shanglu's body. Zhao Shanglu once again said, "You'll be disturbing other people's rest." "What does it matter to me?" The middle-aged man looked like he was not afraid of anything. Yang Xiao couldn't stand to watch anymore and directly walked up, looking at the middle-aged man and said in a deep voice, "Shut up if you don't want to get beaten up." The middle-aged man got up and came in front of Yang Xiao, pointed at Yang Xiao's nose and sneered, "Silly boy. Want to heroically save a beauty? Oh, are you worthy dash?" The tone was extremely arrogant. Press didn't put Yang Xiao in his eyes at all. The mockery in his eyes was also getting more and more intense, as if he was saying, "If you are sensible, stay honest and don't cause trouble for yourself." At this moment, the middle-aged man hadn't realized his actions, whether they were inappropriate or not. Continuing to clamor, he said, "Dare to mind your own business, or I'll get you killed." "Kill me? Just you?" In the face of the middle-aged man's threat, Yang Xiao was no longer silent. Reaching out, he grabbed the middle-aged man's fingers and then wrenched them with all his might. "Ah, it hurts." The middle-aged man screamed out in direct pain and tried to pull his hand back with all his might. And yet the lines didn't move. The middle-aged man's forehead was sweating like a pig in pain. How could he not expect that? Yang Xiao dared to make a move. "It's still so hard." Yang Xiao let go of the middle-aged man's hand and snapped, "Next time, your fingers will be ruined." Over the years,
He has made a lot of money by sending and receiving couriers, driving his own freight at night, and moving goods. The body is effectively exercised, strong and fit. The common man can't compete with him at all. Not to mention the middle-aged man in front of him, who only knew how to sell himself on a woman's belly and was physically weak. Kid, you wait. After you get off the plane, don't run away if you have the guts. The middle-aged man cursed and retreated back. However, he turned back and gave Yang Shao a hard look with a remembered grudge. Young Shao was not amused. Returning to his seat, he closed his eyes and prepared to rest and relax. After all, there was still more than an hour to go before reaching Mordor. At that moment, a voice rang in his ears. Thank you just now. My name is Zhao Shanglu. If you need anything, you can call me anytime. Zhao Shanglu smiled sweetly. Yang Shao didn't open his eyes and just waved his hand. You're welcome. Seeing that Yang Shao was ignoring himself. One time, Zhao Shanglu was a bit exasperated. What kind of people? How dare you talk to a beautiful woman like that? After all these years, it was the first time she had ever been so ignored by a man. Originally she was going to say something, but Yang Shao was already closing his eyes as if he was asleep. No way. She could only walk away resentfully. Yang Shao felt Zhao Shanglu leave and hurriedly closed the door. Wait for the door to close. Only then did he take a long breath. He was going to find Lu Wei, so he couldn't make a mistake halfway. At the same time, he lamented the seduction of the uniform, which was truly terrifying. Almost didn't hold it. Zhao Shanglu beamed and huffed as she returned to the work cabin. Displeasure was written all over his face. A few flight attendants who were together saw Zhao Shanglu come back. One of them teased. The sun has come out of the west. Does our fairy Zhao have a moment of weakness? Zhao Shanglu was startled and hastily stammered a sly defense. Move. Heart? Who? Who moved his heart? Move what heart? Seeing Zhao Shanglu's shy and indignant appearance, several people immediately became interested. Who knows? By the way, how come we haven't seen you go and tell anyone what your name is? Yeah, you never used to just say your work number when someone asked you what your name was. Why the change today? A few people flirted with Zhao Shanglu with your words. Among them, Shui Xiaoyan, who had the best relationship with her, even learned in style. My name is Zhao Shanglu. If you need anything, you can always call me. Only the tone became petulant and whining. Zhao Shanglu was instantly shocked. Yeah, it's okay for you guys to eavesdrop and watch me get yelled at. And don't step up and help. It's so inadequate. Chapter 34, Toad wants to eat swan meat? Seeking favorites. Seeking recommendations? Zhao Shanglu pretty face slightly red slyly said. I did not say wrong. Originally we are for them to serve well. After saying that, he seemed to feel that it wasn't enough and hurriedly added. Besides, even if I don't say it, our names can be seen on the work card. The more she explained, the more a few people laughed, especially Shui Xiaoyan. Straight away, he was holding the sister next to him, laughing so hard he couldn't stand up straight. The mouth was still flirting. If it's a physical need, can't you help with that too? Shui Xiaoyan's words immediately caused the sisters to laugh, but because it was during business hours, can't be in the workroom all the time. A few people flirted with Zhao Shanglu for a few more moments before dispersing with laughter. Originally, Zhao Shanglu had a little bit of heart for Yang Shao, but now she was being talked about by everyone. That bit is magnifying. She recalled Yang Zhao's appearance and his bold demeanor when he helped himself, and surprisingly, she unconsciously revealed a smile. The pretentious guy seems to be pretty good looking after all. Too bad. Is blind. After the little episode, young Shaw couldn't sleep anymore. It's too stuffy with the door closed. Open the door again. Just open the door. Another food truck passed by. Shui Xiaoyan purposely stopped and asked Yang Shao what he needed to eat. Jan Shaw got up late in the morning. It's not like we ate at lunch. I was really hungry, and one serving was definitely not enough. So I asked, can I have two? Two? Shui Xiaoyan laughed. For the sake of our Lulu, I can give you 2 copies yo. Lulu? Are you referring to Cho Hyangaro? Young Shaw said. Thank you. In first class, passengers are also given 2 meals if they want them. Even if the portions aren't enough, they'll find a way. It was just the first time Yang Shao had ever flown on an airplane, let alone first class. No similar experience. It is normal to be unclear. After Shui Xiaoyan left, young Shaw wolfed down 2 boxes of rice. Then, leaning back in his chair beautifully, he took a sip of his Coke. The mood at the moment is one word. Cool. It didn't take long. Shui Xiaoyan once again came over with an empty cart to collect the garbage. Walking over to young Shaw to collect the empty boxes, Shui Xiaoyan asked, how is it, sir? Are you full? Thanks. Full. Yan Shao nodded. No need to thank me. If you want to thank me, thank our family Lulu yo. Shui Xiaoyan laughed. Then, even more so, when he took the opportunity to pick up the things on the ground. He whispered. I've already told Lulu just now that when you get off the plane, you have to treat her to dinner. I invited her to dinner. Why? Young Shaw froze. How about that? Shui Xiaoyan raised her eyebrows, with a look like you see how good I am at this, as if to say, praise me, praise me. Excited? Not really, even. Young Shaw was a little weepy. If it hadn't been arranged earlier, he was also willing to have dinner with an extremely beautiful woman like Zhao Shanglu. But, how could Yang Shao have time to eat dinner with others now? He had to rush to meet Lu Wei. It's not a good schedule. However, Shui Xiaoyan had already said so. He couldn't very well refuse to his face. Had to say this. No problem. Just go to the best restaurant in Magic City. He felt like saying yes first. After getting off the plane anyway, the chances of meeting up with Zhao Shanglu again were almost zero. You won't meet anyone when the time comes. Then you can't blame yourself for not being credible. Just as he was feeling self-admiration for his own resourcefulness, where did she know that Shui Xiaoyan turned her head and told all about Yang Shao wanting to invite Zhao Shanglu for dinner? Zhao Shanglu's face was red with shame though. And yet, he didn't refuse. She had a few good things to say about Yang Shao. At the same time, it also felt like he, unlike most men, didn't seem very interested in himself. The more this happened, the more it would undoubtedly be a bit of a blow to her, who had been raised to have all the wind in her sails and all the rain in her sails. Therefore, she will conquer him. Make him admit that he's blind. It's not about yourself. If Yang Shao knew that Zhao Shanglu wanted to conquer him, I don't know whether to cry or laugh. At this time, the workroom, a few people started to take advantage of the situation and goaded her on. Lulu, it seems like you and Swallow are the only ones among us who don't have boyfriends. What do you mean as if it was supposed to be? It's not so little anymore. It's time to open up. Zhao Shanglu's eyes widened. What did opening up the land mean? That's not all. Shu Han chimed in. That makes sense. That handsome guy in first class is very nice. May I suggest you try it out with him? Try. To try what? Ah? Zhao Shanglu blushed like a ripe strawberry. Apparently, she had thought of others as well. Of course it's a relationship. What did you think to try? Is it hard to believe that you're thinking about that? Seeing Zhao Shanglu's face very red, Shui Xiaoyan knew that she was thinking about the wrong thing. Therefore, first, he explained in a serious manner, and then pretended to realize it. At that moment, Zhao Shanglu's face turned even redder and she hurriedly explained. I didn't. Yes, she did think the wrong way. Can't admit it. After all, it's just too shameful. Yanzi, don't talk nonsense. Our Lulu can't look at an average family. Shu Han covered her mouth and laughed. Shui Xiaoyan nodded. That's true. Bullshit. I am not a material girl. Zhao Shanglu hurriedly denied it. This statement was made. Undoubtedly it was a disguised admission that she really did have her eye on him. Shui Xiaoyan's eyes lit up as she pursued. In that case, you've really figured it out? Figure it out? Why does that sound weird? What's weird about it? Zhao Shanglu couldn't say anything, so she excused herself and said, since he wants to express his gratitude, I'll give him a chance. A few more people chatted for a while and then went back to work. How does Young Shaw know this? He was in a hurry to find Lu Wei. The plane landed. Young Shaw was the first to rush ahead and get off the plane. Middle-aged men can't even catch up. One could only curse and think that Yang Shao was afraid of him. Very smug. Zhao Shanglu guided the passengers on the plane. All got off the plane, empty before walking towards the first-class cabin. That guy, I think he's still waiting there. It should be. However, when she arrived at Yang Zhao's original position, she directly froze for a few seconds. What about the people? Where did it go? At once, Zhao Shanglu was unhappy. Didn't you say you'd treat yourself to dinner? Why is he gone? No one else was found in the bathroom either. Her face fell. At the same time, Shui Xiaoyan noticed that Zhao Shanglu was not in the right mood and glanced towards the first-class cabin. Sure enough, the man is gone. Brainstorming, he hurriedly said, Lulu, let's go. That handsome guy must be waiting for you at the exit. Who cares? Zhao Shanglu said a sentence with her heart in her mouth. The heart still has something to look forward to. However, by the time the two of them made it to the exit, there was no one in sight. Zhao Shanglu was furious and confused. When have I ever been pigeonholed by someone else? The more I think about it, the angrier I feel. Shui Xiaoyan was thinking about how to enlighten her. Zhao Shanglu, however, tossed her head and hummed delicately. Humph, a toad wants to eat swan meat. No way, let's go. Chapter 35, Friendship Sublimits a little, Seeking Favorites. Seeking recommendations? After getting off the plane, as Young Shaw walked, he used his cell phone to book a cab and waited at the door. Inappropriate missteps. After getting on the bus, the driver master smiled and asked, Little brother, where are you going? Go to the best restaurant in Magic City. Yang Shao said. Hearing this, The driver master turned his head and swept a glance at Yang Xiao and asked, "Oh, is little brother applying for a job as a porter?" Eat. Yang Xiao was speechless. The best restaurant in the Magic City. A meal must be at least tens of thousands of dollars. The driver's master couldn't help but suck in a soft breath of cool air. Start the car to depart. After turning around an intersection, the driver suddenly sighed. Hey, times are really different. Back in the day, we were working on our feet. Where is it like you? Finished, pretending not to glance at Yang Xiao, and then said, too impetuous, not moving, not interested in money. Either 100 million is still a small goal. In the next few moments, the master driver began to crackle all by himself. Yang Xiao even wondered if he could be a rapper in his true capacity. Too able to rant. Traffic was backed up all the way for an hour, chanting the whole time. He also sounded like a man who had seen through the world, who had no quarrel with the world, and who was a man of the world. Luckily, at that moment, the beeping of the arrival at the destination rang in his ears. Arrived at the destination. The trip is over. Please remind the passengers to bring their belongings in case they are lost. The master driver couldn't get enough of it. While looking for a place to stop the car, the moth continued to chant, little brother, you are still young. You have to be down to earth. Nothing less bragging. Bragging rights? Yang Xiao was directly speechless. You were the one who pushed the whole thing. Okay? I didn't even say a few words. The driver continued to self-concerned. High-end restaurants often thousands of tens of thousands of dollars. Where is it that you can consume? Said the driver master with pride burst. You are a foreigner. And unlike me who is a local, the family has several sets of houses. Usually come out to run a taxi. As a security guard. Not at all for money. Is idle panic. I heard that. Can get a 1-star bad review? Yang Xiao just couldn't listen anymore. This statement was made. The driver wimped out on the spot. Hurrying to change the topic. He said, take care sir. Bring your personal belongings. 5 stars please. Thank you. Tertullian set up a night feast. One of the top Chinese restaurants in the Magic City. Spending over $4,000 per person. However, the ambience is great. The service is fantastic. And the flavor of the food is nothing to write home about. A meal here basically costs a lot of people a month's salary. So it can't be considered not extravagant. Get in there. From what I heard from the lobby manager, you need to make a reservation several days in advance to eat here. Suddenly coming over, there's hardly any room. What to do? You can't just hit the road and go home. To this, Yang Xiao was speechless. It was also the first time he was a rich man. He had only seen it on TV before, going out to upscale restaurants and being very posh. Where did you know that you had to make reservations in advance and stand in line for a meal? Bittersweet. In this unfamiliar place, what can he do? Take a cab again and ask the cab driver. This time, he learned his lesson. Make a point of asking which places are both upscale and able to get a meal without having to make a reservation very far in advance. Of course, you have to pick a place closer to Lu Wei. The cab driver thought only briefly before starting the car and walking away. Looks familiar. Half an hour later, the car stopped in front of a Chinese food named Master Huang. Pay and get off. Sure enough, you don't have to make reservations very far in advance for this one. Yang Xiao walked in and booked a private room for 8 o'clock in the evening. It's only 4 o'clock. There's still about 4 hours to go. Come out of the restaurant. Jen Shaw booked another hotel. Otherwise, there's no place to sleep at night. You can't sleep under an overpass. Afterwards, another car was rented and driven downstairs to Lu Wei's company, waiting for her to get off work. It was originally intended to be bought. But don't see the need to spend money on one when you're not going to be on this side of the world for a while, even if he has a lot of money. Avoiding missing it, Yang Xiao decided to send a message ahead of time to say, Vivian, are you busy? There's an important matter that needs your help. The only reason he hadn't chosen to call directly was that he was afraid she was busy and disturbing her. That would be bad. In the meantime, Magic City, in a high-grade office building, Lu Wei is working. Suddenly, the text message tone on his cell phone rang, and out of habit, he casually picked it up and looked at it. At that moment, a flash of surprise flashed through the beautiful eyes. The one who sent the message was Yang Xiao. Read the content. Lu Wei was stunned. Looking for my help? Is not enough money? Lu Wei immediately stopped what she was doing and returned. Not busy now. What is it? Is it not enough money? Yang Xiao was touched. Enough. It's something else. Last time, it was the same. What a nice girl. To this day, still thinking about whether or not I still need help with money. Lu Wei was curious. And what is it about? Yang Xiao said, can we sublimate our classmate friendship on top of the original? What do you mean? Lu Wei didn't understand how to sublimate. It had been about a few minutes since she sent this message and she hadn't received a reply. Can't help but be a little anxious. Sending another message to follow up.
Tell me, how do you want to sublimate the friendship between our classmates? Downstairs in the car,
Yang Xiao gripped his cell phone tightly, took a deep breath, and clicked to send the long-edited message.
Vivian, can you be my girlfriend? Send it out later. Young Shaw waited apprehensively for a reply, fearing rejection. There is also the fear of losing this rare and precious friendship. Upstairs, Lu Wei, who received this message, directly froze, her eyes staring blankly at her cell phone. I can't believe this is real. Sublimated like this? Wait a minute, is this him confessing to me? Reacting with hindsight, all of a sudden,
her heart was like a deer in headlights and she lost her bearings.
I don't know how to answer that. Promise? Will he think I'm too casual? No,
but it was so hard for him to get back to being single. In case you don't agree yourself. Turning her head and letting someone else snatch it up caused another miss.
And she wasn't happy about it. What's the answer to that?
So, immediately asked his good friend,
Wang Shui, to come to his office. Wait for her to come. After telling her about the situation, Wang Shui's eyes widened as if she had seen an alien,
and reached out to touch her on her forehead.
There's no fever, either. What's going on?
Lu Wei removed her hand and urged,
Shui'er, what are you doing? I asked you to help with ideas, not to touch me. Wang Shui said, are you okay? It's okay, come on. What should I answer? Lu Wei asked. The two have been friends for years. We still know more about each other's affairs. Wang Shui also knew that Lu Wei had always liked Yang Xiao. As for the reason,
she asked many times,
but Lu Wei just wouldn't say anything. Wang Shui said, then it's not that simple. Since he said so, then you just agree. But, not so much buts. Listen to me if you don't want to cry about it again. Chapter 36. What is the experience of paying tens of billions of dollars in taxes?
Plus one more shift, begging for recommendations,
begging for favorites, under the office building. Car. Yang Xiao was apprehensive, waiting for news as if he was burning porcelain, eager to know the results, but did not dare to be anxious, just have to wait it out. Even if they are rejected, it doesn't matter. A comeback is.
There's no such thing as a smooth ride in love.
Tink. A cell phone WeChat message alert went off.
Yang Xiao immediately opened it to look at it.
Only Lu Wei returned. I'm not good looking and I wear glasses. Why would you want me to be your girlfriend? This problem was sort of expected by young Shaw. To this,
he has long thought of rhetoric. Appearance of beauty and ugliness is only a moment.
The beauty of the heart is eternal.
It was a truth he had summarized in recent times.
Isn't Bu Yaolian pretty? But what about inside? She's the classic eat from the bowl. Look at the pot. Use him as a spare tire. No. How about a spare tire? Possibly a jack. It's just for when she needs it. Other times, it's always just a part-time job. Lovey, why me? Young Shaw, because, through this period of contact, I realized that I have fallen in love with you. The reason is the simplest. It's also the most authentic. Not too much flowery language. Lu Wei, really? Young Shaw, aha, it's been a while. The two were talking when they could. Nothing to talk about. Gradually, young Shaw realized that he liked the girl. From the initial lust for beauty, to a real favorite. Lovey, I believe you. Young Shaw, question mark face. JPG, is that a yes? Or, Lovey, aha.
Young Shaw bounced happily in his car and was about to return the message.
Opposite, Lu Wei sent another message. I have to have a meeting soon. I will talk again after work. Jan Shaw, okay, I'll meet you downstairs. Wait for me downstairs? Seeing this message, Lu Wei didn't react for a moment and froze for a few seconds before reacting. Downstairs? What do you mean? Thinking of this, Lu Wei couldn't help but run to the floor-to-ceiling window and look down towards the bottom, because it's too high. It's hard to see what's down there. Mr. Lu, everyone has arrived. When will you go over? The female secretary's voice rang in her ears. Lu Wei said, let's go. Soon. 2 hours passed. By the end of the day, the two agreed to meet at the door. Young Shaw waited at the door, looking at the people who, one after another, were walking out of the building from work. The eyes kept searching. Suddenly, a beautiful figure appeared in his sight. She wore a mid-length tweed coat with a white knit sweater, and a short gray pleated skirt. It makes you want to stop. On top of that, skin like milk and that stunning beauty. It makes her the center of attention wherever she goes, male or female. She's Lu Wei. Yang Xiao had seen it in a photo and recognized it at once. He was shocked. This is not just a burst of color. It's a breakthrough in the atmosphere. In real life, it's more than 100 times better than the photos. It was hard to believe that this man was the same person he had shared a table with for 2 years in high school. For those who don't know, they'd think she'd gone to pickle country to adjust. Lu Wei saw him too, with Wang Shui beside her. She said, Shui'er, I still have things to do. You go back first. It's hard to. Wang Shui laughed thievingly. Lu Wei's pretty face reddened as she said, "Go away. Go away. Don't mind your own business." Coax Wang Shui away. Lu Wei walks towards Yang Xiao. Coming in front of him, she smiled sweetly and called out softly, "Yang Xiao, long time no see." Xiaofu, no. Xiao Wei, long time no see. As soon as he was nervous, Yang Xiao even shouted the wrong name. For those who don't know, they think they're making short videos. Yang Xiao's embarrassed demeanor made Lu Wei somewhat pleased. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly as he said, "What's wrong? I haven't seen you in a few years. I didn't think you changed so much. I almost didn't recognize you." "Really?" Young Shaw nodded. "In high school, you wore big black-rimmed glasses on purpose?" "On purpose? Maybe. It was young and obsessed with favorite stars. Just get used to trying to imitate." Lu Wei was like that back then. When she heard Yang Xiao ask this, she still truthfully said, "Sort of." "Then do you think it looks good now or before? When did she look good?" "Nima, this may seem like an ordinary inquiry. In reality, it's a giveaway. One mistake and you can fall into a hole." Without hesitation, Yang Xiao replied, "You were pretty before, and you're pretty now." For this answer, Lu Wei didn't dwell on it, but said, "Okay, it's getting late. Let's go. I'll treat you to dinner. I didn't come here for you to invite me. I've made all the arrangements. Follow me." Hearing Lu Wei's words, Yang Xiao said in a hurry. Lu Wei nodded. Once upon a time, she also fantasized that she and Young Shaw were together until they entered the marriage hall. From now on to grow old together. "I woke up and realized it was all a dream. No wonder they say go to bed early and dream of everything. A dream come true today. How do you call her unhappy?" Yang Xiao then drove her, in a rented car, to Master Wang's Chinese restaurant. Along the way, the two chatted about interesting stories from their school days. "Soon we'll be at our destination. Get out of the car, enter the restaurant, and sit down." Lu Wei's entire body was confused. Never been here though. However, she had also heard Wang Shui say that the consumption of this restaurant was not cheap. It's said to be over 3,000 per capita. "Why did you bring me here?" At the moment, Yang Xiao was ordering food, and it was not good for her to ask in front of the waiter. Wait for the waiter to leave. She immediately asked, "This place is very expensive. Why come here? Just find a cheap place." She knew that Young Shaw was in trouble. Instinctively Pluck wanted to save him money. Who knows? Yang Xiao actually laughed. "Xiao Wei, to tell you the truth, in fact, I am now a billionaire." Lu Wei had a big question mark over her head. "What do you mean? Can't understand it." Yang Xiao smiled. He knew that it was too empty to say so. He had to come up with persuasive arguments. So, explaining, "Here's the thing. There was this opportunity, and it started that winter. Next, in the time it took to wait for the food to be served, Young Shaw started making up stories. And, of course, making up stories within all reasonable limits." Lu Wei listened attentively. In the story, Yang Xiao accidentally saves an old man from falling into the water while making a delivery by the river on a cold winter day. It was learned afterward that the old man was alone. It's pathetic. So it came to pass that Young Shaw went to take care of him when he was free. He was also visited on holidays. Over time, over the years, the two became very close and forgettable friends. The sky is the limit. Some time ago, the old man died of a sudden illness. Yang Xiao borrowed money just to take care of his affairs. Who knew that he would later learn that he was a billionaire? And, in his will, Young Shaw became the sole heir to his estate. Chapter 37, the dating fizzled out. One more request for favorites. Request for recommendations. What? Just the inheritance tax alone has paid several tens of billions? After hearing this, Lu Wei directly froze. Geez, tens of billions of dollars were paid in taxes alone. And how much did he inherit? Hundreds of billions? Lu Wei no longer dared to imagine it, but she also knew that she was afraid that it was a very terrifyingly large number. Yeah, I also didn't expect his old man to be a super rich man. Yang Xiao nodded furiously. I was just referring to the 100x cashback card as things being old grandpa. The money you get from cashback is said to be an inheritance. That's not too much to ask, is it? Besides, he did find in his personal income tax records that he paid $30 billion in estate taxes. It must have been a card gifted by the system that was specially modified to avoid him getting into unnecessary trouble. Very thoughtful to send a package after the break. A heartfelt nod of approval. It's so magical. TV dramas don't even dare to act like this. Lu Wei felt unreal. And yet, he was happy for him. She felt that this might be a blessing and a curse. If it's his, he can't run away. It's not his, and he can't force it. When she thought about it, she couldn't help but think of herself and Yan Xiao, which seemed to be the case. Years of unrequited love for her. Finally got what I wanted.
Yang Xiao also pretended to be incredulous. The key is that he still lives in a dilapidated house.
It's too unbelievable.
Lu Wei's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. As she slowly digested this information, the meals that were ordered were brought to the table one after another, flying in the sky, swimming in the water, and running on the road. An hour later, the meal is almost ready. Lu Wei also finally made these appalling news digested. At this time, Yang Xiao took out that pre-prepared bracelet, gently placing it on the table.
Vivian, I don't know how to pick a gift either. This is my first gift to you. I hope you won't reject it.
Lu Wei glanced at the logo on the box. It was a shock. The brand just happened to be one she recognized.
It's Cartier, a global high-luxury brand.
The jewelry sold inside can easily be in the tens of millions.
Even tens of millions of dollars are available. Very expensive.
She also makes $20,000 to $30,000 a month.
Didn't save the money though. It's not that she's a spendthrift. On the contrary, she was thrifty. Why can't you save money?
It turns out that all the money she's earned from her work over the years has been taken by force and saved by her parents. Said she was going to buy her brother a house and a car and a wife.
Isn't this typical patriarchy? What an age. More of this? At first, Lu Wei didn't want to compromise.
Her mom then threatened to die.
No way.
She had to compromise and grit her teeth to send $20,000 a month to her family.
Keep $10,000 for yourself for living expenses and rent, and save for emergencies. Last time for young Shaw. It's what she's been saving for years. Looking at the box in front of him, she knew that the jewelry contained inside must be worth a lot of money.
Lu Wei waved her hand and refused.
This gift is too expensive. I can't take it.
Such a heavy gift for the first time you see each other after a long time.
Yang Xiao, however, said,
a lot of people heard that I owed loan sharks.
All of them shunned me. Only you, without saying a word, directly transferred $30,000 to me. Saying that,
Yang Xiao opened the box and took out the bracelet inside.
Holding it in his hand, leaving his seat, he took a step towards Lu Wei. As he walked, he said,
there's an old Chinese saying that says, if you're grateful for a drop of water, you should repay it with a spring of water.
Speaking here,
Yang Xiao suddenly smiled and changed his words.
Besides, aren't you already my girlfriend? Isn't it right to give your girlfriend a little gift? Saying that, Lu Wei was not too good at refusing. And yet, I can't be honest about it. Lu Wei said, but, what, could it be that? It is my wishful thinking and you don't want to be my girlfriend at all? Yang Xiao pretended to be sad. Sure enough, the words came out.
Lu Wei looked flustered and hurriedly said,
no, it's not like that. I just think this gift is too expensive. Expensive?
Yang Xiao shook his head.
Giving a gift to one's girlfriend, even if it's more expensive, it's still appropriate.
After the words were said, it would be a bit pretentious for Lu Wei not to accept them.
Nodding his head, he agreed to take it. Young Shaw hurriedly and smoothly put it on her. Not to mention,
the bracelet instantly went up a few notches when worn on her icy wrist.
Young Shaw bets, even when she wears 2 iron spikes on her wrist, or even a straw ring made of dogwood, it also doesn't detract from her superb facial features in any way. Maybe there's a different flavor. Maybe it's a plus to look good and wear anything. Finish eating. The two planned to go to a movie theater for a night out.
The two had just arrived at the theater,
just about to buy a ticket. However, just then, Lu Wei's cell phone suddenly rang. Took it out and saw that it was the company calling. Why are you calling so late? Lu Wei was a bit puzzled and annoyed. It's hard to go on a date with young Shaw and be bothered by company. It's just annoying. Nevertheless, the button to answer the call was pressed. After answering the phone, her whole body was bad.
The joy on her face then turned into helplessness and more unhappy emotions.
What is this? Got to get back to work.
Turning her head to look at Yan Xiao.
Even if she didn't state why, Yan Xiao could see it. There must be something. Lu Wei said, I'm sorry.
The general manager called and said that there was an urgent matter to be dealt with and asked me to go back to the company to work overtime.
What? It's after 10 o'clock and still back at the office working overtime. Crazy.
Yang Xiao frowned and asked,
what is it? It's so late. Must we go? I don't know.
He only said it's urgent and must be resolved tonight.
Lu Wei shook her head. She didn't know either. How can you look at it? It doesn't look like a good company to have employees working overtime at the company in the middle of the night. So, Yang Xiao said, Xiao Wei, in my opinion, you should just quit and work in my hotel.
The reason he hadn't said anything was that, with his strength, he could support her as well. It was for fear of hurting her strong self-esteem.
Not for now. I want to work on it a bit more.
Lu Wei thought about it and eventually politely declined.
She didn't feel capable enough.
I'm afraid that if I go into his hotel,
I won't be able to help,
but instead add to the chaos and it won't be good.
She'd like to elevate it a bit more.
Seeing her resolute attitude, Yang Xiao could not be persuaded any further.
It's just going to have to take its time. Maybe one day I'll figure it out, isn't it? After all,
the two had only just finalized their relationship.
It can't be rushed. It also has to be done gradually, one step at a time. With this sudden interlude, the plan to watch the movie, too, was completely declared to be in vain. Drive Lu Wei back to the company.
Young Shaw wanted to accompany her up. Lu Wei felt that it was a bad influence, so she let him wait downstairs. She swiped her own card to enter the building.
The office building at the moment.
Just a few scattered lights on.
Chapter 38, the second collection. Recommendations. Lu Wei took the elevator and arrived at the company. The moment. In the company, except for the general manager's office, which was still lit.
The other office areas were dark. You can only use your cell phone for lighting. She was walking alone in the company and always felt a cool feeling behind her,
as if someone was following her. It creeped her out. At this moment, Lu Wei had some regrets.
Had she known this, she would have let Yang Xiao follow her up, even if the leader finds out.
It is justifiable. One time,
the corridors of the company echoed with the staccato sound of high heels on the floor.
Horror movie vestiges, hinged on hearing footsteps.
The hidden door of the general manager's office suddenly opened.
Inside,
a man with good features and gold-framed glasses stepped out, and he is the general manager of this branch.
Kong Abi. Their company is headquartered in the capital. Seeing Lu Wei, Kong Abi's face instantly piled up with smiles. It's Xiao Wei ah.
I didn't expect to come quite fast.
Come in and sit down. Into the office. Just after sitting down, Lu Wei directly asked, Mr. Kong, what is so urgent that you have to come at this moment?
There was a hint of resentment in his tone.
Also understandable.
Called in to work late at this hour.
Anyone would be angry. Lu Wei had this kind of attitude,
which was not bad.
Kong Abi didn't get angry and pushed his glasses with a smile. Of course it's a good thing. Good thing? Lu Wei was a bit speechless.
If being called to work overtime in the middle of the night was considered a good thing,
what would be considered a bad thing? She frowned, not wanting to talk. Kong Abi walked to the water dispenser, poured a cup of water, placed it in front of Lu Wei, and smiled. Come and have a drink of water. Let's talk slowly. Lu Wei reached out and took the cup even though she was angry. Only didn't drink. Smoothly, he placed it on Kong Abi's desk. See that she doesn't have this glass of water. Kong Abi touched his nose with some loss. It didn't show. Going straight back to his seat, he comforted. I know.
You were originally in U City and were transferred here to work for a month.
So you have some resentment in your heart. I obeyed the company's arrangement. So how could I have any grievances?
Lu Wei's words were true.
Before coming here, Mr. Ryu from the branch told her, say, come to the Magic City branch for the convenience of the higher-ups to come down and visit. Once the inspection is over. When he left,
the position of general manager of the U City branch would be hers. It was for this reason that she agreed to come here.
Kong Abi continued.
Tomorrow is the election meeting for the general manager of U branch.
What does Mr. Kong want to say? Lu Wei asked.
The smile on Kong Abi's face slowly converged and gradually became grave. I know what Lu Xingyuan promised you.
Without waiting for Lu Wei to open her mouth, Kong Abi continued. But in yesterday's video conference, the board of directors let each branch nominate, and he didn't push for you. Didn't push me? Lu Wei was slightly stunned. Hadn't we agreed in the first place? How can you turn around and change your mind? Was it because she had rejected his advances on her way out? If so, that's too petty. Yes. No. Kong Abi nodded. Then the words changed. But I pushed for you. Hearing this, Lu Wei froze. The two have known each other for a long time. It's not even more than half a month full. Why did Kong Abi not promote his subordinates, but himself instead? Hinged on her confusion, Kong Abi gave Lu Wei a meaningful look. Although we haven't worked together for a long time, but your ability to work is there for all to see. Push you. No problem at all. Thank you, Mr. Kong, Lu Wei said. Kong Ai added, you grasped to write a U City branch development plan.
I find a few other cities' branch general manager together to vote for you.
Guaranteed success. When the time comes, dazzle Lu Xingyuan.
This made Lu Wei very touched and helpless. Colleagues who have worked together for years are not as good as those who have known each other for 10 days and half a month.
What is this?
The corner of Kong Abi's mouth hooked up a smile, and smoothly raised the water cup in his hand.
Come on, water instead of wine. Congratulations in advance on your promotion and salary increase. Thank you, Mr. Kong.
Lu Wei hurriedly raised her cup and the two men clinked glasses for a moment.
Drink them separately. Afterwards, Kong Abi asked Lu Wei to grab a simple planner.
He excused himself to go to the bathroom and slipped out.
Lu Wei did not doubt it,
and immediately returned to her office and began to grasp the plan.
Making a planner is definitely not something you can do on a whim.
Young Shaw was still waiting downstairs again.
She called Yenshaw and told him to go back first.
Yenshaw verbalized his agreement.
Instead,
his mind was flooded with mutterings.
Is it always this hard to work for a big company? He hasn't worked for a big company like this. Don't understand any of this. Can just wait here dry. Always feeling panicky. It's like something bad is going to happen. Did sit in the car for a few more minutes? It's really not quiet. Eventually, he decided to go upstairs and check it out. Taking advantage of a gap in the security guards dozing off, he went right over the card swiping gate, rushed toward the elevator. In the meantime, Lu Wei, who was working on a plan in the office,
suddenly felt something strange in her body.
It was as if in the body,
a flame was burning.
Hot as hell. Lu Wei was shocked. What was going on? Why is it so hot in the middle of winter? That's not all. She felt that in her mind.
She couldn't help but conjure up certain images that were difficult for her to talk about.
And there was an urge to release. Just then, the office door was pushed open. Kong Abi walked in. He only saw the fire in his eyes and his face hung with an unstoppable smile. Mr. Lu, what's wrong with you? You drugged the water? At once, Lu Wei reacted violently. No wonder it's so kind. It's something else, Kong Abi said in a serious manner. Mr. Lu, words can't be nonsense. It was drinking the water you gave me that made me feel all out of sorts. Yeah, then how come I'm okay with drinking it? Kong Abi's rhetorical question caused Lu Wei to be momentarily speechless. This, same water, same drink, why is he okay? Instead, he was unwell himself. Her heart sank when she saw the obscene smile on Kong Abi's face again. It's over. It's over. He must have tampered with the cups ahead of time. This asshole was about to pick up his cell phone and call for help. However, Kong Abi snatched the cell phone from the table, and straight up vandalism. Lu Wei instantly panicked. What do you really want to do? Kong Abi said with a serious face. I see that you are quite uncomfortable. Do you want me to help? Since Lu Wei's first day here, and he took a liking to her. However, who knew that Lu Wei was unmoved by his repeated hints? So then he came up with this. He's about to be transferred back to head office anyway. If he really wants to get on Lu Wei, then what if he goes all out to help her get the position of general manager of the U City branch? Maybe, even a long-term PAO friend? It's exciting to think about. Chapter 39, The Hero Saves the Beauty, 3 Shifts for Recommendations. Collections, get out. Lu Wei gritted her teeth and angrily rebuked. Get out. Get out. Duck in the mouth. How could Kong Abi let her fly? Laughing lustfully, he rubbed his hands together. Lu Wei, what you ate is a Sakura Nation aphrodisiac. The drug is strong, and you can't find out afterward, if you don't release it in time. He. At once, Lu Wei's heart sank to the bottom. Fear of what will come. However, she didn't completely mess up. Kong Abi, you are now in the rising stage of your career. Don't destroy yourself. Self-destructive? Oh, Kong Ai hastily denied. No. I will not mess. And so on the drug effect completely attack. Hey, mess. Can be you. At the end of his sentence, he almost cracked a smile in triumph. Have to say, he's thinking really well. Wait for the drug to kick in. Sit next to it yourself. It was the middle of the night, and I was the only male in the whole building. What can she do? I'm sure you'll throw yourself at it. In this way, he'll be able to perfectly circumvent the crime of forcible female penetration. Kong Abi, I will die, but I won't let you have your way. Unable to ask for help, Lu Wei copied the signing pen on the table and prepared to kill herself. Kong Abi immediately rushed up with an arrow step and grabbed the pen. At the same time, an elbow takes everything sharp on the table. All fall to the corner. Then, with a cheap smile on his face, he looked at Lu Wei. I haven't even had a good time yet. And you want to die? Dream on. Things have come to this point. Lu Wei's heart is like ashes. Despair gradually filled the whole body. Knew it. She wouldn't have come. Or rather, having Young Shaw with him when he came might have prevented this from happening. It seems all too late to regret it now. Is this destiny? I'm sorry, Yang Shao. I've only been your girlfriend for 1 day. But I'm satisfied. She was ready to fish out of water. Kong Abi has gotten excited. The master of scaffolding. And is officially online. He took a step towards Lu Wei. Just then, a loud bang came. Kong Abi's outstretched hand froze in midair. Turning his head to look at it, it was a young man, and immediately his face sank, questioning, who are you? The visitor was none other than Young Shaw. Yang Shao swept a glance at the office that had long been in a mess, and the outstretched hand of Kong Abi. It's all clear. At once, a monstrous rage shot up to the sky. Without saying a word, he rushed up with an arrow step and smashed Kong Abi's face with a heavy punch. This was followed by another kick,
which directly knocked him to the ground viciously. Looking at Kong Ai Bai, who was covering his stomach and grinning in pain, Yang Xiao was furious, rushed up and kicked again. Grass, dare to touch my woman. Want to die? You dare to hit me? Kong Ai Bai curled up on the ground and gritted his teeth. You're finished. I want you to sit through the bottom of the jail, breaking and entering into another person's business, and hit people. The charges can be big or small. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiao gave another beating. Committed a crime on his own. How dare you threaten someone? Are you crazy? The drug in Lu Wei's body kicked in and he crouched on the ground, trying to stop Yang Xiao. And there's nothing to be done about it. Kong Ai Bai had already been beaten and bloodied, but the mouth is still cursing. Little son, you die. Sure, at a time like this, there are still threats. Yang Xiao wasn't afraid of his threats at all. The dragon has reverse scales, and will be angry when touched. Today, even if Yang Xiao had crippled him, beaten him so badly that he couldn't crawl, he would be legally responsible. Yang Xiao didn't care. Just ask, what kind of man is a man if he can't even protect his own woman? Moreover, with Kong Ai Bai's beastly behavior, this would be considered a case of bravery on his part. Yang Xiao said angrily, Grass, don't you like to use force? Row, you wait for me. Walk quickly to the water fountain. Receiving a cup of boiling water, he walked over to Kong Ai Bai and drenched it directly towards his crotch. In a split second, the whole floor resounded with murderous howls that tore at his heart. The pain is unbearable. Kong Ai Bai wanted to die. This cup of boiling water down won't die, but it will take off a layer of skin. It's better than getting a good beating. It's going to come 100, 1,000, even 1,000,000 times more painful. Call the police? He thought about it and threatened it. But he wouldn't dare to actually do that, because once the police were called, his attempted female rape and drugging of a man would surely be exposed. If you dig deeper, there are not a few women in the company who have been dominated by him in this way. Don't say work when the time comes. It's probably only going to be him who goes to jail first. Therefore, he could only break his teeth and swallow it in his stomach. A few more hard kicks to Kong Ai Bai. It's only then that I feel relieved. Xiao Wei. Yang Xiao ran to Lu Wei's side and picked her up in a hug. It was then that he realized Lu Wei's breathing was rapid. Her face was flushed, and she looked out of sorts. In the next second, a bad thought surfaced. Oops, it's been drugged. At that moment, the anger in Yang Xiao's chest thickened a few more points. I can't wait to throw Kong Ai Bai through the window here. However, now is not the time to keep punching people. It's imperative to get Lu Wei to the hospital. What the hell do you know about being drugged? What will be the consequences? As he carried Lu Wei past Kong Ai Bai, Yang Xiao said, if she has a long or short life, you'll be dead. Wait for Yang Xiao to leave. Kong Ai Bai dared to get up and quickly pulled his pants down and ran to the bathroom to flush his bottom with cool water, trying to relieve the burning sensation with this. Yang Xiao hugged Lu Wei and shouted as he ran, Xiao Wei, how are you doing? Hold on, I'll send you to the hospital right away. I can't take it anymore. Lu Wei closed her eyes tightly, her mouth slurred. Can't take it anymore? Yang Xiao was stunned and had a rough guess, but still asked one more time. What did he put you under? Oxycodone. Lu Wei said breathlessly. Ha, true. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiao became more and more anxious. Hold on, you'll be able to reach the hospital soon. Out of the elevator, carrying her in her arms, she ran towards the outside at a fiery pace, put her in the back seat. Turning into the driver's seat, he was ready to start the car and head toward the hospital. However, just then, a pair of jade arms reached from behind and hooked around his neck. In her ear, Lu Wei exhaled. Kiss me. This. Yang Xiao was instantly jolted. What to do? Being a gentleman? Or taking advantage of people? Isn't it a bit unusual not to eat this meat that's been delivered to your mouth? And again, now that she's my girlfriend, isn't it normal for something to happen between the two of them? Snap. He slapped himself hard. What am I thinking here? Just as he was torn, Lu Wei had leapt over from the back seat and mounted him. The red lips printed directly towards him. Yang Xiao maintained his last ounce of sobriety. Xiao Wei, you have to be calm. I'll take you to the hospital right away. No, I'm not going to the hospital. I'm going to. She didn't say the latter. She just paid the action. No numbers omitted here. It's only a matter of opinion. Chapter 40. The dream of becoming rich, seeking favorites. Seeking recommendations. Yu City. A certain neighborhood. Zheng Cuihua took out the metal box containing the documents, dumped all the papers inside, all in one go, on the coffee table. Hands rummaged carefully for something. Bu Xiaoda looked straight up and deflated, but he didn't dare to say anything more. Bu Yaolian looked at it and frowned. Mom, what are you doing dumping these papers on the coffee table? It's a mess. Look for the bank book and the real estate license. Zhang Suihua casually said. What are you looking for? Bu Yalian seemed to have thought of something and asked with an excited face. Is it for me as a dowry? It's only 8 o'clock. You can go back and lie down to continue sleeping. Zhang Suihua did not have the good sense to say. Lay down and go back to sleep? I'll go. Are you saying I'm dreaming? Is it biological? Bu Yalian deflated her mouth and asked again. Then what do you want to do with the bank book and real estate license? Investing money? Of course. And you know about investing? I don't understand. But it's fine if someone understands. Zhang Suihua laughed. Since buying a house back, she had been thinking about how much credibility there was in Efren's words. I've also asked my poker buddies who play poker with me to inquire about it many times, both explicitly and implicitly. The responses that I get are that investments are risky, but the rewards are very great. In the end, her dream of being a rich woman took over. Last night, privately, she secretly contacted Efren. Speak up. Eppendorfen immediately offered to do the favor. So she was up early in the morning looking for papers to go and list the house for sale. Hearing Zhang Suihua's words, Bu Yalian froze for a few seconds and snapped back to her senses. Alarmed, he said, Mom, you're not listening to Fluttershy Rin and wanting him to invest for you, are you? What? It's not okay? Zhang Suihua was not amused. Bu Yalian's eyes widened. So you want to sell the house and then take the coffin money to ask him to help invest? Didn't wait for Zhang Suihua to reply. Bu Xiaoda, who was watching TV, heard it. On the spot, he exploded. Zhang Suihua, you're fucking crazy. I don't have a problem with you investing your coffin money, but where are we going to live if the house is sold? This is not an investment. It's almost like playing for keeps. He, Bu Xiaoda, didn't want to end up on the streets. Late in life, Zhang Suihua silently, in her heart, gave Bu Xiaoda an unseen appraisal. With that, he got up and went back into the bedroom and pulled out a red ID. A proud face slapped on the coffee table. Condescendingly, he said, Stupid, who lives in this shitty house when our son-in-law bought us a new one? Son-in-law? Who is it? Bu Xiaoda froze for a moment, not reacting, reaching for the real estate license in front of him, flipped it over and looked at it. The eyes widened. Because, what was written on it was the name of his own daughter. Bu Yalian, what's going on here? How come I don't know anything? Mom, don't talk nonsense. Fluttershy Ren and I haven't even gotten our first sign yet. Bu Yalian said with a red face, acting shy. Actually, in her mind, she had long wanted to fly to his bed, hang out with him. Bu Xiaoda's eyes widened, turning his head to look at Zhang Suihua. The BMW wasn't on. Why did you buy a house first? Zhang Suihua ignored him at all, but rubbed her hands together excitedly. A few days ago, Fluttering Ren took us to Tianfu New City to buy a suite, finely decorated. Screw the package. Really? Bu Xiaoda said with his mouth wide open. He can't believe it's true. Zhang Suihua rolled her eyes. Can't you see this is a real estate license? Can it still be fake? The more I think about it, the happier I feel. The golden son-in-law is in good hands. Bu Xiaoda asked. Then what's the point of selling the house? Don't you have ears? Zhang Suihua is afraid that Bu Xiaoda is stubborn and opposes the sale of her house. So patiently, take what Eppendorfen said about a tenfold return on investment. Told him. It also says that Ephraim promises a guaranteed fivefold return. After hearing this, Bu Xiaoda was also moved. This is a totally solid deal. Any fool who comes to invest can make money. There's no reason I shouldn't be involved. Since then, Zhang Suihua has successfully persuaded her husband and daughter. All of them. There were many in favor. So, the family grabbed a few moments and immediately headed out the door to Anchor Realty. List your own home. Lucky, they hang out in the morning and have people coming to the house in the afternoon. And, at a glance, it was sold the next day for $1,900,000, with a handshake. And, it was agreed that they would move at a later date. Where would one find such a buyer? You can't even find it in a lantern. Straight away, the agency was dumbfounded. They also didn't expect such an old house to sell so quickly. The price is still so beautiful. What's the situation? Have people changed their vision nowadays? For Zhang Suihua's family, that's not even the point. Now, the money from the sale of the house, plus the usual scavenging from Young Shaw, and the money they used to save. The total is just over $2,300,000. It's a long way from $3 million. The first order of business was how to come up with the minimum investment of $3 million. Otherwise, there is no way to participate in the investment. What to do? The family sat in the living room. You look at me. I look at you. Dry. Suddenly, Bu Yalian seemed to have remembered something. Hurriedly turning his head, he said, Mom and Dad, let's directly look for relatives to borrow. Promise to double the money back to them. Surely someone will be willing. Will this work? Bu Xiaoda had no idea in his heart.
Right, why didn't I think of that?
Zhang Suihua slapped her thighs, and a strange color blossomed in the bottom of her eyes.
That's a good one. There are so many relatives. Borrow 50,000 each, and promise to pay back the money on a double basis. This picking up money like lending.
They would certainly agree without hesitation.
After all, who's going to mess with money? Even so, they can still land 7 or 8 times the profit. Take a step back. Even if they don't agree, they can grow to triple, or even quadruple if they want. Someone will always borrow it. And, any way you count it, they have made money. Why not? Zhang Suihua's mouth couldn't close with laughter. At this moment,
she seemed to have seen herself living in a multi-million-dollar mansion,
living a paper-drinking life as a rich and powerful woman. His former poker buddies cast envious glances at him. It's so cool. Come back to your senses,
Zhang Suihua said in a loud voice.
Quickly call to borrow money. I'll find my brother to borrow. You find your sister. Yao look for your classmates' girlfriends or whatever. The more you borrow, the better. Say it and do it. A family of 3,
hiding in separate rooms,
they started calling, tweeting, and all sorts of ways to get in touch. Kung Fu. A lot of people hear that it's borrowing 50,000 to pay back 100,000. Immediately, he said that he was willing to lend the money, only that he needed a note.
For the past 2 days, the thresholds of their homes are being stepped on.
IOUs were written in dozens.
It can be as low as $10,000 or $20,000 and as high as $100,000 or $200,000.
In the end,
they managed to borrow $2.5 million, plus the original $2,300,000 plus.
That's a total of $8 million. Chapter 41 Scattered Wealth Scouts, Seeking Favorites. Seeking recommendations? Look at the balance displayed on your mobile banking.
The 3 were happy as could be.
4,800,000 times 10. What does that equal? 48 million. After subtracting the money they need to pay back,
they still have over $30 million left.
So much money.
Enough to make them forget all their troubles. Avoid long nights and missing out on this great opportunity to invest.
That afternoon,
Zhang Suihua then urged Bu Yalian to hurry up and contact AI Pinran and ask him to come to the house.
It's better to invest sooner rather than later. Late is late. Bu Yalian also felt that it made sense and hurriedly called AI Pinran. And at this point, Yu City, the basement of an office building.
AI Fluttershy is laying down on the worn-out couch and using WeChat to hook up with a girl. Was just about to post a handsome photo of it.
Suddenly, it felt like the phone was stuck for a bit. Immediately after, come in for a phone call. Bu Yalian? AI Pinran's frowned eyebrows, all of a sudden, stretched out, and hurriedly pressed the answer button. Yao, do you have something to do? Fluttershy, are you free tonight? Bu Yalian asked directly. Got a minute? Is there meet again? At once, AI Pangran came to the nature, said, there is another meeting. After the meeting will be fine. What's wrong? Can you come by my house after the meeting? Must I come? Well, something urgent came up for you. Well then, I'll reschedule the meeting for tomorrow. AI Fluttershy pretended to hesitate for a moment before finally agreeing. One hears that the meeting was purposely also delayed. Bu Yalian was again moved. Okay, we'll wait for you to have dinner. Hang up. F&M fell into a brief moment of contemplation. What's so urgent? At their house. What could be called an emergency?
With his knowledge of their family, he quickly guessed that it should be Zhang Suihua who had raised enough money. Be prepared to ask for your own help in investing.
Good thing. It's a gift of money. Ephraim immediately bounced up from the bed. Find the one in the closet.
The fake designer suit from someplace that's good enough to pass for real.
Started dressing up and sprayed some perfume. Whistle in your mouth. There are no words to describe the mood. After leaving the house,
he also made a phone call and booked a ticket to fly to Mordor at noon tomorrow. Only then did he take a taxi to the booze house.
Come to the booze house. As soon as you enter the door. He then received Zhang Zuehua's hospitality. The coffee table. It was filled with melons and squash. See these. AI Fluttershy became more and more agitated, but was afraid of revealing himself. Keep restraining yourself. Whether interacting with Bu Xiaoda or Zhang Zuehua, he acted in a very formal manner. For fear of revealing a breach, the credit goes to the basket. If you plant a garden, you can't plant a flower. But if you don't plant a flower, you can't plant a flower.
This behavior of his was mistaken by Zhang Zuehua and Bu Xiaoda as him knowing how to be polite.
The heart grows fonder. Had dinner. The 4 of them sat on the couch and watched TV while they chatted away. Approaching 21,
Zhang Zuehua felt that the conversation was almost over, so she stood up and went to pour a cup of water,
handing it to AI Fluttershy. At the same time, he said, AI, you have to help out with what Auntie told you the other day.
Zhang Zuehua was just about to directly say,
Whether I can become a multimillionaire and a wealthy woman in a luxurious family. It depends on you.
AI Fanran took the water served by Zhang Suihua and smiled.
Auntie, don't worry. With me in this matter, it will definitely work out. Zhang Suihua couldn't stop smiling.
Hurriedly took out a bank card from his pocket and placed it on the table after.
Only then did he smile and say, "That's fine. There's $4,800,000 in this card. How do you think I can transfer it to you?" "What for? 8 million? Geez. I'm rich. Ha ha ha."
Fluttershy Ren was excited and was about to open his mouth.
However, he was interrupted by Bu Yaolian, who spoke out from the side, fluttering Ren, "Can this really have that high of a return?" She trusts AI Pangren,
but she just feels that the investment is not very reliable, and her heart is a bit unsteady.
So much money.
One smash out.
What if you lose money? That's a lot of money to lose. And a lot of money for the whole family to drink. Yao yao. Don't worry. I can't screw anyone but you guys.
AI Pangren's face was not red and his heart was not jumping as he spouted nonsense.
It seems to feel like not enough is being said. With another serious face, he pulled out the fountain pen he was carrying.
"Remove a small book from your arms,"
priggishly said. "Why don't we do it this way?
You guys, this more than 4 million as I borrowed.
When I make money, how about returning it to you with interest?" He's backing down and forcing the issue. "Money lent to me.
Then the tenfold return is of no concern to you.
How do you choose?" Zhang Suihua was instantly anxious, hurriedly explaining. "Xiao AI, don't be angry. Yao Yao didn't mean anything else. This money, we are absolutely assured to give it to you to help take care of it." "No, that's right. $1 million profit. Except, for you, who else can do it?" Under Zhang Suihua's wink, Bu Xiaoda also hurriedly patted the horse's ass. "How can you give away such a rare opportunity to make money? Not to mention,
lent him the money he had worked so hard to raise. Then he made money.
The most he could do was to pay back the money with interest at the highest interest rate the bank had at the time. In comparison, where's the return on investment? How to choose? At a glance. At this time, Bu Yaolian, who had received the signal, also finally reacted. Hurrying to make up for it, he said, "Fluttering Run, you also know that we are afraid of being poor. So, I am sorry. We're willing to leave the money right in your full hands." "I can understand." AI Fluttershy Ren nodded understandingly. "How about this? I'd better write a receipt?" Upon hearing this, Bu Yaolian's last trace of doubt was completely dispelled.
Zhang Suihua even shook her head repeatedly.
"What are you talking about? Being so outgoing?
The house you bought for us has several $1,000,000. The thought that it won't take much to become rich."
Zhang Suihua just couldn't control the smile on her face. Bu Xiaoda said, "Then how are things in your company being handled now?"
"Complaints are being filed and it is expected that they will be able to be fully lifted by the end of the month."
"That's good," Bu Xiaoda said reassuringly. One time, in the living room, there was a sudden silence. Zhang Suihua suddenly said, "Fluttering Run, the more I look at it, the more I like it. Why don't you guys hurry up and make a man and give us a big fat grandchild?" "Mom, what are you talking about?" Bu Yaolian swished red.
Zhang Suihua snickered.
"Speaking Chinese, what's wrong? Not allowed?"
She's a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law, and the more she sees, the more she likes. She was now identified with Ephraim. It is not he who will marry his daughter.
Of course, Bu Yaolian was also fancied early. All that's missing is delivery. No, I don't know how many times she's delivered before this. Ephraim didn't dwell on the subject any further. Turning tentatively, he asked, "Auntie, RN, you not just afraid that I will cheat you? This is also true and false." "It's hard to tell." Bu Xiaoda froze, not knowing how to answer.
Zhang Suihua reacted the fastest and flattered.
"Lying to us? You're worth so much that you can't afford to see this ant leg of ours?" Chapter 42, The bank delivers cars, seeking favorites. Seeking recommendations? My mom is right. You have a big family. We trust you. Bu Yaolian also chimed in. For what's going on in AI Fluttershy's house?
She used to know better. She had mentioned it more than once in front of her own mom and dad back in the old days. This was why Zhang Suihua dared to be so desperate. Facing Zhang Suihua's cupping,
Ephraim smiled without offering any explanation.
There was more than a little sneer in the smile.
A couple of douchebags. In a few days, you'll all be waiting to cry about it. Ha ha ha. However, the Bu family didn't notice anything strange at all, and even asked him what he wanted to eat or drink with a smiling face. Concerned as hell. The parties agreed to go to the bank in the morning for the transfer. Ephraim sat until 22. Under the pretext that there was one more material to write, he left the Bu's house. Early the next morning. It's only 7 o'clock. Zhang Suihua then couldn't wait for her daughter to call AI Pangren. Go together to the agreed bank for a large transfer. After completing the transfer, Zhang Suihua was relieved. At the same time, Taking AI Pongren's hand, he urged him again and again, hoping that he would help to complete the great matter of investment as soon as possible. Ephraim received the money and was overjoyed, full of promise, and he promised to make a special flight to Mordor in the afternoon to find a friend to take care of this. Zhang Suihua and Bu Xiaoda's faces were all smiles upon hearing this, and a special cab right to the airport to see him off. It wasn't until I watched him go through security that my hanging heart dropped. This side of things is done. When they get back, they're going to start preparing to move into their new home. In the meantime, Magic City, Red Bridge Airport, Yang Xiao and Lu Wei are going through security. Since that night, the slight rawness that should have existed between the two was dissipated. It's been 2 days together. The two are like glue. The temperature of the relationship, too, skyrocketed. Also, because of the Kong AB incident, Lu Wei also officially resigned from her former company. Her best friend Wang Shui learns the news, immediately followed by resignation. The handover of work is currently being processed. The next step will be to come and help young Shaw as well. And Kong AB? It is said that the next day he called in sick for a quarter. Probably in some prestigious hospital, rescuing heirlooms. I just don't know if it can be salvaged. Guess it's hard. Even if you salvage it, it's hardly comparable to what it used to be. Not a big problem though. Technologically advanced. He could have installed fake ones, although not as good as the original. At least, it's better than nothing. That said, the two of them took a plane back to U City, and Yang Xiao directly brought Lu Wei back to his hotel. The two drew a lot of attention as soon as they entered the hotel. However, young Shaw didn't pay any attention to it. The two took the special elevator and went straight to the special dining room. Lin Xian had already arranged everything a long time ago, and was standing in the doorway waiting for them to arrive. Yang Xiao had also told Lu Wei long ago that Lin Xian worked at her own hotel and had promoted her to general manager. Lu Wei saw Lin Xian and smiled. Congratulations, Xian. You've finally been promoted. Xian was Lu Wei's term of endearment for Lin Xian. The two are very close. Lin Xian also knew of Lu Wei's affection for Yang Xiao. It was because of this that she had thought of a way to tell Yang Xiao about Lu Wei's changes nowadays after meeting him. Lin Xian swept a glance at Yang Xiao and said, "Wasn't it thanks to the blessing of this one in your family that you were promoted? If it wasn't for young Shaw, a promotion? I don't know how long that will take." "What a stroke of luck," Lu Wei said. "You're pretty good yourself." "Not awesome." "Really?" "No." "True." Yang Xiao couldn't listen to it anymore and interjected, "Well, to catch up on polite words, it's better to sit down and talk over dinner." The two women readily agreed. After dinner, Yang Xiao asked Lin Xian to take Lu Wei to familiarize herself with the hotel. He's got big things coming up next. When they're gone, young Shaw called again to ask about Wan Jili. "I learned that the hospital had already made arrangements for the surgery to take place next month. Be the spitting image of." Just hung up. Another call from the bank. He did a rough calculation. The number of bank calls he had at least hung up on, or purposely not answered, in recent times was at least in the hundreds. That's dozens a day. It's annoying as hell. He decided to ask what they wanted, pressing the answer button. "Hey, what the hell do you guys want? Why do you call all the time? It's so annoying." The caller visibly froze. Afterwards, he hurriedly explained, "Hello sir, you have a large amount of deposits in our Huaxia Commercial Bank, and we have some gifts for you." Gifting is one of the means by which banks maintain customer relationships. Includes not limited to food, supplies, vouchers, etc. With a large enough deposit, it's possible to give it away, not to mention a gift. What gifts? Yang Xiao didn't want it, but he was afraid that they would continue to harass him. $1 million credit card and a limited edition domestic Red Flag L9. Red Flag L9? Yes sir. A credit card with $1 million limit is like chicken feed to him. However, this car of Red Flag, Yang Xiao has some knowledge. Red Flag is a national brand. Among them, the L series is the supreme car in the Red Flag. It's like a domestic Bentley. Red Flag's L5. The lowest price is over $6 million, let alone the L9. Only, this kind of car is not something you can buy with money. Qualifications must also be reviewed. Passed. You are only eligible to purchase. Of course, merely being eligible to buy it. As far as being able to buy it, that's hard to say. This is a very sought-after car. Yang Xiao was a bit puzzled. The bank still sends this kind of limited class car? Never heard of it. However, since it was a gift, in the spirit of don't want it for nothing, Jan Shaw asked, "Where's the car?" "Sir, all you need to do is give us an address and we'll arrange for a car to be delivered as soon as possible." "Okay, the address is Yuzhou Hotel in U City. Just send it here directly." Yang Xiao thought about it and decided that it would be better to send it here. The Red Flag L9 is a very formal car, suitable for business receptions.
This kind of car is better kept in a hotel to transport heavyweight VIPs. It's too formal if you drive it yourself. Okay sir, we will send the car over as soon as possible. Thank you for your trust in our China Commercial Bank. Goodbye. Hang up. He just remembered that Lu Wei was back. No car yet. That BMW in Mordor is still on its way to be transported. It's estimated to take a couple days to arrive. That car is where Lu Wei offered her first time. She wanted to stay as a souvenir. And the license plate is very memorable. Magic A. LW520. It's natural to associate. Lu Wei, I love you. This kind of license plate is simply unattainable. Also, he wants to buy her a sports car. As for what brand to buy, let her choose. He only pays out the money. Stand in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. Yang Xiao took out his cell phone and took a few pictures of the scenery outside the window. Ready to send a friend. Official showdown. Chapter 43. I'm a billionaire and I'm showing my cards, requesting favorites, requesting recommendations. He was curious to see the look on those people's faces once they realized they were billionaires. So then he edited the paragraph like this. Originally I wanted to get along with everyone as an ordinary person. I didn't expect to get alienation in return. Well, no more pretending. I'm a billionaire, I'm showing my cards. It's useless to talk too much. In 2 days, I'm going to buy my girlfriend a sports car. No matter how much it costs. As long as she's happy. Edit the text. Uploaded another photo that I just took. Click send. In the meantime, Zhang Qin came out of the manager's office with a face like ashes. She's only got 3 days. Within 3 days, another investment is not forthcoming. Then she'd have to roll with it. Nowadays, the webcasting industry is in a slump. She's been hard at work out there for a month or two, drinking and eating with a lot of big shots. It's close to recommending yourself. Let yourself be served full-bodied. However, those big bosses, once they heard that they wanted them to invest in the company that was webcasting, head shaking like a rattle. Say nothing. No way. She could only cast a wide net. On WeChat, send an edited message, mass mail to various groups, hoping that someone will say something back, or contact yourself at. One of them was sent to a group of high school classmates. It didn't take long. Just received a response from a classmate. There was a moment of joy. Zhang Qin hurriedly clicked into it to take a look. At Zhang Qin wants to pull investment. Look for Yang Xiao. He's a billionaire. Snicker. JPG. Zhang Qin froze. Yang Xiao is a billionaire? Really? For Yang Xiao. She was still impressed. Tall, handsome, hardworking and capable. Just poor. And so on. Why is he a billionaire? Mockery? Just as she was about to edit her message to ask, the man then threw out a screenshot of a friend circle that Yang Xiao had sent out. Zhang Qin enlarged the picture and looked at it. The picture shows it taken from a tall building. Where is it? She looked at it for a long time and didn't see it. At that moment, someone else in the group spoke up. Laugh your ass off. Just him? Whoever believes he's a billionaire is the biggest douche in the world. I say. The one who spoke was the rich kid in their class. Jin Shui. However, overstated. He's not good looking at all. On the contrary, he's a bit sorry for the audience. Only the family has money. From his freshman year of high school, he resented Yang Xiao. Thinks he's better looking than he is. When I was studying, I didn't find many excuses to find trouble with Yang Xiao. Because of this, a lot of people in the class have been trying to lick him in order to get a little favor with him. Deliberate casting. Trying to stomp on Yang Xiao hard with him. Sure enough, Jin Shui had just finished speaking. Immediately below. Then a whole bunch of people popped up to chime in and stomp on Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao is poor and can never be rich in his life. +1, +2, +3, believe it or not. I don't believe it anyway. That's a good picture P. It's a pity that is still recognized by us at a glance. Ha ha ha. Playing hard to get. Actually, I think he must be the typical woman cheated all the money. Brain nerve stimulation. Nerve bad. You're a fucking talent. You've analyzed it correctly. Hey, pretty good looking, but unfortunately, is a psychopath. Seeing a girl praising Yang Xiao Shui, Jin Shui was immediately unhappy. Immediately sprayed angrily. Handsome top bird is still a poor bastard. I'm a piece of clothing, enough for a month's salary. Seeing Jin Shui on fire, the others hurriedly aimed their guns at Yang Xiao, who never spoke, and gave another output. This one's a group taunt. There are still a few people who aren't involved. They are He Shiqiong, who has lost her job, and Pang Sen, who has been brutally punched in the face. Lu Wei and Lin Xian? It's one of our own. These guys are well aware of Yang Xiao's situation. Zhang Qin looked at her classmates' various insults to Yang Xiao. Inwardly, he was disgusted. Who was born willing to be a poor man? Who doesn't want to win at the starting line? It's not a choice anyone can make. Except for the fact that Yang Xiao blew himself up to be a billionaire. She was still skeptical. In the old days, she heard her best friend Bu Yalian say that Yang Xiao was a courier during the day and drove a truck at night. If it's a billionaire, why ask for trouble? Idle? After thinking about it, Zhang Qin still decided to find her good friend Bu Yalian to ask for confirmation. In the beginning, the two were able to come together. Zhang Qin gets a lot of credit. It's been too busy and I haven't been in touch with her. In case Jian Sha is really a billionaire, wouldn't he himself be able to ask for his help in accomplishing his mission? Or how about simply grabbing it for yourself? Wonderful. Zhang Qin dialed Bu Yalian's phone. Yao Yao, what have you been up to lately? All the time not calling me. Ah Shao Qin. I'm sorry, I've been a bit busy lately. Bu Yalian laughed. Zhang Qin could hear that Bu Yalian was happy. The tone was all cheerful. Is Yang Sha really a billionaire? She just found out too? Is that why? Is so happy? Zhang Qin asked tentatively. I heard that your boyfriend is a billionaire and is going to buy you a luxury car. Is that true? Yeah, but haven't gotten around to it yet. Seeing this message, Bu Yalian was a bit puzzled. Something about Fluttershy, except for the parents. No one has said anything about it themselves. How did she know? Even if she thought about it, she wouldn't know that Zhang Qin was referring to Yang Xiao. The two are not even on the same channel. Totally a chicken talking to a duck. I really envy you. Had I known this, I wouldn't have introduced him to you. Zhang Qin said with 3 parts joking and 7 parts regret. Did you introduce me? The corner of Bu Yalian's mouth twitched. Got it wrong. Yang Xiajie was introduced by you. She clearly remembered that her encounter with Efren had nothing to do with Zhang Qin. Wait, she's trying to steal my boyfriend? No way. Alertness instantly pulled full. How do you know my boyfriend? Yang Xiao is my classmate. Can I not recognize him? Zhang Qin asked rhetorically. So it's him. Bu Yalian sighed in relief. Still not reacting. Then, faintly, oh, it's him. I'm sorry, but my boyfriend isn't him now. Really? Zhang Qin's eyes lit up. Bu Yalian, aha. This way Our manager is here. Turn around. Zhang Qin hurriedly found an excuse to hang up the phone. Looking at the hung-up phone, a few black lines floated across Bu Yalian's brain. What's wrong with you? Thinking back to the conversation just now, it snapped to mind that the purpose of Zhang Qin's call seemed to be to ask for confirmation. She said that Jian Sha is a billionaire? Gee whiz, how could that be? What is Yang Zhao's background? Can she not know? Don't say billionaire. Nowadays, I'm afraid it's questionable whether he can spare $1,000 on him. In the meantime, as soon as Zhang Qin hung up the phone, she immediately found Yang Xiao in the class WeChat group. Click add friend. Note your name. Send your request and wait for it to be approved. She was going to find him and try to test the waters. Chapter 44, The Governor's Door-to-Door Demand for Accounts? Seeking favorites. Seeking recommendations? However, she waited for quite some time and did not receive a message that the verification had gone through. And yet there is nothing to be done about it. There would have been a phone call. Thinking that he was already his best friend's boyfriend. It's not good to be in private contact. Just delete it. Now, trying to reach out. There's no way to reach out. Just have to wait it out. And at this point, in the office of the owner of the Yuzhou Hotel, Yang Xiao is talking to his exclusive lawyer about something. Yang Xiao asked, Lawyer Zhang, I've heard that you're the ace of the firm. This case shouldn't be too difficult for you, right? It turned out that the half-monthly repayment period set for Bu Yalian at that time had come to an end. However, she did not repay the loan. So, Yang Xiao decided to take up the weapons of the law to defend their legitimate rights and interests. Let her know that she won't stop there. Give her the rest of her life. Take a lesson. Zhang Wei smiled. Don't worry, Mr. Yang, the evidence is conclusive, and she will definitely be convicted of this charge of swiping. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiao nodded with satisfaction. That's good. Whether or not we can get the money back is secondary. At the very least, we have to send her in to squat in jail. I don't think this is hard. As long as this can be accomplished, I can add another 10% to the original fee. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei was overjoyed. Then thank you, Mr. Yang. The two talked for a while longer. Zhang Wei just left. Bored, Yang Xiao was ready to go out and hang around for a while. In the meantime, a middle-aged man dressed very formally came to the Yuzhou Hotel. The pace was hurried, as if there was an emergency. Come to the front desk. He smiled and asked, Miss, may I ask if you're Mr. Yang is here? Who are you? The receptionist asked rhetorically instead of answering the question. The last few days, the number of people who wanted to see Yang Xiao didn't seem to be the usual. It's all about various financial institutions. More than enough. She was ordered to reject a dozen waves. At that, the middle-aged man took out a business card from his handbag, handing it to the receptionist. I'm the president of the U City branch of the Huaxia Commercial Bank. Xian Duo Duo. and I have something important to see your general manager Yang. Luo Wei at the front desk was shocked in her heart. Originally, she had thought that Chandler was selling insurance, or stock funds. Come here for a sales pitch from Mr. Young. I didn't realize that not only was it not, but it was also the president of the U City branch of the Huaxia Commercial Bank. That's big. It's a much higher level than the other day. The ones that called themselves financial institution managers. Luo Wei put away her previous slackness. Mr. Qian, do you have an appointment with our General Yang? Ha, you still need to make an appointment? Chandler was stunned. Luo Wei explained. Of course you need to make an appointment. Mr. Yang is very busy every day. If you don't have an appointment, it will be hard for you to see him. Is Yang Xiao busy? Maybe. Only, he's been a little embarrassingly busy. At this point, Chandler made a mistake. He came in front of the drop-off line. A single-minded focus on getting the job done sooner rather than later. Go home early. Totally forgot to make an appointment. I'm not sure if it's too late to make an appointment. Shen Duo hurriedly took out his cell phone and asked for a car delivery. And it would take another half an hour to arrive. Time is money. He got the message. There are already several bank presidents that are going to come to Yang Xiao in person. Definitely trying to dig through. That's not good. Yang Xiao's money has always been in their Huaxia Commercial Bank. If it gets transferred to another bank, then he's afraid that he'll be the head of this branch for the rest of his life. One could only step aside and make a hard call to Yang Xiao. Hopefully, the other person will be able to meet him or her. Soon, the call went through. Yang Xiao, who was in the elevator, suddenly received a call. Hello, who is it? Hello, Mr. Yang. I'm the president of the U City branch of the Huaxia Commercial Bank. Xian Duo hurriedly said. The reason he made a point of stating his identity. It's the fear of getting hung up on. Oh, is something wrong? Yang Xiao was ready to hang up the phone, but he heard it was from Huaxia Commercial Bank, and gave up on that. After all, the car was delivered. It hasn't arrived yet. What if he's here to deliver the car? Mr. Yang, is it convenient for you now, or should we meet and talk? I'm in the lobby of your hotel. Qian Duo said apprehensively. Right in the lobby? Yang Xiao said. Okay, you wait. I'll be right down. Okay. Chandler was overjoyed. Hanging up the phone, he sat down on a side couch and waited. Real people he's never seen. However, his face has been seen on the identity information reserved from the banking system. Chandler was still able to tell the difference. Just then, at the door of the hotel, several more people in unusual dresses walked in. The men were arguing about something as they walked. Not only is it loud, and arguing about it, it instantly attracted the attention of the rest of the hall. There was a flurry of identical glances. Chandler twisted his head and instantly felt bad. These guys are coming in too fast. Aren't they? A dog? Yes, he knows them all. These people, respectively, are Kai Yong from the U City branch of the China Merchants Bank, Xu Jinchao of Huaxia Rural Commercial Bank U City branch. 8 or 9 bankers came at once. Such a lineup can only be seen at special meetings. Such a situation makes one more and more curious. What are these people for? I don't know. It can't be here to demand money. Didn't this hotel just change owners? We just changed owners, so we can't have a bill collector come to our door? Anyone know them? Someone whispered a question. What's the point of eating melon if the people can't eat it clearly? Li Tao lowered his voice. I recognize them. They all seem to be presidents of major banks. Immediately, there were questions about this claim. Is it true? Of course it's true. The one sitting on the sofa is Qian Duo from the recruitment bank. Mr. Chen, Li Tao affirmed. Chandler? At that moment, several people at the neighboring table with Li Tao had shocked faces. What the hell? A bunch of bank presidents, personally asking for money? What kind of operation is this? They became more and more curious as to whether this new boss, who had gone to Ao Sung to gamble, had lost it all, or had gone bankrupt, just took over this hotel not long ago. I can't believe I'm being asked for money right at my door. It's so shocking. Even they could think of what the headlines would say tomorrow. You see, shocking. The mysterious owner just bought a $10 billion hotel and this happened. Penguin, 10 billion bosses owe debts. The original truth is actually this. Positive media, 10 billion bosses owe debts. This is the distortion of human nature, or moral degeneration. At this moment, when several people saw Qian Duo sitting there wasn't much surprise in their eyes. It seems to be expected. They have not yet communicated with each other. And yet, they already know each other's intentions for showing up here. Kai Yong's few people gave up arguing and exchanged a look. Kai Yong from the recruitment bank was the first to speak. Yo, isn't this Governor Qian? How come you're free to go down to the restaurant? This sun has come out of the west? Xu Jinchao chimed in with a smile. Upon hearing this,
Xian Duo snorted coldly, then laughed. How dare you talk about me? Aren't you all the same? A few people snorted and stopped talking. Rivals, how much can be said? Chapter 45, you have to show your sincerity, seeking favorites, seeking recommendations, and Shander always kept his attention on the elevator entrance. Not much longer. A figure that walked out of the elevator. Chandler immediately rushed over. The others saw this and scrambled over the scene. I don't know. It does look like there are a few demands for money. Only the next development of the plot, and the melon people expected. There is a large discrepancy, only to see that Chandos, who had rushed ahead, was slightly bent over. A doggy-like came in front of Yang Xiao with a smile on his face. Mr. Yang, I'm Qian Duo. I just passed the phone with you. At the same time, hand out your business card. Yang Xiao took the business card and glanced at it, then looked at Kai Yong and the others, mistaking them for being together. Curious, he asked. What are you up to? There is nothing to be done. Young Shaw is a firm believer. He must be here for something, and it's important to them. Otherwise, eat up a bank president not in the office blowing the heater, with a group of people to run here to fool around. Is it to buy your own fund? Or do you buy financial products? Chandler smiled slightly and said, it's like this. I'm here to give you a credit card, and a car. It was crowded now, and he didn't feel quite right talking about the others. Just make that excuse. Oh, the car has arrived? Yang Xiao became interested and hurriedly asked, where is it? Take me to see. Upon hearing this, Qian Duo smiled awkwardly and explained, still, the car hasn't arrived yet. It is expected to take another half an hour. Credit card? Cars? Kai Yong instantly had a jolt and exchanged a look with the other one who came along, the other bank president. Each other was in a daze. Apparently, they didn't prepare for this either, but the arrow had to go. Kai Yong hardened his head and walked up with a smile. Introducing himself, he said, Mr. Yang, I'm Kai Yong from the U City branch of China Merchants Bank. ? Yang Xiao froze and glanced at the others. So you're not working together? So, in that case, neither are the others? Immediately after, the others began to introduce themselves as well. Mr. Yang, I'm Xu Jinchao from the U City branch of the Huaxia Rural Commercial Bank. Mr. Yang, I'm Huaxia Construction. Mr. Yang, I'm Huaxia Development. The governors are smiling like flowers. This is a great opportunity to get acquainted. Once missed. Again. I don't know how long I'll have to wait. They're going to catch on. This scene made Yang Xiao a little strange. It's all in the bank. What are you doing here? You really want me to buy a financial product? It's a possibility. After all, he's not your average billionaire now. He casually that a few $100 million. Put it in that they bank to do financial management. They can make a hard fortune. At this time, Kai Yong smiled. Mr. Yang, several of us are from major banks, and this time we came over to talk about cooperation with you. Talking about cooperation? Yang Xiao was a bit puzzled and wary. Talking about what kind of cooperation? We have a partnership to talk about? Grass. It's not like you're asking me for a loan, is it? He now has trillions of dollars in cash at his fingertips. Pressing for a loan. I'm sure you've heard the old saying that eggs can't be put in one basket. Kai Yong said with a smile. A few of them came here and wanted a piece of the action. It's all one system. Knowing that young Shaw seems to have suddenly inherited a huge amount of money, just paying taxes, all paid over $30 billion, shocked the entire banking community. And the property he inherited is in the trillions. It's still cash flow. So much money that it's almost like a mobile mini-bank. When these words came out, Qian Duo was not happy. Kai Yong, what do you mean? Isn't this a clear statement that they, the Chinese commercial bank, might be screwing people over? How can this be tolerated? Old Qian. What old Kai said is also the truth. Xu Jinchao hurriedly said. The truth? Qian Duo said without a trace of anger. Don't think I don't know the purpose of you few coming here. What can you do if you know? Kai Yong laughed. The money isn't yours. Xu Jinchao also said. That's right, Mr. Yang's money, what he wants to do with it, that's his freedom. How else can you interfere? They've been thinking about it for a long time. As long as Yang Xiao can transfer a few billion, or even a few $100 million to their bank, then their mission is complete. Over here, Yang Xiao also heard it. Emotions. They all come to me and want me to deposit some money with them? In that case, one takes the initiative. The benefits must be maximized. However, at this moment, several bankers have been arguing. In response, Yang Xiao was helpless and could only say, a few people. Should we find a room to sit down and talk slowly? A few people were overjoyed. Yeah, this gives them a chance to raise their chips and get their winnings up. Why not? Thus, under the horrified gazes of the crowd, A line of 10 bankers followed behind Yang Xiao with their asses in the air. Come to a conference room on the first floor. After taking his seat, Yang Xiao stroked his chin and thought for half a second, deciding to let them discuss it among themselves. Finally, depending on which bank gives good benefits, he'll choose whichever bank he wants. Other people buy things by comparison. He's so good. He's saving money to compare 10 different stores as well. There's money to be made. Several banks then gathered around and whispered. However, the conversation didn't last more than a few moments. Just someone's voice raised a few decibels. Another moment passed. Baleful things happen. And they still argue straight away. Why should I deposit it all in your bank? That's right. Our rural commercial bank development future. A bright. All deposit us better. Blow it off you. Our construction bank is the one with the best strength. How shameless. When it comes to strength, our Minxing bank has the highest interest rate. A couple of bank executives. Bickering here. Come on. The original negotiation was that they would each save some. Now it's good. They all want it all for themselves. For a while, it turned the whole conference room into a food market like. Young Shaw doesn't talk either. Sit there and watch them go at it on their own. If this scene is released, it's bound to cause a stir. A group of governors, huddled together in a quarrel. You don't see this kind of scene very often. Eventually, Young Shaw just couldn't listen anymore. Let them bicker. And I don't know how long it will take to argue about it. Young Shaw said, everyone, be quiet. The crowd sniffed and immediately shut up. Yang Xiao laughed. I have a lot of money, and I don't mind having a lot of money. While saying that, Yang Xiao looked at the reaction of the others. Which bank I deposit my money in is just to see how much sincerity you guys come up with. If your interest rates and other benefits are enough to impress me, then I can deposit a sum of money in each of your banks. At that, except for Chandler, the rest of them are overjoyed. At this time, Yang Xiao smiled again and said, how about this? You guys for half an hour. You guys hurry up and ask for the best conditions you can give. Chapter 46. You have to multiply by 10. Begging for favorites. Begging for recommendations. Upon hearing this, the 10 bank presidents immediately ran out. Went to ask for instructions from the higher-ups. Among other things, Chandler couldn't be happier. The money was supposed to be in their bank. Now it may be divided. It's hard to feel like crying. Dialing his superior, Chandler said, Director, the mission may not be accomplished. It's like this. He then gave a 20-minute long debriefing that made even his superiors realize that it was a done deal. However, the bottom line for him is that he must leave at least 100 billion in his own bank. Otherwise, let him roll his own ass. When he comes back, everyone else is already here. Yang Xiao asked, well, what kind of sincerity can you show? At those words, several people looked at me and I looked at you. Seeing this, Kai Yong laughed and said, Mr. Yang, as long as your deposit in our bank exceeds 100 billion, we'll give you an annual interest rate of 5% for the demand period. 5% APR? The corner of Qian Duoduo's mouth twitched. This was too ruthless. It is important to realize that in recent years, the central bank has set benchmark interest rates of 5% for 1 year, 1% for 2 years and 75% for 3 years. That's not all. Kai Yong continued. Of course, if you are able to make regular deposits, the longer the time, the higher the interest rate. What's the maximum? Jan Shaw asked. Kai Yong said, we can give you 8% for a year. Of course, if you have an emergency, you can withdraw it at any time. We give you the green light all the way. Crazy. Chen Duoduo's eyes widened as he looked at Kai Yong like he was crazy. To grab business. You guys are fighting a little too hard. For this piece, Yang Xiao is not particularly knowledgeable, but also know that the interest rate has far exceeded the prescribed rate. So, look to the others. The other 8 bank heads, at once, said the same as Kai Yong and their bank. It can't be helped. It's all this way. Chen Duoduo could only agree first and see what other damaging tricks they would come up with next. Yang Xiao took a look. There were a total of 10 bank presidents here. That means there are 10 banks. He had a decision and said, since you all have sincerity, let's do it this way. I can deposit $300 billion in each bank. But what? The group crossed their fingers and waited for what Yang Xiao would say. Yang Xiao laughed. But I think I should sign an agreement. Otherwise, in case the bank doesn't recognize it someday, who can I find to reason with? This concern is not unreasonable. These days, many banks exist where it is easy for you to deposit a large sum of money. However, if you want to take it out, you'll be asked to provide various proofs and such. What's more, there are outright drag delays in withdrawals. It costs the person a lot of money. He remembers reading this news story on the internet once. An entrepreneur who has a lot of money deposited in a particular bank. When you're ready to pick it up, you've still made an appointment ahead of time.
when he went to the bank to withdraw his money. Instead, the bank is making things difficult and finding fault.
Just don't be annoying. Obviously, it is your own money, but you can't get it out when you need it urgently. Who can you find to justify this? You still have to bear the loss. Yang Xiao didn't want to encounter such a bad and pitiful thing. Only, his kind of proposal is unprecedented. Previously, only banks and depositors negotiate terms. It's the first time I've ever met one that negotiated a deal with a bank, or sign an agreement. It's unheard of. Kai Yong and the others looked at each other, not expecting this. What to do? They shouldn't be stupid enough to agree. However, Qian Duo immediately stated, "No problem, Huaxia Commercial Bank, have no problem with this." Crap, that's a quick change of stance. Well, at least hang in there. Kai Yong fumbled for his cell phone and was about to get up and go out to make a call. Report the situation to the top. Just then, Xu Jinchao also smiled and stated, "Don't worry, General Manager Yang, I also agree with both hands. It's our honor to ensure your legitimate rights and interests." Others then took a stand. One can add more than the other. Kai Yong could only sit down and also harden his head to agree first, in case he says he's going out to call in a report. Young Shaw excuses their lack of sincerity and just kicks him out. By then all the other banks will have to be deposited. As far as the home bank is concerned, it didn't get a penny. If this gets back to the leader's ears, he's bound to get his shoes shod. That's fine. Just sign the agreement when you're ready. Yang Xiao was satisfied. Call and ask Xian Lin to arrange for an agreement to be drawn up as soon as possible. For this result, it could be said that it was something that young Shaw expected. He's worth a lot of money now. The hotel revenue is also generous. Then the likelihood of his original deposit being utilized is low. Therefore, no matter which bank it is kept in, it is a sure thing. Sign the agreement. They immediately said that they would arrange for someone to come to their home as soon as possible to open the card. This situation, in the past, it would have been impossible. There are exceptions to everything. Young Shaw, for example. Now, the major banks can't wait to help get the cards in as soon as possible. In that case, the sooner the money will be transferred some to their bank. When they're gone, Chandler indicated that red flag L9 had also arrived. And so it was, with Chandler at the helm. Come to the open parking lot outside the hotel. At the moment, the tow truck driver is carefully lowering the car down. It was visible to the naked eye that the sweat oozing from the master's forehead was dampening his hair. You can see how nervous he was. It was the most expensive shipping order he'd ever gotten. Dozens of kilometers. Surprisingly, he was given a few $1,000s for transportation when he learned that it was a domestic car that was being transported. He's overjoyed. Secretly, he was so happy that he thought he had met the gold master who was stupid and had a lot of money. However, when he learned the value of the car, he was directly confused, or even trying to back out of an order. Millions, how can he afford to pay for it if he accidentally cuts it off? Luckily it arrived safely. Finish unloading the car. The tow truck master, as if he had been pardoned, rushed off. Chen Duo handed the key to Yang Xiao and said, "Mr. Yang, do you still find this car satisfactory?" Yang Xiao took the car keys and looked at this brand new black red flag L9. The world of the rich is pretty plain and simple. Open the car door and get in. It gave him the feeling. Very comfortable. Not bad for a luxury car. Both the comfort of sitting up and the feel of it are top-notch. Chandler waited there quietly, not saying a word. The cool look instantly attracts a lot of attention. What kind of car is this? It looks pretty racy. Domestic red flag. So it's a domestic car. Just in time for me to buy a car. I'm going to buy one of these next month too. Are you sure? Of course. This car looks pretty pushy. It's perfect to drive back home and pretend to be a pussy. Do you know how much this car cost? How expensive can a domestic car be? $300,000 tops. I can afford it. You have to multiply by 10. How am I being dishonest? I'm talking about the price. Chapter 47. Doesn't he like women? Seeking favorites? Seeking recommendations? A few days later, Yang Xiao went to the banquet Zhaoantai as promised. He didn't expect the location of the event to be over at Huayu Villa, where it was said that many rich people like to have parties. Young Shaw is here for the first time. There is also no knowledge of what is going on here. Just know that the lodge is huge. It's a membership-based, high-spending place. Get out of the parking lot. Young Shaw was led by the staff toward the interior. People who come here are basically holding an invitation. Occasionally, there are those who didn't get an invitation. Yet it was only after being introduced by someone with an invitation that he entered the lodge. Right in the center of the lodge is a large building. The meeting point for this occasion was on the first floor of this building. On the first floor is the lobby, perfect for parties like dances and receptions. By now, a number of people had come to the hall. Most are middle-aged. There are men and women. They gathered in groups to talk. Mr. Yang.
Someone in the crowd saw Yang Xiao and immediately went forward to greet him. As soon as Yang Xiao turned around, he saw Zhao Antai and hurriedly said, Mr. Zhao, excuse me, out of the ordinary, we're all friends here, don't be shy, make yourself at home. Zhao Antai laughed. He didn't think Yang Xiao would come. Unexpectedly, he's coming, this is a big moneymaker, you have to get acquainted. Yang Xiao said, okay, Mr. Zhao is busy, I'll make myself at home. Alright, later I will introduce a few friends for you to get to know each other. There may be a chance to cooperate in the future. Zhao Antai said. No problem, wait for Zhao Antai to leave. Yang Xiao was about to find a place to sit down for a while when an alarming sound rang in his ears once again. Mr. Yang. Yang Xiao searched for the sound and looked, and he realized that it was Qian Duo Duo from the Huaxia Commercial Bank. He's here too? At this time, Qian Duo Duo had already come smilingly to the front and laughed. I knew I would be able to meet you here. We are all friends. You call me directly by my name. Yang Xiao hurriedly said. Every time they meet, you. It was uncomfortable to call him. And, he himself can be quite a bit smaller than Chandler. It always feels weird to always call you. Chen Duo Duo waved his hand in a serious manner. How can that be? You are my big customer. Yang Xiao was speechless. Alright, it's good that you're happy. Mr. Yang, I have an investment project, interested or not. After a pause, Qian Duo Duo added. Investment program? Yang Xiao raised his eyebrows and became interested. What project? As it happens, he's ready to invest in a new project, or buy a new company and let Lu Wei manage it. It's a long story. Come on, let's go to the sofa over there and talk slowly. Chen Duo Duo pointed to an empty couch to the side. It's idle anyway. Isn't partying all about fooling around and finding some money-making opportunities? Yang Xiao agreed decisively. Just turn around. But suddenly he saw a familiar person in a crowd. Flight attendant Xue Xiaoyan. It was a quick reminder of what happened on the airplane. Hurry up and turn your head, deliberately not looking her way for fear of being recognized. However, I didn't realize that it was still a botched job. Seen by her, Xue Xiaoyan came to Yang Xiao. I've seen you. Why are you still hiding? I didn't hide. Yang Xiao swept a glance and didn't find Zhao Shanglu's figure, which was a relief. It's not what it used to be. He's the one with a girlfriend now, and even less likely to womanize. Xue Xiaoyan laughed. Are you here to find Lulu and invite her to dinner? Crap. No way. How come what you fear comes to you? Yang Xiao asked somewhat unnaturally. Is she also here? Xue Xiaoyan said suspiciously. Yes, this mountain villa is owned by her family. I thought you were here to find her. What? They own this lodge? Yang Xiao had a bad feeling. I was invited here by Mr. Zhao Antai Zhao. And so on. Zhao Antai, Zhao Shanglu. They can't be brother and sister, can they? Xue Xiaoyan said indistinctly. Oh, he's Lulu's brother. Is it? It just so happens that Lulu is also here. Let's go upstairs and sit together. Xue Xiaoyan suddenly proposed. Yang Xiao was now afraid of seeing Zhao Shanglu, so he refused without hesitation. It's better not to. I still have to talk to Mr. Qian about something, he said, and made a wink at Qian Duo Duo. Qian Duo Duo looked like I understood and said, it's okay, it's just as well to talk about our business later. What? Yang Xiao's face turned green when he heard this. Are you a pig? That wasn't my intention. Geez, not afraid of godlike opponents, but afraid of pig-like teammates. Go together. Xue Xiaoyan laughed. Lulu is very easy to talk to. You can just apologize to her later. Apologize? Young Xiao is riding a bit of a tiger. Seeing this, Chen Duo Duo also knew that he had accidentally said the wrong thing just now. Wanting to get out of here in a hurry, he said without changing his face, Mr. Yang, since you have things to do, investment things, why don't we talk about it another time? What's the matter? You made a mistake and you want to run away? No way. Yan Xiao pulled him back. Together. It's just right to talk about it together. This, Qian Duo Duo just wanted to refuse. Xue Xiaoyan, however, said, it's a deal. Together. It was hard to meet young Xia. Say what you will. She will also get him in front of Zhao Shanglu. With Xue Xiaoyan leading the way, the three of them went to the small banquet hall on the second floor. As soon as you enter the door, Yang Xiao then saw Zhao Shanglu sitting on the sofa, smiling and playing with a palm-sized hand puppet. Lulu, Xue Xiaoyan shouted. Upon hearing that it was Xue Xiaoyan's voice, Zhao Shanglu hurriedly turned around. But when she saw that young Xia was also there, the smile on her pretty face suddenly converged and turned cold, and she also faintly asked, what are you doing here? Xue Xiaoyan immediately gave Yang Xiao a wink and explained, Lulu, he's here to make amends and apologize. Yang Xiao was also speechless. Nothing. Just give an apology for no reason. There's no one else either. But in the way of being friends with Zhao Antai, there may be more opportunities to meet in the future.
Had to smile and nod and say, sorry, apologize? That's it? Still, Zhao Shanglu's face eased up a lot, and she still looked a bit angry as well. How dare you stand my lady up? Let's see how I can clean you up. Hello you, guys. My name is Qian. Qian Duo Duo. This arrowed atmosphere made it hard for Qian Duo Duo to speak. It's also his fault for not grasping the true meaning. Otherwise, one would not be in such a deep water situation. At that, Shui Xiaoyan froze. Money. Duo Duo? Aha. Chandler nodded. That's an unusual name. Qian Duo Duo intentionally swept two eyes at the two beautiful women sitting in front of him. A dark comparison. Shui Xiaoyan's buttocks are curved. Her breasts are firm. And she has a good figure. And all over her body, she has a seductive feeling. On the contrary, Zhao Xianglu. Slim waist. Straight legs. The family is in a good condition. Where can we find two such superb people? However, there was some doubt in his mind. How come Yang Xiao doesn't like this Lulu too much? Doesn't he like women? Hiss. Chapter 48 Truth or Dare? 4,100 words. Begging for recommendations and favorites. Qian Duo Duo had known Zhao Antai for many years and had never heard that he had such a beautiful sister. Suddenly, a thought rose in his mind. He doesn't like it. I can find my own way on. Jian Sha didn't initiate the conversation. Zhao Shanglu also huffed and puffed, unwilling to break the deadlock early. No one is backing down. Shui Xiaoyan laughed bitterly, and was really good at getting herself into trouble. Hey, there's no way out. She had no choice but to step forward and regulate the atmosphere. My name is Shui Xiaoyan. Her name is Zhao Shanglu. Meeting each other is fate. From today onwards, we are friends. At those words, Zhao Shanglu glanced at the calm Yang Xiao, and within her eyes, a hint of displeasure flashed. Where's the promised apology? Just say you're sorry and that's it? Who are you fooling? Hey, aren't you going to apologize? Dumb. The more she waited, the more upset she became, and Zhao Shanglu finally couldn't help herself. Just a word from her. There were people outside, lining up to apologize to her. This guy is good. Like a toad. Does he have to be poked by you before he moves? Zhao Shanglu's words had come to this. It would be really hard to say if Yang Sha didn't show something again. Only smiling, he said, MS. Zhao, if I have offended you in any way before this, please forgive me. It's been brewing for half a day. That's it? Oh. Zhao Shanglu couldn't help but sneer and roll her eyes in her mind. What do you mean? If before, what was the offense? You're really good at pretending to know what you're talking about. Zhao Shanglu felt that Yang Xiao said this sentence. Purely field words. Completely just want to muddle through? That kind of talk was not what she wanted at all. The more she thought about it, the angrier she felt. What kind of people? Who do you think you are? I'm no longer a top-ranked celebrity lady in U City. I can have as many as I want. Just like you. You a high loser like, actually, and I pose up? Who cares? Shui Xiaoyan looked around and was helpless. It's really annoying. How could she not have expected Yang Xiao to talk like this? There's no one else either. She immediately gave Yang Xiao a wink, as if to say something nice. However, Yang Xiao acted as if he didn't see it and pressed on. Exasperated, she gritted her teeth. Hate to turn my head. Nah, his best friend has her eye on him, and she dragged him here by herself. He could only come out to round up the situation once again. Lulu, he also apologized. So you can just reluctantly forgive him and not get angry? Oh, Zhao Shanglu sneered. I'm mad at him. Does he deserve it? Qian Duo Duo had been looking for an opportunity to say a word to Zhao Shanglu, struggling to find a reason. At this moment, it was finally a chance for him to catch a break. Where can I miss it? Even quickly jumped out, smilingly said. Lulu, Yang also apologized. You just calm down, or I invite you to eat at the Yuzhou Hotel? He had wanted to ask her out alone. On second thought, he felt that it was too abrupt, and then hurriedly changed his words. We don't know each other well. Why should you invite us? Zhao Shanglu huffed and puffed as she looked out the window without looking back. Amount. Qian Duo Duo wasn't a fool. Judging from Zhao Shanglu's current tone, knew I was out of luck. So, it rolled over to look at Shui Xiaoyan and heave a smile. This made Shui Xiaoyan look happy. She knew full well that the man in front of her, though not handsome, you could even say it's ordinary, but to be able to appear here, it must have some energy in U City. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to be invited over by Lulu brothers. And she can come here. It's entirely because of Cho Hyang Lu. Therefore, she didn't show too much resistance to this middle-aged man who was several years older than herself. Even the two sat on a couch aside and chatted among themselves. Qian Duo Duo told jokes in different ways, making Shui Xiaoyan giggle. On the contrary,
Zhao Xianglu, sitting there without a word or a smile. A pair of eyes is staring fiercely at Yang Shao, hating to eat him alive. Yang Shao is also helpless? Big sister, I have a girlfriend. I can't get involved with you. Blame it on this fatty Qian. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't be so embarrassed himself. He was so good. He just left himself out to flirt with girls. Where's the talk about investment projects? He swept a glance at Zhao Xianglu under the pretense of not realizing it. Finding her whole pair of eyes looking at her as if they were on fire, hurriedly glanced his head to the side, took out his cell phone, and on the QQ browser, looked for a novel titled The First Day of Breakup. Reward spending 100 times cashback and read it. Trying to cover up the awkwardness with this. When Zhao Xianglu saw Yang Shao looking at herself, she thought she was ready to apologize. Who knew he was playing with his cell phone as if nothing had happened? You believe that? Pissing her off, she gritted her teeth and said, do some people come to my place to look at cell phones? Yan Shao pretended not to hear and didn't say anything. The longer he kept quiet, the angrier Zhao Xianglu became. And the angrier she gets, the more Yang Shao dared not talk nonsense. It's almost like it's in a death spiral. And Shui Xiaoyan tried to round up the situation several times, but was stopped by Qian Duo. The two whispered a few words before slipping out, leaving Zhao Xianglu and Yang Shao both sitting in the small banquet hall. A few more minutes passed. Zhao Xianglu couldn't help herself and said, I said so much. Why didn't you say anything? Deaf or dumb? Young Shao was named. Couldn't keep playing dead. Had to put the phone down. Glancing at the huffing and puffing Zhao Xianglu, in a serious tone, he said, Lulu, in fact, we are not suitable. We don't fit? Zhao Xianglu straight call good guy. How do you feel you say? Like I see you. This life is not married to you. It's a bit too self-absorbed. She also knew that Young Shaw had not come specifically to apologize. I guess it's the coincidence of meeting Shui Xiaoyan down there. Then, without knowing what was said, it somehow ran over. Rather, Zhao Xianglu was furious. Puffy sat there. If eyes could kill, Yang Shao might have died no less than 1,000 times. At this time, Shui Xiaoyan and Chen Duo went and returned. In their hands were extra bottles of wine. Shui Xiaoyan proposed, why don't we have a few drinks? That's a good suggestion. Chen Duo agreed, then looked at Yang Shao. Mr. Yang, have a drink? Can. Yang Shao was too embarrassed to just get up and leave. And with a drink, he could take the opportunity to slip away. Shui Xiaoyan looked at Zhao Xianglu. What about you, Lulu? Just drink. Who's afraid? Zhao Xianglu coldly snorted. When the wine is poured, a few people raised their glasses and prepared to drink. Shui Xiaoyan laughed and proposed, it's no fun to drink dry. Or, we play a game? What game to play? Chandler rubbed his hands together excitedly. The way he looks, he doesn't look like a bank president at all. Shui Xiaoyan said, just play. How about truth or dare? Yang Shao was shocked. How does playing this game feel a bit unusual? I agree. Xian Duo was the first to jump out in favor. Zhao Xianglu also expressed no opinion. Then he looked at Young Shaw. What can he do? Already on this boat, it's not just a matter of agreeing. Shui Xiaoyan brought a bottle of wine and briefly explained the rules. Roughly, turn the red wine bottle. If the mouth of the bottle is pointed at anyone, whoever is facing the person the end of the red wine bottle is pointed at, proposes truth or dare. And, of course, a glass of wine. The four sat around the coffee table. First round. Start. The bottle of red wine is turned by Shui Xiaoyan. The bottle spins rapidly on the floor. A few dozen seconds later, the mouth of the bottle pointed at Qian Duo, and the end of the bottle pointed at Shui Xiaoyan. Shui Xiaoyan laughed thievishly. Hey, truth or dare? I choose truthfulness. Chen Duo made his choice after just a little thought. The reason why he chose to speak sincerely was also to first feel out Shui Xiaoyan, the scale of playing this game. When he wins, he'll be able to make a move against the mark. Upon hearing this, Shui Xiaoyan asked in a serious manner, after you get married, do you still have 5 to beat 1? Seeing her in a serious manner, no one would have expected her to ask such a plunging question. The contrast is too great. Yang Shao even widened his eyes. I go. This is what you can ask. It's too pugnacious. Chandler coughed dryly and tilted his head back to down a glass of red wine. Then, candidly, I'm not married, so occasionally He also didn't expect such a wild opening question. So what's the big adventure? It's not like it's a straight-up job on the spot, is it? How embarrassing. Thinking about this, Xian Duo even got a little excited. Shui Xiaoyan's character was originally this big-headed, asking such questions. Zhao Xianglu didn't feel anything wrong at all. The game continues. What a coincidence that it's Chandler winning again. He also laughed bitterly. This time, he chose to take a big risk. Excited about him. Can't wait for the crazy adventure Shui Xiaoyan is about to propose.
Shui Xiaoyan's eyes twinkled and pointed to the red wine on the side. You dry this bottle of red wine. What, dry wine? Chen Duoduo thought that he had misheard and asked again. After receiving an affirmative answer, mental mutterings flooded his mind. This girl is afraid she's crazy. What's a red wine bottle doing with such a small mouth? Isn't this an attempt to expose me? Dare is the whole thing. However, once he thought that it was in front of an extremely beautiful woman doing such a thing, he was instantly refreshed again. Immediately, he stood up and his hand went to his belt, ready to undo it. Holy shit, letting you drink red wine. Why are you taking off your pants? Shui Xiaoyan's expression was exaggerated and her movements were pompous. Chen Duoduo was first stunned. In the end, he was an old man, and quickly thought of a way to defuse the situation. Don't get me wrong. I'm just loosening my belt. Loosened the belt a bit, raising the bottle of red wine. He tilted his head back and down the bottle in tons and tons and tons. Burped. The game continues. This time, the mouth of the bottle wasn't aiming at Chen Duoduo, but pointed at Yang Xiao. Zhao Shanglu, as the one giving the orders, was confused by the anger. No idea what to do at all. Thus, Shui Xiaoyan, fearing that the opportunity would be wasted, hurriedly said, quickly, do you choose truth or dare? This. Young Xia thought for a moment and said, sincerely, praying that no shocking questions are asked. However, his intuition told him that Shui Xiaoyan seemed to want to trap himself. Shui Xiaoyan asked, honestly, do you mean anything to Lulu? Zhao Shanglu also glanced at Yang Xiao intentionally or unintentionally. She was looking forward to his answer as well. Who doesn't like beautiful women? However, Yang Xiao kept reminding himself that he had just found a girlfriend like a flower. So he decided to tell a lie. And they didn't know anyway. Just as he was about to answer, as if reading his thoughts, Shui Xiaoyan added, you must tell the truth, or you're sexually impotent. Holy shit, that's too hard. Though that kind of talk is confusing. Always feel diaphragmatic. Yang Xiao didn't rush to reply and took the red wine handed by Chen Duoduo. One drink. Then, nodding, what does it mean? Shui Xiaoyan blinked her eyes and pursued with an innocent look. You've watched too much Blue Cat Naughty 3,000 questions. What's with all the whys? Young Xia was speechless, but explained anyway, there just is. Hearing this answer, Zhao Shanglu's face became more than a little smug. You're still falling under my face, aren't you? Several rounds of games followed. A few people have their own winners and losers. On average, each person drank almost 3 or 4 glasses of red wine. The drinks are all pretty good. No one is drunk yet. The wine is almost gone. Shui Xiaoyan looked at Zhao Shanglu who was blushing like an apple. Knowing she's almost drunk. Drink again. Ironically drunk. Although women don't get drunk, men don't stand a chance, but also take care of your body. It was instantly proposed that we play one last time and go free. Very unfortunate. One last time for young Xia to win the lottery. He chooses to mean it. Do you want to fuck Lulu? Or not? Shui Xiaoyan, who had finished asking, looked like she had succeeded in her treacherous plan and waited for Yang Xiao to answer. Do you want to get on? Holy shit. Yang Xiao's whole body was bad. How to answer this kind of question? It doesn't seem right to say you want to. Say you don't want to. It's also a bit hypocritical. And surely no one will believe it. Say it quickly, Shui Xiaoyan urged. If you dare to lie, I'll curse you to be hard for the rest of your life. Simply. Chandler was tempted to answer for young Xia, but no one wants to hear it. Taking a glance at Zhao Shanglu who was lying on the table, not knowing whether she was asleep or drunk. She is indeed pretty, but I already have a girlfriend who is also pretty. Yang Xiao replied. Zhao Shanglu, who was lying on the table, heard this reply, couldn't contain it any longer. Directly Miso stood up, reached out and pulled up Yang Xiao. You, immediately, follow me. Being pulled like this by Zhao Shanglu, Yang Xiao felt a bit puzzled at once. What's that supposed to mean? Banishment? Zhao Shanglu dragged Yang Xiao hard toward the side of the small banquet hall. Yang Xiao didn't know what Zhao Shanglu was up to. Come to a door. Zhao Shanglu casually took out a card and skillfully opened the door to the room. Get in there. Before Yang Xiao had a chance to take a closer look at the room, he heard a bang and the door was closed. And it was unlocked. What do you mean? Yang Xiao thought it was because she wanted to talk to herself alone. So he said, Lulu, actually, just opened his mouth, before the words were finished. Zhao Shanglu violently stretched out her hands and directly walloped Yang Xiao in the corner. Then, looking straight at him, am I bad? Yang Xiao was pressed against the corner. A little uncomfortable. Ghostly said, you are a good girl. Send a good guy card? Since her childhood, Zhao Shanglu had always gotten the wind and the rain, and she had never been treated like this. Don't you have a girlfriend? Row. Zhao Shanglu suddenly took her blouse off, showing the white underwear inside. Holy shit. What's going on? Yang Xiao was startled and subconsciously tried to push her away. What are you doing? Chapter 49, I'll be responsible for it, begging for recommendations, begging for favorites. Don't you like to pretend? Go on I'll see how long you can pretend, Zhao Shanglu delicately said. Originally, Zhao Shanglu just wanted to test Yang Xiao. I didn't expect to be rejected. In a split second, the competitive spirit that was embedded in her heart burned up at once. The more you can't get, the more she wanted it. There's a song, isn't there? The unavailable are always on the move. The favored are emboldened. It seems to be true, both men and women. What doesn't arrive is always the most precious. Just like someone else's. Yang Xiao sensed Zhao Shanglu's unstable mood and hurriedly said, Lulu, don't be like this. Calm down. Okay? How am I? I'm cool. Don't you have no desires? What are you afraid of? Really? One's not enough for you. You want to? Okay, I'll fulfill you. Zhao Shanglu huffed and walked to the door. Chandler and Shui Xiaoyan are talking about life. From the mouth of Chandler, Shui Xiaoyan learns that Yang Xiao turns out to be the new owner of Yuzhou Hotel. It was a direct shock. The same people are from Yuichi. Very, very familiar with what is said to be a restaurant, but is actually an oversized 5-star hotel. The floor is not the highest, but it's the city of Yu, the equivalent of a landmark. Visible. Just when Shui Xiaoyan wanted to probe further, a petulant shout came from Zhao Shanglu's ears. Swallow, hurry over here. The tone was still urgent. Shui Xiaoyan froze. What was she calling herself for at this time? While brainstorming, she still didn't forget to run that way while shouting back at the top of her lungs. Coming, leaving Chandler behind. This annoyed Chandler. Fong. The two were chatting away. He estimated that it would continue for a few more minutes. Maybe it's time to play poker. Poker ready. And the result? The poker player, however, is gone. Holding back, Shui Xiaoyan came to the door, knocked gently, and asked softly, Lulu, what are you calling me for? Come in and talk. The door opened and a hand reached out from inside, yanking her right in. Entering the house, he saw Zhao Shanglu's clothes. It was a shock. Pointing at Yang Xiao, he said in a shocked voice, Lulu, you were forced by him? Said. She turned her head to Jan Shaw, who was sitting on the side of the couches. He was seen to be fully clothed, and there was nothing out of the ordinary. What's going on here? Was it an attempt to get me to come in and testify? Zhao Shanglu looked at Shui Xiaoyan and pointed at the sofa. Strip clean and lie wherever you want. Take off. Clean? Shui Xiaoyan's eyes widened in surprise. What does that mean? Let yourself get clean as soon as you walk in the door. She thought she'd heard wrong. I could tell by the determined look in Chou Hianglu's eyes. One didn't hear it wrong. But, why? Yang Xiao was also startled. Never thought that she actually came for real, and quickly said, don't listen to her. She's drunk. Quickly help her back to rest. You're the one who's drunk. Zhao Shanglu disliked. Then, he looked at Shui Xiaoyan. What are you waiting for? He's going to be in pairs. Hurry up. What? In pairs? Shui Xiaoyan was dumbfounded. Is this the same Miss Zhao Shanglu I know? Taken over, right? As far as she could remember, Zhao Shanglu knew a lot about a lot of dirty jokes, as well as certain terminology, but they never heard her say it. Today, the words actually came out of her mouth. How can she not be shocked? Of course, if someone else had said those words to her, she would have been furious and even called the police. Who let the one who said that be Zhou Hianglu? What's more, the other one is also the gold owner who has just spent a huge sum of $30 billion to buy the Yuzhou Hotel? She was happy to do so. Raise your hand and get ready to start. What for? Didn't I tell you to take her out? Yang Xiao had originally thought that Shui Xiaoyan had come in. You can still create the conditions to run out yourself, or she can help you out. But who would have guessed that she would come in as an archfire? Crazy, right? Shui Xiaoyan winked and said, I don't want to either, but for the sake of my girlfriends, I have to cheapen you. Why are you guys obsessed? Yang Xiao explained again. I have a girlfriend. You. However, he had not finished his words. She was then pushed onto the couch by Zhao Shanglu. Immediately after, Zhao Shanglu was directly sitting on him, moved over and kissed him indiscriminately. What's this called? Yang Xiao was rolling all over. He was not a decent person by nature, and Zhao Shanglu's intimate actions at this moment directly caused Yang Zhao's breathing to become rapid as well. I'm afraid any normal male would not be able to resist, not to mention an extremely beautiful woman. Zhao Shanglu just kissed Yang Zhao's lips lifelessly, with absolutely no skill to speak of. All he knew was to hug Yang Xiao and gnaw on him. Faced with such an offense from her, uncle can tolerate it, but Yang Xiao can't. Fuck that. Whatever. With that, the abiding stereotypes are set aside. He also couldn't help but start guiding Zhao Shanglu into a kiss. Noticing the change in Yang Xiao, Zhao Shanglu was overjoyed. Oh, that's the man? Looking at the two on the couch as if no one else was there, Shui Xiaoyan was messed up. Who am I? Where am I? For a while, she didn't even know if she should leave or remain here and be a big lightbulb, only to avert his gaze. Yikes! Her attention was drawn to it. In sight, it can be meant to be. Zhao Shanglu spotted the horrified Shui Xiaoyan. Why are you frozen? Do you still want me to treat you? Shui Xiaoyan. Subsequently, 10,000 words omitted here. An hour later, in front of the windowsill, Yang Xiao extinguished his cigarette. Don't worry, I will be responsible for you. A cigarette afterward is better than a living god, Zhao Shanglu said with the tone of a person who has been there. Laughing, everyone is out to have fun. Who wants you to be responsible? Young Shaw didn't retort. Instead, they looked over to the couch, always taking what was most precious to them. However, he was not expecting Shui Xiaoyan to be so open and also still keep holding on to that last line of defense. It is indeed a bit surprising, but it makes sense. Who says that extroverted, in some ways, is necessarily open-minded? Who stipulates introversion? Must it be conservative? Perhaps he had sensed Yang Zhao's focus. Zhao Shanglu forced a sly defense with a red face. Lulu, Shui Xiaoyan just opened her mouth. Zhao Shanglu then interrupted. Don't talk, listen to me. Now she felt she had served her purpose, not having thought about what the consequences of his actions would be. Young Shaw sighed languidly. A good opportunity to expand your network. It actually turned into this. Chapter 50. Yang Xiao joins the group chat, seeking favorites. Seeking recommendations? Shui Xiaoyan was about to say something else, but she was suddenly pressed by Zhao Shanglu. Therefore, the words that came to his mouth could only be swallowed back. At the same time, unhappiness was written all over his face. That look. It's like a little daughter-in-law who has been wronged and has no place to complain. Where's the spontaneity from the earlier game? Yang Xiao even wondered if she had swapped souls with Zhao Shanglu. Before and after are like two different people. It's unbelievable. Now that it's happened. Again, it's young Shaw taking advantage. There's no way he's going to be a scumbag who eats his way out of a job and doesn't recognize it. For him to abandon Lu Wei and choose them? Definitely not. If Lu Wei hadn't transferred $30,000 to him in the first place, he wouldn't be worth the trillions he is now. They don't care if you fuck Chiu Hyun Lu, nor is it realistic. And then watch them fly into someone else's bed? Then he's diaphragmatic too. Although the fish in the bear's paw can't have it all, he still wanted to try. To be the philandering scumbag who rained on their parade, not the scumbag who abandoned either of them. Jan Shaw sighed softly. God forbid. Until this was clear whether Lu Wei would be able to accept it, it was still important to keep the matter a secret. Can't let her know. Otherwise, God knows if she will suddenly explode and do something out of the ordinary when she finds out. Pull out a cigarette. Light one. Haven't had a chance to feel it yet. Suddenly, Zhao Shanglu on the sofa snatched the cigarette from his hand and took a hard drag. For sucking too much. And, also for the first time, the amount was so large that he choked himself and coughed violently. Tears are coming out. But she also forced herself to be calm and act like I'm well acquainted. Get lost. That look. And there's that to say. If Yang Xiao hadn't experienced it himself, he really might have believed all of her words. Rarely, Zhao Shanglu's words also made Yang Xiao whole. Grass. Why do you have the illusion of being dumped? However, he quickly came back to his senses and looked at Zhao Shanglu with a slightly dismayed expression. She took her first time to get back at me? And then Wen played a one-night stand and act like it doesn't matter. What the hell? It's like doing something without thinking about the consequences. In case she really wasn't responsible, wouldn't she be at a disadvantage? Yang Xiao was helpless. Okay, I surrender. I admit I was interested in you from the beginning, because there is already a girlfriend. So, alright, we don't want to listen to your nonsense. Hurry up and get out. Zhao Shanglu endured her physical discomfort and stiffly blasted Yang Xiao out of the room, and locked the door behind you. The Shui Xiaoyan people looked dumbfounded. What the hell? Don't you have a crush on him? Why do you want to get rid of it? What am I going to do if I'm taken? Ben thought to pretend to irritate him a little. It's done. Never would I have thought that I would end up losing my first time in a blur. Who's to blame for this? Knock knock. Outside the door. Jan Shaw knocked and tried to say something more, but let him knock all he wants. What to say standing outside? The people inside, as if they hadn't heard him, didn't pay any attention to him at all. Young Shaw knew that they must both be angry. We'll just have to wait for their anger to die down. Come back and talk about it. Young Shaw returned to the hall on the first floor. At this moment, the banquet was considered to have truly begun. The hall was full of people, or in groups of 3 or 5, or talk in twos. Everyone is busy socializing. It didn't take long to sit down. Zhao Antai then found his way over and said with a smile, You've made me look for you. Come on. I'll introduce a few important friends to you. Originally,
he had wanted to introduce his sister to him first. He searched several times.
Neither found their sister. Calls aren't answered.
One couldn't help but feel a little strange.
Some time ago,
it was still her who wanted to find the owner of Villa 1 in Cloud Sky City by herself.
Says, want to get acquainted. And the result? People are coming. And she herself is nowhere to be seen? Let him think his head off.
Nor would it have occurred to the man in front of him that he had long ago lit his home base on fire.
Zhao Antai led Yang Xiao towards the side of the hall. There were already several men and women sitting there chatting away.
The grades are both large and small, and not far to the side. A middle-aged man of great intelligence was holding the hand of a pretty waitress with a lewd grin on her face and saying something to her, as if he was reading her palm. The waitress was embarrassed and desperately tried to pull her hand out, tried several times and failed. Young Shaw shook his head straight as he watched.
Let me introduce you all. This is my friend Yang Xiao.
Zhao Antai introduced himself to a few people.
Young Shaw? Why does the name feel a little familiar?
A few people just swept Young Shaw away,
gave a polite smile.
There was no greeting.
If Zhao Antai hadn't brought the introduction,
they were afraid that they wouldn't even take a ride.
In their kind of circle, there is still a class gap that exists. It's not explicitly stated though. Facts just exist. Young Shaw is wearing it well, and that's about it for them. You know, of the few of them, either they are worth no less than $5 billion, or they have someone behind them, and they've created a group of their own.
It's called the House Sound Alliance.
As the name suggests, it's an alliance of the rich and powerful.
It feels a little middle-aged.
Zhao Antai smiled and continued. Don't look at him as young. He's the new owner of Yuzhou Hotel.
Zhao Antai then looked at Yang Xiao.
These are all my friends, engaged in both business and politics.
Yang Xiao nodded his head and then whirled around to flash a polite smile at a few people and greeted.
Hello guys. After the few people present heard Zhao Antai's complete introduction, they were stunned, and a few people's eyes were filled with more than a touch of amazement. Turns out he's the new owner of the Yuzhou Hotel. No wonder when you hear the name, thought something sounded familiar.
A few people took a serious look at Yang Xiao and realized that he was probably only 25 or 26 years old.
Very young. They also just heard online that the new owner of Yuzhou restaurant is young. What exactly do they look like and how young are they?
They had never met yet. Today you can see the true face of MT.
One time, a few people became enthusiastic as well. One of them, a middle-aged man in his 40s, even got up and smiled. Mr. Yang, nice to meet you.
I've long heard that a young boss has bought the Yuzhou Hotel.
It's better to see than to hear.
The middle-aged man smoothly stretched out his hand.
My name is Song Jianjun. I'm a few years older than you. You can call me Brother June, or Old Song is fine. Old Song, please.
Young Shaw wasn't that stupid to know that it was all polite.
Smiling, he shook his hand with it. Brother June, you can call me Xiao Yang, or Elder Brother Yang. Calling me General Manager Yang would be a bit out of place.
A few words out of the blue brought them closer together.
Song Jianjun laughed at this. Ha ha, good. Elder Brother Yang, sit down and say it. Waiting for Young Shaw to sit down, Song Jianjun said seemingly unintentionally. Young Brother Yang is the boss at a young age. When I was 20 or so years old, I was still in the underground passageway stalls. Eating the last meal without the next meal can be miserable. Chapter 51, I'll manage it for you, begging for favorites.
Begging for recommendations.
Yang Xiao laughed. Where can I compare to June? I'm just lucky to have inherited a fortune from my elders and become rich overnight. Just inherited a fortune to buy a $30 billion hotel? And what if it's all inherited? They dare not imagine. Secretly guessing that Yang Xiao must be the successor of some hidden big family. Nowadays, it's just being put out to practice, when seniority is enough. Just go straight back to taking over the family business. Song Jianjun smiled and said, luck is also a form of strength. Don't you think so?
The luck of the draw thing.
Not every one of them. When one's luck is as good as it gets, that's a sign of strength. 2. June is right. Zhao Antai smiled and nodded. Seemingly remembering something again, he added, I'll pull Elder Brother Yang into the group as well. You guys are okay with that, right? Several people nodded, expressed no opinion.
Can throw $30 billion at a hotel? There really wasn't anyone here who had that kind of strength except for Yang Xiao.
Who is good enough to stand up against it?
Maybe one day he or she will have a hard time.
Still need his help. It's always good to keep that relationship. Yang Xiao and Zhao Antai had WeChat friends. Once in the group, he took the initiative to send out a few red envelopes to liven up the atmosphere. As the exchange deepens, Yang Xiao also had a general understanding of a few people. Song Jianjun is the owner of Huayu Construction Group. Many important projects in Yu City, all with his involvement. He broke $10 billion a long time ago. The socialization is very extensive. The only woman sitting here is named Ellen Jiang. She kept sizing up young Shaw.
It seemed as if they were trying to see through him.
From Zhao Antai,
he learned that her father turned out to be the director of the First People's Hospital in New City.
The medical skills are second to none in the southwest area.
She graduated from college with their own strength,
starting from a small pharmacy, step by step to today's city sitting in 100 pharmacies,
worth over $100 million.
It's not too much of a stretch to call it a woman of honor. Zhang Yilan smiled at Yang Xiao,
then turned his head to look at Song Jianjun.
June, since little brother Yang has joined, let him throw in some at the resort as well? Resort? Yang Xiao became interested and asked Zhao Antai beside him in a low voice.
Turns out it was before he arrived. A few of them were discussing a project for a luxury resort development. Supposedly the land has been taken and the project is approved above.
The funding is going to be $1 billion. It's not small. As a promoter, Song Jianjun is ready to invest 300 million. That leaves 700 million, and a few others to settle. Of course I can. I can't wait.
Song Jianjun agreed readily and asked,
elder brother Yang, how much do you want to invest? How much do you want to vote?
$1 billion is really nothing to him.
But there are others to consider as well.
Yang Xiao thought for a moment and said,
you guys vote, and I'll make up for whatever is left. How about that? A few people heard that as a bold statement, and they know it. Young Shaw is fully capable of this. Song Jianjun nodded and said to Zhao Antai and the others, that's fine. Since this is the case, you guys discuss how much to vote in total, and the rest will be made up by old brother Yang. Good. How about I put in $100 million?
I'll put in $80 million. I'll put in $120 million.
Subsequently, several people a discussion, plus Song Jianjun, they invested a total of 800 million.
Young Shaw pledged 200 million.
However, he stated that he would only take up shares and wait for dividends, and would not be involved in the specific operation. Of course, if he needed his help, he would do his best. The crowd was shocked. Sure is ho-hum. After investing $200 million, I can't believe they don't care about the operation and just share the money. They're not that strong to do that. Well then, it's a deal. We'll sign the contract in a few days. Song Jianjun was not surprised by Yang Zhao's decision. It's all about money.
He's had his moments. Zhao Antai nodded and raised his glass to propose.
Come on, cheers. May our future resort make a lot of money.
Fuck. The likelihood of the resort making a lot of money is not particularly high,
unless some other ancillary entertainment is developed. Otherwise, I am afraid it will take quite some time to recover the cost of $1 billion. A glass of wine. Song Jianjun answered a phone call, said that there was something in the company, and left. As soon as he's gone,
immediately followed by the rest of the group, only Zhao Antai and Yang Xiao were left behind,
accompanying Zhang Yilan to sit on the sofa. Just then, suddenly, not far away came a woman's furious voice. You bitch, how dare you seduce my man? Are you tired of living? Hearing the commotion, the crowd turned their heads to look. Just see a beautiful waitress, by a woman with a LV bag, pushed to the ground. Immediately after, the woman raised her arm and slapped it hard towards the pretty waitress who was pushed to the ground. Snap! 5 clearly visible slap marks instantly appeared on the waitress's face. Half of the waitress's face, in turn, swelled up. She covered her face and said in an aggravated manner, I didn't. It was him who kept pulling me, not letting me go, and touching me. She's right. The earlier scene, Yang Xiao clearly saw it and looked sideways at Zhao Antai. Brother Tai, don't you care? That bald man's wife. Her status is not ordinary. If it didn't last, it's not good for me to step in. Zhao Antai's face showed bitterness. That's his staff, beating up his people on his turf. Wouldn't that be like slapping him in the face? But, what can he do? The horse family and him are partners. Young Shaw asked, what is she from? Zhao Antai paused and said in a low voice, she is the daughter of the Great Peak Group, Ma Yufeng, and her father is Ma Dafeng. Yan Shaw heard it. Isn't it just worth tens of billions of dollars? Then others I have not. More than money? Sorry, I have dozens of times more than your family. You nonsense. At that moment, the balding middle-aged man hurriedly denied. Wife, don't listen to her blindly. She's wronging good people. His name is Tu Ding. People are as they are. He never expected that his wife would suddenly appear here. He's just a door-to-door son-in-law who got where he is today thanks to his old man and his wife. The slightest mistake could be knocked back. Therefore, seeing his wife here scared and horrified him more than watching a horror movie. The first thing that came to mind was planting evidence. How could Ma Yufeng not know that it was her husband's fault? The two have been together for years. What a piece of work he is. She knew it all. But it's a family scandal. Still glaring at the waitress, she threatened. Bitch, shameless, dare to seduce my man. Do you believe I'll make it impossible for you to mix in the entire city? The waitress commiserated. She just came to deliver a drink. He was grabbed by the balding middle-aged man, who insisted that he was the disciple of a certain hermit. Hard to get your palm read. She doesn't agree. The bald man then threatened to have their boss fire her. Spare a thought. She struggled desperately. But who knows? This bald man actually got more and more excited by her resistance. And with his other hand, he touched her one after another. There was no place to say that he had been taken advantage of, and he had been wrongly accused. Those present. Surely no one believes in themselves. Chapter 52, Want to leave after destroying someone's innocence? Requesting recommendations and favorites. Bitch, still pretending to be aggrieved? Ma Yufeng viciously pointed at the waitress. That look, it couldn't wait to be eaten alive. The waitress was scared straight and trembled. What I said is all true, but no one came forward to testify. Dirty bitch, how dare you talk nonsense? Saying that, Ma Yufeng raised her hand and was about to slap the waitress once again. The waitress curled into a ball of fear and closed her eyes as if resigned to her fate. A crystal tear, from the corner of the eye, past the slightly red and swollen cheeks from the beating, slowly paddling down. Hey, just let her take a couple hits out of it. Who told her to be rich and powerful? However, after a long time, she didn't feel pain on her face. What's the situation? Conscience found? So then she carefully opened her eyes. At once, the beautiful eyes widened, only to see a figure that wasn't exactly strong, but made her feel safe at the moment, steadily blocking herself, holding Ma Yufeng's descending arm firmly. That's exactly why she was spared the slap. Yang Xiao looked sideways at the waitress. Are you alright? The waitress looked at Yang Xiao, lightly biting her whitened lips and shaking her head slightly. Ma Yufeng never expected that someone would dare to badmouth her. What's wrong with you? She glared at Yang Xiao and angrily tugged on her arm. Hard. He immediately exploded. Kid, where did you come from? You dare to interfere in my business. Yang Xiao shook off Ma Yufeng's hand. Then he laughed lightly. You hit people indiscriminately. According to Chinese law, you are already suspected of committing a crime, and I am helping you to reduce the sentence for your crime. Am I suspected of breaking the law? Ma Yufeng laughed coldly. Old lady is the law today, and I still need you to help me mitigate my punishment? You can hear it in this sentence. Weekdays. How pampered and arrogant she had been to have developed into the untouchable person she was today. Her aura could no longer be described as arrogant. It's simply egregious. If it's not disciplined, what's going to happen in the future? Yang Xiao said, there are consequences for hitting people. Ma Yufeng turned her gaze to Yang Xiao and questioned. Kid, you said I hit someone. Where's the evidence? You want proof? Yang Xiao raised an eyebrow. Isn't that easy? Just pull up the surveillance and everything will come out. Ma Yufeng was unimpressed and screamed. No evidence. Beware, I'll sue you for slander and send you to jail. That's right. You want to spit blood without proof? Ha. We're not vegetarians. Tu Ding concurred. It was as if he had grabbed a life preserver. It's okay for a man to hide behind a woman and fox around, or a pussy who dares to do something. Yan Sha was a little weirded out. Could it be that the arrogance has completely suppressed their intelligence? Or is it just a case of not having a brain in the first place? Is that why you don't realize that in places like this, there's surveillance everywhere? Seeing that Yang Sha didn't say anything, Ma Yufeng thought that she was being bluffed by her own aura. A smugness crossed his face. Condescendingly, she said, you and this stinky bitch kneel down on the ground and kowtow to my old lady. Kowtow until I'm satisfied. And I'll even consider sparing you once. Hurry up and kneel and kowtow. Tu Ding also shouted smugly. The waitress was frightened, and quickly looked at Yang Xiao. Sir, thank you. It's all my fault. If it wasn't for me, this matter wouldn't have become so big. I'll apologize to them. Hearing this, Yang Zhao's heart felt as if it had been stabbed by a needle. It's clearly not your fault. Why are you still apologizing? Could this be a true reflection of the underclass, in the face of the rich? No. Today, I have to give you justice. Yang Xiao looked firm and said word by word. Don't worry. With me here today, they must apologize to you. Thank you. The waitress was touched. Others, however, murmured. Who is this man? I don't recognize it. It looks, well, raw, probably fresh from out of town. No wonder even the Ma family dares to offend. Truly a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. Ma Dafen's daughter is not a good person. Hey, the wind will destroy the wood when it shows. In the meantime, Zhao Antai stood out stiffly. MS. Ma, this is my territory. You two don't go too far. Up to this point, if he doesn't come out and say a few words, I'm afraid his face will be oohed and awed by Ma Yufeng's two families. In the future, who would dare to come to this mountain villa of his? Who dares to be friends with him? Upon hearing this, Ma Yufeng shattered her mouth. Bah, Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that? Now she's like a mad dog that's gone berserk and bites everyone she catches. In that case, then I'll have no choice but to ask you guys out. Zhao Antai gritted his teeth. He also wants to save face. You can be stepping on me, but, in front of so many people, you can't step on a foot anymore. And rub the bar hard with your feet. Rabbits bite when they're anxious. Ma Yufeng rolled her eyes. A bunch of trash. Still learning to throw parties? Who cares to stay here with you? The crowd was enraged. What's with this spilling the beans? However, they only dared to be angry. Facing the Great Peaks group, they are powerless to fight back. Young Shaw is not afraid. He also pointedly said, some people are so accustomed to dogfighting that they think the whole world is afraid of her. Unbeknownst to them, she is just a clown. Since you like to dogfight, let's use the dogfighting stick today and beat you until you're afraid. Hear that? Ma Yufeng instantly exploded. Who are you calling a dog? Whoever chimes in, I'll scold. Yang Xiao looked straight at Ma Yufeng. The smell of gunpowder was overwhelming. You two are willing to be dogs. Don't bite people here. Go home and mind your own wild dogs in heat. Don't come out and wreak havoc. Good, very good. You two dogs and boys wait for me. Facing Yang Xiao's flurry of bombardment, Ma Yufeng was powerless to retort and her lungs were about to explode with anger. Turning his head to look at his own man, the more you look at it, the angrier you get. This was followed by a slap straight across the face with a snap. And angrily, useless thing, get out. Ma Yufeng cursed and grabbed her own man's ear. The two then prepared to leave. Yet at that moment, Yang Xiao's voice sounded again. Wait, the battle that was already over. But it burned again. What else do you want? Ma Yufeng said in a cold voice. Yang Xiao smiled faintly. After beating someone and destroying someone's innocence, this is how you want to leave? Can you really do whatever you want with money? No way. It is now a society governed by the rule of law. Did I hit someone? Who did I curse? Who can testify? Ma Yufeng swept a circle and roared with arrogance. That look. As if to say, so what if I beat and cursed? Who dares to testify? Everyone else looked at each other in disbelief. Sure enough, half a minute passes and no one steps forward. This is also disguised to encourage Ma Yufeng's anger. Originally I was ready to go. But now, I've changed my mind. If you guys don't kowtow and apologize, it's not over today. Chapter 53, No Sincerity, Seeking Favorites. Seeking recommendations? Although Tu Ding was beaten by his own wife, his face was not the least bit displeased, but instead he raised his head. A victorious stance. Pervert? Or is it masochistic? Just fascinated. Both of you, calm down. It's all a small matter. It's all a small matter. At this time, someone finally stood out again and said something to make peace. A good party event. It can't be stirred up like that. So it was that the others chimed in with their persuasions. Bear with it for a while and take a step back. Yeah, there's no need to hurt feelings over a waitress. And, what the truth is needs to be further investigated. Young Shaw was puzzled. It's that they're afraid of the Great Peak group behind this woman. Or are you just not willing to be offended by a waitress? It was a moment as if all had forgotten that there was security footage to prove it. One side is making peace. It's not good to say. Then call the police. Zhang Yilin stood up from the sofa. A lazy stretch. In a split second, the fascinating curves of her body were revealed along with her movements. Chest stiffener. Hip round. Slim waist. In short, big where it should be big and small where it should be small. It made a lot of people's eyes look straight. Tu Ding also couldn't help it. Sneaking a glance once again. And gulped. This scene happened to be seen by Yang Xiao. It's really a dog that can't change its mind. It's all at this juncture. I can't believe I'm not missing any opportunity to feast my eyes. Ma Yufeng, who was unaware of the situation, looked at Yang Xiao and the waitress. Laughing contemptuously, he said, fine, call the police to arrest this slut who seduces other men, and this slandering brute. Lock him up and make an example of him. It was as if the king of heaven had come and ranked second. So much for a bully, right? Brother Yang. Don't worry, I firmly support you. Zhang Yilin chose to stand on Yang Zhao's side. Young Shaw smiled and nodded. Then he looked at Zhao Antai. Brother Tai, please find someone to help take the surveillance in this hall and make a backup copy of all of them. Saying that, Yang Xiao raised his cell phone at Ma Yufeng again. I think the majority of netizens will return us justice, don't you think? Oops, forgot there was security footage. The balding man panicked and pulled on Ma Yufeng's coat. Pull what? Useless stuff. Ma Yufeng was not intimidated in the slightest. Instead she sneered. Kid, do you think I'm scared? The truth is always in the hands of a few. And I am that few. Money makes the world go round. That kind of thing. She hadn't done it before. Naturally, he would not be afraid of Yang Zhao's threats. What's more, she could directly ask her father to put pressure on Zhao Antai. Let him refuse to provide the video.
The two families have a big project together. If they divest, losses were heavy. It's still Zhao Antai. Perhaps. This was where Zhao Antai was concerned. Young Shaw was not impressed. Gave Lin Xian a call. Immediately contact the famous V on the internet. Yes, I want to release a video. The budgeted funds will come to 100 million first. Not enough and then add more. The budgeted funds come in at $100 million up front. Not enough to add more? What a bossy word. Hearing this, Ma Yufeng sneered on the spot. Kid, bragging also needs to be drafted. $100 million. Can you take it out? There are indeed quite a number of people here who can casually come up with $100 million. She thinks. Young Shaw is not listed. Comparing richness with our Great Peak Group? What a whimsical thought. Tu Ding shook off his sparse bangs. 100 million? I'm afraid. You can't even get $10 million. Besides, even if it did, would you really take $100 million for a waitress to create a buzz? Money doesn't come from the wind. Zhao Antai, however, did not doubt in the slightest the truthfulness of Yang Xiao saying this. Yang Xiao was the one who was able to take out $30 billion at once and use it to buy the Yuzhou Hotel. He can't compete with the Great Peaks Group? Negatives. Rumor has it that today's Great Peak Group is on the verge of exceeding $100 billion in market value. It's a big mountain in front of a lot of people. He had a feeling just now. The teenager in front of me. It will upend the landscape of Yuichi. The richest position of the Great Peaks Group is about to become a thing of the past. And that day can't be too far away. So he made a decision. Waved at a waiter. When the waiter came over, he whispered something to the waiter. The waiter nodded and ran off at a fast pace. Seeing this, Ma Yufeng looked at Zhao Antai and threatened. Zhao Antai, if you dare to help him, we'll withdraw our investment. If, for example, the video of her hitting someone. There's also a video of her husband molesting a waitress. All of them if they are exposed. According to the level of internet development in this society nowadays, it won't take long for them to be raked over the coals by the netizens. You may even experience cyberstorms. This is all still light. In serious cases, even their family's company might suffer a huge implication. She hoped to use the fact that the two families were preparing to work together on a project to restrain him, not letting him take out the video. You know, that investment is going to be a total of $500 million. They invested $300 million in the Great Peaks Group. Takes up a big chunk of it. The project was ready a few days ago. Just about to sign the contract. If they divest? That's for a company the size of Choantius. The loss of irony must be heavy. She had thought that Zhao Antai would give up after moving this killer, but he just tried not to hear. Indifferent. This made Ma Yufeng angry. At this time, Yang Xiao said, fine, you guys just withdraw your capital. If you withdraw your capital now, I will immediately double my investment to him. Isn't it just money? I have more than enough. Zhao Antai, think clearly. Ma Yufeng threatened again. Zhao Antai didn't say anything. Not a moment too soon. The waiter took the USB flash drive with the surveillance video to Zhao Antai. Zhao Antai in turn forwarded it to Yang Xiao. Seeing this, Ma Yufeng exploded on the spot. Surname Zhao, do you really want to go against us? Yang Xiao said. You guys immediately apologize right away and compensate her for the mental damage. Otherwise, early tomorrow morning this video will appear on all the major news media, and it will still be the headline. At once, the hall resounded with murmurs. Holy shit, crazy, even dare to threaten Ma Yufeng? Ma Yufeng won't eat that. That's right, there was one that threatened her last year that ended up being. Shoo, the discussion was not very loud. However, it clearly reached Ma Yufeng's ears. Her face was cloudy and her teeth were about to be clenched. After all these years, she had never encountered such a threat before. The point is that this threat is to her. It's still deadly. After further consideration, Ma Yufeng decided that it would be better to take a step back and find a chance to get back at them properly later. So she said perfunctorily, I'm sorry. No sincerity. Yang Xiao shook his head in dissatisfaction. Apologizing without sincerity. What to apologize for? Asshole. Waiting. Ma Yufeng adjusted her emotions and said with a leathery smile, Girl, I'm sorry, my fault. With that, she removed the bracelet on her hand. This jade bracelet. Take it as me compensating you for the mental damage. After shoving the jade bracelet hard into the waitress's hand, he pulled up Tu Ding and left the place in a huff. At once, everyone froze. Did you really apologize? This big girl on the sedan chair, the first time Chapter 54, Two More Girlfriends Can't You, Seeking Favorites. Seeking Recommendations. After the vignette, the party continues. Under the leadership of Zhao Antai, Yang Xiao has met a lot of bigwigs in the business and political world, and he has collected a large number of business cards. It was rewarding and worth the trip. At this point, second floor, Zhao Xianglu, who calmed down, asked softly, Yanzi,
What do you say? We should do? What to do? Shui Xiaoyan was speechless. Wasn't it you? Just now, with a come-hither attitude, who drove people away? Now you're asking me?
She knew that Zhao Shanglu was also talking in a moment of anger at that time.
And now ask yourself. It's also trying to redeem itself. Shui Xiaoyan decided to tease her first. She spread her hands indifferently. What else can I do? I've already done it with him, so do what you have to do.
Zhao Shanglu was chagrined and pouted.
We lost a lot.
He has a girlfriend.
So?
Lost to grandma's house.
Shui Xiaoyan said. Didn't we have a good time too?
What's the loss?
But, alright, what a big deal. Shui Xiaoyan's spontaneity made Zhao Shanglu feel more and more defeated the more she thought about it. Tried to speak up and go down to him, but the words just wouldn't come out. See, almost there. Shui Xiaoyan glanced at her good best friend and said, what's wrong with having a girlfriend? Can't we have 2 more? Equals, oh. Zhou Hyangsu froze outright. 2 more? Did make us a junior and a junior? This is too crazy. One time, she didn't know what to say anymore and just chanted. But, what are you afraid of? The 2 of us are still no match for one? Shui Xiaoyan said so. As long as the hoe is wielded well, there's no wall that can't be dug down. The reasoning is this. Zhao Shanglu still didn't feel right. What an abomination. Junior. At this time, Zhao Antai came to the small banquet hall and saw Zhao Shanglu and Shui Xiaoyan whispering something. Too far to hear. From a distance, he shouted, little sister, come over here for a minute. Brother. Zhao Shanglu immediately revealed a smile on her face when she heard Zhao Antai's voice, pulling Shui Xiaoyan to him. Zhao Antai laughed. Come, I'll introduce you to someone. Who? Zhao Shanglu was curious. Zhao Antai didn't sell out either. The owner of Villa 1. Ah, haven't you always wanted to get to know him? Ha, forget it, I don't want to see it. Zhao Shanglu said. Right now. Her mind was full of Yang Xiao. The others can't even get in. Don't want to meet? Zhao Antai was a bit surprised. Didn't you say you wanted to get acquainted last time? He was also thinking of introducing Yang Xiao to his sister as her boyfriend. It is also possible to borrow from this relationship. Bind him as a godly man. Add a strong guarantee for your company's future development. So there's no chance? Zhao Shanglu blushed and said. That was last time. I changed my mind. Change your mind? Zhao Antai froze, then detected a hint of an unusual flavor. The eyes looked toward Shui Xiaoyan. Shui Xiaoyan's eyes dodged, not daring to meet them. This made him feel, more and more, that something was wrong with his sister. A twisted melon is not sweet. He wasn't insisting. Alright then, don't stay on the 2nd floor all the time. Go down and take a look around. Maybe you'll meet someone you really like? The speaker doesn't have a heart, but the listener does. Zhao Shanglu and Shui Xiaoyan's faces swished red. Good. The horse will be down in a minute. The 2 stammered. Zhao Antai couldn't be bothered to ask more questions, so he turned around and left. The 2 touched up their makeup. Partner up and go downstairs. Lulu. Someone in the crowd saw Zhao Shanglu and immediately shouted. Hearing the voice, Zhao Shanglu turned around and saw a friend. Xiao Mei. When did you come? I accompanied my brother here. He's obsessed with you. Xiao Mei nodded, then smiled mysteriously. You're obsessed with me? Oh, his brother's name is Xiao Ba, and he's been a bully since he started studying. A proper dude. Nowadays, it is also idle all day long. The right thing to do is not to do it. He goes wherever he sees a pretty girl. Zhao Shanglu forced a smile. Xiao Mei, just don't finish cracking jokes. No kidding, what I said is true. You don't believe me. I'll ask him to come over and confront him face to face. Xiao Mei looked very serious, not like she was faking. Next time, I still have to find someone. Zhao Shanglu hurriedly coped. He then pulled Shui Xiaoyan and turned around to leave quickly. Looking at Zhao Shanglu's distant back, Xiao Mei shook her head. She knew exactly what kind of person her brother was. But in the end, it's his brother, not helping him himself. Who helps? Xiao Mei was just thinking, when her brother's voice came from behind her. Xiao Mei, what are you gawking at here? I met Lulu just now. Xiao Mei smiled faintly and pointed in the direction where Zhao Shanglu disappeared. At that moment, a flash of light flashed in Xiao Ba's eyes, and he hurriedly pursued. So did you put in a good word for me? What's the point of helping? Xiao Mei frowned and asked. Brother, if you genuinely like her, then can you put it away? For his brother's eyes to burst out with obscenity as soon as he heard Zhao Shanglu's name. It turned her off. What does liking her have to do with me closing my heart? Xiao Ba asked a rhetorical question with a calm demeanor. Xiao Mei was completely defeated. Just this attitude. Want to chase after Chiu Hyunglu? Dream on. To this day, he still doesn't know the reason why he has failed so many times in pursuing her. It's useless to say more. Seeing that his sister didn't say anything, Xiao Ba's eyes rolled. And then this. Think about it. How old am I? If I quit so early, Won't I leave those ignorant girls without a guiding light? Xiaomei couldn't help but mentally roll her eyes. That's a nice way to put it. Shoba was unimpressed. Continuing, he said, as the old saying goes, dying under the peony flower to be a ghost is also a good thing. I don't want to be chained to a tree early and lose a large part of the forest. Hearing this, Xiaomei couldn't wait to kick him. Is that a human thing to say? So you're just eating out of a bowl, looking at the plate, and thinking about the pot? It's not exactly a big face to be able to talk about a scumbag like he's a life coach. Xiaomei wasn't going to help him anymore either. One could only say that he was not destined to be with Zhao Shanglu. Just then, a voice that rang in both of their ears. Phew, if it isn't Brother Ba? Immediately afterward, a fat red-faced man with hair combed to look like a hairdresser and wearing an overcoat walked over. He came to Xiao Ba's side and asked softly, Brother Ba, are you still going tonight? Got any pretty chicks? Of course there is. And that little waist can twist. Isn't it true? When Xiao Ba heard this, he immediately revealed a lewd smile. The two have been friends for years and often hang out together at major bars. Beauty is a constant companion. The joy of living is boundless. The short fat man smiled in a sneaky way. When have I ever lied to you, brother? Then what are we waiting for? Set off. Xiao Ba was impatient. The two hooked up and took out their cell phones to call out their friends and walked out. Xiaomei is going to be furious. How can you learn when you're hanging out with these guys all day long? How can I learn? Chapter 55, Two lovers on the line, seeking recommendations. Seeking favorites. Zhao Shanglu and Shui Xiaoyan saw Yang Xiao sitting on the sofa in the corner, giggling at the phone. Shui Xiaoyan was furious just looking at it. Up with us. You don't have much to say. So you're just flirting? Tigers don't make a difference. When we are hello, kitty, instantly stepped on his heels. Wanted to go over there and get a statement from him. What are you doing? Zhao Shanglu frowned as she pulled Shui Xiaoyan back. Shui Xiaoyan turned back unhappily. Of course I'm looking for him to make things clear. Late to this truth. She gets it. Zhao Shanglu couldn't help but pout in exasperation again. Humph. What's there to talk about with that stinky fart? Come on. I'll go myself if you don't go. Saying this, Shui Xiaoyan was about to prepare to leave. She didn't have a solid family like Zhao Shanglu. This was her only chance to fly up the ladder and become a phoenix. If you miss it, next time, I don't know if I'll get it or not, even if it comes across. It doesn't have to be a handsome young man with a lot of money either. Wait, Zhao Shanglu shouted in a hurry. What's wrong? Zhao Shanglu stammered, wanting to speak. Shui Xiaoyan looked at her and asked, Lulu, what exactly do you think? How do you think? Zhao Shanglu's mind was also in turmoil, and for some reason, she would always think of him. The very beginning. She simply wanted Yang Xiao to admit defeat and submit. Didn't think about the consequences. Shui Xiaoyan was speechless and could only say in a different way. Do you want to be with him forever? Want to be with him or not? Zhao Shanglu was silent. Actually, quite want to. It's wonderful to do that too. Seeing the foolish Zhao Shanglu at this moment, Shui Xiaoyan couldn't help but shake her head. Oh, my God. Where can I find such a stupid best friend? Do it before disregarding everything. It's over. It's like a fool who's been taken over. He was foolish enough to offer himself. It's a sin. Shui Xiaoyan tugged Zhao Shanglu as she walked. Alright, I know what you mean. Don't say anything later. Look at my eyes and act. For a moment, Zhao Shanglu didn't resist. Just let her pull herself towards Yang Xiao. At this very moment, Yang Xiao was chatting with Lu Wei on his cell phone. Totally missed it. Was chatting happily. It only felt that in front of him, two pairs of big white legs suddenly appeared. Good leg. Couldn't help but look up. There was a pause, only to see that it was Shui Xiaoyan and Zhao Shanglu standing in front of him, itching to swallow him in one bite. He couldn't help but sit up straight. What did that mean? Zhao Shanglu lowered her head. Talk? Shui Xiaoyan said in a cold voice. Yan Xiao nodded. Good. Shui Xiaoyan and Zhao Shanglu sat down on the sofa opposite him. Zhao Shanglu still had her head lowered. Her hands' fingers stirred together, as if she was a schoolboy who had done something wrong. With the earlier wildness, judgmental, Shui Xiaoyan spoke. How are you going to arrange us? What's the arrangement? Simple. Yang Xiao asked. Do you guys mind if I have a girlfriend? If we say we mind, will you just ignore us? Shui Xiaoyan asked rhetorically. You don't want to admit it? Zhao Shanglu also raised her eyes slightly to look at Yang Xiao. Seemed eager to know the answer. Yang Xiao didn't answer positively. Instead, he said tentatively, if you don't mind, we could use our relationship as lovers and move on. If one is willing, it is very simple to arrange. If you don't want to, only some damages can be compensated, and then see how it develops into a lover. Already slept. He's not going to go down easy. Behind your girlfriend's back? Shui Xiaoyan raised her eyebrows. Sure is an unapologetic scum. For now. Jan Shaw nodded first. Then he added, but words can't be so hard to say. It's just that my heart is broken into many pieces and I want to give a home to the one I love. That said, isn't it just the scum of the earth? A home for every favorite. Why don't you go to heaven? Shui Xiaoyan blankly glanced at Yang Xiao and didn't continue to speak. Through this simple conversation, Yang Xiao roughly figured out the reason why the two came over. Mostly, they just want to move on with themselves. Then are you willing to be my lovers? Yang Xiao asked tentatively again. Shui Xiaoyan heard it. For the time being, they can only spend time with them as lovers. What's next? Not sure. Therefore, she wanted to get the most out of it for herself. I'm afraid if you want us to be lovers, you can't just rely on your mouth. Surely you can't just rely on your mouth. Yang Xiao said in a serious manner. Gunfighting game, who will always use the mouth output? Before, you guys also saw, without an hour, simply can't end. Talk about racing. Shui Xiaoyan hurriedly stopped. Stop, saying too much is all nonsense. On sincerity, I have a condition. Say, Yang Xiao seriously said. After you establish a relationship, you can continue to be flight attendants. However, you can only serve me alone. No problem. A few black lines floated across Shui Xiaoyan's head. Do you take us for fools? Yang Xiao smiled ambiguously. From today onwards, you guys don't have to work. Of course, you guys can be the boss if you want to. I'll invest as much money as you want. That said, dirt cheap no doubt. Do we have a chance to turn around? Shui Xiaoyan asked the most concerned question. Yang Xiao didn't want to lie to them either. I also want to sleep together in a big bed. It may not work for the time being. This could be the ultimate dream of all men. When will that happen? Who can make it happen? Can the money power help him realize it? That he couldn't say. Still, it's good to dream, just in case it comes true. The three then had a burst of communication. Shui Xiaoyan and the girls agreed to be lovers. However, Young Sha has to give them enough to live on. That's not hard for Young Sha, and he promised to buy them a big house again as soon as possible. Let them live together. Shui Xiaoyan was overjoyed. Young Sha was also relieved. At this time, Zhao Shanglu suddenly asked, Swallow, being a lover, is it necessary to do that kind of thing every day? Do it every day? Shui Xiaoyan is full of black lines. We can stand it, but he can't carry it. As the old saying goes, there is no such thing as a plowed field, only tired oxen. You want to be a widow? These she just thought about and didn't say. Yang Xiao awkwardly said, rather not every day. Occasionally. Zhao Shanglu sighed in relief. As long as you don't do it every day. At this time, Zhao Antai walked over with a glass of wine and laughed. Little sister, aren't you not coming down? Zhao Shanglu instantly lowered her head, not daring to look at her brother. What the hell? Zhao Antai looked at Shui Xiaoyan curiously. Yanzi, what happened to Lulu? She's a little drunk. Shui Xiaoyan pointed to the wine glass. Zhao Antai was dazed. Then he looked at Yang Xiao and introduced him with a smile. Elder brother Yang, this is my sister. The last time I came to the door in a sudden manner, I was entrusted to go there by her. On my commission? Door to door? At that moment, Zhao Shanglu looked like she remembered that the last time she begged her brother to ask for his help in inquiring about the buyer of Villano, one in Cloud Sky City. Could it be that it's Young Sha? Turning his head to his brother, he asked in confirmation. Are you saying that he is the owner of Villa 1? Chapter 56, Bu Yalian is pregnant, seeking recommendations. Seeking favorites. That's right. You don't know? Zhao Antai froze. Zhao Shanglu pouted and shook her head. No one told me. Where am I supposed to know? Treading on the iron shoes. It took a lot of effort to get there. Could this be fate? Zhao Shanglu's pretty face was slightly red. Shui Xiaoyan wanted to say something. Zhao Antai detected a few people's dissimilarity, and asked in surprise, Could you have known each other for a long time? The three looked at each other, then nodded in unison. Tacitly, no one said anything. How do you know each other? How long have you known each other? Unexpectedly, Zhao Antai smiled and asked a series of questions. Now that we've met, that would save him some trouble. But still, he wanted to set up his sister with Yang Xiao. If it comes to pass, that's one more super guarantee. In case you meet financial problems in the future, wouldn't have to go around begging for help like I used to. Brother-in-law's words. That's much better. Zhao Shanglu stammered. Recognized on a flying airplane. Recognize. Why are you stuttering? It's not like her. Zhao Antai had a guess in his heart that between the three of them, there must be a story. As for what? I don't know. Otherwise, with her sister's character, she wouldn't have stammered and been too embarrassed to say anything. So he made an excuse to sit back down again after tricking his sister into going upstairs. Just sit down. He then looked at Shui Xiaoyan and Yang Xiao and asked impatiently. Honestly, between you guys, is there something you're hiding from me?
Shui Xiaoyan swept a glance at Yang Xiao and nuzzled. Gesture him to speak. Yang Xiao would understand. Touched his nose and said awkwardly. Things are a bit complicated. It's like this. Subsequently, Yang Xiao told Zhao Antai about the rough passage of his acquaintance with Zhao Shanglu. Of course, about how he was pushed down by Zhao Shanglu. Then it is a one-off. After listening, Zhao Antai directly froze for a good half a second before slowing down, looking sideways at Shui Xiaoyan as if to confirm. Seeing her nod, Zhao Antai suddenly had mixed feelings in his heart. More like shocked. When did my sister become so tough? Surprisingly, he pushed him. It simply refreshed his perception. And, doesn't she have a grudge against Yang Xiao for willingly being with him even though she knows he has a girlfriend? Why? This surprised him greatly. It was almost like he saw aliens dancing in front of him. It would shock him 1,000 times more. Yang Xiao saw that Zhao Antai didn't say anything for half a day and thought that he was angry. Then he explained, Tai, don't worry. I'm not the one who started it all. I'll be responsible for them. Zhao Antai shook his head and smiled bitterly. Forget it, it's Lulu and Yanzi's own decision. I can't interfere too much. Brother Tai, you really don't blame me? Yang Xiao looked at Zhao Antai with some disbelief. His own sister was being fucked. The man was right in front of us. He could be spared himself so easily? In his place, young Shaw, there's definitely no way it's going to just go away. I can't help but to give him a good beating before he stops. Zhao Antai waved his hand and laughed. Why blame you? Lulu is my sister. I understand what kind of nature she has. This is her own choice. What else can I do but support it? Shui Xiaoyan confirmed it. What else is there to say? For his younger sister, Zhao Shanglu, since childhood, he had always been obedient and responsive. This whole thing is a result of his sister's capriciousness. Can't blame young Shaw for that in any case. What's more, before that, he'd already said he had a girlfriend. But how can you blame someone else when it's your own little sister who's hard up for someone else? Thank you Tai for your support. Yang Xiao was like a student who was studying abroad and his teacher suddenly let him go home. It's a relief at last. I should. From now on, you can just call me Big Brother directly. Zhao Antai corrected with a smile. Okay, Big Brother. Yang Xiao said. Zhao Antai nodded and said, money, I don't have as much as you, but with friends, it doesn't have to be less than you. The implication is that you've met something that you can't solve on your own. Can give him that. He can help with the connections. Yan Xiao nodded. Well, I understand, and I'll be sure to let you know if I need any help. In the meantime, a certain neighborhood. Yao Yao, Lao Da. Let's get ready to move next Monday. Zhang Suihua said excitedly while getting high on melon seeds. Yesterday, she made a special trip to the Painted Goose Temple, paying a high price for a monk to move his house and picking an auspicious day. The time is next Monday. Bu Yalian applied the mask. Good, Lao Da. Throw away all those old clothes tomorrow. After thinking about it, Zhang Suihua instructed Bu Xiaoda again. Bu Xiaoda lamented. Good clothes, what a pity to throw them away. Hearing this, Zhang Suihua couldn't help but roll her eyes. Snickering, he said, no talent. In a little while, we'll be multi-millionaires. So who's going to wear this crap? For a while now, she's been waking up every day in a dream of outrageous wealth. I'll talk about it and blow it off when I see it. One time, the fact that she was on the verge of becoming a multi-millionaire had spread throughout the neighborhood a few days ago. There's almost nothing you don't know. That seems reasonable. Bu Xiaoda stroked his chin and thought for a while. Who wears dozens of dollars of clothes when they have money? They wouldn't anyway. A few moments later, seemingly remembering something, he said again with a face full of reluctance. Even so, why should I be left to clean up alone? A family of 3. Just arrange for yourself. On what grounds? On what grounds? Good. I'll tell you. Zhang Suihua sat up and drank some water. Yao Yao this sweet. I accompanied her to buy it. Is that a reason? Invincible. Bu Xiaoda was still not happy, and then added, if you don't want it all, why are you throwing it away? When you move, just don't take it with you. Won't you? It's a fine house over there. Just bring your clothes and other daily necessities and you can move right in. There is no need to decorate at all. No need to buy appliances either. Okay, you're the one with the most crooked reasoning, Zhang Suihua said. After saying that, he turned his head to look at Bu Yalian again and said, Yao Yao, what's going on over at Fluttering Run now? Undergoing exit procedures. Bu Yalian said casually. Departure formalities? Zhang Suihua was instantly alert. He's going to run away? Mom, what are you thinking? He went over there specifically to examine the situation for our sake. Bu Yalian was speechless. If Ephraim had heard that, he would have laughed his ass off. It's just an excuse to run out of the country. Because, at the moment, his exit procedures have not been completed. It will probably take several more days. Bu Yalian kept calling to ask, It was the only way he could coax it for a while. When he's out of the country, it would have just blacked them out. Let them cry. Bu Yaolian, who was in the dark, has long been spinning in circles to the magic of AI Pianrun's love. And she suddenly realized recently that she seemed to be pregnant. She wanted to wait until after he came back. Tell him the good news again. Let him be happy. Chapter 57, Encountering Chen Xianhui begging, seeking favorites. Seeking recommendations? The fall and winter skies of Yu City are often foggy. Therefore, it is also known as the City of Fog. Yang Xiao is ready to go back to his hometown in 2 days. I came to watch the street today specifically to buy something for my parents. Park the car. Come out of the garage. Side by side. While asking about Lu Wei's side, he learned that she was in the office building next door with Lin Xian, negotiating the acquisition of a webcasting company. Expect to wait another hour for it to arrive. He then sat down on the pedestrian flower bed and waited. Suddenly, a large crowd was found gathered around the entrance to the Kun Street underpass. In the spirit of eating the melon, he walked over to look at it. The crowd gathered in the center. Open space. Squatting there was a young man who, at first glance, looked familiar to Yang Xiao. He was dressed in casual clothes. There was a small box in front of him. Inside the box, a few coins lay scattered about. Didn't know it was a piece either. It's still a dime. At the moment, the man is squatting on the ground, writing something with white chalk. Young Shaw looked down. My name is Xinbang. I just graduated from college and was looking for a job. However, my cell phone wallet and all my documents were stolen on the subway. Penniless and unable to find a job. I've been sleeping under an overpass for 2 days. Please kindly give me a few dollars. I want to buy a few buns and a few bottles of water to fill my stomach. Thank you. Good people have peace in their lives. After writing, the man who calls himself Xinbang, still trembling, he stood up, smiled bitterly, and bowed deeply to the crowd of onlookers. Seems to know how to be very polite. Plus he wears a pair of glasses. It looks civilized. It's a total first-timer. Livestock harmless college student look-alike. Plus the unshaven beard. It adds a bit of bleakness after a fall from grace out of nowhere. However, there was a large crowd of onlookers. Not many actually put money in the box. It's not that people are apathetic. Rather, most people know. This is an emotional liar who wants to profit by gaining sympathy from others. They're not stupid either. What era is this? You lost your wallet and ID, and you can't think of anything else to do? It's okay to fool kids. Now this society. Lost my papers and wallet. Difficulties with food and housing. There is no way out. It's perfectly fine to go to the nearest police station and explain the situation and ask for help. And they will surely help with a meal or two. And, along the way, help out with an ID. With identification. He's perfectly capable of getting a job washing and serving dishes at a hot pot restaurant. Or a big stall. Though it's a little more bitter and tiring. However, it would never be reduced to begging on the streets. In just a few minutes, the man who called himself Xinbang still reaped nearly $20. A bowl of beef noodles didn't go anywhere. However, he had no intention of leaving, still bowing deeply in acknowledgement to the occasional passerby who passes by and throws money at him or her. That look, don't even get me started on how real it was. By common sense, people are hungry up to their chests. With a couple dozen dollars, should have run to get food to fill my stomach a long time ago. How can you possibly rely on it? Perhaps, that's human greed. It pays off. Just think of a little more. Greed is not enough. Again, behind the crowd, Yensha kept his eyes on him. He always felt he had seen this man somewhere, but it just doesn't come to mind. Just the moment Xinbang bowed and looked up again, young Shaw remembered at once. Holy shit, isn't that the guy from the Mercedes store? What are you doing here? And changed careers. That's right. This man is the same Chen Xianhui who blocked the door and prevented Yang Xiao from entering the Mercedes-Benz store to buy a car. After being fired, Chen Xianhui had wanted to find another job selling cars. Because the story of him blocking customers from entering the door has spread in the car sales and service industry in Yu City. No 4S would take him. At least the main city is. Even many other large, popular sales industries have closed their doors to him, unwilling to admit him. Try. Who wants to have an employee in their store? Who looks down their nose at people? In case it offends the big guy. That would be devastating. After being fired, he's really desperate. Later, by chance, I met a childhood friend. At the instigation of his friend, he joined the begging army. At first, he was also apprehensive lest he be recognized. When dressed up and tried to go out begging a few times, found out no one recognized it. The guts just keep getting bigger and bigger. He did the math. Changing places every day. You can beg an average of $500 a day. Easily over $10,000 a month. The bottom line is that it's pure profit. There's no tax to pay. As a result, he's made a direct career out of it. Yensha rubbed his chin.
thinking of a way to dismantle him. Doesn't he want a few bucks for the buns? Row. Then I'll send you more buns. Let's get you eating. Afterwards, Yang Xiao turned around and walked towards the delicious street. A few minutes later, young Shaw went and came back. He was seen carrying a bag of steamed buns in his left hand and a bottle of mineral water in his right hand. Squeezed through the crowd, walked up to Chen Xianhui, who was under the alias of Jinbang. Chen Xianhui slightly lowered his head, thinking that someone was giving him money again. He quickly bowed and said, "Thank you for your help." "No need to thank you." Yang Xiao handed out steamed buns and water. "I have a bag of steamed buns here. Eat them while they're hot." "It's you." Upon hearing this, Chen Xianhui raised his head and recognized Yang Xiao at first glance. A wave of anger rushed up to the sky, but he suddenly remembered that his identity could not be exposed and could only immediately change his words. "Great man, thank you." He had that in his heart. Obviously there's a grudge. He also had to act as if the two didn't know each other, and he had to pretend to be grateful for receiving the steamed buns. Grateful bowing. Yang Xiao knew that he didn't dare to expose it, so he hurriedly said, "Eat quickly. You haven't eaten for a few days. You must be starving. Poor child. Pity? Asshole. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be in this situation. It's all your fault." Until now, he still doesn't think he's wrong. Chen Xianhui looked at the pocketful of steamed buns in his hand and wanted to curse in his heart. "Grass. Did you do it on purpose? Can't you get a bun? Yakitori dumplings would be fine. All buns. How do I eat?" Onlookers saw the unnatural look on Chen Xianhui's face after Yang Xiao delivered the steamed buns. "I don't know who it is," puffed out a laugh. Apparently it was also evident that Chen Xianhui was a begging scammer. Still, the man hastened to explain. "I'm sorry, I'm professionally trained and don't usually laugh," said and mentally added, "unless it can't be helped. Everyone is down and out at times. We shouldn't laugh at him. Should give him one more encouragement," Yang Xiao said in a serious manner. The words ignited the emotions of the onlookers. The rivers and mountains are full of talented people, and heroes come out of the youth. Yeah, we have to buy buns for this little brother. Just like this little brother. To be a good solution to our urgent needs. That's right. Little brother. Eat quickly. If it's not enough, I'll buy you 20 more steamed buns. You can keep them for the night. Chapter 58. Receiving a fraudulent phone call, seeking favorites. Seeking recommendations? Chen Xianhui almost died on the spot. "I thank you. Do I want white bread? It's not. It's money." But he didn't dare to say that. As soon as you say it, it's revealed. It may also cause public anger. And it is even possible to be twisted to the police station. All that could be done was a fake smile and a quick thank you. At the same time, unwillingly, he quickly took out the hot buns in his pocket and stuffed them into his mouth. Pretend to wolf it down. Because he wasn't hungry. Swallowed. Nowhere near as many as fell to the ground. "Where's that from a starving man?" Yang Xiao secretly laughed when he saw this. Handing out the mineral water in his hand. "Don't panic, brother. You eat slowly. There's more when you're done. Not enough. Buy again. Ahem. Listen to this." Chen Xianhui was so frightened that he coughed violently. At this moment, he couldn't wait to punch Yang Xiao into outer space. "Why are you everywhere? Bad luck. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be on the streets. Abominable." As he ate, he pondered his response. Just then, he snapped to the realization that two more eager people, smilingly carrying 2 bags of steamed bread, were running toward him. The look was as if he had won the lottery. Chen Xianhui's feet went soft and he almost fell to the ground. Crap, can't stay here long. Got to slip. Otherwise, if he stayed any longer, I'm afraid he would be propped up on the spot. So, while continuing to act and eat the buns, he picked up the box on the floor that contained the money, and fight and retreat, and the words came out of his mouth. Thank you, thank you. Thankfully, he ran. In the twinkling of an eye, it was gone. Yang Xiao also laughed and shouted, "Brother, what are you running for? There are still 2 bags of steamed bread left here." Ha ha ha. The crowd erupted in laughter. Liars come and go every year. This year has been particularly eventful. Relief. Over here, Chen Xianhui ran out of breath. After making sure it was safe, he dared to stop. Indignantly, he threw the buns in his hands, all of them, into the trash can. Then, only relieved, he leaned against the corner of the high floor and counted some of the change in the box. The face fell. It's only $25. Compared to the previous day's harvest, today was miserable. The thought of Yang Xiao deliberately fixing himself, and he was furious. It's all this asshole's fault. If it wasn't for him, today's harvest could definitely easily break 100. There's no staying here. Got to change places. He was ready to change his costume again and be a good man again. Next destination. Cloudy Sky City. A wealthy neighborhood in Yu City. Jieguan Street is one of the 5 major shopping districts in Yu City. Both the economy, It's still foot traffic. It's all very amazing. Degree of prosperity. It is also on par with the Monument Walk. Foreigners visiting you. The vast majority will head to Monument Walk to sightsee and hit the ground running. And local. It is said that the number of people who come to view the street is the largest of all the shopping district pedestrian streets. And now, with the economy, the business district is also growing. Young Shaw found the smoking area. Boredom smoked the wazoo. Of course, the eyes don't forget to take care of the passing beauties. Suddenly, the cell phone is ringing. She was still eyeing the beautiful women coming and going. Hands skillfully pick up the phone. Hello? Hello? May I ask if you are Young Shaw? That's right. It's me. Hello, Mr. Yang. We're from the U City Tax Inspection Bureau. We've found that you're suspected of tax evasion. Please cooperate with the investigation. Words. Young Shaw was instantly alert. Tax evasion? Crazy. I obviously looked up on my personal income tax app and saw that I paid over $30 billion in estate taxes. And you've paid over $1 billion on hotel purchases. Note, these are automatically taxed when you use a cashback card. How can there still be tax evasion? Take a step back. Even if he did cheat on his taxes, that can't be just a phone call. There are definitely law enforcement officers coming to the door. There must be a problem. At this time, a rather stern voice once again came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Yang, are you listening to me? Yang Shao withdrew his gaze to appreciate the beauty. Glancing at the screen of the phone, I saw that it displayed, foreign phone access. Beware of fraudulent calls. At once, Yang Shaoquan understood. Crap. Like I said, it turned out to be a real scam call. This girl has too much guts. I can't believe you lied to me, just in time to be okay for a while. He also wanted to see how this con man would cheat. By this time, the voice on the other end had become extremely unpleasant. Mr. Yang, are you listening to me or not? On. Listening. Young Shaw pretended to be incredulous, and his tone was as tense and agitated as possible. Put in a long line. Walleye fishing. We're from the Tax Inspection Bureau. You'd better give a truthful account. Cooperate well with our investigation. And don't put up any unnecessary resistance so as to fight for leniency. On the opposite side, perhaps he heard that Yang Zhao's tone was a bit tense. Even the emotion of fear. The tone on the other end of the phone, but also more and more severe. And through the attitude of public affairs, it's easy to take it at face value. Believe that you may actually be suspected of tax evasion. Yang Shao had long been aware of everything and cooperated with the show. I'm innocent. Whether you are wrongly accused or not, we still need to investigate further. And we also ask you to cooperate well. Fine. I'll cooperate. That's right. Do you know how much the tax evasion case you're suspected of amounted to? The other party asked this to make Yang Shao realize the seriousness of the problem. Yang Shao said blankly, I don't know. I was really framed. I didn't cheat on taxes. Whether it's wrongful or not, it's not up to you or me to say. And how am I going to prove it? Please keep in mind what I'm about to say. It may help clear your name. Okay. You say. You immediately add into this QQ7515 ***************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Explained. Okay. Hang up. An old neighborhood. A fat man put down the phone and laughed excitedly. Ha ha, boss, this kid took the bait. Originally, he thought that Yang Shao wouldn't be fooled by himself and might not even answer the phone. However, I didn't expect the other party to not only pick it up, but also to be easily by himself. So scared that he couldn't speak well. A sense of accomplishment abounds. Really? The big man who was called Boss smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum when he heard this. Don't mention the splendor. Really? He's going to add your QQ number right away. And everything is going according to the script we set up. Fatty rubbed his hands and nodded. At this moment, it was as if he had seen the light of success beckoning to them. They are the next billionaires. The big man laughed. Ha ha ha. Fantastic. This kid is a thug. A proper fat sheep. The point is he's still legally blind. Little doozy, do a good job. After this job, not to mention you marrying your wife, even fetching an 18-line actress, it's not a problem. Chapter 58, this kid is stupid, seeking favorites, seeking recommendations, two people on the phone and online. It's all converted through several layers. It's to prevent being tracked. The two of them have managed to fool dozens of people as well. Just none of it is young Shuffle. Really? Little Doozy's eyes flashed with a strange color, and saliva involuntarily flowed out from the corners of his mouth, as if embracing a beautiful woman. See the situation. The big man laughed and patted Little Doozy's shoulder. You say, when have I ever lied to you, big brother? Not once. When Little Bean thought about it, it seemed true. The big man said, that's not it. He. The little bean laughed nervously. when I have money. If you can.
Must marry sister goddess.
She's so beautiful. You can't help it. Don't giggle. Get ready. We'll be closing the net for the big fish soon.
The big man laughed and scolded.
Yang Zhao's information. They got it from the black market. When I got the information, I was straight up stunned. I didn't expect to let them meet the big fish. After communication, to make them even happier, the other guy was still a very retarded big fish. For them, isn't this the scattergood? Dodo. The QQ friend request message alert rang.
His name is Ma Wei and his screen name is Inspector Ma.
He sat down in front of the computer, verified by a friend. Then, pop-up QQ friend dialog box. We're already friends. Let's chat. Marvel grinned. Plan to start. Then,
making use of the two-finger zen that he had practiced for years, he sweated and began to type according to the script in front of him.
Click send when you're done. Inspector Ma asked knowingly. Hello, I'm from the U City Tax Inspection Bureau. Smile. JPG. Who am I? What a load. Young Shaw snorted, but returned it this way. I'm Young Shaw,
and you guys just called me.
Inspector Ma, it's you. All your bank accounts have been frozen by us and the funds are inaccessible. Sure enough,
it's still the same routine.
Can't you just freeze a bank account? Who do you think you are? Yang Xiao pretended to be shocked, and quickly replied back with anger. What? Why did you freeze my account? Why? Literally alone. It's easy to think that he's very shocked and very incredulous. Even anger.
That's the effect the scammers want.
Inspector Ma, because you are suspected of breaking the law, the account funds will remain frozen until you are cleared.
Yang Xiao looked at the message he received on his cell phone QQ, and the corner of his mouth hooked up in an arc.
Oh, liar. That's it? Keep having fun with you guys. Let's see what kind of tricks you can play.
Yang Xiao pretended to be in a hurry and asked,
what if I need the money in a hurry? Inspector Ma, it's frozen and can't be used in any way. Between the lines, there is a business-like attitude. Young Shaw thought for a moment and asked this again. Then is there any other way that I can use the funds normally? Seeing this, little Doozy's excited heart was on the verge of jumping out of his chest. Big brother, look at this kid, actually taking the initiative to send it here. Sick and desperate. Talking about people like him.
If I don't trick him into not being able to afford his underwear today,
I'll follow his last name. The big man smiled triumphantly. Say this.
It was evident that his confidence was brimming over.
Little Doozy smoothly picked up. Brother, if you take his surname Young, wouldn't that be Yangwei? Yamwei? Or impotent? Silly. Talkative. Watch the computer in front of you. The big man snarled. At the same time, mentally add.
The old man is majestic.
One day, 3 falls. Then came the emotion. Why didn't you meet him sooner? Early encounters. I'd be a billionaire. Hey, time 2. Fate also. Then, burying his head, he continued tapping out words. After the knock, purposefully waited a while before sending it out, trying to create the illusion that young Shaw felt that they were in a difficult position. Inspector Ma, it's fine if you want to unfreeze your account. We can make an exception and provide you with a secure account.
You can follow the prompts and transfer the funds to our designated secure account.
However, a deposit of $100,000 is required. A security account? Ugh, it's an old hoax plot. It's so old. And take it out and use it. There's also a $100,000 deposit. Oh, how dare you open your mouth. Who would be stupid enough to turn around? He wouldn't anyway. Only, this time, the big man and the little bean looked like they were trying to scam a bond. Actually, no, they have bigger plans brewing.
Yang Xiao sneered and sent out the message.
Will this be risky? What if it's stolen? With this query, more and more, the two scammers were convinced. Inspector Ma reassured. Don't worry, the account is absolutely safe. Yang Xiao pretended to be convinced. Okay, I believe you guys. It's silly to believe you guys. Inspector Ma, we'll return the money to you the first time after we've investigated and determined that you haven't committed any tax evasion. Yang Xiao, alright then.
I'll do my best to cooperate with your investigation.
Please send me the security account. When you see this sentence, Little Bean, who was standing beside the big man, exclaimed in delight. This kid is such a douche. It's also too good to be true. Likewise, the big man held back his excitement and continued to edit the fictitious security account information. After the knock, out of the blue, delete the account. Then, again, in the web favorites, a URL was found. Click copy. Inspector Ma, you pay the bond first. Jan Shah, how do I pay? Inspector Ma, you click in to access the link I sent you and follow the prompts. Jan Shah, good. Not a moment too soon.
A web link was sent to Yang Zhao's cell phone.
No need to ask. This web link must be a virus.
As soon as Yang Shaw clicks in,
then, follow the prompts inside if you do. The money in his bank account it would be stolen in a matter of minutes. He wasn't going to be stupid enough to click on it. And that, in turn, was the reason why the big man had temporarily changed his mind and asked him to pay the deposit first. If the original plan is followed, all they do is cheat on the margin. But I've met the big fish. Young Xiao. Meibai wants to make a hard bargain. Determined that young Shaw is stupid, it will continue to follow its own script. Therefore, Ma Wei and Little Bean waited cheerfully. The mind is already fantasizing, after the money is in place, what to spend and where to spend it. However, wait a few minutes. Still haven't seen any funds credited. What's going on? Little Duzzy was a bit skeptical. Big brother, could this kid be fooling us? Ma Wei rubbed his chin and recalled what had just happened, and didn't find any slip-ups, and think they are performing perfectly. It's impossible to be recognized. Then, confidently, he said, no way. This kid is stupid. He should still be working out how to operate. And yeah, listen to him talk. Silly. Little Bean nodded. Another 10 minutes passed. It's still not accounted for. Meibai was a little too seated. Coming to the computer, he edited the message and asked, still not done? Chapter 59. Please send a friend verification request first. Request for recommendations. Collections. Yenshaw pressed the operation. Had been sitting on a bench, ogling the beautiful women coming and going, until he heard the QQ beeping again. It was only slowly that he took out his cell phone. Read the message on it. Couldn't help but be a little amused. These crooks are actually in a hurry. Interesting. Young Shaw sent over an awkward emoji with the caption, awkward. JPG, the money I have in my balance. It's not time. I can't withdraw it. Can't get it out? Ma Wei looked to the side of the Little Bean. Little Bean, the money in the balance treasure. No time to withdraw it? Little Bean froze. It's not like I've ever used a balance. How do I know? He did not open his mouth carelessly, scratched his head, his eyes lit up, and proposed, how about I look it up on the internet? Then why don't you check it out? Yes. Little Bean nodded and hurriedly opened the webpage to search. The results popped up quickly. There is talk of being frozen. There's talk of it being taken for financial management. All in all, a variety of things. A variety of answers were given. It just doesn't have the answers they want. Looked up loneliness. Ma Wei messaged Yang Xiao. What do I have to do to get it out early? Young Shaw, you have to come up with $100,000 and pay another $1,000 in fees before you can take it out early. Ma Wei, it's an emergency situation. Find your friend and borrow some. Yang Xiao, when they heard that I was suspected of tax evasion and my funds were frozen, they all pulled the plug on me and wouldn't lend me any money. What should I do? Will I go to jail? There was helplessness between the lines, and fear and despair. Ma Wei was speechless after reading it. Lean, are you a pig brain? What's the point of being honest? What is this? He looked over at Little Bean. Little Bean spread his hands, indicating that there was nothing he could do. Cooked duck. We can't just let it fly, can we? What to do? The two men rubbed their chins in meditation. Suddenly, there, Little Bean said. Mado was overjoyed and quickly asked, what solution? Air, what are you waiting for? Speak up. Surprised by you. Little Bean showed an embarrassed expression and scratched his head. I forgot again. You. Ma Wei was furious, but did not dare to attack, afraid that if he scared the Little Bean again, it would cause him to take what he had thought of and forget about it again, only to change his words. Okay, you take your time to think slowly. There's no rush. Little Bean frowned as she tried desperately to remember. Think about it for a while. Previously forgotten ideas came back to mind. This time, he learned his lesson. Hit the computer first. Only then did he turn his head to Ma Wei and laughed. Big brother, I remember. Upon hearing this, Ma Wei remembered earlier and purposely lowered his voice and said, speak quickly. Big brother, didn't he say that he needs to gather enough 100,000 before he can take it early? Little Doozy said in a pretentious manner. That's right. Then we'll give him 30,000. Crazy. We're the crooks. What's the point of giving him money? Ma Wei looked at Little Doozy as if he was looking at a madman. Little Bean revealed a smile that I had a deeper meaning and continued. This is called putting in a long line and catching a big fish. Marvel was puzzled. What do you mean? He has been frightened by us and believes that we are true to our identities, and is now a frightened bird, not knowing what to do. Little Bean said with a furrowed brow. Then, with a smug smile, at a time like this, is that still how we say it and how he does it? It's reasonable, but it's risky. Ma Wei felt that it was reasonable, but he felt that it wasn't safe. Big brother. Little Bean waved his hand and continued. We've done this to convince him even more. In saying that, Marvel became more and more confused. We give him money, in case you get ripped off. That's a shameful thing to say. Liars trying to scam people. You end up getting ripped off by the people you're trying to rip off. Isn't that a disgrace to the crooks? How does it make them stand in the con world? Unimpressed, Little Bean went on to explain. Think about it, has a scammer ever transferred money to someone who was scammed? No. Marvel shook his head. Little Doozy added, that's right, if we transfer money to him, he'll be more convinced that we're real and won't have the slightest doubt, and may even be grateful to us. The moment. Little Bean was confident, as if Zhuge was alive. He carried an aura of strategizing and deciding. Ma Wei listened and rubbed his chin for half a day. Didn't think of anything more effective. Patting Little Bean on the shoulder. Good performance. Keep up the good work. Then what are you waiting for? Let's do it. Big brother. Little Bean was ecstatic. Say it and do it. Ma Wei sat down in front of his computer and started to send a message to Yang Xiao. In the meantime, Dodo, Yang Xiao, who was reading a novel on his cell phone, had a message pop up again on his cell phone QQ. Click in and take a look. In a split second, Yang Xiao directly froze for more than 10 seconds. Is that a liar? Why are you offering to transfer money to yourself? One time, he felt a little short of brains. He just made an excuse off the top of his head. Never in a million years did he expect the other party to give him such a solution. Dare to ask, if I accept the money, is it a scam? Is it illegal? Young Shaw didn't reply immediately. Instead, he contacted his lawyer. From the mouths of lawyers, he's not breaking the law as long as he's not subjectively trying to defraud. But, the money needs to be turned over to law enforcement. As it is, what reason is there not to continue? Jan Shaw returned. This, fit? Inspector Ma, didn't you say you were wrongly accused? I believe you. That's why I'm willing to do you this favor. Jan Shaw, thank you. Seeing this, Little Doozy rushed at Ma Wei and raised his chin in a showy manner. Look, big brother, I got you right. Still, you boys have brains. Ma Wei nodded. Another message to Yang Xiao, you push the bank account number, or WeChat to me, I will transfer money to you. Yan Sha sent him WeChat. The two add WeChat friends. Ma Wei confirmed Yang Zhao's identity and took another look at his circle of friends. Since Jan Shaw set his friends to only see the most recent circle of friends, as a result, Ma Wei only saw Yang Xiao standing at the Yuzhou Hotel, posting that graphic dynamic. The mood grew more and more agitated. Transfer the money immediately. Yang Xiao looked at the $31,000 transferred by Ma Wei and fell into deep thought. Is this liar brain dead? I can't believe I even believe that. People are stupid and have a lot of money. Click to collect the money. A backhand is a pull. Then, click directly on delete friends. Mavai doesn't know anything about it. Still dreaming of riches. Still, after another reminder from Little Bean, it was only then that Ma Wei came back to his senses and hurriedly sent a micro-message to Yang Xiao. Be prepared to urge him to withdraw his cash as soon as possible, then operate through the link to post a deposit. However, the moment he sent the WeChat message, a large red dot with a white exclamation point popped up in front of the message. Below this message, there is such content. The other person has turned on friend verification and you are not his/her friend. Please send a friend verification request first, and chat only after the other person passes the verification. Send a friend verification request. Chapter 60. It's just a pity that it's not a good mix now. Seeking favorites. Seeking recommendations? Look at the cold words. Ma Wei and Little Doozy looked at each other. Crap. What's the situation? One time, the two hadn't reflected. Gollum. Little Doozy swallowed a mouthful of saliva before saying, Big brother, this kid seems to have deleted you. Off. This kid seems to have deleted you. Seems to have deleted you. Deleted you. Deleted. This sentence, constantly echoing in Ma Wei's mind. It's been a long time coming, and that's when they both realized it. Got myself cheated. But who would have thought? The one who plays with hawks all day long, but ends up getting pecked blind by them. You believe that? Who dares to believe that? Seeing that Ma Wei didn't reflect, Little Doozy tentatively patted Ma Wei's shoulder. Big brother, are you alright? It's okay? How is that possible? He just didn't react for a moment. Fuck him, how dare you lie to me? Finally coming back to his senses, Ma Wei slammed his fist on the keyboard. Boom! The keys of the keyboard were flying all over the place. Little Doozy was scared and shivered, busy saying, Big brother, I didn't know that he was actually lying to us. It was his idea to transfer money to the other side. The moment. Little Bean was very scared. Just in case Marvel gets angry and punches himself in the face. He couldn't take it in his little body. Marvel ignored him. His face was grim as he operated the mouse. Send friend verification. Wanted to add it back in. However, he was greeted with the words add failed. There's a small line at the bottom. The other person refuses to let you add them as a friend. That is to say, after receiving the money, the other party simply blacked out and deleted it. God's work. The moment. Still not completely flustered,
Ma Wei hurriedly found Yang Zhao's phone and dialed again. However, there was an icy voice prompt on the other end of the computer that the other party was busy. No need to guess. The phone was also hacked by the other party. Call it in on your cell phone. Just connect. It was just hung up on straight away. Call again. Just another busy beep from the other side. The moment Ma Wei's pent-up anger, a complete outburst, dropped the phone in pieces. At the same time, one punch dried out the computer monitor in front of him. Immediately after, a kick over the table. Afterwards, he looked up to the sky and roared, "Cursed mud horse, Yang Xiao, you son of a bitch. I want you to die a horrible death." This is for him who has been practicing fraud for years. It's more insulting than squatting and shitting directly on his head. Little Doozy was frightened by the maddened Ma Wei, hiding in the corner and shivering, not daring to breathe a breath. It's over. It's over. If I'd known, I wouldn't have taken that note. What to do? Luckily, Ma Wei vents later. It didn't lash out at Little Doozy, but just said in a deep voice, "Grass, prepare the guy. I'm going to get him killed. Big brother, should we still call the police?" Little Doozy warily proposed. Call the police? Words. Ma Wei immediately laughed, smiling evilly. What do we do? Is calling the police not long equal to throwing yourself into the net? But, no buts, it's either him or me, and you're not allowed to call the police, otherwise, said Ma Wei, making a stroke under his neck. Killing people to get rid of them? Hiss. Little Bean sucked in a breath of cold air, warily looking at the murderous Ma Wei, as if recognizing him for the first time. He felt a chill down his spine, only dared to whisper, good. At this very moment, View Street, Yang Xiao took advantage of the fact that Lu Wei hadn't arrived yet. Come to the nearest police station and call the police. Report the situation as it is. The money that was scammed was turned over. Same thing the lawyer said. He made his statement and came out. And the police station told him that the crooks he had crippled were probably online fugitives. They are also catching. The police will track the location based on the landline number Yang Xiao provided, and also the cell phone number. Make precise arrests of prisoners. As for how to capture it, that's not something Yang Xiao should worry about. Just got out of the police station. Lu Wei then called. Indicates that things have been busy. Come right over. Yan Xiao rushed toward Guan Street. The two met at the entrance to Meltdown. Yang Xiao arrived first. Just then, Yang Xiao? Suddenly, from behind him came an uncertain cry. Yang Xiao turned his head to see. Actually still the same village acquaintance. Childhood playmate. Chen Changpeng. Chen Changpeng came in front of Yang Xiao, and after confirming it again and again, he was surprised. It's really you, Da Peng. We haven't seen each other for 10 years, right? I didn't expect to meet you here today. Yang Xiao was also surprised. The two used to be very close, often play in the river in groups. Once, on a whim, a few people sneak in ducks that someone has kept in the river and stone them to death. Then, duck to kill ducks elsewhere, eat it over a wood fire. The fact that it tastes awful is not to mention it. The day after eating, several people had collective diarrhea. True to form, stealing a chicken is not a good idea. But then, Yang Xiao came to the city for high school because of his good grades. Chen Changpeng attended high school in this county, because high school reading is not in the same place. It's been a long time, less contact, the relationship slowly faded. See you now, all are already in their 20s. Yeah, I didn't expect that either. Chen Changpeng nodded. Then he pointed to the girl next to him and Introducing, this is my girlfriend Mo Chenhuan. Hello. Jan Xia smiled. Chen Changpeng looked at his girlfriend again and pointed at Yang Xiao. This is my childhood playmate Yang Xiao. When he was in junior high school in the past, not only was he good at studying, but he also had a lot of girls who liked him. His junior year crush, very much like Yang Xiao. It made him very envious and jealous. But, he heard that Yang Xiao did poorly in the college entrance exam, didn't get into undergrad. He had to drop out of school to work in the city. And he, Chen Changpeng, went from a district high school, get into a second college. The fame shook the whole village. Since then, he felt he had taken a full lead over Yang Xiao. Therefore, a sense of superiority was born. Not long ago, he heard from a former friend that Yang Xiao was delivering a courier. He found it unbelievable, even suspected of being a rumor. Today's sighting, it instantly felt like the rumors were really wrong. Where's the delivery? It's like being a street model. Otherwise, he can dress so well? He's willing to take delivery money and buy such nice clothes? Is that possible? A flash of pride lit up in Chen Changpeng's heart. What happened to being good at school? The high school entrance exam is the fork in the road. And now, I am better than you. Can you imagine? Chen Changpeng recalled his original crush, obsessed with Yang Xiao. In a split second, a fire of jealousy that had been extinguished for years,
Burning up again. What's the point of being popular in class in middle school? I'm not doing as well as I am now. When he thought of this, the way he looked at Yang Xiao's eyes were quietly undergoing a subtle change. However, Yang Xiao did not notice these, but was still immersed in the joy of meeting a friend from another country. Laughing, he shook his head. Rock, you're burying me again. It's not burying, it's the truth, said Chen Changpeng. The words suddenly turned. It's just a pity that it's not a good mix now. Chapter 61, I don't advise you to do this. Seeking favorites. Seeking recommendations? Listen to this alone. Not much of a problem. However, Chen Changpeng's disdainful eyes, as well as the expression of self-righteous superiority, was unfamiliar to Yang Xiao. It was as if they were recognizing him for the first time. Originally, he thought that the other party was still the same Chen Changpeng that he once was. He also wanted to invite the other person to his restaurant for dinner. Then, a good catch-up. But who would have thought that it was all just wishful thinking on his part? The other side pressed on with no intention of catching up. Isn't that just hot air on your ass? In that case, dressed so well. I thought it was a rich second generation. Mo Chenhuan quickly swept a glance at Yang Xiao. In the eyes, the look of disdain was unconcealed. Huan, you're also right. He is indeed a negative second generation. Only it's the negative of debt. Chen Changpeng said without any scruples. He'd heard about it a long time ago. Yang Xiao owes a huge amount of money to loan sharks. Girlfriends are running away. What is it if it's not a negative second generation? Mo Chenhuan covered her mouth and laughed. Peng, you've got it wrong. He should be the negative second generation his father. That's right too, but just don't know if he has a chance to be a negative second generation. His father. What do you mean? Chen Changpeng sneered. I heard that he owes over $100,000 to loan sharks, and his girlfriend is scared away. Yikes, it's not good to find a girlfriend when you owe loan sharks, Mo Chenhuan said in a serious manner. The two sing in unison, satirizing the fact that young Shaw is going to be single for the rest of his life. Actually, in real life, don't talk about loan sharks. Just no savings, no house, no car. There is no right to choose a spouse at all. Stay where you are. If it were in the capital and the magic city, that bar is even higher. Yang Xiao did not refute, just looked at the cell phone WeChat prompts. Lu Wei still has a few minutes to arrive. Solely, he decided to quietly watch the two of them perform. Sometimes, no matter how much you argue, the other side will not believe you, because he was preoccupied. Bring in your own emotions and thoughts. You said more. They won't necessarily believe it either, and may even think you're forcing a sophomoric argument. Mo Chenhuan thought about it and suddenly proposed. Peng, I have a few classmates in the nightclub. Should I introduce him? This is not good. What's wrong with that? They're old enough to talk about marriage. I mean, does he deserve it? Mo Chenhuan seems to have missed the point. What's that? They're paid very well. If it weren't for the fact that it's not good to find a boyfriend because they work in a nightclub. However, before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Chen Changpeng. No, Huan, you've misunderstood me. Misunderstood you? What do you mean? Mo Chenhuan pretended to look at Chen Changpeng with a blank face. I only heard the other party say this. I mean, that he Yang Xiao is not worthy of it. Don't give the girl harm. With those words, any fool could hear what he meant. It was nothing more than mockery, saying that Yang Xiao owed loan sharks and was not good enough for the girls in the nightclub. If introduced to him, instead, they will drag other girls down because of their debt situation. After a conversation, the two Chen Changpengs were like singing a double act, mocking Young Shaw in every way possible. Young Shaw heard this, a slight shake of the head, dog-eyed even. It's still not long. As it happened, the movement of him shaking his head was seen by Chen Changpeng. You've been reduced to this and you're shaking your head at us. You're not worthy? Chen Changpeng immediately said in a cold voice, Yang Xiao, don't look at what status you have now. What is the pretense here? Playing hard to get? Oh, Yang Xiao wanted to say, sorry, actually, I really do have the strength to pretend. However, he didn't say that. To this late friend, he had been thoroughly disappointed. Yang Xiao said, Chen Changpeng, times are different now. You and I aren't on the same path anymore. Let's leave it at that. Upon hearing this, Chen Changpeng was furious and gritted his teeth. Good luck finding an ugly and fat girlfriend. The words just fell. Chen Changpeng then saw another beautiful woman coming at him head-on. White skin and long legs, boobs and hips, walking in a crowd. Crane, you try not to look, and your eyes unconsciously move to her, as if there is a unique magic that draws the eye out of their control. Chen Changpeng secretly marveled. This is too beautiful for a horse. It's better looking than any of the fairy sisters on TV. She seemed to be smiling at me. Crap, it seems to be coming toward me. In a split second,
He felt straight away that his blood was churning. I can't wait to rush right up to her, kneel in front of her, and lick her feet in public. However, just when the beauty was only 10 meters away from him, her course gradually veered to the other side. In the meantime, Jan Shaw waved at her. It happened to be seen by Chin Changpeng again, and he sneered, "You give someone a greeting, and she'll take care of you? How do you know it won't? What a toad wanting to eat swan meat, and not taking a piss to see what kind of virtue he has. I don't recommend it," Jan Shaw said with a straight face. Then his gaze shifted to Chen Changpeng. After all, urinating in public is not only indecent, but it also violates the law of Public Security Administration punishment and may result in administrative detention. According to Article 44 of the Public Security Administration Punishment Law of China, anyone who indecently assaults another person or intentionally exposes his or her body in a public place under aggravating circumstances shall be sentenced to detention of not less than 5 days and not more than 10 days. Behavior that has caused an adverse social impact is subject to a maximum penalty of 10 days of administrative detention. Here's a word of advice. Public restrooms are plentiful. Do not urinate or defecate anywhere. Otherwise, because it's on the record, the political review was discovered by the job seeker. That would be a shame. Grass, lousy is talking about you. Chen Changpeng was infuriated and cursed angrily. The word you hasn't even left your mouth yet. He saw the beautiful woman walking towards Yang Xiao, and under his surprised gaze, he smoothly pulled up Yang Xiao's outstretched hand. At once, Chen Changpeng thought of countless mocking words. It's all gone. At this moment, it was as if he had a mouthful of old phlegm stuck in his throat. No up and down. Extremely difficult. Lu Wei glanced at Chen Changpeng suspiciously and asked, "Is he your friend?" It was before. Not from now on. Yan Xiao didn't say much. "Come on, let's go in." That's right. Used to be. From today, the moment he, Chen Changpeng, thought himself superior and casually trampled on other people's dignity, they wouldn't be friends. Aha. Lu Wei didn't pursue the question. The two walked arm in arm toward the melting city. Mo Chenhuan, Ping Ping Yi. Shut up. Chen Changpeng gritted his teeth. He looked at the backs of the distant pair, his gaze sweeping over Lu Wei's arse, the bottom of his eyes filled with 3 parts resentment and 7 parts jealousy. There was only one thought in his head: retaliation. His fists were clenched and a little white and blue. Yang Xiao and Lu Wei spent a long time shopping at the mall, bought some clothes that would fit his parents, and some jewelry, and men's watches. It cost over $1 million in total. On the way home, Yang Xiao invites Lu Wei to go back home with him. Lu Wei is also eager to go. However, the acquisition of the webcasting company has just been negotiated. There's a lot more to follow, so it can only be abandoned for the time being. Waiting for the next one. Chapter 62, Yang Xiaopong Rich Woman, Seeking Favorites, Seeking Recommendations, Village of Yunling, Village Microblogging Group. One message, sent from an anonymous account that scanned into the group. Shocked, Yang Jingyuan's son owes a huge amount of loan sharks, and his girlfriend has run away with someone. The message just went out. A row of question marks popped up below. Immediately after, Rich Life questioned, "Who is this?" It's not a good idea to spread rumors. He's the leader of the group. Wang Fugue. Be responsible for maintaining order in the group. Anonymous, there are pictures. Said, a screenshot of a circle of friends. Just show up in the group. The content is little different from what Anonymous sent out. In a split second, there would have been only a smattering of people, asking whoever was doing what, when to eat, etc. The moment, because of these 2 messages and pictures, the group suddenly erupted like an active volcano that had been brewing for years, thoroughly boiling over. No matter how old or young, male female, all of them were talking about it in the group. Wang Fugue wanted to find Yang Zhengjun for confirmation in the first place, but the other didn't pay any attention to him. Calls weren't answered. This is going to worry him. What to do? Wang Fugue looked powerlessly at the group. In just less than a minute or two, the group message is already 99 plus. Say what you will. Wang Laosan, my god, how did he get into trouble with loan sharks? Lu Guangjuan, did he lose money in stock speculation? Can he afford to pay back more than $100,000 of loan sharks with interest rolling in? Wang Laosan, it's hard. Loan sharks are the masters of eating people without spitting bones. Zhao Dashi, that's right. The old Wang Laoer was victimized by loan sharks. Someone mentioned Wang Laoer, and immediately someone said why. Wang Laoer is because of gambling. At the same time, there were people who developed the association method. Do you think there is a possibility that old Yang's son also owes loan sharks because of gambling? The words came out. Many in the group said it was possible. Meanwhile, a new conjecture was raised. I think Du is also a possibility. After all, there are so many examples. Zhang Zhenggui, Du gambling harms people a lot. Lu Guangjuan, that's right. I don't share the same fate as do gambling. This message just came out.
Very unfortunate. And the wife saw it.
She sent a direct group message questioning, "Where's Yellow?" LV Guangjuan belongs to the wife's family and is very afraid of his wife. As soon as I saw her send a message questioning,
immediately returned. I, Huang Mao, swear to God, with, Li Xiaoying, your fucking last name is Lu. LV Guangjuan, I, LV, swear that I will not share the same fate as do gambling. Li Xiaoying, where's Huang? The two mouths went straight to the group and started pulling at the limit. Draws fire. However, just then, group, shocked, Yang Zhengjuan's son, Yang Xiao, has been adopted by a mysterious rich woman in town. The slam dunk is back. At once, the group was as if it had been banned. It all stopped. It stopped for a full minute or two. Period. Anonymous sent a supplementary picture of the back. The pictures are clearer. A youth can be seen pulling an obese woman. Pictured. The youth was looking sideways at the obese woman. It's exactly this side. It was instantly recognizable to many in the group. The youth is none other than Yang Zhengjuan's son, Yang Xiao. Wang Fugui at Yang Zhengjun. Come out and say something. Is this picture your Yang Xiao or not? Wang Laosan, I look quite similar. Happy family, you look like him? Open your eyes. He went to the city when you moved to our village. Where did you meet him? Lu Guangjuan, I can tell it's him at a glance. So I still need to ask for proof? Wang Fugui, there are plenty of pretty girls in the village. Why are you thinking of marrying a rich woman? Lu Guangjuan, brother Fugui, you don't understand this. Why should a young man stand when he can lie down? The happy family, do you guys think it could be because they owe loan sharks that they went to a rich woman? Zhang Zhengwei, it's possible. Wang Laosan, what do you mean it's possible? That's 100% sure. Lu Guangjuan, I think so. After all, this kid Yang Xiao is still quite handsome and his body is quite good. Li Xiaoying, come back to collect the wheat. Chen Chongping looked at the various speculations and discussions in the group and was in a good mood. Silently, he turned off his cell phone, not following group messages. In the meantime, in Yunling village, the women of the village, on the other hand, quickly assembled under the yellow fruit tree at the head of the village. Form a circle, getting high and gossiping at the same time. I didn't see it. Yang Zhengjuan's son is actually dating a rich woman. Didn't someone in the group say? My guess is, he probably just went to a rich woman because he owed loan sharks. I don't think so. Wang Laosan's wife, Xiamei held her mouth and rolled her eyes. He Yulan was puzzled. What do you mean? I've long seen that he doesn't look like a decent person. Staring at other people's asses all day long. Xiamei said breathlessly. Then again, it's a good thing I didn't introduce my niece to him. Or else, I'm sure to get screwed. You can't say that now. He's got a rich woman on his side. He's got a lot of money. Why don't you try again? That's true. How about? Shoo. A few people were having a good conversation. A motorcycle came up on us. A few people immediately shut up. At the same time, uncharacteristically, he chimed in with a smile at the man on the motorcycle. Wait for the motorcycle to go away. After making sure it's inaudible, a few people murmured again. You guys? Yang Zhengjun and his family are pretending like nothing's wrong. That's a lot of pretending. It can't be helped. People are having a spring in their step. In their opinion, what's there to brag about when your son is with a rich woman? A few of the women made small talk for a while longer. It was only then that they dispersed with great interest. Mr. and Mrs. Yang Zhengjun returned home. Lu Hongmei drank a mouthful of water before saying, Lao Yang, do you feel that the ones at the village entrance seem to be talking about us? Yes, don't you realize? Today, this group of people all looked at us and smiled. That doesn't mean that they're talking about us, does it? Yang Zhengjun said. Lu Hongmei shook her head. No, there must be something wrong. They weren't like this before. The two of them used to pass by there. None of this treatment. How could today be any different? Lu Hongmei guessed. Let's just say they have a ghost in their hearts. And so, looking at Yang Zhengjun, you go into the village's group and see. There must be something. Okay, I'll just go in and take a look. Yang Zhengjun opened his cell phone with the mindset of dispelling his wife's doubts. I saw a missed call from Wang Fugui. There was no rush to reply. Instead, he opened up the microphone. The group message is already 999 plus. Enter the group. At the moment, there is still a hot discussion going on. Into the eyes of Yang Zhengjun are what loan sharks, evening rich women and other words, unknown. It took him a minute or two to climb to the top floor. Straight away, he was shocked by the news. Not a word could be said. Son owes loan sharks? And a rich woman? Did. Original girlfriend. Because owed loan sharks ran away? Lu Hongmei saw Yang Zhengjun freeze and asked, Old Yang, what's wrong? See for yourself. The phone was handed to Lu Hongmei. In a split second,
Lu Hongmei froze as well. Chapter 63, A Call from Home, Seeking Favorites. Seeking recommendations? Money, money, money. I don't know how to spend it. Sleeping. Young Shaw's cell phone rang. Grabbing his cell phone from under his pillow, he took a look at it. It was his dad, Yang Zhangjun. Who called? Dad, why did you think of calling me today? After picking up, Yang Shao asked with some curiosity. Originally, he was going to wait a little while and just give them a call. Tell them, prepare yourself for a trip back. But, he didn't expect his parents. It will hit first. Could this be telepathy? There were a few whispered excuses over the phone. Jan Shaw didn't hear what was said. Immediately after, are you hiding something from me and your mom? Yang Zhengjun asked without nagging, getting right to the point. No. Yang Shao subconsciously replied back, not thinking much at all. Where's the girlfriend? Let her listen to the phone. Yang Zhao's old mom shouted loudly on the other end of the phone, and in her tone, there was more than a little anger. What's the big deal? Yang Shao was a little unsure, but still answered truthfully. Almost a month ago, I broke up with her. Why did you break up? At this, Lu Hongmei didn't seem to be surprised and just continued to ask why. Why? Tricked. But Yang Shao didn't dare to say it at this moment. $400,000. It was his hard-earned money that he had been saving for years. If they know it's gone, that's not going to piss me off. So he could only say this for the time being. Our personalities don't fit. So naturally we broke up. These words, obviously, did not convince Yang's father and mother. Yang Shao also clearly heard that his own father was breathing a little faster. It's on the verge of exploding. Afterward, only Yang Zhengjun could be heard seemingly gritting his teeth and speaking. Is that so? But how come we heard that you owe over $100,000 in loan sharks? At those words, Yang Shao immediately thumped in his heart. How did they know? That's impossible. When I first posted that circle of friends, I purposely blocked some of my family's relatives off. Who told them? And so on. I don't think they think it's because I'm in debt to loan sharks. That's why she broke up with herself, right? If so, that would be really fucked up. Yang Shao hurriedly asked, Dad, who did you hear that from? Upon hearing that his son's first response was not a rebuttal, but a rhetorical question about who he had heard it from, Yang Zhengjun's heart thumped. Could it be true? In previous years, if he met something that was not true, Young Shaw would be the first to argue a few words. Not a word this time. Sit tight. Yang Zhengjun closed his eyes and took a deep breath before saying, Don't care who we heard it from. Why didn't you tell us about such a big thing? The truth is not what you think. Young Shaw said, We all know. What are you trying to hide? It's not hidden, but it's a long story. Long words and you don't say anything? Or are you afraid to say it? We're all family. What do we not dare to say? Yang Zhengjun huffed out a series of questions. Yang Shao believed that if he followed again, he could not say that his dad had already directly let himself appreciate the depth of his father's love. He smiled bitterly and tried to explain. Dad, however, before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Yang Zhengjun. Do you know that loan sharks are a tiger that eats people without spitting bones? I know. So, Wang Lao Er's lesson you don't know? Yang Zhengjun asked rhetorically and added. He was the one who ended up with a broken wife and family because of loan sharks. Yang Zhengjun said more and more angry. Look at you. You are now step after the dust. Girlfriends are running. Dad. Stop for a moment and let me say something. Okay? Yang Shao hurriedly interrupted. The more you talk, the more outrageous it gets. Say it again. There's no telling how serious it could get. He decided to tell them in advance. Yang Zhengjun took another deep breath and urged. Speak up if you have something to say. And fart if you have something to say. Impatient as always. Maybe it's a father's love. Not very articulate, but it's heavy as a mountain. Yang Shao explained. Dad, actually I didn't borrow from loan sharks. No? Yang Zhengjun froze, but he still didn't believe it. Now, they are the ones who decided that their son owed huge amounts of money to loan sharks. It took a girlfriend to leave him behind and run away. Yang's mother even issued a soul-torturing question next to him. No, girlfriend will run away? No, you will evening rich women? Young Shaw was instantly confused. Crap, when did I become a rich woman? Who spread the rumor? It's also too damn unmartialized. Yang Shao asked breathlessly. Dad, who's talking nonsense? I'm not even evening a rich woman. No? Yang Zhengjun didn't believe it. The village's group said something about it, and the photos were sent out. Absolutely slanderous. Don't talk so much. Let's start with the matter of you borrowing from loan sharks. Yang Zhengjun immediately pulled back to the topic. Yang Shao paused and patiently stated the original facts. Actually, the matter is like this. Then, he hid Bu Yalian's concealment of the money he had saved for the purchase of the house and transferred it to her ex-boyfriend. Told Yang Zhengjun one by one. including the fact that she'd rather die than get her money back, etc. After listening, Yang Jingjun had not yet spoken. The phone was snatched right out of his hand by his wife. She huffed. Son, where's the money? Can we get the money back? This one was her main concern. She knew that her son was working very hard delivering in the city. It's often early and late. They didn't realize that in fact, Yang Xiao was hiding from them and working 2 jobs. Otherwise, how could he have saved enough to die $400,000 in such a short period of time? Yang Xiao said, Don't worry, Mom, the money can definitely be claimed back. I've already hired a lawyer to sue her and am going through the prosecution process. A solid case. It was only a matter of time before he won his case. Right, make sure you hire a good lawyer. If you don't have enough money, Mom will transfer it to you. Yang's mother sighed in relief. Young Sha said, I have money. This richness reminded Jan's mother again. She immediately frowned. Rich? Then why are you posting that you owe loan sharks inside your circle of friends? Isn't this nothing to worry about? Yang Jingjun was also puzzled. They still heard from the same village. Yang Zhao's childhood playmate. Yang Xiao smiled and said, Actually, it's like this. Young Sha then went back to making up stories. It's still roughly the same story about inheriting a fortune from a mysterious old man. Overnight riches. Sitting on a $10 billion fortune. Rich as hell. After the old couple heard this, their mouths opened wide. You looked at me and I looked at you. As if they had heard a mythological story, and their eyes were full of shock. More than that, I find it unbelievable. It's like pie in the sky. Yang Zhao's mom directly grabbed Yang Dad's cell phone and questioned, Can there be such a good thing under the sky? They lived for decades of years. Never met one. Never even heard of it. That mysterious old man is so rich and still lives in a shitty house? How is that possible? Take a step back. Even if it's true, why should I give it to my own son? Just because he's okay with it. Want to take care of him for a bit? TV shows don't even dare to do that. Anyway, talk about breaking the sky. They don't believe it either. Yang Xiao laughed. At first I didn't believe it either. But when I received the inheritance, I was also confused. He also knew that this sort of thing was unbelievable. So, again, tell you what, I'll be back tomorrow, and then you'll know if it's true. Okay? Are you sure you're not with a rich woman? No really. Chapter 64, Help me teach Yang Xiao a lesson, Seeking recommendations. Seeking favorites. Hang up. Yang Xiao froze and looked at his cell phone. Somewhat speechless. Nice and proper. What's with the rumor about a rich woman? Yan Xia thought for a moment. This rumor monger may not only know himself. Moreover, it might just as well be someone from the village. Maybe it's because of some conflict between the two sides that the other side started the rumor. Otherwise, why doesn't he go elsewhere and start a rumor about someone else? Why did he come to his village's group to spread rumors about Yang Xiao? Yang Xiao lay on his bed and thought for a moment. I haven't offended anyone recently myself. Who the hell is it? Who would be so idle? Suddenly, a Taoist figure flashed through his mind. Chan Shangpeng. He'd just seen him 2 days before. Separation time. And some unpleasantness. Could it be him? Yang Xiao guessed that there was more than a 60% chance that it was him. He was also the only one who fit better and knew himself. Again, a few special requirements from the same village. Jan Shaw sighed. A former best friend. Why is it suddenly like this? Just then. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door of the room. Boss, breakfast is ready. Get up and eat. Li Wanji's sweet voice came from outside the door. Young Shaw said, Just a moment. Eat today. Big meat buns, and fresh soybean milk. Li Wanji's voice sounded again. Big meat buns and soy milk? Ah this. Young Shaw said, Okay, right away. Get up and get dressed and wash. Brush your teeth. Looking at the look in the mirror, Young Shaw was a little emotional. Who would have thought? Yourself from a month ago. Still on the streets during the day to pick up and drop off one more delivery. And run for their lives. At night, for one more pull. Carrying goods like a chicken. Even if they were exhausted, they still didn't dare to relax in the slightest. And in a month, he lives a cozy life on his own, living in a mansion and being served by beautiful nannies. It was at this moment that he realized. Turns out the TV really wasn't lying. The life of a rich man. It's really just so unpretentious. And boring. Come downstairs. Looking at the buns of soy milk on the table, Young Shaw's appetite was so great that he picked up a bun with his hand. Taste. The first thing that came to mind was a bright light. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up at Li Wanji. The buns taste good. Just like the ones I had when I was a child. Remember high school? Buns from a small town store called Chan Buns. That's the flavor. Really? Being affirmed. Li Wanji was so happy that her eyes curled up in a smile. Yang Xiao nodded. Why would I lie to you? He. By the way, I'm going back to my hometown in a couple of days, so I'll give you a couple of days off. Yang Xiao said vaguely while eating a large meat bun.
Li Wanji was instantly delighted. Yes, thank you, master. Master?
Yang Xiao just drank the soy milk in his mouth.
It all came out in a poof. What's wrong? Li Wanji was curious. She's seen a lot of videos. Which guys? Don't they all like to cosplay? He doesn't like it?
Yang Xiao wiped his mouth before saying,
where did you learn to say that out of the blue? Isn't that how it's done on TV? TV? Yeah, you haven't seen it?
Yang Xiao was speechless.
Li Wanji added, you don't like it? When he finished, he seemed to remember something, and hastily added, does it have to be a teacher, a boss, a brother, or, dad can't?
Yang Xiao quickly said, really called. He was afraid that he had topped it in public. Li Wanji blinked as if she had discovered a new continent.
You can't? Who said that? Yourself. I didn't.
Yang Xiao hastily denied it. Then he explained,
I mean, you're not allowed to call me dad. Li Wanji rolled her eyes. Think beautifully. No matter what you call it, I won't add more money, Yang Xiao added,
and then lowered his head to continue drying his rice. Looking at Yang Xiao's rather embarrassed demeanor,
Li Wanji snorted. The owner is so funny.
Not only do they have more money in billions of dollars,
but they are also stupid. And really don't like women. Snapped. She remembered one thing and hurriedly said, boss, you promised to impersonate your boyfriend in the beginning. Such a reminder.
It was only then that Yang Xiao suddenly remembered and swallowed the bun in his mouth in 3 strokes before saying,
no problem. When I come back from my hometown, I'll accompany you. But before that, he had to find an excuse.
Explain the situation to Lovey.
Lest we make a scene later. Great Peaks Group. Penthouse. Chairman's office. Dad, you must do it for me. Ma Yufeng tearfully pouted. The gesture. Where is the image of the Huayu Mountain Villa shrew left? Boss chair. Ma Dafeng,
who had white hair and was dressed in a Zhongshan suit,
doted. I've only just gotten off the plane. I haven't had time to have a bite to eat yet. Your daughter is being bullied and you're still eating?
Oh, there's still someone who dares to bully my daughter in Yu City.
Which one of these ungrateful fellows is it? Ma Yufeng shook her head accusingly. I only know that his name is Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao? Ma Dafeng froze for a moment before saying, the name feels a bit familiar. I had someone check it out, and he seems to be the new owner of the Yuzhou Hotel. And there's something strange about him. Strange? What do you mean? The matter is like this. Ma Yufeng then told the situation of the recent investigation. In the past few days, she had been looking for someone to secretly investigate Yang Xiao. But, getting first-hand information, it surprised her. Yang Xiao actually used to be a courier. How is that possible? She was aware of that gathering at the Huayu Villa. There are some big shots going. He a delivery boy who delivers. Why do you want to participate? Subsequently, another person was approached to contact Chase Express, the courier station where Yang Xiao used to work. The people over there who told her, Jan Shaw used to be pretty deadly with his deliveries and seems to have a job with a freight company. It made her look more and more confused. Keep digging deeper down. She suddenly realized again that Yang Xiao was actually the new owner of Yuzhou Hotel. Now Ma Yufeng was a bit confused. Obviously trenchantly rich. Why do you want to make a delivery? Also worked 2 jobs. According to you, this person is indeed somewhat suspicious. After hearing this, Ma Dafeng also frowned. This is the kind of thing that even he who has seen a lot of things, it's also never been encountered before. Could it be that some super big family arranged to come down to practice? On second thought it doesn't seem right. Whoever practices, will be placed in a courier company? Ma Yufeng hugged Ma Dafeng's arm and kept shaking it. I don't care if it's suspicious. You must help me teach him a lesson. That's natural. But not now. When was that? You've just had a run-in with him, and if you go after him now, it could easily involve you. My dear father, are you still afraid of this? Ma Dafeng pinched Ma Yufeng's face. It's a legal society now. Not like before. If you put it a decade or 2 ago, someone dared to bully his family. The next day that guy would be on the missing persons headlines. Okay. Ma Yufeng had a slight loss. Ma Dafeng asked, where's Tu Ding? Chapter 65, son, tell the truth, seeking favorites. Seeking recommendations? As soon as he heard the name Tu Ding, the slight smile that remained on Ma Yufeng's face instantly solidified. It's all his fault. I was bullied and couldn't even let out a single fart, completely forgetting how arrogant he was, and made himself vulnerable. Tu Ding is good at everything, but he's just a bit horny. Ma Dafeng was rather helpless. Upon hearing this, Ma Yufeng said breathlessly, what a nice thing to say. It's not because you, the master, taught me well. Isn't it natural to be horny? But it was also true that it was only after following him that Tu Ding's level of lustfulness became more and more serious. Ma Dafeng's old face turned red. He coughed dryly and hurriedly changed the topic. I have a plan to fix Yang Xiao. Tell me. Ma Yufeng came to be interested and didn't pursue the matter. Ma Dafeng said, you immediately find someone to contact a chef.
It has to be one who cooks Chinese food.
Why? Ma Yufeng was puzzled. What's the point of having a chef who can cook Chinese food? Assassinate him? That's not realistic at all. Ma Dafeng smiled meaningfully. Don't you care why? I have my own arrangements. Cloud Sky City. Villa area.
The journey is 420 kilometers and takes about 5 hours and 10 minutes.
Arriving at about 11 p.m. Open the navigation.
Yang Xiao drove out of the villa garage in Cloud Sky City. The original plan was to take the high-speed train back.
Due to buying a bit too much stuff and the rumor that it was a rich woman,
he decided to prove himself.
That's why I'm ready to drive back. His hometown was in the far east of U City, Red Leaf County. It's just a small, remote county, though. It is also a national poverty-stricken county. Transportation, however, is getting better by the day. Land,
water and air are multiplying.
This is coupled with unique mountain and river landscapes,
as well as mountains full of red leaves in the fall and winter. A major effort is being made to develop tourism.
The economy is also gradually improving.
It will surely become a tourist attraction in time.
On the way home, one man driving, walking around, until 11:30 p.m. He just got to town. Good thing he drives a BMW X9 with an SUV. Otherwise, the car's floorboards, long ago,
had been scratched by potholes,
raised rocks,
and scratched up the undercarriage.
At this very moment, Yunling Village. The gossip continues under the yellow fruit tree at the head of the village. The discussion is still about young Shaw. Just one more contrasting character, Chan Shangpeng. Yesterday, he came back too. Take a girlfriend, drives a Volkswagen Passat. It can be earned.
It also became one of the highlights of today's village gossip news.
Look at Yang Xiao.
And then look at Chen Shangpeng.
The same as a village. How the gap is so big, Lo? That's right. The key two used to be extraordinarily close. People have their own aspirations. Maybe he, Yang Xiao, just likes to eat soft food? A nice big young man. What not good to do? Have to eat soft rice? Really desperate. Quick, quick. Look, here comes a car. What a fuss. A few people were talking. Suddenly, saw a white car coming in the distance. Several people immediately turned their heads to look. A white SUV approached from a distance. When looking at the license plate, a couple of the women froze. BMW. BMW. It's a luxury car.
This kind of car has not been seen in the village for years.
In the countryside, Mercedes-Benz, BMW and Audi have long been ingrained as the standard equipment for the rich in their eyes. Others? I'm sorry, not recognizable. Even if you drive some McLaren, Mustang, Lamborghini or other luxury car, no one will pay attention to you. They don't even know each other. White BMW as it passed in front of them. Doh, and a honk. A few people were a little curious. Who's this guy? And honking at us. I don't know. Maybe they're here to look into developing tourism. Do you guys think there's a possibility that it's young Shaw? Don't say it's really possible. He's got a rich woman on his side. It shouldn't be hard to drive a BMW. Why don't we go check it out? It's been stupid for a long time. As soon as someone suggested it, several people immediately walked towards Yang Zhengjuan's house while knocking on melon seeds and gossiping. The white BMW was driven by none other than Yang Xiao. At the moment he is already almost home.
Yang Zhengjun and Lu Hongmei knew that their son was coming back and were busy in the kitchen early in the morning.
Until lunchtime. It's only just about done. I don't know exactly what kind of meal is being prepared. Suddenly,
they heard the sound of a car engine ringing outside the door.
Hurry up and turn off the fire and run out. I'll look. Sure enough, it was the son whose heart had been longing for him. There was a great joy. Yang Zhengjun took a look at actually driving a BMW,
and rushed forward to direct his son to stop.
If you accidentally scratch it, it must cost quite a bit of money. He heard that yesterday his son's former friend Chun Chunping's Volkswagen was scraped by someone's tricycle in town.
It was just a small cut that cost $2,000 or $3,000.
A BMW can't be more expensive than his car? He never dreamed that a BMW belonging to his family could one day be parked in his own dam. He's happy today. Lu Hongmei was happy too though, but it always felt like there was a lump in my heart that I couldn't get past. He still didn't think the talk of inheriting the old man's property was plausible, and it was more like his son was on the side of a rich woman. What to do? The heart is anxious. Young Shaw parked his car, opened the back box, take out the big bag inside. Seeing this, Yang Zhengjun rushed up to help, at the same time, shouting at his wife, Hongmei, what are you waiting for? Come and help with the stuff. Ah, oh, good.
Lu Hongmei returned absent-mindedly. Yang Zhengjun did not think it was because she was shocked by the BMW that her son drove back. Yang Zhengjun placed the last packet on the table before saying, just come back.
Why did you buy so many things? Just bought a little bit randomly. Yang Xiao laughed. Whatever, the table can't even be set. I wonder how much it cost. Yang Zhengjun smiled and said, wash your hands and get ready to eat. Good. A family of 3 gets together for a rare meal. The meal was extraordinarily flavorful. Had lunch. After packing up, sitting in the parsonage, Yang Xiao took out the Rolex watch and handed it to Yang Zhengjun. Dad, this watch is for you. For me? Yang Zhengjun carefully received the watch with both hands, lest it fall on the ground. Looking at the shiny Rolex, thought something looked familiar. It's like I've seen it somewhere before. Looking sideways at his son, he inquired, how much is the watch? Not expensive. Not expensive is how much? Well, it's only a few $1,000s. After thinking about it, Yang Xiao still decided not to tell the truth. If his dad knew the watch was worth over $300,000, you'll be scolded to death. Spara thought. Yang Zhengjun still thinks it's a bit expensive, but a piece of my son's mind. He couldn't say much. Yang Xiao took out another piece of jewelry and handed it to Lu Hongmei. Mom, look at this necklace to see if it looks good. It's what Xiao Wei picked for you. Vivian? Who is it? Lu Hongmei frowned and didn't reach for it. Instead, he frowned and asked, tell me honestly, son, have you been evening a rich woman? Or have you been adopted? What? Yang Zhao's eyes widened. And at this moment others were directly confused. What the hell? Didn't I explain everything? Chapter 66, the Gossip Association comes to the door, seeking recommendations, seeking favorites. Looking at his old mom with a furrowed brow and a serious look on her face, Yang Xiao laughed bitterly. He only had to pull up the deposit balance of the Huaxia Minsheng Bank on his cell phone. Here, see for yourselves. Lu Hongmei will pick up the cell phone. Yang Zhengjun also came over. The two gazed at their cell phone screens. Next, the two men froze outright. After half a minute, Yang Zhengjun muttered and counted. 1 0, 2 zeros, 3 zeros, 11 zeros. How much is this? Hundreds of billions. How many hogs must be sold? How many wagons of coal must be sold to get this much money? The two couples could no longer put into words how they felt at the moment. It's so shocking. Yang Xiao said. Now you guys should believe that I didn't have a rich woman on my side. Mr. and Mrs. Yang Zhengjun nodded. You don't need a rich woman for that. Much richer than a rich woman. However, Lu Hongmei still felt there was incredulity. So much money, and the old man just gave it to his son for nothing? Just then, a few stray footsteps came through the door. Yang Zhengjun twisted his head. Only a few women stood in the dam, looking horrified, and enviously at the white BMW. Wang Hoha turned her head and asked, Zhengjun, this car belongs to your family? Parked in my dam. If it's not my family's, whose else could it be? Lu Hongmei was a little amused. If you want information, just say so. What are you talking about? Wang Hoha several people, but the village is famous gossip women. There's nothing in the village that's going to make a difference. By that afternoon, it would be spread throughout the village by the girls. It's faster than a cell phone tweet. 2 days ago, the rumor in the group is that his son is with a rich woman. They're the ones who make the most noise. At this moment, it was naturally impossible for her to give them a good face. Wang Hohat gave a sarcastic laugh. All come inside and sit down. Why are you standing? Yang Zhengjun knew the purpose of their coming. But, people are at the gate. It doesn't seem logical not to let people come in and sit down. A few people came here to get information. Was worried about finding an excuse to get in. Who knew that Yang Zhengjun would extend an invitation? How could they let it go? But they can't be seen as too idle. I still have pig food cooking on the stove, so I won't sit down. Lu Guixian's mouth said no, but her body was honest as she walked toward the house. So did a few others. Just sit down for a while. I have to hit the hogweed later. Me too. Still have to go to the open field. Hey, let's sit down then. Just for a little while. After entering the house, a line of 4 women, looking around. Soon, eyes locked on the large table in the hall. Just see all kinds of upscale packaging. Just the characters on the package. None of them were recognizable to them. Lu Guixiang's face was full of smiles as she swept a glance at Yang Xiao and said, the eldest nephew has grown so big? Yeah, they're all in their 20s. Yang Zhengjun poured a few cups of water for a few people before he returned. The others didn't speak up. Lu Guixiang continued to ask, what kind of work is it? Yang Zhengjun didn't know how to answer. Lu Hongmei's eyes were even more on the verge of spitting fire. My own son just arrived home. And this bunch of octogenarians came to the door to poke around. What a peace of mind. She knew it well. Just as he was about to open his mouth to blast someone, Yang Xiao coughed lightly, as if to say that he had a way to deal with it. With that, Yang Xiao looked at Lu Guixiang. I'm not working for the time being. I'm partnering with a friend to do some business. Can you make money? Lu Guixiang deflated. It's okay. Wang Hohat saw that Yang Xiao was secretive about this piece, knowing that digging any further would not be fruitful. Before Lu Guixiang could ask a question, she hurriedly picked up the conversation. When I was first married to the village, you were just learning to walk, and before you knew it, you were getting married. Then, suddenly the words changed. Your girlfriend must be very pretty. It's quite pretty. Yang Xiao nodded. You've got a bit of a problem. Where's your girlfriend from? The main city. Then her family must be very rich. Upon hearing that it was from the main city, Wang Hohat immediately asked the question she wanted to know the answer to the most. A few of my peers, also looking at Yang Xiao with immense anticipation. Yang Xiao said breathlessly, it's quite rich. That's also true. Lu Wei followed him later. The value of the body has naturally risen. But, that didn't sound so good to Wang Hohat. Holy shit. He's literally on the wrong side of a rich woman. Eating soft food. No way. I'll have to ask around and find out how much he has in savings. If more. Let's see if there's a chance to poach them and introduce them to my niece. As the fat doesn't flow to the outside world, Wang Hohat asked as if she was talking about her family. You've been working for so many years. You must have a lot of savings. Have you bought a house in the city? Yang Xiao raised his eyebrows. What exactly do you mean? Are we done yet? What's wrong with that? Checking the family register? Seeing that Yang Xiao was not too willing to talk, Lu Guixiang busily said, we'll just ask casually. It's fine if you don't want to talk. The agitators are all over it. Yang Xiao didn't bother to keep pulling. Don't you guys want to know? Meet you guys. So, he waved his hand with an indifferent look. I bought 2 buildings a month ago, worth $200 to $300 million, said the cloud. Extremely pretentious. Oh, bought 2 suites. So what else? 2 buildings? Wang Hohat's eyes widened at once. Lu Guixiang also gulped. The price is worth 2 or 300 million? Several people suspected they had heard wrong. A rich woman so willing to spend money for him? It can't be. They don't even dare to act like that on TV. That's right. Young Shaw blurted out. Received an affirmative response. A few people were half expecting it. Village. Anyone who has saved $200,000 or $300,000. Definitely a big family. Young Shaw took $200 or $300 million to buy a house. What's the concept? Yesterday she heard from Chun Changpeng. He bought a suite in the main city for over $1 million. Or the suburbs. How many houses must he have in these 2 buildings? They did some secret math. $1 million for 1 suite. 10 suites is $10 million. That's only 100 million for 100 sets. Doesn't that mean he has 200 or 300 suites? Hiss. A few people couldn't help but suck in a cool breath. However, they are also very good at consoling themselves with the thought that this is money from a rich woman. It's no big deal. Wang Hohat even opened her mouth and said sourly, young people still have to rely on their own efforts. Relying on women does not last long. Cinnamon is right. A man should make a career on his own. Where is the hiding behind a woman and not exerting himself? How long can a woman's exertion alone last? Move while you're young, or you'll easily regret it when you're old. The more a few people talked, the more energized they became. Lu Hongmei tried to blast people several times. They were all stopped by Yang Jingjun. Yang Xiao swept a glance at Wang Hohat and the others. Faintly, he said, I earned all the money penny by penny, not from any rich woman. And I don't think there's any rich woman who would be willing to spend so much money to support a youngster. Indeed, the ones that give millions are estimated to be there. Tens of millions maybe. But, hundreds of millions and hundreds of millions to give. I'm afraid a rich woman can't afford it. Wang Hohat's few people sniffed and knew that their purpose had been recognized. It's not good to be cheeky and keep sitting down. He could only smile awkwardly and excused himself as having something to do at home, and fled as if he had left the Yang family home. Chapter 67, Going to the Door for Help, Seeking Recommendations, Seeking Favorites. That afternoon, Young Shaw threw away $200 million to $300 million on a house, and it spread through the village. Sure, Chen Changpeng also heard about it. His father, Chen Jigong, asked, Dao Peng, aren't you and Yang Xiao friends? Is he really that capable? It doesn't cost anything to brag. And I even said I'm the #1 richest man in Yu City. Chen Changpeng snorted. Key, am I? Chen Jigong understood in a second. You mean, he's bragging? Or do you think he can really afford it? But Wang Hohat swore that he bought a BMW. Can't the BMW be a rental? Chen Changpeng looked like I know everything and no one can fool me. Chen Jigong nodded with an expression that looked like that. Chen Changpeng felt a little funny. Are you stupid, Yang Xiao? Bragging should also pursue practical awe. You spend 200 to 300 million to buy 2 buildings. Why don't you go to heaven? In the meantime, Young Shaw's family had dinner. Idle. The family took a stroll around the citrus groves. Young Shaw discovers changes in his hometown. It's still very big. It just puzzles him how no one is picking citrus this year from the fruitful fruit trees. Past years now,
The orchard. There were cannery workers coming in early to pick the fruit. Not this year for some reason.
It wasn't his concern. The three of them until darkness fell.
Only then did he slowly make his way back. Yang Xiao saw two people standing in his own dam from a long distance away. After approaching a bit closer,
it was found to be Yang Zhengjuan's former cannery colleague. Yang Xiao touched Yang Zhengjuan's arm. Dad, those two people seem to be here for you. Who's looking for me?
Yang Zhengjun sniffed and looked in the direction his son was pointing.
Sure enough, there were two of them.
It's just too dark.
Didn't recognize who it really was. Old Young. It's me.
Old Shui.
Shui Chang,
the accountant of the cannery, was all smiles. Then he pointed to the man beside him and laughed.
I came with Mr. Who from the cannery.
Yang Zhengjun asked with some curiosity.
Boss Who?
Accountant Shui. Why are you guys free to come to my place? He had resigned from the cannery last year for health reasons.
Did you invite me back? No way. It's not like I'm a techie. Shui Chang hemmed and hawed. Isn't this the Lunar New Year festival coming up? Boss Who brought me here to visit the old employees in the factory.
Yang Zhengjun hurriedly opened the door to the room.
Quickly sit in the house. Sit in the house. That's fine.
We'll just sit for a while longer.
Old Shui. Move the stuff inside. Hu Lei said smilingly. No problem. Shui Chang nodded and carried all the things at the entrance into the house and placed them in the corner.
Yang Zhengjun asked.
This thing is?
A little sympathy.
Hu Lei casually said.
Yang Zhengjun hurriedly said.
Boss Who?
Accountant Shui. I've left my job for more than a year.
I can't accept this. Didn't read much though. No credit is due. This is a truth he still understands. Besides, it has always been the employees' subordinates who give gifts to the leaders. Leaders giving gifts to subordinates?
Or a subordinate who has been out of the service for a long time.
How to watch?
None of it seems like unusual condolences.
Hu Lei was serious and said, why not?
You used to be the technical backbone of our factory. Although you have already left the company,
you cannot wear out the outstanding contribution you made for the factory.
Lu Hongmei sniffed, but she frowned. But she knew that Lao Yang had been a good boy in the factory back then.
Didn't even get an outstanding employee for a year. When have you made an outstanding contribution to the cannery?
Shui Qing followed suit and advised. Yes, this is a small token of the factory's appreciation. Just accept it.
But, Yang Zhengjun still wanted to refuse.
Hu Lei pretended to be unhappy and said,
if you don't accept it, then you don't welcome us? That's a hatchet job.
Yang Zhengjun had no choice but to nod his head and agree to take it.
Only, he still doesn't get it. What's wrong with Lao Shui and Hu Lei today? Why are you giving yourself a gift?
He had doubts in his mind. Greeting Lu Hongmei poured tea for Shui Chang
and Hu Lei.
The two men thanked him with smiles on their faces. This made Lu Hongmei more and more puzzled. Shui Chang and Hu Lei were at least the town's popular figures.
How come I saw Lao Yang today? There is a sense of urgency that subordinates come to pay tribute to their leaders. Could it be an illusion? Even Young Sha,
who wasn't too familiar with them, a hint of an unusual flavor was also detected.
Generally speaking, even if it's a leader coming down to sympathize with an old employee who retired and left, it's not supposed to look like this either. Why does it look like you're coming to the door to ask for a favor? The three of them had a chatting about why the sudden condolences to the older employees. Shui Chang sighed. Hey, the cannery is going out of business, and along with the fruit on the fruit trees in the orchard, no one wants them. Today's canned goods. It's more about selling sentiment and selling meetings. Want to make a big sale like in the last century? That's undoubtedly a dream. As a result, many small canneries went out of business one after another.
Only the leading companies remain.
But they don't just do canning either, and do the rest.
That's one of the reasons they haven't gone out of business.
It's okay for the cannery to go out of business. It's just, Hu Lei wanted to say something.
Yang Zhengjun busily asked.
Boss Who?
Just what? Hu Lei and Shui Chang exchanged glances. The look was slightly despondent. It's just that there are still a good 100 or so people whose wages can't be paid. And it's a bit hard on the heart to cause so many people in the village to lose their jobs and have to go out to work. The cannery was founded by Hu Lei more than 10 years ago. It has solved a number of employment problems in the village, now facing closure. Factory workers also lost their jobs, became jobless.
Yang Zhengjun asked, then the sale of this mountain full of fruits won't save the factory? We want to sell it, but there's no outlet.
Shui Qing shook his head helplessly. The fruit used to be self-sufficient. It was never considered for sale to the public.
Naturally, there are no channels. Now that the fruit is ripe, you want to export it? It's already too late.
Boss Who also sighed heavily.
Yang Zhengjun proposed.
Go to the county to find those big supermarkets.
Can sell a little is a little. We looked for it ages ago. Those big supermarkets don't take it.
Shui Qing said helplessly.
Hu Lei also said. The main city's fruit market is collected, but the price pressure is really too low. Not only do not make money,
but also reverse loss.
No supermarket in the county wants it. The main city is too far away again. You can't scratch with a low price. No one wants it at a high price. After a while, Shui Chang swept a glance at Yang Xiao. Looking at Yang Zhengjun again, he said, no one wants to leave their hometown and go out to work. Don't you think so, old Yang? This is natural. Yang Zhengjun nodded. Yang Xiao acted as if nothing had happened. The heart was in doubt. They don't want Dad to convince himself to vote for them, do they? The possibilities are great. Hu Lei also said, Lao Yang, now only you can help our factory. Shui Chang also chimed in. Yes, we want to change the cannery into a beverage company. Now it's just but lack of technology and lack of capital. Chapter 68 Prosecuting Buyalian, Seeking Favorites. Seeking recommendations? What does it have to do with me? Yang Zhengjun felt a bit puzzled. I don't have any money. Tu has no skills. How can I help? Aren't you guys overestimating me? Shui Chang said. Didn't your son do business in the city and buy 2 sweets with all the money he made? It was just as Yang Xiao expected. Let him help pitch in some. Not much. 5 million is enough. Hu Lei was all smiles. 5 million isn't much? What about the robbery? Yang Zhengjun's head shook like a rattledrum. No. Although my son is rich, but he can't invest recklessly. Lu Hongmei also said indignantly. The cannery is about to close down. Letting my son invest money. Isn't that throwing money into the water? Seeing as how it doesn't move 2 couples, Shui Chang and Hu Lei exchanged a look. Decide to move the goalposts. Hu Lei took the lead in speaking to Yang Xiao. Little Yang, you've been fighting outside for many years, so I'm sure you also know the pain of being uprooted from your hometown. Saying that, Hu Lei sighed heavily. Those employees in the cannery are all getting older and are no longer fit to go out. Yeah, it's better to be at home. Shui Chang also chimed in at the right time. Today's plan. Playing the emotional card is their last resort. If it still doesn't work, then we'll have to sell the cannery equipment and pay off the employees. Listen to this. Yang Zhengjun sighed and silently lit a cigarette. There are not many people in the village. It's all very familiar. If they all went out to work, then the village is really unpopular. It's just a slump in canned goods sales. It's the same for anyone. It's impossible to save the tide. Hu Lei spoke again. Xiao Yang, can you help uncle? Yenshaw didn't rush to reply. He was thinking about the pros and cons. It was supposed to come back this time. Prepare to pick up your parents to enjoy the city. But in the afternoon, the parents made it clear that they did not want to live in the city for the time being. Would like to continue to farm and play here. He knows. In fact, the parents could not leave the land where they had lived for decades. That's what the majority of rural seniors think. If it is not for children with children, who would want to leave home? What about going to live in a town where you don't know anyone? Young Shaw felt that this was an opportunity. Someone could be found to run this cannery properly. Keep him open. Getting parents involved without having to wind up gardening every day. Son, no, you can't invest this money. Lu Hongmei hurriedly stopped it. Blame it on Wang Hohat's bitches. If it weren't for them, it is not so widely known that the son has money. The moment. She couldn't wait to greet their whole family. After deep thought, Yang Xiao looked at Hu Lei and said solemnly, I can help you guys, but on one condition. What conditions? Hu Lei's eyes lit up. I'm not investing. Ha, I want a full buyout. That means I want to buy it. Hu Lei was overjoyed. Really? Accountant Xue sniffed and pulled out his ears. Thought I heard wrong. That's a hot potato. Someone else is actually willing to take it over? Yang Xiao said. That's of course. If you're willing to do so, find someone to account for how much the assets are worth, and I'll find someone to prepare for it and complete the acquisition as soon as possible. Alright, we'll go back and prepare right away. Hu Lei was overjoyed. When they're gone, Lu Hongmei was puzzled and asked, Son, why did you acquire a broken canning factory that basically went bankrupt? You're too young and impulsive. Yang Zhengjun also lamented. In this case, Lao Yang, let's go after them and tell accountant Xuan Bosu that our son is drunk and talking nonsense. Yeah, go. With that, the 2 men got up and prepared to chase them out. At this time, Yang Xiao pulled the 2 said, Mom and Dad, I didn't mess around. In fact, I want to. Afterwards, Yang Xiao spoke out his thoughts. After hearing this, Yang Zhengjun shook his head repeatedly. No. Where am I the material to be a boss? Let him farm, or work as a laborer. Whatever. Being the boss? It's torture for him. Lu Hongmei agreed. Your father is right. He can't read a few words. How can he be the boss? They've always thought. The boss is supposed to know everything. How else can you be a boss? Yang Xiao laughed. The boss and not anything are their own personal. You just need to assign things to the precincts. They have to supervise it. Saying that, Yang Xiao added, besides, I'll hire a professional manager to help you manage it together. The 2 men still felt unsettled.
Yang Xiao could not help but say, anyway, whether you agree or not, I will buy this cannery. When the time comes, if you don't want to, then the money will be lost. There's no way around it. That's not going to work. Lu Hongmei was the first to object. Silver thrown away for nothing. Isn't that a shame? Yang Jingjun was also heartbroken. Subsequently, the family discussed it again. Mr. and Mrs. Yang Jingjun finally agreed to their son's proposal. Young Shaw strikes while the iron is hot. Contact Wei Zhang immediately. As soon as the phone was connected, Yang Xiao directly said, Lawyer Zhang, help arrange a person on your side. Come to Red Leaf County. I have an acquisition matter that needs assistance. No problem. I'll have her leave early tomorrow morning. Zhang Wei nodded. Good. Just about to hang up. Yang Xiao snapped to attention and hurriedly asked, Right, Counselor Zhang. Is there any new progress on the prosecution? Zhang Wei laughed and said, Don't worry, General Manager Yang. The preliminary procedures for prosecuting Bu Yalian have already been completed, and the summons is estimated to have been served. Good. Please take more trouble on your side. At this, Yang Xiao was satisfied. She doesn't pay back. Just be sure to send her to jail. Zhang Wei said, I should. Just hung up. Lin Xian's call came in again. Yang Xiao picked up the phone and asked, What's the matter? Lin Xian was silent for a few seconds before she said, Mr. Yang, the restaurant's Chinese cuisine chef has suddenly left. According to the labor contract, he left his job. Party A must be informed in advance. Otherwise, a breach of contract is suspected. Why did you even leave your job all of a sudden? Young Shaw asked. No advance greeting? No, but it's a good thing no one else was taken. Otherwise, today would have been trouble. There's really no spirit of contract. Mr. Yang, I've already asked the legal affairs to start preparing to pursue him for breach of contract. Yang Xiao thought about it and said, Good. Anything else? The chef of the Western kitchen is also applying to leave. There was a pause before Lin Xian said. At those words, Yang Xiao frowned. How come they all concentrate on leaving in these days? Could it be that Yu Chao is behind this? But he clearly remembers the end of December. He would have already flown to Rice. Or is it all just a coincidence? Yang Xiao shook his head and said, Recruit one as soon as possible, and the salary can be doubled. But those who left don't want to come back. Okay, Mr. Young. Hang up. Young Shaw rubbed his brow. Being so rich myself, can't you be a rich man? Had to buy it to worry about it. $3 trillion. Enough for him to forget all his troubles and splurge for the rest of his life. The premise is not to gamble. Chapter 69. Really changed people's mindset to collapse. Always saying I mess with colors. I'm also drunk. Chapter 69. Little Duzzy was caught, seeking recommendations. Seeking favorites. Great Peaks Group. Penthouse. How did things go? Ma Dafeng had a cigarette dangling from his mouth, holding Mimi in his arms, and his hands hadn't been idle, completely disregarding the feelings of Ma Yufeng in front of him. No wonder she said that Ma Dafeng had taught such a good disciple as Tu Ding. Ma Yufeng glared at Mimi before saying, It's already been arranged. Very good. Ma Dafeng nodded. The middle finger is moving big time. Then, adding, the money for that chef must be transferred to several more accounts before it is transferred to his account. I know you know. I just wanted to remind you. You know I know. So why remind? It's superfluous. Forget it. You go out. I still have things. Ma Dafeng waved his hand and gave an expulsion order. You're in such a hurry to get rid of me? Impatient? Ma Yufeng raised her eyebrows and questioned without a care in the world. Is this where you guys are operating? There's a way for you to talk like that? At those words, Ma Dafeng's blood pressure rose. Seeing that she had achieved her goal, Ma Yufeng immediately said, Come on, since I think I'm disturbing you guys, can't I just leave? With that, he left with a smile on his face. The other day it was sappy, and today, it's almost like a different person. It made Ma Dafeng incomparably furious. When she's gone, first time, be faster. Ma Dafeng didn't bother to unlock the door. Straight to Hootenanny Haiti with Mimi. A few minutes later, once again, Ma Dafeng had a cigar in his mouth, enjoying sage time. Honey cleaned up the mess. Ma Dafeng patted fearful Mimi's head. You're still the most understanding, knowing what's needed of me. With that, he sighed again. The boy is also getting out of hand. Shouldn't you give me a reward then? Honey tilted her head and winked. Ma Dafeng laughed. Ha ha ha. Reward. It must be properly rewarded. Subsequently, 10,000 words were omitted. Across the road from the Yuzhou Hotel, there was a dilapidated tricycle parked. There were two people sitting in the car. One person was wearing a winter jacket. One was wearing a big raincoat. Both were wearing masks and sunglasses that hid their entire faces from view. One of them removed his mask and wiped his nose before saying, Big brother, we all Squatted for three days. These two are exactly trying to trick young Shaw, only to be counter-deceived by Little Bean and Marvel. A few days ago, they found out that young Shaw is the owner of this hotel, purposefully squatting here for days on end, just trying to wait him out, then rush up and give him a thunderous blow as revenge. However, they've been squatting here for 3 days. No one was seen at all. A murderous aura came out of Maoi's eyes. A flash of light. Turning his head to Little Bean, he said impatiently, "What's the panic about? I'm freezing. Cold? My nose is freezing off." Manhwa took a look and said breathlessly, "Aren't you wearing a cold suit?" "Big brother, I'm wearing a raincoat." "You're the one wearing a cold weather suit," Little Bean returned in an ungraceful manner. "Convinced you're an old six? Can't tell the difference between a raincoat and a rash guard?" The moment. He really wanted to rush into the police station and turn himself in. At the same time, also took the opportunity to report young Shaw. "What about trust between people? I'll transfer the money to you. You damn straight blackballed us. Counterfeiting connoisseur." When Manhwa heard this, his face sank. "How dare you say that? If it wasn't for you, not to mention the cold-proof clothes, the 18-line starlets would have been hugged." Little Bean was outright speechless. "Blame me?" He just couldn't top it. "Stand up." Stomping his foot, I'm going to the bathroom." Going to the bathroom is fake. Wanting to get out of the cold is the real deal. "Okay, go and come back quickly," Manhwa said casually. There was no fear that he would take advantage of the opportunity to slip away. Little Bean headed straight for the public restroom. Dance as you go, trying to dispel the chill from his body in this way. Hiding in the toilet cubicle, Little Bean smoked a cigarette. It felt so much warmer all over. After a few moments, couldn't help but spit out, "Grass, you're not good at scamming yourself and you're blaming me." In this moment, he was completely unaware. Next to his cubicle, just squatting a cop. Of course, this cop never dreamed that he could meet a fraudster just by coming to a public restroom to take a dump. Too lucky. With that, Silent pulled out his cell phone and sent a message to his nearest colleague. Then, he gently lifted up his pants and walked out. Over here, Little Dizzy came out after going to the restroom and saw 2 policemen standing at the door. The heart was as cold as water. The sweat on his forehead. He couldn't stop it from falling. Heavenly spirit. The cops across the street couldn't see me in person. Clunk. The large tin garbage can around the corner was knocked to the ground by him. Crap Nima. Little Bean wanted to die. Hastily, he bent down to help. In the meantime, the 2 policemen saw this and looked at each other, pretending to help. "My friend, the wine is still not sober. Don't drink and drive. It's a serious offense." While talking, the 2 of them looked at the Little Bean's face. He didn't have his mask and sunglasses on at this moment. The real face was instantly recognized as a fugitive fraudster on the internet. The 2 exchanged a look. Strike at the same time. Clamped down on the left and right hands of the Little Bean. One of them said, "We suspect that you are suspected of several fraudulent criminal activities. Please come with us and cooperate with the investigation." I'm a law-abiding citizen. You can't do this to." Little Bean's heart sank. The first reaction was to try to argue. The policeman said, "Whether or not you're a law-abiding citizen, you don't get to say. After we investigate, if you're not, we can apologize to you." Okay. Knowing it was over, the Little Bean could only give up struggling. He thought of many endings. There were surrenders. There are negatives that get shot again. There were suicides. But it just never occurred to me that one day I would be caught in a public restroom. Could it be that one shouldn't vomit in the toilet? Is that what caused the public outrage? He was only half right. In the meantime, Manhwa didn't wait half a day for Little Doozy to come back from the toilet. One cannot help but be skeptical. Ready to come over and see if he's run away too. Just walked around the corner of the intersection. I saw Little Bean being held down on the ground by 2 policemen. It was a shock. Pull out your legs and run. That's if he gets caught. With his criminal history. Ironically, I'm going to jail. Driving a tricycle. Run for your life on the sidewalk. Manhwa was furious. Fuck that. It must have been the kid Yang Xiao who called the police. He knew we were squatting on him, so he deliberately called the police and had them waiting in the restroom to arrest Little Bean. "I'm going to break you into pieces." Losing his mind, turned the tricycle up to maximum horsepower. Suddenly, boo! The tricycle willed a figure scurrying out of the bushes, straight into the air. It fell heavily to the ground. P.S. It's hard. It's been blocked quite a bit again. Fuck. Obviously there is no color. I just can't figure out this review. Speechless. Chapter 70, An enemy's enemy is a friend, seeking favorites. Seeking recommendations? The sudden scene startled Manhwa. Where did this asshole come from? Grass. What a fucking bummer. Looking back, luckily the police didn't come after us and there was no one around. A slight sigh of relief. Without really relaxing, He was ready to start the tricycle again and make a quick getaway. I don't know if the car is too broken, or is it just really bad luck. No matter how he fires it up, the trike just won't start again. There is no way around it. He had no choice but to abandon the car and run. Chen Xianhui, who was knocked to the ground by him, lay on the ground grinning in pain. Crap. I'll pretend to be a beggar. Perform a begging. There's no need to punish me in this way. Is there? I should have known. He said nothing about coming to this street to beg. And fortunately, the tricycle wasn't going particularly fast and didn't injure him too badly. Just soft tissue contusions. But this situation. No blackmail. Reasonable to ask for a little medical expenses or anything. He is not going to get up easily. So, with a fuss, he howled in pain. Ouch. My leg bones and ribs are broken by you. I can't move. Just then, he felt a man run by him and turned his head. It's none other than Ma Wei, who was in a hit-and-run accident and ready to flee. At once, Chen Xianhui then became angry. Nima, is there any humanity left? Crash. Not thinking about saving lives in the first place. How dare you try to run away? Not caring about the pain of the skin rubbed on his body, he immediately got up and used all his strength to chase after him. While chasing, he shouted, "You want to run away after hitting someone? Do you have any humanity left?" Ma Wei, who was in front of him, sniffed and shouted without looking back. "Kid, I advise you not to mind your own business. Grass Nima, you bumped me off and you're still saying that I'm meddling in my own business?" Chen Xianhui was furious. Ma Wei's mind was slotted. "Nima, you're so good at chasing after being hit? Stop. I'm sorry, it's impossible to stop in this lifetime." Next, Chen Xianhui jumped straight up and tackled Ma Wei to the ground with a flying tackle. At the same time, looking up to the sky, he shouted, "Somebody, help! There's been a hit and run. It's cold." There was no one around. No one helped him. Ma Wei's whole body was bad. He thought that Chen Xianhui had already been hit by his own car, and lost his mobility, so he didn't pay attention to him. Never in a million years. I can't believe he chased himself for a few hundred meters and pounced on him. Anxious to escape, he immediately threatened in a low voice, "Grass mud horse, let go. If you don't let go, I'll get you killed." He still has to get revenge on young Shaw. In the safe at home, there were still quite a few bills waiting to be squandered. Can't get arrested. Chen Xianhui of course disagreed. Hit someone and still want to run? No way. You want to die, don't you? I'll fulfill you. Grass mud horse, who's afraid of who? In a flash, both sides exchanged punches and kicks. Between the two sides wrestling, a picture slipped out of Chen Xianhui's jacket pocket. Right side up, it landed in front of Ma Wei. Ma Wei saw the figure on the photo, and immediately, an uncontrollable anger in his chest rushed up to the sky. With a fierce force, he broke free of Chen Xianhui's restraints. A leg kick kicked by Chen Xianhui. Pick up the photo on the floor casually. Both eyes looked at Chen Xianhui as if they were spitting fire. Questioning, "Kid, honestly, what is your relationship with this man? Where is he?" "It's up to you." Chen Xianhui covered his stomach. The five senses twisted together. It looked agonizing. Marvel took a hobby knife out of his pocket. Killingly, he forced his way towards Chen Xianhui. "If you don't say it, I'll splatter my blood today." Crap, is this a game? Chen Xianhui shivered in fear and also realized that Ma Wei wasn't joking anymore. In a hurry, he said, "This guy is my enemy." "Yes, an enemy. Haters?" Ma Wei stopped and asked, "Really? 1,000 times true." Chen Xianhui nodded his head like garlic. Get an affirmative answer. Marvel's eyes lit up. The enemy of the enemy. That's a friend. Anger comes fast. Goes fast too. Ma Wei immediately put away his artisanal knife and smiled broadly. So they are allies. It was all a misunderstanding earlier. Allies? Misunderstanding? What do you mean? Chen Xianhui froze for a moment, then asked tentatively, "Could he also be your enemy?" "That's right." Marvel nodded. Another wary sweep before he said, "This is not the place to talk. Let's talk somewhere else." Chen Xianhui thought for a moment, but agreed. Led by Marvel, the two arrived outside an abandoned factory. Marvel said, "Come in with me and help with something." Little Bean was caught. Sooner or later, he or she will be confessed. He's going to change the nest. No going okay? Chen Xianhui did not know his true intentions and was a little timid. "I don't think you're trying to trick me into coming here. You want to kill me?" He hadn't seen this kind of drama on TV too often. Marvel saw that he had concerns. Then he said, "I won't lie to you. That grandson Yang Xiao cheated me out of $30,000. I must give him a deep memory. After all, it's the first time we've met." His own fraudulent identity, which he chose to conceal. Who knew to say it? Will the other side secretly call the police? When Chen Xianhui heard this, his mouth was open enough to put down a duck egg. Really? 30,000? He's a real criminal.
Ma Wei nodded.
His eyes flashed with resentment. 1,000 times true. Or else in this cold winter month, why did I go to the hotel door to squat him?
Chen Xianhui thought about it.
The Hearts guard was down.
Followed Ma Wei into the factory.
The two entered the factory and packed their things away from the place.
That afternoon, 4 or 5 police cars drove right in. Unfortunately, it pounced. Yunling village. I don't know who let the cat out of the bag.
The news that Yang Xiao was going to buy the cannery spread throughout the village the next morning.
Village heads and tails. It's being talked about everywhere. What do you say? Is Yang Zhengyuan's son serious? Or is he bragging? Nonsense. Of course it's bragging rights. You saw it? You didn't see it and you say people are bragging about it. It looks like you. Wang Laosan hurriedly interrupted. Seriously. I've inquired about the canning factory, and it's said to be worth at least $5 million. Which rich woman can give him so much money? Who am I going to ask if you ask me? Chen Jigong's son must know. Why don't we go and ask? Maybe. Go. $5 million. It's astronomical for them. Who would give up their money to someone they don't care about? Change them. Definitely wouldn't have done that to death.
So, a group of people came to Chen Jigong's house in company.
The Chan family. Wang Laosan and his group sat around the courtyard, staring at the Chen family's father and son. Cross your fingers and wait for the answer.
Chen Jigong barred his dry cigarette. His gaze shifted to his son.
Da Peng, what do you think about what they said? Chen Changpeng snorted. How does it look? Sit back and watch. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Wang Laosan had a plan. Da Peng, it can't be that he's a better mixer than you, right? Chapter 71 Signing Ceremony, Seeking Favorites. Seeking Recommendations? Chen Changpeng was already unhappy with Yang Xiao, his imaginary love rival back then. When these words came out, his face immediately sank, and he coldly grunted. He's just a courier. Who is he to compare with me? The crowd was stunned at the words. He's a courier? That's not what Wang Hohot and the others said. Who are we to believe? Who's right and who's wrong? Wang Laosan was the first to recover from the shock.
The eyes looked towards Chen Changpeng.
Confirming, he asked. Rock, are you sure he's a courier? Chen Changpeng sneered. That's for sure. Many of his classmates know about it, and I still have pictures here. He inquired.
But Yang Xiao is in a courier company delivery for several years.
Work photos have. How can this be fake? Wang Laosan and a few others took a look at the photo. Indeed it is Yang Xiao. This made a few people more and more puzzled. Sun Debao frowned. But, according to Boss Hu, he saw Yang Zhengjuan's home, an extra watch of several $100,000. Hu Lei Tang is a factory director. It's not a lie, is it? Spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on a watch is, in their opinion, utter lunacy. It's the loser. Unusual home. How can you possibly afford to spend that kind of money? There's this money. What's wrong with doing something?
Chen Changpeng sniffed and said with an air of having seen through everything long ago. You guys have just been harboring in the countryside for too long.
Wang Laosan asked. What does it mean? There are a lot of simulations on the internet, completely capable of being fake, with prices ranging from dozens to thousands. That's okay? That's for sure. Let's just wait and watch the show. Chen Changpeng was full of confidence. Borrowing from loan sharks, pawning a rich woman. It's all about him driving a trumpet into the village's WeChat. Rumors spread. For the sake of seeing Yang Xiao make a fool of himself. Scorned. Avenge the fact that the object of his desire back then did not like himself, but preferred Yang Xiao. The lawyer that Zhang Wei had arranged for arrived at Yunling village at noon the next day. As soon as she got off the bus, the first thing that the whole village gave her was that the environment of this village was really good. And the view is great. Of course, she was here on serious business, not on a trip. Meet Yang Xiao and be led by him to the cannery. The first thing she's going to do is review the transfer contracts for the cannery, as well as employee contracts and such, whether it is unreasonable or illegal. Looking at the piles of contracts, Huang Wenjing didn't mess up in the slightest. Calmly, he sat there, reviewing the contracts. In the course of one meal, she finished reviewing all the contracts. This shocked Hu Lei. If he had a lawyer from the factory, I'm afraid he would never finish the trial without an afternoon. What do you mean? Fucking professional? It's called professionalism. Huang Wenjing said to Yang Xiao. Mr. Yang, I've finished looking at everything. There's no problem. Good. Hard work. Yang Xiao nodded. Hu Lei's hanging heart. Finally, he could put it down and proposed. Mr. Yang, tomorrow morning, let's still have a signing ceremony. The moment. His address to Yang Xiao all changed from the original Xiao Yang to General Manager Yang. It's okay. After thinking about it, Yang Xiao still agreed. After he agreed, Hu Lei then began to open the signing ceremony. The news also spread through the village. there are fewer words of naysaying. The next day, 9 a.m. outside the cannery, there were almost a couple hundred people gathered. It's all to see what's going on. Sure, quite a few people came to see young Shaw's hilarity. Chen Chongpeng is among them. The moment.
With a smirk on his face, he was already calculating how he was going to make a few reasonable taunts when the payment failed later.
At this time, someone asked in a low voice, "Rock, this signing ceremony is about to start." Yang Shao is so calm. Will he be able to do it? The words didn't continue, but the meaning is still clear. Chen Chongpeng sniffed and sneered. "Don't worry guys, there's no problem with the signing ceremony." With that, the words suddenly changed. "But surely the payment for the acquisition will be in its original form. Just wait and see."
The final valuation of the cannery was $8,800,000.
So much money.
Enough to buy a couple of big houses in the main city.
He, young Shaw, is really rich. Why smash in a place like this? There's shit on the money?
They crossed their fingers.
10 o'clock in the morning. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the two parties completed the signing. Next, the highlights. Disbursements. Luckily, you don't have to run to the bank. Young Shaw took out his laptop directly and made the online transfer on his laptop. After completing the appropriate operation, Yang Shao pushed the computer to Hulei. "Boss Hu, please confirm the account and other information. If there's no problem, I'll transfer the money." Hulei sniffed, stared at the screen and checked. After confirming that there was no mistake, he said to Yang Shao, "Mr. Yang, no problem." Yang Shao nodded and tapped the keyboard again. "The money has been transferred. Please check and receive it, Boss Hu." Good. Upon hearing this, Hulei's mouth crooked with laughter. "Thought I was going to lose blood. I didn't realize that in the end, not only was the plant sold, even the upfront employee payroll, all without having to pay for it out of your own pocket. It's like pie in the sky." Excitedly, he pulled out his cell phone, went into online banking and checked $8,800,000 in pennies. Hulei smiled. "Thanks to Mr. Yang, the payment has arrived. From this moment today, you are the boss of the factory." This statement is undoubtedly proof of the success of the payment. For a time,
there was silence in Chen Chongpeng's direction.
Many people looked at him in disbelief. At this moment,
it was as if each of them had a big black question mark face on their heads.
"Didn't you say you couldn't afford it? What's going on here?" Chen Chongpeng's face was blue, his fists clenched, and he didn't say a word. 1 second you're sitting back and waiting to see someone else's joke with conviction. In a flash, and he himself became a joke. How ridiculous. He couldn't stay here for a second. Hurry up and turn around and get into the VW Passat. Defeated. Car.
The more Chen Chongpeng thought about it,
the more angry he became. $8,800,000. How can he have so much money as a courier? Is he really being kept by a rich woman? What makes him so lucky? He himself is more educated than him. The salary is higher than his. Everything is better than him. Why do all the pretty women like him? On what grounds? And so on.
He's obviously in debt to loan sharks.
So why is he suddenly rich? Will it be suspected of mobbing? It's possible. Thinking of this, Chen Chongpeng's eyes lit up, and at the same time, one more crazy idea came into his mind. What he thinks, young Shaw doesn't know, and not interested in knowing. After completing the signing, young Shaw then gathered those old employees. Tell them that the fruit from the citrus groves will continue to be processed and made into canned goods, as originally planned. Missing wages. It will also be distributed uniformly in the last few days. Plus, if you do a good job before Chinese New Year, you'll get an extra bonus. Hearing that not only are back wages to be paid, and bonus, at once, everyone was energized, ran off to the orchard that afternoon to pick citrus. Yang Shao also did not idle. He will cannery warehouse, picked some of the original finished canned goods. It was expedited and sent to Lin Xian. Tell her to get a hotel chef to develop a few new dishes based on the canned goods. Hotel sales and marketing in one fell swoop. Subsequently, he also wanted to convert this cannery into a beverage company. This needs to be taken one step at a time. There is no rush. Chapter 72, One Size Does Not Fit All, Seek Recommendations. Collections. Today is the 6th day that young Shaw has been back. Had breakfast. Was about to go out and buy a pack of cigarettes. Suddenly, I'm making money. Money. I don't even know how to spend it. The cell phone is ringing. Took it out and saw that Li Wanji was calling. Get on the phone. Li Wanji softly inquired. Mr. Yang, when are you coming back? Let's do it after the spring festival. Ha, how could you? How am I? Didn't you promise me that you would pose as my boyfriend and visit my parents? On the phone, Li Wanji was a bit lost. Crap, forgot. Yang Shao hurriedly said. I'm sorry. There are too many things lately. I've forgotten. Saying that, Yang Shao asked again.
When is your father's surgery scheduled? The 20th of this month.
Okay then, how about I promise to stop by before the 15th?
Then you mustn't forget.
Or, Li Wanji reminded. You have to forget. Where am I going to find another temp? Yang Xiao packaged his ticket and said, don't worry, the first time I come back, I'll come over to finish the mission. Obviously the boss
actually promised their own employees at some point in time
completion of a task. Why does that sound weird? Okay, thank you. Mua. On the phone, Li Wanji gave a kiss to the phone and quickly hung up.
This made Yin Xiao freeze.
Crap, how dare this Nimrod molest the boss? And so on.
She's not really falling for my amazing face,
is she? I'm a fucking charmer. In the meantime, hospitals. In the women's bathroom of the hospitalization department,
Fang Mei frowned at her daughter.
Xiaowan, what are you doing? Sneaking around? Yes? Li Wanji forced herself to calmly drive. I'm calling Yang Xiao. Really? When?
Of course it's true.
Xiao Yang is your father's savior. You can't cuckold him without being married, Fang Mei lectured.
As soon as the words left his mouth, he hastened to add,
even less after marriage. If I find out, I'll break your legs. Mom, what kind of nonsense are you thinking about?
Li Wanji was directly speechless.
What the hell? All I did was make a phone call. How did I get into cuckolding someone? Even if you wear it, it won't be for him. Nope, that's not the kind of person I am. Go and get your father his food, Fang Mei said.
She had just entered the restroom when she saw her daughter on the phone.
Still secretive. Seeing herself coming. Just hurry up and hang up.
No wonder there was such skepticism.
And Li Wanji did kiss into the phone because she saw Fang Mei, and hang up quickly.
But she also didn't expect that it would be because of this operation that Fang Mei would misunderstand that she was going to cuckold Yang Xiao.
It was also a bit of a bummer. Yang Xiao is really a man sitting in the village. Hat from heaven ah. Of course, it's something he doesn't know about. Facing Li Wanji's last sudden bit,
Yang Xiao shook his head somewhat helplessly.
Then, towards a kiosk not far away, he heard,
the store is owned by people who moved here from out of state.
Open here. Pretty handy. Ding dong. Welcome. Young Xiao just entered the house. The automatic bell on the door rang. An older man of 50 or 60, wrapped in a quilt, came out of the inner room. Young man, what do you want to buy? Is it that cold?
Yang Xiao swept a glance at the dusty shelves and said,
have a pack of huazi. Want it thick or thin? Eddie May asked. Rough. Yan Xiao said. Men are meant to smoke thick. Fine no. Huazi has, in the last few years,
followed the trend and made thin cigarettes. Eddie May did not attend the signing ceremony of the cannery,
so he did not recognize Yang Xiao.
He bent down and took a pack of cigarettes from the cabinet underneath and handed them to Yang Xiao,
and laughed. A man should come thick and fast. Yang Xiao didn't know if he meant it, or if he really thought that men should smoke rough cigarettes. He pulled out $100 bill and placed it on the glass case and just smiled without making a comment. Eddie May took the money and turned to the money box in the back to look for it. When the average person receives a $100 bill, how can they not pick it up and see if it's real? He's good. He doesn't even look at it. Just turn around and look for the money. Is it really that cold? Eddie May turned around, clutching the money box with one hand and grabbing the covers with the other. To Yang Xiao, he said, little brother, this $100 one of yours seems to be fake. Please change it. Fake? Yang Xiao froze and didn't reach out to take the money, but questioned. When I gave it to you, why didn't you say it was fake? I just found out too. And how am I to know if the money was or wasn't dropped by you when you turned around? When Eddie May heard this, he became agitated at once. Little brother, rice can be eaten indiscriminately, but words can't be spoken indiscriminately. I am an honest person. With that, Eddie May handed the money box to Yang Xiao. In this money box of mine, there's not a single $100 bill. So how can I switch? Young Xiao looked toward the money box. Sure enough, there were only a few $10 and $20 bills in there, and some change. I'm afraid it doesn't add up to $200 altogether. But Yang Xiao still found something wrong. From the outside of the metal box, the height starts at 40 centimeters. From the inside, the height is just under 20 centimeters. It should be laminated. He had seen videos online that were exposing some unscrupulous merchants that were utilizing the money box sandwich, deceive some consumers. Tried and true. Yang Xiao flashed a flash of light at the bottom of his eyes and said, don't say. Your iron box is quite good looking. I'll give you $200. How about selling this box to me? To buy a money box? Crazy. Eddie May also knows his own family. The money box, not to mention 500. He wouldn't sell it for 1,000. But, Eddie May still pretended to hesitate for a while before saying, little brother, don't say you're laughing. This broken money box is not worth anything. How about this? The cigarettes are for you. I don't charge. With that, he reached for the box. At this time,
Yang Xiao reached out and pressed the money box. One size fits all. I'll pay for the cigarettes. This iron box. I like it too. It's for my money. I can't sell it to you if you like it. Eddie May's head shook like a rattle. Sick. Had to stare at this metal box. What does he see? No way. I did it seamlessly. There's no way he could have seen through it. Who knew that young Shaw wasn't going to stop there? Instead, he said in a cold voice, if 200 doesn't work, I'll add another 200. Eddie May suddenly sank his face and said viciously, say it again. I'm not selling the box. If you mess around again, be careful I'm not polite. I'm a nuisance? Yang Xiao instantly laughed. In that case, why don't we call the police? As soon as Eddie Mui heard that he was going to call the police, a strand of panic flashed in his eyes. Hurriedly, he said, Don't. Little brother. I'm wrong. How many times? The first time. Really? Chapter 73, Don't Call Me Boss, Seeking Favorites, Seeking Recommendations? Yang Xiao coldly said, I saw how skillfully you changed money just now. It definitely can't be your first time. The lie is punctured. Eddie May's old face reddened, his expression awkward with a hint of helplessness. Actually, this is the second time I've done this. No third time? Young Shaw asked rhetorically. Eddie Mui shook his head. Then he spoke. 2 nights ago, a young man in a small car came to buy a 900 tenchi at my place, but threw me $1,000. Eddie May told the truth about that day. Here's the thing. That said, he deserved his bad luck that day. The bulb is out. He was lighting a candle and couldn't see very well. However, he saw that the other party came in a small car and very ostentatiously threw down the money and left. He counted 1,000. Thought the other guy had miscounted. Just didn't say anything. And secretly afterwards, another $100 of private money. Ben thought he took advantage. Who knew that in the end? It was he who lost money. Just because of this, he's been scolded by his wife for 2 days straight. The moment. He couldn't wait to eat that man alive. Young Shaw was speechless. Who's to blame for your own carelessness? And again, if you get screwed, screw someone else. It's so unethical. Just then, ding dong, welcome. The automatic doorbell rang again. A small child walked in. As soon as the little child entered the door, he warily said, the old boss, the money you found me in the morning is fake. Young Shaw heard this. At once, the anger just wouldn't go away. Yang Xiao slammed the glass counter. You're too virtuous. You even cheated a child. Eddie made me 6 times, but couldn't come up with a complete sentence. He was intimidated by Yang Xiao's aura. And again, he's got something on Young Shaw. Don't dare talk too much. Give me the fake coins. Yang Xiao took the fake coins in the child's hand, changed another real one at the money box and gave it to him. The little kid took the money. Happily, he rushed at Yang Xiao and said, thank you, brother. Then, with a skip and a jump, I went home. Yang Xiao glanced at Eddie May. Destroy all the fake coins immediately. The next time, I'll send you directly to the police station. No, don't dare. Eddie May waved his hands in succession. Yang Xiao nodded with satisfaction, picked up the wazoo on the glass cabinet, ready to open and smoke one. Eddie May hurriedly grabbed it and said, little brother, this cigarette. What's the matter? I gave money and I'm still not allowed to take it away? Yang Xiao coldly said. Eddie May hurriedly denied. No. This pack of cigarettes I put underneath. Affected by moisture. Damp? Yang Xiao swept a glance. The room floor tiles. Dry. Not at all damp. How can be damp? There's only one possibility. That means he's lying. Thinking of this, Yang Xiao's eyes narrowed and said in a cold voice, this cigarette is fake, right? How can that be? I won't do anything illegal. Eddie May denied it in a hurry. In fact, the cigarettes on the shelf behind him are the real thing. It's sitting in the cabinet below. It's all fake cigarettes. He was also looking at Yang Xiao's face, thinking that he might also be passing through, with the idea that one pit is one. Desperate. Not only did they try to screw him out of money, but even the cigarettes were fake. Hurry up and change my bag for real, Yang Xiao urged. Eddie May hurriedly took a new pack from the shelf and handed it to Yang Xiao. After looking at Yang Xiao walking away, it was only then that he breathed a sigh of relief. Shit, what a fucking bummer. Young Shaw was almost home, took out his cell phone and dialed the alarm. Hello, I want to call the police. There are sales of fake cigarettes and the use of counterfeit money in No. 89 Yunling Village, Coal Mine Township, Red Leaf County. Hang up. Yang Xiao was in a good mood, and after the matter was over, he went away and hid his work and named deeply. It's a good feeling to do the people a favor. Evening. He then listened to the village. Eddie Mui was arrested. Others flirted with the group, said he shouldn't have taken the name,
and that the man, as his name suggests, has really had bad luck. Had dinner.
Yang Xiao told his parents about his intention to return to the city, only he didn't dare to say that he was pretending to be someone else's boyfriend.
Otherwise, there's a real chance of getting punched in the face.
Yang Zhengjun and Lu Hongmei were silent for a moment, but still agreed.
Career comes first. 2 more days at home. Yang Zhao's BMW X9 stayed at home. Take the high-speed train back to the city yourself. In addition, $1 million was transferred to Yang Zhengjun. Originally he wanted to spend more.
It was rejected by Lu Hongmei. She said she was afraid his dad would suddenly have too much money.
Can't hold myself. That's all I can give for now. And he doesn't know how to turn people down.
If people knew he had $5 million, there might be a long line outside his house the next day,
waiting to borrow money. Back in town,
the car that Lin Xian had arranged for someone to deliver had been waiting outside the station for a long time.
Young Shaw first went to the shopping district, bought some supplements. Then, another message was sent to Li Wanji.
Tell her she's on her way.
Then,
it was time to drive to U City People's Hospital.
Li Wanji got the message. Just keep waiting at the door. Meet and greet. Yang Xiao proposed. Xiao Bowles, call your aunt and uncle. Let's go out for a meal together. What did you call me? Li Wanji's eyes widened.
Yang Xiao spread his hands. If I call you Li Wanji, it will seem like a rusty relationship, and your mom will definitely be suspicious.
It's still true, Li Wanji gratefully said.
It's still the boss who thought it through.
Wait, what's wrong? You might as well stop calling me boss and just call me by my name. Calling me boss will wear off. Okay, Young Shaw.
She was still a little uncomfortable. Compare that to the way she drives from time to time.
Very different.
Yang Xiao was also incredulous.
Is she a dual personality? It's possible.
Yang Xiao shook off his head,
casting away the chaotic thoughts, and urged again. Don't just stand there. Make the call. Just eat whatever you want in the neighborhood. That's not good. Your dad is not well. He has to go to a better environment for that. Besides, it's the first time we're meeting. Li Wanji said. Next time. Yan Xiao froze. Next time? Meaning, there's a lot more to my cameo? In a split second, Young Shaw felt like he was kind of on a pirate ship. The illusion of not being able to get out of it. Can't argue with that. Had to pull into the hospital parking lot.
Li Wanji saw Yang Xiaojia lock the car and carry down a few bags from the back seat.
Mentally curious, he said. What is it that you mention? Nutrition.
Yang Xiao raised the bag in his hand.
The first time we met, I as a boyfriend can't come empty-handed, right? It was not well thought out. Li Wanji was touched. Thank you, Young Xiao. Really, shame on yourself.
These were things she hadn't thought of herself.
Yang Xiao said in a serious manner. What are you thanking for? Remember, now we are boyfriend and girlfriend. A little bit more intimate in a while. With that, he explained, if we get too raw, your mom will definitely get suspicious. How come you're more active than I am myself? No way, the boss doesn't like women. Li Wanji nodded after she figured it out. What kind of mom you are? She knew better than anyone. So there was a slight hesitation before he took Yang Zhao's arm rather uncomfortably. The two walked to the elevator together. Chapter 74, Impersonating Boyfriend officially online, seeking recommendations. Collections, residency. In the hallway, 2 patients from Li Jingjuan's ward, who had just come out,
saw Yang Xiao and Li Wanji walking over and whispered,
who is that boy? I don't know. Maybe it's that Li girl's boyfriend. Quite good looking and not too low in height. Yo, still carrying so much nutrition. This daughter of the Li family. She's pretty and nice, so the boyfriend she's looking for definitely won't be bad. Makes sense. The sound of 2 people conversing. It's not big though, but still, Yang Xiao and Li Wanji, who were passing by, heard it all.
Young Xiao was indifferent.
Li Wanji, however, blushed in embarrassment. It's no wonder people say, who made her was holding Yang Zhao's arm and still looking shy. It's done. It was all she could do to pretend she hadn't heard it anymore, and she walked stiffly toward the hospital room. Just walked to the door of the ward, ready to push the door and walk in. Her father's ward of patients' family members. Auntie Wang steeply opened the door and appeared. When she saw that it was Li Wanji, she smiled and said, Yo, it's Xiao Wan. Who is this young man? It's been a while. Li Wanji often takes care of her mom and dad here, one way or another. It was also a matter of getting acquainted with a few of the elders in the ward. A while ago, Auntie Wang was still wondering how to introduce her nephew to her. Now it seems, maybe that intention is going to be dashed. Auntie Wang. This is my. Sniffing. Li Wanji was embarrassed and stammered, not knowing what to say. Didn't they go for a walk? Why are you back? And I met them all. Embarrassing as hell. Seeing this, Yang Xiao smiled. Hello Auntie Wang. I'm Xiaowan's boyfriend. Here to see her father. Good, good, good. The young man is a talented man. Xiaowan's vision is really good. Auntie Wang smiled and nodded. Great nephew, leave me alone. Yo, you're not blessed with that. When Li Wanji heard this, her pretty face turned even redder. Auntie Wang, don't make fun of me. Your Auntie Wang is being honest. Well, I won't delay you guys. Quickly go inside. Auntie Wan laughed. In the meantime, Ward, Fang Mei and Li Zhengjun waited and waited and waited and waited, but they have not yet waited for their daughter and her boyfriend. The two men could be looking over their shoulders. Nothing to stare down the hallway twice. More than half an hour passed. Still no one in sight. Can't help but get a little anxious. Old Li, do you think Xiao Wan could be lying to us? At this moment, Fang Mei's heart was drumming again. Is Wan lying to us? In fact, she's still a mistress? Now you're looking for someone to fill in on the fly? Or maybe, one time. She brainstormed a lot of images in her head. Li Zhengjun stood looking out the window without saying anything. This action made Fang Mei angry. Surnamely, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf or dumb and can't speak? I blah, 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 blah. You're good. Standing there without a word. Is it a rock? Li Zhengjun looked back and said in a bad humor. What did I say? My daughter said her boyfriend is coming. It's been half an hour. Why isn't he here yet? Could there be a problem? You're not from Yuichi? Is that what I'm telling you at this moment? Don't you know how jammed the traffic is in U City? Li Zhengjun was also speechless. I think you're the one with the problem. This is U City. The traffic jam is one of the most serious in the country. It's peak travel time again. Don't say half an hour. Just an hour or two is highly likely. It's good that he didn't say anything. As soon as he said that, Fang Mei's fire came up. Just about to speak. Suddenly, the ward door was pushed open. Outside the door, the daughter walked in with a handsome young man on her arm. Seeing this, Fang Mei hurriedly greeted her with a smile. Xiaowan, you guys are finally here. Mom. Li Wanji was a little embarrassed to be holding a boy in front of her mom. Yang Xiao smiled. Hello Auntie Fang. Hello Uncle Li. Earlier, he had already inquired about the names of the two elders from Li Wanji's mouth. What made him feel amazing was this. Li Wanji's dad's name, too, is Young Jun. Same with his own dad. It's just a different last name. Could this be a sign from heaven? Well. Young man, you are Yang Xiao, right? Hearing this, Fang Mei looked Yang Xiao up and down. Not bad. Pretty cool. Wanda has a great eye. Is it really your daughter's boyfriend? She had some doubts. Yang Xiao smiled and admitted. Yes, Auntie Fang, I am Yang Xiao, Xiao Wan's boyfriend. Said. Yang Xiao faced shame. Uncle Aunt, really sorry originally should have come a long time ago, but the company is really too busy. It's fine. Work is important. Fang Mei heard Yang Xiao speak politely and very decently. The heart also had a better impression of Yang Xiao. The mind is a little less skeptical. Yet a new doubt rose in his mind. This boyfriend of my daughter's is very good in every way, and from a rich family. How could such a rich man look at his daughter? In the meantime, Fang Mei snapped to her daughter's hand. Looks like an extra bag. Also, young Shadi was also carrying a few bags of stuff in his hands. From the outside looking in, it seems to be some kind of nutritional supplement. One time, Fang Mei's impression of Yang Xiao. A few more good points. The last vestige of doubt in the mind. It also gradually went up in smoke. Young Shaw placed the nourishment on the companion bed next to the hospital bed. Only then did he say in embarrassment. It's the first time I've come to meet the two elders, and I didn't know what to buy. So I just bought a little bit of random nutrients. It says buy whatever you want. In fact, it took him hours to buy it. Fang Mei was beaming with joy. You're a real kid too. We're happy to be here. And you're still breaking the bank. Well thought out. There are no chairs in the ward. They could only sit on the narrow companion bed for the time being. From start to finish, Li Zhengjun didn't even open his mouth to say a word. All the time sizing up every move young Shaw and his daughter made. I don't know if it's an illusion or not. He didn't think the two had that hot, mushy feeling. On the contrary, it also seems to have a somewhat constricted feel to it. There was some skepticism in the back of my mind. Could this boy, young Shaw, be the daughter, temporarily grabbed from somewhere to impersonate her? If it's really a boyfriend, these two shouldn't be so bland. Even if it's not mushy, it's not as if it looks so distant. After this period of time of his own getting sick, his daughter came to see him every now and then. If there's a boyfriend, how come you never see her on the phone in front of you? There was very little time to even play with my cell phone. Why? A series of questions came to his mind. Young Shaw said, no breakage. Fang Mei looked at her daughter and pretended to be angry. Shawan, what did I usually teach you? Have you forgotten? Auntie, I bought this on my own initiative. Shawan doesn't know. Yang Xiao hurriedly explained. Okay, this time Auntie took it. Next time, don't do it again. Otherwise, I am going to be angry. Oh, okay Auntie, definitely not next time. Chapter 75, Surgery Cancelled, Request for Recommendations, Collections. A few people were talking. Suddenly, the ward door was pushed open. Two doctors in white coats walked in, not smiling. One of them looked at Li Zhangjun and asked in a salty manner, Li Zhangjun is you, right? Doctor, I'm Li Zhangjun. Li Zhangjun smiled apologetically. The careful movements and demeanor were like that of an elementary school student meeting his homeroom teacher, both terrified and excited. That doctor sniffed and nodded at first. Then he said in a cold voice, I'm now officially informing you that the kidney transplant surgery that was originally scheduled to take place on the 20th of this month has been cancelled. Changed it to when? Li Zhangjun asked with a smile. He also sought to finish the surgery. Wouldn't be able to go home for New Year's. Now change the time. Maybe we can go home for the rest of the year. Come back to the hospital for surgery. The doctor frowned. Don't you understand human language? It's surgery that's cancelled, not rescheduled. Understand? Surgery cancelled? Why? Li Zhangjun immediately panicked and quickly asked, Doctor, how come it's cancelled? Yeah, didn't we already pay for the surgery a long time ago? Fong Mei also said sharply, 400,000 a penny. Li Zhangjun seemed to remember something and hurriedly said, Doctor, is it not enough? If it's not enough, we'll just make up for it. His own daughter's boyfriend is a hotel owner. There's plenty of money. The daughter is all his. Borrow some money. Shouldn't be a problem. Fong Mei hurriedly said to Yang Xiao, Xiao Yang, can you lend us some more money? In the future we will also smash our pots and pans. However, Fong Mei hadn't finished her words. The doctor then impatiently interrupted. Okay, it's not a matter of money. It's that the kidney source is gone. Saying that, the doctor added, by the way, remember to be at the payment office on time on the 21st, to get your refund. With that, he turned to leave. When Li Zhangjun heard this, he immediately felt his mind go blank. How come it's gone? How come the kidney supply is gone? Aren't we all set? Li Zhangjun's face was pale as he sat on the hospital bed. The eyes were filled with despair. You know, it's his only hope of staying alive. Not anymore. Wouldn't that be a death sentence for him? He was first diagnosed with kidney failure and after a period of treatment, he knew that his family could not afford treatment. That's why it comes across as open-minded. Refused to continue the cure. Later, I learned that after my daughter had paid for her surgery, he had renewed hope of living. Whoever thought? Now, less than a month later, it was told that the kidney transplant was cancelled. Put it on anyone. I can't bear this huge drop from heaven to hell. Fong Mei grabbed the doctor's arm and asked, Why is the kidney source gone? Why? We paid for the surgery. If it's gone, it's gone. Where's the why? The doctor shook off Fong Mei's hand. Turn around and walk away. Doctor, wait. Li Wanji looked back and chased after him. Young Shaw hurriedly followed. Lack of money, if you will. He can help directly. If the kidney source is gone, then there was nothing he could do about it. It just puzzled him. Why the refund? Do we have to wait until the 21st? Li Wanji caught up with the doctor and pulled him back. Doctor, so when is the next kidney source going to be? I don't know. The doctor didn't look back. Li Wanji just opened her mouth. The doctor turned around unhappily and said, I've said all I need to say. Stop following us. This middle-aged doctor, bringing out the desperation in the best way possible. Li Wanji's words reached her mouth. Again, you can only swallow back. Tears welled up in his eyes. Is this despair? Why give us hope and then knock it out of us? Why? The other young doctor couldn't bear it. Wait for the doctor beside him to leave. Only then did he whisper, you guys might want to change hospitals. It's not about the money because, just as he was about to say the key message, in his ears rang the previous doctor's voice, Xiao Zhao hurry up. We still have to go to the 4th floor to check the wards. Coming. Xiao Zhao hurriedly followed quickly. Yang Xiao looked at the pale Li Wanji. One time, and I don't know how to comfort her. It all came so suddenly. It took the Li family by surprise. The joy of the previous second. It also completely disintegrated at this moment. Back to the ward. Sadness and helplessness permeated the entire ward. Just then, a conversation came from the door. The old man next door, Mr. Zhang, is a month behind us and will be ready for his kidney transplant next week. Isn't that true? I also know that it's true. I also heard that it was his son who gave the head of the nephrology department and slipped $500,000 in red envelopes to snatch the kidney source from someone else. Crap. That's okay? That's for sure. Money talks. Who did you hear that from?
Old man Zhang said it himself. How can it be false? Grass. This is too dark. The conversation between several people was carried word for word into Ward 302. Li Zhengjun listened. The whole body was shaking with anger. Why? Clearly it should have been switched to myself. I can't believe it was taken away from me. In the form of a bribe. How can this be tolerated? Fong Mei immediately stood up. No way. I'm going to find them and theorize. Not to make a claim. She couldn't swallow it. On what grounds? It's obviously all paid for. Why give it to someone else? Wait. Mom. It's better if I go. Li Wanji pulled her mom back and said softly. She knew her mom's temper. In case it gets too much of a mess. It's not good for them now either. Yang Xiao hurriedly said. I'll go with Xiao Wan. If this situation is true, you can see how dark it really is. Well then, we have a point. Don't be afraid, Fong Mei said. The two came out in pairs, headed in the direction of the nephrology department. Halfway, young Shaw, to be on the safe side, called and had someone ask about it. This hospital scheduled several kidney transplants during the month, and after, Yang Xiao brought Li Wanji to the payment office again and consulted. The word is learned. They can request a refund. But, refunds, it means they automatically forfeit the kidney transplant on the 20th. No refunds can be made. That means the surgery is still scheduled. There's no cancellation. The conversation between the guys outside the hospital room. It's true. This infuriated young Shaw. If everyone was like that, what's the point of having a law? He swore. We must help Li Zhengjun get back that kidney source that belongs to him. Leave the payment office. En route to nephrology. The more Li Wanji thought about it, the more angry she became. On what grounds are they like this? On what grounds? Doing whatever it takes for profit. Yang Xiao also felt angry. If he doesn't change back, I'll report him, provided we have full proof. But the evidence, where do we have it? Don't say anything later. Listen to me. Yang Xiao thought for a moment before saying, there is no evidence. Then create your own evidence. The two men arrived at the nephrology office. Jan Shaw looked to turn on his cell phone to record. Chapter 76, I want to ask for your help, seeking favorites. Seeking recommendations? Li Wanji knocked on the door. His dad's primary care doctor scolded Diho. Hurry up and turn off your computer screen. Then, only slowly, did he look up and ask, may I ask what you want? Yang Xiao smiled. Hello doctor. May I ask if Li Zhengjun's kidney transplant in Ward 302 will be on the morning or afternoon of the 20th? The reason he asked. Also trying to test the waters. Let's see if this attending knows or not that the surgery was cancelled. Sure enough, cursing Diheo's words, his brows instantly furrowed. Did no one inform you? Notice what? Young Shaw pretended to be stunned. Li Zhengjun's kidney transplant has been cancelled. Didn't we already pay the money? There's no use handing it over. There's nothing we can do when the kidney source is gone. Cursed Diheo shook his head. I'll look like I can't help it. If Yenshaw didn't find someone to ask, didn't check at the toll booth, it might have actually believed in cursing Diho. Regrettably, he had inquired before he came in, combined with all the speculation, scolding Takho for taking advantage of his position. He accepted red packets and then transferred the kidney sources of patients who had not given red packets to those who had done so. It's sitting on the fence. This is of a completely different nature than a red packet given by a patient to thank a doctor after surgery. This may be suspected of breaking the law. Yang Xiao, from the words he just scolded Diheo. Just listen out already. He and a couple of doctors in the department colluded long ago. What to do with the Li Zhengjun family? Yang Xiao looked at cursed Diheo with a smile on his face and asked, is it really gone, or is it fake? Confronted by Young Shaw's skepticism, cursing Diheo's face immediately sank. He said in a cold voice, gone is gone. Where's the real or fake? Could it be that they know something? No way. Things are done so covertly, they couldn't have known. But, even if you know, what can you do? Worry a little more. It's all about disrespecting the money. Yang Zhao's face sank as he asked in a cold voice, I've already asked. The surgery that was scheduled for Li Zhengjun was arranged by you for Zhang Yukai. What's going on here? Still beating a dead horse after all this. Do you really think we don't know anything? Ridiculous. I can't understand what you're saying. Cursing the corner of his eye, Diheo continued to feign confusion. What's with this kid? Grass. He wasn't going to admit it. Yang Xiao smiled faintly. There are some things that, if they are stabbed, might not be good for your career. Stabbing is stabbing. Who's afraid of who? Cursing Diheo with a cold smile, he was emboldened to say, what can you poke at when I'm working in a reserved manner? It's against the law to use your position to accept red envelopes. Are you threatening me? No. It's not a threat. It's a kind reminder. I'm more familiar with the rules and regulations of the hospital than you are. So I don't need you to remind me. Cursing Diheo lazily leaned back in his chair. The expression was incomparably calm, without the slightest fear, as if he was the boss here. Yang Xiao smiled. Since you're not afraid, we'll just have to take this situation and feed it back. With that, Yang Xiao was ready to pull Li Wanji away. Cursing Diheo's slow voice came from behind. Kid, I advise you not to be salty about carrots. Besides, you have no proof. What makes you conclude that I received a red packet? Subsequently, cursing Diheo was even more arrogant as he said, I won't hide it from you, even if you have evidence. You can't do anything to me. Try it. Young Shaw sniffed and gave him a sideways glance. Is that a challenge? Row. I'm next. Having said that, the two then left the nephrology department. The corner of his mouth lifted up in disdain as he cursed Diheo looked at the departing two. You two poor bastards want to stop me from getting rich? It's a fool's errand. In the past, there have been people who have tried to turn him in. In the end, it's still a non-issue. Because, in this hospital, nephrology, he is the most educated and capable as far as he is concerned. Even if the hospital knows about it, can't just fire him easily either. This has in effect fueled his anger and victimized many patients who come to this hospital. Come out later. Young Shaw saved the video. Prepare to file a complaint. Li Wanji lowered her head in frustration. If I had acquaintances at the hospital, I probably wouldn't have been bullied. The speaker has no heart. The listener intends to. Yang Xiao snapped to attention after her reminder. Ichuan Jiang. How could I have forgotten about her? He remembered that Zhao Antai had said that her father was the current director of the First People's Hospital in U City, the medical community in Usmorgiologia. It has a pivotal position. Look for her words. Should be able to help some, even if you can't. It is also possible to find out which hospital it is in and also to do a kidney transplant as soon as possible. Now go complain about scolding Diho as a route to get back access to Li Jingjuan's kidney transplant surgery. Obviously it's not realistic. Wait for them to complain. The higher-ups will then arrange for someone to come down and investigate what's going on. When they're done investigating, the kidney was transplanted to someone else a long time ago. It's too late to say anything then. Might as well try this lane. Yang Xiao said to Li Wanji, you go back to the ward first. I'll go make a call. Oh, good. Li Wanji said with a heavy heart. Things didn't work out. She didn't know what to tell her parents. Young Shaw walked to the stairway, dialed Jiang Yichuan's number. At this point, Jiang Yichuan just came back from outside. Haven't had a chance to take a break yet. The cell phone in the bag went off. Take it out. It's an unknown caller. Hesitation. Still, he pressed the connect button. Hello, who is it? Sister Yichuan. It's me, Yang Xiao. Remember? Yang Xiao smiled. For Jiang Yichuan not saving his phone number, Young Shaw wasn't surprised at all. At first, the two just added WeChat, asked for a business card, communicate about investments. It was also in a WeChat group pulled by Zhao Antai, and didn't make a phone call. Jiang Yichuan heard that it was Yang Xiao. Immediately, he smiled. Yeah, so it's brother Yang Xiao. Why did you remember to call me? There's something I want to ask for your help. Yang Xiao didn't nag, and directly explained his intention. Jiang Yichuan sniffed and froze slightly. Ask me for a favor? What kind of things can happen? Young Shaw's strength. She still knows it well. The help can't mean financial, and himself compared to what he had the advantage of. It's all about connections. So, she came to the sofa and sat down before saying, tell me, brother Yang Xiao, as long as I can help, I will never excuse myself. On that day, at the Huayu Mountain Resort, the scene where Young Shaw stands up for a waitress. The history is clear. It also strengthens her resolve to befriend Young Shaw. Yang Xiao was not polite and asked directly, I wonder if Sister Yichuan has any acquaintances in the U City People's Hospital? Jiang Yichuan hesitated slightly before saying, yes. Why? The matter is like this. Afterward, Yang Xiao told the events of today. Jiang Yichuan listened. It also feels infuriating. What a time to be alive. How can anyone do such a shameless thing? Is there any law at all? Immediately promised. Don't worry. This matter, I can't do it. I will also let my father help to make things right. Thank you, Izumi-san. It's okay, just wait for my message. Half an hour at the most, and I'll get back to you. Okay, I'll wait for your call. Chapter 77, Did no one inform you? Seeking recommendations? Seeking favorites? Cursing Diho closed the door to his office. He leaned back in his chair and crossed his legs over the desk, looking at the mango-colored video on his phone with a bland expression. He had long ago thrown the matter of the two Yang Xiao people out of the sky. Just as he was looking up, suddenly, his cell phone rang, startling him so much that he almost dropped it on the floor. Picking it up, it was his former teacher, Zhang Tianhua calling. He hurriedly sat back and picked up the phone. Carefully, he said, Mr. Zhang, why are you free to call me today? Zhang Tianhua said.
Diheo, remember what I once said. Don't do good and don't do evil? Remember.
Cursing Diho was a bit confused.
Call me out of the blue. Is that what you're telling me?
I thought the application for membership had been approved.
It's been 2 years. He has been applying for admission to the Medical Society of Usmorgiologia.
And the Medical Association is the temple of the top doctors in Yuching, a place to which all Yuching doctors aspire.
T.H. Chang is the president of the Medical Association. Cursing Diho's application never got past the review.
I got a call out of the blue today from a former teacher.
Calling.
He thought the teacher had informed him personally.
Applied for it. Who knew he would ask such a thing? It's baffling. Really remember? Then why didn't you do it?
Jiang Tianhua said with hatred.
I've been following. Really? Then how do you explain the red envelope thing? This is slander. Mr. Jiang, you have to believe me. I have never done such a thing.
Cursing Diheo instinctively opened his mouth to weasel out. The words froze as soon as they were spoken.
That's not true. How did the teacher know I was receiving red envelopes? Who told him? There's a mole. Jiang Tianhua sighed, and only after half a minute did he say, Diheo, you must know that there is no wind. Don't destroy yourself. Cursing Diho wanted to admit his mistake, but didn't have the courage. His prospects were long ago destroyed cleanly by his own personal hands. Jiang Tianhua was silent for a few more moments before he said, if we hang on to the cliff in time, the future is still promising. For this student, Chang Tianhua has always valued it. The reason it didn't pass. Just wanted to test him a little more, but who knew that he was so untested? Cursing Diheo, he gathered his courage and said, Mr. Jiang, I know I'm wrong. Jiang Tianhua, it's good to know one's faults and correct them. Make amends as early as possible, and make up for the faults that can still be made up for, right? With that, he hung up. In the hospital office,
Cursing Diho's mind kept echoing these words.
Does the teacher mean that if I turn back in time? It means that next year, I'll be in the medical association? If that's true, that's a lot of $500,000 waiting for me in the future. What's this $500,000? Think about it. Curse Diho for having a decision. Immediately pull out your cell phone, log into your mobile banking account, and return the money you received the way it was meant to be returned. Meanwhile, after making 2 phone calls and explaining a few things, he got up and left the office. The other side. Jiang Yichuan has called Yang Xiao back. Tell him it's done. Expect to wait a little while for the scolding of Diho to come and apologize in person. Yan Xia thanked him. A few more words were said before hanging up, and Li Wanji, who had returned to the hospital room first. It's been all over for a long time. Fang Mei was very angry when she heard that. Why are you picking on the soft ones? Do you think we're easy to bully? At that time, he was about to go to the scolding Diho to die. Li Wanji stopped her and talked about the situation. Fang Mei then gradually calmed down, thought for a moment, and felt that what her daughter said made sense. The other side dared to do so with impunity. It must have a remarkable background. After venting, she could only accept reality with resignation. After a few moments of silence, she greeted her daughter and packed her things together, ready to go home. Just then, young Shaw walked in from outside. As soon as he entered the door, he noticed the atmosphere in the whole ward, which appeared to be very heavy and depressing. Li Zhengjun sitting on the hospital bed, 2 eyes empty, looked disheveled. Fang Mei wiped her tears as she packed her things. Li Wanji is also helping, and Auntie Wang on the side moved her lips as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she didn't say anything. Yang Xiao asked, Auntie, what are you doing? Fang Mei sniffed, stopped her hand movements, and said despondently, the operation was cancelled, so it's a waste of money to stay any longer. Saying that, he revealed a bitter smile again. Xiao Yang, the money, when we return it at that time, we'll return it to you right away. They've been housebroken for the cure. Auntie, we're all on our own. Mentioning money would be out of place. Yang Xiao said. Fang Mei, however, shook her head and said, before you get married, these should still be separated. They are poor and don't want to be looked down upon because of it. Not to mention not being your official son-in-law. Just then, the door to the hospital room was pushed open. Cursing Diho with a smile on his face, he walked in. He came straight to Li Zhengjun and said, Li Zhengjun, you prepare yourself well. You're going to be operated on the afternoon of the day after tomorrow. The 3 members of the Li clan immediately stared at each other with wide eyes. Surgery day after tomorrow afternoon? Didn't we say it was cancelled before? What's going on here? Have we lost our memory? Cursing Diheo, he saw that Li Zhengjun's 3 faces were filled with incredulity. Pretending to be unaware of the situation, he said, why? Didn't anyone inform you earlier? Li Wanji was the first to come back to her senses, hastily nodded his head and returned. Through notification. Cursing Diho nodded in satisfaction. Then he looked at Li Zhangjun again and asked, "Is there any other discomfort in the body right now?" "No. No. That's fine. Get some rest. Someone will come and let you know before the surgery." "Okay. Thanks doc. I should. Then I'll leave first." After saying that, Curse Diheo left Ward 302 with his hands behind his back. Looking at the back of Cursing Diho's departure, Fong Mei took a half a second to catch her breath. Frozenly, he said to Li Zhangjun, "Old Li, quickly pinch my arm." "What for?" Li Zhangjun froze. Fong Mei said, "I want to try to see if it hurts." Li Zhangjun twisted hard. Hiss. Fong Mei couldn't help but suck in a cool breath in pain. However, in the corner of his eyes were tears of laughter. It had been a desperate resignation. I didn't realize the peaks and valleys. Until now, Li Wanji was still a bit confused. Did he lose his memory, or has he been taken over? Why the sudden change in attitude? It's not just her. Even Li Zhangjun and Fong Mei were confused. What exactly is the reason for the 180-degree change in Diho's attitude? Li Wanji snapped to see Yang Xiao, whose mouth corners were slightly upturned. Earlier the boss told himself to come back first. He went to make a phone call. Is that when he asked for help? Winky Li knows. Except for him, there would be no one else to help. The boss was only supposed to be invited to make a guest appearance as a boyfriend, and it turned out to be a big help. If it wasn't for him, Li Wanji really didn't know what to do on her own, probably resigned to it. It just made her feel a bit of a headache. One owes the boss too much. What do I have to do to pay it off? Worried about her. Chapter 78, If you don't add cilantro to your meals, can my grandson do this? Seeking recommendations? Seeking favorites. Cloudy Sky City. Villa 1. Yang Xiao is playing a game of League of Legends and is about to have a big dragon group. Instead, the cell phone rang. One hand operated the mouse to walk. The other hand hurriedly answered the phone. "Hello, who is it?" "Boss, your lunch has arrived. Please come out and get it if it's convenient. I'm in the middle of something. You leave it at the door." "Okay." The delivery man froze. What's the boss doing? Breathing so hard. Could he be at? The delivery man shuddered at the thought. It's not good to know too much. It'll be silenced. Yang Xiao hung up the phone and continued to play through the handful of games before he slowly went downstairs to get his lunch. Because Li Wanji's dad is going to have an operation soon, he purposely gave her a month's vacation. I won't be working until after the spring festival. And Lu Wei had to be busy with the webcasting company, so it was impossible to come and cook for him every day. Therefore, he had to call his restaurant and ask them to deliver the food on time every day. However, when he arrived at the entrance of the courtyard, he froze. Crap, where's my rice? Where did it go? Dialed the number of the delivery person. The other side told him. The meal was placed on a small platform at the entrance to the yard. But where? Jan Shaw went back inside and pulled up the surveillance. Because of the angle, the surveillance only captured the lunchbox being removed. As for who took it, didn't get a shot. Yang Xiao was a bit speechless. How can someone steal food even in this upscale neighborhood? It's insane. He redirected the monitor a bit to make sure it would shine perfectly on the courtyard entrance. There is no way around it. Had to ask the delivery guy to send another one. At the same time, he opened the WeChat group and chose to ask around the group for news. Neighbors, at noon today, did anyone take the wrong lunch that I put on the small platform by the door? Please, when you've finished eating, bring back your lunchbox for a moment. The lunchbox is a yellow pear. It's worth a lot of money. The message was just sent not long ago. Someone else in the group then followed up with a message asking, "Dude, you lost your rice?" "Yeah, I don't know how it disappeared." "Me too. Just came back half an hour late. The courier box at the door of the courier is gone, and the surveillance did not capture it." Read the message. Yan Xiao froze. It's amazing that there are people out there who have had the same experience as me. What's going on with the property? The thieves have all managed to get into the neighborhood to commit multiple crimes. I can't believe you didn't notice? With their beginnings, the group exploded at once. I lost my courier again. What kind of animal did this? Out of your mind? Stealing a courier too? At property, how do you manage? Thieves are coming into the neighborhood. Grass mud horse. How come the inflatable courier I ordered keeps getting stolen? Is this guy a pervert? My babysitter's underwear, which was hanging out in the yard, was stolen too. Some people type. Some people send voice. The approach is different. The emotion expressed is surprisingly the same. Anger. Yang Xiao was also speechless. This thief really isn't picky about what he eats. Stealing everything. See what they say again. Guess it's not the first time. Must be a repeat offender. Just then, clunk, clunk. The door to the courtyard of Yang Zhao's house was smashed with a clanging sound, as if the enemy had sought the door to find him to take revenge. Immediately after, a woman's growl came from the door. "Where's the man in the house? Get your ass out here." Hurry up, if you don't come out, I'll burn your house down. Young Shaw frowned. Who is it? It's too arrogant in broad daylight. Get up and open the door. Yard entrance. A middle-aged woman in a flashy dress,
carrying a lunchbox in his left hand, pulling a small child in his right hand.
The child's skin is red and swollen.
The right hand also kept scratching at itself as if it had fleas on it. Young Shaw recognized the lunchbox at once.
Isn't this my special delivery box? Crap. Is this the kid who took the food?
The middle-aged woman slammed the lunchbox in her hand,
heavily on the floor.
Afterwards, he said furiously,
Are you sick? You still add cilantro to your meal. Don't you know that my grandson is allergic to cilantro?
You're still murdering.
It's a crime. Saying so, he pulled over his grandson,
pointing to the scratched places on his body,
and accusing, Look at that. It's all scratched up. All because of you. You conscienceless bastard. After saying that, he seemed to feel that he was not relieved, and kicked the big iron gate of the courtyard fiercely. Finally, young Shaw came back to his senses,
looking at the middle-aged woman in front of him who looked like a scolding shrew.
Yen Shaw understood.
It was really her grandson who stole her own lunch with cilantro,
and eat the whole thing. It's what ultimately leads to skin irritation, itching all over, and middle-aged women drag their grandchildren to themselves. That should be the reason.
Young Shaw didn't even know how to spit.
One's lunch was stolen. None of them went to the door to get a claim. Instead,
it was the thief who came to the door first and looked like he was going to settle the score with himself in a fierce manner.
What kind of logic is that?
Young Shaw was just about to open his mouth. The children were perhaps too uncomfortable because of the itchy skin.
Straight up wow. For crying out loud.
The voices were also getting louder and louder as they cried. The middle-aged woman had a heartbroken look on her face.
Egu, my good grandson. Don't cry, don't cry.
Your crying grandmother's heart is going to break.
After comforting the grandchildren,
the middle-aged woman looked at young Shao again.
He also shouted, You ungrateful thing. What are you waiting for? Why don't you drive us to the hospital? You have to take full responsibility.
At those words, Yang Shao was directly staring with wide eyes.
That's quite an operation you've got there. I've seen shamelessness. I've never seen such shamelessness. According to the middle-aged woman, if she was walking on the road, she accidentally fell herself. We'll have to pay for the road, won't we? Is there any justice at all? It's just a lot of nonsense.
Seeing that young Shaw was unmoved,
the middle-aged woman became angry. Why are you still standing here? Quickly send my grandson to the hospital. If anything happens to him, I'll fight you to the death. Does it have anything to do with me?
Yang Shao said coldly.
The middle-aged woman heard this.
He jumped up on the spot.
Good you brat. If you hadn't added cilantro to the rice, how could my grandson be like this? It's all your fault. You must compensate. Young Shaw is not spoiled either. Immediately, he disliked back. What's wrong with me eating cilantro? That's my meal. I'll add whatever I want. What's it to you? Who asked your grandson to steal it? Can he be like this if he doesn't steal food?
A series of hair-raising questions.
Directly, the middle-aged woman was confused by the question. She also didn't expect Yang Shao to be so bad.
Had to change tactics, turning and pulling the child to sit on his butt.
As he cried, he shouted, Come and see. This is the man who added cilantro to the rice without saying anything. My grandson ate it and became allergic.
His whole body was red and swollen, and his skin was scratched.
So poor him. There was a lot of commotion.
It attracted the attention of many neighbors who were out for a walk after dinner.
Seeing the crowd of onlookers grow,
the middle-aged woman cried more and more vigorously. All neighbors quickly come to judge.
How can there be such a loss of conscience in this world? Chapter 79, Doesn't your conscience hurt? Seeking recommendations? Seeking favorites? What? Deliberately giving cilantro to a small child who was allergic to it? That's too damaging. It will break your life.
The child is so young and hasn't offended you.
So why bother? I have allergy medicine at home. I'll go get it. The world is going downhill.
The children's skin is scratched and blood is coming out.
It's so heartbreaking. What are you waiting for? Call the emergency services. Unknown onlookers. To the two culprit middle-aged women,
a hand of friendship was extended.
The real victim, Yang Shao, is criticized and blamed,
as if he really is the one who would be bothered with children.
There were even older people, also with grandchildren,
flooded with sympathy.
A burst of output began directly at Yang Shao. Why don't you learn to do this kind of thing at a young age? It's true that every bird in the forest has a bird, and it's shameful to have someone like you as a neighbor, still living in Villa 1. What a shame.
The middle-aged woman heard that there were so many people to speak for her.
The moment came to a head. Pointing at Yang Shao,
he exclaimed, seeing a child suffer like this.
Doesn't your conscience hurt? That's right. You don't have a heart. So how can it hurt? However, you must compensate. I have no conscience? Stealing my food and looking for a claim. That's quite a brainwave. Why don't you say that cilantro grows on Earth and look for Earth claims? Yang Xiao was exasperated and laughed. Once again questioned. The meal I ordered was placed at the door before I had a chance to take it, and it was stolen and eaten by your grandson. Do you still have a point? What? So it was caused by stealing someone else's food, not him purposely screwing the kid? This big misunderstanding. It was only after hearing Yang Xiao's explanation that the onlookers reacted to the fact that they seemed to have been misled into becoming gunmen. And it's a case of commenting without knowing what's going on. And even a couple of emotional ones. Give Yang Xiao a straight-up scolding. At this moment, the way they looked at the middle-aged woman quietly changed. As if to say, you have a real knack for taking things out of context. Did you screw us on purpose? Many people realized their mistakes and hurriedly apologized like Yang Xiao, who had been wronged by himself. Yang Xiao didn't blame them either. Fighting for justice. Sort of human nature. He can understand. But I beg to differ. They are indiscriminate and just mindlessly spraying people with their moves. The middle-aged woman faced Yang Xiao's questioning, and unrepentant. Instead, she perked up and said, who told you to put the rice there? Isn't that a deliberate attempt to seduce someone else into taking it? That's an unbeatable thing to say. 2. So much money in the bank. Why don't you go rob it? There are so many goods in the supermarket. Why don't you steal them? Sure. No one dared to say this. In case she gets hot-headed. Really go run off and rob banks and steal from supermarkets and get caught. Who said that? It's abetting a crime. Yang Xiao shook his head and said breathlessly, this bandit logic of yours is really an eye-opener. The middle-aged woman had taken her thick skin to the extreme. Bullets can't even penetrate it. Yang Xiao believes that the eyes of the public are bright. Who's right and who's wrong? They already had the answer in their minds. And, similar to today's kid-like news, it's commonplace online. There are a significant number of bears after they do something wrong. Instead of being the first to think about apologizing, or communicating to resolve the situation, the parents are balking at the idea that he's still a kid. He doesn't know anything. Does that excuse a child from doing anything? Can't. The parents of the child, who are the guardians of the child, are primarily responsible for the child's misbehavior. No surprises. When the middle-aged woman heard Yang Xiao's words, she immediately excused herself and said, he's still a child. Isn't he just eating your meal? As for being so catty, I'm catty? Yang Xiao had a sentence in his heart that he just didn't know whether to say it or not. Before Yang Xiao could respond, the middle-aged woman added, I don't care. To settle this matter today, you must give us 50,000. No, $100,000. What if I don't give it? No, then I'll come to your house every day and make trouble, so you won't have any peace. Are you threatening me? So what if I threaten you? If you don't pay up again, I'll call the police right away. I'll sue you for premeditated murder. Middle-aged women to achieve their goals. It's really unscrupulous. Looking at her, there's a real possibility that she'll come and cause trouble every day. When Yang Xiao heard that he wanted to call the police, he laughed and said, call the police. It just so happens that your grandson has robbed me of several $1,000s worth of lunch, which already constitutes the crime of robbery. Nonsense. My grandson didn't rob anyone. The middle-aged woman sophomorized. He just did what any normal person would do. Hearing this, not only Yang Xiao felt speechless, the crowd of onlookers also had black faces. It's so true that you are black. Just assume that everyone under the sun is black? What kind of bullshit logic is that? Yang Xiao waved his hand and said, whether it's a robbery or not, you can't say. The police will investigate clearly. The kid's too young. Definitely not criminalized. And its guardian. There will definitely be civil liability. Afterwards, Yang Xiao looked at the middle-aged woman. Right. And you, destroying other people's property is also a crime. The middle-aged woman was instantly anxious. You are talking nonsense. I didn't even touch your things. When did I destroy your belongings? Yang Xiao pointed to the ruptured lunchbox on the ground and said, here, the lunchbox you dropped on the ground earlier. But it's made of wang wali, worth more than $100,000. A broken wooden box is a wang wali if you say it's a wang wali? $100,000 if you say it's $100,000? On what grounds? Feel free to have it appraised by a professional organization. You didn't even give me any money. And you want me to pay for your lunchbox? Dream on. The middle-aged woman committed a blank stare. I'm not a vegetarian. You want me to pay for it? No way. When Yang Xiao heard this, he suddenly remembered something. Looking at the middle-aged woman, he added, rather, you reminded me that your earlier demand for $100,000 from me already constitutes the crime of extortion. I'm claiming medical expenses, the middle-aged woman argued. Yang Xiao shook his head. It seems that you are really legally illiterate. So let me popularize what is meant by the crime of extortion. According to, some time ago, because of the Bu Yalian brush theft, he had privately crammed in a lot of legal knowledge. Earlier, The middle-aged woman terrorized young Shaw. If you don't take $100,000,
she was about to come to his house every day and make a scene. Let him have no peace.
That is,
a middle-aged woman threatens to commit an act of aggression against the victim in the future and demands the delivery of property on the spot. Has constituted extortion of property by means of threats or blackmail. In accordance with Article 274 of the HCC, anyone who extorts a large amount of money or repeatedly extorts money shall be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of not more than 3 years,
criminal detention or control, and shall be fined in addition to a single fine. If the amount is huge or there are other serious circumstances, the penalty shall be fixed-term imprisonment of not less than 3 years and not more than 10 years and a fine. If the amount is particularly large or there are other particularly serious circumstances, the penalty shall be imprisonment for 10 years or more and a fine. Besides, she destroyed other people's property, which is also 3 to 7 years. So much for the math. She's been starting for at least 6 years. New book online Tomb Raider, no more pretending. I'm Fashu Tianjun. The new book is back online, can be read simultaneously. Chapter 80, A Dog Can Win, Request for Recommendations. Collections. Listen to young Shaw's free law lecture. The middle-aged woman's face went a few shades of white when she heard she was going to jail. The middle-aged woman calmed down quickly. Trying to scare me? You think I'm 3 years old? She looked at Yang Xiao and sneered. I'm just reasonably claiming for medical expenses. You have no proof. What makes you say I'm extorting? I committed a crime? Going to jail? Who do you think you are? You pretend that the surveillance and the people present don't exist? Hearing her sophomoric words, Yang Xiao almost laughed out loud. The witnesses and material evidence are all there. You're saying I have no proof? Where's the IQ? What do you think? And at this point, the kid was still crying more than once. OX Julie X. Grandma, I'm so itchy. So itchy. My poor grandson. He's been tortured beyond recognition. The middle-aged woman was heartbroken. Then he looked at Yang Xiao again and said viciously, how in the world can there be such a black-hearted person like you? Grandma, I'm having a hard time. The child's unbearable cries reached the ears of everyone present. Some people can't listen. Out of the blue, he said, young man, why don't we let them go to the hospital for treatment first, and talk about the rest later? It's not like I'm stopping them. They can leave at any time and go to the hospital on their own. Yang Xiao was somewhat speechless. Anyway, the situation just now has been recorded by the surveillance camera. Are you afraid she'll run away? And, originally, he didn't want to pursue the matter, just want to get my lunchbox back. But who knows? And this middle-aged woman is the one who came to the door to cause trouble? The middle-aged woman shook her head like a rattledrum. No way. If he doesn't give me $100,000 today, we're not going anywhere. We'll die here. Unrepentant and continuing to extort? And to the death. Yang Xiao gave a thumbs up to the middle-aged woman. You're so criminal. In just less than 10 minutes, you've already extorted from me several times one after another. At this point, there was also some chatter among the onlookers. Is she guilty of extortion for this behavior? Or not? It seems to have constituted extortion. Seriously? Isn't it medical bills she's claiming? No. I just learned the law. This is extortion on her part. And $100,000 is a huge amount. According to the criminal law, it is punishable by 3 to 10 years of imprisonment and a fine. That tough? Well, in her case, I'd estimate no less than 5 years at least. Jail? 5 years? The middle-aged woman finally got a little scared as she listened to the crowd. Rushing up and pulling out his cell phone, he took a shot at Yang Xiao. After filming, while collecting his cell phone, he put in a harsh word. Kid, you wait. My son is the general manager of a big company. You're finished. After saying that, he hugged his grandson and ran away. Looking at the back of the middle-aged woman leaving, Yang Xiao was doubly speechless. Am I finished? Oh, I'm afraid you don't see who's really in control of the situation. Do you? What happened to the general manager of a big company? The Son of God broke the law. It's still the same as the common people. Young Shaw returned home. Contact Zhang Wei by phone and ask him to come over. This time for racketeering. He must sue. Teach this middle-aged woman a lesson. Right. And destruction of property. In the meantime, what happened at Villa 1? Being passed around the group. Shocker. Their kid steals someone's food. Has a cilantro allergy. And his grandmother falsely accuses the owner of murder. Falsely accused of murder? What's going on? I know about that. I was there. Oh, tell me about it. Here's the thing. Read the first-hand news. Immediately, someone cursed with righteous indignation. Crap, this grandmother is too shameless. To pamper excessively is to condone the commission of murder. That's right, if you steal food now, when you grow up you'll kill people and harm society. Wait, will our lost courier? After those who were there at the time showed up, it didn't take long for someone to get suspicious.
It's really possible when you put it that way. With that, they immediately called the police and accessed surveillance at the property. Surveillance pulled up, combined that with what the kid looks like on the video in the group. Locked right into him. At once, the group was straight up blowing up. All teamed up to go to that house to settle their score. Especially the owner of the one who bought the inflatable doll. Hate to storm off on the spot. The bear not only stole his delivery, also posted the express information at the entrance to the high-rise neighborhood of Cloud Sky City. And even more annoying, the inflatable dolls are also hanging together. And his contact number and stuff. It's all up there. He's also famous for being directly next door. The breath. He said anything to get out. But when they went to Villa 38 they realized that no one was in the house. Only to return in defeat. But this is something that they won't be able to get away with so well. After all, it wasn't just once or twice. 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Wei came to Yang Zhao's villa. Seeing such a luxurious villa, he was also envious from the bottom of his heart. Jealousy is certainly there. Yang Zhao took the video out and showed it to Jiang Wei. After Jiang Wei read it, very excited, Mr. Yang, the picture of your video evidence is too clear. Even every word of the conversation is clear to the ear. Where did you buy this set of monitoring equipment? It's awesome. Amount. Yang Zhao sweated and said, I invited you here not to listen to you skulking around, but to ask you if this could constitute the crime I'm talking about? Jiang Wei scratched his head in embarrassment. Laughing, he said, Don't worry, Mr. Yang, with this ironclad evidence, even if you bolt a dog in court, this lawsuit can be won. You can win with a dog on a leash? Yang Zhao also felt a wave of sweat at the analogy he made. It's still a real talent. This analogy is also said. Are you a dog yourself? Or do you quasi-arrange for your men to be dogs? Sure, maybe it's because it's so much fun. That's what I said. Yang Zhao said, whether you bolt a dog or lead a donkey, this lawsuit is in your hands. No problem. I'll take care of it. Jiang Wei patted his chest. Yang Zhao suddenly remembered the prosecution of Bu Yalian. In passing, he asked, by the way, Counselor Zhang, how is the prosecution of Bu Yalian going? He remembers that the subpoenas were being issued some time ago. By the way, the court date should be soon too. Stealing $400,000 constitutes the crime of theft. So much money, enough for her to drink. Jiang Wei collected his smile and said, Mr. Yang, I was about to talk to you about this. The court didn't find anyone, and the phone doesn't seem to be working. Nowadays, the summons can only be served by posting a notice in the newspaper. No one? Young Shaw frowned. And how long is the public notice period? According to the law, the time for service of the summons notice is not less than 30 days. What? It's going to take that long? Yes, there are provisions in the civil procedure law. Jiang Wei nodded. According to Article 95 of the Code of Civil Procedure, the whereabouts of the person served are unknown, or if it cannot be served by other means as provided in this section. Service of notice. Service shall be deemed to have been effected after the expiration of 30 days from the date of the publication of the notice. Service by public notice shall be effected by noting the reason and the circumstances in the case file. Jan Shaw sighed. No way. Just had to take my time and wait it out. Chapter 81, luckily you guys broke up, seeking favorites. Seeking recommendations? In the meantime, the middle-aged woman is finally arriving at the hospital with her child. For dragging on too long, the child's allergies have become very severe. The moment it's being resuscitated in the emergency room. Thump. A rush of footsteps echoed through the hospital corridors. The middle-aged woman turned her head. Nice guy. It's his own daughter-in-law coming. Pneumatic. She immediately burst into tears. My grandson. You're so pitiful. I'm sorry for not being able to get justice for you. The performance was quite real. It's a shame not to be an actor. Mom, how is Pai Pai? Daughter-in-law Lou Garlic asked anxiously. Would have been at work. Suddenly, I received a call from my mother-in-law that my son was in the hospital and immediately dropped everything to rush over. Shi Jinxiang wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and sobbed. The medical doctor is still rescuing me. I don't know how to anymore. What the hell is going on? Blame it on that goddamned guy. He's just not human. Who exactly are you talking about? It's that male housekeeper from Villa 1. Shi Jinxiang said viciously. The janitor is bullying us? That's more like it. Lou Garlic was about to explode with anger and asked in a cold voice. Can you tell me what's going on first? Shi Jinxiang blew her nose before saying. Here's the thing. In her mouth, his own grandson, Xu Huifei, did not steal other people's food. Rather, young Shaw induced his grandson to eat it. Knowing this for yourself afterward, you immediately went to the door to argue about it. And all kinds of verbal abuse from young Shaw. Again, he wanted the other person to take him to the hospital, but he refused to do so, and threatened to hit someone. It's in the way. She had to leave it at that and bring her grandson to the hospital first. Lou Garlic listened to the ins and outs of her mother-in-law's story.
Nose to the grindstone. How in heaven's name can there be such a shameless guy?
Not only did he entice the child to eat the cilantro he was allergic to.
How dare you bully the elderly? Can you even call this a human being? It's like an animal. Furious,
she immediately called her husband,
told him about the situation.
Zhu Hengzhuang immediately said that he would immediately find someone to investigate him and come to the hospital as soon as possible. And Shi Jinxiang also put herself in the picture of Yang Xiao.
Sent to daughter-in-law Lou Garlic. Photo.
Young Xiao was wearing the cheap-looking clothes his mom bought him because he was home resting.
This also made Lou Garlic think that he was really the janitor in charge of cleaning the one villa. The company doesn't care? The owners don't care? Row. Then I'll expose the matter. Show the internet your sickening crimes. She picked out a few photos that looked like she could recognize Jan Shaw's face and took a few more outside the emergency room. Subsequently, start editing messages on WeChat. Friends, it's outrageous. Today, my son was playing inside the neighborhood. I can't believe that this man in the picture, induced to eat the cilantro that he was allergic to, causing my son to be severely allergic and currently in the hospital. Life and death are uncertain. However, the one who started it all, he doesn't care about it, as if it has nothing to do with him. Before coming to the hospital, my mother-in-law used to come to the door to argue with him. Who knows that he not only doesn't recognize his mistakes, and threaten to hit someone. Are all the janitors so rampant nowadays? This is a mob. Is there still a law? Is there any humanity left? The cleaning company behind him has not come forward until now. Is this harboring or conniving? It's outrageous. Here, I implore my friends to help bring this justice. Finish editing the message. Lou Garlic sent the message directly to his circle of friends. Do all that. It seems to feel that it can't serve its purpose. Immediately copy and paste again. Posted to the social news forum. It didn't take long. Her circle of friends just exploded. WeChat message alerts have been ringing non-stop. Online. It's all about blaming young Shaw. Not only that, on the forums too. And the forum moderators also directly topped the message. All who enter the forum, all saw the news first. It's only been an hour. The comments and reprints alone have exceeded 100,000. And that's not counting other platforms. Forum. Countless melon eaters gathered around to spit. Crap, why don't you do human things instead of dog things? Jesus, how can this be? Is this not defined as murder? People like that only deserve to be janitors for the rest of their lives. It's disgusting. Curse him for being a single dog for the rest of his life. The child is so small. Who did he find and who did he mess with to have this happen to him? My friend's a hacker. Manhandle him. Looking at the insults hurled at Yang Xiao on the forum, Lou Garlic's mood was finally a little better. Looking down at the hospital bed, sleeping son, the doctor's words echoed in his ears. If it's any later, I'm afraid the consequences are unimaginable. Think about it. Lou Garlic just couldn't wait to swallow Yang Xiao in one bite. At that moment, Zhu Hengzhuang arrived late. A tanned face was bruised. Is that asshole janitor still not here? No. Lou Garlic shook his head. Zhu Hengzhuang slammed his fist on the wall. Grass fuck. Dare to touch my son. Living out of patience. Don't worry about it yet. The internet is on our side. Any idea what his name is? I don't know. Lou Garlic shook his head. The internet says that human flesh young Shaws. No results yet either. She also asked the property first thing. The property owner cited ignorance as the reason. Refused to provide them with all the information on young Shaw. It annoyed her. After all, they're not really the owners of the place. There is no way to enforce how the property is going to be. Harming my son like this, I definitely won't be able to spare him. Xu Hengzhuang gritted his teeth. Don't say it's for janitorial work. So what if you're the owner of one villa? Tiny age. Just dare to catch children with impunity. What's going to happen? Xu Hengzhuang told Lou Garlic to remain in the hospital. He himself went back to Cloud Sky City first. He's going to one villa to get a statement. In the meantime, Lou Garlic posted an opinion message. It's already on the hit list of several online platforms. These messages, Bu Yaolian, who had just moved into Tianfu New Town and was at home nursing her baby, saw it. She sat up with a jolt, looking at the person in the photo. His eyes were about to pop. I'm going. Is this young Shaw's? She couldn't believe her eyes. He went back to janitorial work? This scene surprised Zhang Tsuihua. Yao Yao. What did you see? Such a big reaction. I saw Yang Xiao on the news. Bu Yaolian turned her head and said. Zhang Tsuihua deflated. What good can come from him being on the news? Bu Yaolian laughed. You really guessed right this time. He was accused of fixing someone's child in the hospital. What? A child? And in the hospital? Zhang Tsuihua's eyes widened with shock. Is he crazy? Even if it's not crazy, it's not far off. It's a good thing you guys broke up. Otherwise, How would you still be able to meet people? That's right. It's still me who has foresight. Bu Yalian nodded deeply. Chapter 82. It's also possible that his account was stolen. Begging for recommendations. Begging for collections. Subsequently, Bu Yalian also joined the queue of spraying Yang Xiao. She said whatever was hard to hear. One after the other. The joy of it. There's no downside to it. Brush up. Suddenly, Bu Yalian saw a post with her name on it. It intrigued her greatly. How is it that the post scolding Yang Xiao is still about himself? She clicked in to take a look. At once, she froze. A subpoena? There's been a mistake. She downloaded the picture and enlarged it to see that the subpoenaed person had written her name. Below that it also says the time it should be there. What's the situation? She continued to scroll down the posting. Soon, she then found the prosecution. It's Yang Xiao. In a flash, Bu Yalian directly bounced up from the sofa. This asshole. He's really suing me. Who's suing you? Yang Xiao. As soon as Zhang Suihua heard that it was Yang Xiao, she immediately understood the reason why her daughter was prosecuted. Directly cursed, this heartless bastard thing. Not just took him 400,000? How big a matter as to have been gripped not to let go? In their minds, the money is what they deserve. And Yang Xiao is totally taking advantage of the situation and making a big deal out of it. It's a villainous move. He's the ungrateful bastard. He's just not human, Bu Yalian said viciously. This is said as if the person whose bank card was stolen was not Yang Xiao. Rather, she's the same. A mouthful of ungratefulness. Open your mouth. No guilt in the slightest. Zhang Suihua asked. Yao. Then what do we do? The subpoenas are posted online. They can't even ignore it. I don't know. I'll ask Fluttershy first. He should have a solution. Bu Yalian didn't have a better idea. She felt that a small matter like the defendant's could easily be resolved by his company's lawyers. No need to worry about yourself at all. She lay back on the couch, found Ephraim's number in her cell phone, and dialed it directly. Hello, the number you have dialed is empty. Please check it. Empty numbers? When Bu Yalian heard the prompt, she first froze, then hung up and checked the number. That's right. How can it be an empty number? Dial the phone again. Hello, the number you dialed does not exist. Please check it and dial later. It remains so. Bu Yalian sat up from the couch again, frowning tightly. Shouldn't a poor signal indicate that it's not in the service area? Or that it's temporarily unavailable? What's the meaning of the blank number? Bu Yalian held her breath. Found AI Fluttershy in WeChat. Edited a message and sent it over. Fluttershy, did you change your number? However, the message just went out. Just pop up a red origin with a white exclamation point. Followed by, the message was sent but rejected by the other party. See here. She was a bit flustered and turned her head to Zhang Suihua, saying, Mom, let me borrow your cell phone. Having said that, it doesn't matter if Zhang Suihua agrees or not. He directly snatched it with one hand. Use her micro signal. Sent a message to Ethanim. The results were the same as hers. Bu Yalian was instantly confused. Why? Why is that? I'm being lied to? No, absolutely not. Afterward, Bu Yalian was like a madman, constantly sending WeChat, one after the other. And the rejection alerts keep coming back. The whole living room. All that was left was the echoing sound of tapping on the screen. Zhang Suihua noticed the abnormality and hurriedly said, Yao, what's wrong with you? It's not a phone call. How can you be obsessed without noticing? Bu Yalian didn't reply. Using two cell phones, still sending messages back and forth to AI Pangren constantly. Zhang Suihua realized that her daughter was not in the right mood, and her mind snapped back to an incident from years ago. She had a friend whose daughter was possessed by an evil spirit who just kept banging her head against the door and ended up being a fool. Aftermath. The diva of the neighborhood criticized it. Didn't wake her up in time. It's what caused the irreversible situation. Think about it. Zhang Suihua grabbed Bu Yalian's shoulder and shook it violently. Yao, wake up. Don't scare me. Half a dozen times. I can't contact him. Bu Yalian lowered her head and shook her head vigorously. Looked helpless. Zhang Suihua curiously said, Can't contact anyone? Fluttershy Ren. Isn't he at sea? It's normal for the signal to be bad. No, it's not like that. Bu Yalian's head shook like a rattle. Zhang Suihua was a bit confused. How in the world? You say understand Speak ambiguously. I'm a civilian little old lady, not a fortune teller. How can you guess? After about 10 minutes, only after Bu Yalian's emotions stabilized a bit did she tearfully raise her head. Looking at Zhang Suihua, he said word for word, he cancelled his original cell phone number. And because of that, you're texting him like crazy? You're not really possessed, are you? Zhang Suihua frowned and took a closer look. It doesn't feel like a stroke. Is it possible that I'm hallucinating about him? It's possible. whatever the reason.
She decided to comfort her daughter first.
So it said,
maybe he changed his number. If it was just a number change,
he should have told me first. Maybe because he's just too busy to talk about it yet. Bu Yalian picked up her cell phone and said, see, WeChat is all blacked out. Zhang Suihua came closer to take a look. Sure enough, the chat dialog box with Ependorphin was full of red exclamation points and rejected messages. This is hard evidence for her. However, Zhang Suihua laughed. What can this mean? It's also possible that his account was stolen. Right, why didn't I think of that? Bu Yalian hurriedly wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and laughed happily again. Nowadays, a time when all sorts of web links were flying around, an inattentive click in. There is a great possibility of having your number stolen. It's not uncommon for money to be stolen even from bank cards, not to mention just the WeChat account. Zhang Suihua saw that her daughter was enlightened by herself and nodded with satisfaction. In the meantime, a faint, guttural sound of a key trying to be inserted into the lock rang out from outside the door. Neither mother nor daughter heard it. Outside the door, Yuzhou Hotel's personnel manager Zhang Hao asked, Manager Zhang, why can't this door open? Is it that the key is wrong? Let me see. The property manager, Zhang Hao, sniffed and walked forward to pull out the key and take a look. That's right. It's the key to room 1802. How come it won't open? He reinserted the key and tried to twist it. Fingers are ringing blue. It didn't open either. Zhang Hao said, Manager Zhang, you guys won't mess up all the keys, right? If it's messed up, that's a problem. It won't. Zhang Hao firmly shook his head. After the sales department gave us the keys, we programmed the corresponding room number on each set of keys. It's impossible to make a mistake. Then how come it won't open? That, I don't know. What then? Zhang Hao stroked his chin and thought about it, proposing, why don't we call the locksmith? I'll pay for the cost. Chapter 83, what's the point of picking my lock? Seeking favorites? Seeking recommendations? If you don't find a locksmith, is it hard to break in? This is his new home. He couldn't afford to be destructive. Getting a lock picker is also the only way. Zhang Hao could only nod his head in agreement. Half an hour later, the locksmith arrived, negotiated a price, took out his tools and went to work. Less than a minute, there was a click. The door answered. The locksmith froze. The door was too good to open. The tools just went in. The door actually opened on its own. It's almost like picking up money. Zhang Hao gave the locksmith a thumbs up and was just about to say something. A scolding voice came from inside the door. Who are you? Are you fed up? Why did you come to pick my lock? The one who spoke was none other than Bu Yalian. The smile on Zhang Hao's face also froze instantly at this chorus. What the hell? Didn't Mr. Lin say that the building is all empty and you can pick whatever you want? Why is someone living here? It's not just him. The property manager was also wide-eyed and filled with incredulity. When the sales department first handed him the keys, tell him explicitly. The owners of buildings 1 and 2 are the same people. Tell him to keep the key. Now someone actually slipped in. How are we going to do this? Zhang Suihua saw that a few people did not say anything, and saw that the locksmith was holding the tools. Immediately, a wave of anger rushed up to the sky and angrily rebuked. Fine, what do you want? Group burglary or home invasion? No matter what, let's put a charge on them first. Make yourself invincible. Zhang Hao's mouth twitched as he explained. We are the property of the Tianfu New City neighborhood. However, he had not finished his words. Zhang Suihua then interrupted. What about the property company? Can property owners just pick the locks of other people's homes? Can the property company bring people to commit murder in broad daylight? Is there any king's law? Is there any law? The series of rhetorical questions directly confused Zhang Hao and the others. Immediately after, Bu Yalian also opened fire. What are you waiting for? Why don't you get lost and wait for us to call the police? After saying that, he closed the door very vigorously, leaving Zhang Hao and the others dumbfounded. Nima. It's also too much of a spray. Zhuan graduated? There were 5 or 6 of them in the group. Just the property manager, Zhang Hao, said less than 20 words. The others hadn't had a chance to speak. Just a bunch of abuse from the other side. Then, closed the door. It's really just a straight-up second of crumbs. You believe that? Who dares to believe that? Zhang Hao came back to his senses and turned his head to look at Zhang Hao. Manager Zhang, what's going on here? The house that should have been yours. What's going on? Doesn't that make this a second-hand house that's been lived in? I don't know either. Zhang Hao spread his hands. His face was like a bitter melon, not to mention how ugly it was. Because Building 1 and Building 2 are under the same ownership. Again, no one has moved in yet. Therefore, they inspect less frequently. Roughly 1 inspection a week. He stepped aside and glanced at the posted inspection log sheet. The last inspection was 6 days ago. Before that, he hadn't received another report from his subordinates about this. That can only mean the family had only moved in within the last 5 or 6 days. Think about it. He decided to find them and ask them about it. So, once again, I knocked on the door of room 1802. Knock knock. Just went back inside and sat down. The ass isn't hot. Then another sharp knock was heard on the door. Zhang Suihwa's nose was crooked. Is there any more to come? If I don't give you guys some power, I really don't know why the flowers are so red, right? With that, the door to the room was opened with a huff, pointing at Zhang Hao, who raised his hand and was still ready to knock on the door. He scolded. Knock, 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 knock. Believe it or not, I will call the police to arrest you? Zhang Hao's raised hand froze in midair, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Why do you open the door and curse? If it wasn't for the staff at the property, I can't wait to punch you into outer space. It's a vicious mouth, gritted his teeth. Still suppressing the anger in his chest, he asked in a deep voice. Ma'am, when did you guys come in? How come our property doesn't know? This is the finely decorated house. The utilities are all already in the house when it goes on the market. Just open it uniformly. Really reach screw the bag and move in. Also, some neighborhood property service contracts agree. Not before the official move-in. The property fee is only half of what you need to pay. Therefore, some homeowners find ways to create the illusion of not moving in. It's all about paying less for the property. What is the situation of 1802? Zhang Hao is not yet clear. Zhang Suihwa sniffed and laughed coldly. Laughing, this is our house. When do we live in it and have to report to you? A property watchdog? It's not a bad thing to say. You. Zhang Hao's forehead veins rippled in anger. At this moment, he was like a balloon that had been blown to its limit, and was already at the critical point where it was about to explode. Zhang Suihwa rolled her eyes. You what you? If you don't get out of here, I'll report you to the police and warn you of female rape. This statement was made. Everyone outside the door had an involuntary twitch at the corner of their mouths. Crazy. Who would fuck you? Dry or dried up. Take a step back. Even if you want to report warnings about strong female fucks, that should be your daughter. 2. They faced a shrew like Zhang Suihwa who dared to say anything. Can't really do anything about her. Zhang Hao hurriedly pulled back Zhang Hao who was about to explode. Turning her head to look at Zhang Suihwa, she smiled. Auntie, sorry, we might have gone to the wrong building. Knowing that Zhang Suihwa is not to be messed with. Also do not dare to determine this person. In the end is not a relative of Mr. Yang before. He didn't want to make a big deal out of it. In case it's a relative of the leader. Offend yourself. Isn't that like burying your future? Therefore, he chose to back away from the situation. Then get lost. After saying that, Zhang Suihwa clanged the door shut. Outside the door, several people looked at each other. Zhang Hao exhaled heavily, half a dozen times. Only then did he say with an awkward expression, Manager Zhang, this matter is our dereliction of duty. He was originally here to cooperate with Zhang Hao in taking over the room. I didn't expect this whole thing. Zhang Hao shook his head and smiled bitterly. Don't worry, you're not to blame for this. Wait first, I'll report to General Manager Lin. With that, he walked to the stairway, dialed Lin Xian's number. Yuzhou Hotel. Lin Xian had just returned from outside with Lu Wei. Haven't had a chance to take a sip of water. The ringtone of the cell phone in the bag went off. Taking out his cell phone, he answered the call. Hello, Manager Zhang. Zhang Hao whispered. Mr. Lin, there's something I want you to report. What is it? Lin Xian asked. Zhang Hao paused and said. Mr. Lin, 1802, Building 1, Tianfu New Town, is already occupied. Lin Xian froze for a moment before saying. Impossible. Did you guys go to the wrong building? It's Building 1, not Building 11. That's Building 1 I'm talking about. That's impossible. Mr. Yang said at first that both Building 1 and Building 2 were empty. How could anyone live there? 1,000 times true. Mr. Lin, I can't lie to anyone, but I can't lie to you, Zhang Hao said. Lin Xian was silent for more than 10 seconds before she said. How about this? You guys come back first. I'll ask General Manager Yang about this matter when I'm free. Chapter 84, Direct Card Swipe, Seeking Recommendations. Seeking Favorites. Villa No. 1 in Cloud Sky City. After Zhang Wei left, Jian Sha ate and drove out. Today, he is going to buy a sports car for Lu Wei. It was a circle of friends in the beginning. It has to be honored. Of course, one for Zhao Shanglu and one for Shui Xiaoyan. He can't be a lord who eats his way out and doesn't recognize him. Drive to the Auto Expo Center. Find the Ferrari. Get into it. Young Shaw has been famous here for a long time. As soon as I saw it was him, a swarm of sales swarmed in. Mr. Yang, you bought a car? Mr. Yang, please take a seat. Mr. Yang, would you like tea or coffee? Mr. Yang, there are a few new cars that have arrived in the store. Let me show you around? Mr. Yang, buy a car from me and give it away. Mr. Yang, passion is like fire. If you don't know, you'd think there was a big celebrity in the store, or perhaps a star arriving for a treat. None of it was as exaggerated as Yang Xiao coming at this moment. The whole Ferrari store, all, as long as there are no customers on staff, all gathered around. Even those who had customers had the urge to leave the customers beside them and run to serve Yang Xiao. After all, the events of a month ago were still fresh in their minds. The scene. Straight away, Yang Xiao was stunned. What the hell is this? Why are they all coming around me? Sure, I'm in a Ferrari 4S, not a food market? Just as Yang Xiao's ears were going deaf from a bunch of sales, the manager of this store, Bao Man Yi, walked over. He turned to the circle around Yang Xiao. The subordinates, who looked like wild bees and butterflies, lightly laughed and chided. What's decent about your appearance? Pay attention to your image. At once, everyone is quiet. However, the words just fell. Baomani whirled around and showed a doggy smile to Yang Xiao, saying, Mr. Yang, what wind blew you here? It really makes this little store of ours fluffy. After the ass-kissing, Baomani bent down again and introduced himself. I am the manager of this store. My name is Baomani. You can call me Xiao Bao, or Xiaoyi. I'm glad to be of service to you. That look. He couldn't wait to kneel on the ground in public and shine Yang Xiao's shoes. See the situation. The crowd uncharacteristically muttered something in their minds. You're still not a horse's ass, and you have the nerve to tell us to keep up appearances. It's nothing more than trying to steal people. Ugh, shame on you. Yang Xiao smiled awkwardly and said, I'm going to buy a few cars. Help me find a skilled salesman. What? Buy a couple cars? Sure enough, it's still you. All are well aware of Yang Xiao's strength. He's the one who bought 40 or 50 BMWs at once. The sales faces looked at each other. Heartwarming. In this store of theirs, the commission for selling a Ferrari is anywhere from $8,000 to $20,000. If there is no commission, basic salary plus some miscellaneous money, they are basically able to maintain a monthly income of $5,000 to $6,000. There are very few times when you make over $10,000 a month. Don't look for the usual number of customers who come to the store to look at cars, but there is a real desire to buy a car, but not many, and, sometimes, accompanying a customer to look at a car for a long time. You thought he was going to place an order for it, and the result? Turned around and placed an order with someone else for it. Just don't be so angry. Hence, a supercar 4S store like Ferrari can't sell many units a year. Not to mention that buying several cars at once, like Yang Xiao, is even more rare once in a decade. Right now, all the sales in the store have only one thought: to be able to have such good luck serving him. Wouldn't that make a fortune? One time, all the sales eyes were glittering, itching to rush right up to the gross. When Baomani heard this, he smiled and introduced himself. What do you think of me? Absolutely professional. You? Yan Xiao gave an awkward, unassuming smile. Forget it. What's with a man following his ass? It's better to have a woman. For this kind of small matter, I won't bother Manager Bao. Saying that, Yang Xiao turned his gaze to the group of female salespersons. In a split second, the whole room was praying. Pick me, pick me, pick me. Finally, Yang Xiao's eyes stopped on a pretty saleswoman. Then he pointed to her. Just her. It's better to have beautiful women following you around. Coco, Mr. Yang is the VIP of our VIPs. Make sure he's satisfied. Baomani instructed to a female salesperson. Yang Xiao didn't pick himself. Baomani is more or less regretful. Not a big problem though. All of them are his subordinates. As long as they complete each order, he also gets to event a percentage of the prize money from it. Not a loss. Coco was so happy. She was busy saying, promise to complete the task. The ones that didn't get nailed, more or less lost in envy and jealousy and hate. Coco came to Yang Xiao and smiled sweetly. Mr. Yang, do you have a favorite car? Or should I introduce it to you? Yang Xiao swept a glance at the showroom before asking, which is the most expensive car in your store that you can also bring in a cash car? What do you mean? Coco froze for a moment. Then her eyes gradually blossomed. Could it be that? Happily, he hurriedly said, Mr. Yang, our store currently has a 5.2 million SF90 Spider, a 5.3 million Ferrari 812 Superfast, and a 5 million Ferrari SF90 Straydale. These three cars. Just as she was about to introduce the car's performance and configuration, Yang Xiao directly was waving his hand to interrupt her. Just swipe your card. Ha! I said, just swipe the card. Okay.
Please wait for a moment in the rest area, and I will immediately contact the manager to come over to check in.
Coco hurriedly accepted the bank card with both hands. It's better to hear about it than to see it. What do you mean? Oh, that's right. It doesn't matter what configuration or what performance you get. Not looking for the best, but seek the most expensive. Guide Yensha to the lounge area and sit down. Prepare the drinks. It was a relief to report the results of the battle. 30 seconds later, Baomani rushed over with the finances. It took less than 5 minutes. Just complete all the paperwork to purchase the car. At the same time, promise to handle the formalities such as registration and licensing before the end of the day tomorrow night, and deliver the car to the location designated by Yang Shao. Yang Shao was very pleased, but made a point of bugging the manager. Don't give away that you bought several cars at once. There's no unity in the harem now. In case there's a fire in the backyard, that's a big deal to take a life. Baomani is at least a veteran who has been in the business for many years. We're not aware of Yang Shao's intentions. Promised immediately that he would never divulge half of it. Yang Shao left. The entrance to the Ferrari 4S at the Auto Expo Center. The saleswomen stood in a row bowing and cheering. Mr. Yang, take your time. Welcome to your next visit. Platoon is in full force. Looking at Yang Zhao's back as he drove away in his BMW, Baomani was filled with emotion. It comes and goes. Millions of something. How is it just like our usual grocery shopping? A big swipe of the card. Drops. And the deal is done. People over people. Pissed off. Likewise, several of the saleswomen were bleary-eyed. Can't wait to pounce on Yang Shao. Looking at Coco, whose back teeth were showing, he grew more and more envious and jealous. This wave, Coco was able to get a commission of at least 50k. What an envy. Chapter 85, The Eve of the Coming Storm, Seeking Recommendations. Collections. In the meantime, what Lou Garlic posted online is still festering. Quite a few of Yang Shao's high school classmates know about it. The moment. The group had blown up long ago. It's just not human to play tricks on even little kids. I didn't see that Yang Shao turned out to be such a person. It's good to know people. Obviously just a janitor. The other day he posed as a rich man and said he was buying a sports car for his girlfriend. I almost believed him. There are all kinds of birds in the forest. What do you expect? There's one thing to say. The owner of this villa is the one who's out of luck. Yang Shao did something wrong, and he has to take the blame along with him. What can be done about it? Who made him hire him as a janitor? The group was buzzing like never before. Many people speak freely. Since Jan Shaw quit the group a couple days ago, didn't know about it. It's even before you know you've made headlines online. Ponson looked at it for a long time, deciding it was better to remind everyone. I couldn't resist sending a message. What if Yang Shao is really rich and not pretending? However, his kind mention was not appreciated by those in the group who liked to taunt Yang Shao. Instead, it got worse and worse. Some, even, are beginning to spray Ponson with sudden cowardice. It wasn't really that he was timid. He had seen Yang Shao, with his own eyes, spend $3 million to buy a watch from Vacheron Constantine. How do you pretend to be this rich? Is it necessary to install it? Similarly, He Shirquan saw the group discussing it with great fervor. There were also no statements. She had also witnessed with her own eyes how Yang Zhao's financial strength was. She was curious. When this group only knows how to lick Yin Shui, stomp on Yang Shao's. It was only when he finally realized that Yang Shao was a rich man who could throw away $40 to $50 million and purchase more than 50 BMWs. And what kind of expression would it be? Would he abandon Jin Shui and go lick Yang Shao to his heart's content? Or even turn around and spray Jin Shui? She thought it was possible. After all, the reason why this group of people were spraying Yang Shao like a mad dog was to curry favor with Jin Shui. She was the same way back then. Now she was left with nothing but regret. It can be late. Just then, group, Jin Shui, who didn't talk much, suddenly spoke up. Classmates, all so happy, why don't we pick a day to get together? The message just went out. Welcome Mr. Handsome. Welcome Mr. Handsome. Welcome Mr. Handsome. The following neatly brushed to welcome Mr. Shui. Jin Shui added, last time I said party, because of something temporary, I let everyone off the hook. This time I'll treat you. Yuzhou Hotel will not see you there. See Yang Shao washed up on the hot seat. Still negative news. He couldn't have been happier. Having been so happy, it's only natural to want to celebrate in the meantime, and pull in a few favors along the way. Mr. Handsome is powerful and domineering. Handsome Chief Bull Class. Chief Handsome is the most handsome. For all the ass-kissing from these students, Jin Shui was very flattered. The time of the party was briefly negotiated. Jin Shui then went offline. It's not just them, hiding in a crappy building somewhere. Ma Wei also brushed up on these hotspots. The moment. He is conspiring with Chun Xianhui, trying to find the poster. In conjunction with him, they worked together to retaliate against Yang Shao. But so far, Ma Wei still hasn't told Chen Xianhui his true identity. Every time you go out to buy something, it's all about Ma Wei paying up and Chen Xianhui running away.
Whenever Chen Xianhui asked him why he didn't go himself, he always finds a suitable excuse to excuse himself.
For a long time, Chen Xianhui didn't bother to pursue the matter. In his opinion, anyway, some fool pays for it, and he can get back at young Shaw by just contributing a little. Why not? It's not just them. Even Chen Chongpeng, who was far away in Red Leaf County, smelled a hint of something unusual. Use someone else's cell phone number immediately. Register for a forum number. Then, leave a frantic message below the forum. Show that you have also been victimized by young Shaw, requesting posters to add their QQ friends. Together, we conspire to do great things. The same thing happened with the Great Peaks group. Ma Yufeng rushed into Ma Dafling's office. What's up? What's up?
How many times have I said that you must knock before entering?
Why can't you remember? Ma Dafling loudly scolded while lifting his pants. Ma Yufeng turned her back. Who told you guys to misbehave? This is a place of office, not a place for your. You. What are you talking about? Chinese words, what's the matter? Dare to do it and not let people say it? Ma Dafling couldn't do half as much to her. Only after quickly organizing his clothes did he ask in a good-natured manner. Say, what is it that you're looking for me for again? For this daughter? He knew well. If it's not something, this time of year would never come to you. Ma Yufeng didn't say anything. Looking at the secretary, you, get out. The secretary looked to Ma Dafeng. Ma Dafeng nodded at her. The secretary then got up and walked toward the door.
While rubbing shoulders with Ma Yufeng, couldn't help but roll his eyes at her.
Ma Yufeng directly ignored it. Wait for the secretary to walk by. Ma Yufeng hurriedly closed the door. Then, smiling again, he took out his cell phone and handed it to Ma Dafeng. Dad, look at this. That's how fast she changed her face. Staggering. Ma Dafling was curious. What is it?
I just found out that Yang Xiao was netted, Ma Yufeng said excitedly.
Ma Dafling was instantly interested. After picking up the phone and carefully reading the forum, Ma Dafling detected a hint of an unusual flavor. Looking to his daughter, he asked, what are you trying to say? Ma Yufeng excitedly proposed. He's so inviting to be hated right now. Why don't we find someone to do him while we have the chance? It's unlikely that anyone will suspect us in this situation. Ma Dafling stroked his chin in thought before saying, not busy for the time being. I think it's still a bit early if we start now. Why? Ma Yufeng was puzzled. Isn't this a great opportunity to strike at a time like this? Is it really hard to wait a year and a half? To that point, the yellow flowers are cold. Ma Dafling explained. We don't have enough knowledge about this person, and we have absolutely no idea what kind of strength is behind him to support him. He's not the good-for-nothing street hustler he once was. It cannot be arbitrary. And, since getting richer, and the more he cherished his feathers, love your reputation. Therefore, before doing whatever he did, he had to consider the consequences now. Cut off all possible pitfalls. Ma Yufeng said, haven't I already checked everything out? He used to be a courier. It won't be that simple. Ma Dafling shook his head. He always felt that there must be some big power behind Yang Xiao supporting him. Otherwise, it's impossible to get rich overnight. This isn't a game. How can there be people who change their fate overnight? Ma Yufeng said, but the truth is so simple. It's you who are thinking too complicated. Doesn't it ever occur to you that what you want to see might just be what he wants you to see? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Your dad and I also worked our way up from the bottom. What kind of tricks haven't I seen before? But, Ma Dafling patted his daughter's shoulder and said, listen to me. You can't go wrong. Chapter 86, Negotiating Countermeasures, Seeking Favorites. Seeking Recommendations, the top floor of the Yuzhou Hotel. General Manager's office. Lin Xian called Lu Wei to her office. Lovey wondered, honey, what did you call me for? Lin Xian opened the screenshot on her phone and handed it to Lu Wei. Let me show you something. What is it? And making it so mysterious. Lu Wei smiled and took the phone. Then looked closer. The smile on his face gradually froze. Young Shaw playing with kids? And in the hospital? How is this possible? As far as she could remember, even in high school, young Shaw's grades slipped. Become a schmuck. Hanging out with the community all day. Neither have I done anything 10 times worse. How is it possible to have a successful career? Instead, how about running off to catch a child? Beat her to death. She doesn't even believe it. Likewise, Lin Xian didn't believe it either. That's why she called her here. Lin Xian spoke. What do you think? It's obviously fake. There's no way he would do that. Of course I believe him. These netizens really don't have a brain. It can't be helped. There's a lot of public opinion on the internet right now. So if we don't clarify things, I'm afraid things will get more and more out of hand. I'll call and ask him what's going on. Lu Wei just took out her cell phone. was about to call.
The office door was then pushed open.
The visitor was none other than Yang Xiao.
Yang Xiao smiled and said,
"Yo, are you two beauties waiting for me here?"
The eyes swept over the two men unobtrusively.
Professional attire. A big battle in the office seems to be pretty exciting too. Face Lu Wei. He could only think about it for now, unable to put it into action. If he wants to,
it's perfectly fine to go to Zhao Shanglu and Shui Shaoyan, the kind that satisfies him.
Come here.
He was preparing to tell Lu Wei that he had bought her a Ferrari, but before he could speak,
Lu Wei, however, frowned and said, "It's already that time, and you're still laughing. It's all about to go up in flames. Why do you have such a big heart? What's wrong?" Yang Xiao was surprised. At the same time, he swept a glance at Lin Xian. There was a feeling that something was wrong with the atmosphere here. Have they been exposed? Only Lu Wei held her forehead and said rather breathlessly, "You've become the headlines of all the major online media."
Lin Xian was also staring intently at Yang Xiao.
Yang Xiao, snickered. "I'm not Wang Feng, so what's the headline? See for yourself." Lu Wei directly disliked her cell phone to Yang Xiao. She knows. It's definitely not going to work with just your mouth. Facts need to be used. Yang Xiao smiled and took the cell phone, then looked at it seriously. Immediately after,
the smile on his face faded little by little as well.
On a cell phone. Shocked. "Young man, how dare you do this to a child in broad daylight? A man in a neighborhood. For the sake of a moment of pain, did such a thing. Cell courier frequent thefts. Nanny underwear repeatedly missing. The truth behind it surprisingly. Young men catching children. Is this a distortion of human rarity? Or is it a moral degradation? The content is the same, but the titles are all over the place." Young Shaw was about to spit blood. "It's obviously the kid who stole my food and is allergic to it. How to get to the end? And now I'm the one who's trying to screw him? Who twisted the truth? You come forward. I promise I won't beat you to death." Lu Wei saw Yang Zhao's expression change considerably, immediately pursuing the question. "What's going on here?" Lin Xian also said, "There's a lot of public opinion on the internet right now. It's not good for you. Actually, the matter is like this."
Yang Xiao told the situation at that time. Lu Wei and Lin Xian were also furious after hearing this.
"Isn't this a thief calling out for a thief? How in heaven's name can there be such a person? It's shameless too." Lu Wei was even more exasperated.
"It's really a scoundrel, his grandmother opening the door for a scoundrel.
A scoundrel to the home. Who says otherwise?"
Lin Xian also said.
"And they know it. The way forward is to address public opinion first. Netflix now. A big part of it is keyboard warriors, based on one side of the story only, and without knowing the truth. What it really is. Just think you're on the moral high ground. Rampant bashing of others. And lastly, think you're a saint. Nothing really. An internet spammer at best. Or the bottomless kind." Lu Wei rested her jade hands on her cheeks. "We have to think of a way to bring down the heat of public opinion. I have a solution for this." Yang Xiao had long thought of a solution. Lu Wei and Lin Xian asked in unison. "What solution?"
"I just need to release the surveillance video of the entrance,"
Yang Xiao said.
All that was needed was to publish the entire video of the conversation with Shi Jinxiang.
Who was at the door at the time? Right and wrong.
The netizens have their own verdict.
Lu Wei brightened up and immediately said, "Then what are you waiting for? Why don't you go back and get the video?" Her want is that the sooner the video is released the better. Otherwise public opinion will only grow stronger. Young Sha said seriously, "Before that, there's one more thing I need to do." "What is it?"
"Get me a couple of resourceful ones.
I want them to help find evidence online."
Words.
The two beauties showed the same question mark face. "What evidence can I find online? It's a shame you're still executives. That's what you don't understand? The internet has a memory. And there's more evidence to be found." After a pause, Young Shaw still explained. "Collecting evidence of those curses on the internet." Ha, the two didn't get it. Young Shaw sweats. Could it be that? Really have big boobs? A secret spit in the face. Young Shaw still spelled out his intentions. He's not just going to sue the posters and prosecute the bunch of spammers who are running amok on the internet, and people who come up with all sorts of reckless ideas. Let them have a taste of what a society with the rule of law really is. What do you mean? Trouble comes out of the mouth. However, it was all learned from a novel he had recently read. For a change, he didn't know about Netstorm either. It can also be sued. This novel, so to speak, had refreshed his perception. He was also given legal knowledge. It's awesome. Lu Wei listened to his thoughts. Very supportive of him. But just to be on the safe side, Lu Wei did not agree that he should continue to live back in the villa. It was only agreed that he would stay at the hotel. Yang Xiao thought about it and thought it made sense. It's not only safer here, you can also command those below you to do things properly. 2 for the price of 1. Why not? It didn't take long.
The people Lin Xian had arranged for were put in place. Young Shaw will ask for a bit of self-referral. A few people then started collecting IDs online that had abused them. Sure, there were also ideas about burning down the house, breaking legs, and so on. He's all going to be included in the prosecution. However, it's impossible to collect every single one. Even if it is collected, there are also some that do not meet the criteria for filing a case. That was for nothing. Therefore, Yang Shao directly target. The like support comments high, as the number is simply too large. It took nearly 8 or 9 hours. It was only finally collected. This was followed by a computer whiz. The IP addresses of those IDs also managed to find it. Next, it's time for him to call the police and blow the whistle on the counterattack. Chapter 87, Zhu Hongzhuang's family arrested, seeking recommendations, seeking favorites, outside the know. One villa in Cloud Sky City. Zhu Hongzhuang waited until it was dark, but he didn't see Yang Shao come back. People are pissed off. For this reason, he ran to the property and made a scene. Said the property condoned the murder, after the property manager told him the truth of the matter. Instead, he was scolded severely. It was also said that the property was in cahoots with the owner of Villa 1, trying to ostracize him, who was not really a homeowner. This left the property speechless. Typical paranoia of victimization. Obviously it's your own problem. Having to force it down someone's throat and acting like a victim. There's no one else either. It didn't get there at the property. Back home, he also came to the forum. Below Lou Garlic's post, lead a frantic output. He posts whatever words are hard to hear. Such as, I wish he'd have a son without an asshole. Give me a knife. I'm going to knife blast him. Anyone for heaven? I'll go first. Every comment, all below, had a number of people replying to him. A few short hours. The number of likes and comments just crossed the 10,000 mark. Early the next morning, Zhu Hongzhuang came knocking on Yang Zhao's courtyard door again, but there was still no response. Damn, is it possible that this janitor slipped up? Grass. Even if he runs away, the owners of this house must be jointly and severally liable. Think about it. He kicked the yard door hard a couple times before leaving. Come to the hospital. Sun Zhu Huifei has been completely healed. All sorts of fabrications in the ward. So many things are broken by him. Just got into the ward. Lou Garlic then happily ran over and smiled at him. Hubby, against this guy, we have an ally. Allies? Zhu Hongzhuang was surprised. Can it be that there are still people who want to join us and find him to pay for the damages? No. It's like this. Lou Garlic opened up to talk about the night's events. As it turns out, he was approached by several groups of people last night. All expressed a strong willingness to do so. There are those who are willing to contribute money, those who are willing to contribute labor, those who know the bottom line of Yang Shao, and so on. It amazed her. Why do so many people want to deal with Yang Shao? Hatred for him. It was almost as if Yang Shao had dug up his ancestors' graves. She guessed. This young Shao must have done a lot of complaining. It's what makes so many people trying to deal with him. Therefore, she agreed immediately. They also set up a WeChat group called the Avengers Alliance, in which they discussed how to launch retaliation. Zhu Hongzhuang was silent for a long time after hearing this. When I think about how I waited for hours yesterday and didn't see Yang Shao until this morning, even the shadow of the owner of Villa 1 was not seen, so I felt angry, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he felt, so he nodded his head and agreed. After lunch, they had agreed in the Avengers group to meet early tomorrow morning in a small square outside the Quanjie meltdown in the north of the river. The other side. After collecting evidence, Yang Shao went to the nearest police station to report to the police. In the reception room. Name, the civilian police asked. Young Shao. Gender? Young Shao sweat dropped. Male. Age? 26. These are the materials you prepared for the police? The police officer asked. Looking at the stack of A4 papers in front of him and a USB flash drive. It was the first time he had seen it, so well prepared, that he came to the police. Young Shao nodded. Yes, I'm being blackmailed. Blackmailed? It's a big case. The police officer was in high spirits and asked. Tell me the details. Here's the thing. Young Shao nodded, putting things in perspective. And after, it all came out in full. Are you saying that the old man will not only extort from you, but will also break your Wangwali lunchbox worth $100,000? The police were very surprised. It was the first time he had ever heard of someone delivering food in a lunchbox made of yellow pear. The biggest exaggeration is that it was also left outside the door with a big heart. You don't have to look up the value of Wangwali specifically to know that it's expensive. I just don't know if it's true. This needs to be identified by a professional organization. Yang Shao nodded and added. Yes, and her children. They are still slandering me in various ways on the forum. Said. Smoothly. In addition,
There are a lot of people on the internet abetting them to commit crimes, which has already had a great impact on the safety of my life, and a great impact on my life. Defamation is the intentional fabrication and dissemination of fictitious facts in order to degrade the character of another person and to commit a crime against his or her reputation. Aggravating circumstances constitutes an offense. Also, defamation is still a pro se offense. Abetting, on the other hand, is a criminal offense. The police took a look at the alarm material and the constituent elements were all in line, and very, very detailed. Online netizens abetting crimes include, but are not limited to, anything like setting a house on fire, throwing gasoline, and the like. It can be extremely egregious. There is no guarantee that the person who is abetted will not be hot-headed enough to commit the crime. The police found the post online. The posting time is the day or two before. However, Yang Xiao was in such a short period of time. Just gather the evidence very well. Which IDs online said what? How many likes and comments? And where are their IP addresses? It's all been investigated. It saves them a lot of time. Some of the webmasters are from all over the country. It's going to take all the people in the Yang Xiao alarm material to get arrested. It's definitely going to take some time. The police instructed subordinates. The bag of Wangwali pieces. Sent to the identification section identification. The police then looked solemnly at Yang Xiao. We'll report up as soon as possible. However, there are a bit too many people, so it may take a few days. No problem. I can wait. Yang Xiao smiled. What he provided was basically hard evidence. All they have to do is go online and verify it to know if it's real or not. Yang Xiao just left. The police station got busy. In the meantime, Cloudy Sky City, Villa 38. Hubby, we're going to win this time. Lu Garlic rushed to Zhu Hengzhuang and said excitedly. I thought we hadn't gone over specific plans yet? How is it a sure thing? Zhu Hengzhuang raised an eyebrow and asked. There's a change in plans? Lu Garlic was just about to reply. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell, suddenly, rang. Zhu Hengzhuang turned to open the door. There was a pause. We didn't call the police. Why are they here? Did my mom call the police? Just as he was amazed, the lead police officer in front of him saluted and flashed his officer's badge. Only then did he say, hello, we are from the police station. May I ask if Lu Garlic, Shi Jinxiang, and Zhu Hengzhuang live here? They knew this family of old men. Not very reasonable. So bring more men. Lu Garlic warily said. No. Right. You are suspected of libel and willful destruction of other people's property. Please follow us back to the station and assist in the investigation. Did you guys make a mistake? Please cooperate. Okay, we'll cooperate. Zhu Hengzhuang knew that the police must have some evidence when they came to his door. Otherwise, it's impossible to bring so many people. Chapter 88, Shi Jinxiang pits the whole family, seeking recommendations. Seeking favorites. U City, North U District, North District Police Station. Interrogation room. The civilian police officer Ming Qiuyou looked at the middle-aged woman in front of him and said in a deep voice. Name. Shi Jinkin. Gender. Shi Jinxiang rolled her eyes and said breathlessly. I say comrade. Aren't you talking nonsense? If I'm not a female, can I still be a male? Speak up really fast. Ming Qiuyou's emotions were unfluctuating as he continued to ask. Age. 58. Know why we're looking for you? I'm a little old lady. Who knows what you want with us? It's a deal. I don't come here to clean. Goddamn doing the cleaning. Ming Qiuyou saw Shi Jinxiang looking like she wasn't afraid of anyone. Without dwelling on it too much, he opened the door and asked. What did you do yesterday at noon? Outside Villa 1 in Cloud Sky City? Shi Jinxiang sniffed, and without even thinking, directly returned. Seek justice for my grandson. From the beginning, she never felt her behavior was inappropriate. Instead, it feels justified. There is even a little regret in the heart. No justice was done. Justice for what? Ming Qiuyou pursued the question obediently. The housekeeper at Villa 1. Deliberately plotting to murder my grandson. Plotting against your grandson? That's right. He forced my grandson to eat cilantro knowing he was allergic to it. Shi Jinxiang twisted the facts. And without a hint of psychological burden. As if it were a trivial thing to say. This made Ming Qiuyou, as well as the police officer in charge of recording on the side, couldn't help but have the corners of their mouths twitch. He's not a relative of yours. How would he know your grandson is allergic to cilantro? You have to have a good reason for talking nonsense. Ming Qiuyou paused and then asked, is that really the case? He wanted to give her a chance to come clean. I'm sorry. You're such a funny comrade. I'm a little old lady who can still cheat you. Shi Jinxiang sneered. Day in and day out. What do you think I'm doing? Ming Qiuyou gradually turned serious. We received a police report that you intentionally destroyed other people's property. As well as extortion is what happened. Still not going to tell the truth? It's true that you can't stop until you see the coffin, and you can't stop until you see the yellow river. Shi Jinxiang sniffed and became agitated at once. Who is it? Have you had enough? When did I destroy someone's property? I'm an old woman who can extort and blackmail anyone? I said, snapping to attention. It's him. It must be him. Except for him. She couldn't really think of anyone else. Immediately, his eyes looked at Ming Qiuyo and said, Comrade, isn't it that janitor? If it is, then he's completely full of shit. It's obvious that he intentionally caught my grandson. How come? In the end, he actually dared to backtrack? We're going to give you one more chance to tell the truth right now. Right now, comrade. I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, just ask my grandson. Ming Qiuyo scrutinized Shi Jinxiang and said word for word. We've already asked. And he said everything. They had asked Chu would fly earlier. By his own admission. It's sneaking lunchboxes when no one's looking. Nothing to do with young Sha. Shi Jinxiang was instantly happy to hear this. Hastily, he urged. Then why don't you guys hurry up and arrest that janitor? What are you waiting for? We already have sufficient evidence to prove that you not only destroyed other people's property, but also committed extortion against others in public. Ming Qiuyo was completely convinced. You bullshit. Gave you a chance. But you don't put me yourself. Wait for the rest of your life to be spent in jail. After saying that, Ming Qiuyo took out the surveillance video. You're still a real cow. You push your own problems away, and you weasel your way out of them. Would have given her a chance to come clean, but the other guy didn't appreciate it. Ming Qiuyo had to produce evidence. Under the ironclad evidence, Shi Jinxiang still cried out. I'm wronged. It's all his fault. If he hadn't put the rice there, Pippi wouldn't have eaten it. Saying that, he added in a strong voice. If Pippi doesn't eat it, he won't be allergic to it, and if he isn't allergic to it, I wouldn't have dropped his lunchbox in a fit of anger. That's all because he deserved it. Stealing other people's food, dropping other people's things, and claiming that they deserve it. You're quite the oddball. Ming Qiuyo was completely convinced, took a deep breath, and asked another rhetorical question. Do you know what kind of lunchbox you dropped? Speaking of which I remember. I'm going to sue him for racketeering. Sue him? That's right, a broken wooden box. How dare you say it's worth $100,000? Take me for a fool? Ming Qiuyo held his forehead and said, that is indeed a yellow pair. $100,000 is already the lowest price. Is it really worth $100,000? Shi Jinxiang froze. Yang Xiao might have lied to himself, but it was completely impossible for the police to fool him. Realizing this problem, Shi Jinxiang hurriedly said, my son has money. If you let me out, I'll let my son pay him back is all. Your son? He's all by himself. Ming Qiuyo said in a deep voice. Getting out is impossible. Just wait. It won't be long before the trial begins. In the other interrogation room. Is that really what she told you? Civilian police officer Anjo was surprised. Lu Garlic nodded. Well, my mother-in-law did say that. At that, Anjo froze for a moment. Seen the pits. I've never seen a son and daughter-in-law deliberately screwed. What kind of operation is this? To die together? Or do you not want to be born on the same day, but go to jail on the same day? Come back to your senses. Anjo said. So you turned around and posted it online? Lu Garlic nodded, not yet realizing the gravity of the situation. Anjo said. Anything else to add? If there is still not accounted for, hurry up and account for it. If let us find out, can be from the heavy. Also, and, at those words, Lu Garlic's face turned as white as paper. That's when she realized that she had been tricked by her mother-in-law. She hated to curse. She also knew that it was basically impossible to undo it now. After a long sigh, full account. Along with the Avengers weenies, a piece of the puzzle is accounted for. Lu Garlic felt thankful that they were in the group and just discussed how to discuss Yang Xiao. There was no horrible talk of putting people to death. Otherwise, it could be premeditated murder. The charge is a big one. Even so, the police realized that the matter was, well, not trivial. Report back immediately. The higher-ups approved and allowed subpoenas to be issued to several people in the group. And according to Lu Garlic's account, they'll meet outside the Observatory Street Meltdown in River North. Day 2. Ming Qiuyo took a dozen people with him. Accompany Lu Garlic to the agreed place and wait for the arrival of the members of the Avengers group. These Avengers. This includes Chen Changpeng, who came from Yunling Village, Cole Township, Red Leaf County. There's also Chen Xianhui, who's bent on revenge against Yang Xiao, as well as Ma Wei who tried to scam but was scammed back by the other side for $30,000. However, Mei Bai knew he was wanted. Special dress up before coming over. The three men met first and made peace, and later, sitting at the musical fountain, waiting for the last member, which is Lu Garlic, to arrive. Chapter 89, Let Him Rest, Seeking Recommendations. Seeking Favorites. Hiding in the Shadows. The police repeatedly compared Lu Garlic's cell phone WeChat group. Chen Chongpeng and others blew themselves up after the location. And environmental photos. Successful lockdown of personnel. At Ming Qiuyao's command, all hands were on deck, moving at the speed of light, blocking several people who were fully engaged in enjoying the musical fountain. The three men were startled. We're from the police station. There's something we need your cooperation in investigating. Ming Qiuyao flashed his police officer's card and said. Upon hearing this, Chen Xianhui and Chen Chongpeng were slightly nervous, but there wasn't too much panic. After all, they were only gathering, and they hadn't had time to do anything yet. Not so with Marvel. He's in the police system. He's listed. He knew it himself. Therefore, verbal consent was given to cooperate with the investigation. Followed after a few steps, Ma Wei took advantage of the police's inattention and shouted, Look, a flying saucer. The language is closed. With a sharp acceleration, he dashed towards the crowded area, trying to take cover with the crowd. Take the opportunity to slip away. The idea is good. The reality is brutal. Just ran a few steps, directly by the plainclothes who swooped in from the side. He was directly pounced on the ground, directly declared his escape a failure. A flying saucer? Why don't you say you saw aliens? Ming Qiuyao mercilessly mocked. Ma Wei, who was pinned to the ground, desperately tilted his head, glaring angrily at Ming Qiuhao. He also roared, It's not fair. You're bullying the few with the many. God damn it. That's not fair. We're here to make an arrest. Not here to have a fair fight with you. Take away. Ming Qiuyao didn't bother to talk to him anymore. Looking at Ma Wei who was taken away, he always felt that there was something familiar between his eyebrows. I just don't know where I've seen it before. It didn't take much guesswork for him to know. There must be something wrong with Mei Can in this case, and thinking of escaping, it can only mean that 9 times out of 10, he is still carrying an unspeakable secret. Maybe it's a crime. And it must be worse than what they see before them. Otherwise, he couldn't have faced so many police officers. Still thinking about running. Beiyou District North Police Station. Removed the disguise of Ma Wei, revealing the true face of Lu Shan. Ming Qiuyao recognized it. He's the most wanted fugitive on the internet. He knew that Ma Wei, who was ready to run away, must have committed a crime. Just didn't find this marvel. Still a fugitive fraudster on the internet. There's still a surprise. In the meantime, the Beiyou District North Police Station has arranged for sufficient manpower to join the prosecutor's office. Based on the IP address provided by Yang Xiao, go to the location of the ID owner and execute the summons. As the distribution is just too wide, it took a whole week to complete. The whole 148. And that's just the most typical part of it. The group was caught when, not yet realizing that he's broken the law. It all just feels like you're just expressing an opinion. So how is it still illegal? It's because they're all holding out. That's why the crime was committed, and remain unaware of it. And a good portion of the 148 are simply defamatory. Yang Shaw instructed his lawyers to prosecute this section and claim damages. The court is scheduled to meet before the Chinese New Year. The rest are suspected of something like abetting a crime, racketeering, etc. An indictment will be initiated by the police department. Eventually, Shi Zhenxiang was sentenced to 5 years in prison for extortion and 3 years for destroying other people's property in a large amount. Lu Garlic was convicted of libel and sentenced to 2 years imprisonment and 2 years probation. As for Zhu Hengzhuang, because of his repeated posting of dangerous remarks online and bringing up the tempo, and squatting outside the Yang Sha villa, he was found guilty of provocation and sentenced to 3 years imprisonment. That's all. A large family. Because of Shi Zhenxiang's inversion of black and white, not only did you lose your job, and all were convicted, the child was almost going to be institutionalized. See, other persons who have committed the crimes of abetting and provoking trouble. The vast majority receive sentences ranging from 1 to 3 years. Only very few are sentenced to more than 3 years. In addition, there are those who have committed the crime of libel, and they have all been brought to justice. It's a catch-all, so to speak. Shocked everyone. In the meantime, the upside-down news on the internet. Also overnight. All gone without a trace. Cloudy Skies City. High-rise residential neighborhoods. 28th floor. Why didn't you tell us when something so big happened? Zhao Shanglu looked at Yang Xiao with a few complaints. Yang Xiao nudged her nose and laughed. For this kind of thing, one person will just be anxious. There's no need for 3 people to be unable to sleep. For a while now, he's been sleeping better than a pig. Half the time, I don't see the burnt out. Next time, we'll ignore you. Zhao Shanglu blanked Yang Xiao and pouted. Absolutely not. You swear. I raise my hands and swear. Yang Xiao immediately raised his hands and said in a serious manner. Swear if it works. What do we need the police for?
Seeing Yang Xiao looking to do it, Zhao Shanglu was satisfied. That's more or less the same. She knows men's mouths, lying ghosts, but saying it and not saying it are two different things. At least the attitude arrived, comforting Zhao Shanglu. Yang Xiao turned his head to Shui Xiaoyan and said, "What's wrong? Still angry? We're just little lovers. How are we qualified to be angry?" Shui Xiaoyan pretended to be indifferent and spread her hands. That being said, but any fool can hear it. She's just pissed. All that was left to write on his face was, "Quick, quick, come and coax me." Yang Xiao sniffed and immediately said, "What little lover is not a little lover? All of them are my people." Masamune promised? Shui Xiaoyan tilted her head, looking at Yang Xiao with a smile or not, and asked, "Ah, this. What a pot calling the kettle black. Sleeping together, that's the ultimate goal. How can it be so easy to realize?" But, at this point, it's not a yes they want. Just need him to take a stand. Yang Xiao immediately said, "If she doesn't agree, sooner or later I'll mess around until I make her agree. What's with all the fluffy talk?" Shui Xiaoyan had the sense not to dwell too much on the issue and turned to, "I just wanted to tell you that while we can't help you with the actual confusion out there," said the tip of a jade onion-like finger, sliding down in a smooth manner. With a flirtatious smile, she said, "We can still take care of that for you. Your own fire." "Self-fire? You're playing with fire." Yang Xiao raised his eyebrows and looked at Shui Xiaoyan with a bit of teasing. "Sorry, we put out fires. We don't play with them." "Yes? Don't believe me. Try it?" Shui Xiaoyan raised her eyebrows slightly and leapt to try. "Still coming?" Yang Xiao suggested. "How about giving me a break? Let him rest." "He can't," Zhao Shanglu ghostly added. Yang Xiao was instantly displeased. "Who said that? I can fight again until forever. One can say that men are poor, ugly, or powerless. The only thing you can't say is that he can't. It's a challenge to a man's self-respect." However, Shui Xiaoyan deflated her mouth and provoked again. "Is that so? I don't believe it." "Don't believe me?" Yang Xiao laughed evilly. "Looks like it's time to reorganize the husband's program. She suspects you. What are you getting me for?" Zhao Shanglu was stunned. "I'm raining on the parade." Ah, Chapter 90, thanks to me, Yang Xiao can become a security guard, begging for favorites, begging for recommendations. Great Peaks Group, Penthouse, Dad. The negative news about Yang Xiao on the internet. How come it's all gone? Ma Yufeng was surprised. Early this morning, she took a habitual look at the extent of Jan Shaw's news festering, as she had done the other day. But when she opened her cell phone, steeped in both news and posts, as long as it's not favorable to young Shaw, all gone without a trace. Ma Dafeng didn't rush to reply. Instead, he took a drag on his cigar and slowly exhaled a smoke ring afterward. It was only then that he said without a hitch, "I think he sued, and these media outlets deleted it voluntarily when they heard about it." He checked. This time, young Shaw prosecuted more than 100 people. Many have been convicted. Ask anyone who dares to keep the news festering. What if it starts a fire? Then when exactly are we going to get back at him? Ma Yufeng frowned. Ma Dafeng said, "It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge." "Dad." Ma Yufeng shook Ma Dafeng's arm and pouted. "I don't care. I can't wait that long. What are you panicking about?" Ma Dafeng was a bit distracted by the shaking. "Only to compromise, after the spring festival, I'll arrange it right away." "That's fine, right? It's a deal. You can't lie to me." Ma Yufeng stretched out her little thumb. "How old are they? And to play with it." Ma Dafeng helplessly stretched out his little thumb and hooked it, saying, "Never lie to you. That's more like it. I've got things to do. So get out." Before leaving, Ma Yufeng muttered in a small voice, "All day long, he just knows how to mess around in the office. The company's morale, it's almost being brought down." Yuzhou Hotel, Penthouse. "Are you attending the reunion in the evening?" Lu Wei leaned on Yang Zhao's shoulder and asked softly. Jan Shaw asked, "Today?" "Yes, still in our hotel." Lu Wei nodded. Yang Xiao was silent for a while, and suddenly sighed, saying, "It's said to be a reunion, but in fact it's long since changed its flavor." Reunion. To put it nicely, it's the party. To put it mildly, it's a climbing party. Then who's doing well? Who's doing poorly? Whose wife or girlfriend shines brighter in comparison? Of course, there are those who attend class reunions and are there to fulfill their dreams. To fulfill what dream? Now that he has a successful career, of course he wants to take this opportunity to push the goddess he once had a crush on. Even if you can't push a goddess, then you can get some of your youth back in the other ones. There is a segment of the population, anyway, that is not pure of heart. Who says it isn't? So, you participate? Lu Wei first nodded, then asked. Young Shaw said, "I have something else to do, so I won't attend." Later, he has to make a trip to the hospital. Li Zhengjun has been operated on. He had never gotten around to visiting, and it would be hard to justify not going again. And, most likely, it will wear off. He could only be a good man to the end, send the Buddha to the West, and continue to act. Listening to Li Wanji, I'm afraid I have to wait until her dad is discharged from the hospital before I can tell them the truth. It didn't matter to Yang Xiao. He was afraid that they would like himself too much, can't afford to give it up. It would force them to fake it. Lu Wei had to say, okay then. She had originally thought that Yang Xiao would take this opportunity to ruthlessly punch those dog-eyed people in the face. It didn't work out. I'm surprised he didn't have time to attend. It was more than a little sad that I couldn't see that group get punched in the face, but there are still opportunities down the road. The two then lingered in the help company for a while. Lu Wei just left. Nowadays, she's not only busy with the hotel, the webcasting company she just acquired, she also has to be on her toes at all times. The webcasting industry, she feels, is a hot new industry on the rise, well developed, able to make a lot of money, even if she knew that Yang Xiao was not short of money. However, she doesn't want to be a vase next to Yang Xiao and wants to do her best to prove herself. Afternoon, Yang Xiao had lunch and took the special elevator down, ready to go out, just walked down the hall. A rather familiar voice then rang in his ears. Yang Xiao. At those words, Yang Xiao turned his head to look. It's no one else. It's none other than Park Kuchang, who he met at the BMW store that day. And Ponson. Park Kuchang came to Yang Xiao and looked up and down at what Yang Xiao was wearing. The mouth is not a tisk sound, worthy of being a 5-star hotel. Even the clothes of the security guards are all so bright and shiny. What? You said he's a security guard? It can't be. Pangson had seen with his own eyes that Yang Xiao had bought a Vacheron Constantin watch worth $3 million. How can someone like that be just a security guard? He's definitely faking it. Thinking about this, Ponson's mind gradually came alive. At this time, Park Guochan pointed at Yang Xiao and looked at Pangson. Fatty, see, it's thanks to me that Yang Xiao was able to wear this outfit. Yes, Ponson pretended to be surprised. Park Guchang did fall for it. The big bagger said, that's for sure. I'm the one who introduced him to be able to come in here and work as a security guard. With that, he looked at Yang Xiao and asked in a confirming manner. Yang Xiao, do you think I'm right? You just like to play hard to get? Waiting for you to die. Yang Xiao pretended to be excited and said, that's right, if it wasn't for Park Chang, no, Gok Changyu, I wouldn't have such a good job. Park Kuk Chang was greatly pleased with his success in pretending to be a man. Reaching out, he patted Yang Zhao's shoulder. Do a good job. And when my friend comes out of retirement, the head of security will be yours. His friend who works as a security guard here is only 35 years old and in his prime. To retire then, at least another 20 years. When he said that, it was just that he thought that Yang Xiao would be suitable to be a security guard with low educational requirements in his life. What about the others? That would be pure delusion. Yang Xiao said, well, then thank you, brother Park Chang, for your kind words. Park Kwok Chang enjoyed himself and said, wrap it up. That's fine. You guys chat first. I have something to do so I'll leave first. Yang Xiao was in a hurry to go out and didn't want to get too entangled with him. Park Gukchang pulled him back and asked, you're not attending the party later? Probably won't be able to attend. Is it because of work? Do you need me to help you and talk to your head of security? No. I really have something. Let's talk later. Saying that, Yang Xiao quickly went out towards the outside. Park Kwok Chang looked at Yang Zhao's distant back, hinged on feeling humiliated. He spat towards him before saying, bah, a stinking security guard. If it wasn't for me, he might be picking up trash somewhere right now. And he's still pretending with me. He thought, I've introduced you to such a good job. Is that your attitude? It's still just a security guard, and his tail is so high. What if you become the head of security? Think about it. Park Kwok Chang made up his mind. When the party's over, gotta find that friend. Ask him to put some shoes on Young Shaw. Well, brother Park Chang, there's no need to get angry over a security guard. Why bother? Ponson consoled. Park Kwok Chang nodded. That's right. Go, upstairs. The two hooked up and walked away, laughing and talking. Chapter 91, When did Yang Xiao become a billionaire? Seeking recommendations? Seeking collections, 18 points. Yuzhou Hotel, 6th floor, mega private room number 8. Already 24 people were waiting. 4 tables. It's almost full. After Park Guk Chang and Ponson went in, they scanned the room and it was full of deja vu faces. There are just a few that can no longer be named. Park Guk Chang? Someone shouted out, and purposely omitted the word in the middle. Who's ever had a woman's ticket to a woman Chang? At that, the crowd looked at the door in unison with question marks over their heads. It was instantly clear. So it's Park Guk Chang. We really thought someone. Park Kwok Chang said, this is a regular place. There's no such service. Be careful, they'll sue you for slander.
Ha ha ha. A comment that drew laughter from everyone. Park Kochang walked to the table.
Pulling out a chair for himself, he sat down, and potentially placed the BMW keys in his hand, on the table in front of him.
Sure enough, after seeing the BMW keys, Fong Jun immediately widened his eyes. Yo, people who have gone abroad are different. Come back and drive a BMW directly. Huang Zhongqing nodded.
That's right, we're like us. It's already awesome to be able to drive a Passat.
Eddie Tianchi also said. Yeah, in that case, only Boss Park and Mr. Shui in our class can be called successful in their careers. There were 40 or 50 in their class. Over $10,000 a month. You can count them on one hand. Most of them are just around 5,000. 8 or 9,000 is not much. That's pretty much it. We're all struggling to make ends meet. Save your wife's money for the house. At this time,
Huang Zhongqing shook his head and said furiously.
No.
You guys forgot that there's still Yang Xiao in our class. He's the one who blew up his own billions of dollars.
Yeah. I can't believe I forgot about this big spender. Maybe he's having a hard time with the amount of money he has? Ha ha ha. A few people were talking, and then they got onto Yang Xiao, obviously not elevated. Between the lines, it's all disparagement and even ridicule. Sure, out of mocking ridicule. After all, it's a minority.
The vast majority of people still choose to eat their melon.
Park Kwok-chang sniffed, surprise written all over his face. When did Yang Xiao become a billionaire? Security guards at 5-star hotels are so lucrative? Eddie Tianchi snorted. Ha ha, old Park, you can't be serious, can you? Holy shit, so it's a fake.
Park Kwok-chang sighed in relief and then added. I told you, how can you be so rich when you're a security guard?
As a security guard? The crowd caught the important message. Fong Jun immediately pursued. Old Park, you said he's working as a security guard? Yes, it's in this hotel. Really?
Park Kwok-chang shrugged and said.
If you don't believe me, you can ask Ponson. He saw it just now. Ah, well, we did meet him in the lobby. Ponson thought for a few seconds before saying so. On this point,
Ponson also still kept a bit of heart. He didn't explicitly state that he knew that Yang Xiao was the security guard, just said he saw him.
By then, when Yang Xiao's true worth is revealed, they're dead, and you can't blame yourself. Seeing Ponson say that, a few people gave a look like it was still him. Eddie Tianchi thought about it. Suddenly, he suggested, then how about we go and console this old classmate after dinner? The visit is fake. Trying to have fun, I'm afraid, is the real deal. I agree.
Fong Jun was the first to step forward.
+1, +2, +3, 10 people signed up in a row. Just then,
the compartment door was pushed open. The crowd saw that it was Marshal Jin,
standing up in unison. Yo, Mr. Shui, you can finally come. Welcome, Mr. Handsome. Mr. Handsome broke the bank. Mr. Handsome is awesome. Facing the crowd's bragging,
Jin Shui was in a happy mood and smiling.
Walked to the center table. Putting the Maybach keys in his hand, he gently put them down. That's when he explained. Sorry guys, an impromptu meeting caused some delays.
This statement was made.
In the box,
there was another round of ass-kissing. Handsome always does great things. How can he compare with us?
That's just it. We're just freelancing, totally unencumbered. And we can take vacations whenever we want. Mr. Handsome, see if you're still missing a pendant on you. The kind that talks. Mr. Handsome, do you see any swelling in front of Luanjia? In the box,
because of Jin Shui's arrival,
Park Kwok-chang's thunder was instantly stolen. He silently put away the BMW keys.
Compared to Yin Shui's Maybach,
his BMW X3 is totally inadequate.
Jin Shui was a little fluttered by the bragging and couldn't help but stand up. He also smiled broadly and said,
we are all classmates. In the future, if you need anything, just ask. As long as in you city, there is nothing I can't handle. Thank you, Mr. Shui, most people said in unison.
Jin Shui nodded in satisfaction.
With that, he swept a glance at the box and asked, well, how many people have come? Reporting to General Shui, our class should be 50 people. The actual number is 47. Please instruct. Eddie Tianchi stood at attention and saluted. That's not flattering. It's a complete image of a lapdog.
Jin Shui's brows slowly furrowed.
Aren't there 50 people? Are there any who haven't come yet? He paid for dinner. I can't believe someone had the audacity to not show up without giving face. Fat ass. Eddie Tianchi said. Mr. Shui, Lu Wei and Lin Xian work in this hotel and can come anytime. Isn't that one more to go? And another one is Yang Xiao. Grass. How come it's this death knell again?
Jin Shui was a bit depressed.
Seeing this, Fong Jun hurriedly explained. Mr. Shuai, this kid can't come. He's working as a security guard here and can't leave. Didn't he blow himself up as a billionaire? Gee whiz. So it's just a billionaire's lapdog. It's fucking loaded. Jin Shuai immediately felt a lot better and said, alright, when Lu Wei and Lin Xian arrive, let's serve the food. Take your seat. Many people gathered around Jin Shuai, patting their asses in various ways. Jin Shuai seems to be enjoying this treatment as well, always happy. At this moment, Lin Xian, dressed in professional attire, and Lu Wei, one after the other, pushed the door in. The crowd saw Lin Xian walk in. The shape of the moment brightened up. Fang Jun even stood up directly. Oh my god, isn't this our class flower? Lin Xian? Compared to before, it's also getting prettier and prettier. Good fellow, it's only been a few years since I've seen you, and you're actually prettier than a big star. Eddie Tianchi was also astonished. Jin Shuai also cast his gaze over. For this class flower, he hadn't made much effort in the first place. There is no shortage of people looking for someone ready to use force, but invariably they failed. Among them, there is a share of credit for young Shaw. These things, Lin Xian didn't know about it. At this moment, Jin Shuai snapped his attention to the equally beautiful Lu Wei behind Lin Xian, only because Lu Wei had taken off her big black glasses, changed her dress, and had way better skin. He didn't recognize it at first. Jin Shuai walked up to Lin Xian, revealed a refined smile, and asked, Big beautiful Lin, who is this? Chapter 92, Jin Shuai pretending to be a pussy, seeking favorites, seeking recommendations. This is Lu Wei. Lin Xian was a bit strange. How come you guys don't even recognize your old classmates anymore? Lu Wei? The crowd was stunned at first. It couldn't be. Jin Shuai's face was filled with disbelief when he heard this. Lin Xian, you're joking with me. As far as he remembered, Lu Wei always wears a pair of large black-rimmed eyes. Also, the face value is average. Skin is still a little yellow. There was no way to connect with the stunning beauty in front of him. Could this be the legendary female grandeur? But it's too much of a change. It's not just him. Everyone else was stunned as well. The ugly duckling turns into a swan. It's nothing more than that. Love to believe it or not. Lin Xian twisted her head and pulled Lu Wei, heading for the innermost table. Come on, let's sit over there. As the two moved, everyone's eyes moved together. It was as if they had been treated as if they were in the entire private room. The brightest view. In the meantime, Jin Shuai was inexplicably excited. Since reading didn't catch up with Lin Xian, why don't we try Lu Wei again this time? Thinking of this, Jin Shuai immediately grabbed the tablet for ordering and came to Lin Xian's table. Smiling, he placed the tablet in front of Lin Xian. You guys order whatever you want. Today is my treat. This was supposed to be discussed in the group. In addition, he had wanted to give the tablet to Lu Wei, but felt that since then, his purpose was too clear. Not so good. He felt it was better to keep a steady hand. Are you serious? Lin Xian asked. She knew that Jin Shuai was a rich kid. Not only does the family have money, after graduating from college himself, he also opened a company with the help of his family, and his worth has long since broken the billion-dollar mark. It can be said that when you are born, you are the one who wins the starting line. Jin Shuai said decisively, it has to be true. Just think of it as me making amends to Lu Wei. As he said that, his gaze swept towards Lu Wei every now and then. Since coming in, Lu Wei hadn't said a word since the beginning. Keep smiling all the time. Originally, she didn't want to participate, but he couldn't resist Lin Xian's constant persuasion. Had to come with her. Lin Xian's eyes bent in a smile. That's what you said. Oh, I've been working here for several years and I've yet to experience the joys of ordering food. Order whatever you want. One for each table. Jin Shuai was magnificent. Lin Xian merely opened the tablet and looked at it before quickly retreating. He also said, Marshal Jin, why don't we forget about it? A la carte is just too expensive. Let me recommend a set menu. It's cheap and affordable. Do I look like someone who is poor in money to you? Jin Shuai asked rhetorically with a smile. It's a great opportunity to showcase yourself. In case of good behavior, maybe, it could even directly harvest the hearts of the two beauties. Compare it like this. Spend $100,000 or $200,000 on a dinner date. It's still a good deal. Immediately, he made a wink at Eddie Tianchi. Instructions received. Eddie Tianchi immediately said, Big beautiful Lin. Just don't worry about it. Our handsome chief is not poor. That's right. Mr. Shuai is poor with only money left. Fang Jun also jumped out to pat his ass. You two are so right. Fucking want to give you guys credit. Jin Shuai laughed out loud and said, That's right. Order some more delicious food and consider it robbing the rich to help the poor. Robbing the rich to help the poor? Lu Wei felt a pang of amusement. Yang Xiao is much richer than you. I don't need you to pick up the slack. However, this smile happened to be seen by Jin Shuai.
He mistakenly thought that the pretense he had just made had an effect.
Overjoyed. Once again, he said boldly, "Lin, big beautiful girl, just let go of your guts. If there is anything empty on the table, I'll take you to task for it. There aren't 100 chicks he's picked up. Also 80. The lesson summed up is that it's infinitely pretentious and infinitely ostentatious. That way, 9 out of 10 will take the bait." Earlier, he thought that he wanted to pick up a superb chick like Lu Wei Linxian. Definitely not simple. But after seeing himself pretending to be a man, Lu Wei actually laughed. An unprecedented confidence instantly appeared on Jin Shuai's face. On pretending? I'm sorry, but I, Jin Shuai, am a connoisseur. Then I can really order? Saying that, Lin Xian once again opened her tablet and started ordering the dishes on top of this menu. It's really expensive. A random order of sautéed greens. It's going to be nearly $100. Not to mention other dishes made with top quality ingredients. Lin Xian knew that Jin Shuai had always had a problem with Yang Xiao. Still have an opinion for no reason. It used to be okay. It's different now. Yang Xiao is his own boss. She was ready to take the opportunity to teach Jin Shuai a hard lesson. So it was exclusively on the tablet. Looking for those famous and expensive dishes to order, and a few $100s to press. Her aim with this order was to highlight an idea. Not the best, but the most expensive. Jin Shuai saw Lin Xian seriously ordering up the food and felt that he couldn't be idle. Must find an opportunity to keep pretending. Take advantage of the limited time available to make an infinitely better impression on them. That's the only way to roll with the punches. Just when he couldn't find a topic to talk about, Eddie Tianchi seemed to notice. Immediately opened his mouth. "Mr. Shuai, 5-star hotel. I'm afraid you are as if you were going down to the restaurant. When sleep comes, someone will hand you a pillow." Yin Shuai really wanted to jump up and give him a nod. Now is the time to play hard to get. Can't miss. Jin Shuai said fervently. "It's okay. Anyway, whenever I go to a big city, the first thing I do is check into a 5-star hotel." As he said that, he didn't forget to look at Lu Wei and Lin Xian. Noticed the two beautiful women who were serving the dish, both looking at themselves from time to time. The spirit of the moment was high. He also showed a rather helpless expression. "To tell you the truth, what with the abalone and foie gras, I'm about to vomit. Heavens, Mr. Shuai, how much did you eat? You're actually about to vomit." Fang Jun snatched a pat on the back before Eddie Tianchi. Eddie Tianchi is also not willing to show weakness. "Yes, we are on the top of the year. Cannot eat once. It's not much. It's probably only 350 days a year that I'm eating mountains of food." The Yen Shuai people were going crazy with joy. Good. You guys are doing so well." At this time, Lin Xian opened her mouth and asked, "What do you guys want to drink? Why don't we just drink some juice?" Lu Wei suggested. Drinking juice? Some of the gay men in the room were a little displeased. Such a great opportunity. If you're drinking juice, where's the chance to fuck your old classmates? Eddie Tianchi hurriedly said, "Have some wine. It's not easy to get together." "If you don't drink wine, what kind of juice do you drink?" said the others, who chimed in. That's right. It's been a long time, so what's the point if you can't buy a drink to your heart's content? What kind of wine? Beer, white wine, or red wine? There's a girl in there. How about a wine bar? I agree. What's the point of you agreeing? Mr. Shuai is buying. Ask Mr. Shuai what he wants to drink. The crowd turned their gazes to Jin Shuai. Jin Shuai said, "It must be red wine." "Why ask? Big beautiful Lin. 10 bottles of red wine first. If you're drunk." Maybe he could even take this opportunity to send Lu Wei and Lin Xian home. And what will happen then? Who knows? There are too many types of red wine. I don't know how to choose. It's better if you do it yourself. Lin Xian pushed the tablet back in front of Jin Shuai. She wanted to order the most expensive Romane Conti, but it felt too harsh. Chapter 93, Tonight is to spend money. I have to do it. Seeking favorites. Seeking recommendations? Are there many types of red wine? Maybe. He's had his fair share of red wine over the years. Whether it's a couple thousand, or tens of thousands. Jin Shuai waved his hand. Unimpressed. Just order whatever you want. I'm not poor. You have to pretend to the end. Halfway. And what's the deal? I don't know how to pick red wine. It's better if you do it. Lin Xian still shook her head and refused. There is no way around it. Jin Shuai had to pick up the tablet himself and find the liquor section. You don't know until you see it. One look at it was a shock. The wines here range in price from a few thousand to a few $100,000. What should I order? You can't order the most expensive Romane Conti. The price tag on it is over $200,000 a bottle. 5 tables, 1 table even if it's just on a bottle. That's $1 million. And that's not even counting the hundreds of thousands of dollars spent on a la carte. This is seriously out of his budget. The moment. He's riding the tiger a bit.
Eddie Tianchi found Jin Shui frowning lightly and mistakenly thought that it was this handsome chief, who had not found a suitable opportunity to pretend to be a bully and was fretting about it. He immediately stood up and proposed. Mr. Shui, we've heard that Lafite and Romane Conti are not bad. You must have drank them both. These are the ones he just looked up on his cell phone. The best red wines are Lafite and Romane Conti. He also wanted to taste what the difference was between an expensive red wine and one that cost a few $100s. Ha ha, that is for sure. I'm going to drink and vomit. Jin Shui snorted and forced a smile. Grass. The minimum is tens of thousands of dollars a bottle. Must be nice. The most expensive one he'd ever had was the $88,000 Lafite, and it did taste good. As for Romane Conti, I'm sorry to hear that. He hadn't tasted it either. Eddie Tianchi saw Jin Shui laughing heartily and thought that the ass-kissing was in place. Immediately, he decided to ride the wave of victory. Mr. Shui, since you're about to vomit from drinking, let us taste it too. Right. We can't afford to part with it when Mr. Shui is drinking it as water. Fong Jun also immediately agreed. Red wine is water? Sick. You can't build like this even if you have money. Jin Shui was powerless to spit, but unintentionally found Lu Wei and Lin Xian. It seemed to be looking right at itself, feeling that they have managed to draw the two together. The heart was in the right place. What's a couple $100,000? Ha ha. Tonight, I'm going to be in this hotel. Have a superb double fly. Let them taste the power of my Rui Jinghuan cudgel. Just a few seconds. He had then brainstormed dozens of martial arts moves. Excited, Jin Shui said with great bravado. Ha ha, well, it's better to be happy alone than to be happy together. So let's let everyone have a taste today. With that, he added 10 bottles of Lafite, which cost $18,000 each, to the tablet. Immediately after, another blowout from the group. Chief Handsome is mighty. Mr. Handsome is awesome. I'll hit the button for Chief Marshal. Yan Shui was overjoyed. Lin Xian, however, felt a pang of amusement. Lu Wei also shook her head slightly, thinking that she was in control of the whole situation. But in fact, she was an ingrate. Doesn't matter. The money doesn't end up in your own pocket anyway. The group chatted idly. Suddenly, it's a pity that some people don't have the good fortune to eat such a sumptuous dish. Eddie Tianchi pretended to be sorry, but in reality, he wanted to curry favor with Jin Shui. Who he's talking about? Those who were there, many of them knew. That's right. Fong Jun chimed in. Jin Shui seemed to have found a way to pretend, immediately looking at Lin Xian and asking, does your hotel not allow grassroots employees to take leave? What's that supposed to mean? Lin Xian and Lu Wei were instantly filled with surprise, completely unable to understand the meaning of Jin Shui's words. At that moment, Park Kook Chang, who hadn't said anything, smiling, he took over the conversation. Isn't Yang Xiao working as a security guard at your hotel? You're not even allowed to have a meal? What? Yang Xiao is working as a security guard in our hotel? Lin Xian put down her chopsticks, glanced at Park Kwa Chang with odd eyes, and asked, who did you hear say that Yang Xiao is working as a security guard at our hotel? I'm still the one who introduced him if he can come. Park Kwok Chang said in a serious manner. The tone of his voice was still filled with pride. Eddie Tianchi also said, 2 beauties, old classmates working under you. Why don't you take care of them? That's right. Park Kwa Chang nodded and looked at Lu Wei. He didn't help you much in the past. Lu Wei's parents are typically patriarchal. High school. Often, she has brought only white rice and green vegetables. None of the meat. The whole thing looked yellow and thin. As a tablemate, young Shaw often shared his meat with her. Maybe that's why she was willing to take out what little savings she had to help Yan Xiao when he was in trouble. Lin Xian was just about to open her mouth, but she saw Lu Wei shaking her head at herself. Had to stop. Eddie Tianhei and Fong Jun wanted to continue. Seeing the topic running all over the place, Jin Shui hurriedly said, all right, today is the day of our party. So don't keep talking about a security guard. I'm obviously the main character today. I should be the one pretending. What are you talking about? Jin Shui snapped. It's not good for the others to continue this conversation. Had to find something else to talk about. It didn't take long for the wine and food to be served. Box. Dozens of people pushed for a drink. The wine is over. There are quite a few men and women that are not able to drink. Already drunk. They were either slumped over the table or leaning back in their chairs. Slumped over and basically out of it. There is also a portion that remains firm. Taking advantage of the opportunity to go up and down on some of the girls is so obscene. Middle. Lu Wei tried to speak out to stop it several times. Lin Xian all but stopped her. Come here to party, knowing full well that certain people may be plotting against you, and feel free to get yourself drunk. You can save such a person once, but not an infinite number of times. Maybe you helped. In the end, and she blames you for being nosy. This kind of thing really happens. Jin Shui also drank about as much as he could and staggered to his feet. Fong Jun, go tell the waiter to settle the bill. Okay, Mr. Shui. Fong Jun was a good drinker, and after drinking quite a lot, he still didn't feel drunk. Before leaving, he drained the glass in front of him before going out. Lu Wei and Lin Xian basically didn't drink, so there was no question of whether they were drunk or not. Lin Xian pulled Lu Wei to Jin Shui and smiled. Jin Shui, we have things to do, so we'll leave first. Lu Wei also smiled faintly. Next time you come here, I'll give you a discount. What's the hurry? We'll go to the casino later to get high. Seeing that the two beauties were about to leave, Jin Shui instantly became anxious. How can the meat in your mouth fly away? Besides, a discount? I have money. No need for a discount. Lu Wei laughed. Better next time. You're drunk. I'm not drunk. Look guys, I can still jump up. With that, Jin Shui really jumped up in the private room. The action carried a few comical moments. A sudden indiscretion. The foot slipped and fell straight to the ground. This is probably a true reflection of what happens when you pretend to be something you're not. But get grassed on. Lin Xian helped him up. We really have something going on. How about next time we treat ourselves? But, no buts. It's a deal. Seeing that the two insisted, Jin Shui was also too embarrassed to force himself. Alright then. Jin Shui looked at the departing two backs. His heart had long been racing. His grandmother. He didn't get the pretty girl drunk. He got drunk himself. This is good. Seafood did not eat, but also caused a fishy. A couple dozen bottles of Lafite for nothing. No way. This is something that I'm going to have to do tonight even if it costs me money. Chapter 94, say it again. Seeking recommendations? Seeking favorites. Check out. A big crowd in Wien. All drunk. Take the elevator to the first floor. Jin Shui's stomach was holding an evil fire and there was nowhere to vent it. The beauty didn't get on. I've lost hundreds of thousands of dollars. I should have known it would end like this. It's time for him to tone it down and not be so reckless with his posturing. In his heart, there was a sentence of Mom's sell out. And just as he was about to speak it out, Park Guo-chan's voice rang in his ears. Crap, look, Yang Xiao is here. Jin Shui, who was still in a lucid state, immediately looked towards the direction Park Guo-chang was pointing. Sure enough, Yang Xiao was seen walking in. Nice guy, coming up with an outburst. Jin Shui came to his senses. Park Guo-chang took the lead and walked forward, waving at Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao. This side. Yang Xiao had just received a call from Lu Wei and the girls, saying that there was an urgent matter that needed to be discussed with him. Tell him to hurry up and come back. Unexpectedly just walked in. Then I met Park Guo-chang again. Not wanting to delay too much, he said, Old Park, what did you want to see me about? Being told to call Old Park in public. Park Guo-chang was a little upset in his heart and spoke in a somewhat impulsive tone. What's the matter? Can't I call you if there's nothing wrong? If it's fine, I'll leave first. I have urgent matters. Yang Xiao didn't want to dwell with him too much, and I don't know if it's because I've been drinking too much. As soon as Park Guo-chang heard that Yang Xiao was leaving, immediately blocking the way, he said in an imperious manner, You're a security guard. What can you do? Now, the most important thing for you to do is to safely escort us to the car. Walk you to your car? Yang Xiao laughed lightly. If that's all it is, you can ask for help from the waiter, or the security guard. I'm not available. You're not available? What a big rack. Park Guo-chang was instantly enraged. If it wasn't for me, you might be begging under some overpass right now, and now you're even pretending with me. Saying that, he pointed to Jin Shui behind him. Even when Jin Shui saw me, he wasn't as crazy as you are. Who are you? Yan Shui ignored him, not willing to talk to him. He can endure. After all, people are richer and more powerful than they are. But look at Yang Xiao. A stinky security guard dares to make a stinky face with me. Who's it for? Seeing that the two were at loggerheads, Jin Shui staggered to the middle of the two, looked around. It seems to be making a choice about who to help. Everyone else watched. There was no rash action. I only saw Jin Shui burp before looking at Yang Xiao. You're a security guard. You're obligated to be responsible for our safety. If you don't do what Old Park said, I'll file a complaint against you. Jin Shui's words just fell. The ass-kissers behind him then scrambled to start the show, lest they fall behind. That's right. We all complained about you. Cost you this job too. Mr. Shui has spoken. Why are you still standing there? Why don't you help him to the car? One must learn to keep one's head down under a short roof. Yeah, not to mention it's just your part of the job. It's not like you're being asked to be a duck. Are security guards so hardened these days? Dare to disobey the customers. A crowd gathered around, yelling at Yang Xiao. Various taunts. Due to the angle and position, no waiter noticed anything unusual on this side. However, It happened to be seen by the security chief Wan Quan, who had finished using the restroom and was about to return to his post. He was so angry that his nose almost gave out to him. Nima, how dare you make a scene while I'm on guard duty? You don't want to hang around anymore, do you? He had seen his boss walk in a few minutes ago. This way, if the boss sees that someone is causing trouble inside the hotel, still in the lobby, then won't this month's bonus go down the drain? You can't help but lose your job. Immediately, he shouted into the walkie-talkie. One team and one pair. All of you come to the hall for a moment at once. There's someone gathering a crowd. After saying that, he jogged over there. He wants to nip any possible danger in the bud. In case the boss sees you, maybe there's a chance to get a promotion and a raise. And then, marry a rich white girl. Why are you still standing here? Give me a hand, Park Kwok Chang urged. Jin Shuai also threatened. If you don't move anymore, do you believe I'll immediately call your boss and ask him to fire you? Fire me? Yang Xiao laughed at once. Okay, you call and tell him to fire me. I am the boss. Who else can fire me? Who has the right to fire me? Okay, you wait. Don't cry later. Saying that, Jin Shuai made a gesture and prepared to pull out his cell phone. Just then, Park Kwok Chang saw security chief Wan Quan running over, hastily pressing down on Jin Shuai. He coldly laughed. There's no need to use a bull's knife to kill a chicken. I'll let my brother step in, and it'll be settled. Against a security guard. The head of security couldn't be more appropriate. That's good. Jin Shuai sniffed and immediately put down his cell phone, still pretending to look like he was temporarily letting Yang Xiao off the hook. In fact, he didn't know the owner of Yuzhou restaurant at all, saying that just now was purely an attempt to put on a show. If Park Kwok-chang doesn't step in, it's really not going to end well. Park Kwok-chang shouted at Wan Quan. Old one, quick, come over here for a moment. Old Park, how is it you? Wan Quan took a look and it was actually an acquaintance. That's not going to be easy to handle. He was a little guilty. Park Kwok-chang said in a tone of a superior lecturing. Old one, look at you. How do you manage your subordinates? Ha, Wan Quan was a bit confused. Subordinate? There's no one under me here either. You're drunk. At this time, Jin Shuai also jumped out. You've come at the right time. As the head of security, today, you must teach him a good lesson. Otherwise, I'll have your boss fire you. Teach him a lesson? Wan Quan turned his head to look at the back that Jin Shuai was pointing at. This back? This outfit? Why does it look so familiar? Where have you seen it before? Just then, Yang Xiao suddenly turned around and looked at Wan Quan with a smile on his face, saying, Oh, I heard that you want to teach me a lesson? Mr. Yan. Seeing the face of the visitor, Wan Quan was so scared that his legs went limp, almost directly kneeling on the ground. Holy shit, how come it's Mr. Yan? It's over. It's over. Since Yan Xiao's back was turned to him at the beginning, he didn't get to see Yang Xiao's face first, and didn't do anything rash. He felt grateful. Otherwise, by now, he already needs to think about where to go to get a good job the fastest. Mr. Yang? Park Kwok-chang looked at Wan Quan in surprise and reminded. Old one, you're drunk too. He's one of your men. Ha, is Yang always under me? Grass. What nonsense. Suffered. Mr. Yang wouldn't mistake me for a braggart, would he? Wan Quan shivered at the thought, immediately bent down and explained. Mr. Yang. I didn't blow. Outside. I know. Yang Xiao nodded his head, and then he pointed at a large group of people in Wien. You immediately arrange for some people to take these people safely to the car. Alright. I will arrange it right away. Wan Quan nodded his head like garlic. Chapter 95, just simply cooperating with me to pretend to be a pussy, seeking recommendations, seeking favorites. That's when the Security One crew arrived, under the command of all saints. One by one, some of the drunken people here were sent to their corresponding cars, called for a good chauffeur, and made sure it was safe to leave afterward. That's when he returned to his post. Yang Xiao saw that all the arrangements had been made, and only the slightly drunken Jin Shuai, Park Kwok-chang, and the very sober Fong Jun and Tian Shi Eddie remained. The two of them were perfectly capable of taking care of the slightly intoxicated Yin Shuai and Park Kwok-chang. Young Shaw then prepared to leave. The previous scene had caused the somewhat intoxicated Jin Shuai to sober up almost instantly. Mr. Yang, I'm also the chief bull. Grass, a stinking security guard, and he's even joining forces with someone to lie to me? Think I'm stupid? How much is a 5-star hotel worth? Being a second-generation rich man, he knew more or less everything. In terms of what he learned about the Young Shaw family, there's no way it's the owner of this place. Beating to death is not an option. Jin Shuai immediately took a step across and blocked Yang Zhao's path. Snorting, he said, Yang Xiao, we're all old classmates. Is it fun for you to act like this? I'm pretending?
Yang Xiao was moved with a burst of surprise. What am I pretending? Could it be that I'm being nice? If that's true, that's really a dog's bite.
Jin Shuai's words were like a reminder to Park Guo-chang.
He came to young Shaw.
Hiccups before sneering.
Marshal Jin is right. What family background you have? We all know very well. In order to pretend. Now I'm afraid that a month's salary is gone. Right? Playing hard to get wages? Hearing this,
Eddie Tianchi came to his senses and was shocked.
Nima, it turns out that it's spending money to pretend. It's really eye-opening. Fong Jun also not out of the incredible expression. Yes, obviously they are living in a mess. Actually, in order to pretend a good pussy, willing to spend a month's salary to hire an actor. Bull. Admirable admiration. Eddie Tianchi clasped his fists. Fong Jun snorted. We're all classmates, and no one discriminates against you when you're a security guard. So why toss it around so much just to save face? Deadly face, says you. Eddie Tianchi laughed shamefully. The three of them unabashedly turned on their mocking mode. You say one thing and I'll say another. Not the slightest intention of stopping. It was only when Yang Xiao heard these words that he finally realized. Turns out it was misunderstood. They thought they had spent a month's salary on the chief of security to play along with them and portray themselves as the owner of the hotel. For the sake of putting on a show in front of them. Am I that stupid? Why do you guys have such big fucking brains? Not going to write a novel. What a fucking waste.
When Jin Shuai saw that Yang Xiao didn't say anything, the smugness on his face became more and more intense. Why don't you say anything?
Were we right? Yang Xiao. This thing called face, it's not bought, it's earned.
Park Guo-chang also said in an old-fashioned manner.
Immediately after,
Jin Shuai continued to mock. Some people are just scared of being poor and mistakenly think that by spending a little bit of money,
they can experience a man of the world. But in fact, that's just self-deception. The last few words were bitten extra hard. Young Shaw shook his head. As it turns out, he was acting on the principle that if the dog bites me, I won't bite the dog. However, I didn't expect to get cold words in return. He calmly fumbled for his cell phone. Open the WeChat group of the top management of Yuzhou Hotel. Hold down the voice and speak. Please, if you're not off duty yet, get to the elevator entrance by the hotel lobby in 5 minutes. However, this scene fell in Jin Shuai's eyes, and it still felt like he was forcibly pretending. Even more, he sneered. Yang Xiao, it's not that I'm looking down on you. If you can get the Yuzhou Hotel senior, no, lobby manager to come here, I'll kneel down and kowtow to you on the spot and call you daddy. Count me in, Park Gukchang volunteered. And me, I count myself in. Eddie Tianchi and Fong Jun also raised their hands immediately. A line of 4. The fight is on. The win is on. Yang Xiao didn't even know where they got their confidence. Who gave them the courage? Soon, there were a couple of upper floors with lower floors arriving. Mr. Young. Mr. Young. Mr. Young. No one came out of the elevator. As long as it was the hotel staff, they would call Mr. Young.
Eddie Tianchi and Fong Jun looked at each other,
somewhat unable to sit still.
But he turned his head to find that Jin Shuai's face did not change.
Hanging on by a thread, it was automatically put down again. As the minutes ticked by, the elevator entrance was getting crowded. It's barely standing.
And there were several faces in the crowd that Jin Shuai had seen before.
He panicked a little. Could it be that this Yang Xiao was really the owner of the hotel?
Park Guo-chang glanced at Jin Shuai beside him and realized that his expression had become somewhat abnormal. And his heart thumped.
Could it be true? No way. That's absolutely impossible. How can he, Yang Xiao, be worthy of owning such a luxurious 5-star hotel? Only for a turtle like me. Just then, the elevator stopped and the car doors opened. Lu Wei and Lin Xian walked out from it. At first, both of them were curious as to what Yang Xiao was doing calling all the top brass here. Is it hard to believe that there's something wrong with the elevator?
But when they stepped out of the elevator and saw Park Guo-chang and Yan Shuai and the others, the doubts in his heart were all solved in this instant. The two men shouted heartily at Yang Xiao. Mr. Young. And this cry of General Manager Yang directly shattered the last trace of fluke that the 4 people of Jin Shuai had. Completely. Fong Jun and Eddie Tianchi are fine. Get used to licking it anyway. It doesn't matter about face or anything. And Jin Shuai is different. At this moment, he felt groundless and didn't know what to do. Kneeling and kowtowing? How is that possible? That was just a harsh word he put out there because he thought he was winning. How could he really kneel? If he did kneel, his dad would break his legs if he found out. What are we going to do with so many people watching? Just as he was at his wit's end, only a bang was heard. Turn your head. Surprisingly, it was Park Guo-chang who fell to the ground. What's the situation? This scene left the remaining 3 of them a little confused. What does he want? You were having such a good time just now, weren't you? How? Next. Jin Shuai reacted furiously. There is a pattern. 2 steps straight ahead.
Then, pretend that the alcohol went to your head and you just fell to the floor and didn't get up. It's come to this. Eddie Tianxi and Fang Jun are just as dumb as they can be. It was also obvious that these two were trying to escape. That's why it's such a bummer. They looked at each other and were ready to follow suit. Alright, you two carry them away. Yang Xiao hurriedly stopped it. Also convinced. That's quite a face to pull. The two of them sniffed as if they had been pardoned, and hurriedly picked up Marshal Jin and Park Guochang and headed out. Lu Wei asked knowingly, Mr. Yang, what did you call us here for at this hour? Yeah, I'm all set to leave work. Lin Xian also said. Also, several other managers were meeting friends and were getting ready for dinner. Also at this order, abandonment of friends rushed in. I think we should add some chairs here for some drunken good rest and relaxation. Just like those two just now. Young Sha said so, although Lin Xian and Lu Wei knew the real reason, but the others don't know that. He couldn't say. I asked you guys to come here just to simply cooperate with me in pretending. That's not going to be cursed to death in your mind. Chapter 96. Can this also be considered a robbery offense? Seeking favorites. Seeking recommendations. Chairman's office. Yang Xiao leaned back in his boss chair and asked, What's the matter with calling me back in such a hurry? Li Wanji's side just finished acting. Was about to go home and lay down. Just got a call from her and was forced to rush over. Lin Xian opened her mouth and asked, I'd like to ask, is it your family's relative who lives in Tianfu New Town? Building 1, 1802? What do you mean? Yang Xiao was a bit surprised. My relatives are in Red Leaf County. No one came to Yuichi. Much less anyone living in a house they bought. And so on. Could it be? Lin Xian truthfully said. A few days ago, the results of last month's merit assessment came out, and personnel manager Zhang Hao was elected. Saying that, Lin Xian paused and continued. According to the agreement at the time, all the houses in Building 1 could be used as rewards. That's right. This is indeed what I personally promised at that time. Yang Xiao nodded. This is also after buying the hotel. An idea that suddenly came to mind. Don't tell me. It works really well. Last month's revenue, according to financial statistics, saw a 2% increase over the previous month. It may not seem like much. Actually, it's been very, very good. It's not without the efforts of everyone in the hotel. If there is a punishment, there has to be a reward. Rewards and penalties. It's what keeps the staff under you energized. Lin Xian was puzzled. What's strange is that when he went there, 1802 was actually already occupied. Holy shit, who's living there? What's going on? A split second later, Young Shaw asked, Did you find out who lives in there? Thought you were a relative. Didn't dare investigate. Not my relatives. After saying that, Yang Xiao immediately added, Let's do it this way. First courtesy and then military. Tell them that the house is not theirs. Let them move out by themselves. If they refuse, then directly call the police. Okay. However, in case the police are called and the other party refuses to open the door, it's impossible for the police to break in. Lin Xian voiced her worries once again. She had heard it from Zhang Hao. The two women, one old and one young, were fierce and very unpleasant to mess with. To get them to move out, I'm afraid it's harder than climbing up to the sky. Yang Xiao stroked his chin and thought for a moment before speaking again. If it still doesn't work, then call the police again for their robbery and home invasion charges. Call the police again in this manner. The police will definitely open a case to investigate if the other party still refuses to open the door. The police will definitely take coercive measures to break into the house while ensuring security. Will this work? Lu Wei listened and felt a little unreliable. Lin Xian also questioned. I think it's a bit up in the air. Trust me, it's really possible. Yang Xiao said in a serious manner. He wasn't having a field day. Something similar he had read in a novel, combined with the existing situation. Whichever way you look at it, it all fits. However, neither of the two women said anything after hearing this. Obviously didn't believe him. He had to explain. According to Article 245 of the Chinese criminal law, forcibly entering another person's residence against their will, or entering a residence and then refusing to withdraw after being requested to do so by a member of the residence, thus seriously affecting another person's normal life and safety of residence, will constitute the crime of unlawful intrusion into a residence. Speaking here, Yang Xiao slowly stretched out 3 fingers and laughed. You should know that illegal invasion of other people's homes is punishable by up to 3 years of imprisonment or detention. Lu Wei was surprised. Is it that serious? Lin Xian was also taken aback. Yes, but robbery is a more serious offense. Young Sha nodded. Lin Xian's eyes widened. Can this be considered a robbery offense? It has to count. Yang Xiao was speechless. You at least went to college. Why are you acting like a legal illiterate? But, and no one else is to blame. It's unusual for people to know just a few of the charges. As for these charges, what would it take to constitute them? Just a complete double take. don't understand anything anymore. In fact, Yang Xiao originally didn't understand. It's only because after the money was stolen by Bu Yalian. This is idle. So I bought some criminal law and other law books to see, as enrichment of self. I didn't expect it to actually come in handy. Why? This time it was Lu Wei who asked. In her perception, shouldn't the crime of robbery be robbery only if you rob a removable object such as money or property? Hogging the house counts? Yang Xiao explained. Robbery refers to the crime of using violence, coercion or other methods to forcibly snatch public or private property from the owner or custodian of the property for the purpose of unlawful possession, thus constituting a crime. Saying that, Yang Xiao added, if they are still hogging it and not returning it after further dissuasion, then it is forcibly snatching the finances away, and it is definitely a robbery offense without a doubt. The next morning, Tianfu News City, Zhang Hao, accompanied by Zhang Hao, the property manager, once again came to the outside of Building 1, 1802. The two men looked at each other. No one wants to go up to the door and initiate a knock. After all, Zhang Suewa's savagery was something the two had truly learned. Half a dozen times. After all, Zhang Hao was unable to argue with the future owner, and could only helplessly walk forward and gently knock on the door, lest it be too loud, drawing Zhang Suewa's baptism of fury. Knock knock. I wonder if the sound is too low. Half a dozen times. Still no one came to the door. One time, the two men froze outside the door not knowing what to do. Keep knocking? Both Zhang Hao and Zhang Hao were a bit terrified. In the meantime, house. Zhang Suihua is doing calisthenics in the living room. Bu Yaolian, on the other hand, was lying on the sofa, holding her cell phone alone and swiping short videos. As for the only male member of the family, Bu Xiaoda, the moment, was doing odd jobs at a hot pot restaurant and was tired and out of breath. Every now and then I get yelled at by my boss, but there was no way around it. He had to endure it all. Ephraim didn't connect. The family was barely surviving on his meager income. Whenever he was scolded, he used the mental combat method and argued and just argued. Wait for my son-in-law to come back. Let's see if I don't buy this trashy hot pot restaurant and make you work for me for the rest of your life. Just think of all that. Suffer more and feel better. Mom, help me empty the trash in this trash can. It's all full out. Bu Yalian said as she pointed at the trash can in front of her. Okay, wait. Zhang Suihua casually returned. She waited until she had danced the last beat before stopping. After a few minutes of rest, she lifted the trash in the garbage can and headed for the door. The door opens. Holy shit, who is it? Zhang Suihua suddenly saw two people standing outside the door, startling her. Upon closer inspection, she thought it looked slightly familiar, but I can't remember where I've seen it before. Then he frowned and asked warily, who are you? What do you want? Zhang Hao saw Zhang Suihua carrying a garbage bag in her hand. Involuntarily, he took half a step back. Only after confirming that it was safe did he force a smile. Auntie, we are here to inform you of something. What's the matter to be notified? Zhang Suihua asked with a frown. Chapter 97, Real and Fake Real Estate Certificates, Seeking Recommendations, Seeking Collections. Zhang Hao gulped. Then, speaking very fast, he said, this house is not yours, so please move out within 3 days. When he finished speaking, he quickly took a few more steps back, pull away from Zhang Suihua. When Zhang Suihua heard this, her face sank for a moment, and she directly dropped the garbage in her hand, hard, at Zhang Hao's feet. Then, sneering, he said, it's still funny, if the house is not ours, is it still yours? I've seen cell phone snatchers, bag snatchers, food snatchers. It's the first time I've seen a house being robbed. Is it because the forest is so big that all birds will be found? Zhang Hao laughed and took a few steps back before returning. You're right. This house is really mine. Yours? Oh, why do you have such a big face? This house was bought by my son-in-law for my daughter. When did it become yours? Is it possible that you are my grandson? You daydream. I don't have a son or daughter like you. I advise you to get lost immediately. Or else, I will immediately call the police and sue you for robbery and rape. With that, Zhang Suihua took out her cell phone and made a gesture to call. Zhang Hao, a hallowed personnel manager, was dumbfounded by the dislike of a 50 or 60-year-old woman. What a rarity! Seeing this, Zhang Hao hurriedly stepped forward and said, Auntie, who's your aunt? Do we know each other that well? Sorry, no. Zhang Suihua crossed her arms and snapped. Zhang Hao just opened his mouth and said 4 words before Zhang Suihua mercilessly disliked him. It's too much of a nifty spray. The two were completely defeated. Zhang Hao took a deep breath and said, Ma'am, no matter how you got in, this house is indeed not yours, so please move out as soon as possible. Otherwise, we will call the police to deal with it. Since it's useless to talk nicely, then we'll have to call the police for justice. Fine.
Call the police. Just in time. I can also sue you for trying to rape me, Zhang Suihua said with a sneer. Want to rape you? The corners of Zhang Hao's and Zhang Hao's mouths tugged. Such shocking words can be said. We are even more headstrong. It's not like they're even remotely interested in you. Blindness is not an option. Alright then, in that case, I can only call the police. With that, Zhang Hao took out his cell phone and prepared to call the police. Just then, Bu Yalian also came to the door and asked with a frown. Mom, what's going on? Taking out the garbage. And you can get into a fight too. Laying on the couch video brushing up nicely. It resulted in a fight at the door. Had to put my phone down to come over and see what was going on. I blame these two spoilers. Seeing them makes me angry. Upon hearing this, Zhang Suihua pointed at Zhang Hao and the two of them and huffed. Broomstick? Dry. Do you talk like that? Zhang Haoren was furious. We talk nicely and you scold indiscriminately. How come? In the end, you call us spoilers? Are you a pig in shit? So good at playing backwards. Zhang Hao forced down his anger and put down his cell phone, deciding to have a good talk with Bu Yalian, in case it can be talked through. It also saves us from having to fight each other. Then he spoke. Miss, I, however, just opened his mouth. Who are you calling miss? You're the one who's a miss. Your whole family is a miss. Zhang Suihua was like a cannonball, exploding at the slightest point. Young Ho was really annoyed. Is it wrong to yell like that? It was the first time he had met such an unreasonable woman. Anyway, she said it herself. She would catch it and then. A scolding. What kind of woman is this? It's totally cursing until you're convinced. Bu Yalian pulled Zhang Suihua back, frowned at Zhang Hao, and asked impatiently, what exactly do you guys want? Zhang Hao was relieved to see Bu Yalian pulling Zhang Suihua back, and once again explained his intentions. We're just here to inform you that this house isn't yours, and we hope you'll move out as soon as possible. What? The house isn't mine? Are you kidding me? Bu Yalian immediately laughed in anger. Move out? This house is mine. Who are you to ask us to move out? What he said made Zhang Hao more and more strange. Mr. Lin has already asked. The house is ironically unoccupied. What the hell is going on here? Zhang Hao decided to ask for clarification. You said this house is yours. So what proof do you have? Want a voucher? Okay, you guys wait. Bu Yalian dropped a sentence, turned around and went back inside. A few minutes later, she came out with a red book. It's the real estate license. She opened the inner page and showed it to Zhang Hao and Zhang Hao, and said, look carefully. It's clearly written that this house is written in my name. Real estate license. I have that too. Zhang Hao took out a red book from his briefcase. Again, it's a real estate license. Only, the name written on it was Young Shaw. It's still not him. Zhang Hao, how is it possible to have two documents for one house? This book of yours is obviously fake. Zhang Suihua sneered without even looking at it. Is my copy a fake? Oh, why don't you call yours a fake? Zhang Hao firmly shook his head. Impossible. There's absolutely no way this one of mine is a fake. The boss gave it to me. How can it be fake? He's the owner of a 5-star hotel, all worth at least tens of billions. And, inside the hotel garage, there were also dozens of new BMWs parked that were used to reward employees. The suite is worth a couple cars at most. Can it be worth cheating his handlers? It's obviously not possible. How is it impossible? This house of ours. But my son-in-law bought it from an agent with real money. Zhang Suihua said with a few bragging tones. Zhang Hao also knew that one of the two real estate certificates was bound to be fake. He also knew that what Zhang Hao had in his hand was true. However, Zhang Suihua is really not easy to deal with, so he dares not be too tough. Besides, this is not the way to go. He had to offer to call the police, who would verify who was real or not on the two documents in hand. Zhang Suihua and Bu Yalian were confident that what they had in their hands was true. Agree to call the police. Zhang Hao naturally had no objections. Half an hour later, the Tianfu Street police station arrived at the scene. Zhang Hao spoke about the situation at the scene. One of the police officers brought the two property deeds together and compared them. A quick glance at the real thing. After exchanging the real for Zhang Hao, the police officer Huang Baixian looked at Bu Yalian. This real estate certificate of yours is fake. At once, Bu Yalian felt as if she had been struck by thunder, her mind going blank. Fake? How can it be fake? Why is it fake? His feet went limp, and he was directly sitting on the ground on his knees. Zhang Suihua directly exploded. You guys are talking nonsense. You must have colluded beforehand. In this regard, Wang Pakcheng also felt helpless. Had to explain. Real estate licenses have hard, textured covers and are bumpy to the touch. Said, and turned over the hand of the fake one. Continued, in addition, the real estate certificate inside the page attached to the content, including the source of property rights, which apportioned the area and so on. And look at this one of yours. It's all blank. Chapter 98. Bu Yalian was cheated, seeking recommendations.
seeking favorites. Bu Yalian listened to Huang Baixiang's explanation.
Her face brushed white, and then, she was directly paralyzed on the ground.
One time, it felt like the whole world had dimmed. False. Why is that? He lied to me?
Zhang Suihua embraced her daughter, who looked like she had lost her soul,
and said anxiously, Yao Yao, Yao Yao. What's wrong with you? Don't scare me, Yao Yao. Could it be that I've been tricked? Bu Yalian asked as she stared blankly at Zhang Suihua. Impossible. Clearly saw him pay. How could it be fake?
Zhang Suihua's head shook like a rattle. Those who have seen and heard the successful payment beeps with their own eyes and ears.
How come the real estate license is fake?
If there was really a problem,
then she would only think it was the agency. There was not the slightest doubt about Ephraim.
It even feels like he may have been kept in the dark about the truth as well.
If Ephraim knew, would have laughed and called Zhang Suihua a big idiot. Clearly he was sold, and stupidly helping to count the money. Huang Baixiang asked,
It's true that this house is not yours.
You need to move out of here.
He vaguely sensed that there might be something else in between.
As for what exactly? Further information is needed. That's right.
Regardless of who you were tricked by,
this house will be mine. So move out within 3 days. In due time,
Zhang Hao also said.
As for who and how they were duped, none of it has anything to do with him.
He just wants his house back.
That's enough. However, Zhang Suihua, stood up violently. I don't care. We paid for it, and this house is ours. No one can kick us out.
The two policemen looked at each other and both caught a whiff of something unusual.
Huang Baixiang stepped forward and asked, Are you sure you paid? After we looked at the house, my son-in-law, right here in the house, transferred the money to the agencies via WeChat on the spot. The full $3 million,
Zhang Suihua said in a hurry.
After saying that,
he seemed to have remembered something and hastily added, We've heard the beeps with our own ears.
There's no way it's fake. $3 million all in, transferred directly to an agent's? Still using WeChat?
The corners of Zhang Hao's and Zhang Hao's mouths tugged.
Incredible. What kind of person would do such a stupid thing?
Zhang Hao and Zhang Hao people were dumbfounded. To be able to do such a brainless thing.
I'm afraid he's a coal mine owner out of Red Leaf County.
Huang Baixiang paused and asked,
Is there any agreement signed or anything like that?
Yes.
I'll go get it right away. Bu Yalian sniffed and hurriedly got up to get the contract. 1 minute later, she panicked and handed the contract to Huang Baixiang. Here, this is the purchase contract signed with the agency at that time. Mentally, I prayed, hoping that none of that was true,
that it was all speculation.
Huang Baixiang took the contract and just by flipping through it, he could see that the purchase contract was fake.
Zhang Hao and the others on the side also saw it. A real home sales contract.
Definitely not just a few pages. It's usually dozens of pages. Also, the official seal on this contract is all mushy.
It's almost like it's stamped with a carrot.
Real stamps. How could this happen? Zhang Suihua asked. How is it, comrade?
We did not talk nonsense.
This house, is my son-in-law bought? That real estate license is the fake.
This purchase contract of yours is a fake, Huang Baixiang said truthfully.
What? I say this contract is a fake. No way. Look at this seal. Look at this signature. And here, even the area of the house purchased is not labeled. What is this if not a fake? Huang Baixiang pointed out the mistakes one by one.
Sure, the errors he points out are only a small part of the story.
There are still too many holes. No. It can't be. Absolutely impossible.
It's impossible for him to lie to me. Zhang Suihua's head shook like a rattle.
Suddenly, it seemed to recall something else. Hurriedly said, Comrade Police, it must be that agent.
Yes, it must be that agent who cheated us. You are the people's police. You must do it for us.
Huang Baixiang realized,
this time out of the police,
may need a big case. On the side,
Huang Baixiang's disciple climbed upwards and asked softly,
Master, what should we do? We seem to have run into a big case.
Huang Baixiang glanced at him, then looked at the two mothers and daughters.
Zhang Suihua,
we'll investigate this matter as soon as possible.
But this house isn't yours. You still need to move out as soon as possible.
Zhang Suihua consoles her disoriented daughter while verbally agreeing to move out.
However, there was no real intention in mind to move away. In their minds,
they spend their own money.
Why can't I live there? The police looked for it at the address left on the contract. No surprises. The address is fake. And the name of the company on the contract is mushy and completely unreadable. It also breaks a path. After being desperate,
they suddenly remembered that they could check the surveillance. So they ran to the property to retrieve the surveillance video, and through face recognition technology, managed to find the agent who was in charge of cooperating with the play at the time, Li. Being approached by the police, Li did not panic in the slightest, calm as usual, truthfully explained the situation. as well as how he cooperated with AI Fluttershy to implement the deception. In his opinion, he was just seeking money and cooperated with others to put on a show, and it was not illegal. What are you afraid of? After listening, the police were also confused. It's a mess. The real scammer is still the so-called son-in-law in Zhang Tsuewa's mouth, who planned this fraudulent operation. Not only them, I'm afraid that even if Zhang Tsuewa's mother and daughter thought through their heads, they wouldn't expect things to be like this. It's outrageous. And Li was arrested for working with AI Fluttershy to commit fraud, and it's up to the court to decide how to convict him. Huang Baixiang contacted Zhang Tsuewa, learned that they are not yet general, then took upward climb again to Tianfu New City. Building 1, room 1802. Ring the doorbell. Ding dong, ding dong. Zhang Tsuehua realized through the cat's eye that it was the police, and hurriedly shouted to her daughter before opening the door. Bu Yalian hurriedly pursued. Comrade policeman, is it clear? All checked out. Huang Baixiang nodded. Did the agent swallow the money? And that's why he didn't give us a real estate license? After asking, Bu Yalian looked at Huang Baixiang with an expectant face. It made him wonder for a moment if he should tell the truth, and he was silent for a few seconds before saying, "You have indeed been deceived. But, you see, I told you it's the agency that's cheating, that little bastard. He's no good at all at first glance." Zhang Tsuehua spat out before she finished her sentence. Bu Yalian asked apprehensively, "But what? But the, who lied to you guys is actually AI Fluttershy. That agent is just cooperating." Huang Baixiang said truthfully. "What? It's him." At that moment, Bu Yalian's face was bloodless, and she only felt that the sky was spinning, as if the sky was collapsing, and there was no trace of hope. Why would he lie to me? Why? Recall the moments with epinephrine, tears falling like rain. I'll treat you like you were born, and I'll love you to the bone. And you treat me like dirt. Alfred, doesn't your conscience hurt? Chapter 99, Making Yang Xiao happy as a father. Seeking favorites. Seeking recommendations. This thousand-knife beast Zhang Tsuehua slapped her thigh and cursed AI fluttering Ren one by one. Anyway, cursed all the ugly words she could think of. But, the more she cursed, the more Bu Yalian cried. The more she cried, Zhang Tsuehua then cursed the more fiercely. The whole building just echoed the voices of the two. Master and disciple Huang Baixiang just watched, wanting to say something comforting, but I don't know how to say it. At this time, Zhang Tsuehua comforted. Yao Yao, don't be sad. Aren't there still police here? They can definitely catch that murderer back. Hearing this, Bu Yalian felt like she had grabbed a life preserver. Snapping his head up, eyes burning at Huang Baixiang, "Comrade police. I want to call the police. I want to call the police. I want to sue AI Pangren for fraud." This moment for her, Wang Pak Chung and the others are her only hope. Two police comrades, this matter, you can't just ignore it. Zhang Tsuehua also said urgently, they've been cheated out of millions of dollars, among them, and a lot of money from relatives. If it's gone, they could be really screwed. Huang Baixiang said, don't worry guys, since I met you, this matter will naturally not be left unattended. An unusual trip to the police, but actually met a series of things. The case has also taken many twists and turns. Now it's good that there's also fraud involved. You guys must catch him. We have several $1 million with him. Zhang Tsuehua said anxiously. Millions? Geez, what the hell have you guys been through? Wang Pak Chung is really powerless to spit. However, this matter is beyond their capabilities. They can only report upwards. So he said, okay, it's too involved for the two of us to handle, but we'll report it. Thank you, please, you must catch him, Zhang Tsuehua said. Good, Huang Baixiang nodded and added. However, I still suggest that you move out of here as soon as possible. After all, it's someone else's house. To this, Zhang Tsuehua, as usual, verbally agreed. Wait for the police to leave. Zhang Tsuehua said. Yao, do you think the police can catch AI fluttering Ren? I don't know. Bu Yaolian shook her head. Zhang Tsuehua sighed heavily before saying, hey, if we can't catch him, what can we do? So much money. The worst thing is, Yang Xiao even sued me. What can I do? Thinking about this matter, Bu Yaolian was worried and panicked. It's over $400,000. There are no economic sources. How can she pay it back? At this time, Zhang Tsuehua's eyes turned and said this way. Yao, I have an idea. I don't know if I should say it or not. Mom, what time is it? What should or shouldn't it be? Quickly say what the idea is. Bu Yaolian anxiously urged. It's been almost 2 months since you broke up with young Shaw, right? That's right. Why? When was the last time you and he did it? Do what? Bu Yaolian was surprised. Mom, we're talking business. Zhang Tsuehua sniffed and said in a serious manner.
Why am I talking about something other than business? You answer me first. When is it? What's the connection? Of course I have. Data is probably early November. Why are you asking? Bu Yalian still said it, but was also a bit curious. Exactly what kind of idea? Still need to know this. Hearing this, Zhang Suihua sat there frowning and breaking her fingers one by one, seemingly calculating something. A moment later, Zhang Suihua revealed a look of ecstasy and looked at her daughter. Yao Yao. Then the child in your stomach. It's highly likely that it's his. Is it his? No way. Who's it for? She's clear. Bu Yalian shook her head at Zhang Suihua. No, it's not. When I did it with him, I took safety measures. This child can't be his. You're silly. Can't the set be broken? Zhang Suihua said with hatred. I've made it so clear. Why don't you get it? This made Bu Yalian even more puzzled. Mom, what exactly do you mean? Can't you finish at once? It has to be a riddle. Geez, how did I give birth to such a stupid daughter as you? Zhang Suihua was very speechless, but still patiently explained. Isn't he suing you for stealing money? Then we can also say that we were cheated in order to buy a house for our children. This can still be like this? Bu Yalian's eyes widened at once. It can still work like this? It's just that at that time, she herself didn't know she was pregnant. Does that make sense? Zhang Suihua, however, did not think, why not? Anyway, the child is in the belly. You say yes. He cannot prove that it is not. Moreover, he can't prove that the money is not for the child. She thought wonderfully. October pregnancy. For such a long time. It's another opportunity to get a good look at Yanxiao and ask for some money for the nutrition of a pregnant woman during her pregnancy. And even ask for some alimony. It can't be too much though. At least it would be enough money for the family to make a run for it. She hadn't thought about it either. With the technology that was available, there is absolutely no need for a child to be born to have a DNA test. Bu Yalian still felt unreliable. But, however, she hadn't finished her sentence. Zhang Suihua then took over. No buts. Trust me. This is the only chance you have to win. Saying this, Zhang Suihua added. Moreover, after winning the case, we can continue to look for money from him while we get rid of the child and continue to find a rich man. This is a multi-purpose move. That's a mouthful. It's also really unbeatable. Not only are you eating out of a bowl and watching the pot, but you're also thinking about what the supermarket sells. Bu Yalian was also moved by this proposal. She couldn't find a reason to refuse. She'd looked it up online 2 days ago. Theft of 400,000 yuan is a particularly large amount and is punishable by more than 10 years imprisonment or life imprisonment. If you don't do what Zhang Suihua said, not only will she be unable to pay back the $400,000, she will go to jail for theft. Of course, according to Article 265 of the Criminal Procedure Code, criminals sentenced to a term of imprisonment or detention. Those with serious illnesses requiring medical parole. Women who are pregnant or breastfeeding their babies. C. Those who are unable to take care of themselves, and the application of provisional release from imprisonment does not jeopardize society. All of them can be temporarily suspended from imprisonment. And she's pregnant. Attachment to this condition. It's just that she still needs to carry out the outstanding sentence after she's finished giving birth and is through breastfeeding. Bu Yalian asked. Mom, so what exactly are we going to do? Zhang Suihua sniffed and touched her chin in deep thought. A few minutes later, she snapped her head up. I have an idea. Quickly, what is the solution? Bu Yalian couldn't wait to pursue the question. Zhang Suihua smiled and said, it's simple. Since he's suing you, then we'll backhandedly expose him on the internet. Chapter 100, Shaping Yang Zhao's Personality of Leaving His Wife and Children Behind, Seeking Recommendations, Collections, Subscriptions. Zhang Suihua smiled and said, it's simple. Since he's suing you, then we'll backhandedly expose him on the internet. Online exposure? Bu Yalian was surprised. What do you mean? It's simple. We just need this. Afterwards, Zhang Suihua spoke out her thoughts. She was going to make a play for the baby in her daughter's belly. Say that this child belongs to Young Shaw. The $400,000 that Bu Yalian transferred was also to ask AI Pinran to help buy a house, not to give it to him. And Young Shaw learned of it. Not only did they not show support, and making a scene at home, in the end, they even just left their fiancés and their unborn children behind and ran away. It's not just that. And, as things stand, Yang Xiao actually filed a lawsuit against the child's mother, suing for money. This manipulation not only discredits Young Shaw, and set up your own persona. Two birds with one stone. She was convinced that as soon as it was posted online, it's bound to draw sympathy from the general public. In time, wouldn't he be on his knees begging for forgiveness? Think about it. Zhang Suihua almost laughed out loud. Bu Yalian thought about it and thought it made sense. And, that's the only chance to flip it. But how do I post it online? And how do you get more people to see it? That's a problem.
Zhang Suihua seemed to be able to see her daughter's concern,
And added, I have a mahjong friend's son. Is a netizen.
It is said that the fans are several 100,000.
We ask him to help send a video. Guaranteed to be known by everyone. Indeed. This is the age of the smartphone.
One cell phone per hand. Whether you're riding in a car,
Waiting for a bus, or walking. Cell phones don't leave your hand. Either swipe a short video or read a novel. In short, you just can't be idle. This situation. As soon as they send out the video,
and the video blogger has enough traffic,
sooner or later, it's going to be all over the internet. Bu Yaolian thought for a moment and reminded. Mom, but I've heard that you have to pay to find these internet celebrities to post videos and advertise. Don't worry, I bet he won't take any money. What makes you so sure he won't take the money?
Zhang Suihua said with a fluttering brow.
Why would he charge money when we can help him increase his fan base and help him further raise his popularity? That's right. Many video bloggers
may just increase their follower count by hundreds of thousands and millions because of a particular video, even millions and millions of dollars.
They're kind of a big hit with this one.
It is bound to attract a great deal of attention.
Say it and do it. That afternoon,
Zhang Suihua found this mahjong friend, spoke to his son about the situation,
hiding the truth.
Of course, when the other party heard about this, he was very, very angry,
and immediately agreed,
and made an appointment to meet in the evening after work,
chat in detail about how it works. 18:30 p.m.
Zhang Suihua opened a table of good food and waited for Guan Dequan's arrival.
At 1900 hours, Tubby came here.
Zhang Suihua smilingly opened the door.
Enthusiastic hospitality, yo. Is Dequan come. Fast house sit.
Zhang Suihua took the package in Guan Dequan's hand.
Okay, Auntie. Guan Dequan carried the camera into the house. After placing things on the ground,
Tubby scanned the decor of the house,
secretly lamenting, not to be outdone. It's a recent hot school district home. The decor is really nice. Brother Quan, quickly wash your hands and get ready to eat.
Bu Yaolian hurriedly brought hot water.
Guan Dequan took the hot water. Good. After washing your hands, take your seat for dinner. Between the seats,
Bu Yaolian and Zhang Suihua kept on giving him dishes, and the bowl was piled up almost as high as Mount Everest. It made him weirdly embarrassed.
After the meal, a few people sat on the couch. Dequan, is this a good operation? Will it bring you trouble?
Zhang Suihua still pretended not to know and deliberately asked.
Guan Dequan smiled and shook his head. Auntie, look at what you're saying.
You and my dad are friends.
What's trouble or not? Saying that, he also emphasized, in this matter, you all just listen to me. It's all good to operate.
Guaranteed to make that kid beg for mercy on his knees.
Before he came,
his father made it a point to emphasize that he had to help her and repeatedly told him that he must not charge a penny.
It's more of a concern than even your own. This made Guan Dequan a bit strange and skeptical. But it's normal.
His mom died years ago.
His dad, Guan Liyuan, has been single and alone, and it's time to find an old partner. He thinks this Auntie Chang is just fine. So what are we going to do? Bu Yaolian asked. Guan Dequan touched his chin and was silent for a moment before he said, let's do it this way. You guys put things through, tell me in more detail, and I'll think about how to choreograph and how to shoot. With that, Guan Dequan took out his notebook and sat ready to record. Mother and daughter looked at each other, both seeing shock in the other's eyes. You call that professional? That's what the fuck is called professionalism. That's a lot of gear. Afterwards, Zhang Suihua spoke. Well then, here's the thing. She made up the story again. Bu Yaolian occasionally added on from the sidelines. Tubby's fingers tapped rapidly on the keyboard. An hour or so later, finally finished the framework of the rough story. Immediately after, it took another hour. Sorted out how to condense this story and organize it into a video. Not bad for making videos all the time. Experienced.
It soon occurred to Tubby Quan. He decided that he would take the approach of having Bu Yaolian self-report.
Take the material he has written and read it out. Only the parties involved can present the story perfectly.
He told Zhang Suihua's mother and daughter what he was thinking.
Zhang Suihua slapped her thigh. Wonderful. No matter how vividly others speak, it's not as good as the person in question's explanation. It's much better.
She hadn't read a lot of the life in a box type of columns.
Each time,
I was moved to tears by the stories they told of their experiences. It's the truth that's the most touching.
Mom, but I don't know how to tell stories. Bu Yaolian looked embarrassed. It was simply too hard for her. She was afraid she'd mess up. After all, it's about her future in jail. There is no room for error. Guan Dequan laughed. Maisie, you don't need to be too pressurized. All you have to do is to read it as I wrote it and add your own emotions. And you can definitely touch a whole lot of people. Really? Trust me, I've got hundreds of thousands of followers at least. This spreads very quickly. That That's fine. Okay, I'll leave the script and you familiarize yourself with it. I'll come back tomorrow afternoon, and if it's okay, we can start recording the video. With that, Guan Dequan stood up. Smiling, he said, Auntie, sister, then I'll leave and come back tomorrow. Sit for a while longer. It's only 10:30. Zhang Suihua stayed the guest and said, Talent? Guan Dequan said, No, I have things to do back there. Zhang Suihua had to give up. That's fine. Tomorrow you'll come over early. Okay, Guan Dequan said as he walked towards the door. His hand was just on the doorknob. Before he could twist it, the door opened. Is this a censor door? Chapter 101 Buyalian Second Plum Blossom, Seeking Recommendations, Collections, Subscriptions. Outside the door, Bu Xiaoda was wearing the clothes of a hot pot restaurant, carrying the packed back hot pot in his hand, and looked at Guan Dequan with a confused face. Who is this guy? Why are you in my house so late? Tubby Quan froze for a few seconds as well. With that, he flashed a smile at Bu Xiaoda. A hot pot restaurant clerk who also moonlights as a takeaway? I'll try it in a few days. Turning her head, she rushed to Bu Yalian and said, It's so late, and you guys are ordering hot pot takeout? Hot pot takeout? Where is it? Bu Xiaoda hadn't reacted yet. Bu Yalian hurriedly introduced, Dad, this is Guan Dequan, here to help us. Ah, Dad? Guan Dequan immediately widened his eyes, his face full of incredulity. Your dad is still there? No, your dad is still delivering. Delivering takeout? Crap, what the hell is going on here? Guan Dequan was messed up. He thought her dad was gone, and his own dad had made sure he came over to help out, wanting to take advantage of the opportunity to woo her mom. He was also thinking of going back and encouraging the encouragement. Now it seems that this is not the case at all. Besides, it seems like his dad is still a third-party interloper. That's not very nice. He decided to ask his dad about it when he got home. Tell him this kind of thing is not to be. The corners of Bu Xiaoda's mouth twitched when he heard Guan Dequan's words. What do you mean I'm still around? Are you cursing me to death? Just as he was about to go up to Guan Dequan and theorize about the theory, Bu Yalian immediately said, My dad works at the hot pot restaurant, so he gets off work late. She then turned her head back to her dad and introduced herself to him. This is Guan Dequan, here to help us with the prosecution. Only after hearing this did Bu Xiadiga's face soften. Guan Dequan was embarrassed, and hard squeezed out a stiff smile. Uncle good. I still have something to do. Uncle goodbye. After saying that, he ran away in a puff of smoke. Cameras and other gear were not taken. When Bu Xiaoda saw this, he was also quite speechless. Young people nowadays, at least apologize before you leave. What does Frizzy look like? Young people are all the same these days. Just the other day, they had a couple of guys in the store that sexually harassed two beautiful women after they were rejected. Exasperated. A big fight on the spot against a couple of beautiful women. And the result? It just so happens that there are a few veterans outside, rushing in and operating on the thugs. It was directly manipulated into kneeling and begging for mercy. It was painful to watch him. Back inside, Zhang Suihua told Bu Xiaoda about her plan. Listen to the whole program. Bu Xiaoda felt a little unreliable, so he said, I say you too, also don't fool around, or honestly find a job, and try to pay back the money earlier. All this time working at the hot pot restaurant, he looked away. Since he was unlucky enough to meet this kind of thing, what else can we do? Pay it back. We can't let those relatives go down with us. Pay back the money? No. It's impossible to pay back money in this lifetime. Zhang Suihua rejected this proposal on the spot. Investments are risky. By what right do we make money and share it with everyone? Lost money. We'll just take it on ourselves? Bu Yalian also said, Dad, it's not a question of whether or not to pay back the money. It's that I'm going to be prosecuted, with almost overwhelming evidence, and go to jail. Jail. Understand? Bu Xiaoda frowned. But if you guys do this now, in case you fail and are found out, not only will you guys be in trouble, but even this Guan Dequan will be in bad luck. Don't worry. We've got it all planned out and there's absolutely nothing that can go wrong. Where in the world are absolutes? There's nothing difficult in the world. It's the willingness to climb. Alright, since you guys want to continue, let it be. With that, Bu Xiaoda went to take a shower. Day 2. Afternoon. Guan Dequan arrived as promised. At this point, Bu Yalian has pretty much memorized the script. Machine set up. Prepare to turn on the video. Just then, Auntie, Maisie, I feel as if this place is not suitable for videotaping. Guan Dequan suddenly felt that the scene was not quite appropriate. It looks very different inside the camera. It doesn't inspire sympathy at all. Zhang Suihua jumped the gun and asked, why is it inappropriate? It's so luxurious. What? It's not okay to be too posh? Of course, The sympathy of netizens will only be given to the weak, or the disadvantaged. Juan Daquan said so. Even the story itself is sympathetic, but the current situation, again, it's key to the strength of the empathy of the general public. It's like, same story, acting out the time. Party A is scantily clad and heavily made up. This situation, even if the story is more sensationalized, that would also make it almost fun. On the contrary, Party B is dressed in average clothes and has a miserable home situation. This prerequisite, even if the story isn't sensationalized enough, it's even very common. That would also win the sympathy of the general public, even anger. Therefore, he proposed to shoot in a shabbier location. Bu Yalian and Zhang Suihua agreed without even thinking about it. Toss and turn. They searched several times before they managed to find one. Unguarded area to be demolished. Go inside the area to be demolished. Found a decent house. Simply set up. It's officially time to start recording. It's smoother. After only 2 or 3 recordings, it was done. After looking at the samples, Zhang Suihua gave Guan Daquan a thumbs up. Daquan, you're really great. Yes, brother Quan, you are simply a future international director. Bu Yalian also hastened to praise. She knew that men always needed to be complimented. The more you brag about it, the more energized you get. Guan Daquan smiled at his words and burst into laughter. That's right, I feel the same way. But the words, he could only think about it in his mind. The only thing I could say was, ha ha, okay, I can get better. Daquan, what else do we need to do next? You guys just wait for news at home. It's up to me back there. Thanks then. What are you thanking for? I was counting on relying on this video to increase my millions of fans. Guan Daquan said with a smile. After he learns that Bu Xiaoda is still alive, he doesn't intend to aid and abet him. But on second thought, this is a great opportunity to increase your fan base. Once missed. I don't know how long I'll have to wait until next time. After weighing left and right, still decided to keep helping them. Zhang Suihua laughed. Words cannot be said so without us this matter. You rose powder million. But it is only a matter of time. And we have little to do with us. That's right. Just a little bit ahead. Bu Yalian also patted his ass. True. This was very flattering to Tubby Quan. He laughed. Don't worry guys. First thing tomorrow morning, this video will appear on all the major short videos. Maybe even a hit. Zhang Suihua's mother and daughter were looking forward to it. After the separation, mother and daughter Bu Yalian went home. Guan Daquan returned to the studio and worked overtime to edit the video, until 5:30 in the morning. It was only then that the editing of the video was completed, as well as the accompanying text work. A strong headline was thought up before the release. Shocked, the man did this kind of thing to a pregnant woman. The gods are outraged. Click send. Video sent. Forwarding. Kudos. It's slowly festering. And at this point, young Shaw is still asleep. There's nothing about it. Chapter 102, The King's Divine Stock, Seeking Recommendations, Collections, and Subscriptions. Yuzhou Hotel. Penthouse. Chairman's office. Yang Xiao wrapped his arm around Lu Wei's slender waist. How is the matter of the webcasting company being handled? Almost on track. Just what? It's just that the popularity doesn't seem to be good. Lu Wei sighed. Originally, she thought she could fly high. After all, nowadays, it was a period of boom in the webcasting industry. It's easy to rise. And, of course, it's easy to dive headfirst without making more than a few splashes. It's completely gone. Lu Wei also didn't expect to be hit in the head. Jan Shaw asked, just popularity? Well, without popularity, there's no traffic. And without traffic, there's no way to monetize. If that's all it is, I do have an idea. Lu Wei hurriedly asked. What solution? We're not popular. Mainly because we don't have the attention. And we don't have the attention. Again, because we don't have a top anchor to back us up. And what we need is a top anchor. The signing fees for top streaming anchors on major platforms are too expensive. Easily tens of millions, even hundreds of millions. Now is the age of self-media. A cell phone can watch the live broadcast, but also can be posted around the strange and interesting things. Everyone can be the anchor. Why do we have to dig other people's home top stream? Not digging up other people's homes. Lu Wei asked. You mean making your own stars? That's right. We can get a star-making program going. At the same time, spread the word about this star-making program, so that everyone knows that we're messing with this. Yang Xiao spoke eloquently. Said with style, it's hard to imagine. He was a delivery boy a month or two ago. It's too much of a change. Lu Wei is also good at least for many years in a big company. When Yang Xiao said that, she immediately understood. He was busy saying, that's fine. I'll have them work out a plan right away to get the advertisement out as soon as possible. Wait a minute. Yang Xiao called out to Lu Wei, adding,
it's best to hire another well-known figure as a spokesperson.
It doesn't have to be too long, just a year. Star-making program, plus celebrity endorsements. That advertisement went out in a flash. Soon it will be known to all.
Whether or not you can stand up when the time comes depends on how it works. The reason for signing up for only 1 year of endorsements.
It's because he feels 1 year is enough time for the company to grow. Lu Wei asked. Stars? That's right, but with a clean bottom. Young Shaw emphasized. This is important. He didn't want the endorsement to go halfway. That would be a drag. Lu Wei nodded. Yes, it just so happens that I have a friend who is in the entertainment industry. Yang Xiao said. That's best. It's best if it's done before the Lantern Festival. That would be best. There are still nearly 20 days left, so it's not a big problem. Saying that, Lu Wei got up and prepared to leave. Just then, suddenly, it was yanked back by Yan Xiao. Caught off guard, Lu Wei was directly pulled to lie in Yang Xiao's arms. Get up close and personal. Young Shaw smells like soap nuts. Drill into Lu Wei's nose. The two have had more intimate encounters for a long time though. The moment, Lu Wei still felt her heart beating faster, and his face was on fire. The eyes were even more afraid to look at Yang Xiao's eyes, and Yang Xiao looked at Lu Wei seriously, half a dozen times. Suddenly, he spoke. Xiao Wei, you're just too tempting. ? Lu Wei was surprised. What does that mean? At that moment, Yang Xiao quickly kissed Lu Wei. In the meantime, a terrier suddenly came to him. Then he laughed. I never thought that I would have this day of being a god. Being a fairy? Dream on. And so on. Could it be? Lu Wei said tentatively. You're saying that we're a divine couple? No, it's not. Yang Xiao shook his head, noticing the slight change in Lu Wei's eyes. Hurriedly said in a serious manner. It's not a godly couple. It's better than a godly couple. Survival is pretty strong. Lu Wei was quite satisfied with this answer. At this time, Yang Xiao added. In the past, I never understood what the words of the forced king meant, but today I understand. Forcing the king? Who is it? Lu Wei was puzzled. What is it? He said. Young Shaw smiled meaningfully, as if deliberately appetizing. Just not all at once. Lu Wei was anxious. What did he say? Why don't you say it? Yang Xiao leaned over to Lu Wei's ear. Softly, he said. He said that I'm afraid that only a god could grasp such a beautiful woman. Lu Wei first looked puzzled. With that, the response came. Wide-eyed. Yeah, I'm listening to you carefully, and you're giving me dirty jokes. Lu Wei's silver teeth lightly bit, and reached out to directly on Yang Xiao's waist. Fiercely pinched. Hiss. Yang Xiao took a light breath and added. It's still strong. That's for sure. I've practiced. No wonder. It's pinching my raw. It's all numb. Serves you right, Lu Wei said triumphantly. Who told you to be a smart ass? Yang Xiao smiled and said. It's good to live this. Good to know. The words just fell. The smile on Lu Wei's face froze. Nice guy. It's really not changing. The cars are driving more and more blatantly. However, before she could react, Yang Xiao then kissed down to her red lips. Dry fire. A dead tree springs back to life. Half an hour later, Lu Wei straightened her clothes, then she stepped on her high heels and left the office. In the meantime, on the web, the video, posted by Tube De Quan, is festering. After he wakes up from his nap, just keep an eye on the back-end data of the short videos of the fast lane. As of 1500 hours PM, there have been over 10,000 retweets on this site, over 20,000 likes. The comments are even more than 50,000 new followers. And that's just a dozen hours of effectiveness. He then looked at other video sites. Other video sites are even worse. In the end, it's the small number of fans that's to blame. If still by development, it may take another day or two before it completely ignites the internet. After further deliberation, he decided to pay for a few waves of traffic, increase exposure a bit. Then he spent over $1,000 on a wave of traffic. Sure enough, 2 hours later, he looked backstage again and it had changed drastically. There have been over 50,000 retweets on this site, over 50,000 likes. The comments are even more than 80,000. Added 100,000 new followers. Meanwhile, it's already become a popular short video on Fastlane. Take this opportunity. He immediately reached out to a couple of his good friends from Racer Video and asked them to help repost it. Those people were informed of the situation and immediately retweeted it without saying a word. Soon the story was heating up quickly online. Anyone who has seen this self-referential video of Bu Yalian, all of them are hated. Is there any humanity left? Is there any law? Is there any law? I strongly suggest that he be put in his place. This man is also invincible. Even if he abandons his wife,
He actually licks his face and prosecutes the woman who was carrying his child.
Is this still a man? Paraphrasing the upstairs quandary. He can't be called a man. He should be a eunuch. Grass.
Curse him for not being able to eat 4 dishes for the rest of his life.
One time. On the internet, all kinds of spewing abounds. It's as hard to hear as it needs to be. Only what you wouldn't expect.
There's nothing the webmaster can't think of.
It was also fortunate that Bu Yalian did not expose Yang Zhao's appearance at that time. Otherwise, it is hard to imagine the consequences. Chapter 103, Ma Yufeng wants to join hands with Bu Yalian, seeking recommendations, collections, subscriptions, Great Peaks Group, penthouse, chairman's office. Ma Dafeng leaned back in his boss chair with Mimi in his arms, squinting slightly. Hands are constantly going up and down. Knock knock. Suddenly, there was a sharp knock on the door. Ma Dafeng immediately stopped moving. Crap. Still coming? Immediately, Honey quickly stepped aside and hurriedly straightened her clothes. He was afraid that his daughter, once again, would burst in. Do all that. Only then did he let the door in. Solely, not his daughter, Ma Yufeng. The visitor was of a small grade, but it's smart as hell. It's none other than Tudun. He came to the desk and said softly, "You, Mr. Ma, Mei Renqing is here." In a moment of haste, I almost called him my father-in-law. Ma Dafeng explicitly requested that in the company, he could not call his dad or his father-in-law. It can only be called Mr. Ma, let him in. Ma Dafeng nodded. Tu Ding waved at the door. A middle-aged man, with a terrified face, walked in. Come to Ma Dafeng. Lowering his head and trembling, he said, Ma, hello." Ma Dafeng swept a glance at Mei Renqing and was stunned. Big head, thick neck. It's either the boss or the cook. This was applied to Mei Renqing. Couldn't be more appropriate. And it was he who was approached by Ma Yufeng and arranged by Ma Dafeng to successfully enter the Yuzhou Hotel as the chef of Chinese cuisine. In Ma Dafeng's plan, it needs the cooperation of the pawn, Mei Renqing. It's the only way to play it perfectly. Ma Dafeng asked his secretary to light a cigar and put it in his mouth to take a drag before asking, "How's it going over there?" 1. Cut goes smoothly. Mei Renqing returned warily. He didn't know what Ma Dafeng had called himself for this time. Intuition told him, definitely not a good thing. Ma Dafeng nodded with satisfaction and said, "Well done. Your mission is coming soon. When is the big? About? By the end of the first month at the latest. What do you need me to do?" Mei Renqing asked. Ma Dafeng nodded at Mimi. Honey knew it by heart. Quickly put on disposable gloves. From a side cabinet, he carefully took out a brown porcelain bottle and gently placed it in front of Mei Renqing. What's in the bottle? Mei Renqing knew that it definitely wouldn't be anything good. Therefore, he did not reach for it. Instead, he frowned at Ma Dafeng. What does this mean? At first, when he came to see Ma Dafeng only said he was going to install him in the Yuzhou Hotel. Just in case, he thought it was, at first, that Ma Dafeng wanted him to deliberately mess up the Yuzhou Hotel at a critical time. It doesn't seem so simple now. Ma Dafeng smiled bashfully and said, "Don't worry, it's not poison. It's just an aphrodisiac." An aphrodisiac? For whom? Is it the general manager of the Yuzhou Hotel? Crap. This is too much courage. Mei Renqing swallowed a mouthful of saliva before tentatively asking. Ma looks at the general manager of Yuzhou Hotel? Interview. He had met Lin Xian. The first time he had to see her, he couldn't help but feel ripples in his heart, even fantasizing about something exciting happening with her. However, he also knew, there was no way a woman of Lin Xian's extreme quality would have anything to do with herself. If I had to say there is, it would only be an up and down relationship. More, that's delusional. However, he had heard about Ma Dafeng's lustful behavior recently. Therefore, as soon as she heard that Ma Dafeng had given himself an aphrodisiac, she naturally associated it with him wanting to do something to her. The general manager of the Yuzhou Hotel is beautiful? Ma Dafeng's eyes instantly bloomed with a light. Dumbfounded. This made Mei Renqing a bit puzzled, but still nodded and said truthfully, yes, very beautiful. It's like he doesn't know that Lin Xian is pretty. Wasn't it her? Ma Dafeng asked again. Are the breasts big? Is the ass nice? Big and a great ass. Mei Renqing sweated, but still answered truthfully. The rumors were really wrong. He's not horny. It's almost like a horny ghost reincarnated. Totally a master who can't walk away once he sees a pretty woman. The two then went off on a tangent for a while. Good thing Tudun pulled back in time. After an hour-long discussion, Mei Renqing promised to help. At first, for this mission, Mei Renqing refused. He's not legally blind either. Something like drugging. It's blatantly illegal and criminal. If you get caught, ironically, it's jail time, or several years. However, nay,
The price given by Ma Dafeng was really tempting.
The human world. Who can say no to money? Not to mention $50 million. So much money. How many years does he have to be a cook to earn it back? Sure, it's also possible that you won't earn it for the rest of your life. Just as Mei Rinqing was about to leave, the door to the office was suddenly slammed open very vigorously, hitting the wall heavily with a loud thud. Ma Dafeng knew who it was almost without turning his head. Throughout the company, except for Ma Yufeng, no one dares to go in and out of his office like that.
Ma Yufeng walked inside while shouting, "Dad, there's good news. Heavenly good news. It's almost like she's 10 years younger than she is and deserves to be happy." Ma Dafeng was also interested. "Oh, what's the good news?"
Ha ha ha, that Yang Xiao got hammered online again. Look, this is the online video.
Ma Yufeng laughed out loud and handed her cell phone to Ma Dafeng.
Take the phone.
Ma Dafeng carefully watched the video on his cell phone and heard the name that the woman in it burst out.
It was indeed Yang Xiao. I just don't know if it's the same person. There's no picture. How is it that you keep getting hammered on the internet? What did he do to spite the world?
Dad, we can find this woman and work with her.
Ma Yufeng voiced her thoughts. The enemy of the enemy. Isn't that what friends are for? The woman in the video, in her opinion,
had shared a bed with young Shaw for years.
Must know him very, very well.
Soldiers often say,
know your enemy and know yourself, so you can win 100 battles.
If it is possible to join forces with her,
wouldn't it be a much better chance of winning? Tu Ding suddenly interjected. Old Manager Ma, are you sure that the Yang Xiao she said is the Yang Xiao we are looking for? 8 or 9. Then it's just not sure. Ma Yufeng was instantly enraged. Bald one, are you trying to raise a fight with me? Hitting people in the face is not a good idea, and cursing them is not a good idea. She's good, straight to the heart of Tudin. Tu Ding gritted his teeth and didn't say anything else. A conversation between two people. It made Mei Rinqing, who was on the side, listen in confusion. Isn't Yang Xiao the owner of the Yuzhou Hotel? Is he the one you're targeting? At that moment, Ma Dafeng's voice rang in his ears. Alright, what's all the noise about?
Ma Dafeng said impatiently.
If you want to know if it's the same person, wouldn't it be better to go and investigate? With that,
he turned his head to look at Tu Ding.
I'll leave this matter to you.
Chapter 104 Yang Xiao responds to Bu Yelian's Netstorm, seeking recommendations,
collections, subscriptions. In the meantime, Zhang Hao also saw the online video. He instantly recognizes Bu Yelian as the culprit who has taken over his future house. Fierce as hell in reality. Why are you playing the poor guy in the video? Poor man. There must be something to hate.
The Yang Xiao she's talking about.
Could it be the owner of our hotel? Yang Xiao? He couldn't be sure. Only will report back to Lin Xian.
Lin Xian was directly confused.
How long has this been going on? And how come the boss got cyberstormed again? Click on the link sent by Zhang Hao. After watching the entire video, she fell silent. Is this true or not?
She headed to Yang Xiao's office first thing.
But he wasn't here.
She had to forward the link to the video to Jan Shaw before sending a voiceover.
And at this point, Yang Xiao was still in the high-rise residential area of Cloud Sky City, Zhao Shanglu's home. The three of them snuggled into the couch in the living room. Xue Xiaoyan delicately said, "What kind of supplements are you taking? How come it's getting stronger and stronger?" "That's right, the time is doubled."
Zhao Shanglu rubbed also said,
"Mend? It's a joke. It's been so long. You guys still don't know anything about my strength." Young Shaw didn't bother to talk nonsense and ripped off the air-conditioned quilt as soon as he could. Then he laughed out loud and said, "I don't know if it's patched up or not. I'd like to challenge it if I can grass cry." "Ah, more to come? An old farmer plowing the land has to rest even when he's tired." That's right. Wouldn't it be nice to get some rest and see the island's specialties together?"
The two women were shocked and quickly offered. Yang Zhao's fighting ability to do polishing work nowadays is so strong that it's almost like he's turned on the open mode.
Having reached the realm of doing as you please, it's intimidating to them now. Besides, long time to repair the pipes. A better sleeve. It can also be worn out over time. Some damage was done. Besides, it's not like they're currently professional plumbers. They're still just interns. Yang Xiao doesn't care that much. What's the point of looking? Practice is the only standard to test the truth. A good quote. Why does it feel stale?
This was followed by a half-hearted push from both women.
Plumber's second goal. Omit 10,000 words here. After the two women went to take a bath, young Shaw came to the floor-to-ceiling window in his robe, leaned back on the couch, smoking a cigarette. Thoughts drifted to the clouds. Just then, the WeChat's message alert went off. Pick it up casually. Surprisingly, it was a video link sent by Lin Xian. Crap, does she have a thing for me too? Can't be. Wistfully, click on the video.
There was a moment of consternation.
How come it's Bu Yalian?
A sense of foreboding surged through his mind.
follow the video down. The more you look at it, the angrier you get. This Bu Yalian is really shameless.
Not only did she steal her savings to her ex-boyfriend,
but in the end,
she even backtracked and said that she had abandoned her wife and child.
Why do you have such a big face? How come you didn't say a word about the cheating? Just don't be shameless. He took a look at the number of likes for that video,
and the number of retweets, both of which were already over 100,000.
The scariest part is the comments, which are well over 200,000 long ago. It's already on the Racer Hot 100. 10th place. This wave of operation by Bu Yalian is a heavenly show. At that moment, Lu Wei called.
Tell him to make an immediate trip back to the hotel to discuss how to deal with this crisis. Yang Xiao gave a word to the two people who were taking a bath and left in a hurry.
This public opinion not only affected him, it's also affecting the Yuzhou Hotel's stock price and business. This time, he would make Bu Yalian and the blogger responsible for posting the video pay a heavy price. Half an hour later, the top floor of the Yuzhou Hotel, chairman's office. Lu Wei and Lin Xian had been waiting for a long time. What is it now? Yang Xiao asked. You've made headlines in every major media outlet and set off a public outcry that's even greater than the last one.
It's the same manpower from last time.
Immediately have them collect evidence against those who cyberstormed me on the internet. At the same time, investigate where Bu Yalian lives. Just in time to ask the court to serve a subpoena. Don't bother checking. He lives in the house you bought. What? Yang Zhao's eyes widened with disbelief. Live in my house? In the villa? No way. The property management of the Cloud Sky City Villa area is very strict in controlling strangers entering and leaving the neighborhood. There is no owner consent. There was absolutely no way she was going to be let in. At this time, Lu Wei added.
Personnel manager Zhang Hao said that the ones who have been hogging 1802 of building 1 of Tianfu New Town are their family.
At this time, Yang Xiao remembered that he had 2 other buildings in Tianfu New City. 1 building as a bonus. 1 building is still empty. Bu Yalian's behavior made Yang Xiao very speechless. What do you mean? Fucking shameless? That's right. Hijacked the house I bought and backhandedly cyberstormed me online saying it was all my fault. Who gave you the courage? However, he had one more doubt. How did she get in?
He remembers that the keys were initially in the sales center,
and then, later, had the staff at the sales office, all sent to the property management office. How did it get into Bu Yalian's hands? At this time,
Lin Xian seemed to have seen Yang Zhao's doubts and hurriedly said, they were able to get in because, afterward, Lin Xian told what Zhang Hao had reported.
One by one.
Yang Xiao didn't expect it either.
The ex-boyfriend that Bu Yalian is bent on siding with is actually a liar. Not only did he cheat her, from her, out of 400,000 of her own money, but also several additional millions. Sure enough,
things come in small packages. Fluttershy Jen equals love of deception.
Bu Yalian equals shameless. A perfect match. Still on the way back when. He then wondered if he should ask Song Jianjun and the others for help. Now it seems, is not needed at all. As it was, he had a response.
Call Zhang Wei directly.
Taking a look at what's going on online, and what's going on in reality.
And he said he intended to prosecute the Bu Yalian family for robbery and also for trespassing.
Put them in jail.
When Zhang Wei heard this,
he immediately brightened up. This is a very good direction indeed. So much for that. Add to that the crime of burglary. Bu Yalian will face at least 10 years in prison. Even if she is pregnant, it's also hard to avoid.
But it would be a disguised way to reduce her sentence.
That's annoying. Zhang Wei was also silent for a moment before asking again. By the way, is it true about her pregnancy or not?
Yang Xiao shook his head.
I don't know about this, but with my knowledge of her, it should be true. Otherwise she wouldn't have exposed it online. So it's really possible that the child is yours? Lu Wei was surprised. Sure enough, women's concerns. It's just not the same. Yang Xiao immediately felt speechless. Still, it was explained. Don't worry, it can't possibly have anything to do with me. Saying that, he added his own guess. If my guess is correct,
the child in her stomach is definitely that AI Fluttershy Ren's.
Chapter 105, My Yufeng goes to the door to find Bu Yalian, seeking recommendations, collections, subscriptions. Lu Wei was slightly relieved. Thankfully not. However, a DNA test is needed to prove that Yang Xiao has nothing to do with the child in Bu Yalian's womb and is not his biological father. It's the only way to clear your name. However, Bu Yalian knew that it was not Yang Zhao's child and intended to smear Yang Xiao, so it was definitely impossible to cooperate. And that's the main problem. Only this problem is solved. It's the other rumors that will go away. But what to do? One time, several people were looking at me and me at you, and they couldn't decide what to do. Half a dozen times. Yang Xiao suddenly said, I've thought of a good idea. What? Lu Wei and Lin Xian asked in unison. Zhang Wei also looked sideways.
Yang Xiao snuffed out the cigarette in his hand before slowly saying, "We can do unto others as we would have them do unto us."
Lovey? Lin Xian? Zhang Wei? All three have almost the same question mark face. Unknown. Yang Xiao smiled and explained, "My idea is like this. She should be very short of money right now, and I'm going to find someone, pretending to be a rich second generation, to lure her onto the bait. That and proving the child isn't yours. Does it matter?"
Lin Xian and Zhang Wei glanced at each other,
not understanding for a moment. What kind of medicine was Yang Xiao selling in his gourd? Lu Wei frowned and asked, "Why do you have to pretend to be a rich second generation instead of just pretending to be rich? Rich kids are better at maneuvering." Yang Xiao said, "Doesn't Bu Yalian hate the poor and love the rich? Let her dream again. Also, it's basically not that difficult to find someone pretending to be a rich kid, as long as they act rich and posh enough. That'll do. And the money bit for Jan Shaw. Not a problem at all." Lu Wei nodded with seeming understanding.
Yang Xiao continued, "As long as she takes the bait. Next, I'll have Richie find her pretending to be her girlfriend who's a few months pregnant."
What? Pretending to be a girlfriend? Or pregnant girlfriend? What kind of operation is this? Although they had many questions, no one interrupted out loud. Both listened attentively to Jan Shaw. They were curious how Yang Shaw would arrange it. I only heard Yang Xiao say, "And then, in due course, let the rich second generation propose that, in order to cope with the family, she needs to be taken to the hospital to do a full set of examination." Speaking here, Yang Xiao deliberately paused for a moment before saying continued, "A full set of examination, which includes a DNA test. What a great way to get to the top of the stack. God doesn't know what's going on. You want to take this opportunity to do a DNA comparison test?" Lu Wei realized afterward. That's kind of a great way to do it. Just is it a reasonable approach? On second thought, if the other side can do without martial arts, why can't we? Yang Xiao nodded. That's right. It was the only thing he could think of. Highly actionable. Shameless or not, it doesn't matter anymore. Who told her to start a war? Lu Wei was a bit skeptical. But, will this work? It shouldn't be a problem. It's just a report. Yang Xiao had already thought about it.
I'm afraid I still need Jiang Yichuan's help for this matter.
Only, who to get to impersonate a rich kid? That's a problem. One doesn't do it. One doesn't rest.
Yang Xiao asked Lin Xian to call all the good-looking ones in the hotel to the conference room. No one knows what they've been called for. There has been speculation as to whether or not they are going to be laid off. Lin Xian just said that she needed to find someone to go along with the show.
What exactly? She didn't say a word about it. The first thing that was ruled out was Zhang Hao, whom Bu Yalian already knew, weeding out some more of the older grades. Finally, after careful consideration, Yang Shaw chose the lobby manager as the role of the rich kid this time. After dismissing everyone else, only Yang Xiao, Lu Wei and Lin Xian remained in the conference room, and the lobby manager, Tao Quan. After Yang Xiao told Tao Quan about the situation, seek his personal consent. If it's willing, then he's chosen. If not, and then repick the others. Tao Quan agreed after only a moment's thought. Subsequently, Yang Xiao gave him the BMW X7 in the garage and contacted the property of Tianfu New City neighborhood, asking them to find the key to 1801. In Yang Xiao's plan, this rich kid will be a prodigal teenager who was forced to run away from home and had no choice but to live here to escape his family's urgency to marry him. In the meantime, the other side, Ma Yufeng was arranging for people to look for Guan Dequan and Bu Yalian all over the world. For her, this was a rare opportunity to discredit Yang Xiao. Bu Yalian didn't find it. Following the network IP address, we first found Quan de Guan, who posted the video. After learning the identity and intention of the other party, Guan de Guan expressed his willingness to cooperate on the spot. Take them to the new city of Tianfu. Find Bu Yalian. Knock knock. Bu Yalian heard the knock on the door and rushed sideways to Zhang Suihua. Mom, someone is knocking on the door. Go open it. Son of a bitch, it can't be that asshole kid again. Just thinking about Zhang Hao and Zhang Hao. Zhang Suihua felt enraged. Huffing, he opened the door, was about to start spraying. Instead, it was found to be Guan Dequan, and a noble woman. Zhang Suihua immediately greeted him with a smile and said, Yo, Dequan, is this your girlfriend? Hey, please come in quickly. A smile piled up on her face, but in her mind she couldn't help but spit on the noblewoman. It's a nice thing to wear. Unfortunately it's just a bit old. Guan Dequan sweated and corrected. Auntie, this is the daughter of the Great Peak Group. Ma Yufeng, Miss Ma. Not my girlfriend. Sorry, Auntie misunderstood. Come on in. Zhang Suihua said with incomparable enthusiasm. After Ma Yufeng entered the house, she found Bu Yalian still lying on the sofa, looking happily at her cell phone. Didn't even notice that someone had come in. Seeing this, Zhang Suihua hurriedly ran over to call up her daughter, and attached her ear to say a few words. Bu Yalian's eyes widened at once. The daughter of the Great Peak Group? She had heard of Great Peak's reputation and knew that it was a large company with a market capitalization of hundreds of billions of dollars. What's she doing here? Ma Yufeng came straight to Bu Yalian and said right to the point. I heard that you are dealing with Yang Xiao? Bu Yalian sniffed and frowned slightly. What do you mean? To raise hell? Or is it something else? Just in time. I also want to deal with him. Ma Yufeng sat down with a bland expression. You want to deal with him too? Bu Yalian frowned and asked. The Yang Xiao you're talking about, and the Yang Xiao I'm talking about, are they the same? It's this guy, right? Ma Yufeng took out a photo of a video screenshot and placed it on the coffee table. Bu Yalian picked it up and glanced at it. The photo is a little blurry. She still instantly recognizes the man in the photo as her last cheap boyfriend. Yang Xiao, Zhang Suihua said. Yao Yao. It's really Yang Xiao the poor loser. Ma Yufeng froze for a moment as she sniffed. You call the owner of a 5-star hotel a poor loser? Bu Yalian looked up. What do you want? She knew that Ma Yufeng must have come here with a purpose. As for what? She wouldn't know. Chapter 106, How are you going to bring him down? Seeking recommendations, favorites, and subscriptions. If you can stink up his reputation and bring down his hotel, I can give you $10 million. Ma Yufeng stretched out a finger and said. The words just fell. Ma Yufeng then changed her words again. No, $20 million. What? Give me $20 million? Bu Yalian only felt her brain buzzing. Am I hallucinating? And so on. Whose hotel did she just say she'd take down? Yang Xiao? No, 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 absolutely not. I must have fallen under the spell of one pregnancy. At this time, Zhang Suihua's voice rang in her ears. Miss Ma, right? I heard you seem to be saying that Yang Xiao still has a hotel? Originally, she thought she had misheard. But when she saw her daughter's stunned expression, just realized, she heard the same thing. You guys don't know? This time, it was Ma Yufeng's turn to be stunned. She had originally thought that Bu Yalian was deliberately making such a scene because she didn't get the breakup fee. I don't think they know. Interesting. This is going to be fun. Bu Yalian swallowed her saliva, forced down her inner shock, and asked, What kind of hotel? Yuzhou Hotel chant. Ma Yufeng smiled faintly. What? The Yuzhou Hotel? In an instant, Bu Yalian was as if she had been struck by 5 thunderbolts, completely frozen in place. Isn't he a poor loser? What's with the hotel? Was he testing me before? Geez, what have I missed? That's when she jolted back to that time at the mall where she and her mom had met him by chance. He had a beautiful woman with him, shopping at a luxury brand store. She also secretly stalked with Zhang Suihua, in the middle of the day. If it wasn't for the fact that Ephraim called and told them to go see the house, probably noticed it a long time ago. It's too late to repent. Also, later on, there was Zhang Qin who also asked her if Yang Xiao was a billionaire, and she mocked her mercilessly. Looking back now, her own behavior, how ridiculous. Zhang Suihua, however, did not believe it. Girl, are you mistaken? Yang Xiao is just a loser who delivers couriers. Ma Yufeng glanced at Zhang Suihua. Don't bother with you. Then, he turned his gaze to Bu Yalian again. This is my business card. Think about it, and if you agree, give me a call. Ma Yufeng just got up. Okay, I promise you, Bu Yalian said in a hurry. Now she is in dire need of a large sum of money. After Ma Yufeng sat down again, Bu Yalian added, but I have a condition. What? Ma Yufeng asked. Bu Yalian said, advance me some money, and then, I still need a place to live. She wanted to get some money first and pay back those from her relatives, lest we end up with a mass defection. Also, the house is now proven to be someone else's. If we stay any longer, it is highly likely that they will be prosecuted again. For insurance purposes, it's better to move away from here. Ma Yufeng was slightly stunned. She had expected that the other party would offer to ask for money. However, the other party also asked for a place to stay. That's a little out there. She spoke. The house? Not mine, Bu Yalian confessed. So it is. Ma Yufeng asked. So how much money do you need? 5 million. Bu Yalian thought about it and quoted the figure. She wondered if Ma Yufeng would agree. It can only be wrestled with. However, Ma Yufeng didn't even think about it and agreed. No problem. But how are you going to fix him? Money was nothing more than a string of numbers to her. What should we do about Yang Xiao? That was the point of her concern. Bu Yalian said, first, follow the original plan and continue. Now that it's out of the way, then it's time to give it your all. She wouldn't stop until she got feedback on her failure. That's what her mom taught her. Ma Yufeng thought about it and nodded. Okay, give me an account. The money will definitely arrive by 6 p.m. tomorrow. Get the account number. Ma Yufeng then got up and walked towards the door. Guan Dequan hurriedly followed.
He smelled a great opportunity to get rich and famous.
Not to be missed.
Zhang Suihua wanted to call out to Guan Dequan to ask for clarification,
but Guan Dequan simply ignored it.
This made Zhang Suihua very angry,
and nowhere to vent the fire.
It was only after a while that she looked at her daughter in a depressed manner and asked,
Yao Yao, do you really believe her bullshit? Until now,
she still didn't believe that Yang Xiao was rich.
The contrast is just too great. Bu Yalian didn't explain. She just said,
I don't think with her strength, there's no need to lie to me.
Besides, she can't get anything by lying to me.
There was nothing she couldn't lose now.
A fight to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Seeing my daughter so determined, Zhang Suihua couldn't say any more and could only turn her head to cook. In the meantime, on the other side, Tao Quan, under Yang Zhao's authorization,
had completely completed his transformation.
From head to toe, nothing smells like money. To put it nicely, it's rich. To put it bluntly, the whole thing is a thug. Tao Quan plays a rich kid for the first time. No experience. Yesterday, I spent the night brushing up on my idols online. I've been studying all night, and I'm almost wasted. And yet, until now, he still doesn't know, either, how to play a rich kid, with a panda eye. Standing outside the door of 1802, Building 1, Tianfu New Town, after secretly simulating it a few times, it was only then that he raised his hand and knocked on the door of room 1802, house.
Zhang Suihua immediately rushed to open the door at the sound, seeing a young man standing outside the door,
all dressed up in fancy clothes. The LV logo on that belt was especially noticeable, gives the impression of being a spendthrift,
and those big dark circles under his eyes, a sign of overindulgence at first glance. Therefore, Zhang Suihua was very unpleasant to him.
Who are you? Neighbors? Ah, this young man lives next door, Tao Quan said in a very pretentious manner. You've been watching too many idol dramas.
Call yourself this young. I'm still the Empress Dowager, Zhang Suihua said in a cold voice.
Why are you knocking on my door? This young man moved today and invited the neighbors for dinner, but as a result,
where did he know that he was staying with your family?
Tao Quan's tone was filled with loss.
As soon as I heard that I was going to be invited to dinner, Zhang Suihua immediately changed her face.
So you're a neighbor. Hello. Her principle is that it's a free lunch, nothing to eat. At this time, Bu Yalian in the living room also heard the sound and asked, Mom, who's here again? Oh, it's the handsome neighbor next door.
Zhang Suihua purposely emphasized.
Next door neighbor? Bu Yalian frowned. She remembers the building,
which was unoccupied except for her own family.
Why is someone moving in all of a sudden?
Wistfully, he walked toward the door. Tao Quan saw Bu Yalian approaching and knew that this person was himself,
the target of the raid that needed to be completed this time.
The heart is still more or less nervous.
Bu Yalian stared straight at Tao Quan as if she wanted to see through him. It's a time to brush up on videos online. Seen a lot of big names. After making sure you don't recognize it.
Only then did he smile lightly and ask,
What is your name? Sir? Chapter 107, Weasel gives New Year's greeting to chicken, seek collection, recommendation, subscription. Tao Quan, you can directly call me Lord Tao, or Young Quan is fine, Tao Quan said confidently. At those words, the corners of Bu Yalian's mouth twitched. Izumi? Oh,
why don't you say call you young master, or just call you father?
At that moment, Tao Quan's cell phone rang.
He pulled out his cell phone,
scanning the caller ID,
his brow furrowed for a moment,
but instead of answering, he just hung up. Bu Yalian saw the note name on his cell phone's caller ID. The big hyped-up devil. No need to guess. She knew. Must have been a note from Tao Quan to his mom, or his dad. But, somehow, Bu Yalian always felt that Tao Quan appeared at a point in time. Something's fishy. Ma Yufeng just left. Immediately after.
Here comes another rich kid all decked out in designer labels.
Could it be an undercover agent arranged by someone? Or am I being too sensitive?
Bu Yalian frowned and asked.
Just because you're moving, you're inviting your neighbors to dinner? As the old saying goes, a distant relative is better than a close neighbor. Tao Quan nodded. Bu Yalian scrutinized Tao Quan. Really? Come on, do you have some untold secrets?
With her daughter's reminder,
Zhang Suihua also reflected. It's not a good idea to be unprofessional. But, then again, the intelligence of these two mothers and daughters is really a bit of a puzzle, and it feels like there's going to be skewering. How? That is, from time to time, when the daughter's IQ is high, then the corresponding Zhang Suihua's IQ will inevitably be weaker, and vice versa. When Zhang Suihua's IQ was high, Bu Yalian's IQ would inevitably have an insufficient balance or even be in arrears. It's puzzling.
Tao Quan was already nervous as his palms began to sweat when he saw the other party pressing on step by step.
3 seconds passed.
Zhang Suihua saw that Tao Quan didn't reply. With an expression that saw through everything, he chided. I said, why are you so kind to invite us to dinner? So it's the weasel giving the chicken 100 years. No good intentions. Tao Quan almost laughed when he heard this. Ever seen cursing? I've never seen anyone so mad that he curses even his own people. Is really crazy? Just as Zhang Suihua was about to continue her spraying, Bu Yalian stopped her. Alright mom, do you think you can pay attention to proportion? Yao yao. Listen to me. When dealing with such ones with no good intentions, you have to scold them fiercely. Zhang Suihua looked like I know it well. That's when Tao Quan had an idea. Think of a response. So, he hurriedly said, well, it's actually that I'll be bringing my friends over to the house for a blowout party more often in the future. And it might be a bit noisy, so I'm treating you guys to dinner as a way to make amends in advance. Really? After a half a second of silence, Bu Yalian asked. There is a second time and a third time. Not a third time and a fourth time. If Tao Quan continued like this, I'm afraid he would really be suspected. Therefore, he snorted. Does this young man have to lie to you little people? Old me is also crazy. What's the point of explaining this to you here? Love to eat or not? The words just fell. An elevator opened aside. A young woman came out from inside. She just happened to see this way. Almost instantly, a look of ecstasy welled up on his face. She quickly stepped to Tao Quan's side, intimately holding his arm, and also showed a provocative expression at Bu Yalian. It seems to be a declaration of sovereignty. And then he turned his head to Tao Quan. Quan Shao. What are you doing here? People thought you were downstairs buying a set, causing me to search for half a day. Buying a condom? God damn it. Buy a set. Tao Quan was a bit speechless. Still hard to pick up. I originally wanted to invite these neighbors to have a meal in the evening. Who knows that the other party does not appreciate it? This woman assistant general manager, named Wang Shui, joined a month ago. Tao Quan was a little puzzled. Why is she here all of a sudden? Did Mr. Yang send them too? Actually, no. It was Lu Wei who was afraid Tao Quan couldn't handle it alone. Let her help. I didn't expect it. Just out of the elevator. Just see this scene. Wang Shui covered her mouth and laughed. Just forget about it if you don't appreciate it. Are you still afraid that it will be too loud at night and disturb them? That's right. So, tonight, can I still come here? Yes, of course. Not only you, but the other few are called along as well. Tao Quan drama queen came on. The conversation between the two was ambiguous, causing mother and daughter Bu Yalian to blush as they listened. I can't believe it's a guy who likes to play in a group. That's really enough. Wang Shui pretended to be elated. Really? Tao Quan, in order not to be seen to be broken, picked up Wang Shui's chin with one hand and raised his eyebrows. It's not like you know me. That's all I'm good for. Saying that, Tao Quan added. Yuzhou Hotel at night. My treat. No drunkenness. That's fine. I'll go call them right away. Wang Shui smiled as she gave Tao Quan a kiss on the cheek and cheerfully returned to 1801. Seeing this, not only Zhang Suihua, the hint of doubt in Bu Yalian's heart also dissipated. Bu Yalian was a little embarrassed. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Forget it, this young man is in a good mood today, so I'm too lazy to bother with you guys. With that, Tao Quan turned around and prepared to leave. He's also betting on it. Betting on Zhang Suihua's mother and daughter. One of them will definitely stop themselves. If neither of the two stop themselves, the operation was then declared a failure. Zhang Suihua saw that the meal that was so hard to reach her mouth was about to slip away. How can you agree to that? Immediately, he stepped forward, pulled Tao Quan's sleeve, and asked with a smile, Young Quan, are you still inviting us to dinner? She heard it. Tao Quan is going to invite people to dinner at the Yuzhou restaurant. This restaurant is very famous in Yu City. She had once heard a mahjong friend say that the rice there was delicious, and it's expensive. A meal can cost thousands, if not tens of thousands of dollars, to say the least. She'd always wanted to get a taste. There's just no chance. I thought I was riding on the rocket of riches that is AI Pangren. But how do you know it's negative? Grief flows backwards. Tao Quan was pulled, only slightly relieved. However, it still acted impatiently and said, we are all neighbors. Why do we have to make a whole lot of trouble? Sorry. It's all our fault. Zhang Suihua smiled and hurriedly apologized. Even Bu Yalian's obstruction on the side was ignored. Looks like for a meal. She also put up a fight. In response, Bu Yalian hated to find a crack in the ground. It's so humiliating. Thankfully, they are also moving out. Otherwise, it's not really shameful. At this time, Tao Quan waved his hand and said, Okay. 7 o'clock in the evening, Yuzhou Hotel Box 1218. Take a taxi yourself. After saying that, he turned around and left. How can this be a good thing? Thank you, Mr. Quan. Looking at the departing Tao Quan, Zhang Suewa's face was on the verge of breaking into a smile.
Back to 1801. Close the door. Tao Quan's entire body sat down directly in the doorway, as if relieved. Duke Tao, if it wasn't for me today, I'm afraid you'd be in trouble.
Wang Shui leaned on the sofa and said with a smile.
Tao Quan wiped the sweat from his forehead. Thank you. If it wasn't for you, I might have really died before I could leave the school. What's next? Do what Mr. Yang has planned. Chapter 108. Reaching a deal, seeking recommendation, seeking collection, seeking subscription. Evening. Zhang Suihua dragged Bu Yalian to the Yuzhou Hotel for a banquet. As they walked into the box, there were already about 5 or 6 people seated inside. But, it's clear and pretty girls. In the afternoon, Wang Shui, whom they had met, was among them. They were dressed to the nines. As for whether it's a wearable luxury brand, mother and daughter would not know. Even if it isn't, it shouldn't be too bad. This situation, Zhang Suihua couldn't help but suddenly associate it with when she met Tao Quan in the afternoon. His big pair of black eyes. More and more, he was convinced that he was a scumbag who liked kinky booze for fun. But, no matter. It's just a meal. What do you care? Tao Quan saw them coming. A slight sigh of relief. He was really afraid they wouldn't come. Smiling, he introduced his friends. Zhang Suihua was cheeky and greeted them one by one, but it seems to have met with a hot face. The others did not have the intention to greet them, as if they felt that with Zhang Suihua's mother and daughter, they were two worlds in themselves, and she didn't stick her nose in it any more than she had to. And Bu Yalian didn't say anything the whole time, just kept her head down, not knowing what she was doing, probably reading a novel. 7:30. Start serving on time. Everyone else was making small talk. Zhang Suihua, however, was eating left and right, and her mouth was full of oil. It's like escaping from a famine. It's like you haven't had a full meal in years. In the meantime, and don't forget to share your feelings with Bu Yalian. And Bu Yalian just bowed her head. Even the mountains of food on the table didn't move their chopsticks much, probably ashamed of Zhang Suihua's wolf-eating-like behavior, feeling ashamed to see others. So the food is tasteless, I guess. Tao Quan's few people barely moved their chopsticks either. They spent the whole time talking about where they were going to hang out next and when they were going to buy a yacht and party. Blah, blah, blah. However, after talking, Wang Shui suddenly asked, Young Quan, why did you move again? Speaking of which, a few others seemed to be interested. Yeah, I remember this is the 10th time you've moved so far this year. What's it about this time? It can't still be because you're being pushed by your family to get married. The marriage is good. We are a few. You can pick one at random. No dowry. Pick me. Not only do I not want a dowry, I'll pay it back. A few people were yakking away. Tao Quan, however, put on a sad face. Without showing any trace, he swept a glance at Bu Yalian. That's before complaining. Looking for you guys? Don't tease. I've lifted a rock and stoned myself this time. What does this mean? Wang Shui asked. Tao Quan sighed. Don't mention it. I lied to my parents the other day to get rid of the jinx of being urged to get married, saying that I have a girlfriend and that I'm more than 2 months pregnant. Ha, you really said that? Instantly, Wang Shui asked with a slightly exaggerated expression. Tao Quan spread his hands. Then there can still be a fake. You guys, where can I find a chick who happens to be more than 2 months pregnant and is not bad looking? You can't say that you've already found a girlfriend. You have to say that you're pregnant. Wang Shui said like a pout. Tao Quan also slapped the table hatefully. A moment of quick talk. A couple of people said a lot of things. I don't know. Thought they were telling the truth. Even was sitting in front of the computer. Yang Xiao, who was looking at the surveillance screen, was ashamed of himself. This surveillance was added specifically for this reception. When the feast is over, it will be dismantled again. Why do I feel like Wang Shui is acting a bit pompous? Lu Wei spat. Yang Xiao laughed. Pompous? At least it's better than the $80 million act. I wonder if they'll take the bait. Lu Wei was slightly worried. Jan smiled. Sooner or later. Saying that, Yang Xiao remembered one more thing. Where's Zhang Hao? How's the house thing? How's it going? He had a family emergency and went home. He might be back in a few days. We must hurry, in case they take advantage of the situation and slip away early. Alright, I'll have Lin Xian arrange for someone else to handle it. The two made small talk as they watched the security footage. At the moment, the box, Tao Quan and Wang Shui are still performing. Wang Shui came out with an attention. How about this? You drive directly and wait outside the maternal and child health center. There is definitely one that meets your standards. Yes, 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 this is a good idea. Sister Snow, I have to say, Sister Snow is pretty damn talented. To think of such a solution, admirable admiration. What's wrong with impersonating her as long as you give her tens or millions of dollars? It's not like Quan Xiao lacks money anyway. Where are more pregnant women?
Of course it's a woman and child. It's here. Not to mention 2 months. But full-term expectant mothers are a dime a dozen. Zhang Suewa's eyes went straight when she heard it. Just by posing as one, you're able to get millions of dollars? That's too much money to make. Would love to make this money. It seems like Yo-Yo is just over 2 months pregnant. It fits right in. Longer. Not bad at all. That should do it. With that thought, she excused herself to go to the bathroom, pulled his daughter out. Come outside the box. Zhang Suehua pulled her daughter to a less crowded place, offered to let her pretend to be the other guy's girlfriend. Bu Yalian initially refused. And then, after Zhang Suehua explained the stakes, Bu Yalian pondered slightly for a while. It was finally agreed. However, they were not prepared to ask Tao Quan in front of the others if they agreed to this. In case of rejection, that could be a bit embarrassing. Waiting for an opportunity. On the way back from dinner, Zhang Suehua pestered Tao Quan, hard to get back to the neighborhood with him in his car. As for the reason, Tao Quan also knew it by heart, and just pretended to push back a few times. And then, with Wang Shui's divine assistance, this was the only way to pretend to reluctantly drive Zhang Suehua's mother and daughter towards Tianfu New City. The car traveled some distance. Zhang Suehua spoke up. That Quan Shao, I heard that you need a girlfriend who is 2 months pregnant. No, you're mistaken. It's a fake, Tao Quan said breathlessly. I don't want to wear a green hat for fuck's sake. Zhang Suehua gave a sarcastic smile, while then said, look, how about our family Yao Yao? It's pretty good. Just a shame it doesn't fit the bill. Where does it not fit? I'll have her change it. She's not 2 months pregnant. What's the point of looking for her? Tao Quan asked knowingly. Zhang Suehua hemmed and hawed. You're right. She's really 2 months pregnant. Yes? A child's man. As good as a fake. The two had a discussion about it. Bu Yalian kept her eyes closed and pretended she was asleep. The ears, however, stayed focused, afraid of missing something. After a discussion along the way, eventually, Tao Quan agrees to let Bu Yalian pretend to be his girlfriend. But, he has 2 conditions. First, you must cooperate in completing a pregnancy test. This, Zhang Suehua agreed without even thinking about it. Second, that's the promised $800,000 that he won't give until after the pregnancy test results come back and he's met the parents once. The excuse is that they're afraid that if they pay up front, they'll disown them. There's no place for that. Zhang Suehua thought it made sense and agreed. At the same time, the agreement was to wait until after the spring festival to take a pregnancy test and meet the parents. Chapter 109, Cannery Smashed. Yang Zhengjun beaten, seeking recommendations, collections, subscriptions. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Jan Shaw is ready to go home for New Year's Eve. Yesterday was an early New Year's Eve at Zhao Shanglu's. Today, naturally, I want to find the main palace, Lu Wei, and have a good time warming up. Of course, it wasn't in a big villa. It was a separate villa he bought for Lu Wei. It's also worth tens of millions of dollars. 2300 hours p.m. The two are working methodically. Suddenly, Lu Wei felt a vibration under her head. She didn't choose to interrupt Qian Shaw. Instead, he reached out on his own in the opposite direction. It was a call from someone on Jan Shaw's cell phone. There's a call for you. Lu Wei handed her cell phone to Yang Shao. Jan Shaw stopped doing his homework, sputtering, shit, who's that? What are you calling in the middle of the night? Don't you know it's homework turn-in time? Tai. Lu Wei said. Yang Shao took it and saw that it was really his cousin, Yang Tai, calling. What are you doing up so late? Is there some kind of emergency? Yang Shao hesitated for a moment, but still picked up the phone. Tai, calling me this late? What's the matter? Brother, it's not good. Your family cannery was smashed, and your father was also injured. On the other side of the phone, came Yang Tai's anxious voice. What? Not only did the cannery get trashed, my dad got beat up too? His dad has always been honest. In the town of coal mine, barely offended anyone in his life. Why did you get hit? In a flash, the anger in Yang Zhao's heart burst into flames. Knowing what Jan Shaw knows about his dad, he would never take the initiative to mess with someone. Yang Shao quickly asked, who did this? How is my dad's injury? Is it serious? It was done by that classmate of yours, Chen Chongping's father, Chen Jigong. Luckily, the injury is not very serious. The doctor said it should be fine after a few days of rest. Yang Tai replied, Chen Jigong? Why did he smash the cannery and beat up my dad? Yang Shao couldn't figure out what the hell he was smoking. Menopause? Yang Tai paused and said, I don't know about this, but I heard that it seems to be because of his son's matter. Because of Chen Chongpong? Yang Shaw snapped to attention. His son was arrested by the police. What's it got to do with my dad? Yang Shao was furious. His own son was not educated properly and was arrested for committing a crime.
Find someone else to take the piss out of. Still really sick in the head. Yang Xiao said. What about the cannery? What has it been smashed into? It's basically all destroyed. Nothing left at all? That's right. He took advantage of the security guard's bathroom break to sneak in, set fire to the warehouse, and smashed the machines. Yang Tai said truthfully. Doesn't that mean the whole cannery is ruined? It's only a few million though. But Yang Xiao was still furious. He is not short of money. Or even more money than you can spend in a couple of lifetimes. That doesn't allow anyone else to mess with the destruction. Hang up. Before Yang Xiao could say anything, Lu Wei then said, no need to explain. I heard it all. If you go back, remember to call the hotel security chief. I heard he used to practice sparring, separated by a relatively close distance. Lu Wei heard all of the conversation just now word for word. Anyone else would not be able to tolerate their own two parents being bullied. Letting Yang Xiao take the security chief with him was for security reasons. In case of violence, there are bodyguards for defense. Good. However, there may be no way to accompany you. Not getting up after the new year, Yang Xiao said while putting on his clothes. He didn't expect this to happen suddenly either. It's fine. Go back to everything and be calm. Not impulsive. With that, Lu Wei called the hotel and asked that side to ask the head of security to wait outside their neighborhood. Before leaving, Lu Wei repeatedly told Yang Xiao to be calm. Yan Xiao nodded in agreement. Come out when? The head of security, Tai Feng, was already waiting at the entrance of the neighborhood, coming very quickly. And after that, the driving privileges were given to him for the time being. A wild ride. We arrived at the county seat of Red Leaf County at 4 a.m. The final trip into the coal mining town was driven by Yang Xiao himself. It's all hills along the way. There are a lot of curves. He went straight to full horsepower and drove the car to the town's health center. Iron Maple waited in the car. Yang Xiao ran into the hospital by himself, guided by the nurse. Found the ward his dad took. Opened the ward. Janet is sitting on the companion bed playing with her cell phone. Seeing Yang Xiao arrive, he hurriedly got up. Brother, you're here so soon? It's 5 or 6 hours from the main city to Red Leaf County. At least. And then from the county into town. Another 2 hours at least. How come it's only 5 o'clock? Flying? Yang Xiao did not reply, but swept a glance. Lying on the hospital bed of his dad, found that he was already asleep. Then he beckoned to Yang Tai, signaling him to go out and talk. Outside the ward, Yang Xiao asked, how's it going? All checked out. No major injuries, just multiple soft tissue rubs on his body. That's okay, but thank you for keeping watch this late. What a thing to say about two families when you're one of them. Yang Xiao patted Yang Tai's shoulder. Suddenly it occurred to me. Right. Where's Chen Jigong? Yan Tai said. At home. What? Burned down my cannery. Beat up a man. And actually stayed home. What's going on here? Flying free? Yang Xiao frowned and asked. Didn't you call the police to arrest him? Your father won't let the police be called. Jan Tai sighed. Yang Xiao wondered. Why? Yang Tai spread his hands. That is, he did not know. However, Yang Xiao thought about it and guessed that it was probably because his father felt that they were all from the same village and could not see each other's heads. Besides, back then, Chen Jigong's father had helped Yang Zhao's grandfather. I guess I'm too embarrassed to call the police because of all the obstacles. But, Yang Xiao remembers that over the years, his own family has not helped Chen Jigong's family. It's almost time to pay it off. If we do not pursue the matter seriously this time, I am afraid there will be another 2 or 3 in the future. The fathers were too embarrassed to call the police. Does it mean he, Yang Xiao, is embarrassed? After dawn, Yang Xiao dialed the police directly and told the responding officer about the situation. And at that moment, Chen Jigong was eating breakfast at home. His wife, Tam Nguyen, always felt unsettled. From the moment she got up, her eyelids fluttered, as if they were signaling something big was about to happen. She put down her chopsticks and advised, Old Chen, why don't you go and apologize? Apologize, and I'll be a little more solid in my heart. Apologize? On what grounds? Chen Jigong said with a straight face. Tan Yulan continued. Not only did you burn down someone's factory, you also beat someone up. If you don't go and apologize, how can we still be people in the village in the future? She didn't know why old Chen did that either. It's still a big night to go. Chen Jigong snorted coldly. Then his son caused Changping to go to jail. Why didn't he, Yang Zhangjun, apologize to us? Changping is in jail because of Yang Xiao? Tam Yulan's face bristled. Confirmingly, he asked, is everything you said true? All she knows is that her son was sentenced. For what exactly? She hadn't been able to inquire. Chapter 110, Chen Jigong arrested, seek collection. Recommendation. Subscription. Chen Jigong nodded heavily, then added viciously. I heard what her Dogden said, and it's because of Yang Xiao. Speaking of this, Chen Jigong was furious. This was still yesterday afternoon. When he was eating out at a banquet, he overheard the drunken second dog egg say it. His relative is a cop in the main city. It's normal to have tidbits of information. Originally, Chen Jigong had drank a little bit of wine and was slightly drunk. However, as soon as he heard the news, his anger immediately surged and he rushed to the cannery with a bottle in his hand. After setting the fire at the cannery and was smashing the cannery's machinery, I happened to meet Yang Jingjun, who had just gotten off work. The two argued for a few moments. Chen Jigong, then drunk to the head, rushed up to Yang Jingjun as a ton of output. If it wasn't for the old janitor who came back from the toilet and saw it, a person may be killed. What if they call the police on you? Tam Nguyen still felt unsettled. Call the cops on me? Chen Jigong sneered. He has the nerve to call the police? Besides, I just lost my hand after drinking. Is it useful to arrest me? As far as he was concerned, he was just drunk, and the consequences of his carelessness that, at best, the police will give a verbal education. It's impossible to arrest yourself, much less convict themselves. Just then, there was a sharp knock on the door. Immediately after, a voice came from the door. Is Chen Jigong at home? We're from the Coal Mine Township Police Station. Tan Yulan sniffed and lost her bearings for a moment, and the words came true. What do I do? What do I do? It's really a case of what you're afraid of. Chen Jigong, on the other hand, was calm as he slowly got up and went to open the door of the small courtyard. The middle-aged police officer flashed his officer's card. Hello, we are from the Coal Mine Township Police Station. This is our ID. You are suspected of an arson case. Please go back with us to assist in the investigation. When Chen Jigong heard this, a flash of anger flashed in the bottom of his eyes. Fuck that. Yang Zhangjun, this asshole, really wants to call the police? Doesn't matter though, it's not like they can do anything to me anyway. Think of it as an after-dinner walk. But Tan Yulan didn't think so, and hurriedly said, Comrade policeman, he was drunk yesterday and didn't do it on purpose. You've committed a crime and you're using drinking as an excuse? The middle-aged cop shook his head. You can't do anything illegal or criminal when you're drunk. It's fine. I'll be back tonight. After saying that, he followed the middle-aged policeman to the car. The middle-aged policeman was also amused for a moment. Still want to come back at night? I'm afraid that wish will only come true in my dreams. Looking at the old Chen who was taken away, Tan Yulan was like an ant on a hot pan. Anxious. The son has gone in. That's if the husband goes back in. Then the family would be really cold. No way. She didn't want to sit on her hands. Something has to be done. Into the house to take the passbook. Riding a small electric donkey toward Yang Zhengjuan's home rushed. In the meantime, Yang Zhengjun has been discharged from the hospital and is back home. The moment. The young family yard. There are a lot of people. All came to visit Yang Zhengjun. Yang Zhengjun leaned back in his recliner and looked at Yang Xiao and asked, Did you really call the police? Dad, are we still spoiling him by not calling the police? But, Chen Jigong's dad, once helped your grandfather. Yang Xiao decided to make the stakes clear. Dad, if we don't call the police to deal with it, the cannery being burned is just the beginning. And following up, he might do something even more outrageous. The more indulgent you are, the more likely you are to get an inch. When he's mad as hell, what kind of things will be done again is anyone's guess. Yang Xiao saw that Yang Zhengjun didn't say anything else. He added, Think about it. If someone had been in the warehouse last night to count the goods, the consequences would not be open to thought. The burning of the warehouses and the destruction of the cannery were minor matters. It's not good if someone gets killed. Lu Hongmei also nodded. My son is right. What can't we talk about properly and have to go to extremes? Moreover, his nature is already extreme. And if it wasn't for old Zhang this time, there might have been some kind of mess. Indeed, if it weren't for old Chang, Yang Zhengjun is lightly and seriously injured. And the serious point of injury to the bones. Anything more serious would be unthinkable. Hu Lei nodded approvingly. Lao Yang, sister-in-law and Yang Xiao are right. This matter can't be let go so easily. That's right. If we don't give him some color, it will intensify. Shui Cheng also said. The others nodded in agreement. Yang Zhengjun thought about it and felt that it made sense. The old saying goes, 3 days without a fight in the upper room. Just then, a voice rang out from the doorway. June, just spare Chen Jigong this time. He really didn't mean it. The crowd craned their heads. It's no one else. It was Tan Yulan, Chen Jigong's wife. She was on her knees as soon as she entered. Yang Zhengjun hurriedly got up and went over to help her up. Then, only then did he say, Yulan, it's not that I, Yang Zhengjun, won't spare him, it's that he did it on his own and didn't call it personnel. June, if he goes to jail too, our family will really be finished. Tan Yulan sobbed uncontrollably. All from the same village. When the words came to this point, Yang Zhengjun didn't know what to say.
One can only cast a look of help to his son. Yang Shao understood and walked over to Tan Yulan. Auntie Lan, it's really not that we're not helping, it's really that Uncle Kong's approach is just too radical, said Yang Shao, and played the analogy, you think good thing no one in the warehouse. If there are people, what will be the consequences of this fire down? I'm sorry, I apologize to you on his behalf. We'll pay you all back even if we smash our pots and pans for the damage caused, as long as you guys let them go. Tan Yulan was just a peasant woman, don't know much about the law at all. In her opinion, as long as Yang Zhengzhuan's family says a good word, the police station must have just released the man. But that's not the reality. The police are now involved. Arson caused by burning cans. After the cannery Shuichang and others' overnight statistics, the loss of the estimated price of more than $1 million. Moreover, Chen Jigong smashed a machine. So much damage. Chen Jigong is really judgmental. Young Shaw told Tam Nguyen about the situation. Immediately after that, the legal responsibility for willfully destroying other people's property was spelled out in detail. Those present listened. Straight up frozen. Oh, my God, that's the penalty for willful destruction of another person's property? Luckily this hasn't happened before. Or maybe it's because they don't know the law, so they didn't choose to use the weapons of the law to defend their rights after the situation arose again. Otherwise, a lot of them can't run away to jail. Tan Yulan heard this and sat down directly on the ground. Face ashen. It's as if life has run out of direction. Crackdowns ensue. Not long ago the son because of slander, but also conspired with others ready to retaliate against Yang Shao. It's been sentenced to a couple of years. Now, the husband has been convicted of willful destruction of another person's finances in a very large amount. The sentencing has been over 10 years. At this time, Yang Shao added, moreover, Chen Chongping's arrest is not my business at all. It was because he himself was with a wanted criminal that he was arrested. That's what he heard later. Chen Jigong and his son. They have brought this upon themselves. Blame it on no one else. Tam Nguyen was in tears, but it doesn't help. In the end, Yang Zhengjun came out with a letter of understanding to Tan Yulan. Young Shaw didn't block it. After all, a letter of understanding can only mitigate or minimize. Penalties cannot be reduced. Besides, Tam Nguyen was nice to him in the beginning. Think of it as returning the favor. Tam Nguyen got a letter of understanding. Fire to the police station. Chapter 111. When did we say it was alone, seeking recommendations, collections, subscriptions? It's in Tianfu New Town, Building 3. Again, 1802. Bu Yalian's family officially moved in with a big bag. The house was temporarily lent to her by Ma Yufeng. In addition, the $5 million promised by Ma Yufeng is also in place. The family finished their New Year's Eve dinner, sitting in the living room watching the Chinese New Year gala. It was as if everything was back to the way it used to be. At the end of a skit program called It's Not Hard to Borrow and Borrow Again, Bu Xiaoda finally couldn't help but open his mouth. Yao, the money is already in place. You'd better hurry up and use WeChat to return the money to them. He spoke of them. It refers to the relatives who sent money some time ago and wanted to rely on ependorphin and get several times the return. However, before Bu Yalian could say anything, Zhang Suihua, who was getting high on melon seeds, domineeringly grabbed the lead and said, on what grounds? Justified. Listen to the tone. This is her not wanting to give it back. It's not hard to borrow again when you have borrowed. Bu Xiaoda persuaded. He didn't want to get a reputation for being a late bloomer because of it yet. Zhang Suihua sniffed, laughed coldly, and asked again in return. Borrow? Oh, when did we say it was a loan? Bu Xiaoda's eyes widened. Then he turned his head to look at his daughter Bu Yalian. Yao, it was you who suggested it in the first place. Say something. At that time, they sold the house for over $2,300,000. 6 or 700,000 short of 3 million. Still Bu Yalian in a hurry. Remembered to find relatives and friends to borrow money, and promised to double the money back, and only succeeded in borrowing. Bu Yalian's eyes averted as she sniffed. Couldn't look at her dad. Mom's words just now had kind of woken her up. She now has $5 million in her hand. If the money is paid back, and only the principal is paid back, it also costs $2.5 million. If at least double back is agreed, just under 5 million. The money that was still warm in my hands is all gone again. The original plan was for her to return it. Now she hesitated. Now even if you pay back young Shaw's money double, there's still over $4 million left. 2. If you have so much money, why don't you do something good with it? Why do you have to pay it back? Bu Xiaoda saw that his daughter did not speak for half a minute, and once again pressed. Yao, Dad. Bu Yalian hadn't finished her words. Zhang Suihua once again took over the conversation and said, Yao was saying that she was borrowing at that time, and later, when we gave the money, didn't we agree that it wasn't considered borrowing, but only as an investment? Saying that,
She made an unobtrusive wink at Bu Yaolian. Then he added, "By the way,
I remembered that the money from her classmates,
which was indeed borrowed, had to be paid back. Did it say that?" One time, Bu Xiaoda fell into a stupor. He couldn't confirm if that was the case. And at this point, "Nope, that's right, that's how it was said in the beginning." Bu Yaolian understood and quickly nodded with a red face.
And she figured it out.
"It's not like family and friends have any proof that we borrowed the money."
Scared of what?
Zhang Suihua looked smug, as if to say, "I got the money with my skills. Why should I give it back?" Having come to this point, Bu Xiaoda knew that there was no point in talking more.
One could only take a sip of tea before choosing to shut up.
Had he known this, he would not have asked his relatives and friends to borrow money. It's okay now. Double didn't fetch, and lost money. Going forward, he would lose them completely. But on second thought, it's not so bad. $5 million. With so much money, he wouldn't have to work hard at the hot pot restaurant anymore and could enjoy his retirement. When I think of this, there is still a little depressed mood, but also suddenly like the clouds to see the sky. And Bu Yaolian is still hesitant to contact Yang Xiao and tell him that he is ready to pay back the money, hoping that he will withdraw the lawsuit. She doesn't want to go to jail. However, she couldn't be sure that Yang Xiao would agree. The ultimate kink in the. In the meantime, Guan Dequan was supported by Ma Yufeng, started to attack Yang Xiao recklessly in major online media,
centering around the various issues that Bu Yaolian had recorded the video for in the first place.
Some evidence of Bu Yaolian's forgery was also released. It's making waves on the internet. Oh my god, why is this person so shameless?
To do such a thing is simply refreshing my 3 views.
As the owner of a big hotel, how dare he abandon his wife and son? Resolutely boycott.
Everyone here is responsible for his hotel still being open.
Boycott the scum? Start with me. I don't share this type of scum. No, I'm going to his hotel to pull banners. Anyone want to join me?
The smile on Guan Dequan's face grew wider as he looked at the various curses that filled the screen, and the voices boycotting the hotel.
Ha ha ha. Curse, curse, curse to your heart's content. Whether or not I become a millionaire depends on all of you. Last time, after following Ma Yufeng away from Tianfu New City, he had gone through a lot of trouble before he managed to impress Ma Yufeng. Ma Yufeng put out the word. As long as he can also stir up the Yuzhou Hotel cannot open, then she'll give him $5 million. Afterwards, Guan Dequan took another look at the stock market and found that the share price of Yuzhou Hotel fell some more. Not much of a drop though, but it's also a good start for him. He immediately called Ma Yufeng, ready to take credit for a wave. And at this point, Ma Yufeng is in the office of the chairman of the Great Peak Group. "Dad, did you see that? Yang Xiao has become a street rat. Everyone is crying out for help." In her tone, it was hard to hide the excitement within Ma Yufeng's heart. Ma Dafeng leaned back in his boss chair with a cigar in his mouth, took a sharp drag, "Didn't go into my lungs." Only after slowly spitting it out did he slowly say, "That kid is not an oil lamp. And you did something impulsive in this matter." Impulse? Ma Yufeng was surprised. Obviously it was done so beautifully. How come it was impulsive? You shouldn't have rushed ahead on your horse. Ma Dafeng shook his head. Ma Yufeng was even more puzzled. "What do you mean? Still don't get it?" Ma Dafeng said, "This kid Yang Xiao is not to be messed with. Last time, because of a kid stealing his food, not only their family, but even online, a large group of people were sent to jail." Saying that, Ma Dafeng looked at his daughter and continued, "Look at you. You even rushed to that what's-his-name's shameless home. Isn't this leaving evidence for someone?" He was also at a loss for words. Obviously you can pay someone and not have to do it yourself. Good for you. Not only did you spend the money, and a brainstorm of his own at the forefront. Isn't that digging a hole for yourself? He has to be much more careful about what he does on his own. For example, last time, invite Marin Singh here. Not only did they put signal jamming in the office, but they also searched Mei Rinxing. Even the aphrodisiac that was prepared was not given out by his own hand. Something really big is going to go wrong. He's perfectly capable of throwing the pot. At this point, Ma Yufeng also realized this, but how to make up for it? There it is. Money makes the world go round. As long as the price is in place, there must be someone willing to take the fall for themselves when the time comes. Just then, the cell phone rang. Taking it out, it was actually Guan Dequan. Ma Yufeng was a bit surprised. Why is he looking for me at this time? Chapter 113, I can drive a Ferrari with one hand, requesting recommendations, collections, subscriptions. Ma Yufeng picked up the phone. "Hello, Mr. Ma, Yuzhou Hotel stock price has dropped $2. And then? Ma Yufeng asked rhetorically. Guan Dequan's heart sank when he heard that Ma Yufeng was not very excited. "Grass, did you shoot the horse in the hoof? It's done." Guan Dequan could only laugh dryly. Hey, I'm just reporting this to you. Nothing else. Ma Yufeng let out an "oh" and hung up.
A beeping sound came to his ears.
The smile on Guan Dequan's face gradually solidified. Straw mud horse. A bitch is still tugging at me. Itchy skin? I hope your husband can't, so that you can't get high. After the curse. After Guan Dequan downed a beer, he proceeded to fly his fingertips around, frantically denigrating Yang Xiao on the internet. By all means he could think of. After you're done. Still feeling that this was not enjoyable enough, he decided to look for Bu Yalian again, wanting to join forces to play a bigger wave. Ma Yufeng hung up the phone, blinked her eyes at Ma Dafeng, and pouted. Dad, then what do you think I should do now? Ouch. Now you know how to be a pussy? Now you know I'm your father? Ma Dafeng said in a bad mood. Now you know to ask me? What did you do earlier? Saying that,
he then looked to the side at Tu Ding, who had been stealing glances at his own little honey.
Gritting his teeth, he wanted to slap him across the face and tell him, that's my girl, how dare you think about it. In the end, however, reason won out over impulse. You're so tired all day. We don't want you to worry about everything. Otherwise, then you're too tired. Ma Yufeng shook Ma Dafeng's arm in a petulant manner. Every time something happens, she does. It works surprisingly well too. Seeing this, Tu Ding also smiled and flattered. Yes, you have a lot of work to do day in and day out. And we don't want to be losers who just eat and don't do anything, isn't it now? Ma Dafeng exhaled heavily. It was only after a half a second that he said, alright, this matter, you guys stay out of it for now. I'll arrange for someone to take over. It can be a bit of a pain in the ass though. Overall, it was still within his control. Not much of a problem. Thank you, Dad. I simply love you. Ma Yufeng hugged Ma Dafeng and barfed him a kiss on the cheek. Then the bad smile added, well, we'll leave you and the secretary alone to work. With that, he pulled Tu Ding by the collar and headed out. Ma Dafeng was speechless for a while. Is that something you should say? What a scandal. But next, he did work well with Mimi. Until you're sweating. Only then did he stop, sit down in his boss's chair, and light a cigar and gulp it down. Mimi straightened her clothes, and then sat directly on Ma Dafeng's lap, fingers lightly traced over his cheeks, and pouted. Dead beat. Where's the Big Ben you said you'd reward me with last time? Oh shit. Look at me. I have a bad memory. I forgot such an important thing. Ma Dafeng slapped his forehead. Then he immediately said, pack up, we'll go buy it right away. How's that? That's more like it. Upon hearing that she was going to get it right away, Honey beamed with joy. Before leaving, Ma Dafeng made a phone call and explained that he would have someone take over the matter of Ma Yufeng teaming up with Bu Yalian. Let's make sure they can't leave a handle on it. Against Young Sha, he was serious. But, also, be careful. He always felt that the information he currently had about Young Sha was what he wanted others to see, and was not true. They thought about dealing with Young Sha, and on Yang Zhao's side, a special group has been set up, responsible for collecting evidence of online defamation of persons. For now, in just a few days, they have collected evidence of defamation from hundreds of people. The working group knows all about it. I'm afraid these people are screwed again. This boss of his own has a frightening amount of money though, but the means of dealing with people, equally scary. Young Sha also kept an eye on their collection from time to time. Wait for the post-holiday period. He will immediately begin to arrange for the prosecution of these slanderers. Meanwhile, the publisher of the video is being prosecuted. Let's get enough of them tortured to get in there and step on the sewing machines. Not only that, and they have to pay for it. Yang Xiao, who was far away in Red Leaf County, listened to the report of their battle results. It's very satisfying. However, after learning that Bu Yalian's family moved away, it's more or less a pity. Otherwise, charge them with robbery and trespassing. Enough to get their family inside. Stomp the sewing machine until it smokes and is scrapped. Just hung up. A strange phone call came in. Young Sha hesitated for 2 seconds, still choosing to press the answer button. Hello, who is it? The person on the other end of the line waited 2 seconds before saying quickly, it's me. Don't hang up just yet. Wait for me to finish, okay? It was no one else but Bu Yalian. In order to prevent Yang Xiao from hanging up the phone, he purposely finished in one breath. Speak. As soon as Yang Xiao heard that it was her, he lost his good mood and said in a cold voice, I'll see what other tricks you can pull. Bu Yalian breathed a sigh of relief, organized her thoughts a little, and said, Yang Xiao, for the sake of many years of love, can you withdraw the lawsuit? Drop the case? Yang Xiao sneered, you didn't wake up? I gave you a chance, and not only did you not take it, but in the end, you found someone to discredit me online, and now you're here to ask me to drop the case. Who do you think you are? Yang Xiao was directly angry and laughed. Where did you get the nerve to say that? Or is it drunk? Or maybe still dreaming. Yang Zhao's indifference had been expected by Bu Yalian. But still, I'm not going to give up on this. In a pleading tone, he continued, I apologize to you. I compensate you for the mental damage. I'll immediately double that $411,000 back to you. Count me as begging you to withdraw the lawsuit. Okay? Double? I don't give a shit about your money? Apparently there is no shortage. Yang Xiao sneered. Not to mention double. Even 20 times is impossible. Are you really going to push me over the edge? You forced yourself. Didn't you enjoy it? Bu Yalian said in shock. I was enjoying it. But, does it matter? Yang Xiao didn't want to talk too much nonsense with him and directly hung up the phone. Haven't had a chance to pull the plug on it yet. She called again. Yang Xiao hung up again and quickly blacked out. It's so annoying. If I had known it would come to this, why would I have done it? It's too late to repent. In the meantime, it's at 1802, Building 3, Tianfu New Town. Guan Dequan gave Bu Yalian a thumbs up. Maisie, I have to say, your performance just now was really awesome. Through the last few days of contact, he already knew the truth. Was going to quit, but it was too much for my Yufeng to give. He couldn't say no. Bu Yalian smiled awkwardly, then said, Is it acting? No. She actually genuinely wants to pay it back. Only pay back the money. It was only then that she dared to be assured of boldly, ruthlessly, and recklessly dealing with Yang Xiao. The original her was more or less scrupulous, but now what? Yang Xiao didn't give a chance. Then she could only break the pot. One way to go. P.S. The finished, suddenly realized to put Zhang Yilan's name after the right Zhang Yichuan. This can only continue to call this name. The title of this chapter and the next chapter are reversed. Sorry about that. Chapter 112, Bu Yalian begs Yang Xiao to drop the lawsuit, seeking recommendations, collections, subscriptions. Before you know it, spring break is almost over. Yang Xiao departed for Yu City. Before leaving, he heard from the village that Chen Jigong has been transferred to the relevant departments of the county for investigation and treatment. Jail time. I'm afraid there's no escape. Make a fool of yourself. Halfway, Yang Xiao suddenly received a call from Song Jianjun. Hey, June. Happy holidays. Ha ha, happy holidays brother Yang. Song Jianjun laughed out loud. Immediately after, Song Jianjun asked, Brother Yang, do you need any help with the online thing? Thank you June. No need for the time being. I've already made arrangements on my side and I'm ready to close the net in the near future. Okay, but feel free to say if you need help. Yang Xiao laughed. If I really need help, I won't be polite. It's not just Song Jianjun over this period of time, including Jiang Yichuan, Zhao Antai and others. All of them called more than once. Ask him if he needs help, because he has made detailed arrangements. And one by one, it was returned. Song Jianjun didn't continue to insist when he heard Yang Xiao say so. Turning to him, he said, all the formalities for the resort have been perfected, and construction is expected to begin on the 8th day of February. So you can come to the groundbreaking ceremony then. No problem. Definitely on time. Yang Xiao laughed. It didn't matter to him at all whether the program made money or not. It's totally for fun. Or to bring these people closer together. Even if he has a lot of money. Not really needed. But who knows what day relationships will be needed. Take for example the last Li Zhengjun surgery. By the way, do you have time in recent days? At this time, Song Jianjun suddenly asked. Yang Xiao was surprised. Yes. Why? It's like this. In 2 days in Flower City, there will be an auction. I wonder if you're interested. What kind of auction? I've received news that this auction is a foreign specialty. Song Jianjun's tone was slightly solemn. Foreign specialties? Yang Xiao didn't quite understand what this meant. The auctions are all foreign? If that was the case, he wasn't really interested. No, it's some collectors from abroad who brought artifacts that belong to our China that were looted, or lost, to the auction. Song Jianjun said. What? Hoping to take our stuff, come to cash in on us? This group of foreigners, they are really as good as they think they are. At this time, Song Jianjun added, among them are one of the 12 zodiac signs, the dragon head, the dog head, and the sheep head. Not only that, but there's also a large amount of blue and white porcelain, Tang San Kai, and so on. What kind of auction is this? It's totally an exhibition of Chinese cultural relics. What, June? Are you sure? At this moment, Yang Zhao's voice, too, involuntarily rose a few points. In that year, the 12 Chinese zodiac signs were all lost overseas. 7 have now returned. There are 5 left to return. And the whereabouts of the head of the snake, the head of the chicken, the head of the dog and the head of the goat have remained unknown. According to rumor, the head of the dragon is in Izhou. I didn't realize that this time. 3 appeared at once. How can you ask Yang Xiao not to be excited? And,
The head of the dragon in it is a symbol of the Chinese nation. Over the years, Chinese people are proud to be the descendants of the dragon, and these artifacts came out. It's bound to kick up a storm. I'm sure many people from abroad will participate in the auction. Song Jianjun said, the news is about 8 or 9 times better. Okay, I'll go. Okay, together then. Hang up. Young Shaw looked out the window at the rapidly receding scenery. A hint of determination flashed in his eyes. Now that you're here, people can leave, but things must stay. He had once read online about a fierce man who had overwhelmed the crowd at a Christie's auction, winning the rat beast and the rabbit beast. Payment was eventually refused, resulting in an aborted auction. It's not that he doesn't have the money to make the payments. On the contrary, instead, he's very rich. He thinks, this thing is supposed to be Chinese. Why do you pay? There was majority support for this situation. Back to Yui Qi. From Lin Xian's mouth, she learned that recently, some people from the internet ran to the hotel's entrance and pulled banners, which caused a great impact on the hotel's operation. Many customers came. See this scene. Turned right around and left. This is all the work of 2 people, Guan Dequan and Bu Yalian. Yang Xiao immediately contacted Zhang Wei and entrusted him, once again, with the responsibility of suing these people who wantonly slandered on the internet. The evidence has been pretty much gathered, includes records of theft. There was just one plan that failed. Tao Quan was not able to contact Bu Yalian again, and there was no way to get the DNA of the child in her stomach, presumably because she got the $5 million that Ma Yufeng gave her. She directly pulled the plug on Tao Quan, who was already skeptical. But even so, Young Shaw will still let them taste the fear of being dominated by the tailor. Everything is arranged. 2 days later, Yang Xiao took Lu Wei and boarded the airplane to Flower City. Song Jianjun 2 days earlier. Just get on a plane there already in advance. The plane landed. The two walked out of the airport side by side. Along the way, Lu Wei attracted a lot of attention. Some gay men just look at beautiful women, or hit the wall, or the trash can, or the ant doing the cleaning, or messing with people. Yang Xiao and Lu Wei Aiu ignored it, and the 2 of them stood on the side of the road outside the airport. Before takeoff, Yang Xiao told Song Jianjun. Song Jianjun previously returned the call. Tell him to wait outside the airport for a moment and he'll arrange for someone to come and pick him up. I don't know why it hasn't arrived yet. After waiting for about 2 minutes, suddenly a voice sounded behind the 2. Ride in a car, pretty lady? I can drive a Ferrari with one hand. A young man walked up to Lu Wei and shook the Ferrari keys in his hand, a smug smile spreading across his face. Subsequently, it was even more like I am a rich second-generation tone said. With your face value, matched with my more than $2 million Ferrari, it can definitely become a bright landscape in Flower City. You think he's really rich? Yet it wasn't. He was just an employee of a car rental agency, and the keys to the car in his hand were from the agency's car. Fong just sent the customer back. He happened to meet Lu Wei who was passing by. He was so bright that he ran over and struck up a conversation, hoping to capitalize on the Ferrari's prestige so that his little brother could relax tonight. Lu Wei said faintly, "No sitting." Again the young man urged, "Is it hard to wait here with this boy for a cab?" "It's hard to wait here." Lu Wei is still 2 words. "No need." The young man saw that Lu Wei didn't buy it. It didn't just give up. Instead, it got more and more motivated. Said directly, "Beautiful women. Looking for a man must be bright eyes. Some people although dressed in human-like, but 9 times out of 10 is pretending to be a big money. To deceive your little sister's trust." Lu Wei sniffed and frowned at him. The young man immediately came to the spirit. "Don't look at my dress is not good. That's because I'm too low-key. If not to meet you, this Flower City knows that I drive a Ferrari. There are not many." Said. He also gave an example. "By the way, I was also here a few days ago. Met a little girl. She was cheated out of her money." Chapter 114, remember to ask around first next time, seeking recommendations, collections, subscriptions. The young man crackled on, managing to fake it every 2 or 3 sentences. The purpose should not be too obvious. Young Shaw frowned at the man in question. "Holy shit, are you fucking sick, or are you in heat? Find someone else to hit on. Just looking at you makes me angry. Call me a liar. I think you're the liar." Yang Xiao couldn't help but dislike him back. "Stay wherever you like. Don't pretend to be a pussy in front of me. Playing hard to get?" The young man grinned. Then, word for word, "I'm sorry, but I have the strength to pretend. And you don't." He did it to be able to ease the stiffness in his little brother's torso. It's also spellbinding. When Yang Xiao heard this, he raised his eyebrows and was about to dislike him fiercely. Suddenly, a Rolls-Royce Phantom pulled up in front of the 3. The young man froze. "What the hell? Quick, quick, quick. Look, there's a little gold man in that car." "What little gold man? Crap,
Crap, crap, crap. What a little gold man. That's a Rolls Royce. If only I could have a seat.
This Rolls Royce came along.
It instantly attracted countless eyeballs.
The young man was also stunned in place when he read the license plate. They have one of these cars in their store.
Rent is very expensive though. He'd snuck up on it a couple times to feel it.
It is indeed very comfortable.
No wonder rich people like to buy these cars.
It was while he was fuming. The door of the Rolls Royce opened.
Song Jianjun stepped out of the car and walked directly towards Yang Xiao. Brother Yang. I'm sorry. Something delayed me a bit. Let's go. Song Jianjun glanced at Lu Wei and nodded slightly,
though thought it was a bit stunning.
But the eyes didn't linger on her too much.
He knew that the one who could be brought here by Yang Xiao with him and was so beautiful was in all probability his girlfriend.
Or, a friend's wife is not to be bullied. One more look. That's all disrespectful. Yang Xiao smiled and said back, what did June say?
I'll just take a taxi myself.
But I'll even let you come here personally. He also didn't expect Song Jianjun to come in person. At that moment,
accompanied by a roaring sound,
the crowd's eyes were once again attracted by a red Lamborghini with clear contour lines and a high value. The Lamborghini stopped right next to the Rolls Royce. Crap, Lamborghini. What's the win today?
Seeing two luxury cars one after another.
I've dreamed of a supercar. Honey, I want. Don't even look at where this is. Shame on you. If you want, go home. I'm talking about the car. Get out.
Under the envious gaze of the crowd, a woman got out of the car and handed Song the keys. Song Jianjun turned his hand and handed the key to Yang Xiao,
smiling.
Older brother Yang, is it okay to have this car as your substitute car for the past few days?
The crowd was directly confused at the words. A Lamborghini for a ride?
Are you guys overplaying your hand? Or are we just crazy?
Thank you, brother Jun. After Yang Xiao received the key,
he shook hands with Song Jianjun again.
Before he came,
he wondered if he should rent a car in Flower City.
Now it was good that Song Jianjun had directly made the decision for them. Song Jianjun waved his hand. Alright, let's not be polite here. The auction won't start until 8 o'clock in the evening, so you can just stroll around Flower City. Okay, let's go shopping first then. June, you go ahead and get busy.
Good, I'll send you the address later.
Remember to be on time. No problem. Song Jianjun smiled and got into the Rolls Royce and left. See him go. It was only then that Lu Wei walked up to the Lamborghini and reached out to touch the bodywork,
which felt really good in her hands.
Silkier than a baby's skin. And the styling is cool. Driving down the road,
the turnaround rate is simply off the charts.
Well, do you like it? Yang Xiao looked at Lu Wei and asked with a smile. He doesn't know cars particularly well,
only recognize it as a Lamborghini.
What model exactly? I'm sorry, he didn't recognize it. Lu Wei nodded.
It's much better than that Ferrari you bought last time.
But, in comparison, I still like the hundreds of thousands of dollars BMW that Magic City bought back. What do we hear? She doesn't like Ferraris and prefers hundreds of thousands of dollars in BMWs? Crazy.
And she was telling the truth. It wasn't just the first deep interaction between the two that was in that car. And unique license plates.
Magic A. LW520.
Very memorable and a car that no amount of money can match. Young Shaw walked over to the passenger side as he prepared to get into the car.
Thinking again of the young man on the sidelines.
Smiling faintly at him,
he said, next time you come out to pick up a girl, remember to ask around first, or else it'll be easy to make jokes.
When he finished speaking, he pulled open the passenger side and got in. Lu Wei drove the Lamborghini and disappeared into the road outside the airport with the roar of the engine.
The man looked at the faraway Lamborghini.
His face was very ugly, mainly because the punch in the face just now came too fast.
It made him not even react yet.
Looking at the company Ferrari car in my hand,
it suddenly didn't smell good anymore.
Not far away, several flight attendants also saw the scene that just happened.
Gather around and whisper. One of them said, sisters, did you see that? That Lamborghini is so handsome. I wish I could sit in it and feel it. Did you guys take any pictures? How much is that Lamborghini worth? Another person said. What's the hurry? It's searching. I go, this is actually a Lamborghini Bull. A big Lamborghini Bull? Aha!
Over 10 million worldwide release price.
What? Over 10 million? Oh my god. That's too much. Gee, I've lost a lot of money. Lose what? Earlier on the plane, I should have taken a chance and asked him for a weeb. You don't look at how good looking the girl beside him is. We'll give you WeChat? It's a daydream. The few people's discussion was unknown to young Shaw, and not interested in knowing.
The two of them drove directly to the antique street in Flower City.
As soon as the car appeared,
it became the center of attention.
It's too compelling. Park in the parking lot outside the antique market.
The head of security got 3 men to guard around this car straight away.
This car would have been scratched in the parking lot. They just can't afford to lose the money even if they smash it.
The two of them walked on the path paved with green stone slabs. Lu Wei, who had a great face, still attracted the eyes of many old colorful people. Looking at the antiques on the ground stalls on both sides of the street, Lu Wei curiously said, "Are all these things real? How could it be?" Young Shaw laughed. 99.9% of the time at these ground-level stalls are fakes. Authenticity is almost impossible to come by. The reason why Yang Shao came here was also to have a long look and do some advanced preparation work for the auction at night. Right? Every city has an antique market. Just in comparison, not as famous as the capital's Panjiayuan. Lu Wei was even more puzzled. It's not true. Then how come so many people still come to buy it? It's all about taking a chance. None of it really. Luck works? It's better to dream. What if it comes true? Chapter 115, you can keep it as a family heirloom, begging for favorites, begging for recommendations, begging for subscriptions. Listen to the bargaining in your ears. Lu Wei's eyes kept searching the stalls on both sides. She also wanted to try to pick up the pieces, but the wide array of goods was directly dazzling her, knowing full well that much of it is fake. But it still feels like there's a lot of stuff that's just like the real thing. A little further on, suddenly, something from a stall not far away caught her attention. Immediately pulling Yang Shao towards that side, he rushed over. Coming to the stall, Lu Wei pointed to a bronze-like cup and asked, "Boss, what is this thing?" The boss, who was playing King's game, sniffed and put down his phone, glancing at the two Lu Wei. The men were dressed in extraordinary clothes and the women were gorgeous, definitely bringing a girl to act like she's trying to get a hit. A rich kid can still know about antiques? How can that be? Landlord, your money, come to my bowl. Ha ha, suppress the ecstasy within. The stall owner gave Lu Wei a thumbs up. Girl really has a keen eye. This is a four-square goat done from the Shang and Zhou dynasties, several thousand years ago. What? Shang dynasty? Lu Wei was confused. Didn't you say there was no real one? Is it a stroke of luck? At this time, Yang Shao, who was on the side, but laughed. This is indeed last week, but it's just a few days. Where are the thousands of years? Shang Zhou? Last week? Silly. The stall owner knew his own family, but he didn't feel embarrassed. Instead, he pointed to a worn-out pocket watch off to the side and laughed. Little brother, you're wrong. This was just collected last week. Isn't the four-square goat Zune in the National Museum? How did it come to your stall? Yang Shao asked rhetorically with a smile. Lu Wei was reminded of this and also remembered. There was this figure in the history book. No wonder she felt familiar. It's just that she remembers. Wasn't the four-direction sheep dignity quite big? How come this one is the size of a palm? Lu Wei looked curiously at Yang Shao and then at the stall owner. The stallholder has been in this business for years. Will he be easily questioned by Yang Shao in a few words? I only heard him say in a fervent manner, "I'm not going to lie to you. There were two four-square goat duns unearthed at that time. The one in the National Museum is the male, and this one of mine is the female." Hearing this, Yang Shao straightened up and called out, "Good guy. Have you watched too much Journey to the West? I actually followed the Monkey King's example and made some kind of male-female distinction. What an oddball." Lu Wei finally got it. This was a flim-flam guy. Where's the real deal? It's all fake. Even if they did, they wouldn't be stupid enough to sell them. When the stall owner saw that Yang Shao and Lu Wei didn't speak up again, he immediately took out another scroll from the small box under his buttocks. Mysteriously, he said, Come, show you an absolute treasure." What? Yang Shao was interested in seeing the secrecy. Wanted to see what kind of strange objects the stallholder would come up with. Another brag about what will be blown. I only saw the stall owner carefully unfold the scroll and solemnly said, "This is it, Li Bai's upper balcony post." Lu Wei was stunned. She had seen a news story before about Li Bai's upper balcony post, which had long been included in the Palace Museum in the capital. What's going on here? Yang Shao had been completely defeated. Fake goods could be said by the stall owner as if they were real. Looks like it's worthy of the food. Bull. How's that? Give me $1 million and you can take away the poetry fairy's extinct authentic artifact. It's worth every penny. The stall owner continued to flirt. That's the way it is in their line of work. It's not just about luck and a good mouthpiece. As long as you can talk about the dead as if they were alive, false can become true. It would be nice to meet a rash. Just deadpan flubs. Only then will there be a chance to do 3 years without opening and 3 years of eating. And vice versa? It's only as he is now, bitterly guarding the ground. Young Shaw looked at the spiteful stallholder and thought, is this considered fraud? At this point, Lu Wei waved her hand. Don't. It's too cheap. Can you really sell it that cheap? Apparently not. But the fake ones are still selling for so much. Why don't you go and rob it? Tell you what, you guys name a number. As long as the price is reasonable, I'll sell it. The stall owner secretly regretted it. Grass, the offer is low. Knew it. I'll just quote $10 million. Bad luck. However, He didn't want to miss this rare opportunity to rob the rich and give to the poor.
After all, there's no time like the present.
Yang Xiaoxiao shook his head and said, "Forget it, I can't afford such a good thing.
Just keep it as a family heirloom." After saying that, he pulled Lu Wei and prepared to leave. It's already fat to the mouth. How could the stallholder let him slip away? Immediately stopping the two, he laughed. "You too, what's the hurry? I still have something good." "Not interested."
Yang Xiao waved his hand. The stall owner said in a serious voice,
"This time there is something really good." Jan Shaw asked, "What?"
"You guys wait a bit, I'll go get it."
With that,
the stall owner walked quickly to a box and opened it.
From inside,
he lifted something wrapped in black cloth.
Yang Xiao and Lu Wei glanced at each other and both saw a hint of playfulness in each other's eyes.
The stall owner came to the two of them holding the thing,
uncovered a little bit, revealing what was inside, and said in a low voice, "This is Tang San Kai, absolutely genuine." "Tang San Kai? The real thing?"
Yang Xiao felt a burst of laughter in his heart.
"The real thing you put here? Not afraid of being stolen?
Or do you think this method
is enough to cover your ass?" Lu Wei was also convinced. "A fake? Wrapped so tightly for what? This is really not a fake. Tonight at the Poly auction, there will be a Tang San Kai debut. You guys wait and see.
It's guaranteed to be exactly the same as this one of mine," the stall owner said with conviction.
The two didn't linger any longer, left the booth. The stall owner looked at the departing two. His eyes,
a flash of regret flashed through them, as if he felt like he had missed out on several $100 million.
This kind of thing, though, happens every day on this street. A few people are happy and a few people are sad. I've seen it so many times. I've seen it all. The two went around in circles,
came to a jade raw stone trading area.
Here, it is specialized in trading raw jade stones. Therefore, on the ground, there are various kinds of stones of different sizes everywhere, and these are raw jade stones. Each piece has the potential to open a valuable jade, and even more likely to open a jadeite, or even the very best of jadeite, imperial green. Of course, the odds are too small, but that doesn't stop gamblers from going crazy.
Sometimes a few $100s can win back tens of thousands,
hundreds of thousands, or even millions. Overnight wealth is not a dream here, but it could also be an overnight loss.
Opportunities and risks go hand in hand. Perhaps that was the underlying reason why there were more than twice as many people here,
compared to the antique markets outside.
Yang Xiao and Lu Wei are both here for the first time,
completely like Lu into the grand view. The first time. Chapter 116. No need, seeking favorites. Recommendations. Subscriptions. Jade is opened from these stones? Lu Wei asked in surprise. Her first time in a place like this. In the past, she only knew that good jade was expensive, and she didn't know that jade was opened from such raw stones.
Yang Xiao nodded.
"That's right, these are raw jade stones." Lu Wei nodded with seeming understanding. Found heading not far away.
A vacant lot of over 100 square feet.
A number of people were either bent over or crouching on the ground, taking something and pointing it at the stone. It made her mind wonder. What's this for? Could it be that even a little stone can become jade? That's ridiculous. Seeing that she seemed to have some interest, Yang Xiao led her towards the front. The two have just arrived. A few people came up beside him. One of them turned to Yang Xiao and asked, "Little brother, do you need eyes?" "Eyes?" Young Xiao was a little uncertain. "What kind of eyes? Are you connoting me?" One of them instantly understood when he saw Yang Xiao's expression stagnate. "So it's the first time I've been to a place like this."
A tinge of elation flooded their hearts.
The opportunity to make money had come. One of them, a man named Yan Jian,
smiled and explained, "Eyes are professionals who specialize in helping people, from the raw stones of jade, to pick out those who are able to open the jade. They specialize in working with this. Earn some payoffs."
Yang Xiao became interested and asked, "Can this also be picked out by eye?"
"We've been dealing with these raw stones for years.
We're very experienced."
Yan Jian patted his chest with confidence.
Yang Xiao asked again, "What are the special traces of the extreme jade?" "That's not true. We recognize it by experience. So you can't guarantee that 100% of the raw stones picked out will produce good jade?" "I'm afraid no one can do 100%. We can only minimize your losses and increase the likelihood of you opening a good jade." Yang Xiao simply refused. "Since I can't, I don't need it." All said and done. Aren't you guys guessing based on your feelings? As it is, why should I trust you? If it's accurate, I'm afraid they would have gotten rich a long time ago, and there's no need to be here, waiting to be the eyes of someone else. Missed a single. A few people were not discouraged by this. Once again, he went back to sit on the sidelines. Wait quietly for your chance. Yang Xiao led Lu Wei into the pile of raw stones as well. However, the two of them were like headless flies, wandering around the pile of jade. Look east, look west, not sure what to pick at all. The scene made a few of the earlier eyes look and laugh. Ha ha ha, I thought he knew it himself, but I didn't realize he was a stickler. Don't talk nonsense. What do you mean by mallet? It's obviously a headless fly. I haven't opened up so far today. Why don't we make a bet?
The sudden offer from one of them drew several eyes.
They have asked, what's the bet? The man laughed. How about betting on what kind of jade they can open? Bet or not? When the crowd heard this, they were slightly stunned, and then they revealed ecstasy. Nima, isn't this a gift? Bet. With that, several people began to bet. I'll bet 100 that they open it up and it's all average. I'm betting 500. I don't think they can even open jade. I'm betting 200. I'm betting on. There were about a dozen people betting. There is only one person who thinks Yang Xiao can open a good jade. Others, without exception, all of them thought that he couldn't open good jade, or even jade at all. Yang Xiao didn't notice this side, still focusing on the pile of raw stones with Lu Wei. Looking at hundreds of stones, Lu Wei said with a sad face, there are so many stones, how are we going to pick them? Just pick a few pieces at random. It's just a matter of chance anyway. Yang Xiao laughed. He didn't intend to get rich on this anyway, purely for the long haul. Lu Wei thought about it, so she bent down and randomly picked a few small, yet nice-looking stones. Again, Jian Sha doesn't get it. Looking at the other people picking rocks, and carrying a flashlight, magnifying glass and all, he himself was completely empty-handed. Compare. Surely there is no comparison. After all, not professionally either. He could only follow Lu Wei's footsteps, and casually picked a few, which looked relatively smooth and not too small stones, put it in the basket. The two men pushed the stone to the owner. Yang Xiao asked, boss, how much do I pay for these stones? A total of 100,000. The boss looked at it and blurted it out. It feels like gibberish. $100,000 is just a few meals to Yang Xiao, and he decisively pays. Pay up. Yang Xiao asked again, boss, can you help cut it? Yes, no problem. Saying that, the boss turned around and shouted at a man who looked like a skinny monkey. Basket, take these two customers to the cutting room and cut them. Here, they have a special cutting room for customers who need it, free of charge, to cut the raw stones they buy. Of course, some people bring them back to drive themselves. The basket case said, okay, boss. Basket led the two of them, Yang Xiao, towards a house. There were introductions to things as we went along. The few eyes that had placed bets saw this and immediately followed. Whoever of them could return home with a full load today depended on whether Yang Xiao and the others could open the jade. The group of three arrived at the cutting room. At the moment, there were quite a few people waiting here, ready to cut. There are more cutters here though. It can be multiplied, though with a dozen or so people, you don't have to wait very long. Yang Xiao took a look at the people waiting in line to buy. In comparison, they're a bit of a child's playground at this point on their own. Waiting in line period. Lu Wei received a call from her own webcasting company, reporting that it was the endorsement that had completed the initial negotiations. A very famous internet celebrity they got. The current preliminary negotiated endorsement fee is at $80 million. Yang Xiao was directly confused after hearing this. What the hell? How dare you ask for $80 million for a web celebrity? Who gave her the courage? Lovey was not a fan of this offer, either. It's okay to have the company look around a bit more and try to find one that's good value for money, or whose impact is really worth the price of admission. This asking price is too high. Just hung up. At this time, the basket walked over. Two of you, let's go. Machine number 6 will be able to open the jade for you in no time. Okay, thanks. Saying that, Yang Xiao was pushing the small crate and came to the number 6 machine, ready to cut. At this time, in a corner of the cutting room, a maniacal laugh suddenly came. Ha ha ha, I'm rich, ha ha ha. It's not every day that such voices are heard. Available at, once it rings, that's a really big profit. Therefore, many of the people present threw envious, jealous, and even hateful looks in that direction. Hate that the person is himself. This kind of opportunity, however, is unattainable. Good jade, where is it so easy to drive out? Chapter 117, A Jedi Turnaround, Seeking Recommendations. Collections, subscriptions. Jian Sha asked the cutter to help cut it. Yan Jian and his party came aside and took a look at the raw stone on the cutting machine. There was laughter. Ha ha ha, I bet this piece is an absolute piece of scrap. Old Yan is right. This stone, not only is the surface extremely rough, the cracks are also a batch more. At a glance you can tell that it's a waste material. Last time I helped someone pick out a piece. 5,000 for 100,000. I made a fortune. People are stupid and have a lot of money. With so many raw stone stalls, even if I pick a few random pieces with my eyes closed, it's still hundreds of times better than this one of theirs. Sit back and wait for the joke. However, facing the ridicule of Yan Jian's few people. Young Shaw was impassive. He also shook his head at Lu Wei, who was a bit angry and comforted. The dog bit us, but we can't bite the dog back. Aha! Lu Wei smiled sweetly. Yan Jian and the others were furious when they heard this, but that's about it. If you really dare to make a scene here, you won't be able to hang around here in the future. With the cutter's first cut, all curious about how the stone is, the cutting master handed the stone to Yang Xiao and asked, "Sir, the first cut didn't work well. Do I need to make a second cut?" Normally, if you don't see jade in the first cut, the second cut reverses the situation very little. Go on, Young Shaw said. The master nodded, repositioned the stone from earlier and continued cutting. Finished the second cut. It remains so. Without further ado, the cutter went on to cut a third cut. 3 cuts to finish. This first stone, straight away, was declared a waste. Lu Wei was more or less lost. Yang Xiao comforted her for a moment before signaling the cutting master to continue. On the cart, there are 3 other small rocks and 4 large watermelon-sized rocks. Not until the last minute. No one can say how the profit and loss will be. However, Yan Jian and the others had crooked mouths. Next, the second piece is better than the first in comparison. There's a little bit of jade, but this is in the eyes of the professionals on the scene. Still a waste rock. Yang Xiao and Lu Wei were not discouraged. Keep driving. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. Every piece opened. All were declared waste stones on the spot. It was also the first time the cutter had encountered such a thing. 5 or 6 stones were opened in succession. It's unbelievable that it's all waste rock. He was a little skeptical that Yang Xiao and the others had been deliberately pitched. Waiting on the sidelines were Yan Jian and the others. It was straight out of a maniacal laugh. There were even those who began to sneer and mock again, saying that the 2 young Shaws have no eyesight. People are stupid and have lots of money, etc. There's only what they can't think of, not what they can't say. These assholes, it's just too much. Lu Wei was furious as she listened. The money is ours to spend as we wish. What's in your way? Because it didn't make you guys a fortune? That's ridiculous. Yang Xiao, however, comforted. Don't worry, aren't there still 2 more stones? Maybe we can turn the tables on the Jedi. May I? Believe me, my good fortune has begun since I was reunited with you. Aha! Hearing Yang Xiao's words, Lu Wei's pretty face blushed. Then the eyes locked on the last 2 stones. On the small crate, there was another watermelon-sized raw stone, and a fist-sized one she had picked out. Success or failure is at stake. The cutting master first puts the fist-sized raw stone, puts it on the cutting machine for cutting, adjusts the machine and starts cutting. Yang Xiao took Lu Wei's hand and obviously felt that Lu Wei was gradually exerting force on her hand. And, slightly moist. I think I was so nervous that my palms started sweating. The playfulness on Yan Jian and the others' faces grew stronger. Especially the ones who bet on Yang Xiao not to get out of the jade were even ready to book a spot for a night beer. Prepare for a night of celebration. However, as the cutter's knife went down, a flash of green light surfaced between the cutting blades. Yan Jian directly held his breath as if he was immobilized. Never open jade. Even if it opens up, it's going to be scrap. However, the next second, came the shocked voice of the cutting master. Crap, it's green. It's green. It's green. Green? Lu Wei hadn't reacted yet. Just see the cutter. The side that had been cut was suddenly revealed to be a lush green color. In a split second. This is an emerald. What the hell? Really let them Jedi flip? It can't be. How can there be an emerald in such a trashy stone? Going out on a limb. No. This must be an illusion. Under the noise of twittering, the cutting master, at the behest of Yang Xiao and Lu Wei, was ready to continue with the second cut. Just then, wait, a middle-aged man ran from cutter number 3. With his purse under his armpit, he rushed to the Yang Xiao cutting master. Master, whose jadeite is this piece? The cutting master pointed at the Yang Xiao duo. The middle-aged man turned his head to look at Yang Xiao. Little brother, how about selling this piece of jade to me? I'll offer $200,000. I'm sorry, we're not selling this piece of jadeite. Yang Xiao rejected it outright without even thinking about it. Yan Jian and the others' eyes went straight. $200,000. You don't even think about it for a second. And then you turn it down? Why don't you sell it for money? In case the second cut goes down, devalued. That would be a big loss. The middle-aged man regretfully glanced at the emerald on the cutting machine. Sweeping another glance at young Shaw, it was found that he was wearing something that was worth a lot of money. It was also understood that he was not short of money. Come here, maybe just to make your girlfriend happy. It's not about making money. Had to hand out my business card and introduce myself before leaving. By this time, the second cut had been made. Still a green. The value has also gone up. Then, proceed to cut the last piece. 1 cut. It's a lush green color again.
In a split second, even the cutting master was straight up bursting into 3 consecutive crippling sentences. Yan Jian and the others were also directly confused. It's obviously a pile of crap. How is it that a piece of emerald has been opened on its own? That's too low a probability. When the buyer next to the No. 7 cutter saw it, he directly jumped up. Crap! What kind of luck is this? 2 pieces of jadeite were opened one after another. The cutting master wasn't expecting it. Who can match that luck? It's simply anticlimactic. Yang Xiao smiled. Master, keep cutting. Okay. The cutting master nodded and continued to open the cut. Second cut. Third cut. Every cut goes down. All will appear a green. And the cutter's knife work is quite impressive. Every cut is just right. Just enough to remove the outer weathered skin intact, without hurting too many emeralds. With the outer skin being continuously cut off, it's green and lush inside. The best of the best is on display. A gush of cool air was heard around them, and the cutter couldn't resist grabbing the strong flashlight he had with him. Turn on the light and place it on the emerald stone in front of you. In a split second, under the strong light, the whole piece of emerald becomes more and more translucent and free of impurities, and full of green. The overall look is like a puddle of turquoise lake water. Turn off the bright flashlight. Lush again in natural light. Chapter 118 Robbed in the Alley, Seeking Collections. Recommendations. Subscriptions. It didn't open up to an imperial green though, but this level of emerald. It's also been a long time since I've been around. When the owner heard about it, he rushed over. First, he gave his blessing to Yang Xiao and Lu Wei. Meanwhile, another group photo was taken. This is a great opportunity for publicity. Waiting all know this 2 pieces of emerald was opened from the raw stone bought from him. There will surely be a lot of people to his territory to buy raw stone. Getting rich is just around the corner. Sure enough, it didn't take long. Playing around with gambling stones, or making jewelry sounds, after hearing that 2 pieces of emerald were opened here, a lot of people ran over. Either come to get in on the action, or come to see what's going on, or maybe it's here to try and make an acquisition. No exceptions. Both were ruthlessly rejected by the 2. That's when that boss jumped in, saying that both pieces of emerald were sourced from him as raw stones. After getting confirmation from young Shaw here, a group of people, like locusts crossing the border, they swooped down on that boss's factory and looted all kinds of things. Others directly picked up the outer skin cut off from the ground and carefully studied it, trying to find the code to get rich and wealthy. As to whether it can be penetrated, no one knows. Lu Wei held the fist-sized piece of emerald and smiled from ear to ear. Can I take this stone back with me? First time I've ever played with a gambling stone. I didn't expect to open a legendary piece of emerald. Luck is unbeatable. Both pieces are yours. You can do whatever you want with them. Yang Xiao laughed. Lu Wei laughed. I'm going to put this in my future new room. No problem you say. With the help of the boss, young Shaw loaded the 2 pieces of emerald. Then, took Lu Wei and left the place. Gambling on stones is risky. Be careful with your investments. Not everyone can open an emerald. Available for entertainment. It still can't be taken as a shortcut to getting rich and famous. Yan Jian looked at the Yang Xiao duo, who were holding hands immediately, and a fire of anger ignited in his heart. If he had taken this order earlier, and these 2 pieces of jadeite were opened, it would be counted as his performance. At the same time, he would have the chance to get a draw of $10,000 or $20,000. It's a rule that their eyes have set for themselves. But now, because of Yang Zhao's refusal, he missed it. However, he didn't seem to have considered that if he really invited him, he might not be able to get the 2 jadeite raw stones. Same as him. The people beside him, too, were bitter as if they were eating shit because they had lost money. Only one person jumped for joy. After all, only he bet $500 that Yang Xiao could open a good jade. In this wave, he won a few $1,000s from Ken Yen. It's worth a couple days' work for him. And most of those who lost chose to return to their posts and continue to wait for the kindred spirit who needed them to show up. For others came outside the cutting room in pairs. Find a place to sit where there are fewer people. There was still some resentment left in their eyes. It seems to hold a grudge against young Shaw. Each man lit a cigarette and began to gulp it down. Half a dozen times. A man named Lao Yu threw the cigarette in his hand on the ground and then stomped it out fiercely. Raising his head, he looked at Yan Jian. Old Yen. This kid seems to be just 2 people. And listening to his accent, he seems to be an outsider. Yan Jian was upset and returned a salty. I've seen it a long time ago. Even so, what can be done? Old Yu, could it be that you have an idea? Someone detected a hint of an unusual flavor. Old Yu snorted. You guys dare to say that you don't have even a little bit of evil thoughts about those 2 pieces of jade? Facing Old Yu's questioning, several people looked at each other. No evil thoughts? How is that possible? Several of them had been in the jade industry, the longest stay, for more than 10 years, even the shortest, also 5 or 6 years.
The two pieces of jadeite opened earlier by Yang Xiao. As long as the buyer is right, it can definitely be worth more than $5 million. So much money. Who could not be impressed? Yan Jian, who was silent, snapped his head up and looked at Old Yu. Old Yu, what do you mean by what you just said? It can only be understood. Old Yu smiled mysteriously without saying so explicitly. Still, several people heard the meaning. They all turned their gazes to Yan Jian, as if listening to his opinion. He is the most senior. It's also the big brother that a couple of the guys have always had. Yan Jian often takes care of them. Seeing all looking at himself, Yan Jian fiercely inhaled a cigarette, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Starve the timid and prop up the bold. The words just fell. Old Yu glanced at Yang Xiao, who was still visible, and said in a deep voice, looking at the direction they're going, they should be heading towards Antique Street. With that, Old Yu signaled a few people to gather around. After a few people had gathered around, Old Yu continued, between the Antique Street and the Jade Trading Area, there is a necessary alley. This time of the day, there are very few people. We will strike there, how about it? Alright, then let's quickly go over and keep watch. Yan Jian nodded without hesitation. The four of them hit it off. Immediately take a shortcut and run towards the path that must be taken. And at this point, Yang Xiao and Lu Wei knew nothing about this, and at the moment, were loitering while walking towards the Antique Street. Just walked into the alley. Corner. Just then, suddenly, stop! A loud bellow rang out, startling both of them. Yang Xiao put his arm around Lu Wei and looked up. Directly in front of him stood two people, one of whom he instantly recognized as Yan Jian despite the mask on his face. This point in time, there are very few pedestrians in this alley. Plus there are two corners. This area, now, is the equivalent of a closed road? It's almost hard for anyone to hear what's going on in there if they're not paying special attention. The masked Old Yu flashed a folding knife. Kid, immediately hand over anything of value on your body right away. Otherwise, don't mind us being rude. There are also two people behind the back. Lu Wei was scared for the first time when she encountered this kind of scene. Oh, my god, I was just talking about luck. But now what? I can't believe I'm meeting a robber in broad daylight. What to do? Couldn't help but stick close to Yang Xiao. Seek asylum. Yang Xiao leaned against the wall to protect Lu Wei and looked around. There were four people. It all looks pretty strong. If one picks two, Yang Xiao still dares to go up and try. But now what? Not only were there four people, but there was also Lu Wei beside him, so he couldn't take any chances, nor did he dare to. Yang Xiao looked at Yan Jian and laughed. Brother, it's not necessary to be like this even if it didn't make you any money, right? This is illegal. Yan Jian sniffed. What the hell? Did he recognize me? I've changed my clothes. There's absolutely no way he'll recognize me. Old Yu waved the folding knife in his hand. Don't be so fucking close. Put down anything of value and get the hell out immediately. Okay. From the moment Yang Xiao recognized Yan Jian, he had already guessed the purpose of their coming here, which was nothing more than the jadeite in his hand. He's not reckless. You know you're outmatched, but you still have to play the hero. Wait to get out of here. Call the police directly and give it to them. I believe that with the value of these two pieces of emerald, it's enough for the four of them to step on the sewing machine in the prison and make it smoke. Chapter 119, all have to go in and step on the sewing machine, begging for favorites, begging for recommendations, begging for subscriptions. Yang Xiao placed the jadeite bag in his hand on the ground and pulled Lu Wei towards the Antique Street. Old Yu froze. He completely did not expect things to go so smoothly. No resistance at all. When Yang Xiao Lu Wei walked to rub shoulders with Yan Jian and Lao Yu. When Lao Yu caught a glimpse of Lu Wei's unusually delicate face, as well as her dimpled figure, suddenly, it only felt like a slight uptick somewhere in my body. In the meantime, a glint of lust couldn't help but show in his eyes as well. Such a beautiful woman. Not stay and have a good time. To stand up to your own little brother? With that, Old Yu took a step across the street, blocking the way of the two, and also pointed his knife at Yang Xiao. Kid, you can go. She stays. In his opinion, Yang Xiao easily handed over the emerald worth several $1 million. Definitely a lifesaver. So much the less for a woman. Flip-flopping with his own line. This woman, Lao Yu, is going to fuck her. This move startled Yan Jian. Crap, didn't we agree to just grab the emeralds and leave? What's with the color? What do you want? Yang Xiao hurriedly protected Lu Wei, and a fierce light flashed under his eyes as he looked at Old Yu. Old Yu threatened with a fierce glare. What I said is clear enough. You go. She stays. Otherwise, you die. We've left the jadeite behind. I hope you won't give an inch, Yang Xiao said in a cold voice. Old Yu sneered. Kid, don't you see who's in control of the situation now? Saying that, a lewd smile crossed Old Yu's face. This chick is so tender. Brothers will be gentle. Besides,
It's just a few stabs. It's not like she'll die. That's when the two men on the other side of the alley pick up the bag containing the emeralds, open the bag to make sure it was okay. A look of ecstasy welled up on his face. Afterwards, he hurriedly waved his hand at Yan Jian to go quickly. However, Yan Jian is riding a tiger now. It's not appropriate to stay or go. Seeing that both Yan Jian and Olju didn't move, it was a rush for the other two. Why aren't you leaving? Do you want to spend New Year's Eve here? The two men looked at each other. Both saw a flash of color in each other's eyes. Two less people to split the money. They can get more. Think about it. The two slowly backed away, prepare to wait for an opportunity to escape. Yang Xiao also noticed both of their movements and reminded, if you guys delay any longer, they'll abscond with the money. Two less people, facing the not-so-strong Lao Yu and Yan Jian. He's got a few things going for him. Laozi has his own measure. No need for you to remind me. Olju swept a glance and said in a cold voice, think you know those two well. Think they won't abscond with the money. At this point, it may just be a strategic retreat, and you can have 2 more rounds yourself, and a secret commendation for being so damn good at what you do. At this time, Lao Yu saw that Yang Xiao was still staying put, not leaving. Right, then you watch from the side while I toy with her. With that, Olju reached out and grabbed towards Lu Wei's breasts. Run! Yang Xiao was quick on his feet and pushed Lu Wei out in the direction of Antique Street. At the same time, a kick to Old Yu's abdomen. Lu Wei was caught off guard and stumbled as she was pushed. Yang Xiao! Run towards the crowded place, Yang Xiao shouted without looking back. Lovey knows. Staying here on his own would only distract young Shaw. So while running outside, call the police on your cell phone as you do so. At the same time, in his heart, he prayed that nothing would happen to Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao heard Lu Wei's footsteps fading away, knowing that she had run away. Therefore, the heart that was hanging in the air could finally be put down a little. Old Yu covered his stomach with a hideous expression. Grass mud horse, dare to kick me. You're fucking dead today. Old Yu. Yan Jian was a little timid. Old Yu slowly stood up straight. Shut up and finish him off with me or you're done for. Crap. It's still fucking crazy. Get mad. How dare you even threaten your own associates? Young Shaw was sort of convinced, but he could also see that Yan Jian didn't want to cause trouble. This is a great opportunity to weaken the enemy's army. So immediately said to Yan Jian, if you don't leave, you won't be able to leave when the police come. How dare you? Old Yu reddened. Yan Jian swallowed his saliva. Old Yu. I'm just seeking wealth. I don't want to cause trouble. Even more so, I don't want to make a scene. After saying that, Yan Jian pulled out his legs and ran. Grass, coward. When I finish cleaning him up, I'll get back to you. Old Yu gritted his teeth and cursed. With that, he gripped the folding knife and rushed towards Yang Xiao. Seeing this, Young Shaw throws a direct leg kick, right on the paralyzing nerve in Old Yu's elbow. Only a clunk was heard. The knife fell to the ground. No more weapons. Old Yu's battle power then fell by 90%. Yang Xiao follows through with a punch, hitting Lao Yu square in the face. The intense pain made Old Yu's eyes water. He squatted on the ground and covered his face. Kid, you're finished. Old Me is following Brother Shoppy. The man he called Brother Shoppy was the leader of the gangsters in this area. Usually there's no shortage of bad things to do in the pit. Yang Xiao said in a deep voice, whatever you Shoppy brother, or Shoppy dog, now is the rule of law. As long as he dares to come, all have to go in to step on the sewing machine. A sewing machine? What the hell? Ro, you're the first one who dares to talk about Brother Shoppy like that. You wait. Old Yu knew he was no match without his sword. Putting down a harsh word, he pulled out his legs and ran. Yang Xiao didn't bother to chase after him. Come out of the alley. Lu Wei rushed over with 2 policemen. Looking at Yang Xiao carefully with concern, how are you? Are there any injuries? It's just a small thief. It can't hurt me. Yang Xiao smiled and shook his head. The policeman turned on the recorder and saluted Yang Xiao. Hello, may I help you? Greetings, comrade police officers. We were just robbed in that alley. Yang Xiao said truthfully. One of the policemen sniffed and immediately took out his notebook and started recording. What are the items you were robbed of? 2 jadeite raw stones worth more than $2 to $3 million. Yang Xiao said. At that, both policemen were shocked. What? 2 pieces of emerald rock worth $2 or $3 million? Holy shit. It's a big case. The 2 men immediately reported the situation to the bureau. Meanwhile, come to the scene of the crime. Seal the place off. Prohibition of traffic. And they found only 1 murder weapon, a folding knife, left in place at the scene. Beyond that, no more valid stuff. It didn't take long. The bureau then arranged for officers to come over, survey the scene, and took the fingerprints on the folding knife back for comparison. The results are coming in quickly. The fingerprints are Udisui's. The police immediately arranged for the arrest of Udesui, and Yan Jian as Yang Xiao said. At this time, the two people who got the emerald have long been in a car to run to the airport, ready to take a plane to escape from the city of flowers. Yan Jian ran furiously all the way home. As for old Yu, he forced himself to endure the severe pain in his face and rolled over to find brother Shoppy, wanting to ask him to help teach Yang Xiao a lesson. Chapter 120, Lost and Found, Seek Collections, Recommendations, Subscriptions. Flower City police thundered into action. An hour later, the police surrounded Yan Jian's residence. The property is cited for checking for leaks. Knocked the door to Yan Jian's room open. The door just opened. The police fishtailed in and directly pressed Yan Jian to the ground. Yan Jian was alarmed. What are you doing? Be honest, one of the policemen chided. Yan Jian kept twisting his body. I didn't break the law. What right do you have to arrest me? I want to complain. I want to report. After the handcuffs. Whether or not you've broken the law, you know in your own heart. Take it away. Back at the police station. Interrogation room. The police officer in charge of the interrogation had a serious expression. Name. I want to file a complaint against you. You're arresting people indiscriminately. Yan Jian replied. I asked you your name. And the police can just arrest people? Do you not know in your heart whether we have arrested people indiscriminately? The interrogating police officer asked a rhetorical question. All involved in a robbery. And you have the nerve to say we're arresting people indiscriminately. Who gave you the courage? Yan Jian snorted. Then barked. I didn't break the law. So what am I clear about? He felt that, although he had participated in robbing the emerald, he hadn't gotten his hands on the stuff himself. It can't be considered robbery. Moreover, even if the defendant intended to rape, or to provoke trouble, it was Yu Dishui's business alone, nothing to do with myself. Maybe that's why he hasn't chosen to run away even until now. The interrogating police officer didn't bother to ask his name again and asked directly, what were you doing around 11 o'clock this morning? Work. Be specific. Giving eyes in the jade trading area. The interrogation cop banged on the table. Finish it once and for all. I was eyeballing someone in the jade trading area. And when one order didn't work out, I went home. Yan Jian selectively blocked out the facts, thinking that, in this way, you can hide it from the world. It turns out he was dreaming. The interrogating cop frowned. That's gone? Yan Jian rationalized. Or what? It seems like you're not going to shed a tear until you see the coffin. Saying that, the interrogating policeman opened the surveillance video on the laptop, turning the laptop to Yan Jian's side. Then explain, what are the four of you doing in the alley with masks? It can't be cleaning. Yan Jian saw the video the moment, directly as the face white. I half a day, but also did not I out of a so. He had a mind to keep up the sophistry, but couldn't find the right words. A few minutes later, he gave a truthful account of everything. Another team of police, based on real-time feedback from the monitoring center, track it all the way. Eventually, it came to a small leather factory where Shapiro was working. Surround the place, and at this point, Yu Desui was crying inside. Brother Shoppy, I'm being bullied by a little white boy. Useless. You didn't report my card? Shapiro said breathlessly. Within a mile radius of this antique street, no one knows my name yet. No one dares not give me face. There are no ifs about. Yu Desui cried out. Report it and get beat up? Sharpie was a little surprised. Who dares not give face to me? Shoppy, you don't want to work anymore? Yu Desui was bitter. He is an outsider who doesn't know you. However, he said. Having said that, Yu Desui deliberately didn't say anything further. Shapiro sat up straight at once. What did he say? I'm afraid to say. Speak up, or I'll throw you into the South China Sea and feed you to the fish. He said. Whether you Shoppy brother or Shoppy dog, as long as you dare to go, he guarantees to beat you to the point that your mother does not recognize. Yan Jian pretended to be timid. What? Sharpie was furious. Fuck, did he really say that? Really? Yu Desui nodded. Oh, my god. Brother Shoppy copied the baseball bat on the side. Fuck. Lead the way in front. Let's see how I'll break his legs. Just then. Clunk. Suddenly, the big iron gate of the leather factory was slammed open by a huge force. Before they could reflect, only to see a group of police officers rushing in from outside, guns in their hands, pointing at them. Don't move, all of you. Crouch down with your heads in your hands. I say again, hold your head and crouch down right now. Right now. Brother Shoppy's face turned green with fear, and he hurriedly threw away the baseball bat in his hand. Then, like a good boy, he quickly squatted on the ground. Don't even dare to breathe a sigh of relief. In the meantime, a trace of doubt rose in his heart. I haven't done anything illegal lately. Why are there so many police coming to my door? Is it possible that I've been reported for sleeping with old Yu's wife? On second thought, it doesn't seem right. This kind of thing will only be morally condemned and should not be legally sanctioned. a slight sigh of relief. At this point, the lead policeman saw the stunned Yu Desui and warned again. Again, this place is surrounded. Immediately crouch down with your hands on your head and try to exaggerate the treatment. Grass, fish is water, you want to fucking die, quickly squat down. Brother Shoppy hurriedly pulled Yu Deshui's clothes. Yu Deshui reacted. Panic crouched with his head in his hands. Sharpie held his head and smiled sideways at the lead policeman. Uncle policeman, we're good people. We've been good students since we were kids. If you were a good man, there would be no bad men in the world. The cop just glared at him. Didn't say anything back. Turning to Yu Desui, your name is Yu Desui? I am Yu Desui. Yu Desui is a member of his own family who knows his own business, and he nodded his head in panic. He also didn't expect the police to come so quickly. It was only 2 or 3 hours before and after. Not much of a man, but not much guts. The lead policeman waved his hand and said, take them all away. Half an hour later, Flower City Police Department. Yu Desui did not argue. Directly is all accounted for. This is considered the mastermind of this robbery crime, coupled with the intention to rape and molest. And even there is the intention to put Yang Xiao to death and then quickly. There's already a sewing machine waiting for him. Also, the 2 who escaped, already on a plane to the capital. They're going to Panjiayuan to sell the stolen goods. However, the Flower City police had already contacted the police in the capital at the first opportunity to set up controls at the capital's international airport. As soon as they get off the plane, the arrests will be made. The plane landed. The 2 were overjoyed to get off the plane. Prepare to take a taxi to Panjiayuan and sell the 2 pieces of emerald. However, not even out of the airport. They were just taken away by the police. A few hours later, he was escorted back to Flower City by several police officers who arrived from Flower City. Flower City Police Department. After a few hours of being lost, the emerald is once again back in the hands of young Shaw. After thanking the police department again. That's why I left. It's now after 6 in the afternoon. There were less than 2 hours left before the evening auction. The 2 casually found a nice restaurant to finish their meal. Just drive to the Poly Auction Center where this Poly Auction is held. By the time they arrived, the parking lot was already full of cars. Young Shaw swept in. Here, it's almost all luxury cars. It's hard to see hundreds of thousands of dollars a car. Even if there is, it's also a lot less. Chapter 121 Red Rose debuts, seeking recommendations, collections, subscriptions. At this moment, at the entrance of the auction house, there was already a long line. Yang Xiao inquired about the reason for the queue and realized that a deposit of $5 million was required for admission. The reason for this operation. It's all about limiting the number of people who bid maliciously and end up not paying. Auction ends. Good reputation. The deposit paid will be returned in a timely manner. Of course, it can also be directly deducted when you pay for the lot. In addition, if the bidding is successful at the auction and you refuse to pay the fee, the deposit paid will be treated as a stop-loss fee and will not be refunded. Although for those involved in the auction, $5 million isn't a lot, but it's not a small amount. It's still a shame to lose it for nothing. Therefore, participate in the bidding. It's all a lot more honest. Yang Xiao naturally pulled out his bank card, a straight swipe of $10 million, and Lu Wei got an auction number of 168 and 169 respectively. The 2 walked into the auction house. The entire venue can hold roughly 400 or 500 people. Everyone is in the right place. Next to the seat, there is a tablet-like device. According to Song, this is for quotes when participating in a bidding process. At the time of the auction, if there is a favorite lot and you want to bid on it, you can go on the screen and enter the amount directly. Then click confirm. It's time to complete the quote. Sure enough, technology is advancing. It's too advanced. On the big screen in the center of the stage, it says inside and outside of China. Antique Literary Works Auction. Saw this thread. Young Shaw froze slightly. What do you mean? Could it be that there are some foreign literary works in this auction? Out of curiosity, he looked at Song Jianjun and asked, Brother Jun, in today's auction, there are still works by foreign artists? I haven't heard of it for now. Song Jianjun shook his head. Let's go. Introduce a few friends you know. Subsequently, under the introduction of Song Jianjun, Yang Xiao met a few more local tycoons from Flower City. And, get this from them. This auction, there was a rich foreign merchant who wanted to buy out a few of the animal heads. He even wanted to buy out the entire auction. All the lots related to China. This made Song Jianjun, as well as a few of his friends, a little upset. This foreigner has a big mouth, and he wants to pack the place all by himself? I guess I drank too much fake foreign wine. My brain isn't too good, and I didn't inquire about what our Flower City's impression in China is before I dared to speak out of turn. It said that you don't realize that you're a small official until you get to the capital, that you regret getting married too early when you get to Yucheng, and that you only hate yourself for having too little money when you come to Flower City. That's right. Today, we'll make it impossible for them to buy a single piece. A few people spoke in tripe. There was confidence in his tone. Yang Xiao pulled Lu Wei to stand aside and listen quietly. No interjections. Song Jianjun, however, frowned. Brothers, I have just heard that the foreigner has prepared nearly $1 billion. Only $1 billion? It's not much. The man called Wang Zhenhua laughed. Several of us have prepared $200 or $300 million each. Doesn't that add up to more than him? It's an American knife. Song added. $1 billion? Or is it American dollars? Converted into Chinese currency, that's $5 or $6 billion. The few of them combined are only $1 billion or so. Only a third of the other side. How can we still have fun? Wang Zhenhua was a bit incredulous. Old Song. Is this information reliable? 8 or 9 is not too far off. Song Jianjun looked solemn. They are all very rich indeed. The companies under their names are also easily tens of billions of dollars. But the amount of private cash that can be utilized is very, very limited. A few people fell into a bitter silence. Young Shaw was about to open his mouth and say he could take it. Just then, Song Jianjun suddenly proposed. How about this? We prioritize to ensure that a few beast heads can be taken down. And secondly, with a surplus of money, we can take down the rest. How about that? The head of the beast is a high priority. Keep them. It was the only way Song Jianjun could think of. The only way. Several people looked at each other. I agree. No comment. A few people hit it off. Young Shaw listened the entire time, barely speaking. It's just a few billion. It was exactly like scratching an itch for him. Only in his opinion. How does this look like a layout? Could it really be a setup by those foreigners? Just to get some money back? This possibility cannot be ruled out. Doesn't matter. If the rest of the country can't take these things today anyway, then he will have it all in the bag. There is absolutely no way that they will be allowed to stray overseas again. 8 o'clock sharp. The auction has officially begun. To the sound of a passionate music, a mature woman in a professional sheath dress over black stockings, with a smile on her face, came on stage with a small wooden gavel in her hand. Good evening everyone. First of all, thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend the auction held by our Polly. I am the auctioneer, and host of this auction, Red Rose. She smiled and bowed to the people on stage. Then, the Red Rose laughed again. Originally, it was a foreign collector who wanted to bid on the Chinese collection in his hand. But, saying this, Red Rose deliberately left it in suspense, only to see her twisting her well-gripped waist and coming to the edge of the stage, her charming peach blossom eyes, sweeping over the bottom one by one. It seems to be looking for something. This made the waiting tycoons furious. But what? You tell me. Say what you have to say and fart what you have to say. What's the appetite for? Believe it or not, I'll have your boss fire you. This bitch, she's so fucking undergrassed. Seeing that many of the people underneath are impatient, it seemed to serve the purpose of the Red Rose. She smiled. However, he changed his mind today. Not only is he going to bid on the Chinese collection, he will also be selling a number of masterpieces by top artists from other countries, so the auction was forced to change to the upper and lower halves. Today, it's the first half, auctioning off foreign works of art. What? It's changed to a foreign special today? Why didn't you say so earlier? For a while, the auction house was bustling with clamor. Song Jianjun and the others were also hesitating, to leave or not to leave. After all, there's nothing they want today. Red Rose did not panic, but continued. Today, the paintings participating in the auction can include famous artists such as Van Gogh and Monet. Listen to this. It was the clamor below that eased. Let's get down to business. Red Rose points to the big screen. Our first lot of the day is the Impressionist master Van Gogh's painting The Aliscan Path, which was created at. Red Rose then gave a short presentation on the painting. Van Gogh is famous for many paintings, such as Night of the Stars and Moon, Sunflowers and Open Air Cafe at Night to name a few. Years ago, one of his water lilies. It was auctioned off for over $54 million, converted to Chinese currency that's over 300 million, and that's not even the most expensive. At this time, Red Rose reported the starting price. The starting price of this painting is 10 million Chinese dollars. Each increase will not be less than 1 million. Please bid. Chapter 122 Auction Tidbit, Seeking Recommendations. Collections, subscriptions. As the Red Rose's words fell, in the auction room, the large screen lit up with offers again and again. Red Rose read all over it. No. 78. Bid $15 million. Number 19. Bidding $19 million. No. 48. Bid $20 million. Number 114. Bid $21 million. A few short minutes. The bidding was already at $40 million. You can see how fierce the bidding is. Only the number of people involved in bidding is relatively small.
Over time, the number of people participating in the bidding is getting smaller and smaller.
The frequency of bidding also gradually decreases.
Most were watching the action, and only a few actually wanted to participate in the bidding. Or maybe they don't like the painting.
Red Rose looked around and shouted,
"Bid number 167. $49 million. Is there any higher?"
For Van Gogh's work,
that price does seem a little low. Immediately after, one by one, a few more people started bidding, and Song Jianjun,
who wasn't interested in these foreign artifacts,
said hello to Yang Xiao. "Just went out with some friends." At this time, Lu Wei curiously said, "Isn't Van Gogh quite famous? How come not many people participated in the bidding?" "I don't know. Maybe he doesn't like this style,
or he's not interested in this painting."
Yang Xiao thought about it and said so. Lu Wei asked with a sideways glance, "If I have a favorite, can I get in on the bidding?"
"Of course,
you can buy them all if you like." Yang Xiao laughed.
This was heard by 167 beside him.
"No,
167 is a rice guy named Zos
Perosi.
He had spent 7 or 8 years in China and was able to understand quite a bit of Chinese."
He glanced disdainfully at Yang Xiao.
A sneer emerged from his eyes.
Maybe he didn't find it enjoyable enough. Then, even more sneering, said in broken Chinese language, "Anyone who talks big can talk big.
Beware of the wind flashing your tongue.
Buy everything in the auction. Why don't you say, buy all the paintings in the world? It's just ridiculous." Yang Xiao didn't want to argue with it and chose to ignore it. Perosi thought Yan Xiao had wimped out.
"So, it got worse. What's going on at Poly this year? Why are you putting in all the cats and dogs?"
"Dogs like to bite when there are more of them."
Yang Xiao sneered.
"You."
Perosi gritted his teeth.
Then he laughed coldly and said, "Kid, bringing your girlfriend to pretend to be a pussy. You picked the wrong place to pretend to be a pussy here. You have to prepare lots and lots of money. Understand?" With that, Perosi looked at Lu Wei again. Steep eyes.
He realized that Lu Wei was the best-looking Chinese woman she had seen in the last few years.
Eyes down. The white skin,
the waves of magnificent bust,
made Perosi's heart ripple. Perosi smiled at Lu Wei. "Beauty. There's no future in following him. Why don't you follow me? I'll give you 50 a month. No, $1 million. So much money." In his opinion,
Lu Wei will definitely turn to her own arms immediately.
After all, that much money is enough to bag an actress. However, Lu Wei simply ignored it as if she hadn't heard it.
This made Perosi feel that he had lost face and was very upset. "Just a stinking bitch.
Still pretending to be noble with me? Worthy." The words were not finished. Snap. Suddenly, in the auction room, a crisp slap sounded. Everyone present was startled by the sudden sound. There was a lot of sniffing and looking.
Only Perosi's hands covered his face in disbelief.
"Beyonce, did I get hit? I can't believe I got hit."
He completely didn't expect Yang Xiao to dare to directly strike without the slightest hesitation.
Yang Xiao coldly said, "If you dare to speak out against her again,
I don't mind sending you down to play mahjong with the king of hell."
"Yang Xiao, don't be impulsive."
Lu Wei hurriedly pulled Yang Xiao back, afraid that he would do something reckless.
Yang Xiao is just a warning at this point. Perosi came back to his senses and looked at Yang Xiao with fury. "Bai Qi, you dare to hit me? Know who I am?"
Just as he was about to PK a match with Yang Xiaozhenjin, 2 burly men came this way. One of the hostages asked,
"What are you doing?" "They're in charge of security. When I heard the sound just now, I rushed towards this side at the first opportunity. I'm helping him fight mosquitoes."
Yang Xiao smiled his animalistic smile.
"I don't know. Thought it was real." The 2 men sniffed,
turning his head to look at Perosi.
"It seems to be confirming."
Perosi gritted his teeth.
"A gentleman's revenge is not 10 years too late. You wait." Still, it was pointed out, "You should have some mosquito repellent on hand. Get rid of certain annoying flies." Goddamn hitting mosquitoes. Where the 2 big men couldn't see what was really going on. It's just that none of the parties involved have said anything. It's not good for them to be redundant. It was just a warning that they should not interfere with the auction before leaving. Perosi turned his head towards Yang Xiao and threatened, "Kid, just you wait. If you dare to go against me, I'll make sure that you won't be able to leave Flower City." He could hear that Yang Xiao didn't sound like someone from Flower City, and he's been here for 7 or 8 years, a half local. Since this was the case, he was prepared to wait until he was out of this auction house to get back the face he had lost just now. Little by little. At the same time, it was necessary to ruthlessly humiliate Lu Wei. Bring Yang Xiao to his knees and beg for mercy. Yang Xiao sniffed and laughed coldly. Incompetent rage. The auction still continues. In the auction hall, Red Rose's loud voice came out. "Bid number 69. $60 million. Is there any bid higher than this one?" Perosi sniffed, took a deep breath, and then offered $65 million. Van Gogh is his favorite painter. It was a painting he had to take.
Perhaps that was why he held back and didn't explode with Yang Shao here. Good idea, though. But Yang Shao wouldn't let him get away with it. Therefore, the backhanded bid is $80 million. A full $15 million directly above Perosi. In a flash, Perosi was like eating shit. His face was unusually ugly, gritting his teeth and quoting $85 million again. His offer just came out. Yang Shao's offer comes up again. Bid number 168. $100 million. Red Rose was already excited, twisting her waist back and forth as she kept moving around the stage. The flirtatious and amorous gaze constantly scanned the bottom. Hopefully this will inspire them to bid. What do you mean? Fucking professional? It's called professionalism. After she made several secret glances, several more people stepped forward and participated in the bidding this time. Prices are also climbing again. It came to $150 million. Perosi noticed that in the meantime Yensha hadn't bid anymore and assumed that he had exceeded his own budget. Heartfelt joy. Hastily quoted $160 million. However, disappointed him. As if targeting him, Yang Shao waited for him to quote the price. Immediately quoted a price of $200 million. At once, the eyes of the entire room all converged here. No one expected this slam of 169. Not to make a move. Once you make a move, it's all about being imperative. And there's also a bit of flavor directed at the 167 in there. Chapter 123. Yang Shao deliberately trips, seeking recommendation, seeking collection, seeking subscription. Perosi still wants to bid, but I have no intention of seeing Yang Shao. Has silently the next bidding price. $300 million was mentioned. Perosi gritted his teeth in anger, and for a while, his Chinese language was quite fluent. Do you have to go against me? So what if it is? Jan Shaw glanced at Perosi. The old man is poor and only has money left. Can do. You're bankrupting me. If Perosi hadn't insulted Lu Wei, then he would have pressed him. But Perosi was wrong in not only provoking, but insulting people who shouldn't be insulted. Not to mention, Perosi are adults. Mistakes were made. Not only did he not apologize, but he also threatened Yang Shao with a straight face. Would Yang Shao be afraid? It won't. Moreover, Yang Shao was going to teach him a deep lesson. Let him learn a lesson. Perosi was furious. Good. Very good. Very good. Give up? Don't even think about it. Collecting paintings by Van Gogh and Pollock has been a lifelong desire. After all these years of searching, it was hard to come across a Van Gogh painting. Make him give up? How is this possible? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Perosi's mind. He entered 300 million? Could it be that it's only 300 million and you're trying to scare me off? There is no such thing as deception in war, and a general knows his way around. It's possible. After much deliberation, Perosi decided to go for broke, and directly on the offerer, he wrote down the price of $300 million. Confidently click confirm. Bid number 167. 300 million. Is there any higher than that? Red Rose's excited voice immediately spread to every corner of the auction hall. It's not just him. Even the organizers did not expect that the first lot could be so sought after. Yang Shao quoted again. Only this time he quoted $310 million. Red Rose wiggled her ass and kept walking back and forth on the stage. Is there any more than 300 million? There is. No. 168 bid. 310 million. Only $310 million? Ha ha ha. Perosi slanted a glance at Yang Shao, and a flash of joy flashed in his eyes. Good boy. There's no money left. Fight me? You're still a little young. Perosi quoted 350 million straight up. Sure enough, after he quoted the price, Yensha didn't follow anymore. $350 million. Is there anything higher than $350 million? Red Rose wanted to wait, but no one else offered, so she had to stop. 350 million for the first time. While counting, he observed the bottom. $350 million for the second time. $350 million the third time. Sold. Until the moment the gavel falls. It took a long moment for Perosi to breathe a sigh of relief. A few twists and turns. Luckily, it finally took. Just then, Yang Shaw's voice came to his ears. Congratulations. $350 million for the masterpiece. Perosi glanced sideways, only to see Yang Shaw looking at himself with a smirk. First, he froze. It was a quick response. Grass. Counted on by this kid. Since the beginning. Yang Shaw then had no intention of buying the Van Gogh. The reason why the price was raised again and again. All to get Perosi to spend more. Eat a dummy. Perosi gritted his teeth darkly and didn't snap. The auction then continued. And after that, some foreign sculptures and paintings and the like were auctioned off one after another. None of the prices are particularly high. Soon, an hour and a half passed. Today's auction. Finally the last auction item. Red Rose smiles like a flower. Today,
Our last lot is the famous rice painter, Pollock's No. 7, 1948-inch work, which, the red rose is presented as it is. Pollock's paintings in this series are all abstract color-dripping paintings, improvised with sticks dipped in paint, cluttered and very well written. It shows the author himself, the irrational desire to paint and the expressive impulse. Only, Yang Xiao couldn't raise half an interest in this piece of artwork. In his opinion, the artwork is like a child's doodle. It's completely unreadable. However, the big screen showed that Pollock's No. 5, 1948 had sold for a staggering $140 million. This made Yan Xiao a bit confused. Got money and no place to spend it? What's the point of buying a painting like this? At the same time, Perosi, who was sitting next to him, was thrilled. Oh, my god. I'm just too lucky, I guess. He never thought that the two famous artists whose works he wanted to collect the most. I met them all today. It's not a bad trip. The painting. Perosi vowed to take it down. No matter how much money. He was afraid that young Shaw would see the signs. Pit yourself again. Strongly suppress the excitement inside. It's not just Perosi. Many of the foreigners present were thrilled to see the painting. One time, it caused the hall to resound with ragged gasps. It's that exaggerated? This scene caused Lu Wei to be taken aback for a moment. She knows some oil paintings sell for a premium. But, why are you so excited? Yang Xiao didn't understand either. Maybe it's a cultural difference. He felt that it was still China's ink painting that was awesome. It's just a black color. Then, with the help of water, it is possible to paint all the beautiful things of the great world in the hands of a famous artist. It also makes it not feel the least bit out of place. The auction has officially begun. The starting bid for this Pollock painting was set at $20 million. 5 short minutes. The bidding came to $70 million. Participating in the bidding, mostly foreigners. Young Shaw was curious as to what kind of collector it was. I can't believe you have such an extensive collection. While he was in a daze, the bidding price of this Pollock's painting had come to $130 million. Perosi like a cheetah on the East African savannah, still waiting for the best time to hunt. As the bidding heats up, the number of people participating in the bidding, too, has plummeted. Those still participating in the bidding now, there were only 3 or 4 of them. Seeing that the time was right, Perosi immediately entered a price on the quotation machine. Click confirm. Offer number 167. $570 million. Red Rose gave a flirtatious smile in the direction where Perosi was. Plump buttocks writhing on the stage. Enchanting figure. Look at the old colorful lot in the front row. Partially hardened. Perosi's old god. $570 million is already the highest price bid today. He believes no one is a threat to himself. This is a piece of artwork that has been in the bag for itself. Just then, No. 168 offers $600 million. When Red Rose saw the offer on the big screen, she directly exclaimed out in shock, is there any offer higher than $600 million? Is there any more? The Pelosi are going to be furious. Are you fucking serious? Why do you always have to go against me? Even if he knew that Yang Xiao was targeting himself, there's nothing to be done about it. It's a bidding war. It's been the highest bidder since the beginning of time. What reason do you have to say that people are taking it personally? The others were stunned as well. How is it that every time 167 is involved in a bidding war, 168 jumps in and lifts a few waves? Young Shaw and Pelosi then wrestled some more. Yang Xiao raised the price of this piece of artwork directly to 850 million Chinese dollars. Chapter 124, Sister, quickly give me $3 million to buy a house, begging for collection, begging for subscription, begging for recommendation. Hearing Young Shaw's offer of $850 million, the Pelosians were about to blow a gasket. Grass. Why do you have to go against me? Want to die? He did bring a lot of money with him. But, all that money, he was going to bid on the Chinese zodiac, as well as some porcelain and other items. Can't spend too much right now. But, if you don't shoot this Pollock piece, he felt bad again. I also wonder if, down the road, I will come across another auction of Pollock's work. In the meantime, after the surrounding area learned that No. 167 was Perosi, in the auction room, there was an uproar of murmurs. Who is number 168? How dare you give Perosi a hard time 3 times? I honor him as a man. This guy Perosi is known to be petty and hold grudges. 168 might be in for a bad time if he dislikes him so much. The Zos group behind this guy is rich all over the world. It's not a good thing to offend him. Young man, too much impulsiveness is a recipe for disaster. Many people felt that young Shaw had made an unwise choice by offending Perosi. However, just then, in the auction room, different voices emerged. Have you guys got it wrong? Would someone so rich be afraid of Perosi? Besides, this is Huaxia. When is it his turn to show off his power as a Mig? Some people. just like to grow others' ambition and destroy their own. That's right, this is Huaxia. Regardless of whether it's the Mizos or the Kimchi Kingdom, it's not up to them to be wild. I'm with him, count me in. There are many voices in favor of it. Perosi gritted his teeth and decided to try again. If young Shaw follows again, for the sake of the greater good, he could only give up for the time being. Bid number 167. $900 million. Even the Red Rose, who often presided over auctions, was completely stunned at this moment. It was the first time she had seen such a high bidding price. Red Rose calmed down a bit. Number 167 bid 900 million. Is there any higher? Perosi looked hard at young Shaw and was slightly relieved to see that he didn't write down a number on the offerer, but still not daring to completely relax. And Yang Xiao looked sideways. Sorry, I tried the offerer earlier. It seems to work quite well. It didn't affect you much, did it? Mouth say sorry. Intent doesn't smack of sorry in the slightest, even with a touch of mockery. What did you say? Perosi was so angry he almost spat blood. Didn't hear it, forget it. Yang Xiao pulled Lu Wei and turned to leave. Looking at the two departing figures, Perosi had the heart to kill. Goddamn testing machines. Yang Xiao's several price hikes cost him several $100 million more. Seeing Yang Xiao leave, some people started to urge the auctioneer. Drop the hammer. 168 are up and leaving. Yes, it's a waste of time. What do you guys know? That's what the auctioneer does on purpose. If not, in case someone suddenly wants to bid, how can it be? 168 is gone. Who would head iron to continue bidding? That's right. Not to mention the price is already $900 million. It's not worth it. Whether it's a good deal or not I don't know. But it really doesn't feel too good to see this Pelosi get punked. There was a lot of chatter at the bottom. Red Rose was still doing her best to mobilize the emotions underneath. At the Poly auction house, there's an unwritten rule. As long as the auctioneer can do his best to get the price of the auction item up after the deal, the company will take a portion of the commission and use it as a reward for the auctioneer. That's why Red Rose is on stage, making a swing for the fences. Also try to stall for as long as possible. Wait as long as possible for others to make decisions. Eventually, this Pollock painting was still taken by Perosi for $900 million. Outside the auction house, young Shaw drove a Lamborghini thing and whisked it away. Deeply hidden merit and fame. That night, the story spread through the upper class of Flower City. It went straight to the top of the internet. Shocker, Polly's auction. Mystery man stiffs Perosi. Oh my god. A move that cost Perosi, the MIB, hundreds of millions more. The list goes on and on. After Song Jianjun heard about it, he looked for Yang Xiao at the first time to understand the situation. It also told Jan Shaw what Perosi was like. To this, young Shaw is not worried. How can you let a foreigner bully you on your own soil? Day 2. Flower City Hotel. Penthouse. In the luxury presidential suite. Just had breakfast. Lu Wei snuggled into Yang Xiao's arms and looked out the window at the tall buildings. Just then, invisible wings, carry my fantasies, skim over that despair, find hope. Her cell phone rang. Unwillingly, he left from young Shaw's arms. Pick up the cell phone on the table. At once, the original leap of joy fell instantly. Seeing that Lu Wei didn't pick up the phone, young Shaw asked, "Why don't you answer the phone?" After a few seconds of hesitation, eventually, Lu Wei pressed the answer button. Something wrong? The tone was not salty. It even reeked of rejection. This made Yan Xiao a little strange. Who the hell was calling her at this late hour? Able to bring her mood down in an instant? Called Lu Wei. It's no one else. It was her parents. Lu Wei's mom. Fan Changmei laughed. Xiao Wei your brother's marriage is done. But, however, the woman requires him to have a car and a house. What's it got to do with me? Upon hearing this, Fan Changmei was not happy. How can you say it has nothing to do with you? He is your brother. Blood dissolves in water. Blood dissolves in water? Hearing this, Lu Wei felt a pang of amusement. Every time. At this time, on the other end of the phone, Lu Wei's younger brother Lu Woyong grabbed the phone. Sister, I want to buy a car and a house. So give me $3 million quickly. Give you $3 million? Do you think I run a bank? Good enough to talk. Lu Wei disliked her without any good humor. You have hands and feet. Won't you go to work by yourself? Sister, you know, I'm uneducated and can't make much money. Lu Woyong shamelessly said. Is being uneducated the root cause? I think you're just used to getting your hands dirty. Lu Wei said in a cold voice. If you don't have any money, figure it out yourself. With that, he snapped and hung up. Since childhood, Lu's parents have prioritized their son. Daughter? I'm sorry. Step aside. Even after Lu Wei got into college, her parents simply told her to give it up, saying something about how girls are meant to be married, and how it's useless to read so many books. Thanks to Lu Wei's foresight, himself,
when she was in high school, used his free time to work odd jobs at hot pot restaurants to save up early enough for freshman year tuition. While studying, he also used his free time to work and study. Her parents didn't pay a dime out of pocket. When I graduate, I'll officially start working. Lu's parents jumped on her for money again. And every month, a large portion of Lu Wei's salary is required at one time. No? Fan Changmei then cries and hangs herself at home, stirring the pot. Now, they're coming after her for a lump sum of $3 million. So much money. And where is she going to get it? Chapter 125, this $10 million as his bride price for marrying you, seeking recommendations, collections, subscriptions, getting hung up on. Lu Woyong put on an innocent look and looked at Fan Changmei. Mom, you control she hung up on me. This trick was tried and true with Fan Changmei. Repeat battle. As expected, Fan Changmei immediately took the cell phone from Lu Woyong's hand when she heard this. Call Lu Wei again. However, the phone rang, and it was hung up on. Fan Changmei's nose was distorted with anger. This dead girl. How dare she hang up on me? It made her very hot. Several more hits in quick succession, until the call comes through again. Fan Changmei directly scolded. Good eye you dead girl. Wings hardened, right? Dare to hang up on me. Buying a house is his own business. It has nothing to do with me. Lu Wei said in a cold voice. If you guys want to help, that's your business. I am not going to care anymore. Fan Changmei heard this. He was on fire. He's your own brother. If you don't help him, who will? He's just my brother. I'm not obligated to be responsible for his future. Who says there isn't? Who says there is? When I say there is, there is. Fan Changmei appeared to be very roguish with this statement. She had taken a lot of money from Lu Wei over the years. Even if it's not $1 million, I'm afraid it's not far off. Fan Changmei gave all this money to Lu Woyong. And Lu Woyong because someone else is keeping him. Haven't worked since high school. Eating out in a big way. He is always treating people to dinner. And he acts like I'm the rich kid. I'll pay for it. It made many people mistake him for a rich kid. For a long time, accustomed to this life, he became lazier and lazier. Put all your hopes on your sister. If you can't get the money yourself, let your parents step in. Fan Changmei also spoiled. Down the road in the long run, it makes Lu Woyong feel that it is completely natural for his sister to earn money and spend it on herself. There is no sense of even the slightest bit of shame. Not even a hint of an apology. What's the difference between that and livestock? Lu Wei didn't want to be spoiled anymore. Raising your son is your obligation. It has nothing to do with me. Saying that, Lu Wei questioned in a cold voice. Besides, he's in his 20s. He has hands and feet. Why do you want me to take money to buy him a house and a car? Loving mothers have many failures. Perhaps it is people like Fan Changmei who are talking about this. But if she had properly educated Lu Woyong from a young age, he wouldn't have turned into a loafer and a mongrel. In fact, patriarchy like this, to this day, it still exists in rural areas and even in some cities. This makes it very puzzling. There are some mothers-in-law who are clearly women themselves. Why is there still a preference for sons over daughters? What do they think? In fact, in today's society, many people want to have daughters and can't even beg. But what? There are daughters who don't know how to cherish them. Really convinced of the old six as well. Fan Changmei's eyes rolled as she heard Lu Wei's resolute attitude. Turning so, he said, that's fine. Don't worry about your brother's affairs. But you'll have to give us $3 million as this year's pension money. What? Want $3 million for your retirement? It's still only a year old. Yang Xiao, who was on the side, was all directly confused by what he heard. Crazy. Are you talking about pension money? Off the mark. On the phone, Lu Woyong can still be heard yelling at Fan Changmei. Said he had to buy him a house and a car. He only subsided after Fan Changmei muttered something in a low voice. At this time, Lu Wei's tone was icy. If it's just pension money, I can give you 10,000 per month regularly. But if you want 3 million now, sorry, no, $10,000 a month for retirement. It's simply higher than most people's pensions. But that's not what Fan Changmei wants. No surprises. Fan Changmei exploded. You make tens of thousands of dollars a month. And you've been working for so many years. And you don't even have $3 million? Who are you fooling? Isn't all the money given to you? Lu Wei asked rhetorically. Heart funny. Pension money is fake. Want to give Lu Woyong want to buy a house and car money is real. It's still ironic. The same people are born, but they are treated very differently. Fan Changmei hurriedly denied. I only ask you for $10,000 or $20,000 every month. How can it be that it's all given to me? Don't throw dirty water on me. By the sound of her voice, she still seems to think that $10,000 or $20,000 is very little. It's simply a superb. There's no money to be had anyway. Lu Wei returned in a cold and resolute voice. Fan Changmei saw that this path was not going to work. Immediately played the emotional card. How did I raise such a white-eyed wolf as you?
$3 million of pension money can't even spare me.
You heartless. Your father and I raised you for more than 20 years.
Is it easy? On the phone, Fan Changmei began a bout of counting.
Yang Xiao heard it all word for word.
This Nima, is it from the stepmother? Oddball. Lu Wei was also directly exasperated and laughed, saying this. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Pain? Why should it hurt? What I'm saying is the truth. And if it's going to hurt, it's you who's going to hurt.
Your own brother doesn't care.
And your parents don't care. This is going to hell. Ask yourselves, how have you treated me since Lu Woyong was born? Starving you, or freezing you? Lu Wei said. Since I was in elementary school, I've been cooking my own meals and washing my own clothes. After I went to middle school,
I had to pick up bottles of scrap iron to sell on vacation to earn myself some money for clothes.
Said here, Lu Wei is already in tears. I admit, you did give birth to me to raise me, but you really cared about my death? When it's cold, have you ever cared about my warmth and coldness? What? It's amazing that she's been fending for herself since elementary school. Over the years, what has she been through?
Young Shaw was heartbroken.
It's also infuriating. How can this be? Why should they be treated differently when they are also their own children?
Yang Xiao wanted to take the phone and communicate with Fan Changmei, but Lu Wei shook her head and refused. Therefore, they can only stand on the sidelines and do nothing.
Fan Changmei, faced with heavy questioning, not only did not feel justified. Instead, he said with a straight face, it's fine for you to admit that I gave birth to you and raised you. Then you should give us pension money. $3 million can't be a penny less. If you want money, you don't have it. You have to live. Lu Wei has suffered this life of exploitation. Don't want to give a dime. Fan Changmei didn't know why.
But this time her daughter actually had such a strong attitude.
Hard and soft, but not hard. Lu Wei, don't think I don't know. I've heard all about it. You've made a rich boyfriend. $3 million is just a small amount of money to him.
Lu Woyong's sis was not even called anymore. He called him by his name.
Fan Changmei's eyes directly widened as she sniffed. What? She got a rich boyfriend?
It was the first time she had heard of it.
Until then, Lu Woyong hadn't said anything. Lu Wei didn't know how he knew.
But this money, she will never give, even if it's a small amount.
She won't give it to you. This money is indeed chump change for young Shaw. But she didn't want to help the enemy. Fan Changmei brightened up. How about this? You ask him to give us $510 million.
This $10 million will be taken as his bride price for marrying you.
As long as the money is in place, we will definitely not ask you for a single penny in the future.
Chapter 126, The Carnage Has Begun, Seeking Favorites.
Recommendations, subscriptions. Lu Wei just wanted to refuse, but Yang Xiao beat her to it. No problem. Before Lu Wei could say anything,
Yang Xiao snatched the phone and continued. But empty words are not evidence.
The word is evidence. No problem. As soon as Lu Woyong heard that Yang Xiao promised to pay the money, his eyes glittered. $10 million. So much money, not to mention making a note. Even if he was asked to call him grandpa a few times, he would probably agree to it without any fun. Lu Wei hurriedly said, this money can't be given to them. She knew what kind of people they were. With the first, there's a second and a third, and even more. It's like a black hole. Stained. You can't shake it off. These words were heard by Fan Changmei on the other end of the phone, and she immediately became angry again. Dead girl, your boyfriend has agreed. What are you blindly involved in? If it wasn't for Lu Wei's parents, Yang Xiao really wanted to stink at them. What kind of people? Press and hold the sender position. Yang Xiao whispered to Lu Wei. Don't worry, I have my own arrangements. But, trust me, I'll take care of it. Okay. Seeing Yang Xiao say this, Lu Wei couldn't say anything more. Afterward, Yang Xiao said to Lu Woyong on the other end of the phone. Lu Woyong, right, before 12 o'clock noon today, bring your parents to Yuzhou Hotel and wait. I'll have someone come looking for you. Good. I hope you keep your promise. Otherwise, we won't let my sister marry you. Saying that, Lu Woyong didn't forget to threaten. You don't get to say whether your sister marries me or not. Hang up. Yang Xiao called Lin Xian again. Put the situation in a nutshell. Lin Xian immediately got someone to draft an agreement. Roughly, the idea is to pay $10 million as retirement money for the rest of Mr. and Mrs. Fan Changmei's life. Going forward, they are not allowed to ask Lu Wei for money under any pretext and without reason. After Zhang Wei confirmed that it was correct, it was only then that Lin Xian personally took the agreement to find Lu Woyong and his parents to sign it. When Lu Woyong saw Lin Xian, he straightened his eyes and could not wait to directly stick them on. During that time, he asked Lin Xian for her phone number several times. Lin Xian didn't even bother with him. After signing the agreement and completing the transfer, Lin Xian turned around and left. There wasn't a moment's hesitation.
It was only today that she realized that Lu Wei's salary was so high and she was still living on such a tight budget. All because of this blood-sucking brother. What made her feel most angry was that the Lu family elders didn't care. And a patronizing one at that. In the meantime, Flower City, Poly Auction Center, temporary rescheduling of the Wachovia specialty, starts promptly at 18 o'clock p.m. The auctioneer is still Red Rose. Tonight, she changed into a purple cheongsam with a very high split. Under the cheongsam, her concave and convex figure was displayed to the fullest, her exquisite curves becoming more and more tantalizing. It made the few old colorful critics in the front row want to snap their eyes down and stick them on the Red Rose's big white legs. It's no wonder that a song lyric goes, "My sister says the color purple has a nice ring to it." It really rhymes. After a brief opening, Red Rose smiled flirtatiously. Tonight, this collector will release his crushing collection. Because of the large number of lots, the time has been temporarily adjusted to 1800 hours. Saying that, Red Rose pointed to the big screen. Alright, without further ado, here comes the first lot. On the big screen, a colorful ceramic horse is displayed. It's Tang Dynasty color. Tang 3-color pottery horse. Tang San Kai is a treasure of ancient ceramic firing techniques. The full name is Tang Dynasty Tricolor Glazed Pottery. It is a kind of low-temperature glazed pottery prevalent in the Tang Dynasty. The glazes come in yellow, green, white, brown, blue and black colors. Instead, yellow, green and white colors predominate, so people used to call it Tang San Kai. Tang San Kai occupies an important historical position in Chinese culture and has left a colorful mark in the history of ceramics in China. Once a rare pair of Tang Dynasty colored ceramic horses, it was auctioned for over $10 million in rice, the highest auction price for an antique of its kind in that year. Starting price, $500,000. Each increase not less than $100,000. Please bid. As Red Rose's words fell, the auction room resounded with offers. Bid number 71, $1 million. Bid number 23, $1,100,000. Bid number 49, $1,200,000. Bid number 8, $1.5 million. After a fierce bidding, this Tang San Kai, finally at a price of $7,800,000, was taken by Song Jianjun's friend. Perosi didn't strike. Of course, young Shaw didn't put up a fight. It's all waiting. Several more paintings from the Tang and Song dynasties were auctioned off in quick succession. All sold for over $10 million. It was also bought by several Chinese businessmen. Several foreigners hadn't done much, including Zhou's. Perosi, too, has been on the sidelines. Half an hour later, the main event is coming. Red Rose laughed. Here comes our 9th lot. This lot is a bit special. There are 3 pieces in total. I believe that here, there are quite a number of people who are here for them. Is it a dragon's head, a dog's head, and a goat's head? Please look at the big screen. Red Rose Jade pointed her hand toward the big screen. These are 3 of the 12 pieces of the Chinese zodiac. And this seller of ours originally only had 2 pieces. It was from the mouth of the Red Rose that the people underneath knew. It turned out that the dragon's head was bought by this seller, from a Izhou merchant at a high price. As for why it was brought here for auction, no one knows. But now that I'm here, and there's no reason to let go, those who were there were many who came with the intention of photographing them. This includes people like Song Jianjun. Okay, the starting price for these 3 bronze beast heads is $30 million, and each time the price is raised, it will not be less than $1 million. So please bid. Before Red Rose could say anything, a row of offers had appeared on the screen. The offer skyrocketed directly from $30 to $70 million. The speed of this is staggering. Several people from Song Jianjun had been paying attention to the bidding situation. Also been paying attention to who are the people involved in the bidding, what is the power behind it. They are well prepared to respond. As the number of people participating in the bidding gradually decreases, the increase in the bidding price also becomes slower and slower. Some real plutocratic bigwigs haven't made a move yet. Bid number 91, $150 million. Any higher? Any more? Red Rose was passionate. The long-awaited Song Jianjun struck. Number 89 bid $200 million. At once, the whole room was in an uproar. One shot just raised the price by $50 million straight away. So scary. It also means that the real fight has just begun. Zhou's Perosi followed suit with an offer of $220 million. At the same time, he also looked sideways at Yang Xiao on the side, speaking in a broken Chinese language. Kid, don't pretend hard with me if you don't have that much money. I'm hardwired? Oh. Young Shaw didn't want to explain too much and made a direct offer. Bid number 168, $300 million. The words fell immediately after. Bid number 167, $350 million. Bid number 168, $500 million. Chapter 127, The Incompetent Roaring Zos. Perosi, seeking favorites, recommendations, subscriptions, Zos. Perosi's eyebrows raised. Do you have the financial means to fight me? These three beast heads. He was bound to get them. In the meantime. What? It's a straight-up raise of $150 million. Crazy. Spare a thought for having witnessed the tussle between number 167 and number 168 yesterday. At this moment, Yang Xiao raised his price so drastically, it still shocks them too. Just, the last laugh. Will it be the Nationals, or will it be Zos? Perosi? The answer is obvious. At this moment, Song Jianjun, who was farther apart, looked towards the direction where Yang Xiao was. There was more than a little relaxation in his eyes. Originally, he thought that Yang Xiao had only promised himself to come along for the ride, wouldn't really make a move. But from yesterday with Zos, Perosi's hardcore situation, plus the sudden participation in the bidding today, Yang Xiao is ready to strike. A heart that was hanging in the air, he was also able to put it down. At this time, his friend asked, Old Song, your friend is lifting too fiercely. Does he have the strength to take it down or not? In case he doesn't have the strength, won't he be adding to our mess? They preach solidity, one step at a time. But Yang Xiao struck out like this without any rules. Not only is the price too high, it also disrupted their original plan. However, Song Jianjun, laughed, with him out of the way. These three beasts, that foreigner who wants to take them away, definitely won't be able to. Can't the foreigners take it? A few people froze, then looked at each other. Is it true? If you have the power, why didn't you say so earlier? It can't be words of comfort. Song Jianjun sensed the disbelieving eyes of several people and laughed. Believe me, these three national treasures will definitely not be strayed. Is that right? A few people still didn't dare to relax and remained vigilant. And at this point, Zos. Perosi heard Yang Xiao's offer and gave him a disdainful look. A sneer crossed the corners of his mouth and he quickly entered the offer on the quotation machine. That's pretty naive. I've prepared billions of dollars. I'm still afraid I can't beat you? It's just plain stupid. When Red Rose saw the offer on the screen, she was overjoyed. Bid number 167. $550 million. Without realizing it, the increase in price had risen from 1 million to 50 million. It's scary as hell. But, this time, Yang Xiao directly gave an even more powerful price. Bid number 168. 1 billion. Red Rose shouted in excitement. Straight up hundreds of millions. Shocked the whole room. According to the valuation of these three beast heads, $1 billion. It is already beyond its expert valuation. However, expert estimates have a price. In the minds of the nation, these national treasures are priceless. Foreigners want to get their hands on it? I'm sorry, need to ask over 1 billion Chinese to say yes or no. One time, the entire auction hall was filled with the sound of sucking in cool air. No one expected yesterday's fight to continue into today's relative. And it gets more and more intense. Zos. Perosi's face sank when he heard the price. This kid obviously doesn't have a lot of money, so he has to puff up his face? He weighed inwardly whether he still wanted to make an offer or not. At that moment, the phone in his hand rang with a beep. After reading it, a look of determination appeared on his face. The Zos group behind him had put out the word that he should make sure to take these three beast heads at all costs. In that case, offer number 167. $1.5 billion. Red Rose was already numb. Is that money for nothing? To Jan Shaw, money is really just a number. Zos. Perosi looked at Yang Xiao proudly. Fighting with me? You're still young. I've prepared $2 to $3 billion to play with you. Oh, yeah, $2 or $3 billion? Yang Xiao coldly smiled. In that case, I'll let you work for nothing. Oh my god, did I misread it? No. 168 is bidding $3 billion. When they saw this price, not only Red Rose, but even the people on the stage froze for a moment. This is fucking crazy, right? It's raised by over $1 billion in one go. Does your family run a bank or print money? Song Jianjun was also confused. He knew that Yang Xiao had money. But this quote, isn't that a little too crazy? In that case, they would have to go all out to make sure that the national treasure lot at the back was safe. Zos. Perosi was furious. He had thought that Yang Xiao would be deterred when he spoke of his heritage, but I didn't know that the other side not only didn't back off. Instead, he had directly raised the bidding to as much as $3 billion, surpassing his bottom limit in one fell swoop. Is this a human thing? And so on. Could he have ordered the wrong one at once? Just then, Red Rose spoke up and asked, May I ask? No. 168. Is there any problem with your bid? The wrong point has come up before. She wanted to make sure. 2. No problem. Yang Xiao shook his head calmly. Zos. Perosi looked at Yang Xiao again. Foolish boy. I command you. Yield to me now.
Let you have it? Are you awake? Or are you just delusional and out of your mind? Yang Xiao sneered and said, the beast head is our national treasure of China. You won't be able to take it away from us. You, Zos. Perosi was furious. Yang Xiao wasn't used to it either. Who do you think you are if you want me to let you have it? You're not my son. Why should I give it to you? This statement was made. The entire auction room, as long as they are Chinese, there was a round of applause, a hoot and a holler. It's almost like it speaks to their hearts. Why should we give up our Chinese stuff to you, a foreigner? Who do you think you are? What's more, these 3 beast heads are originally from our China. You took it away, and now we're buying it back. You want us to let you? Go in your wildest dreams. Zos. Perosi gritted his teeth. Are you sure you won't let me have it? Even if you were my son, I wouldn't let you. Young Shaw disliked Zos. Perosi was speechless, trembling with anger. He only stifled a sentence after half a minute. Good, very good. You wait, I will make you regret it. To Young Shaw, it was a roar of impotent rage. Number 168 is bidding $3 billion. Is there any higher? Red Rose took a stage step, twisted her slender little waist, and swayed her plump hips from side to side, trying to tickle some plutocrats into fighting again. But nay, the offer of $3 billion was too high. One can only look away. $3 billion for the first time. 10 seconds later. 3 billionth. 2 times. Another 20 seconds or so followed. 3 billionth. 3 times. Sold. The small gavel tapped in Red Rose's hand, deciding the final ownership of the 3 beast heads. Zos. Perosi immediately reported this to the Zos group. The Zos group was shaken. But the wood has been turned, and there is nothing they can do to change it. It had to be ordered only. Let's get Zos Perosi to take the rest of the blue and white porcelain in today's auction. Perosi to take all the remaining celadon from today's auction. Not being scolded by the group. Zos. Perosi was relieved. Then, glancing at young Shaw beside him, unable to help himself, he sneered. Didn't you want to stop me from taking away the Chinese national treasure? You've already spent all your savings. Let's see how you're going to fight me next. Chapter 128, The Smug Zos. Perosi, requests for recommendations, favorites, subscriptions. In his opinion, Yang Xiao only had 3 billion at most, and that money has been spent. Then the celadon that comes out later is in its own bag. Sometimes it's not good to be happy too soon. After all, what you think is just what you think. Yang Xiao didn't want to explain more at the moment. Time is the only test of truth. Zos. Perosi saw Yang Xiao with a bland face, and also interacted with the beautiful woman beside him like nobody else. Forgetting about it. Didn't take him seriously at all. At once, Zos. Perosi was getting more and more upset. Fu CK, Fu CK, Fu CK. Let's see how long you can hold out. Next, a few more pairs of calligraphy, a couple of landscape paintings, and a jade were auctioned off one after another. Auction these off. Up until that point, Zos. Perosi was notified that there was one more piece of china for the finale tonight, and the group behind him demanded that he must take it. Hence, some of the things auctioned off during this time, even if he moves again. It's been held back. 2. There was no rush to participate in the bidding. 21:30. Red Rose has been hosting on stage for hours, but she continues to enjoy herself. It's a 2-day auction. It's just calculating bonuses and commissions and such alone. She made a fortune a long time ago. At this time, the Red Rose continued to passionately say, China has been up and down for 5,000 years, with a variety of cultural heritage. Porcelain is one of us. Saying that, Red Rose pointed to the big screen. Today, our last lot is the blue and white porcelain. This blue and white porcelain, named Yuan Qinghua Shaohi chasing Han Xian under the moon plum vase. What? The final lot turned out to be celadon, or Yuan Qinghua. One time, a murmur of whispers rang out from below. Celadon, also known as celadon on a white background, started in the Tang dynasty. It reached its heyday only a few hundred years later during the Yuan dynasty. The blue and white porcelain of this period reached its peak in both craftsmanship and color. It is well loved by collectors at home and abroad. Many years ago, a Yuan blue and white Ghost Valley jar of the descending mountain. At the auction, it was auctioned off at a high price of over 200 million Chinese dollars. It set the highest record for Chinese porcelain in the world at that time. Since then, Chinese blue and white porcelain in all parts of the world, one after another, was auctioned for sky-high prices. Back to this Yuan blue and white vase about to be auctioned. Shaohi chasing Han Xian under the moon. The vase is painted with blue and white decoration throughout. The shoulders of the vase are painted with a variety of treasures and entwined branches of peonies, with a pleasant and beautiful pattern. And the blue and white material used is in the right shade, and the hair color is bright and layered. In addition, there is also a lotus pattern, which symbolizes noble status and the imperial aura. It is a masterpiece of yuan blue and white porcelain. Like this figure story plum vase, a full range of blue and white porcelain. It is also said that there are only 3 left in the world. One is in the Jinling Museum. When the museum's town treasure, claiming that 1 billion will not be sold. Over the years to prevent counterfeiting and forgery. Only let visitors see the front. There is also one that has gone overseas. To date, his whereabouts are unknown. And the one up for auction would be the last one found so far. What a sky-high price this lot will fetch. No one could have predicted that. After the introduction of Red Rose, she reported the starting price. The starting price of this blue and white plum vase is $10 million. Each bid will not be less than $1 million. Please bid. Such a valuable yuan Qinghua. The starting bid was surprisingly only $10 million. That's something a lot of people don't expect. But with such a precious celadone, even if the starting price is set at $1, the final price of the sale will be in billions. Therefore, setting a starting price is just a formality. At this moment, in a corner of the auction hall, a few people whispered, "Who do you think will take this lot in the end?" 167 it is. I think it would be 168. No. He's already spent $3 billion. How much more do you think he has? That's not easy to say. Make yourselves at home. I'm betting on 167 to finally take it. I'm not happy about it, but 168 has already spent so much. So what's left to compete with 167? These are people who know they can't compete, purely for the theater. Of course, there are quite a few people who feel sorry for it. Such a good thing. I can't believe I'm going to be taken by a gringo. It's almost insulting. On stage, the Red Rose faces the passionate, fiery bids from below. It should be taken in stride. The red lips were parted, and they kept announcing every bid that appeared on the big screen. It was almost seconds, and a new bid will appear. The spectacle was unprecedented. In the blink of an eye, the bidding unexpectedly came to 100 million. Many people know they can't bid, but you can't help but bid at the beginning of the bidding, even if it's just cannon fodder. I'm willing. Old song. I think we really need to join forces, Hu Jun proposed with a frown. A few of them added up to over $1 billion in cash. Seems destined to fail to beat Zhou's Perosi's scramble. And watch him take it away? They can't do it. For the sake of today's plan, only a few people can join hands to have the power to fight. The winner is still uncertain. Song Jianjun sniffed and frowned at the big screen. The bidding price at this moment had come to 200 million. Going by this trend, I'm afraid it's likely to end up breaking $1 billion. Song Jianjun said, "Let it go. Even if we really can't get it in the end, we'll still make him pay more money." Yes. Several of the Hojs spoke in unison. Next, represented by Song Jianjun, the bidding officially began. Bid number 89, 300 million. Bid number 7, $311 million. Zhou's Perosi leaned back in his chair with an old-fashioned look of victory. The moment. In his eyes, there was a strong disdain. Wait until the bidding comes to 500 million. Zhou's. The corners of Perosi's mouth widened into a wide grin as he quickly scribbled a number on the offerer at hand. Bid number 167. $600 million. Red Rose looked in Zhou's Perosi's direction. It seemed highly likely to her that this plum vase would end up being taken by him. Bidding enthusiasm on the floor. Already with the gradual climb in price. Cool slowly. Currently, only 89 is struggling. Even when Red Rose was on stage, she was no longer making secret glances at some of the bigwigs. Nor did it provoke them to fight. And then, 89 Song Jianjun, with 167 Zhou's Perosi had a couple more rounds of bidding. Every bid, each side is $50 million higher than the other. A look of bloodshed. 10 minutes passed, and the bidding price unexpectedly came to 1.5 billion. This price has long exceeded expert estimates by far too much, but Song Jianjun and Zhou's Perosi still showed no signs of giving up, until the bidding came to 1.7 billion. Bid number 167. 1.7 billion. Any higher? Red Rose looked around. No one answered. Hu Jun was furious. Grass. How much money did this fucking gringo, in the end, prepare? Who knows? Looking at him smugly makes me angry. Song Jianjun also revealed a regretful expression. So what can be done? Perhaps this is the will of heaven. It's so fucking hard. Chapter 129, $6 billion. Donate just like that? Seeking favorites, recommendations, and subscriptions. Providence? Fuck Providence. Hu Jun was upset. $17 billion. Who else can step up and snipe a wave? In the meantime, in the auction room, a burst of urgency rang out. Drop the hammer, drop the hammer. At $1.7 billion, no one is even in the running anymore. It's really ironic. My entire assets combined are only $2 billion. This foreigner spent over $1 billion just to buy a broken bottle. Amnesia? Earlier, there was the one who paid $3 billion for 3 copper lumps. Are these guys sick? I don't know if it's sick or not. I don't think it's very good for the brain. A few people who didn't understand it went so far as to express derision at it, even to the likes of Yang Xiao, who practiced unnamed insults. At once, there was anger. At that moment, he stood up and sprayed at those people. Bah! A few clothed scum. What do you know? This is the treasure of several thousand years of Chinese cultural heritage. Protecting it from going overseas is an obligation that my generation should fulfill. With that, the man got up angrily. Edge to the outside. Edge cursed. Fuck. Sitting with you guys is like the biggest disgrace of my life. If you don't contribute to the sniping of Zhou's Perosi, so be it. Perosi is fine. I can't believe you're still talking about it. Still not Chinese? At the doorway, he rubbed shoulders with Yang Xiao and Lu Wei, who had come in from outside. Lu Wei saw his expression of anger and curiously said, "What's wrong with this person? Probably didn't get the shot I wanted." Yang Xiao shrugged, then pulled Lu Wei back to her seat. Just then, bid number 167. 7 billion. Anyone else higher? On the stage, Red Rose looked around. 1,700 million for the first time. Zhou's Perosi's face grew more and more smug as he heard the countdown had begun. At that moment, he suddenly realized that the Yang Xiao duo, who had both left, had once again returned to their seats. He couldn't help but taunt. Simply laughable. Such a big group of people. And there's still no way to stop me from taking away this plum vase. Garbage. He had always thought there was something familiar about Yang Xiao. I just couldn't remember exactly where I had seen it before. Who's the trash talking about? Jan Shaw asked with a smooth frown. Zhou's Perosi froze at first. How dare you answer? Followed by a sneer. Trash talking you. What? A foreigner speaking rusty Chinese. Sparring with young Shaw before you even know what the words mean? Who wins and who loses? It's not the slightest bit suspenseful. Like right now. Young Shaw laughed. Trash talk is good. Next time don't say it. I'll talk if I want to. It's none of your business. Zhou's Perosi gloated. He pressed on. Thought I'd won by cursing. Perhaps. It's the fighter of the garbage. I guess. Now. Almost everyone feels that this yuan blue and white plum vase is the one that is in the bag for no. 167. Song Jianjun and the others were also filled with regret. And unhelpful. In the meantime. 17 billionth. 3 times. Red Rose's small, snow-white hands raised the little gavel high in the air, just about to sound the hammer on the deal. Just then, suddenly, once again, a string of numbers appeared on the big screen. At once, the whole room was in an uproar. Red Rose saw the string of numbers directly froze for a few seconds before coming back to his senses. No. 168 bid. 3 billion. Oh, my god, another 3 billion. The crowd looked towards the direction where Yang Xiao was. Who the hell is he? Earlier, he spent $3 billion on 3 beast heads. How long has it been? It hasn't been more than 2 hours. I think. Another $3 billion is being thrown around. By this yuan blue and white vase. Did you get the money from the wind? When Song Jianjun and the others heard this offer, they were directly frozen in place. Hu Jun froze and opened his mouth. Old Song, what exactly is the origin of this friend of yours? Kai Huihuang was also appalled. That's right. This bid. It's as if money isn't money. I am not really sure. Song Jianjun was also confused. That's too much strength. The last time they met, they even asked themselves to call him Xiaoyang. What a low profile. Hu Jun wondered. Aren't you guys friends? It's true that we're friends, but we've only known each other for just over a month. Song Jianjun's face showed bitterness. I had thought that the difference in strength between the two should not be too great. Now it seems completely heaven and earth. Hu Jun suddenly said solemnly. No, yesterday's meeting was flawed. We must get reacquainted later. That's right. Count me in. Saying that, several people got up and walked towards the direction where Yang Xiao was. In the meantime, Zhou's Perosi jolted to his feet. Exasperated. He looked at Yang Xiao. Do you really want to go against our Zhou's group? He lifted the forces behind him. That's how you want to scare off Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao looked sideways at Zhou's Perosi, smiled. Add whatever you want. If Yang Xiao is half a second slower than you to bid, I'll lose. People sitting near them heard this. It was straight up hot. What do you mean by bossy? What does it mean to be bold? Here, that's it. Ro, dare to go against our Zhou's group. You're finished. After saying that, Zhou's Perosi turned around and left in anger. At this moment, he couldn't wait to punch Yang Xiao into outer space. Thought it was in the bag. I didn't expect to lose to Yang Xiao twice. How can I tell him not to be angry?
Upon encountering the people who rushed to congratulate Song Jianjun and the others, Zos,
Perosi even snorted coldly at them. It's as if they've found an outlet. But Hu Jun wasn't one to be messed with,
and directly returned a vicious look to him.
Seeing the number of people on the other side, Zos, Perosi didn't dare to make a move.
It could only flee the place with its tail between its legs in ashes.
At that moment,
the red rose on the stage had already started counting down.
They'd know. 168. $3 billion. First time. $3 billion. For the second time. $3 billion. For the third time. Sold. Today's auction could set a poly. No. It should be a one-day auction record worldwide. 3 billion twice. It's insane. Elder brother Yang. Congratulations. Song Jianjun walked forward. Yang Xiao laughed. Brother Jun, I'm glad that you didn't dishonor me, but I've kept the national treasure. If it weren't for you today, I'm afraid we'd be disgraced. By the way, Jun, do you guys know anyone from the U City Museum? Recognize. Why? Song Jianjun was a little curious. Young Sha said, when you go back, just please make the connection for me. Contact the U City Museum?
A few people first froze at the words, and then looked at Yang Xiao in horror.
Could it be that he's going to take what he bought for $6 billion and donate it to the state? Can't be. Song Jianjun asked with a dry mouth. Elder brother Yang, are you trying to donate these two items? Yang Xiao nodded. No donations. It's useless to put it in my hands. In case one day it's accidentally broken. Won't it be a big loss? Alright, I'll contact them when I get back. Song Jianjun nodded. At this very moment,
a few of them could no longer find the right words to describe their feelings.
$6 billion. Donated? Just ask how many people are willing to part with it. Young Sha not only sheds. It didn't seem like much to him. It's a real people pleaser. Chapter 130. Bu Yalian wants to find someone to take the blame. Seek collection. Recommendation. Subscription. Because what Yang Xiao was bidding on was too expensive. At the end of the auction, after he paid the money, Poly Auction House offered to help him deliver the items to Yang Xiao's place, or a designated location. Was worried about shipping it back. Yang Xiao was happy to learn that this service is still available. Instantly agreed. Then, at the gracious invitation of Hu Jun and others, the group traveled to Hu Jun's lodge. In the meantime, Zos, Perosi left the Poly Auction Center. Is the first time to Yuan Xinhua also lost the matter. Reported to the group. The group was informed. Exasperated. He cursed Zos. Perosi cursed Zos. Perosi was scolded so hard by the group for the first time, and was so angry that he just slammed his cell phone down. After calming down, Zos, Perosi began to think about retaliatory countermeasures. He also knew that it was absolutely impossible for him to complete his revenge plan against Yang Xiao if he was alone. Sitting in the office, lights a cigar and puffs on it for a while. A few moments later, a thought flashed through his mind. And so it was. He immediately went looking for the killer on the internet. Let them assassinate in secret. However, after searching for it, I couldn't find it. You can't talk about it if you want to. Mindlessness. Unexpectedly he was online again. Unintentionally saw the video that Bu Yalian had posted at the beginning, which made him feel that the name Yang Xiao was somewhat familiar. It took a serious thought to remember. The person who caused himself to be cursed. Isn't that what it's called? No wonder I felt that Yang Xiao looked a little familiar earlier. I felt that I had seen him online. Next, he followed the name and looked it up on the internet. With even more exciting information, Young Shaw left his wife and son. It's a total godsend for him. Wouldn't it be a perfect way to find this video blogger and fund her revenge against Young Shaw? Thinking of this, Zos, Perosi immediately shouted at the door. Migos, boss, you called me? Suddenly, a delicate blonde loli opened the doorway and put a probe in. Zos, Perosi said. Or what? Migos' eyes bent in a smile at the words and he hurriedly pushed his way in. She was seen wearing a white JK suit, the edges of her skirt fluttering in the air with each stride of her legs, nearly getting naked, but just right. A pair of big white legs, long and straight. It's downright criminogenic. This kind of dressing is a special request from Zos, Perosi's special request, where his secretarial assistant, all must be dressed to his liking. In response, he has also developed a special dressing schedule. For example, let the secretary wear JK today, then tomorrow is the OL professional sheath dress, the day after maybe the maid's outfit. In short, you can't dress the same way for a month. I have to say, he got really high playing. Zos, Perosi pointed at the computer screen. Get me in touch with the blogger of this video right away. I have a collaboration to talk to her about. Okay, boss. Migos took down the video ID. Turn around and get ready to leave. Just then, suddenly it felt like a hard pull. Immediately after, in his ear came Zos, Perosi's voice, but, before that,
there's one more thing you need to prioritize. What is it? Migos blushed, asking apprehensively even though she had the answer mentally in her mind. Zos. Perosi pinned him to the ground. To fire me. Here? No, no problem. At this very moment, Bu Yalian continued to remain in a cooperative relationship with Guan Dequan, constantly pressurizing Yang Xiao online, trying to force Yang Zhao's hand with this. Nice thought. But they hadn't realized that the number of unfriendly comments underneath their videos was rapidly diminishing. Careful netizens noticed that the atmosphere in the comments section was slightly off. Tubby didn't care. Still working on the latest recorded video. On the other hand, Zhang Wei had already sued those who had been on the internet, recklessly slandering Yang Xiao. Based on the evidence provided by the working group arranged by Yang Xiao, those people received a subpoena. He was so scared that he immediately ran under the video he had left the comment on in the first place, found the comment and deleted it decisively. It was naive to think that by doing so, the traces could be erased. Do not know what you are doing, but they seem to forget that the internet has a memory. What's more, these comments have long been preserved early as evidence. A long time has passed since Yang Xiao sued Bu Yalian to avoid responsibility. Bu Yalian's family, once again, changed their contact number, thinking that they would be able to temporarily escape, and wanted to run away when he had made enough money from the horse family. And at this point, the police have pretty much gathered all the evidence as well. An arrest warrant is being sought. Prepare to formally arrest Bu Yalian on the day of the Lantern Festival. Once she's caught and the charges are combined, she'll definitely get more than 10 years. Even though pregnancy and breastfeeding can offset some of this, it's also going to sit for another 8 or 9 years. After Ma Dongfeng got the news, he deliberated and decided that it would be better to arrange for the person who interfaced with Bu Yalian to tell her the news, as well as the news that she had long been under surveillance. Is it true? Hearing this news, Bu Yalian was really shocked. My youth is just beginning. I don't want to go to jail. At the moment, she was terrified. It's like taking a winter or summer vacation from elementary school and just having fun and not doing your homework, only to be asked to take it out at the beginning of the school year to check your work. Rapid heartbeat and difficulty breathing. I can't wait to get very sick right away and use this as an opportunity to dodge a bullet. Sun Miao Xian rolled his eyes. Our boss has his hands full. Believe it or not. I believe it. But what am I going to do? I have an idea. But what? Bu Yalian hurriedly pursued the question once she heard there was a way out. You have to keep it a secret. I swear. Sun Miao Xian nodded in satisfaction. Then he lowered his voice. You can find someone to take the fall for the backstabbing. As for who you find, that's not for us to worry about. Looking for someone to take the blame? Yeah, why didn't I think of that? $4 or $5 million in hand. So much money. It shouldn't be hard to find a random one to take the blame. Thinking of this, Bu Yalian was overjoyed. Thank you. The words have been brought to me. I should go. After saying that, Sun Miao Xian was turning around and leaving. After he left, Bu Yalian entered certain social software groups. Start counseling if there are any willing to take the blame and go to jail. There would have been someone with the will. But after hearing that the sentence is at least 10 years, it's a straight refusal. How many decades are there in life? If it's all wasted in prison, there's more money. And what's the point? Back home, Bu Yalian froze on the sofa. The face was as pale as paper. What to do? What should I do? What do I do? Her heart was in turmoil. Turning his head to his mom who was still high on melon seeds, he was furious. Mom, what time is it? You're still getting high. Chapter 131 Plan Failure. Bu Yalian arrested. Seek collection. Seek subscription. Seek recommendation. Zhang Suihua's hand movement was a beat. What's wrong with getting high? It's affecting you? Well, maybe it's affecting. But, can't you talk to me properly? I'm your mom. Zhang Suihua reluctantly put down the melon in her hand, turning his head to look at Bu Yalian. It was then that she noticed a slight wetness in her daughter's eyelashes. Cried? Zhang Suihua asked. Didn't you go to meet someone? How come you're back so soon? By the way, you cried? Mom, it's over. It's all over. Suddenly, Bu Yalian's tears were like a flood breaking through the dike, and she couldn't stop them from falling down. What do you mean? Zhang Suihua hurriedly hugged her daughter, comforting her while asking, Yao, what's wrong? You talk to mom instead. The police. Police are coming to arrest me. Ha, who said that? It's that my Yufeng from last time. The person she arranged to tell me. What? About this? Zhang Suihua was a bit flustered. Why don't you run away? There's no escape. Bu Yalian bitterly shook her head. Run away? Where? Today's society is full of surveillance. Where could she have gone? From the front of the neighborhood. Fleeing across the street to get caught? Zhang Suihua was in a hurry, and when she unintentionally saw Bu Xiada
who was sleeping soundly on the sofa aside. Her anger rose at once, rushed over and kicked the couch. Frightened, Bu Xiaoda stood up in a flash. Crap, there's an earthquake. Run fast. Sleep, sleep, sleep. All you know is sleep all day. Besides sleeping, what else do you know?
Zhang Suihua slapped Bu Xiaoda's head again.
Why did I marry such a useless thing? It's like a flower in cow dung. Trashy. Bu Xiaoda still hasn't reacted. With money, I don't have to work hard anymore. If I don't sleep, do I go out and sleep with women? That's only a mouthful. For real?
He still wouldn't dare.
Grass.
Zhang Suihua burst out.
Yao Yao is going to be arrested. How can you still sleep? What? Yo-Yo is going to be arrested? Bu Xiaoda brain instantly awake. How? How a thing? Afterwards, Bu Yalian told what Sun Miao Xian said. Once again, after listening, the family was silent. Maybe that's what happens when you do too much. Karma. It's not that they don't report it, it's that the time has not yet come. I don't know how much time has passed. Zhang Suihua spoke. That means if you find someone willing to take the blame, you'll be fine? Bu Yalian nodded, then added, but no one wants to. Bu Xiaoda said, Top, how? Who dares? Do you think the police are all fools? A crime committed in your own home. Let others top. Any way you look at it, it's a broken, bad idea. And maybe, more people will be hitched to it. Then what do you say? Zhang Suihua asked rhetorically. Bu Xiaoda thought for a moment and looked at his daughter. You can only admit your guilt and fight for leniency. Plead guilty to the crime. Hire another good lawyer and do a mitigation defense. It was the only proper way he could think of. Zhang Suihua instantly exploded. Plead guilty? You're crazy. If you want to plead guilty, you plead guilty. My daughter is still young. If she goes to jail, her life will be ruined. She can't go to jail. If you want to go, you go. The speaker doesn't have a heart, but the listener does. Bu Yalian was like grabbing a lifesaver. Dad, just help me. No one else can top themselves. Your own dad can. Besides, it's all in the family, so it's perfectly reasonable to say he stole the money. What? Bu Xiaoda's eyes widened. Listen to you. You want me to take the blame? Isn't it said that a daughter is a father's sweetheart? Leaking? Bu Yalian said in a pitiful manner. Dad, you don't want to be extinct, right? I went in. Just in case, just in case. As she spoke, she cried to herself. Zhang Suihua had a pang of heartache. Then, he looked at Bu Xiaoda. Old day. Yao Yao is right. You're 40 or 50 years old anyway, so what's the point of sitting in jail for your daughter? To put it mildly, you don't go yourself, and you're trying to persuade others. No shame in you. Normally, I can listen to you guys for anything, but for this matter, I strongly disagree. Bu Xiaoda stood firm on himself. You did something wrong and I have to pay for it? I'm his father alright, but she's an adult and should take responsibility for what she does. Zhang Suihua was trembling with anger. Okay, you won't take the blame. Right? Okay, the day my daughter goes in, that's the day we break up. Break up or break up? Who's shooting who? Bu Xiaoda had a rare succession of hard feelings. Bu Yalian heard this and cried with pearly blossoms. Zhang Suihua comforted. Okay, Yao Yao, don't cry. Quickly pack up and pack up. We'll immediately go back to the countryside together to avoid the wind. There are fewer people in the countryside. No one will know. Saying that, Zhang Suihua added, after this bout, it will be the same to go to other cities. Bu Yalian immediately brightened up. Yeah, there are very few people in the countryside today, and there's no surveillance. Just go back and totally dodge the bullet. Think about it. Bu Yalian hurriedly got up and prepared to go pack her things. Just then, jingle bells. There was a knock on the door of the room. Bu Xiaoda huffed and walked over to open the door to the room. Outside the door, there were several uniformed police officers standing. Two of them flashed their police officers' IDs. And one spoke. Hello, we're from the U City Police Department. May I ask if Bu Yalian lives here? Bu Xiaoda was stunned at first. Didn't we say Lantern Festival? How did you get here so fast? Immediately afterward, a mechanical nod of the head said. No, that's right, she lives here. The middle-aged policeman said. We have sufficient evidence to prove that she is suspected of a theft case with a huge amount of money, as well as a cyber defamation case with a very bad impact. Saying that, the middle-aged policeman took out a red-headed document. This is an arrest warrant. In a split second, Bu Yalian directly sat paralyzed on the ground, her face ashen. The hope that had just burned was also completely extinguished at this moment. Zhang Suihua was also pale. For a moment he froze in place, not knowing what to say. Looking at his daughter who was taken away by the police, Zhang Suihua cried out with a wow. Ah, God, my precious daughter ah, crying and chanting at the same time. Bu Xiaoda actually didn't feel good either. Who's to blame for a good family getting to this point? Raising a child is not a father's fault. He also has an unshirkable responsibility. Zhang Sui was crying upset Bu Xiaoda. On the spot, he chided. Okay, stop crying. It's annoying. My daughter was arrested. And I'm still not allowed to cry? Zhang Suihua cried. You still have the nerve to say you're annoyed? Will you take the blame for Yao Yao? Until now, she hadn't given up. Bu Xiaoda also made his position clear again. The police have all the evidence. So what's the point of taking the blame? Send our family in? Faced with a series of questions from Bu Xiaoda, Zhang Suihua was silent. The thing about topping is that it's been a big crime since the beginning of time. Really do this? Then maybe the whole family will have to go in. Bu Xiaoda saw that Zhang Suihua's mood stabilized before he said, Alright, pack up. Let's hurry and find a good lawyer and try to reduce Yao Yao's sentence. Chapter 132, No way. Sir, posting a video is also a crime? Requesting recommendations and favorites. The next morning, Police Department. Interrogation Room 1. Bu Yaolian was brought in. It's only been one night. Her whole body looked much more haggard and vicissitudes. It even gave the impression of being 10 years older. Also, millions in hand. And before you can spend it, you're in jail. It would be too much for anyone to take in for a while. Across from her, 2 police officers, one old and one young, had been waiting for a long time. The middle-aged policeman said, The trial hasn't started yet. If you give an account yourself, we'll consider pleading for you in front of the judge. Really? A glimmer of hope flashed underneath Bu Yaolian's eyes. The sentence is so long. A year is a year if you can cut it down. The middle-aged cop nodded. Of course it's true. Bu Yaolian said. Actually, I am also a victim. What do you mean? The thing is, a couple months ago. Afterwards, Bu Yaolian told the whole thing one by one, including why he or she put the theft of Young Shaw's money, and how to walk step by step into Ephraim's trap. In the end, he himself was cheated out of several $1 million. Officer Huang Baixiang of the Tianfu Street Police Station knows about your being cheated? The middle-aged policeman asked with a frown. He listened to Bu Yaolian's statement. The entire person's 3 views were refreshed once again. Obviously have a boyfriend. Why are you still stuck with your ex-boyfriend? Contact is even. I can't believe I'm still sneaking money from my current boyfriend to my ex-boyfriend to get through the hard times. The most hateful thing is knowing that being you are also being lied to. Not only did he not repent, I can't believe I found someone else to cyberstorm Young Shaw on the internet. She also said that the child in her womb is Yang Zhao's. This is clearly an opportunity to get Young Shaw to take over. This operation is too tawdry. What kind of woman is this? Well, Officer Huang knows. Bu Yaolian nodded. The middle-aged policeman walked to the door and ordered a few words to the outside before walking back in. Alright, go ahead. I am pregnant. Do I have to go to jail too? At this time, Bu Yaolian asked the most concerned question. Checked online though, but she still didn't feel very reliable. What the police say, it shouldn't be wrong. She looked expectantly across the room at the 2 policemen. I hope to hear that saying you don't have to go to jail if you're pregnant. I have to say, she had a pretty good idea. The middle-aged policeman said. According to the relevant provisions of the criminal law of China, for criminals sentenced to a fixed term of imprisonment or detention, a woman who is pregnant or breastfeeding her own baby, after sentencing, except for probation if the sentence is suspended, will generally be temporarily executed outside the prison until the circumstances of pregnancy and breastfeeding one's own baby disappear. Saying this, the middle-aged policeman solemnly said, if there is still a sentence left to serve, you still need to be admitted to prison to continue the execution. Humanized laws are not for people to exploit. It is to protect the legal rights and interests of the person to be protected. Comrade policeman, then how many years will I be sentenced to? Bu Yaolian asked apprehensively. Middle-aged policeman, theft of 400,000 yuan, belongs to the amount of particularly huge. According to the criminal law, the sentence will be 10 years to start, up to life imprisonment. Also, she is guilty of libel. It's really criminal. At this point, the youngster beside the middle-aged policeman added, no matter what, you'll go to jail. It's just a matter of time. To him, this kind of woman is really hateful, if not in the way. He couldn't wait to talk about her. Bu Yaolian's already haggard face turned even more pale. She was unwilling to give up on this. We are boyfriend and girlfriend. Can this money be counted as the joint property of a legally married couple? Common property? It's still really spooky. The young man couldn't listen anymore. Do you know what it means to be a legal couple? A legal couple means a man and a woman who have completed the registration of marriage and received a marriage certificate, establishing the marriage relationship, and then they become a legal couple. We were in a de facto marriage, and at that time we had not yet had time to get a license. Bu Yaolian again sophistry. Call her legally illiterate. She knows that little bit more. say she knows the law. Said words, again, like a legal illiterate. The middle-aged policeman was also relatively speechless. It had to be explained. Although, de facto marriage is actually a way for marriage relationship to exist, just that it is not recognized and protected by the law. In addition, in our country, regardless of whether the parties have held a marriage ceremony, where the marriage has not been registered, is not a legal marriage. After hearing that, Bu Yalian was like a deflated ball, directly paralyzed in her chair, completely out of ideas. If I had known it would come to this, why would I have done it in the first place? In the meantime, a certain neighborhood, Tubby Derquan is at home, concentrating on editing the video. Last night, he received a mysterious internet phone call. The other side wants to work with him. The purpose is simple. It's also about messing with young Shah, and promised to give him $5 million when the job is done. Such a good thing. He agreed without even thinking about it, and had already promised my Yufeng and Bu Yalian that he would treat Yang Shao anyway. Just one more buyer. You don't have to pay anything extra, but you get the benefits at the same time. Why not? Just as he was editing the video and entering the closing stages, the doorbell suddenly rang. Frightened and fully concentrated, Guan Dequan shivered violently, which also made his hand involuntarily shook and cut a few frames wrongly. Guan Dequan's entire body was bad. Who is it? It's early in the morning. Can't people work? Grass. Huffing, he opened the door. In a split second, the whole thing froze right there. What's going on? Why are the police at the door? At this point, 2 police officers flashed their officer's license. One of the policemen saluted before saying, "May I ask if Guan Dequan lives here?" "Yes. Yes." Tubby nodded frostily. "Looking for me?" "What? You're Guan Dequan?" the policeman asked. "Tube Dequan, I am." The police officer took out a document from the folder and handed it to Guan Dequan. "You're suspected of a nasty internet defamation case. Please come with us and cooperate with the investigation." "What? I'm defamatory? How is that possible? Wait, is it the webcam?" Guan Dequan was instantly anxious. "No way, sir. I'm just posting a video for someone. Is that against the law? The internet is not a place outside the law, and you're an adult who needs to take responsibility for your words and actions. Where's the promised freedom of speech? Freedom of speech is based on not breaking the law." But Guan Dequan still wanted to say something, but the police officer directly said, "Well, if you have anything to say, it's better to talk with us back to the police station." "Well, can you let me turn off the computer and other appliances?" Guan Dequan thought about it and said so. He had very few other backup videos on his computer that he wanted to delete while he had the chance. If they find out, it's going to be a big deal. The cop nodded. "Okay, but we're taking the computer back." What? The computer is one of the physical evidence. Good. Well, Guan Dequan's words were not true, and his face, as if he had eaten shit, was extremely ugly. "It's over." The man was caught red-handed.